she grew increasingly furious. She angrily slammed her fist into the ground, only to be surprised when the earth beneath her fist suddenly turned fragile, forming a deep hole the size of her fist. Startled by this sudden change, Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned, but soon her face lit up with joy, because she discovered that the seal which had troubled her for so long had actually been broken under such circumstances. Glancing at her own fist, she felt a surge of disbelief, then cautiously confirmed the change once again, finally feeling truly relieved. The previous gloom instantly vanished, and her usual icy composure returned. Yet beneath that cold exterior, a faint killing intent flickered, followed by a chillingly cold voice drifting slowly from the mouth of the cave. "Pervert, you better not come back. If you do, today I won't rest until I've settled the score with you." Chapter 165 Overbearing Qi of Refined Metal. After leaving the cave, Xiuxian almost ran frantically until he found a water source. Like a carp springing from the water, he dove straight in. With a splash, he sank to the bottom of the pond, closing off his breath completely, allowing the coolness to seep through his pores and erode the scorching sensation within his body. He couldn't help but shudder involuntarily, and gradually his mind began to clear. Taking advantage of this momentary clarity, Xiuxian began to examine the condition within his body. Although the fiery feeling had significantly subsided under the cold immersion, it was only temporary. Such an overbearing substance couldn't be easily removed by ordinary pond water. His sole awareness sinking inward, he discovered that his insides were now completely flushed red. The red liquid scattered throughout his body could now be none other than the desired drunken red poison. At this point, the only option was to force the toxins out. He shook his head bitterly, muttering to himself how he had indeed lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Activating the myriad manifestation square zone, he summoned waves of white light to sweep over the toxins, attempting to purge the poison from his body using the same method he had used on Xuanhuan. However, to his surprise, this approach proved less effective in his own case. Not willing to accept this, he tried again, only to achieve the same result. The energy from the myriad manifestation square zone barely entered his body before being swarmed and devoured by the pinkish toxin, as if the zone's power were pathetically weak before this strange substance. No way. The result was truly unexpected. After all, he had successfully treated Xuanhuan before. Why was it ineffective now on himself? For a moment, confusion clouded his mind. Confronted with this rampant poison within, even he found it extremely difficult to handle. Just as he prepared to forcefully expel the toxin using his soul force, he was stopped by the king toad. Looks like you don't know much about this herb either, huh? What do you mean? Xiuxian merely furrowed his brow slightly at the king toad's mocking tone, not bothering to respond. He had long become accustomed to its attitude. Nothing much. Just telling you not to waste your energy, it won't work. For ordinary people, this toxin acts only as an aphrodisiac. However, its nature changes once it comes into contact with soul force. Then it's no longer just an aphrodisiac. This is also why that girl's poison was easy to remove. Her soul force had been sealed by you. Although Xiuxian felt slightly lost at the king toad's words, he managed to grasp a meaningful point. Perhaps this toxin simply couldn't be eliminated. Seeing Xiuxian's bitter expression, the king toad sneered even more mockingly. Of course, there is still a way to remove it, but... Anticipating another set of meaningless demands from the king toad, Xiuxian gave a cold snort, completely uninterested. This reaction from Xiuxian indeed provoked the king toad to anger, and its voice immediately turned shriller. You stubborn brat, don't think I won't tell you. This poison renders even your wasteland qi utterly useless. Unless you reach the level of a soul master who is immune to all poisons. Otherwise, no matter what means you use, you can only suppress it temporarily. Trying to expel it entirely is simply a fool's dream. Xiuxian's brows slightly lifted upon hearing this. So you're saying there's absolutely no way? His face grew serious immediately. If there truly was no way, would he have to suppress it indefinitely? If so, aside from other concerns, his cultivation power would certainly take a significant hit. In future battles, he would have to divide his attention just to suppress it. Otherwise, should it burst forth suddenly, the consequences would be dire. Not exactly, but I have conditions. You do what you want. If you won't say anything, then it doesn't matter anyway. Xiuxian replied indifferently, and his uncaring demeanor enraged the king toad even more. You, brat, if not for our coexistence, I wouldn't give a damn if you died. Partnering with you has brought me nothing but bad luck for 8 generations. Xiuxian smiled faintly as the king toad continued its ranting abuse. Through these past days of living together, he had gradually come to understand its temperament. Although their relationship was still one of enmity, he couldn't deny that in many situations, it had helped him significantly. From the king toad, Xiuxian had indeed learned much. Its extensive experience and knowledge had been greatly beneficial to him. Over time, he had developed an odd kind of attachment toward the king toad. The king toad, seeing that Xiuxian still refused to respond, seemed to adjust its emotions and muttered darkly. There is a method, although the difficulty is no small matter. Let's hear it. There are 2 options. Now I just wonder which one you'd choose. The first one is the easiest, if you can find a soul master to forcibly expel the poison from your body. Xiuxian couldn't help but feel slightly awkward upon hearing the king toad's words, and a few dark lines immediately surfaced on his forehead. This is considered the easier option? Since the toxin itself carried dangers, even if one considered it, getting rid of it wouldn't be simple even for a soul master. Not to mention convincing one to help. There was no way someone unrelated and unattached would willingly assist. Seeing Ouyang Yuye shake his head, the king toad sneered with a chuckle. Hee, that's the truth. It really is the easiest one. You know as well as I do that it's not very realistic. Leaving aside whether someone would even be willing to help, I currently can't even find such a strong expert. Just tell me the next one. The next one is even more straightforward. Simply refine and integrate the poison yourself. Me? Refine it. Ouyang Yuye immediately bristled as the king toad spoke. Something this troublesome to refine? Unless he no longer wanted to live. If not for already knowing its temperament, Ouyang Yuye would have assumed the toad had ill intentions. Exactly. Why would this king deceive you? Though its toxicity is strong, aside from that one downside, the energy contained within the desire-drunken red is extremely pure. Otherwise, people wouldn't openly auction it off. If you can refine and integrate it, you're sure to gain significant benefits. As Ouyang Yuye listened to the king toad's explanation, his eyebrows slightly lifted before knitting tightly together. The toad's reasoning wasn't wrong, but putting it into action would be extremely difficult. After all, the substance even devoured soul force. Could he possibly refine it using his own? Probably every bit he put in would simply be swallowed whole. You really are an idiot if you think refining it is the way to go. Do you really think your weak soul force, or even your wasteland chi, would remain untouched? Then how exactly do I refine it? Ouyang Yuye rolled his eyes slightly. The only force within your body that might stand up to it would be your refined metal energy. Refined metal chi? Ouyang Yuye's expression shifted to one of mild confusion. Can refined metal chi even refine this kind of poison? Who told you that you need to refine it? What's the point of refining it anyway? At best, it'd only provide a little extra energy, an energy you don't really need right now. And anyway, can refined metal chi even refine it? No, I meant fusion. Fusion? Yes. Your refined metal chi may be weak, but it does have some usefulness. Its penetrative force, for instance. If you successfully fuse it with the desire-drunken red toxin, then even in the face of an opponent you cannot confront directly, you could use it to attack. Guaranteeing he'll experience a blissful agony. As the king toad cackled, Ouyang Yuye once again found himself embarrassed, but at this point, this seemed the most viable option. Besides, the suggestion wasn't entirely unacceptable. If it truly succeeded, having medicinal properties fused into his refined metal chi would undoubtedly catch anyone off guard. A sharp gleam flickered in his eyes as he clenched his teeth. All right, I'll take the risk. Failure is just bad luck anyway. Resolutely, Ouyang Yuye focused his soul awareness inward, locking onto the location of the toxin within his body. With a sudden stirring of his mind, the ball of sharp metallic light hovering on the left side of his dantian began spinning rapidly. Like a whirling top, it dashed through his body and forcefully plunged into the area where the toxins had gathered. Just as the myriad manifestation square Zune had previously experienced, as soon as the refined metal chi entered the contaminated area, it was surrounded by the poison. In no time, the golden glow of the metal chi sphere was wrapped in layers of deep red threads, like a crimson cocoon shimmering faintly with a translucent sheen. Seeing the metal chi sphere now stained red, a gleam of sharp focus flickered in Ouyang Yuye's pupils. With a low shout, the wrapped metallic sphere began violently vibrating. An intense penetrating force surged outward as golden beams burst through the red membrane, piercing it full of holes. It seemed that even this strange toxin could not suppress the power of refined metal chi for long. The moment the golden light burst forth, Ouyang Yuye observed the refined metal chi violently writhing. As it churned, the toxin that he had previously assumed to be nearly untamable began shifting alongside it, showing signs of integration. Seeing the promising results, Ouyang Yuye's confidence surged. With a slight shift of his mind, he immediately noticed the sharp golden light intensifying its violent movements. Under such fierce action, even the toxin no longer dared to resist or struggle, and was forcibly assimilated by the refined metal chi until it completely vanished. Did I succeed? Ouyang Yuye frowned slightly. He never expected the process to be this easy, far easier than he had imagined. Yet, a sense of unease stirred within him, for whenever something deviates from the norm, something unusual is likely behind it. However, before he could ponder further, the refined metal chi suddenly swelled like an inflating balloon and erupted with blinding golden light. Then, from its surface, countless golden blades shot out in all directions inside his body, attacking indiscriminately, friend or foe alike, and even the nascent soul core failed to escape unscathed. Caught completely off guard, Ouyang Yuye didn't even have time to react. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. A sharp, crisp sound rang out, making Ouyang Yuye's eyelid twitch involuntarily. To his horror, the soul core, which had shown no response all along, had actually shattered under the refined metal chi's assault. Its eggshell-like protective layer developed a web of fine cracks. As the soul core fragmented, an intensely thick ripple abruptly spread out, causing Ouyang Yuye's expression to shift dramatically, caught between shock and disbelief. Chapter 166. The initial manifestation of the soul core. At the first crisp sound, as if a chain reaction had been triggered, cracks instantly spread across the surface of the soul core embryo, spiderweb-like fissures covering its exterior. As the cracks multiplied, the powerful fluctuations emanating from within the soul core embryo became increasingly intense. This sudden development even caused Ouyang Yuye to panic. The soul core embryo, once as solid as an impregnable fortress, resisting all his attempts to even budge it, was now cracking, something he had never anticipated. At that moment, another crisp sound rang out, and Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He watched helplessly as the cracks multiplied further, and the embryo began vibrating violently. Inside, something seemed to be writhing violently, as though trying to break free from its shell. Yet from the looks of it, it still couldn't fully escape the bindings of the soul core embryo. Brat, what are you just standing there for? Can't you see it's struggling? Don't you want your soul core anymore? Just as Ouyang stood bewildered, Wang Yuchan's angry voice echoed from within his body. At the mention of the soul core, Ouyang snapped out of his daze. Following the hint, he turned his gaze back to the soul core embryo, and indeed noticed something inside trying desperately to break through its shell, yet constantly failing due to the shell's resilience. So that's the soul core inside. Fixing his gaze on the struggling presence within the soul core embryo, Ouyang heart surged with excitement. The soul core, the long-awaited culmination after all this time, was finally forming. You damn bastard. I've hated you for ages. Still not giving up, huh? He glared furiously at the outer shell of the soul core embryo. Mentally commanding, torrents of soul energy surged forth, converging into a mighty stream that violently rammed into the embryo and then poured through its shell. With the energy flowing in, the soul core embryo trembled more violently. As it continued to quake, the soul core inside writhed furiously, its movements sending faint glimmers of light radiating outward through the shell. Still, it could not fully break free. Huh? Ouyang murmured in surprise, observing the soul core embryo with astonishment at its extreme durability. Not enough, huh? Let's see how tough you really are. His pupils flickering, Ouyang subtly concentrated, and a piercing golden-red chi shot forth swiftly like an arrow, slicing toward the soul core embryo with deadly intent, attempting to pierce the stubborn shell. Yet although his plan was sound, before the sharp chi could make contact, it was blocked entirely by a sudden flash of green light. Ouyang expression darkened slightly. What are you doing? You really are too naive. With how sharp that is, you can go ahead and stab if you're not afraid of piercing your own soul core. If you mess it up and become a real cripple, don't blame me for not warning you. As Wang Yuchan spoke, Ouyang furrowed his brows, but surprisingly held his tongue. At this point, the soul core embryo had already cracked. Who could know if it was still capable of resisting the sharp chi? If not, it might very well be the soul core itself caught in the danger. So what should I do now? I don't even know what to say to you anymore. One moment you're frightfully dumb, and the next you've forgotten about the xuanhuan fruit altogether? Your soul core is a bit unusual, but its struggle is only due to a lack of energy. The xuanhuan fruit. Although Wang Yuchan's words were harsh, they instantly snapped Ouyang from confusion. Understanding suddenly dawned upon him, excitement flickering in his eyes. Reaching into his xiuxian pouch, he drew out the xuanhuan fruit and quickly swallowed it whole. Gulp! The xuanhuan fruit melted instantly upon entering his mouth, soon transforming into a stream of pure, warm energy flowing from his throat downward. Under Ouyang guidance, the energy swiftly passed through his meridians, gathering into his abdomen. Soon, he felt a gentle warmth forming there. With this energy, he could sense signals of longing and thirst from both his bones and meridians. Ignoring the pleas from his meridians, he took a deep breath and directed the energy straight into the soul core embryo. Under such powerful infusion, Ouyang witnessed the fading glow on the soul core embryo brighten back up, intensifying once more. As more energy poured in, the soul core embryo shined with greater brilliance, even letting out howls that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves crying from deep inside him. As the mournful sounds reverberated, Ouyang suddenly sensed a new connection forming near his dantian, intimate and familiar as if fused by bloodline itself. With this sensation, he could even feel a steady, rhythmic pulse coming from deep within the soul core embryo. Break! A low shout rang out, and the violently trembling soul core embryo suddenly and eerily came to a stop. However, this stillness didn't last long before a red and a blue light erupted simultaneously, two completely different rays surging upward. The soul core embryo was as if forcibly torn apart and exploded violently. With a dull boom, the moment the soul core embryo shattered, a radiant light shot forth and instantly spun outward like a massive compass rushing toward the dantian without hesitation. The compass spun violently through the air until reaching the location of the dantian, where it slowly came to a stop. Then, under an immense suction force, the dantian was pulled forward and steadily landed upon the surface of the compass. Hua! As soon as the dantian settled, Ouyang felt an unusually thick surge of energy expand outward from the dantian as its center, transforming into mighty soul energy that poured into his limbs and bones. Bang! Bang bang! With each successive dull explosion, as more soul energy poured in, Ouyang aura suddenly soared. Under the surging waves of soul energy, he felt his meridians gradually expanding. His power naturally surged, successfully advancing to the soul disciple realm. Breakthrough! Feeling the increasingly thick soul energy flowing within his meridians along with his rising aura, Ouyang couldn't help but smile joyfully. Now that the soul core had formed successfully, a heavy stone lifted from his heart. However, what astonished him was that his strength continued to grow even after the advancement. Now, guided by the newly formed soul core, all the dormant soul energy and latent power stored deep within Ouyang body was unleashed in one go, transforming into raw soul energy, rushing forcefully into his body, with the momentum of accumulated pressure finally being released. His strength surged at a speed so shocking even he himself found hard to believe. Progressing steadily beyond the initial soul disciple stage, his power continued rising. eventually forcefully pushing him all the way up to the 5th tier of Soul Disciple. No way. Feeling his strength still increasing, Xiuxian clenched his teeth hard. He focused his mind, and with a sudden willpower, suppressed the rising energy flow. Under this suppression, though the soul energy still filled his body, it had become much more refined and purified. In a distant realm, beneath a simple pavilion, an elderly man clad in coarse clothing sat cross-legged, appearing just like an ordinary old man deep in meditation, with no energy leakage. However, if a cultivator of great skill were to see this scene, they would be deeply shocked, for with each breath the old man took, the surrounding space rippled slightly. He could affect space itself just by his very presence, a feat attainable only by a Sky Soul master. Suddenly, the old man's tightly closed eyes flew open. He then clenched his fist into the empty air, forming a plain, unremarkable ring within his palm. At this moment, the ring was constantly flashing rays of light, causing the old man's expression to show a trace of surprise. A soul disciple. The old man smiled slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction on his face. However, before the satisfaction could fade from his expression, another wave of surprise suddenly flickered. It's still not over? This kid is truly unexpected. The old man seemed surprised, quietly praising. Soon, however, the expression of surprise faded from his face and turned into a slightly serious one. His brows slowly knitted together as he discovered the fluctuation he sensed continued to rise rapidly, showing absolutely no sign of stopping even after reaching the soul disciple stage. It was even. This brat. Doesn't he know this will lead to unstable foundations? The old man muttered angrily. After a brief moment of contemplation, he was about to extend a bit of spiritual consciousness to reach out when suddenly he froze. He noticed that the rapidly soaring fluctuation had abruptly stopped, even slightly decreasing before finally stabilizing at the 5th tier of Soul Disciple. That's more like it. Nodding slightly, the old man finally felt reassured and carefully stored away the ring. But if Xiuxian were present right now, he would surely recognize the ring. It was unmistakably the gift Master Gu had once given to him and Lin Xian as a token for apprenticeship. And as for the old man himself, his identity was now apparent. He was none other than Master Gu. I already told you, he doesn't need your worrying. Without us, he'd live even more freely. With a loud laugh, another old man with a sloppy appearance appeared mysteriously from nowhere. Looks like you indeed know him better, Master Gu chuckled, his eyes shining with sharp insight as he gazed forward, as if peering through the fabric of space itself. Ha. Back then when I saw him, I was tempted to take him under my wing, but you wouldn't let me have him. I had no choice but to take the initiative and get close to him myself. Naturally, I'd know him better than you do. Master Gu let out a slightly weary sigh with a smile. Even reaching the 5th tier of Soul Disciple, he still might not be able to rival the outstanding direct line disciples from the rest of the Ouyang clan. I remember the most promising disciple in your Ouyang family right now is called Ouyang. Isn't it true that he's only 1 year older than that kid, yet already possesses the strength of the 5th tier of Soul Master? Correct. Ouyang is a prodigy with extraordinary talent, and moreover, he possesses the rare dual-element soul core. This opponent won't be easy to deal with at all. The coarse-clothed old man nodded, his voice filled with admiration. Well, for now, we can only pray that the kid doesn't run into any mishaps. Let's hope so. The coarse-clothed old man nodded bitterly with a slight smile, his gaze fixed into the distance, standing silently for a long time. Chapter 167, Evil Villain, I'll Kill You. In the cold and stern waters of the pond, Xiuxian had submerged for nearly several hours. Throughout this time, the pond remained as tranquil as usual, showing no sign of change due to his presence, with only occasional gentle breezes causing slight ripples upon its surface, telling of the otherwise unremarkable scenery. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation of soul force burst forth from the previously placid pond, faintly emitting an oppressive and unsettling aura. Soon after, silently at the center of the pond's surface, a small vortex appeared, resembling a funnel, spinning rapidly as that energy surged upward. As the energy climbed higher, the spinning funnel accelerated further, expanding into a larger vortex that rapidly contracted inward toward the heart of the pond. It was as if a gaping hole had been ripped open upon the pond's surface, truly a terrifying sight. And when the aura reached a certain peak, it abruptly halted, as if it had reached a saturation point. The spinning vortex shuddered violently before erupting into countless splashes of water bursting high into the air. With a thunderous roar, the water exploded upward like fireworks, scattering into countless droplets raining back down, splashing onto the pond's surface, sending out ripples. Boom! A sound shattered the surface. A head emerged from the water, followed shortly by a full body rising up from its depths. It was indeed Xiuxian himself, who had vanished beneath the water earlier. At this moment, his aura and energy presence were significantly different from before. If previously he was a fierce tiger displaying power openly, now he more closely resembled a hidden, venomous snake. Compared to the earlier outward projection of energy, the current Ouyang was much more reserved. Nonetheless, his concealed strength now felt far more dangerous. Xiuxian could naturally sense the changes in his aura. Delighted, he savored the power flowing through his body. One could not truly understand the difference between a soul cultivator and one who solely tempered the body unless reaching this stage. If one likened body tempering to a river, then soul cultivation was undoubtedly an open sea. This was not only a gap in soul force, but in physical and overall strength as well. If he were to face Ting Kuei and Heolan now, even with the latter wielding the Emperor's hammer, Ouyang would have the confidence to defeat him head-on without resorting to other tactics or fleeing in a humiliating manner. This was the difference, the gap between realms. Soul Cultivator 5th tier? Indeed impressive. Smirking, he clenched his fists, savoring the immense power radiating from them. Ouyang couldn't help curving his lips into a slight smile. Nothing exhilarated him more than increasing his strength. Slowly closing his eyes, he reopened them, revealing in each pupil a distinct symbol, one side of flame, the other a shard of ice. At the same time, two diametrically opposed elements, one searing, one freezing, emanated from his body. On each wrist appeared a soul ring, one red, one white. These were the marks of a dual attribute soul cultivator. True to form, Ouyang's dual elements were fire and ice, two opposing forces that coexisted in one body. Though at first glance it created a bizarre, unsettling sensation, no one dared underestimate such a rare and monstrous talent as a dual-element cultivator. Not bad at all. Ouyang retracted the soul rings, nodding contentedly. Although his elements were not extraordinary, lacking the mutations he had hoped for, they were still satisfactory. Looking into the soul core suspended below his dantian, he noticed a distinct uniqueness. Unlike the core of ordinary cultivators, his resembled a circular yin-yang disc divided down the middle by a thin line. On each side, half were red and half were blue. What made his soul core truly unique was its ability to convert, and perhaps even merge, these two conflicting elements. However, this was merely the opinion of Xuanhuan, as the risk of attempting such a fusion was too great, and he had not yet dared to try. Still, the existence of such a capability was undeniable, and Ouyang did not doubt for a second the powerful effects that would emerge should these energies fuse. He exhaled deeply. No matter what, his soul core had now coalesced. The hardest step was completed, and what lay ahead was simply gradual growth. Glancing at the near-dusk sky, he tightened his fist, and an unusual glint of combativeness flickered through his eyes. Olan Academy, Nangong Tian, the Ouyang branch clan. You all wait for me. However, after voicing his ambition, he returned to reality. He hadn't expected that a certain passionate event had somehow resolved his soul core issue. Indeed, blessings and misfortunes often came hand in hand. Smiling faintly, he suddenly recalled that intimate moment, the smile gradually fading from his face, replaced instead by bitterness and helplessness. Gazing at the entrance of the cave, he found himself strangely unwilling to return. She's probably already awake by now. Sighing slightly, Ouyang Yuye felt deeply conflicted within. Although the previous incident was not entirely his fault, in the end, he couldn't escape some responsibility. Particularly afterward, he had taken advantage of her, and even recalling that absurd scene now made him feel his face burning with embarrassment. Letting out a helpless sigh, he could only slowly walk toward the cave entrance. No matter what, he couldn't run from this forever. He had to go back and admit his mistake. One's last breath is death. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, he felt even more helpless. He had faced formidable experts like Nangong Tian without hesitation, yet now he was hesitant before a mere woman. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed true indeed that one thing subdues another. It was undeniable. Unwanted encounters came quickly, though he had expected the distance to be long. In just a few steps he reached the familiar cave entrance. Feeling the familiar aura, he hesitated to move forward, but eventually mustered his courage and stepped inside. As he had just entered the cave and looked toward the spot where Wantong had rested, he discovered it completely empty, causing an ominous premonition to arise in his heart. He quickly moved forward, just about to shout when suddenly he sensed multiple powerful gusts rushing toward him. As he felt the searing heat from the attacks, Ouyang Yuye's expression changed drastically. Quickly retreating, his sulfur cannon emerged, firing several blasts to intercept the incoming strikes. A dull roar erupted as Ouyang Yuye was forced back several steps. Lifting his head, he saw Wantong standing at the cave's entrance, glaring at him furiously. On her wrist hung a radiant sulfur cannon and a fiery red soul ring. Instantly, his throat felt dry. Yet soon, seemingly having just realized something, his expression turned surprised. You've recovered your strength? Ouyang Yuye stared at her in shock. From the aura radiating off her, there was no doubt that she had indeed recovered. He immediately displayed a face full of forced smiles, the overbearing aura from before completely gone. He had no doubt that Wantong now wanted to tear him apart. Then he really would only be left with a turtle's aura. Facing an almost frenzied woman, even he felt an inner sense of powerlessness. Laughing dryly, he weakly began to explain. Wantong, about what happened earlier. Never speak of it again. Yet, before he could finish, Wantong's face flushed red, and in a rage she launched another volley of attacks, fully intending to kill him. Seeing that she held absolutely nothing back, Ouyang Yuye's face carried an even more bitter smile. Without dodging further, his soul force erupted as he formed several cannon blasts to block her assault while continuing to speak. Wantong, I truly didn't mean to offend you. How about you do the same to me, and we'll call it even? But he hadn't expected that his words would have no effect whatsoever and would instead provoke her even further. You pervert. I'll kill you today. With Wantong's sharp cry, a blazing pillar of flame suddenly shot toward Ouyang Yuye's forehead. Hey, you're not fooling around. Ouyang Yuye shouted in alarm. If he were to be struck by her alchemical fire, his flesh might peel apart from the burns. He hastily dodged away, watching her furious face as he exclaimed. I didn't actually do anything to you. Hearing Ouyang Yuye's clumsy explanation, Wantong frowned, thinking silently, that sounds good, but wasn't what you did practically the same thing? Yet she did not voice it aloud. Seeing that Wantong showed no intention of stopping, Ouyang Yuya also grew a bit angry. Can we at least talk this out? I'm also a victim. As soon as Ouyang Yuya's low shout ended, he saw Wantong momentarily freeze. Hearing him speak this way, she recalled his frantic fleeing form from before, and her expression softened slightly. As much as she disliked admitting it, he was indeed somewhat of a gentleman after all. Sighing faintly, Wantong dejectedly retracted her sulfur cannon. Don't tell anyone about today. Even if your father is the emperor of the dynasty, he won't be able to protect you. I swear it. Wantong said as she slowly turned and walked back into the cave. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned around again. Oh, by the way, I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning. I hope you can keep everything that happened between us a secret during this time. Of course. Ouyang Yuya nodded. Watching her slender figure ahead, for some unknown reason, he felt a faint sense of melancholy. After all, they had spent several days together, yet it never occurred to him that subtle emotions had developed. He once heard xuanhuan mention that Wantong's background was surely not ordinary. Perhaps, from her perspective, he truly wasn't much worth. Perhaps there were no few young, talented men vying for her attention. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he suddenly asked, "How can I see you again?" Ouyang Yuya's words caused Wantong's footsteps to briefly pause, though she did not turn around, her tone remaining indifferent as ever. Wait until the day you can stand in the Grand Assembly. Grand Assembly, huh? He lowered his gaze, glancing at his two arms now displaying different hues once more, and nodded. You just wait and see. Don't speak recklessly. Even if you truly make it that far, your current strength would still only place you in the middle tier, and as for me. Wantong suddenly stopped, but did not continue further. If you truly want me to see you differently, wait until you're qualified to enter the Alchemical Academy or the Golden Academy. With that, Wantong sat cross-legged once again, resuming her cultivation. After the seal had just been lifted, she needed some time to recover and adjust. Under the soft glow, her figure appeared as ethereal and untainted as a fairy. Shaking his head slightly, he took out the stone tablet from his xiuxian bag and headed toward the cave's entrance. With wildven beasts often appearing at night, it was just right for him to take the night watch. As Ouyang Yuya's footsteps faded into the distance, Wantong slowly opened her eyes, only to shut them again moments later. Yet within the cave, a faint sigh echoed back. Even out, we're even. Morning came, and as a warm ray of light spilled onto the wild mountain forest, Ouyang Yuya's tightly shut eyes at the cave entrance slowly opened. The damp morning mist stung his eyes, making them feel slightly dry. Blinking to dispel the discomfort, he lifted his head and suddenly noticed Wantong standing beside him. At the moment their eyes met, her gaze also settled on him, soon followed by her calm, almost cold voice. You're awake. He nodded slightly and noticed that today, Wantong had her previously loose hair neatly tied up, wearing a white plain dress. She looked as aloof as the first time he had seen her, and as distant. Leaving already? The question hadn't even properly unfolded before it fell into another awkward silence. Neither of them spoke, both simply surveying the surroundings. Perhaps after today, they would no longer have the chance to be together like this. Half a moment later, Wantong finally began stepping outward. We will definitely meet again. Ouyang Yuya suddenly spoke up with a smile. Her steps paused slightly, as if deep in thought, before without turning her head, she tossed out a jade slip, continuing forward without stopping for even a second because of his words. Ouyang Yuya extended his hand and caught the flying jade slip. It shimmered with warm light, exuding an extraordinary fluctuation. If you truly have the ability, come find me. This is what you wanted. From now on, we're even. Squeezing the jade slip in his hand, he swept his wind consciousness over it, quickly understanding its contents. Breaking through the pellet, he looked up at the diminishing figure ahead, a faint trace of helplessness showing on his face. Even out, huh? Fine with me. Jia, I didn't know you were such a sentimental young man. You didn't take notice of all those other women, but Tianfan you ended up stirred by this girl, Jia. What's the point of saying these unhelpful things? You know I only feel slight guilt. Jia, you understand what I mean. But don't blame this venerable one for not warning you. This girl's background is no simple matter. If you intend to get close, it won't be easy. Oh, in what way is it not simple? She's the same as you, also a dual-element soul core. What do you think about that? And one of her elements is fire. According to this venerable one's perception, it's somewhat similar to the Shui family's supreme yang flame, Jia. Shui family. Ouyang Yuya's pupils flickered slightly, showing some surprise. The Shui family of the four great clans. Jia, this venerable one is just speculating. If it's indeed the case, then Wantong is merely an alias. Jia, you've got quite a challenge ahead of you then. So what if it is? Ouyang Yuya chuckled, no longer engaging xuanhuan further. He simply tidied up his belongings and began preparing to leave. He had already delayed here for several days, and if he didn't return soon, that girl Chenlin would surely go mad again. Now that his objective had been achieved and his strength significantly enhanced, it could be considered a major success. There was nothing worth lingering over here anymore. With that thought, he strode outward without hesitation. At the foot of the wild mountain, a figure stepped out, a black-robed youth, none other than Ouyang Yuya descending from the wild mountain. He stretched his arms wide, deeply inhaling the cold morning air. Instantly, his soul energy began circulating rapidly according to the great wild spirit technique, and feeling the swift flow of soul force in the air, his eyes gleamed with vibrancy. Now that he possessed a soul core, he could finally ignore the instability once caused by the great wild spirit technique. Judging from the current sensation, it was indeed remarkable. Its recovery rate alone was leagues beyond before, even though the great wild spirit technique was only at the yellow tier level. Lin must be at the academy by now, so I'll head there. I can also ask the mentor about the news regarding the wild stones. On his way down the mountain, Ouyang Yue glanced through the jade slip given to him by Wantong, and immediately a bitter smile formed on his face. He now understood why Wantong had said he wouldn't have a chance to use it. To put it plainly, this technique was a move that sacrificed 800 of your own to kill 1,000 enemies. It involved borrowing energy from the wild stone to deliver a fatal blow to an opponent. Although the resulting attack was impressive, the amount of wild stones required was staggering. Just a single glance was enough to make Ouyang Yue feel a chill. Low-grade techniques still required a shocking 30 pieces. Even if he looted every single disciple at the academy, it would probably still not be enough. But the attack's power was undeniably potent. That day, Wantong's low-level breaking the pellet had injured the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King's formidable body, which was proof enough of its strength. Ouyang Yue took out a wild stone and rolled it around in his palm, shaking his head with even greater frustration before sighing heavily. This is just too damn broke. He sped up all the way back, practically sprinting into xiuxian town. He gazed slightly breathlessly at the academy plaque hanging overhead and walked forward, only to find that the bustling atmosphere he remembered was completely gone. In its place was an eerie emptiness. There wasn't a single soul around. He shook his head slightly with a bitter smile, and suddenly sensed a fluctuation of soul energy inside the academy. Just then, a disciple rushed past in a hurry. Ouyang quickly stepped forward to stop him and asked, "Excuse me, why is there no one here today at the academy?" "You don't know?" The disciple gave Ouyang a strange glance, but quickly responded, "The leader of the Hongdao sect and his disciples are here for a martial exchange today, trying to compete for a spot at the Grand Assembly." Hongdao sect? At the sound of the name, Ouyang Yue hesitated for a moment. It wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Back when he first arrived in xiuxian town, Lin had introduced him to the local power structure, and among the more notable factions was the Hongdao sect. At its core, the Hongdao sect was essentially a martial arts school. Merchants who needed escorts for transporting goods would often hire them to provide guards. However, they also invested heavily in cultivating their younger generation, for no matter the organization, fresh blood was essential. Thus, there were quite a number of promising young talents within the sect, some even rivaling the strength of the academy's disciples. "You better hurry to the back hall if you want to see the action. I need to get going now. Things are about to get interesting." Noticing Ouyang's brief daze, the disciple urged him hastily before hurrying away, seemingly unable to wait any longer. It seems everyone must be gathered there. Ouyang mused for a moment before heading toward the back hall. After all, he had nothing else to do, and was curious about how powerful the younger generation of the Hongdao sect really was. As he neared the back hall, the sound of battle became increasingly clear. Pushing open the large doors, he found the spacious hall packed to the brim. All the spectators were clustered together, eyes fixed on the martial arts arena in the center where thick bursts of energy occasionally erupted. Clearly, the battle was reaching a climax. He pressed forward with the crowd, and although he appeared unremarkable, and had visited only once before, since his fight with Ji Hao he had become familiar to some people. Seeing him arrive, many immediately stepped aside, allowing Ouyang to finally make his way through the tight and difficult passage after great effort. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he looked up and saw the two fighters locked in intense combat. One of them was none other than Ji Hao. His opponent, however, was a slim and small man. Yet, anyone who misjudged him because of his weak appearance would surely end up tripped up by their own arrogance. Ouyang Yue only needed one glance to sense how formidable the opponent was. His movements were exceptionally swift, and every repositioning was followed by streams of sulfur-like attacks. Ji Hao appeared battered and barely holding his defense, constantly dodging, and even having to incorporate tactics usually used by soul cultivators in his efforts to survive. This was also the reason the Hongdao sect had risen in prominence. Nearly all of its members were dual-trained in both alchemy and cultivation. Sigh, looks like he's destined to lose. With a faint sigh, Ouyang noted that Ji Hao was already showing clear signs of defeat. At this point, he was being completely dominated, and for him to turn the tides by simply defending was practically impossible. Thinking this, Ouyang Yue no longer watched the fight, shifting his gaze to the opposite side. There, seated at high positions, were two figures. One was a white-bearded elder, whom Ouyang Yue was quite familiar with. It was the academy mentor himself. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, side by side. The man had a full beard, bare muscular arms, and from just a glance appeared rugged and wild. A black blade, about a meter long, was strapped to his back, giving the impression of immense heaviness. From intuition alone, Ouyang could tell this man was definitely more dangerous than the mentor. Below the two leading figures sat four more people. On the mentor's side, Lin was clearly among them, though she currently hadn't noticed Ouyang Yue in the stands, completely focused on the martial arena, occasionally letting out cheers. To her left sat a calm-faced man, seemingly entirely unaffected by what was happening before him. He was likely the only disciple present who remained utterly composed. Yin Tian. Ouyang Yue exhaled slightly, realizing that only the legendary Yin Tian, who he had never met, could exude such an aura. The Hongdao sect side looked largely similar to the academy's, also having one male and one female. The woman wore a crimson long robe, her expression filled with contempt. Beside her stood a man with a sinister gaze and similarly imposing demeanor, carrying a large sword of equal length strapped to his back. At this moment, however, he was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing battle, yet clearly the most dangerous individual from the Hongdao sect. Even Yin Tian, when glancing at the latter, instinctively revealed a trace of seriousness, clearly indicating a sense of caution. Definitely not ordinary figures. Sighing softly, Ouyang Yuya could naturally sense that each of the people present possessed a power close to the fifth realm of soul cultivation. As for Yun Tian and the sinister-looking man, their true strengths remained even harder to fathom. At that moment, suddenly, a murmur erupted from the crowd. It was then that everyone saw Ji Hao defeated by the seemingly frail opponent. A deep wound nearly an inch wide now cut across Ji Hao's right arm. I appreciate your concession. Smiling faintly, the frail man cast an unmistakable look of contempt toward Chen-Lin. Please. As his words echoed, all eyes turned toward Chen-Lin. Seeing this unfold, even Ouyang Yuya's face darkened with displeasure. Chapter 168. On the brink of conflict. The current scene was clear to everyone present. Anyone with a sharp eye could tell that both sides had an equal number of participants. The unspoken rule was obviously one-on-one combat based on the survival of the fittest system. Now, after defeating Ji Hao, this frail-looking man was challenging Chen-Lin, suggesting to fight two opponents consecutively. Such a declaration was undoubtedly a public slap in the face of the academy, causing all the spectators to show a mixture of complex and unpleasant expressions. Everyone naturally felt extremely dissatisfied with Hong Daosek's approach. Once the frail man's words faded, everyone turned their eyes toward Chen-Lin seated at the upper stand. Shortly afterward, murmurs and exclamations rose from the crowd. Even the expression on Yun Tian's face turned extremely grim. This was a blatant provocation. If Chen-Lin emerged victorious in this fight, the insult could be retracted, and they could even take the opportunity to suppress the opponent's momentum. But if she lost again, the disgrace would be truly unbearable. Yet, everyone was well aware of Chen-Lin's abilities. Even Ji Hao seemed slightly superior to her, so this match was essentially a certain loss without the slightest uncertainty. Damn it, do you really think you've already won? Just then, Ji Hao, who had been seriously injured, stood up once again, his sulfur cannon trembling as he was about to take action. Suddenly, however, he noticed that the frail man's body moved, and before anyone could react, delivered a palm strike under the angry gazes of others, sending Ji Hao flying out of the arena. Even a defeated opponent tries to play the hero. The frail man scoffed coldly after defeating Ji Hao with complete disregard for the furious expressions of the onlookers. He fixed his gaze back on Chen-Lin at the stand, his eyes filled with overt aggression. What? Is Miss Chen-Lin afraid to accept the challenge? The frail man smiled slightly, his right finger flashing with a golden glow emitting a sharp and formidable aura, his eyes filled with provocation as he looked at Chen-Lin. Afraid of what? At this moment, a crisp voice rang out, and everyone saw Chen-Lin leap from the viewing stand. Her sulfur cannon suddenly flashed in her hand, transforming into several cannonballs that took a remarkably sharp and tricky trajectory towards the frail man, releasing intense, searing winds as they whistled through the air. Great! Come on! As Chen-Lin's attack descended, a cheer rose from the crowd. After all, most of the audience were students of the academy, and the frail man's remarks had certainly incited their collective anger. Despite knowing Chen-Lin's strength was not impressive, to them, this match had already significantly boosted their morale. After blocking Chen-Lin's attack, the frail man's face showed even more disdain. I advise you to step down now. Your abilities will only bring disgrace upon yourself. Don't waste words. If you want to fight, come on. Show me what you've got only after you defeat me. You aren't even as strong and impressive as my dog Dahuang. Looking at her opponent, Chen-Lin replied just as fiercely, but her expression was filled with seriousness. Despite the opponent's frail build, she remained vigilant. After all, her skills were already somewhat inferior to Ji Hao's. Well said. As Chen-Lin finished speaking, the crowd erupted into laughter, and the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Even Ouyang Yuya at the lower platform couldn't help but smile faintly. This girl was direct and sharp-tongued. Even when facing enemies many times stronger than herself, she still refused to back down. Shaking his head wryly, he then subtly moved his lips, using the ability of the myriad phenomena square zone to transmit a thought to her. The moment the spiritual message arrived, Chen-Lin sensed it immediately. Her eyes scanned the area and quickly located Ouyang Yuya beneath the stand. Instantly, a smile formed on the corner of her mouth and joy filled her eyes. Facing the frail man standing in the battlefield, she said with more noticeable enthusiasm, "Come on, let me see how capable this so-called expert truly is." Sharp tongue and quick wit, but all just verbal jousting. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The frail man sneered coldly, then suddenly darted forward, shaking his sulfur cannon as golden lights flickered. These lights transformed into inch-long golden arrows shooting fiercely toward Chen-Lin, their penetrating quality causing the crowd's expressions to change dramatically. Hey! Seeing the incoming attack, Chen-Lin dared not show any negligence. Letting out a low shout, she conjured a fiery shield in front of her and simultaneously darted backward rapidly. Just as she retreated, the golden arrows struck her fiery shield. With a crisp sound, the shield was sliced cleanly into two pieces. With merely one strike, the disparity between the two became glaringly apparent. Clearly, Chen-Lin's power was still insufficient to match the frail man's strength. However, just as the fiery shield was torn apart, a fire cannonball shot out suddenly, intercepting and forcing the frail man's advancing figure to halt. Schlack! At that moment, a sharp golden gleam flashed, slicing the cannonball into midair. Simultaneously, while spinning his body, the frail man changed his direction, not advancing further, but instead forming several attacking motions and bombarding Chen-Lin with a series of relentless strikes. Watching the rapid attacks rushing toward her, Chunlin also felt a surge of panic. She tried to retreat, but it was already too late to dodge completely, and was struck by one of the blows. Instantly wounded by the fierce strike, she was forced backward, her face turning somewhat pale. Yet, she still refused to back down. However, the frail man's assault did not pause even as Chunlin was heavily injured. His body suddenly trembled, and within his palm, a golden streak of lightning condensed. In a flash of electric brilliance, he thrust his palm toward Chunlin's chest. It's useless. I told you, you're no match for me. The frail man sneered with a slight grin, watching Chunlin's pale expression, his eyes filled with mockery. All right, time to end this. The frail man smiled again, and a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Even he clearly understood that once Chunlin was defeated, even if Yuntian was powerful, he still wouldn't be able to oppose the three of them alone. At that point, the outcome would go without saying. The golden light darted forward like a sharp arrow, at an astonishing speed toward Chunlin. Its power was even greater than the previous attack against Ji Hao. Given Chunlin's current state, it was not hard to see that such a strike was utterly impossible for her to block. As the golden light streaked forward, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flickered. He was just about to act, but suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he forcibly stopped his raised hand. Just then, a muffled sound erupted as a streak of blue light suddenly flashed in, cutting through the air at blinding speed, intercepting and halting the golden beam. Then, a figure leaped forth, stepping directly in front of Chunlin and staring darkly at the frail man. You Hongdao sect have gone too far this time. The frail man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing the man suddenly emerge, even a flicker of fear flickering deep within his pupils, though he still maintained a smile. Yuntian, so you couldn't hold back after all. Step aside. Yuntian glanced at the frail man indifferently. Without waiting for him to finish, he waved his hand, sending a blue streak hurtling toward the frail man. Its speed was startling, leaving no clear trace of its trajectory. Clearly, the title of the top young expert in the xiuxian sect was well earned. The frail man, clearly wary of Yuntian, dared not face the attack head-on. Instead, he quickly retreated, attempting to dodge. However, he had underestimated the speed of the strike. As it neared, the frail man could already sense the dense danger radiating from it. Haha, Yuntian, you're a bit too impatient, aren't you? Just then, a sudden loud laughter rang out as another figure shot forward. Immediately, an exceptionally sharp blade energy swept through, slicing the strike from Yuntian clean in half. When the figure steadied itself, the entire arena erupted in exclamations. Even Yuntian's brows slightly furrowed, his voice slightly hoarse but heavy as he looked at the newcomer. Shenluo. The man called Shenluo offered a faint smile, his sinister face unsettling to the onlookers. He resheathed his massive blade behind his back and looked at Yuntian with barely a hint of fear in his eyes. Yuntian, do you really think one man can turn around this decisive moment? Yuntian's right arm suddenly trembled. A glimmer of light surged and formed into a sulfur cannon at his wrist, exuding terrifying fluctuations. How would I know if I don't try? Haha, then let me experience your formidable skills. Truthfully, I've always been curious to know how strong you, the so-called number one, have truly become. Are you really as legendary as they say? Shenluo sneered coldly, clenching his right hand. Immediately, the surrounding soul energy surged, converging toward his palm, condensing into a pitch-black sulfur cannon aimed directly at Yuntian. The tension between the two opposing forces thickened the atmosphere, as if storm clouds were gathering, signaling that an intense battle was about to erupt. Just as both sides were preparing for combat, a sudden explosion shattered the hall's roof. A figure then shot down rapidly, slamming forcefully into the floor like a log, firmly planting himself there. Hearing the stunned exclamations from the crowd, both Yuntian and Shenluo looked on in alarm, asking simultaneously, "Who is this?" Sangya. Just then, a slightly incredulous voice came as Ouyang Yuye walked up from the stands, looking toward Sangya with evident surprise in his tone. Damn it, it's Sangya. What are you here for? Ouyang Yuye furrowed his brows in confusion. As murmurs rose from the crowd below, Sangya looked slightly embarrassed, lightly waving his hand. Smiling slightly at the frowning Ouyang Yuye, he said, "Brother Ouyang, the earnings this month haven't been too good. Ugh, I already told you, you handle outside affairs while I manage internal ones. Why are you blaming me for bad revenue?" Chapter 169. Count me in. Looking at the tense atmosphere on the stage, everyone present felt the bizarre and heavy mood in the hall. The previously noisy spectators had now fallen completely silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the 5 people on stage, though many glanced at Yuntian's side with expressions of slight regret. After all, in terms of numbers, they certainly didn't have the advantage, not to mention that Chunlin had also sustained quite serious injuries, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the academy's side. Hehe, these little kids are really quite interesting. Don't you think so, instructor? Watching the scene unfold on stage, the head of the Hongdao sect, sitting in the main spectator stand, smiled as he spoke to the academy's instructor seated beside him. Seeing the latter's expression darkening only caused his grin to widen. The academy had always occupied the spot at the Zhen conference, preventing the Hongdao sect, despite having excellent disciples, from gaining any spotlight. To him, there was nothing more satisfying than seeing the academy suffer a setback. Shin 2, the outcome is still unknown. You're celebrating too soon. Haha, we'll just wait and see. In response to the instructor's words, Shen 2 merely smiled slightly but ignored the remark, directing his gaze back toward the 5 people below the stage. At that moment, The confrontation finally shattered as Xuanhuan suddenly let out a low shout. Immediately after, 5 sharp auras erupted violently. The ripple of energy caused the onlookers to turn pale with fright and increase their awe toward both parties' combat strengths. Indeed, these fluctuations were fitting of the top disciples of the xiuxian town. Yintian, I hope you won't disappoint me. Xuanhuan coldly laughed, and in the next instant, his figure shot forth like a streak of light, speeding straight toward Yintian. Xiao. As his body moved, a soft humming sound accompanied the sudden appearance of a yellowish-brown soul ring around his wrist. He was clearly a wood-attribute soul cultivator. As his soul artifact lightly trembled, countless spikes, each about an inch long, erupted from the ground, aiming directly at Yintian nearby. Yintian sneered lightly. Just as Xuanhuan's attack arrived, a blue light surged from his body. Then, those spikes, not yet fully emerged, were instantly frozen and, with a stomp of Yintian's foot, shattered into pieces. At the same time, Yintian immediately charged straight toward Xuanhuan without showing the slightest weakness. Xuanhuan, you don't have to bother with such half-hearted attacks anymore. Good. Seeing how quickly Yintian dealt with the direct assault, even Xuanhuan's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. Shaking his artifact, he suddenly spat out a brownish glow, which transformed into thick vines resembling dozens of giant claws sprouting from the ground and wrapping rapidly toward Yintian's body. Faced with the vines rapidly approaching, Yintian halted his steps and narrowed his eyes. As his artifact moved, numerous ice crystals shot forth, freezing the leading vines. Finally, as if swept by a hurricane, the vines flew backward in pieces, shattering into small chunks of ice. Having countered Xuanhuan's attack in one strike, Yintian did not hesitate in the slightest. He flicked his finger, shooting a blue crystal into his artifact. Soon after, intense fluctuations surged. Everyone watched in astonishment as the artifact emitted a shocking energy, forming a blade of ice that slashed toward Xuanhuan's face with a powerful aura far exceeding anything seen before. It's a Tier 3 skill. Seeing the attack from Yintian, the Hong Dao sect's head, Shen Tu, couldn't help but concentrate. He hadn't expected that Yintian could perfectly execute a Tier 3 technique merely as a Tier 2 alchemist. One had to know that crossing tiers improperly often resulted in backlashes. Unlike Shen Tu's surprised expression, the instructor sitting beside him wore a proud and satisfied look on his face. He was very clear about Yintian's capabilities. This kind of talent would surely shine brightly even in this Shen conference. That was also why he remained calm and composed until now. He had complete confidence that even a single person, Yintian, would be more than enough. Indeed impressive. Likewise, Xuanhuan sensed a dangerous aura from the attack and immediately dared not meet it head-on. His eyes fixed on the incoming strike, he suddenly let out a low shout. His artifact vanished mysteriously, and with both hands, he reached behind his back and, with a shout, pulled out the massive blade tied there before slashing downward without any warning, each movement executed flawlessly and smoothly. With the ringing sound of the sword drawn from its scabbard, the huge blade transformed into a shocking sword beam, colliding head-on with the ice blade. Such a sharp sword beam indeed caused some cracks to appear on the ice blade. Yet since it was a Tier 3 technique, despite this, it still didn't shatter and continued cutting through fiercely. Not enough. Seeing that one slash had not finished the job, Xuanhuan's face darkened immediately. He flicked his blade once more, weaving brilliant silvery arcs of light as he slashed downward again. This time, the ice blade finally shattered into fragments. Once the attack dissipated, the two figures of Yintian and Xuanhuan emerged again, standing in confrontation. After this brief exchange, both men's faces bore a faint flush, clearly showing that such attacks had been quite taxing on them. Quite an impressive sword technique. But if you're relying solely on that. Yintian spoke, then suddenly paused. A crisp sound echoed, and soon a crystalline blue soul ring appeared around his wrist, emitting a faint but astonishing aura. I'm afraid today isn't your lucky day. As soon as the soul ring illuminated, Yintian's presence suddenly turned razor-sharp, far more piercing than before. Obviously, he had held back his true strength earlier. Witnessing this sudden shift, the spectators couldn't help but exchange frightened glances. At Yintian's soft shout, another ice blade erupted from his artifact, shooting straight toward Xuanhuan. Its aura was even more terrifying than before. As it cut through the air, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and even the space seemed to emit faint wisps of white mist, concealing the blade's path in a ghostly haze. Hiss! Watching Yintian strike, everyone inhaled sharply, clearly sensing that Yintian was now serious. Even Ouyang Yuye's expression turned grave. As the ice blade shot forth, he could feel the dual fish of yin and yang within his body slowly rotating, especially on the blue side, where radiant light surged out. Automatically, a pale mist formed around his body, a clear indication of how horrifying Yintian's attack truly was. Xuanhuan, too, could feel it. He inhaled deeply, gripped his sword tightly, and saw streams of brownish energy rushing from his palms into the hilt. It spread rapidly, visible to the naked eye, surging along the blade and staining the edge itself brown. Heaven-splitting strike. With a roar that sounded like a beast's, a brilliant blade of light emerged, clashing head-on with the ice blade. The sheer pressure of this blade was no less formidable than the ice one. What are you hesitating for? Attack! As the sword beam flew forward, Xuanhuan barked a low command. Instantly, the other two members of the Hong Dao sect sprang forth, their target still Yintian. It was clear the Hong Dao sect was now resorting to a numbers advantage. In this scenario, Yun Tian would inevitably find himself surrounded, making defeat almost certain. Thinking of teaming up? Not while I'm around. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out. Chun-Lin dashed forward, sending a series of fiery blasts from her soul artifact in an attempt to stop the other two attackers. Hee, little girl, do you really think you're enough for me? At that moment, a sensuous, alluring voice sounded. Then, the woman from the Hong Dao sect appeared silently. A thick yellow shield materialized before her, blocking Chun-Lin's attacks. Her own body flickered like a stream of light. With a graceful turn of her fair arms, a dry vine emerged from underground, wrapping tightly around Chun-Lin, who cried out in shock. Hee, let me send you on your way, dearie. Smiling sweetly, the woman swiped her waist and drew a dagger, aiming straight for Chun-Lin's chest. If this strike connected, Chun-Lin would certainly suffer grave injuries. Unexpectedly, this woman was ruthless and cruel. However, just as the dagger was about to strike, a sudden golden light shot forth, shattering the weapon. The unexpected event momentarily startled the woman. Then, as she saw the golden light slicing toward her, her face turned extremely grim. She immediately abandoned Chun-Lin, hastily retreating and joining forces with the frail man to break through the golden light, though her expression remained deeply troubled. The frail man glared menacingly at the young man who had suddenly appeared beside Chun-Lin. Especially upon noticing the red soul ring around the latter's wrist, his gaze turned heavy with caution. This newcomer was none other than Ouyang Yuya, who had just intervened. Who do you think you are, interfering like this? Don't you know the rules here? He rules? Those don't bind me. Ouyang Yuya chuckled faintly, ignoring the feeble shouting of the frail man as he slashed through the vines entangling Chun-Lin, his expression slightly odd. You knew I'd step in eventually. Who told you to just stand around? Chun-Lin pouted, clearly unhappy, though her annoyance soon faded as she noticed nearly everyone's eyes locked on them. Blushing deeply, she turned toward the instructor on the high platform. Master, it's fine if he replaces Ji Hao, right? Ha, naturally it's fine. Seeing Ouyang Yuya appear, the instructor's face lit up with joy. Although he didn't know much about this new disciple's background, that didn't hinder his appreciation for him in the slightest. Letting out a slight sigh, Ouyang Yuya seemed somewhat helpless as he rubbed his forehead, then turned toward Shin Luo and the other two whose expressions were darkening. Then count me in as well. Chapter 170. What you have, I have too. Ouyang Yuya, who defeated Ji Hao. Looking at the sudden appearance of Ouyang Yuya, Yun Tian also frowned slightly, his eyes likewise revealing a trace of surprise, but it quickly faded back into his usual calmness. Although he had been in retreat for cultivation these past few days, he remained well informed about major happenings in the academy, quickly identifying Ouyang Yuya's identity. Although slightly astonished, he regarded it merely as a passing curiosity. In his opinion, Ji Hao's strength was practically insignificant. Defeating him didn't prove much. They can be left to you without any problem? He asked indifferently after glancing at Ouyang Yuya. Big brother Yun Tian, rest assured. Chun-Lin patted her chest confidently, her words brimming with determination. Her bold promise made Ouyang Yuya give a helpless bitter smile. Well then, how about leaving those two to you? Chun-Lin giggled, stretching lazily as she pointed at the two disciples from Hongdaemun. Her earlier worry had completely vanished. You say that, so what can I do? Ouyang Yuya rolled his eyes in resignation, utterly helpless before Chun-Lin's audacity. Just a momentary advantage, and you actually think you're someone to be reckoned with. Today, I'll see exactly where your confidence comes from. Watching the flirtatious exchange between Ouyang Yuya and Chun-Lin, completely ignoring their presence, the frail-looking male angrily shouted out. Nothing was more cutting than being disregarded. Annoying. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's face darkened. Without warning, his figure shot forward violently, like a sharp, giant sword dashing toward the two. Seeing Ouyang Yuya attack so decisively, their faces immediately turned icy cold. They exchanged a glance before simultaneously shaking their crystal cannons, unleashing two completely different light beams straight at the incoming Ouyang Yuya. With such seamless coordination, the two attacks began to converge together, drawing nods of approval from the onlookers. This sea-shirt truly lived up to the reputation of Hongdaemun's top disciples. Seeing the incoming attacks, Ouyang Yuya's eyes suddenly sharpened with admiration. He quickly rubbed his Jinkun bag, pulling out a crimson crystal and throwing it into his crystal cannon. Immediately, he launched several fireballs in response, fully covering the key spots of the two Hongdaemun disciples. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's counterattack, the frail male emitted a mocking sneer. Faced with their joint strike, Ouyang Yuya still relied on such a basic attack. It was undoubtedly seeking his own doom. Smirking, he sneered. Boy, you'll soon realize how foolish you truly are. As he spoke, he infused more soul power, making the light beam from his cannon even more concentrated. Is that so? Facing the frail male's mockery, Ouyang Yuya remained unaffected, his expression unchanging as he coldly snorted. Suddenly, he formed hand seals with his hands, and then the incoming fireballs changed course, aligning in a perfectly synchronized manner. To the horror of everyone present, the projectiles arranged themselves into a straight line, connected subtly by fine red threads of fire energy, linking over a dozen fireballs into one single, blazing whip. With a light flick, the whip, seemingly alive, lashed out at the two colliding beams of light. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's attack, the mentors on the viewing platform and Shintu wore shocked expressions, especially the mentor, who stood up abruptly from his seat in utter disbelief, muttering, "What an incredible technique!" Boom! Before the shock had even worn off their faces, the crimson whip crashed violently into the two colored beams. A dull explosive sound rang out as the beams could no longer withstand the fierce lashing and shattered violently. Alongside the destruction, several fireballs from the whip also dispersed. However, the remaining fireballs, undiminished in power, lashed toward the frail male and the female once again. In the face of the searing winds, their faces changed dramatically. As they rapidly retreated, the female cried out, and in a flash, her crystal cannon conjured up a tawny shield that barely blocked the flying whip. With a crisp sound, the shield resisted for only a brief moment before shattering once more. Taking advantage of this brief halt, the frail male swung his crystal cannon, shattering Ouyang Yue's crimson whip. After this flash of combat, the frail male's face revealed a shock he hadn't shown before. He no longer dared underestimate Ouyang Yue's strength, and his gaze toward him now carried genuine seriousness. Unlike the frail male, Ouyang Yue's face carried a faint expression of delight. The technique he had just used was the chain sulfur cannon he had purchased at the Xiuxian auction. Ever since obtaining it, he had occasionally glanced through its manual, but he never expected its first use to be so effective. Although the soul power it consumed was equally astonishing, even the Dahuang Lingjue's recovery speed struggled to keep up. Pondering silently for a moment, he calculated that with his current strength, he could probably only execute such an attack twice before exhausting himself completely. Still, the outcome satisfied him greatly. This fellow is strange. Xiuxian, attack together, the frail male said darkly, glaring at Ouyang Yue, and with those words, his body darted sideways. The woman called Xiuxian gave a slight nod, and as her jade-like hand tightened, the cannon's mouth glowed with crystalline brown light. Suddenly, without warning, numerous vine-like tendrils erupted from the ground, reaching toward Ouyang Yue's ankles. Once entangled, such a fierce technique would surely leave him completely immobilized. Ouyang Yue wasted no time. He immediately slapped his Qiankun bag and inserted a yellow crystalline stone into the sulfur cannon. The cannon vibrated violently and fired downward at the location of the vines, instantly generating sharp, identical spines from the ground, ripping through the roots of the vines. With a crisp sound, the vines were pierced and shattered. In response, Ouyang Yue gripped the sulfur cannon tightly again, firing bursts of flame directly toward Xiuxian. Earth Shield. Facing imminent danger, Xiuxian summoned the shield once again. At this moment, her expression showed signs of exhaustion. Under such intense soul power depletion, she certainly could not rival Ouyang Yue, who possessed the Dahuang Lingjue. The overwhelming assault smashed through the protective barrier she had created, and soon after, Xiuxian's face turned visibly pale. Yet, Ouyang Yue did not relent. He immediately charged forward again, clearly aiming to follow up on his advantage. But as he stepped forward, he caught sight of a figure streaking swiftly from the side, followed closely by a blade flashing with golden light. Seeing the figure rush past, Ouyang Yue's expression changed instantly, silently exclaiming how fast that speed was. Without evading, he activated the Wanxiang Fengzuan within his body, producing a milky white light barrier that blocked the attack before the frail male's astonished eyes. Seeing his attack blocked, the frail male growled, swinging his sulfur cannon and now charging at Ouyang Yue barefisted. Meanwhile, Xiuxian beside him also leaped forward unyieldingly, transforming into a dagger, clearly targeting Ouyang Yue's armpit. After failing to gain any advantage through alchemy, both resorted to using their soulsur abilities. Watch out! Seeing their movements, Chunlin immediately cried out in alarm. Do they want to use soulsur power now? Ouyang Yue slightly narrowed his eyes as he watched the two approach, taking a deep breath. His eyes reflected a deep contempt as he sneered. You have it. So do I. Rather than evading their combined assault, Ouyang Yue remained stationary. His right arm twisted and transformed into a terrifying dragon's arm, which grabbed and crushed their incoming attacks. Then, without pausing, the arm smashed down onto the frail male's chest. With the snapping sound of breaking bones, the man's body flew backward forcefully and slammed heavily onto the ground, clearly unable to fight any further. In one decisive blow, Ouyang Yue had felled the frail opponent. With a mere clenched fist, he grabbed the nearby stone tablet and slammed it down onto Xiuxian's shoulder. Although the impact wasn't heavy, it was enough to send her flying as well. Witnessing how easily Ouyang Yue had countered both attacks, the onlookers watching from the arena burst into astonished exclamations. Even Yun Tian and Shin Tu, engaged in their own duel, slightly lifted their eyebrows. What a ruthless guy. Although engaged in combat themselves, the two fighters had not taken their eyes off Ouyang Yue and his group and had clearly witnessed the entire battle. Seeing their side suffer such a crushing defeat, Shin Tu looked toward Ouyang Yue standing leisurely not far away, his face darkening with intense displeasure. Because of this young man's sudden appearance, their previously dominant position had been completely shattered, leaving them essentially defeated. He swung his blade forcefully, sending Yun Tian retreating, his face full of bitter resentment. Shen Luo, your Hongdaemon has lost. Yun Tian swept his gaze toward Ouyang Yue, and for the first time, his usually calm expression flickered slightly. The danger this man exuded was even greater than that of Shen Luo. Rubbish. Shen Luo was equally furious, but was just about to charge forward when he suddenly heard a firm voice from Shin Tu on the platform stop him. Enough, father. Seeing Shin Tu actually speak out to stop him, Shen Luo had just opened his mouth when Shin Tu cut him off with a sharp command. Still not ashamed enough? 2 against 1, and still losing so disgracefully. All of you, return at once. Shin Tu glared at the 3 of them, his face filled with fury and frustration. He had no other choice now. Continuing the fight would only bring further humiliation. Yes. Seeing Shen Tu was truly enraged, Shen Luo dared not speak back. He shot a resentful glare toward Ouyang Yuya, gritting his teeth angrily as his lips moved in silent threat. Although the message was vague, Ouyang Yuya clearly understood its meaning. Clearly, just wait. Ouyang Yuya smiled faintly, but remained unmoved. Judging from his past experiences, he had often been threatened, but in the end, things rarely went badly for him. Thus, he had developed a natural immunity toward such threats. As Shen Tu led the members of Hongdaemun away in disgrace, students watching from below the arena burst into thunderous cheers, clearly feeling a great sense of satisfaction. Even the mentor, whose expression usually remained calm like still water, revealed a stiff smile and looked at Ouyang Yuya with visible approval. You three, follow me. With these words, the mentor walked forward toward the back hall, leaving Ouyang Yuya and the others momentarily stunned. What are you standing there for? Go. At this moment, Chun Lin waved her hand in front of Ouyang Yuya's face, her expression filled with excitement. Hey, don't freeze up. Hee, the mentor seems to be in a good mood. Surely there will be a reward. Let's go. Saying this, Chun Lin chased after the mentor. Yun Tian glanced at Ouyang Yuya, then silently nodded before walking off first. Ouyang Yuya helplessly curled his lips. The reason he had acted was partly due to Chun Lin, but mostly out of his own ambitions. Ever since he decided to apply to the alchemy and gold departments, he had set his sights on seizing a spot in the upcoming championship gathering. He firmly believed that only by participating in the championship would he have a chance at entering those two prestigious departments, and the previous battle was the perfect opportunity to secure one of those slots. He believed that now, he finally possessed the qualifications to make demands of the mentor. He clenched his fist tightly, suddenly recalling the intimate scene that had occurred a few days ago inside the cave. A slight curve of anticipation formed at the corner of his lips. I will show you just how capable I am of earning your admiration. Chapter 171 Conditions. Haha, well done. Truly a gratifying victory. In the backyard of the academy, the mentor sat upright on a stone chair. Although his face still carried a subtle trace of rigid severity, his expression clearly revealed the gleam of excitement. It was obvious he was also delighted by the resounding defeat of the Hong Dao sect this time. Beneath him stood Ouyang Yuya and two others. Compared to the joy displayed by Yun Tian and Chen Lin, Ouyang Yuya's expression was far more calm. Eyes lowered, he remained silent, contemplating how to bring up his request to the mentor. In his opinion, this mentor was simply the epitome of obstinacy and inhumanity. Undoubtedly, Chen Lin had been the one to plant such a thought in his mind. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, suddenly he felt a sharp gust of wind rushing toward his face. Taken aback, he swiftly lifted his head and caught the incoming object midair. Opening his palm, he found 5 brown jade slips, undoubtedly the Huangshi or Gongsi, as he already knew them well. You did a fine job this time. This is a reward for you. Naturally, if there's anything else you need, just speak up. Hear that? Quick, say what you need. This opportunity doesn't come often. At the sudden voice, Ouyang turned his head and saw Chen Lin winking at him, prompting him to suppress a chuckle. Ignoring Chen Lin completely, he looked at the Huangshi in his hand, a slight curve forming at the corner of his lips. 5 pieces wasn't bad at all, he thought while nodding inwardly. He could even feel the burning gaze Chen Lin was casting his way. Without pretense, he placed the stones into his xiuxian pouch, then cupped his hands and bowed slightly toward the mentor. In that case, I won't be shy about accepting it. Haha, that's the spirit. I should have seen it all along. You're no ordinary kid. The mentor laughed, his tone filled with admiration. Mentor, may I ask why the xuanhuan is of such importance? Suddenly, Ouyang Yuya spoke up. From the fierce battle earlier, he could already sense how extraordinary the stakes of the xuanhuan competition must be. Otherwise, both factions wouldn't have fought so hard over it. Naturally, this didn't merely concern the matter of entering either the Alchemy or Gold Academy. There must be additional benefits involved. xuanhuan, in short, is a competition where disciples fight in hopes of gaining recognition from mentors in both the Alchemy and Gold Academies. Even if you don't get selected, those two academies will still distribute certain cultivation resources based on ranking to various factions to foster excellent disciples. Huangshi is among the rewards given out. The higher the ranking, the more one receives. Of course, if a faction produces a standout disciple recognized by the academies, they'll receive an even greater share. That's why the Hong Dao sect came scrambling to fight for it. After all, every faction deeply craves Huangshi. Obtaining it allows their disciples to rise another tier. Yun Tian explained beside him, his voice no longer calm or cold as usual. Ouyang Yuya's strength had reached a level he now respected, so his tone was naturally courteous and subtly hinted at an effort to build a connection. Ouyang understood his intentions and smiled slightly in return. His gaze then turned once again toward the mentor. After Yun Tian's explanation, his understanding of xuanhuan deepened, especially his curiosity toward the Alchemy and Gold Academies grew. Since they could provide various factions with Huangshi, it wasn't hard to imagine that disciples inside those academies would surely be far more abundant in their resources compared to those in xiuxian town. For him, this couldn't have been better news. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to decide. He had to participate in the xuanhuan. Immediately, he asked, "May I ask, mentor, whether you already have internal candidates in mind for the xuanhuan selection?" At his question, the mentor's expression suddenly froze. Then, slowly nodding, he replied, "In previous years, each faction could send 3 disciples to compete. Last year, we sent Yun Tian, Chen Lin, and Ji Hao. At the time, however, the disciples from other factions weren't very strong. Only Yun Tian had barely advanced to the level of second-tier alchemy master. Yet even so, we still suffered a crushing defeat in xiuxian town, ending up at the very bottom. Last place? Ouyang Yuya gave a slight nod. So it seemed the strength of xiuxian town was truly nothing impressive. Taking a step forward, he said, "Disciple has a request to make." "Oh, what is it?" The mentor chuckled. "Go ahead, whatever I can decide, I shall grant. You are, after all, a hero of our academy. Ha ha ha. Too kind, mentor." Ouyang Yuya smiled politely. "I would like to participate in the xuanhuan. May I ask if there's still a spot available?" As his words settled, he saw the smile on the mentor's face gradually fade. The mentor appeared lost in thought for a moment before finally asking in a deep tone, "Give me your reason." If I'm not mistaken, mentor would surely assign Yun Tian, Chen Lin, and Ji Hao for this competition? Then may I ask, mentor, what rank do you expect us to achieve? At Ouyang Yuya's blunt question, the mentor's expression flickered slightly, but he still answered, "With Yun Tian's strength, landing in the top 3 wouldn't be hard." Huh. Before the mentor had even finished, Ouyang suddenly laughed, shaking his head slightly. Then he continued, "It seems mentor still hasn't truly faced our capabilities. It's not merely not hard. It's impossible." As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed the mentor's face darken, but he pressed on without hesitation. "A few days ago, I had a clash with several disciples from Qinglin town, an experience Chen Lin also shares. Their overall strength far surpasses Ji Hao's. In that case, how exactly do we expect to win?" Ouyang Yuya showed no restraint in opposing the mentor's view. "I won't deny Yun Tian's power, but one person alone can only do so much. I believe other factions also have experts equal to Yun Tian." Ouyang's words hold truth. Yun Tian, usually proud and ambitious, nodded in agreement. "There's always someone stronger. I dare not let arrogance take root." Haha. Although your words are blunt, they do carry weight. Still, I'm curious. If you were to take part in the competition, how confident would you be? The mentor suddenly laughed, his sharp gaze locking onto Ouyang Yuya. When he finished speaking, Ouyang noticed both Yun Tian and Chen Lin turn their eyes toward him, clearly interested in his answer. Though they had witnessed his strength before, he had only faced 2 other disciples from the Hongdao sect. Yun Tian believed he could achieve similar feats. Ouyang Yuya smiled again before answering amid the others' shocked expressions. "I'd say there's a 50% chance of securing first place." "Oh." As his voice echoed, Ouyang Yuya immediately felt the surrounding air grow heavy, even exuding an intense pressure. Under this weight, he felt the soul energy within his body tremble slightly. Then came the mentor's voice, dark and cold. "I admit your strength is commendable, but understand, you must take full responsibility for what you just claimed." Ouyang Yuya narrowed his eyes briefly. At that moment, the 10,000 images cask within him quivered slightly, and the yin-yang twin fish below his dantian began rotating slowly. The pressure around his body eased somewhat, and he raised his head, nodding at the mentor. "Naturally, I understand that well." "Ha, good. Then I shall grant you this opportunity. But of course, old man has something to ask of you in return." "What is it?" Ouyang Yuya's eyes flashed with sharpness. He had an instinctive feeling that the mentor's request would be tied to something he possessed. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. When the mentor finally revealed his condition, even Ouyang was momentarily stunned, followed by a tinge of resignation. What the mentor sought was none other than the chain-style sulfur cannon technique Ouyang had previously demonstrated. "Well, kid, you should know this condition is a great deal for you." Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya shook his head slightly in Wane. Then, under the mentor's surprised gaze, he suddenly added, "Then how about adding 20 wangshi?" "What? 20? The moment Ouyang Yuya proposed it, the mentor also let out an exclamation, appearing extremely disbelieving. "Do you think I have an abundant supply of wangshi here? No way. Then there's nothing to talk about. This alchemy technique was given to me by a senior expert. Its value is definitely above 20 gongshi." Saying this, Ouyang Yuya gave a slightly regretful shake of his head and turned to leave. Suddenly halfway through his walk, he looked back at the mentor with a grin, flashing a row of white teeth. "I can go to the Hongdao sect. I believe they would be more than happy to take me up on it. Farewell." Watching Ouyang Yuya's retreating back, the mentor gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes almost bursting with anger. With a string of curses, he swung his arm, sending a series of wangshi flying out with great force. The strength behind them was tremendous. If Ouyang were to catch them, even with his strong physique, he would surely be pushed backward. The wangshi shot through the air with abnormal speed, their fierce momentum accompanied by sharp, cutting whistling sounds. Feeling the gust of wind from behind, Ouyang Yuya instantly broke into a grin. Then, abruptly turning around, his right arm trembled violently and transformed into a hideous dragon's claw. With one swift motion, he caught all the incoming wangshi in his grasp. After securing them, his dragon-like arm rippled and absorbed the force behind them, and his smile only deepened. Deal. Chapter 172, Refining Institute and Golden Institute. Snap. Inside a small wooden cabin, the dim candlelight enveloped the silhouettes of 2 sitting figures on one side. At this moment, the 2 resembled meditating monks, remaining completely still, only occasionally revealing the faintest movement after long periods of silence, then sinking back into their earlier stillness, with only their faint and slightly dark shadows falling on the ground from time to time. Ouyang Yuya gently placed a piece on the board and looked at Chun Rong's father, a faint meaningful curve appearing at the corner of his lips. As the Zhun meeting approached, everyone was busying themselves with cultivation, yet Ouyang had become the most leisurely among them. His cultivation had just recently improved, so there was no urgency for further advancement. Although his current strength couldn't be called top among the younger generation, it was definitely superior to ordinary individuals. Thus, in his leisure time, he often went to find Xuanhuan to play Go, and through these brief moments of peace, he always managed to perceive things beyond cultivation, such as achieving a considerable improvement in mental composure. It's been a few days, and your skills have definitely improved quite a bit. After pondering for a moment, Xuanhuan smiled slightly while shaking his head, admiration clearly present in his tone. Never would I have thought that despite years of immersion in this game, I still couldn't match you even in a single round. Well done. No wonder Lin praised your skill in playing Go. Hearing this, Ouyang couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Sweat began to form on his forehead. A few days prior, when he had played with Lin, that girl couldn't even sit still and often went back on her moves. Even under such conditions, he had won more than 10 rounds in less than half an hour. As for how Lin felt at that time, he felt helpless and even rather awkward. Now, hearing the teasing from Xuanhuan, he could only dryly chuckle and say, you're flattering me. Haha, I'm not someone who easily praises others. What's good is good, and what's not is not. Xuanhuan gathered the pieces from the board and paused briefly before asking, Lin told me you've decided to participate in the Zhen meeting? Upon hearing this, Ouyang was slightly taken aback before slowly nodding his head, not uttering a word, though a faint sadness surfaced in his heart. He clearly understood that this departure might last for quite a while, and it would likely be difficult to return again. Yet during the past dozen or so days, the father and daughter of the Chen family had shown him meticulous care. If not for the heavy burdens he carried, he would have gladly stayed. After all, here he had experienced an unusual sense of belonging reminiscent of his time in Shanjin town. Having certain goals is always a good thing. Besides, you don't belong here, and you're bound to leave sooner or later. Am I right? At Xuanhuan's words, Ouyang was momentarily stunned, quickly raising his head to find an indescribable glimmer in Xuanhuan's eyes, as though he already knew something. Seeing Xuanhuan's expression, Ouyang immediately felt a tremor in his heart, his body involuntarily stiffening. In the face of the unknown, he instinctively became vigilant. You're really too cautious. Laughing, Xuanhuan shook his head and suddenly raised his right hand, tossing out a scroll, which Ouyang caught. When he unfurled the scroll, even his normally composed demeanor couldn't help but ripple slightly. A chill rising from deep within his heart spread through his limbs and bones. Along with the changes in his mentality, the myriad forms vial within his body also exhibited the faintest fluctuation for the first time. This scroll was actually a wanted poster issued by the Alan Empire, and there was actually an image of him on it. His gaze slowly shifted downward to the signature section, which bore the clear seals of the 4 great families of Alan in joint issuance. Without much thought, he knew that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Nangong Tian. His expression turned somewhat grim at once. This thing has already passed through the border and spread to all surrounding empires, and even some significant forces have already obtained copies. Regarding your matters, rumors have already begun circulating among traveling merchants. Currently, in the Jinding Empire, there isn't a soul who hasn't heard of you. Therefore, your current situation isn't very good. But honestly speaking, the feat of fighting solo against a Da Di Soul master is quite impressive. No wonder you recovered from your injuries so quickly. If it had been another person during the rescue, you would have barely survived. Xuanhuan spoke casually, noticing Ouyang grim look. Though he spoke lightheartedly, Ouyang wasn't in the mood to laugh. As he fell into thought, his eyes gradually narrowed. He seemed resigned as he gave a slight sigh and rubbed his temples, feeling quite helpless. This really is a fight to the death. So I advise you not to go to the Refining Institute or the Golden Institute anymore. Seeing Ouyang direct his gaze toward him, Xuanhuan continued, I think those 2 places are quite sensitive to your identity. If you go there, it would be like a wolf entering a tiger's den. Once discovered, it would be extremely troublesome. Upon hearing this, Ouyang slightly nodded, clenching his fists tightly. After a moment, he suddenly asked, tell me your method. I suppose you wouldn't bring this up unless you had one. There is one, but it depends on whether you're willing to try, Xuanhuan said, placing another piece on the board as he spoke to Ouyang. Back in my youth, I traveled across various dynasties and learned a secret technique. It's actually quite simple. It can change one's appearance. When applied, it could conceal your features. I think you can give it a try, but... Hearing this, Ouyang eyes immediately brightened, and he looked at Xuanhuan, asking, but what? This secret technique, to put it frankly, is somewhat of a double-edged sword. Although its effect can sometimes be good, it also comes with its drawbacks. The issue is that once applied, it requires soul energy within your body to maintain it. And not just a little soul energy, either. The decision is yours to make. Oh, there's actually such a secret technique. Ouyang nodded thoughtfully before falling into contemplation. Although such a secret technique was certainly desirable, it did come with considerable drawbacks as mentioned. In this case, part of his soul energy would constantly need to sustain the technique, significantly reducing his combat effectiveness. However, he currently had no other options, so after a brief moment of consideration, he nodded somewhat reluctantly, saying, I'll give it a try. Good, then I shall teach it to you for unforeseen circumstances. However, I still have some advice to share with you. Please go ahead. Do you already have a choice on which academy to join? Xuanhuan's sudden question slightly startled Ouyang, though he still answered, I once heard that although the two academies are nearly equal in strength, the Refining Institute has a slight edge, whereas the Golden Institute is a bit inferior. That's right, Xuanhuan affirmed with a nod before continuing. Both the Refining Institute and the Golden Institute are regarded as holy ground within the Jinding Empire. Alchemists trained by these two academies become targets of fierce competition among various factions wherever they go. After all, only second and third tier empires have academies. In fourth tier empires, only clans exist, and as for fifth tier empires, there's no need for me to elaborate further. Therefore, academies in third tier empires are already quite impressive. However, there's still a gap among the academies, and since you may not be very familiar with this, I'll speak plainly. The Refining Institute is directly overseen by the current emperor of the Jinding Empire, whereas the Golden Institute was merely founded by a high-level alchemist. Listening to Xuanhuan's explanation, even Ouyang couldn't help but feel a startle. He never expected the backing of the Refining Institute to be so formidable. In other words, the Refining Institute was actually the Imperial Academy of Jinding. You mean? Ouyang, with his sharp wit, quickly grasped the general meaning of Xuanhuan's words. Indeed, you understand the saying that tall trees attract strong winds. Precisely for this reason, many outstanding talents tend to choose the Refining Institute after each Zhan meeting every year. Though the Golden Institute also recruits individuals of considerable talent, they are far inferior compared to those of the Refining Institute. After all, the top few selected through trials are always poached by the Refining Institute. Due to conflicts of interest among empires, if you choose the Golden Institute and your identity is discovered, I think the Refining Institute will definitely not allow you to remain unless you possess overwhelming strength over all their disciples. Xuanhuan paused to glance at Ouyang, who seemed to be contemplating deeply, and continued. Conversely, with your abilities joining the Golden Institute, I believe you will surely attain a notable status. By then, even if your identity is revealed, I think they will still choose to retain you. As Ouyang listened to Xuanhuan's analysis, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully while he weighed things internally. It wasn't until now that he fully understood the true nature of these two academies. Initially, he thought arriving in the Jinding Empire would mean relative safety and freedom from the grasp of the Alan Empire. However, he hadn't anticipated the Alan Empire's reach would extend so far. This had completely disrupted his plans, leaving him with no choice but to flee once more. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache, as if trouble would follow him no matter where he went. What unsettled him even more was that, wherever he went, he always felt as though an invisible net was closing in on him, trapping him with no escape. And this feeling was especially intense now. His fists clenched tightly. Nangong, old dog. Next time I return, it won't be this simple. He muttered viciously, turning his gaze toward Xuanhuan, then exhaled deeply. Teach me that secret technique. I think the Golden Institute might be more suitable for me. Decided already? Seeing the firmness in Ouyang expression, Xuanhuan nodded approvingly without adding further words. Then, a golden light flashed from his hand and eventually transformed into a radiant golden orb that he tossed toward him. This contains the method of the secret technique, but unless it's absolutely necessary, use it with caution. Chapter 173. Want to fight? I'll play along. Ouyang sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes tightly shut, while streams of brownish energy spiraled around his body. As this energy flowed into him, his aura gradually rose at a slow pace, until suddenly it stopped, and then receded back into his body like a retreating tide, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking jade tablets. He exhaled a mouthful of stale air, slowly opening his eyes. The list of participants for the sex competition had already been finalized. With Yun Tianhe and Shun Lin preoccupied cultivating the chain sulfur bomb, these past few days he'd still been training, though his mentor had been too preoccupied to monitor him. Naturally, the responsibility had fallen onto his own shoulders, sparing him from the academy's daily group training and leaving him much freer these days. Clutching his right palm shut, the twin yin and yang fish within his body began rotating. A red glow flashed and turned into a stream of scorching energy swirling in his palm, incinerating the brown powder within to ashes. A flicker of pained regret briefly passed through his eyes. In recent days, each training session had drawn on the energy of Wangshi, and through continuous practice, the unstable energy caused by his recent advancement into the soul cultivator stage had gradually become stable and solid. But the cost was having completely exhausted the 20 Wangshi he had extorted earlier. Perhaps due to the presence of a Gongxin, his absorption of Wangshi energy seemed unusually fast, even accelerating the circulation of the Great Wilderness Spirit method. However, he hadn't had time to investigate why. Having enjoyed the previous euphoric training sessions, he now found himself worrying once more about the shortage of Wangshi. Truly broke. Weighing the last 5 Wangshi in his hand, he sighed deeply. Suddenly, his spiritual senses stirred and the soul energy around him surged, causing his face to twist in a strange, almost eerie way. Moments later, his appearance had completely transformed into someone entirely different. Even his aura changed, simpler and more hun-ho. Running his fingers over his sharply defined jawline, Ouyang nodded in satisfaction. This disguise should definitely be convincing enough. From recent observation, the soul energy consumed by this secret art wasn't too heavy, though it was a bit cumbersome to use, requiring constant flow of soul energy across his face. Luckily, the recovery rate of the Great Wilderness Spirit method was sufficient enough to sustain it. He shifted his energy again, reverting back to his original appearance, stepped off the bed, and opened the door. As soon as he stepped out, he heard the sounds of Xuanhuan shouting in anger. Then, a familiar mocking chuckle rang out. A shadow zipped by at such a speed that even he failed to catch a clear glimpse. But the shadow abruptly halted before Xuanhuan. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a monkey, and seated atop the monkey was a magnificent tiger. Xuanhuan recognized this beast immediately. It was the young tiger-lion demon Crystal King they had brought back earlier with Chen. It had to be said, the growth speed of spirit beasts was indeed terrifying. Though not yet fully grown, and only the size of a full-grown wild wolf, its regal, fierce bearing was already evident. The fiery red scales on its back shimmered under direct sunlight, emitting a crystalline red glow that gave off an aura of bloodlust. The young tiger-lion demon beast clearly recognized Xuanhuan. It crouched low near his feet, growling softly while rubbing its head affectionately against his clothes. Its swaying movements jostled the monkey on its back to and fro, but the monkey just enjoyed petting its scales, chuckling all the while. Amazingly, despite the monkey's obvious teasing, the young beast only responded with submission. This future king of beasts was completely under the thumb of a mere monkey. Such a sight would surely shock anyone upon hearing of it. The monkey chortled and took a huge bite from a chunk of meat before stuffing the remaining piece into the young tiger's mouth. Witnessing this scene of harmony, Xuanhuan gave a helpless smile, grabbed the monkey, and tossed it onto his shoulder. Let's go. There's somewhere we need to go. GG. The monkey blinked its eyes, nodded, then pointed and gestured wildly at the tiger below. Apparently the two understood each other quite well. After the monkey's gestures, the tiger quietly moved away. Xuanhuan could only sweat slightly at the sight. Without paying any attention to what the beast was doing, he shot forward rapidly, soon arriving at the market of Xiuxian town and heading straight toward the alchemy district. After using up much of his resources lately, the firework crystals he had left were now nearly depleted. He needed to replenish them quickly, lest he run out during the town's competition. Such a mishap would be terribly embarrassing. With his current abilities, it would be better to focus on practicing low-tier alchemy techniques. Otherwise, in times of trouble, he'd have no choice but to use high-tier crystals, which would naturally draw unwanted attention. Because he had already grown familiar with the functure, he quickly and effortlessly gathered all the materials he needed according to the signs. Now, only the Baiqiao vine remained to be found. This herb was quite rare and not easy to come by, usually difficult to locate in a single attempt. After inquiring at several apothecaries with no luck, he felt a faint sense of disappointment creeping in. He lifted the monkey on his shoulder. Can you sense anything? Just then, the monkey suddenly chattered excitedly and pointed in a certain direction. Overjoyed, Xuanhuan immediately followed the monkey's direction. It had to be said that the monkey's senses were surprisingly keen, which was precisely why he always brought it along. Indeed, in a shop indicated by the monkey, he found a Baiqiao vine. What delighted him most was that it was actually a 100-year-old specimen. The joy this discovery brought was indescribable. A century-old herb was extremely valuable. It could enhance the quality of a crystal and significantly boost its attack potency. Even with Xuanhuan's calm disposition, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of desire. He picked it up casually, examined it briefly, and then turned to the merchant, only to find the merchant appeared to be around the same age as him. Smiling, he asked, "How much silver for this?" "Sir, this shop doesn't take silver. We only trade xuanhuan crystals." Oh, the merchant's response surprised even Xuanhuan, as he hadn't expected such a trading method. Seeing the somewhat perplexed look on Xuanhuan's face, the merchant hurriedly explained with an awkward smile, "Because we ourselves are also an alchemist, but given our abilities, it's hard for us to kill one so. Therefore, we trade xuanhuan crystals so that we can also produce crystals." Hearing the merchant's explanation, Xuanhuan nodded in understanding. Making crystals required xuanhuan with a minimum strength of second tier. Anything weaker wouldn't yield crystals. Killing such xuanhuan posed no real problem for him, but for an alchemist still in the body tempering stage, it was like scaling a mountain. Just now, Xuanhuan had sensed that the merchant was only at the 5th tempering stage. That level of strength was virtually expendable. Therefore, he completely understood the merchant's circumstances, especially since he himself had quite a number of xuanhuan crystals on hand. "All right, name your price." "Great choice, sir. This Baiqiao tongue is 100-year-old. We obtained it somewhat by chance ourselves. How about 15 second tier xuanhuan crystals? Does that sound good to you?" Clearly sensing Xuanhuan's power level, the merchant was both polite and respectful, naming a rather reasonable price. "I only have 13 on me. What do you think?" Somewhat awkwardly, he found only 13 crystals in his storage pouch, causing his face to flush slightly with embarrassment. "That works. Let's consider this a friendship deal." The young man was a straightforward person. He picked up the Baiqiao tongue and was about to hand it over when suddenly a powerful force struck him. Before he could react, the Baiqiao tongue was snatched from his hands. A slightly chilling voice followed soon after. Hearing this voice, Xuanhuan's brows slowly furrowed together. "Merchant, I'll offer 15. Are you selling or not?" At this sudden turn of events, Xuanhuan turned sharply, and upon seeing the figure who had arrived, his eyes immediately darkened, a cold tone entering his voice. "Shen Luo? Oh, brother, what a coincidence." Looking at Xuanhuan, Shen Luo feigned surprise, though the cold glint in his pupils betrayed him. He then shifted his gaze to the trembling merchant. "What do you say? How about considering my offer?" As Shen Luo stared at the merchant with veiled menace, sweat beaded on the merchant's forehead. In Xiuxian town, Shen Luo's name was known to all, undisputedly, a fearsome figure no one dared to provoke. Understandably terrified, the merchant glanced nervously at the silent Xuanhuan and stammered, saying, "Elder brother." This gentleman had already taken interest in it first. Oh, hearing the merchant's reply, Shen Luo feigned astonishment, asking with obvious doubt, "Is that so?" Facing Shen Luo's questioning tone, Ouyang Yuya merely smiled indifferently. Fully understanding Shen Luo's intentions, he casually took back the Bai Chao tongue under the latter's hateful gaze, tossed it into his jinkin bag, and turned to leave, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. "You want to leave? Not so fast." Seeing Ouyang Yuya's indifferent attitude, Shen Luo's expression turned icy. He swiftly drew his broadsword from behind and slashed toward Ouyang Yuya. The sharp blade sent pedestrians scattering in panic, their faces filled with shock. Sensing the blade's momentum from behind, Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed. He gripped the stone tablet tightly, turned abruptly, and smashed it head-on against the descending sword. A ripple of soul force burst outward as both fighters staggered backward. Ouyang Yuya looked at Shen Luo, whose expression held surprise, and then cracked his joints with a series of crisp popping sounds before speaking coolly. "Want to fight? I'll play along." Chapter 174. Take your master and get lost. As soon as Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, a meaningful smirk also appeared at the corner of Shen Luo's mouth. Ouyang's words had hit the bullseye, perfectly aligning with his own wishes. This place happened to be at the center of the marketplace, where foot traffic was heavy. Therefore, what was happening here immediately drew quite a number of onlookers. Many curious gazes turned toward Ouyang Yuya. When they saw Shen Luo and several other disciples dressed in Hongdao sect attire, their expressions turned complex. Though the Hongdao sect didn't have a good reputation in Xiuxian town, its strength was unquestionable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been entrusted with cargo transportation tasks. In the past, those who dared challenge the Hongdao sect usually ended up badly. Therefore, everyone was surprised that this young man who didn't look 20 yet had such courage. But such courage was unlikely to bring a good result. He must be just an immature, impulsive boy. This was the opinion of everyone present about Ouyang Yuya at this moment. To them, the best way to deal with provocation like this was clearly to retreat. "Customer, you should just leave. This Shen Luo is the young master of the Hongdao sect. We can't afford to provoke them." Seeing that the situation was going south, the stall owner immediately tried to persuade him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead out of anxiety. "Know nothing but death and destruction. It must be you despicable person who's twisting the facts." Just then, Shen Luo's lackey suddenly reached out and grabbed the stall owner, unhesitatingly raining punches and kicks on him while muttering obscenities. Seeing such almost bandit-like behavior from them, the surrounding crowd watched furiously yet dared not speak out. After all, those present, including Shen Luo and his men, were far more powerful than them. After a brutal beating, soon enough the stall owner was bruised and bloodied, like a beaten dog thrown aside. Then the henchmen turned toward Ouyang Yuya with an air of provocation. Their intent was clearly to provoke anger from Ouyang Yuya, and apparently this scheme was quite successful. Looking at the bleeding stall owner, Ouyang Yuya slightly narrowed his eyes, instinctively tightened his right fist, and spoke in a somewhat gloomy tone. "Brother, I originally had no intention to fight with you. Since you've spoken like that, don't blame us Hongdao sect for using our power oppressively." Hearing Shen Luo's self-justification, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but sneer. "We all see what happened here. There's no need for you to explain. Wanting to play the whore yet build a virtuous arch. Your words can only invite mockery." Hearing Ouyang Yuya's blatant mockery, the surrounding crowd instantly erupted into a burst of laughter. The smile on Shen Luo's face stiffened momentarily before vanishing entirely, giving way to cold, sinister chuckles slowly spreading across his face. "No matter who you are, today I will teach you a lesson. There were also audacious young brats before, but they all left one arm behind and crawled back." Shen Luo said casually, "Don't kill him. Leave his two arms behind as a warning." Upon hearing this, the 10 or so subordinates immediately replied respectfully, then turned their eyes toward Ouyang Yuya with malicious intent. In their group, there were not only 2 soul master experts, but also several soul tempering stage 9 cultivators. To them, such a force was more than enough to utterly cripple this arrogant young fellow. After all, judging from Ouyang Yuya's surface appearance, his strength was barely at the initial stage of soul master. Clearly, this gang wasn't new to ganging up. They acted with particular expertise and coordination. They spread out, retreating to form a half-circle around Ouyang Yuya. At the same time, various strengths of soul power surged outward, forming a whirlpool advancing toward Ouyang Yuya. The nearby onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, some even closing their eyes with fun to witness what would follow. No guessing was needed as to the outcome. As glances from all around expressed different emotions, Shen Luo simply ignored them. The Hongdao sect could be considered the largest gang in Xiuxian town and had always been known for arrogance and tyranny. Even if the academy found out later, there was nothing to worry about. The Hongdao sect was no soft target. Starting a conflict was also acceptable if necessary, though they knew the academy lacked the courage to initiate a battle. After all, among its disciples, not many would agree to that. Therefore, to him, looking at Ouyang Yuya was like looking at a weak sheep awaiting slaughter at any moment. Watching his underlings charging fiercely toward Ouyang Yuya like vicious wolves in the arena, the smirk on his face expanded further. "Young brat, aren't you boasting about your fighting skills?" Then, a low, muffled sound echoed across the battlefield. Those seemingly sturdy figures bent over like shrimp in front of the bewildered gazes of the crowd, their faces twisted in intense agony, clearly severely injured. The smirk on Shen Luo's face slightly stiffened. Even the half-spoken words froze in his mouth. Staring at Ouyang Yuya, who walked calmly toward him, each step causing 2 of his men to collapse and spit blood, the corner of Shen Luo's eye twitched, especially as he saw that terrifying dragon arm glowing ominously red. Even he couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic in his eyes. Damn it, kill him. Humph. However, just as he finished speaking, Ouyang inhaled deeply, his figure suddenly darting forward, raising the massive stone tablet high before crashing it down in Shun Luo's direction. The force was so fierce that the air itself whistled violently. Stop him. Within less than a minute, only the two soul masters who had stood further back remained standing. However, their previously fierce expressions had now transformed into shock. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg. After exchanging glances, they clenched their teeth and threw their hardest punches, hoping to stop Ouyang in his tracks. Crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. The corner of Shun Luo's eye twitched as he saw Ouyang right hand firmly grip one attacker's fist. The dragon arm rippled, channeling powerful bursts of energy through the man's fist. Accompanied by an ear-splitting sound of grinding bones, a piercing scream rang out. The once arrogant subordinate now wore a look of excruciating pain, his face twisted in agony as he dropped to one knee, staring fearfully at Ouyang right hand, eyes wide with torment. Ouyang eyes narrowed slightly. Inside his body, the yin and yang fish suddenly began to spin. Then the fire attribute suddenly flared, sending waves of scorching heat surging through his body and into his palm, completely incinerating the man's fist. With a flick of his right hand, he tossed the attacker like a lifeless dog in front of another Hongdao henchman preparing to lunge forward, abruptly halting the latter's advance. Silence. Looking at the Hongdao sect's men, now in total disarray within less than a minute, the onlookers grew quietly calmer. Only now did they finally understand that this youth possessed such terrifying power. Watching his subordinates beaten back once again, Shun Luo's face turned extremely grim. He rushed forward himself, swinging the large sword in his hand to meet Ouyang head-on, his expression even fiercer. You've got some skills, but believe me, I'm not like those useless men of mine. Hearing Shun Luo's taunts, Ouyang ignored him completely. He swung the stone tablet violently and directly clashed it with the incoming blade. Sparks erupted as Shun Luo was forced backward. At the same time, Ouyang fingers danced, and from his body emerged a figure, standing shoulder to shoulder with its creator, Isming Fenshen, the shadow clone. A clone. Seeing the two identical figures approaching, Shun Luo's heart was shaken beyond measure. This situation was simply beyond his comprehension. He even began feeling uneasy, actually entertaining the thought of retreating. Though he could sense that the clone lacked a soul, and must have been an advanced technique, he still lost his courage to fight. One opponent was already hard enough to deal with. One more, and things could become truly dangerous. If you hurt me in any way today, my father will never let you go. Gripping the sword tightly, his hand involuntarily trembling, Shun Luo threatened, leave now, and I'll even give you the 100-herb vine. We'll erase our past grudges. Oh, so generous. Hearing the mockery in Ouyang tone, Shun Luo forced a weak smile on his face, before his expression abruptly darkened. Seizing the moment Ouyang wasn't looking, he shot a golden beam from his fingertip straight at Ouyang forehead. As expected, you still haven't given up. Ouyang coldly laughed. His clone suddenly darted forward and blocked the beam. His face grew even darker. Seeing his first attack blocked, Shun Luo's heart turned cold. He hastily leaped backward, but as he moved, Ouyang, expressionless as a ghost, suddenly appeared directly before him. Before Shun Luo could react, Ouyang hand sharply rose, faintly shimmering with a trace of greenish light. Swinging down the stone tablet filled with violent power, he mercilessly slammed it directly into Shun Luo's chest. Pooh! The immense force capable of shattering stone sent Shun Luo flying violently backward, accompanied by a terrifying arc of blood. He crashed heavily onto the ground, clutching his chest, barely gasping for breath, his body trembling with each shallow exhale. A collective gasp spread through the crowd. One by one, shocked and wary glances turned toward Ouyang. That strike had been brutally ruthless. At the very least, Shun Luo would need months of bed rest, if not left permanently disabled. But did this young man even care about the repercussions from the Hongdao sect? Shun Luo was the son of Shen Tu from the Hongdao sect. If he survived this, things could escalate beyond control. Ouyang slowly crouched beside the fallen figure, watching him with an amused expression. Shen Xiao Menju, you're easy prey for me. At the sheer audacity of Ouyang humiliating words, Shun Luo choked on his breath and immediately fainted. After speaking, Ouyang raised his head toward the remaining subordinates nearby, who stood frozen in fear. His smile deepened. Then shaking his head slightly, he muttered in mild disappointment. Despite appearing united, the Hongdao sect was nothing more than a group of scattered sands. Take your master and leave, now. Chapter 175, The Millennium Herb Vine. Who is this person? Doesn't he fear retaliation from the Hongdao sect? If he dared to act, he must surely be fearless and well-prepared. What a ruthless fellow. No matter what, it looks like Xiuxian town is about to become lively. Hearing the murmurs from the surrounding crowd, Ouyang furrowed his brows slightly. He could naturally sense the resentful and venomous look in the Hongdao sect disciples' eyes as they departed. However, he had always followed the principle of, if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke others. Since that man had brought humiliation upon himself, he couldn't really blame anyone else. Thinking thus, Ouyang turned around and left with remarkable calm and indifference, paying no heed to the astonished expressions on the onlookers. Brother, please hold on a moment. Hearing this sudden shout, Ouyang stopped mid-step and turned his head. What came into view was a face raised high like the head of a purple-stemmed millet plant. He couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. This person was none other than the young man who had earlier been selling herb vines. Seeing the young man's swollen and bruised face, Ouyang also felt a hint of guilt. Ultimately, it was because of him that this poor soul had been caught up in trouble. Because of this, the impatience on his face lessened somewhat. Do you have something to say? As Ouyang spoke, the youth visibly showed an expression of flattered surprise as he hurriedly replied. Earlier, I truly must thank my big brother for stepping in to help me. Oh, Ouyang was slightly taken aback. Why do you say that? My big brother might not know, but Luo is quite a familiar customer here. But he's always been arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable. Every time he comes here, he just grabs whatever he wants, and I can do nothing about it. The worst part is, the group of dogs around him take even greater advantage of their positions. As the youth spoke, he opened the front of his robe, revealing numerous ugly scars across his chest. These are all marks they left on me. Today, if it hadn't been for my big brother stepping in, I probably would have gone home empty-handed again, possibly with even more injuries. As he finished, the young man sighed. Indeed, people like him, with weak cultivation, always found themselves at the most awkward position on this continent. Hearing the young man's explanation, Ouyang understood immediately. Obviously, the young man did not realize that Luo had targeted Ouyang himself, mistakenly believing that Ouyang had stepped in to defend him. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this person wasn't half bad. Even so, he still politely replied without exposing the misunderstanding. Well, just be more careful in the future. It was just a small incident. I should be going now. Farewell. Watching Ouyang turn to leave once again, the youth bit his lip hesitantly for a moment before finally speaking up. Big brother, are you interested in the Millennium Herb Vine? Ouyang stopped again, his heart practically leaping from his chest. Immediately turning around, he sprang in front of the young man and grabbed his arm. Youch, that hurts. Seeing the youth's face wince painfully, Ouyang instantly realized his mistake. Embarrassed, he quickly let go and then chuckled dryly at himself. It seemed his temper still wasn't quite refined enough. At times like this, he really couldn't keep calm. Seeing that Ouyang did not speak further, the young man rubbed his slightly pained arm and earnestly said, I mean, are you really interested in that Millennium Herb Vine? I do have some interest, but I'm curious what you have in mind. Seeing Ouyang nod, the young man also smiled. If my big brother is interested, I can definitely sell the Millennium Herb Vine to you. Is that so? Haha. Although my cultivation isn't high, I value integrity. But because the item is extremely valuable, I didn't dare carry it with me. If my big brother really wants it, feel free to come with me to my home to retrieve it. Consider it as gratitude for rescuing me earlier. Ouyang had traveled far and wide and encountered countless people. It was said that sincerity could be perceived by looking at a person's expression. From just a glance, one could usually tell if someone was genuine or not. And Ouyang could be certain that this youth before him was truly sincere. He nodded decisively. Then lead the way. Great. Big brother, follow me. Ouyang nodded, and the two set off. Along the way, neither of them spoke. Guided by the youth, after turning numerous corners and walking nearly half an hour, they arrived at a remote corner where a dilapidated house stood. Seeing the strange look on Ouyang's face, the young man seemed rather embarrassed. It's quite shabby. I'm afraid my big brother might find it amusing. No problem. Ouyang gave a slight smile and walked in first. As soon as he entered the room, what greeted his eyes was a very crude wooden chair and table, along with some everyday goods for sale. Aside from these, the place was practically empty. It's just me living here, so it's a bit simple, the youth explained, and under Ouyang's astonished gaze, squatted down, tapping repeatedly on the floor. Finally, he stopped at an empty spot and gave a slight slap. Instantly, the area sank inward, and at the same time, a surge of powerful spiritual energy rippled outward, instantly filling the entire room. Seeing the vine tightly gripped in the youth's hand, the monkey's beast-like eyes also emitted a faint red glow. If not restrained by Ouyang, it would have probably rushed forward immediately to snatch the vine. Patting the monkey's head, a glint of sharpness flashed through Ouyang's eyes. The vine in the youth's hand was obviously the Baichao vine, the same kind as what was stored in his xiuanhuan pouch. However, the energy it emitted was particularly thick and intense, clearly marking it as something exceptional. Tossing the Baichao vine to Ouyang, the youth said, this was something I accidentally discovered while gathering herbs deep in the mountains. It was really my good fortune. I actually stumbled down a hillside and came across this treasure. It was found alongside the 100-year-old Baichao vine you purchased. Upon hearing this, Ouyang was momentarily stunned. He then looked at the youth with a trace of envy in his eyes, secretly thinking that such luck was indeed extraordinary. Upon deeper reflection, however, it wasn't hard to believe. Across the continent, there were countless spiritual treasures and rare herbs, and at times, people could stumble upon such treasures when their fortune finally struck. Hence, many people believed in the old saying, when life seems to have lost all meaning, try leaping off a cliff. You might just find an ancient master's legacy. Naturally, this still required opportunity, and not everyone had such luck. At least for Ouyang himself, he couldn't claim to have it. Nonetheless, many on the continent did dream of obtaining rare treasures overnight, which was why so many attempted cliff jumping, but few ever returned alive. Because I was worried about being targeted, I chose to store it here. It's quite safe, the youth continued. Ouyang nodded thoughtfully at this explanation. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is blameless, but possession of treasures makes him guilty. He didn't doubt for a moment that if word of the Millennium Baichao vine ever got out, this remote location would be swarming with people. You really trust me that much? Ouyang asked with a smile, weighing the vine in his hand as he looked at the youth. Haha, brother, you're a wise man. You know what the best course of action is. Of course, you could also kill me and take the item and go, but I think you won't do that. The youth smiled confidently, clearly very sure of himself. Haha, then tell me your terms. Xuanhuan smiled and nodded. Just as the youth had said, a wise person would never take that other route. He absolutely believed that, since the youth dared to bring out such an item, he must have some backup plan. Resorting to such a last resort was clearly the least wise choice unless circumstances left no alternative. This thing isn't really useful to me, so I want to exchange it for something that is. Just like before, how about using one sub crystal cores? Oh, Xuanhuan frowned slightly, then relaxed his expression after a moment's thought. He took out one of the cores, asking, how about this one? This is a 5th-tier crystal core? The youth stared in disbelief at the glowing red core in Xuanhuan's hand. For someone like him, a beast of that rank was essentially a harbinger of death. Now seeing a 5th-tier core in person, even he was visibly excited. This core was more than enough to compensate for the millennium by xuanhuan. Even if he couldn't use it directly, selling it at an auction could fetch him a variety of useful items. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously. This is the crystal core of a Huasher magic crystal king I hunted before. If you think it's a fair trade, then let's settle it this way. Agreed, the youth nodded. Carefully taking the crystal core, he clasped his hands together in gratitude, visibly excited. My name is Huang Chu. May I ask, sir, what is your name? Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan replied, glancing at the monkey. He had once heard from Chunrong that news of his exploits had already reached neighboring kingdoms, so Jinding Kingdom wouldn't be an exception. Therefore, it was necessary to stay cautious, and he couldn't use his real name anymore. Though it felt somewhat awkward, people like Huang Chu, who had lived here for a long time, were likely familiar with various rumors, so it was better to use a different name to avoid unnecessary trouble. Then thank you very much, Brother Ouyang, for your generosity. Haha, you flatter me. If there's nothing else, then I shall take my leave. Having obtained the item, Xuanhuan no longer had any reason to stay. After all, their relationship was nothing more than an acquaintance formed in passing. Brother, feel free to go. Just as Xuanhuan was about to move, he suddenly heard Huang Chu say, Brother Ouyang, be cautious when you go outside. That Hong Dao sect leader, Shin Tu, is actually the father of the man you injured, Shun Luo. I fear. Therefore, I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Thank you. Hearing Huang Chu's warning, Xuanhuan exhaled deeply. Previously, when he had gone to the academy near the Hong Dao sect, he had already learned a bit about this sect leader. From his earlier perception, he felt that the man should be at the peak of a soul sir, though not yet reaching the level of a grand soul sir, but still extremely troublesome, perhaps even more dangerous than the academy instructor. However, Xuanhuan wasn't particularly worried. After all, he wasn't a local, and being alone without attachments meant there was nothing tying him down. If he couldn't defeat the enemy, he could simply run. He could always return for revenge once his strength improved. He had thought this through completely, and felt not the slightest shame about it. As if guessing Xuanhuan's thoughts, the monkey on his shoulder suddenly let out a sharp mocking laugh, its tone full of ridicule. The beast's eyes were filled with disdain as it looked at him. Muttering curses under his breath, Xuanhuan raised his hand and swatted the monkey away. With a loud shriek, the monkey flew off as Ouyang turned and strode away. Watching the snarling monkey leap back onto his shoulder, he smiled slightly and suddenly increased his speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 176, Midnight Conversation. Inside the room, Xuanhuan sat upright on the bed, his brows slightly furrowed. Defeating Shin Luo this time was somewhat satisfying, but the matter wouldn't end peacefully. As everyone had previously mentioned, the Hongdao sect usually acted arrogantly and aggressively. By doing this, Xuanhuan had undoubtedly challenged their authority. Moreover, Shin Luo was the young sect leader, so there was no way they would simply swallow their pride. Soulse. Xuanhuan gently rubbed his chin. His current strength was barely equivalent to a soul seeker of the first rank. Although his fighting capability couldn't be judged solely by his own strength, even with the help of the Inyang Twin Koi, the 10,000 illusion flask, and monkey, at best he could probably hold his ground against the soul master. If the Jade Toad King was willing to assist, perhaps even a soul Sri might be repelled. However, he never liked relying on uncertain factors, and he found the Jade Toad King fundamentally unreliable. Thus, that option could be entirely ignored. That meant he could at best match a soul master, and would likely have no choice but to flee from a soulsia. Troublesome indeed. He sighed slightly, his tone filled with helplessness. Truly, when fate turned against you, even drinking water could chip your teeth. Who would have thought that merely going out to purchase items would lead to such trouble? Whether it was his special knack for attracting problems, or their excessive eagerness to provoke, he couldn't be sure. It looks like I need to think of some other solutions. He sighed again. With the upcoming tournament gathering, he truly didn't want his plans disturbed by such matters. Running away was only a last resort, for once he did that, he could wave goodbye to any chances of entering the refining and alchemy academies. Knock knock. While these thoughts whirled through Xuanhuan's mind, the door suddenly was knocked. Soon, Chun Lin's voice came through. It was deep into the night already, and Chun Lin's unexpected visit startled him. Before he could speak, the door was pushed open, moonlight spilling through the doorway as a slender figure stepped inside, delicately moving through the moonlit entrance like a captivating painting frozen in time. Looking at the incoming Chun Lin, Xuanhuan's face flickered with astonishment. Perhaps no longer restricted by the academy dress code, Chun Lin's attire now appeared more casual, but also strikingly different from her usual athletic outfit. Clad in a purple robe with a light veil, Her beautiful eyes and fair skin complemented her flowing dark hair trailing down to her slim waist. The soft and delicate charm she exuded was entirely opposite from her usual efficient self. Xuanhuan saw this for the first time and couldn't help being taken aback. But quickly he sensed something was off and averted his gaze, coughing lightly. "Can't you wait until I say come in next time? What if someone is resting?" He spoke, his tone filled with slight exasperation. "Humph." Qianlin gave him a glare with a flick of her eyes. She closed the door behind her and threw the clothes in her hand toward him, then sat directly on a nearby chair, looking at Xuanhuan with great interest. Her manner was just like someone coming to confront him. "Qianlin." Xuanhuan coughed again lightly and felt somewhat awkward. This was a rather inappropriate situation, alone in a room at such a late hour with a pretty girl. "That is the attire for the xiuxian tournament. Be sure to wear it when the tournament gathering begins." "Oh, the candidates have already been finalized." Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows in question. Truthfully, this was what he was most concerned about. It has been decided. This time, you, me, and Yun Tian will represent us. Jihao was injured too badly previously, so he couldn't participate. Thus, even if you hadn't come forward, Master would have surely sought you out as a substitute. Looking at the grin on Qianlin's face, Xuanhuan could only smile bitterly. He hadn't expected to still be manipulated by his mentor. It turned out what he had considered a favorable deal became a total loss, merely wasting a martial technique. What a miscalculation. Watching Xuanhuan feigning regret, slapping his chest, Qianlin's smirk grew even more pronounced as she stopped him. "All right, you've achieved your purpose, so stop pretending. It could have just been given to Monkey. No need for you to personally come all the way." Smiling, Xuanhuan glanced at the attire in his hand before shifting his gaze toward Qianlin. Especially observing her unique charm tonight, he felt an indescribable sensation. Indeed, this was the first time she truly looked like a young woman. Seemingly sensing the oddity in his gaze, he uncomfortably shifted the topic hastily. "So, what do you want to say directly?" "I don't trust it." Qianlin rolled her eyes at him, then suddenly became serious, as though thinking for a moment. "I heard you beat Xinluo." Qianlin's voice carried a rare tone of solemnity. Clearly, she also felt this was not good news. Without waiting for Xuanhuan to respond, she continued. "The relationship between our academy and the Hongdao sect has never been close. Master already knows, and though he hasn't said much, the seriousness in his expression was apparent. You must have sensed that Shen Tu's strength surpasses even Master's. He's also someone who always protects his own. Even Master might find it difficult to handle this matter smoothly this time." Listening to Qianlin's words, Xuanhuan nodded, then smiled casually. "Don't worry. If it gets too bad, I'll just leave. It won't affect anything or anyone. Hey, it's not like I'm scared you'd bring me trouble. I just feel how hard it is to communicate with you." Seeing Xuanhuan's indifferent tone, Qianlin's delicate face darkened as she scolded him. Her chest rose and fell with visible anger. "No need to get physical." He reached out and caught the teapot Qianlin had thrown at him. Slightly shaking his head, he thought once again how dangerous this girl really was. Being around her really meant risking serious injury if one wasn't careful. "If I took action, of course I considered the consequences. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Seeing her furious expression, Xuanhuan sighed helplessly. "You mean to say you actually have a way to deal with Shen Tu?" Qianlin looked at Xuanhuan, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. She naturally knew something about him and understood his abilities weren't as simple as they appeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge for the title of top disciple in the sect. Still, while his strength might not be low, she didn't think he was capable of facing Shen Tu directly. After all, the latter was a true soulser. One could say so, but even if I can't beat him, can't I just run? Monkey and I may not be strong, but if I really want to escape, do you think Shen Tu can stop me? At this, Qianlin couldn't help but chuckle. The gloom from moments ago instantly vanished. In that instant, the smile on her face blossomed like a lily, beautiful and radiant. "I just don't want you to get hurt." Qianlin muttered softly, her voice barely above a whisper, a hint of unusual emotion flickering in her eyes. Though the words were quiet, Xuanhuan still heard them. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Xuanhuan smiled at Qianlin sitting on the chair. "Go back now, it's already late. It won't look good if someone sees us alone like this." Acting like a real gentleman now, are we?" A flush crept onto Qianlin's face as she scoffed lightly. Seeing Xuanhuan's wry smile, Qianlin laughed. "All right, I'm just teasing. You should rest early too. The tournament gathering is just a few days away. Don't mess anything up. Otherwise, Master won't let you off easily if you fail at the last minute." Seeing Qianlin's mischievous expression, Xuanhuan smiled and nodded. Soon, however, his face turned thoughtful. Truthfully, this was his first experience with the gathering. Though he didn't know the opponent's strength, he remained confident. Unless they had an ace up their sleeve equal to his, which was practically impossible. "All right, Master wants you to go to the academy tomorrow, so don't run off. I'll come looking for you." Just as she reached the door, Qianlin suddenly turned back. "To the academy? What?" Xuanhuan was slightly taken aback. He barely remembered his mentor ever asking him to do anything, let alone going to the academy. A slight doubt surfaced in his mind. What else could it be? It's because of the trouble you caused. Master is worried Shen Tu will come after you, so he wants you at the academy for better protection. Honestly, you're so slow sometimes." Saying this, Qianlin pushed the door open and stepped out, leaving Xuanhuan alone on the bed in a daze. As the lingering fragrance in the room slowly faded away, he gazed at the half-closed door and sighed softly. It seemed things really were getting a bit complicated this time. Still, his mentor's words brought a warm feeling to his heart. Perhaps things weren't so bad after all. He Kid, that girl has a thing for you. TSK. Who knows what's so special about you to have everyone wrapped around your finger? Just then, the Jade Toad King's voice interrupted his thoughts, breaking his focus. Ouyang Yuya coldly snorted in response. Mind your own business. You can talk when you can get out of the xiuxian bag by yourself. Hearing the Jade Toad King's furious roar, Ouyang Yuya let out a disdainful snort, completely ignoring the toad's words. He retrieved 5 xiuxian wilderness stones from the xiuxian bag, and a sigh escaped his lips as he gazed at them. Closing his eyes, he raised his palm, and the 5 xiuxian began to swirl upward, slowly rotating around his body. Soon, they transformed into streams of pure, brown energy that poured into him. Ouyang Yuya's aura surged once again. At this point, he had no choice but to enhance his strength as soon as possible. With the ever-changing territories and new encounters, the enemies he faced were becoming increasingly formidable. For the first time, he felt his own power was barely enough to keep up. Chapter 177, Shinto. The next day, when Ouyang Yuya opened his eyes, warm sunlight had already poured in through the window, transforming into beams of light spots that illuminated the room. After stretching lazily, Ouyang Yuya rolled off the bed. As his body moved, a series of low, crisp sounds immediately emerged from within, unique sounds produced by the friction of muscles and bones. Accompanying these sounds was a surge of mighty power flowing through his body. He practiced a set of boxing moves in the room, swinging his fists and warming up his body. Only when his forehead had slightly sweated did he stop. Just then, he turned his gaze toward the door, which was suddenly pushed open gently. A figure quickly slipped through the gap into the room, a figure that sneaked in stealthily, making Ouyang Yuya chuckle helplessly. Confess honestly, where were you messing around last night? Ouyang Yuya reached out and scooped up the monkey from the floor, lifting it up for a close look and questioning the struggling creature. At that moment, a breeze blew in, forcefully flung the door wide open, revealing Chun-Lin storming in with rage. Her eyes shot furious flames toward the monkey in Ouyang Yuya's hand. As soon as the monkey saw Chun-Lin, it clearly looked guilty, giving a shiver before darting up to perch on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. It clung to his neck with both arms and looked at Chun-Lin with fear and alertness in its eyes. Stupid monkey, come over here, right now. Ouyang Yuya was taken aback by Chun-Lin's anger, but soon his stunned expression faded entirely as he looked at the tiger-lion cub behind her with a dazed expression, forcing a dry laugh. The tiger-lion cub was a real mess at the moment. Scratches marked its body, and even its tiger-like eyes had turned pitch black. Around its eyes were faint traces of bruising, causing Ouyang Yuya to break into a cold sweat. Without thinking further, it was obvious that the culprit had been identified, precisely the monkey perched on his shoulder. Fighting, huh? Ouyang Yuya smiled, his expression somewhat awkward, not expecting that the monkey would actually be this ruthless, mercilessly striking even at his own companions without yielding an inch. There's truly a master for every kind of soul beast. Seems like you two brothers think you're something special. Chun-Lin glared at the human and the monkey before her, her fury evident. As if echoing her sentiment, the tiger-lion cub crouched behind her also let out a roar, expressing its dissatisfaction. Gao. The monkey, too, was not one to back down. Immediately, it stuck out its head and called back in response. Unlike the cub's timid tone, the monkey's cry carried a strong air of menace, making the tiger-lion cub panic and retreat behind Chun-Lin once more. Stupid monkey, you're really something. Today I'll make sure to cook you into soup to avenge Big Huang's beating. Ouyang Yuya quickly stepped forward to block Chun-Lin, who was filled with rage, and gave the monkey a sharp glare while chuckling dryly. It's just a little scuffle. It happens normally. All right, let's not escalate this. Don't let it hold us up. We still have to go to the academy today. Hearing Ouyang Yuya's words, Chun-Lin gave a cold snort. Fine. Stupid monkey, just wait till tonight. Senior sister, Chun-Lin. Just then, a hurried voice suddenly rang out from outside. Chun-Lin's expression shifted slightly, and she immediately turned and rushed out of the room. Moments later, Ouyang Yuya overheard some conversation. Senior sister Chun-Lin, it's bad news. Shinto suddenly arrived with the Hong Dao sect surrounding the academy. Master and senior brother Yuntian just left not long ago. Senior brother Jihao is seriously injured and unable to hold things together. He sent me to find you to come back and take control of the situation. Inside the room, Ouyang Yuya's eyes slightly narrowed, his expression darkening slightly. After stretching his body slightly, he stepped out of the room and smiled faintly at Chun-Lin, whose face had turned pale. Let's go take a look. Outside the academy, the place was completely surrounded, the crowd packed so tightly that not even water could pass through. Most of those gathered bore the same emblem on their chests, clearly from the Hong Dao sect. Obviously, these people were Hong Dao sect members. Surrounding the outer perimeter of the Hong Dao sect was a group of various onlookers, all with curious expressions on their faces, gesturing and pointing while clogging the place entirely, resulting in a noisy and chaotic scene, naturally attracting more people to stop and watch. Inside the academy grounds, crowds quickly gathered. All of them were students dressed in the academy's uniforms. Their looks toward those outsiders weren't friendly. Naturally, after the competition for the previous assembly's positions, the two factions had already become mortal enemies, eyeing each other with mutual disdain. Given this opportunity, neither was willing to back down. It wasn't surprising that the atmosphere was so tense with swords drawn and bows readied. At the front of the academy disciples, Jihao stood silently, his cold gaze fixed on the Hong Dao sect members before him. Under his plain white robe, his already pale complexion appeared even more sickly weak. After a moment of silence, he bowed respectfully to Shinto. Junior greets sect leader Shun. I wonder for what reason you've come here. Does sect leader Shin think it was truly necessary to make such a grand display after the last incident? Kid, if you want to talk, get your master out here. You're not worth my time. What? You think I'm not good enough, so you send this inexperienced brat to deal with me? Standing at the head of the Hong Dao sect's ranks, a middle-aged man held his blade firmly. Dressed in a shoulder-exposing cashmere coat that revealed his strong left arm and solid chest muscles, with faintly visible chest hair adding to his rugged look, the man's deeply set eyes were now filled with deep gloom and a savage killing intent. He clearly stood on the edge of fury. Senior, you've misunderstood. My master and senior brother have temporarily gone out. If you have something to say, you may say it to me. I can make the decisions. Fine then. I'll speak plainly. I will not bring up our past grudges today. I have come here only to demand that you hand over the brat who injured my son. As Shinta spoke, his right arm slightly trembled, and a cold, sharp glint flickered across his great blade, a clear and threatening warning, as if telling them that if they refused, he would resort to force. With his roar, the onlookers burst into an uproar and began murmuring among themselves. Even the academy disciples looked uneasy, clearly aware of this matter. Behind Shintu, several men quickly brought forth a stretcher. On it lay Shin Luo, bruised and battered, his chest bearing a clearly sunken indentation. His eyes were closed tightly, his face filled with pain, clearly still unconscious. Looking at this, one could imagine how heavily Yang Yui had struck him with that staff. Even Ji Hao couldn't help but twitch his lips as he stared at Shin Luo. Although he had already learned about the incident the day before, he hadn't expected Yang Yui to hit so hard. Considering Shin Luo's strength, plus the people accompanying him, being reduced to this state was indeed impressive. What a satisfying beating it was. The academy disciples exchanged glances, and the same sense of satisfaction was reflected in their eyes. If not for the tense situation, many of them would have broken into laughter. However, their expressions were still caught by Shintu, who grew even darker at this provocation. His eyes glared at Ji Hao with pure malice. So the academy truly nurtures nothing but parasites. If you refuse to hand over that brat today, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Sect leader Shintu, don't push too hard. This is the academy. Seeing Shintu's aggressive posture, Ji Hao's face grew equally grim. Never in his academy's history had they suffered such humiliation, and his fellow disciples also held great pride. You kid sure as guts. Looks like your injuries aren't severe enough yet. A frail-looking man standing beside Shintu sneered at Ji Hao in a mocking tone, his sinister expression deepening. Seems like we'll need to deal with you first today. You? Ji Hao's face flushed as he glared at the frail man, fury surging through him. That man had wounded him during their last encounter, a memory that had always haunted Ji Hao. Now, having his weakness mocked so shamelessly, he refused to yield. Lu Feng, step back. Shintu halted the frail man, who had begun moving forward, and then turned his sharp gaze back to Ji Hao. Hand over that brat, and I won't press further. I already said Yang Yui is not here. Shintu snorted. So you're determined to resist either way? He shrugged. Very well, I shall personally teach you brats a lesson on manners on behalf of your master. Saying so, Shintu lifted his blade, which shimmered with a thick ripple of soul power. It was clear he truly intended to strike with deadly intent. Shintu's sudden move caused the academy disciples to recoil and retreat a few steps, shocked that he would actually dare attack them. These inexperienced students, unaccustomed to such life-threatening situations, paled at the sight. Let me see exactly what abilities this academy really has. Refuse to hand him over? Then I will strike until you're begging to give him up. The injury to his only son had driven Shintu to a rage. With a sharp slash, his massive blade sliced straight toward Ji Hao with no hesitation. Ji Hao could even feel the cold chill cutting toward him. Shintu's face twisted with fury as his blade fell, yet just as the blade's edge was about to strike Ji Hao's body, a sharp gust of wind suddenly tore through the air with an ear-piercing whistle. The sudden gust sent a chill across Shintu's face. He immediately turned, countering the force with a wave of his hand. His expression darkened, though this strike had successfully halted his attack. Could it be, sect leader Shun, you're so powerful, yet willing to disgrace yourself by striking at mere academy disciples? At this light mocking voice, Shintu turned his gaze forward and saw two young figures slowly stepping forward. The moment he saw them, a fiercer, more savage smirk climbed onto his face, like a wild beast baring its fangs. Well, you little bastard finally dare to show yourself. Looking at Yang Yui and Chun Lin standing before him, Shintu sneered coldly. Which hand struck my son? Cut it off yourself. Otherwise, I will make sure you wish you were dead. As the venom in Shintu's words slithered through the air, Yang Yui's expression gradually darkened as well. Chapter 178, A Lesson. Seeing the figure that had suddenly appeared before him, especially noticing the monkey on the other's shoulder, Ji Hao was momentarily stunned, but then a hint of joy flickered in his eyes. If anyone present could possibly stop Shintu, it was probably only Yang Yui. However, as he recalled Yang Yui's actual strength, concern filled his voice as he quickly warned, be careful. This fellow is extremely strong. We're no match for him. Yang Yui gave a slight nod before turning to look at Shintu, whose eyes were filled with dark hostility. A soul master, the pressure from his mere presence was already overwhelming. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Yui quietly activated the Great Wilderness Soul Technique, which, in response, caused the myriad directional spirit vessel within his body to vibrate violently, emitting waves of powerful energy that countered the suffocating aura pressing down on him. Glancing at the monkey perched on his shoulder, Ouyang Yuya gave a slight shake of his shoulder, and the monkey, understanding, darted off without a trace. Gate Master Shin Tu, why the great anger? Your son acted improperly before and was far too arrogant. I was merely teaching him a lesson. If it had been someone else, he wouldn't still be lying there intact. He would have already been slaughtered, Ouyang Yuya said with a calm smile. Hell, what a bold brat. Clearly enraged by Ouyang Yuya's words, Shin Tu glared at him with a red face and bulging neck veins. What are you to even dare discipline my son? Since you love punishing others so much, let me also give you a good lesson in return. As Shin Tu spoke, he raised his huge blade again, and under the surging soul energy, a dark black blade aura formed on the edge. He swung it downward toward Ouyang Yuya. The sharp aura was so fierce that if this blow landed, Ouyang Yuya would be turned into a pile of meat paste. Seeing this deadly blade aura, the disciples of the academy scrambled backward in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Just as the blade descended, Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed. The stone tablet in his hand appeared out of thin air, and he flipped it upward powerfully to meet the falling massive blade in a direct collision. With a heavy crash, the immense force sent Ouyang Yuya reeling backward, scraping the ground for several feet before coming to a stop. His right arm that held the stone tablet trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Shin Tu only staggered slightly, clearly showing that Ouyang Yuya had suffered a disadvantage in that lightning-fast clash. So you do have some brute strength, Shin Tu muttered, clearly startled at how easily Ouyang Yuya had taken his previous attack. I'll see how many hits you can withstand. With a savage laugh, Shin Tu launched forward again, his raging soul energy pushing back the surrounding crowd further, fully exposing Ouyang Yuya who was previously shielded among them. But Ouyang Yuya knew the bitter truth himself. Blocking that first strike from Shin Tu had already consumed nearly all his strength, and he ended up in this predicament. Watching as Shin Tu rushed forward again, he gritted his teeth and transformed his right arm into a crimson dragon arm. With an instant surge in power, he raised the stone tablet once more, a fierce expression crossing his face. With another loud crash, Ouyang Yuya's dragon arm shattered under the impact, and his body staggered backward. Even so, he conjured a massive brown palm and sent it crashing toward Shin Tu, who was attempting another advance. Great Wilderness Palm. Under the activation of the Great Wilderness Soul technique, this move no longer required such a complicated process as before. It was now executed with almost effortless ease. Yet, of course, it still came at a heavy cost of wild energy. Slash. With a single slash, Shin Tu split the brown palm in two. Before he could react, however, he saw Ouyang Yuya's young face quietly emerge. As if it were a sticky wraith, it clung tightly to him. No matter how hard he struck, he couldn't shake it off, seemingly impervious to pain. This was clearly one of Ouyang Yu's Ming Fun's son, Shadow Phantom clones. As the clone successfully entangled Shin Tu, Ouyang Yuya let out a low shout. His body cracked audibly, and he summoned the sulfur cannons. They divided into multiple fire projectiles, all aimed at engulfing Shin Tu's day. The searing flames even alarmed Shin Tu himself, who immediately enhanced the sharpness of his blade and stabbed it furiously toward the clone before him. This strike even fiercer than the last. Crack! A crisp sound echoed out as the sharp blade pierced through the clone and then crushed it into powder. Now free from the clone's grasp, Shin Tu leaped backward, hoping to dodge the wave of cannon fire. Even so, he was still grazed by several stray cannon blasts, each leaving dark scorched scars on his skin, leaving him looking extremely ragged. Ouyang Yuya's series of attacks had actually left Shin Tu suffering quite a hidden disadvantage, making his expression even uglier. To be injured and pushed into such a pitiful state by an opponent significantly weaker than himself was simply unheard of in his entire life, let alone the fact that his opponent was just an immature brat. His face turned dark green with rage, his eyes glaring at Ouyang Yuya with such venom that he seemed ready to devour the young man alive. In his mind, Ouyang Yuya was undoubtedly challenging his authority and dignity. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuya himself wasn't faring much better. Having poured all his strength into a flurry of techniques and secret moves, even he felt his soul energy running dangerously low. His face grew somewhat pale. He inwardly sighed, realizing the gap between soul masters and soul practitioners was truly frighteningly wide. As for Shin Tu, he had only sustained some minor injuries. If the man attacked again now, Ouyang Yuya was certain he wouldn't be able to hold him off. Despite these thoughts, Ouyang Yuya's face betrayed no sign of concern. Standing straight like a spear, he silently activated the Great Wilderness Soul technique within, rapidly replenishing his waning soul energy. He met Shin Tu's murderous gaze with a cold smile. Gate Master Shin Tu, you're a man of standing. To strike down at a junior like this, won't you be laughed at by others? Huh, brat, I'll admit you've got some skill, but those words won't move me in the least. Let me see how many more tricks you've got up your sleeve. As Shin Tu spoke, he suddenly drove his huge blade into the ground behind him. A flash of golden light appeared in his hand, which transformed into a brownish sulfur cannon. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya's face paled instantly. His body twisted violently sideways, just as the cannon fired. The spot where Ouyang Yuya had stood only moments before erupted violently, and immediately afterward, a sharp spike, thick as a large bowl, shot violently from the ground. Cold sweat dripped from Ouyang Yuya's forehead. If he had been a moment slower, he would have been pierced straight through. What? Seeing Ouyang Yuya dodge his attack so skillfully, Shin Tu's expression briefly showed a flicker of surprise. But his surprise quickly gave way to a cruel grin as he shook the sulfur cannon once more. Sharp spikes sprang forth like xiuxian, Lu Xishang Bon Lenshir Budon, heading straight toward Ouyang Yuya. Under such relentless attacks, Ouyang Yuya started to show signs of struggle. Just as the spikes were halfway through their trajectory, however, they mysteriously stopped in midair. Then, frost began to form along their surfaces, spreading rapidly before the spikes exploded into shards of ice. Humph, I thought you'd keep running away. Seeing the spikes explode suddenly, Shintu's expression subtly changed, the cold smirk deepening on his face. Shintu, you're going too far. A sudden voice interrupted. Two figures flashed forward rapidly and stood beside Ouyang Yuya. It was none other than Yun Tian and the Academy's master instructor. Seeing the master arrive, the Academy's disciples immediately burst into excited murmurs, letting out collective sighs of relief. Even Ouyang Yuya felt his nerves settle. Now that a master-level figure had arrived, the students finally felt safe again. After all, in Xiuxian town, only the master could rival Shintu's might. The instructor looked at Ouyang Yuya, whose face was still pale, and his expression darkened further. With a flick of his right arm, a sulfur cannon shimmered into existence. The device's surface glinted faintly with cold light. Shintu, if you've got the guts, why not test your strength against mine? My Academy's disciples are under my protection. Seeing the coldness on the instructor's face, Shintu's own expression shifted, but he masked it with a cold laugh. This little beast hurt my son, and you're telling me I can't seek revenge? What ridiculous teachings you must have. As Shintu spoke, the instructor's face twisted into a cold smile. He looked at Ouyang Yuya beside him. Huh, I'm the adult in charge of this guy. Go ahead, see if you've got the balls to touch him. You? Even Shintu hesitated slightly at the instructor's chilling expression, clearly caught between choices. After all, both Hongdao Gate and the Academy were powerful factions in Xiuxian town. If a true battle broke out between them, neither side would emerge unscathed. Though Hongdao Gate members were all hardened, fearless warriors, starting a conflict with the Academy would surely provoke public anger. Everyone knew that the Academy enjoyed far greater popularity than Hongdao Gate. Shintu, here's a way out. The town festival is approaching, and it would be bad for both of us to fight before then. Why not settle things after the festival? Seeing the master offering a graceful way to retreat, Shintu merely grunted coldly before turning and leaving. His Hongdao Gate men quickly followed, vanishing back into the crowds. As they went, murmurs and disapproving whispers followed them home, leaving their reputation badly damaged. You little brat. You certainly know how to give me headaches. Watching Hongdao Gate disappear into the distance, the instructor's expression remained stern. He glanced at Ouyang Yuya and said coldly, "Come see me later." Then he turned and walked toward the Academy. The Academy's disciples followed closely behind him, leaving only Ouyang Yuya and Chen Lin standing in place, motionless. What are you staring at? Let's go. Giving Ouyang Yuya a glance, Chen Lin smiled slightly. Suddenly noticing the monkey that had returned to Ouyang Yuya's shoulder, she smirked with a tone of mockery. Dead monkey, where were you when your master was getting beaten? Humph, spineless creature. You only know how to bully the weak. Faced with Chen Lin's ridicule, the monkey instantly showed displeasure. With a wave of its paw, it hurled a huge persimmon straight at her. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Chen Lin gasped and quickly dodged. When she looked up again, she found both Ouyang Yuya and the monkey already gone. Her pretty face turned even angrier, and she stomped her foot in frustration. Indeed, not a single decent one among them. Chapter 179, Demanding Answers. In the back hall of the Academy, the mentor sat solemnly on a stone chair. His gaze shifted around before finally settling on Ouyang Yuya, who stood respectfully before him. His expression gradually turned grim. You're really quite something, boy. You said you'd cripple the young master of Hongdao Gate, and you actually did it. Didn't you think about the consequences at all? If I hadn't caught wind of this and rushed back today, you probably wouldn't be standing here talking to me right now. Seeing the mentor's displeased expression, Ouyang Yuya smiled awkwardly. Disciple only knows that he repeatedly provoked me. If I didn't teach him a lesson, he would never understand that there are always stronger people out there. Moreover, our feud originated within the Academy, so master would surely not sit idle. Haha, you cheeky kid, always finding an excuse. Well, what's done is done. I must say, your swing of that staff was quite satisfying to watch, haha. Looking at the elder who had changed from fury to bright smiles in an instant, Ouyang Yuya could only feel helplessness. There's less than 5 days until the Zhen meeting. How's your preparation going? Without acknowledging Ouyang Yuya's expression, the mentor suddenly smiled and asked, with all due respect, Master, what level are the disciples competing this time? Not entirely sure, but rest assured, they're no weaker than Yun Tian. The mentor mused for a moment before responding. Oh, Ouyang Yuya involuntarily trembled at the news, surprised that the opponent would be this formidable. After all, Yun Tian had nearly reached the level of a third-tier alchemist, which meant he was a soul cultivator at the 9th stage, just one step away from a soul scholar. If these disciples were stronger than him, that would mean they were all third-tier alchemists, soul scholars. Indeed formidable. Ouyang Yuya sighed helplessly. Despite his relentless travels and hardships, he had barely reached the first stage of a soul cultivator. Compared to these geniuses of the Golden Cauldron dynasty, there remained a great gap. This starting disparity was indeed massive. Of course, his own strength couldn't be measured by conventional standards since he possessed dual souls, which was precisely the basis of his confidence. He couldn't believe all these geniuses also shared the same advantage. Otherwise, dual soul cultivators would truly be too cheap. Hee, what's this? Even you find them troubling. Seeing the expression on Ouyang Yuya's face, the mentor chuckled loudly before continuing, but don't worry. Just bring forth your best performance. The rankings aren't that important anyway. After so many years of finishing last, my xiuxian can handle the embarrassment. Rest assured, unless they're soul masters, I haven't reached the point of fear yet. Oh, hee. Then I'll be looking forward to your good news. However, there are still 3 individuals you must pay particular attention to. As he spoke, the minter tossed out a jade slip, which Xuanhuan caught. When he extended his soul awareness into it, he found records of the 3 strongest opponents in this upcoming competition. The 3 devils of the Su clan? Upon seeing the name, Xuanhuan's brows furrowed slightly, finding it somewhat amusing that someone would bear such a name. What? I'm telling you, don't underestimate these 3. They're the 3 brothers from Su clan town and can truly be considered the most formidable adversaries this time around, the minter said seriously. Xuanhuan became slightly interested in the trio, though the information on the jade slip was brief. He did notice that all 3 were ranked at the 3rd stage of soul scholars and were 3rd-tier alchemists. Their strength indeed wasn't weak. However, they weren't quite as strong as Xuanhuan had anticipated, being about the same level as the previous Nantian. Still, he couldn't believe that Nantian had been as troublesome as these 3. After all, this was a 3rd-tier dynasty. Simply the quality of Wang's stone, wild stone, they used in cultivation surpassed what Nantian had access to. Yet with his current power, he wouldn't feel threatened by mere soul scholars. These are the strongest participants of the Zhun meeting. After storing the jade slip, Xuanhuan's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Hee, looks like you've got quite the appetite, boy. Their terrifying part isn't just their individual strengths. Oh, so you mean? Seeing the astonishment on Xuanhuan's face, the minter smiled again. What truly makes them fearsome is that when they fight together, their combined technique isn't inferior to a 5th-tier move. And just so happens, in the preliminary round, it will be an all-out battle among various factions. That tournament setup is greatly advantageous to them. It would take very few people to withstand such a 5th-tier attack during the match. Thus, these 3 are the main highlight of this competition. 5th tier. This time, even Xuanhuan felt a bit troubled. A 5th-tier combined technique was formidable enough to rival a 5th-tier soul beast, and for cultivators at the soul soldier level, it truly was a significant threat. However, it wasn't such a huge danger to him. After all, he still had a few hidden cards to play. He even possessed some 5th-tier crystals, and with Dahuang Ling now connected to him, he firmly believed that if he used it again, it wouldn't cause the kind of problems it had before. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. You rarely come to see me without reason, so go ahead and say what it is. Seeing the fiery gaze in Xuanhuan's eyes, the minter smiled slightly, deciding not to ask further and instead directly inquired. Faced with the minter's straightforward question, Xuanhuan looked slightly embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. This disciple came here to discuss something with the master. Discuss? The minter was slightly taken aback, then his expression changed to one of indifference. You actually have something you want to discuss? Fine, go ahead and speak. This disciple wishes to borrow some wild stones from master. Seeing the minter's expression turn curious, Xuanhuan displayed a bright smile that he thought looked good, but he quickly saw the minter's expression drastically change, and visibly, a red flush quickly rose from his neck to his face. What? Again? Do you think I'm made of wild stones? Hearing the minter's near shout, Xuanhuan awkwardly smiled, looking very pitiful. I have no choice, those 20 wild stones aren't even enough for 1 day of cultivation. Plus what? The minter looked at Xuanhuan's expression, wanting to punch him a few times. This kid was the kind to devour everything, bones included, and the minter's expression became full of suspicion. Well, I found that once there are no wild stones, my cultivation speed slows down significantly, and the ambient soul energy isn't very effective for me anymore. Master must already know the pros and cons about cultivation speed, so I don't need to explain that. Xuanhuan continued. There was some truth in what Xuanhuan said, though the slowed cultivation referred specifically to the Wangxian, not his overall strength. Without wild stones, the cultivation of the Wangxian really did slow down. He wasn't lying about this. Comforting himself with that thought, Xuanhuan now appeared even more pitiful. His monkey, perched on his shoulder, affectionately wrapped its arms around Xuanhuan's neck, hanging its head low in an extremely dejected manner, as if it, too, had been unable to cultivate. Fine, just tell me how many you need this time. The minter had absolutely no solution to deal with Xuanhuan anymore. This guy's weird techniques seemed endless. The minter didn't want to hear anything more and decided to let him take what he wanted and leave as quickly as possible. Otherwise, who knows how long he would keep hanging around. Seeing the minter nod in agreement, a gleam of ecstatic excitement appeared in Xuanhuan's eyes. He seemed to contemplate for a moment, then with a difficult expression, extended a clenched fist and waved it in front of the minter. 10. Seeing the number Xuanhuan put forth, the minter felt relieved, thinking that the boy still had some conscience left. The amount he asked for wasn't too high and could be acceptable. It's 100. From the minter's expression, Xuanhuan realized he had misunderstood again, and he chuckled sheepishly. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the minter's movements abruptly freeze, his eyes widened as he stared at him, his expression gradually revealing anger. Surprisingly, this time the minter didn't open his mouth as expected but instead tossed him a sack with a wave of his hand. The monkey caught it and opened it up, revealing its bulging interior filled with wild stones. Just from a rough visual estimation, Xuanhuan could guess that the quantity inside was definitely no small number, likely around 100 pieces. Seeing the minter's generosity, Xuanhuan was ecstatic and immediately clasped his hands together toward the minter. Thank you, master. If you don't have any other matters, disciple will take his leave now. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was stopped by the mentor. Turning around, he saw that the redness on the mentor's face had faded, now replaced with a very calm expression, and the gaze fixed on Ouyang Yuya contained a mocking look. Little one, you have quite a few secrets, it seems. So this Xin meeting will reveal that for me. Otherwise, I'd really be wasting my wild stones. Upon hearing the mentor's words, Ouyang Yuya's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, trying to catch other expressions on the mentor's face. But soon he smiled again and said, Disciple doesn't quite understand what Master is referring to. Master already knows about my identity. Ouyang Yuya's words clearly caused the mentor before him to pause slightly. Then he let out a soft chuckle and slowly nodded. Fixing his gaze on Lin Dong, he said, his mind is quite impressive. No wonder he managed to escape from Nan Gongtian's grasp. Ouyang Yuya was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this mentor to know the name Nan Gongzheng. If that were the case, did he also know about his own affairs? Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. His body instinctively tensed like a hunting beast, as the wanxiang fangzuan within him started circulating slowly. Even the monkey on his shoulder narrowed its eyes dangerously. Such a reaction had practically become second nature when facing unknown intentions. He surprised? You seem quite startled, little one. I know you have many secrets, so there's no need to be so alarmed. Things like your identity, your master, and for instance, the Dahuang Soul Technique. As the last sentence fell, Ouyang Yuya's expression abruptly darkened, his pupils contracting sharply. Chapter 180, The Great Competition. The Grand Wasteland Soul Decree. As soon as these 4 words entered his ears, Ouyang Yuya could feel a chill rise from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his entire being. In the next instant, his body instinctively tensed, like a wild beast sensing danger and stimulation. At the same time, seeing the instructor's expression change slightly to one of alertness, he could sense the man's mood shift and become watchful as well. Low growls rumbled from deep in his throat, and his beast-like eyes flickered with a tinge of blood-colored light. The Grand Wasteland Soul Decree had always been his most secret trump card. Ever since he had mastered it, he had handled it with the utmost care, because he clearly understood how tempting the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree could be. He believed that once the news got out that he possessed it, his peaceful days would be over, and powerful experts would come flocking like bees. Unless his life was under threat, he would never even consider using it. Now that his soul had condensed, the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree had transformed more into a martial technique, making it even less likely for others to discover it. Although he didn't know how the instructor had found out about his possession of the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree, that didn't stop such thoughts from flashing through his mind. You're really an interesting fellow. Just as a sense of cold dread filled his heart, the instructor suddenly laughed and spoke up. In response to the teasing tone, Ouyang Yuya merely curled his lips and remained silent, for such a matter could not possibly be handled carelessly. Very strange how I know this, aren't you? Haha, I won't play with you anymore. Take a look at this. Smiling, the instructor handed him a jade slip. As soon as Ouyang Yuya grasped it, his expression slightly changed, because he could actually feel the faint fluctuation of the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree coming from the slip. Though extremely weak, it definitely existed. Without needing much explanation from the instructor, Ouyang Yuya instantly understood. The instructor had likely sensed this fluctuation from the jade slip. Rest assured, although the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree is indeed impressive, it's still not something that would truly move me. As he spoke, the instructor's tone was uncharacteristically soft, and that rare gentleness caused a small sense of relief in Ouyang Yuya's heart. You find it strange that I know all these things, huh? I do know some things about your experiences, so I'm not surprised by your reaction. I must admit, I underestimated you a bit before, but you can drop your guard now, because you're now in the Jinding dynasty. Alan Kingdom's reach simply won't extend here. Hearing the instructor's words, Ouyang Yuya finally let go of his suspicion. He had seen people of all kinds across the lands, and through just a few careful observations, he could sense the all-encompassing tolerance of the man before him, like the ocean embracing 100 rivers. The reason I could sense the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree in your hands is actually quite simple. I once saw this extraordinary book back when I was a mentor at the Jin Academy and even made an imprint of it. I wasn't able to copy its core essence, but even so, I did get a sense of some of its lingering aura. Just now, the palm you unleashed on Shinto contained that aura, so naturally I could sense it. After hearing the instructor's explanation, Ouyang Yuya finally let his mind ease somewhat, though a touch of helplessness also surfaced. No matter how careful he had been, there was still a clue left behind. All his caution seemed trivial in the eyes of these powerful soul cultivators. He sighed slightly in resignation, as if suddenly thinking of something, and turned his head abruptly, his voice now tinged with excitement. There is a copy of the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree in the Jin Academy? Quickly, Ouyang Yuya arrived at the heart of the matter, his eyes now shining with intensity. Although the version of the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree he currently possessed was the most crucial part, it was, after all, only a fragment and could at best only reach the peak of the yellow rank. For his current level, that was enough. However, once he advanced to a higher level, its shortcomings would become apparent. The solution was to locate the remaining parts and enhance the martial technique by combining them. But the Grand Wasteland Soul Decree was scattered across many regions, and finding the other sections would be extremely difficult. Now, upon hearing that there might be another copy somewhere, excitement stirred within him at once. Seeing the hopeful gleam in Ouyang Yuya's eyes, the instructor merely nodded. Although that was only in the past, it has been a long time since then, so I cannot be certain of the exact location of that copy now. However, there should still be some clues left within the Gene Academy. If you're interested, you can go check it out yourself. Hearing the mentor's words, a flicker of disappointment appeared in Ouyang Yuye's eyes, but he quickly adjusted his expression. After all, even a guess was far better than blindly searching on his own. He had already made up his mind before, and now it seemed he would have to go to the Gene Academy first. Do you think the Gene Academy is so bad? Seeing the dejected expression on Ouyang Yuye's face, the mentor smiled faintly and continued. Look across the entire Gene Ding dynasty. There are countless students eager to enter the Gene Academy, unlike you who fusses and hesitates. I only mentioned the Grand Wasteland Soul decree to warn you, because your background is somewhat sensitive. The Refinement Academy, although powerful, also has its drawbacks. Its backer is none other than the royal family itself. However, as for the Gene Academy, I can personally look after you, so it's more suitable for you. Ouyang Yuye nodded as he listened. He had already made his decision when Shenrong had told him about it, so now hearing it again didn't surprise him at all. Alright, prepare yourself over the next few days. Have you heard already? In a few days will be the annual Great Competition of our academy. The Great Competition? Ouyang Yuye was momentarily stunned, his brows slightly furrowing in confusion. The Great Competition is our academy's annual grand event, meant to assess the students' progress throughout the year. Through this competition, we'll also select those who deserve special cultivation opportunities. Of course, the most important part is that the authority to command the entire event will be decided among the three of you competing. Authority to command the event. That's right, the mentor confirmed. The commander is the one in charge of everything during the competition. Don't think it's meaningless. Obtaining this command role shows your strength is among the best. Naturally, it'll also draw more attention from the academy examiners. As the mentor spoke, Ouyang Yuye lowered his eyes briefly before nodding in sudden understanding. What the mentor said did make sense, although he found it oddly difficult to voice any response. So you need to be extra cautious. As the highlight of the great competition, the selection of commanders will take place at the very beginning. So, the mentor's eyes gleamed with a deep meaning. After these recent events, your reputation has steadily surpassed Yutiani's. Thus, this great competition has already drawn the attention of many people. As for who between you two is stronger, it's up to you to show them. Hearing these words, Ouyang Yuye could clearly sense the anticipation hidden in the mentor's tone. Inwardly, he sighed with a bit of helplessness, his mind quietly making up a decision. What? You're not going to back out again, are you? Seeing Ouyang Yuye's expression, the mentor's face changed immediately, looking somewhat displeased. Is it okay if I don't participate? Ouyang Yuye smiled awkwardly. The truth was, he really wasn't very interested in these contests. As for the command authority, he honestly didn't care. Without such burdens, he would actually feel more at ease. You can, but I know you won't. Oh, seeing the mentor's firm tone, Ouyang Yuye was slightly startled. Why do you say that? If I didn't have some plans in mind, do you think I'd bother talking with you, you stubborn kid? To be honest with you, the reward for the competition is 100 vangshu for first place, 50 for second, and 10 vangshu each for third to 10th. How about that? Interested now? The mentor smiled knowingly. He knew Ouyang Yuye well, that cautious type who wouldn't budge unless seeing tangible benefits. Vangshu, undoubtedly, was the most effective bait. Sure enough, as soon as the mentor finished, Ouyang Yuye reluctantly nodded. Alright, I'll do it. Knew you'd be smart. Ouyang Yuye could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Even he couldn't resist the temptation of vangshu. Alright, go prepare. Truth be told, I'm also quite looking forward to seeing how you'll fare against each other. With a slight nod, he clasped his hands together and said respectfully, this disciple will take his leave now. With that, he stepped out of the back hall. The oppressive feeling that had been hanging on him seemed to dissipate as he left, but at the thought of the approaching great competition, his expression once again darkened. Still, as he flipped his wrist and felt the weighty pouch in his hand, a faint smirk of satisfaction formed on his lips. No matter what, those 100 vangshu would be his. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden, tangible gaze pressed against his back. His brows furrowed slightly. Turning around, he found the figure standing there was none other than Yu Tian. Chapter 181, Everything Ready. As Ouyang Yuye's gaze swept over, Yin Tian also smiled faintly, and under the plain clothing, he actually exuded a scholarly grace. Come, let's talk. Hearing Yun Tian's invitation, Ouyang Yuye was slightly taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. His figure flickered as he swiftly moved over, and the two of them sat down on a nearby bluestone. I heard you're from the Iluan Kingdom. Yun Tian turned his head to look at Ouyang Yuye, and the usual stern expression on his face now showed unusual emotion. Ouyang Yuye hesitated slightly before nodding. Since even Shenrong knew about it, it was only natural that Yun Tian did as well, so he wasn't particularly surprised. I've heard bits and pieces about you, Yun Tian said with an appreciative look in his eyes. But even so, I must say you're even more impressive. If I were facing a Grand Earth Soul Master, I probably wouldn't have managed to escape like you did. Brother Yun Tian flatters me. Ouyang Yuye replied with a self-deprecating smile. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Tian faintly smiled as well. Your strength is indeed formidable. Among the younger generation you are definitely top tier, Yun Tian continued. Even so, we cannot let our guard down during the competition. There are still some dangerous opponents. You mean the Su family's 3 demons? Oh, as soon as Ouyang Yuye spoke, Yun Tian's expression subtly changed, showing a glimmer of surprise before he asked in astonishment. The Su family's 3 demons? How did you learn about them? My mentor mentioned them, Ouyang Yuye asked casually. He then watched as Yun Tian's face became grave with a solemn nod. Yes, they are powerful. If you already know about them, then you must also know about their combined techniques, right? Other than that, all three have attained the Soul Warrior level, which is significantly stronger than mine. Not long ago, I even fought against them. Oh, upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuyan's eyes lit up. And how did it go? When Yun Tian recalled the encounter, his expression darkened. He looked extremely grim. After a pause, he opened his shirt in front of Ouyang Yuyan's astonished gaze, revealing a terrifyingly black wound on his chest. The mark was obviously caused by cannon fire. Because of a conflict, this scar was left from a fight with Chun family's third son. We clashed once, but he still had the energy to keep fighting while I was nearly finished off. Haha, this is what he left me with, Yun Tian said bitterly, shaking his head. All three of them wield crystals of the third rank, making them leagues beyond us, so the outcome was inevitable. This scar was from the weakest among them, and the other two are no less formidable. Thus, calling them the biggest threat in this tournament is not an exaggeration. Listening to Yun Tian's explanation, Ouyang Yuyan nodded and involuntarily inhaled sharply. His strength was roughly equal to Yun Tian's if he didn't resort to his hidden trump card. In that case, these Su family's three demons were truly tough, nuts to crack. Seeing Ouyang Yuyan also looked serious, Yun Tian faintly smiled again. Don't worry too much. You probably haven't heard yet that this tournament will begin with an elimination round where everyone fights everyone else. Teamwork is key, so naturally these three will be the prime targets for everyone to take down. Their combined techniques are feared by all disciples, so we can just sit back and reap the benefits later. As Yun Tian finished speaking, Ouyang Yuyan nodded as well. Actually, he wasn't too worried about those three. As long as they were separated, the problem wouldn't be that big. What he was more concerned about were the other disciples who had strong individual strengths. They were the real opponents. If he wanted to be noticed by the Alchemy Institute and the Gold Institute, he would have to put up an impressive performance, not inferior to theirs. Brother Yun Tian, what about the other disciples from different factions? Are there any tough opponents? Of course, Yun Tian replied. Besides them, there are some dangerous individuals, such as Bai Pu from the Sunset Peak and Qingfeng from Xuanhuan Town. Seeing them, we can only retreat. To a certain extent, they've actually been secretly groomed by the Alchemy and Gold Institutes for a long time. Now that they have reached the age requirement, attending the academies is already set in stone. To them, this tournament is nothing more than a mere formality. Yun Tian said with much emotion. His talent was outstanding in xiuxian Town, but compared to those ruthless individuals, he felt overshadowed. As for the disciples from other factions, their strength is roughly comparable to ours, but among them, the one most deserving of attention is Wanchong from Qinglin Town. Upon hearing that name, Ouyang Yuyan's hand inside his sleeve slightly trembled. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and even his body stiffened slightly, clearly showing that he couldn't easily remain calm at that name. Perhaps her cultivation isn't particularly high, and she is about equal to me, but she possesses a rare dual-element soul heart, making her the first disciple ever to be admitted with special privileges. She was even taken in by the Alchemy Institute's director as a direct disciple. So if you encounter her, you must be cautious as well. Hearing Yun Tian's tone filled with admiration, Ouyang Yuyan slowly narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Wanchong's status to be so high. No wonder she had looked down on him back then. In her eyes, perhaps speaking to him was already a great favor. Oh, do you know her, Ouyang brother? Seeing the strange expression on Ouyang Yuyan's face, Yun Tian asked with equal confusion. How could that be? How would someone of such heavenly brilliance ever recognize me? Ouyang Yuyan hurriedly replied, while secretly thinking, not only do I know her, I've even been intimate with her. Of course, he dared not speak that aloud. If it ever got out, given Wanchong's personality, she would surely hunt him down to the ends of the earth. That makes sense, Yun Tian said, nodding. He stood up and patted Ouyang Yuyan on the shoulder. Still, don't lack confidence in yourself. If we two work together, even if we don't secure the top 3 spots, our results won't be bad either. Huh? Ouyang Yuyan curled his lips slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. In a few days, the competition will begin. When it comes to fighting for the right of allegiance, I definitely won't hold back, so you'll have to do your best too, huh? Saying this, Yun Tian laughed aloud and turned to leave. Watching Yun Tian's gradually retreating figure, the corner of Ouyang Yuyan's mouth slowly lifted into a smile as he clenched his fist and felt the swirling soul energy inside his body. How interesting indeed. Inside his room, Ouyang Yuyan sat cross-legged. Beside him, it was not hard to see rows of brown jade slips connected together, forming a huge ring continuously spinning at his side. Each time the ring rotated, the brown slips emitted streaks of brown light, which flowed into his body one after another. From time to time, rumbling sounds could be heard coming from inside him. With this almost frenzied absorption, countless cracking sounds continued to ring out, followed by a large amount of brown powder slowly scattering from the air like dust. If someone could witness this scene at this moment, they would be absolutely shocked, because no one had ever used Wang Stone like this before. For ordinary cultivators, Wang Stone could at most be used to temper the body and enhance soul energy. The Wang air contained within it was notoriously wild, and even a slight oversight could cause serious injury. However, for Ouyang Yuyan, this was not an issue. With the Ningjong of the Great Wilderness Spirit Method, the Wang air within the Wang Stone was quickly swallowed and absorbed by the Wang heart inside him, making it an ideal supplement. Such intensive cultivation finally ceased slowly after the ring of jade slips completely vanished. His tightly closed eyelids opened, and his pitch-black eyes had eerily turned red and blue, truly a strange sight. However, this unusual color did not last long before fading again. With a breath of stale air exhaled from his mouth, Xiuxian felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his body. Glancing at the pile of powder scattered around him, he couldn't help but let out a helpless chuckle. After this round of cultivation, another 100 pieces of Wang stone had been completely consumed, and even he felt rather helpless about such a consumption rate. Relying on the already bright daylight, he got off the bed. Due to sitting for such a long time, as soon as he stood up, popping sounds came from his body, followed by a tingling sensation from the joints in his bones, making him release a pleasant sigh. At the familiar cry, Xiuxian turned his head and saw the monkey sitting on the floor, in front of whom stood a huge black cauldron. Suddenly remembering that ever since he had returned from the academy, he had begun refining crystals. Just before completing the final shaping step, he had begun meditating, leaving the monkey in charge. Judging from the current state, the process was probably completed. Did you finish it? He stepped forward slowly and patted the cauldron, asking the question. The monkey opened its big mouth and nodded, then pointed at the cauldron while fierce light flashed in its eyes. Jejia, you brat, you've provoked this master for so long, and now you're turning the blame on me instead. Jejia, is your whole race of monkeys like this now, huh? Jejia. A cackling voice came from inside the cauldron, instantly provoking the monkey's fury. Baring its teeth and flashing angry eyes, it seemed ready to leap into the cauldron and fight the Jade Toad King to the death. Facing the Jade Toad King's cold mockery, Xiuxian patted the monkey's head, then gave it a meaningful glance. Immediately, the monkey leaped up and flung open the lid of the cauldron. With both claws, it reached underneath and grabbed the finished crystals. Just as the monkey withdrew its arms, a green ball of light suddenly flared up and shot out at an incredible speed. At the same time, the Jade Toad King's sinister laughter rang out. Jejia, this master is finally out. Xiuxian let out a cold snort, clearly having anticipated this. Flipping his palm, he conjured a fiery red sulfur bomb that appeared in his hand. A burst of searing flames spewed forth from it. As expected, the moment the flames emerged, a shriek came from the green light, which quickly recoiled in apparent fear. The monkey, acting in perfect synchronization, slammed the lid back onto the cauldron, then gave a smug little laugh. Jejia, you two little brats. Just wait until this master gets out. I'll devour you alive. Ignoring the Jade Toad King's enraged threats, Xiuxian turned his attention back, placing the cauldron once again into his xiuxian pouch. He caught the dozens of crystals tossed by the monkey and estimated he now had over 20 firebomb crystals. In this refinement process, he had also added the century-old xuanhuan. With such high-grade materials, these firebomb crystals had nearly reached the 3rd tier in strength. Nodding slightly in approval, he muttered, "Today must be the day of the competition." Looking outside at the fully illuminated sky, Xiuxian stretched lazily. He hadn't expected his cultivation to last 3 whole days. Patting the monkey's head, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Come on, follow me and let's see this competition for ourselves. Chapter 182, The Command Flag. At the back hall of the academy, a place normally forbidden to all, the spacious central area was now occupied by a gigantic green stone platform. This platform, rising about 10 feet above the ground, loomed imposingly, offering a visually striking effect. One glance was enough to convey the platform's sturdiness, made from a material strong enough to withstand the full-force strike of a soul cultivator, demonstrating how much the academy valued this competition. Around the perimeter of the platform, a red rim encased it like a wide red ribbon wrapped around, giving it a rather peculiar appearance. By now, the previously quiet back hall had become lively and bustling with voices. Surrounding the central stone platform were rows of meditation cushions arranged neatly in concentric circles. On these cushions sat the academy students competing, as well as many spectators who had come to watch the event. With such a large gathering, the once vast and open hall had become rather crowded. Near the very front of the cushions, close to the elevated platform, stood several chairs. Sitting upon them were several well-known figures from Xiuxian town, with even Xuan present. However, judging from his gloomy expression, his heart was undoubtedly quite unsettled, naturally because he had lost a spot that was originally expected to be easily secured. Anyone else would feel the same way in his position. Looking behind at the cushions filled with seated contestants cross-legged in meditation, leaning close to his mentor, the mayor of Xiuxian town couldn't help but sigh out loud before saying with some admiration, "Mentor, this year's students truly possess outstanding abilities." The mentor seated beside him smiled slightly upon hearing that, also showing pleasure on his face. Indeed, overall they are much stronger compared to last year's batch. Very true. The mayor of Xiuxian town nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside them suddenly spoke up. "Mentor, I've heard there's a young fellow here named Xiuxian. Is that really the case?" As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the others nearby cast curious glances at the mentor, clearly very familiar with the name. Ignoring the gazes around him, the middle-aged man exchanged a knowing glance with Xuan sitting beside him, whose face had turned dark with anger. His amusement only increased, and with a slightly sarcastic tone, he continued, "That young fellow's name has really become thunderous in my ears. That incident in the market days ago also reached me afterwards. Ahem. I heard even Xin Luo couldn't stand against him." Upon hearing this, Xuan immediately furrowed his brows and angrily slammed the table, standing up to glare fiercely at Wang Yan. "Wang Yan, what exactly are you implying with that statement? My son's incident occurred at your market. I haven't even come to you yet, and here you are spreading malicious rumors. Do you think my Hongdao sect doesn't exist? Xuan, could it be that you don't even know what your son did in my market?" The damages he has caused me over these years, should I list them for you in detail? Seeing Shun Tu rise, Wang Yan beside him also stood, facing him defiantly, glaring back. Watching this confrontation, the followers each side had brought along also rose to their feet, fists tightly clenched, standing face to face, as if a violent clash could erupt at any moment. This sudden turmoil brought the originally bustling hall to a dead silence under the heavy scent of tension. Pair after pair of eyes turned toward Shun Tu, expressions filled with mockery. Seeing both sides' reactions, the mayor of Xiuxian town also turned somewhat dark in expression, immediately barking an order. All of you sit down. Are you going to cause trouble in front of everyone here? All of you have some standing. Don't tell me you don't care about face anymore. At the mayor's furious command, the two factions sat back down with resentment still in their eyes, though they glared hatefully at each other. Witnessing this, the mentor could only shake his head helplessly but refrained from interfering. Such rivalry and conflict among factions was unavoidable and thus nothing unusual to him. As he pondered, his gaze swept across the disciples' seating section and failed to find the figure of Xuanhuan. After a slight moment of shock, his expression began turning dark. That little bastard. He's not even coming, is he? He muttered angrily under his breath, visibly worried now. Originally, he had intended for the match between Yuntian and Xuanhuan to open the competition, creating some excitement for the event, but now it was turning difficult to salvage. Yet there was absolutely nothing he could do about Xuanhuan. With an annoyed smack to his forehead, he fumed inwardly while scrambling for solutions and cursing the guy for being unreliable. Meanwhile, Ji Hao, who was seated among the disciples, also noticed this. Glancing at the burning incense on the elevated stage above, according to the rules, when 1/10 of the incense had burned, it would signal the appointed time, and it looked like it was nearly there. Looking perplexed, he turned to Qinlin beside him and asked, Xuanhuan hasn't arrived yet. Qinlin was also momentarily stunned before seeming to recall something. He must have gotten so absorbed in cultivation that he forgot the time. Darn, the time is almost up. Surely we can't change the rules last minute. Their conversation quickly spread among the surrounding disciples, rapidly sparking an uproar. As it spread, the story twisted into something else, that Xuanhuan had gotten cold feet and dared not show up. This caused Yuntian and the others to look visibly displeased. What a pain this guy is. Never gives us peace of mind. Qinlin muttered angrily, stomping her foot. Then she glanced down at the xiuxian, sound asleep and snoring peacefully, and suddenly got an idea. She lightly nudged it with her foot. Big Yellow, go fetch that dead monkey and his master. At Qinlin's command, Big Yellow appeared quite unwilling. A low growl rumbled from deep within his throat as he expressed clear reluctance. Seeing Big Yellow's reaction, Qinlin's face froze slightly. Beside her, Ji Hao teased, Qinlin, are you sure this soul beast can actually be useful in a pinch? Definitely. Just as he spoke, a sudden shrill cry rang out. Startled, Big Yellow's body tensed up. He crouched low, his eyes darting sharply around. Accidentally, he felt a sudden weight on his back, and instantly the monkey leapt out of nowhere, straddling him. The monkey's paw began scratching Big Yellow's tail mischievously and raised it behind the xiuxian, swinging it around, accompanied by a series of chittering laughter. Roar! Feeling his tail grabbed, the xiuxian tried biting it with his mouth, beginning to chase his own tail in circles. Yet the monkey held the tail high, allowing the xiuxian to chase endlessly without success. Shrill laughter followed. Evidently, this game had been played many times and still brought them endless delight. The monkey's laughter successfully drew attention from the surrounding disciples. In an instant, surprised gazes turned toward the tiger and monkey pair, with some even coming closer. This comical scene completely shattered the previously tense atmosphere. Seeing the xiuxian running in circles on the ground, Yuntian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips. Glancing at the red-faced Qinlin beside him, he found it quite amusing. That monkey. Get off, you dead monkey. Seeing the monkey actually bullying her soul beast, Qinlin's face flushed with anger. She angrily raised the sulfur cannon in her hand to strike, only to see the xiuxian suddenly stop and turn around to shield the monkey behind him. This sight immediately caused surrounding disciples to burst into laughter. Feeling humiliated, Qinlin wished she could vanish into a crack in the ground, especially seeing Yuntian trying to suppress his laughter. Her expression instantly darkened. But soon, she composed herself and said loudly, All right, no more worries. He's here. Though not especially loud, Qinlin's voice still reached the surrounding disciples, who immediately began scanning the crowd for Xuanhuan's figure. He's here. A voice echoed, and the sight of Xuanhuan oddly emerged from the crowd drew everyone's gaze. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he stopped before the mentor's seats, then bowed politely to the mentor on the high platform. Disciple Xuanhuan greets master and esteemed seniors. Oh, so you are Xuanhuan. Wang Yan observed the smiling young man before him. The reality of this person differed entirely from his expectations, so unexpectedly refined and well-mannered, that he couldn't help but glance with curiosity. Xuanhuan nodded at Wang Yan, his gaze shifting next to the mentor, filled with a trace of regret. Upon seeing Xuanhuan's arrival, the mentor's previously dark expression eased slightly. You actually showed up just in time. All right, step onto the fighting platform now. The first match will be between you and Yuntian. Xuanhuan nodded, gradually stepping onto the battleground. He turned, paused, and fixed his eyes on Yuntian seated composedly below. His gaze burned with fighting spirit. His right arm vibrated as the sulfur cannon materialized in his hand. Senior Yuntian, please. Swish, swish, swish. Though Ouyang Yuye's voice wasn't loud, in the deathly silence, everyone clearly heard it. Immediately, countless eyes focused on Yuntian, their gazes burning with anticipation. One, the known best among the younger generation of Xiuxian town. The other, an emerging talent rapidly gaining fame. This battle was enough to draw all attention. Meeting Ouyang Yuye's gaze, Yuntian faintly smiled. Then slowly rising, he exhaled calmly, and with a shift of his figure, soared onto the platform, standing opposite Ouyang Yuye in a distant stance. As the two took their positions, the mentor also rose from his seat. With a sweep of his right arm, a golden light shot forth and violently struck one side of the bluestone platform. As the golden glow dissipated, a radiant golden flag stood firmly planted, drawing heated expressions from all the disciples. The command flag. Yuntian licked his dry lips, shifting his gaze away from the flag before offering a respectful bow toward Ouyang Yuye. Likewise, he raised his sulfur cannon, which suddenly appeared in his hand. The rules are as usual. Whoever captures the command flag first shall claim victory in the tournament. Although swords and blades are sharp and may draw blood, no one is allowed to intentionally take a life or face disciplinary actions from the academy. All right, begin. At the mentor's command, eyes locked, and two powerful, surging waves of energy slowly radiated from the center of the bluestone platform like tides. Then, after a long wait, the duel finally began. Chapter 183, The Battle for the Command Flag. As the auras of the two warriors continued to surge, the fierce soul power radiating from their bodies caused their clothes to flutter violently. Clang! With a sharp, ringing sound, two distinct colored soul rings, one red and one blue, activated around their respective wrists. The black soul power surrounding them transformed into the same vivid red and blue hues. With the activation of their soul rings, the overwhelming fluctuations of their strength were finally fully unleashed, forming two conical whirlpools of soul energy. Accompanied by a deafening roar, these spirals surged toward the center of the bluestone platform, merging in a grand and majestic display that made even the surrounding space feel dense and heavy. Sensing the thick pressure radiating from the platform, the disciples watching from below couldn't help but gasp aloud. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable mix of shock and excitement. Secretly, they admitted that these two truly deserved their places among the top young elites. This kind of power was far beyond what they could hope to achieve. Even the faction leaders seated in the audience gave a slight nod of approval. Such power was indeed hard to match among the younger generation. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show up. Looking at the glowing soul ring on Ouyang Yuye's wrist, Yuntian spoke in a calm tone while gently gripping the blue cannon on his wrist, a faint and barely perceptible smile rising at the corner of his lips. With the command authority of the sect at stake, how could I not come? Haha, you want to take the command flag? I can't allow that. As Yuntian spoke, he tightened his grip on the cannon in his hand. With a sudden, thunderous boom, the two surging auras collided violently. From this point on, the standoff was over. At once, the two figures shot toward each other like meteors and collided at high speed. As Ouyang Yuye launched forward, he did not waste time with any flashy attacks. Instead, he directly raised his cannon and swung it down upon Yuntian's head with full force. The attack was a blunt, power-based strike. However, the faint red glow flickering across the cannon hinted at the ferocious power it carried. Facing Ouyang Yuye's assault, Yuntian's pupils contracted sharply. Then, showing no signs of backing down, he also chose to meet the challenge head-on. He raised his cannon and swung it upward to clash directly with Ouyang Yuye's descending strike. A piercing, grating sound rang out as the two cannons smashed into each other. The tremendous forces collided violently, and where they met, waves of opposing energies surged madly into both weapons, finally forcing the two fighters apart with a powerful shockwave. A deep, dull boom followed. Both fighters' bodies trembled slightly. Upon contact, they quickly broke off and leapt backward simultaneously. As Yuntian withdrew, a flicker of thought passed through his eyes. His retreating figure abruptly halted. With a twist of his waist, he burst forth toward the command flag standing at the center of the platform. Noticing Yuntian's movement, Ouyang Yuye's eyes narrowed sharply. His foot stomped heavily on the ground, and his body shot forward in a flash. As he moved, his cannon flickered rapidly, launching a series of large-caliber shells aimed directly at Yuntian's right hand, the one reaching for the command flag. Freeze! Seeing the incoming bombardment, Yuntian's expression turned stern. With a single word from his lips, the cannonballs that hadn't yet reached him abruptly froze midair. Strange to behold, a blue layer of frost appeared on their surfaces. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, the ice rapidly spread, instantly freezing all the shells in place. Then, with sharp cracking sounds of freezing and breaking, they exploded midair. Even the rising temperature from the earlier impact began to steadily drop. At the same moment the cannonballs exploded, countless ice crystals emerged in midair and sped toward Ouyang Yuye's head, their chilling presence sending a wave of icy dread even before they arrived. As they swept through the air, the space around them seemed to exhale white vapor. After launching this counterattack, a faint smile appeared on Yuntian's face. Extending his right hand again, he made another grab for the command flag, his eyes gleaming with genuine excitement. Faced with the frigid attacks surging toward him, Ouyang Yuye's face grew colder. His right hand curled into a claw and transformed into a hideous draconic limb. With a forceful motion, he crushed the incoming ice crystals. To his horror, however, he realized that these shards were saturated with an intense chill. As soon as the cold seeped into his body, it transformed into an extremely yin-like energy, rushing wildly through Ouyang Yuye's insides. He cursed inwardly, realizing that this cold force was far more persistent than he had expected. Yet, just as he was stunned by this revelation, the black and white taijutsu within his body suddenly spun even more fiercely. The hitherto dormant icy energy on its surface lit up suddenly, and a powerful force of absorption surged forth. A very subtle wave of energy pulsed out from it in a ripple-like manner, instantly swallowing the cold energy that had invaded his body. Sensing the dissipating cold energy and seeing Yun Tian almost seizing the command flag in the distance, Ouyang Yuye's expression darkened. His wariness toward Yun Tian intensified further. He had barely avoided falling into the latter's trap earlier. While thinking, his actions showed no sign of hesitation. His fingers moved rapidly, and from the barrel of his soul cannon, a crimson chain appeared. Dozens of fire cannons were linked together along its length. With a slight tremble, the chain swiftly wrapped around the base of the command flag. With a quick tug, he pulled the deeply embedded flag toward his side. Seeing the command flag being yanked away, Yun Tian's face abruptly changed. His outstretched hand stiffened. Looking at Ouyang Yuye's red chain, he also shook his soul cannon and instantly summoned a similarly scaled ice chain. Chain-type soul cannon. Witnessing the two combatants' techniques, the mentors seated in the stands nodded slightly, appearing quite satisfied. Battles of this level were indeed commendable. No sooner had the ice chain materialized than it rushed forward aggressively, intercepting the red chain. One above and one below, both chains entangled the command flag, pulling against each other without yielding even an inch. Ouyang Yuye snorted coldly. His soul cannon suddenly vibrated, causing the chain to shatter instantly. The fierce, scorching energy along the chain likewise exploded Yun Tian's formed chain. Devoid of restraint, the command flag plummeted once more, embedding itself back into the ground. Under the violent force, both fighters slightly retreated before lunging forward without hesitation. Together, they rushed toward the command flag. Yun Tian roared again. As his soul cannon trembled, it transformed into a crystalline wall that abruptly blocked Ouyang Yuye's forward charge. He himself, however, swiftly darted toward the command flag, extending his hand to seize it. Yet just as he reached out, a strange figure suddenly materialized before him and threw a punch directly at his face. Caught off guard, Yun Tian abandoned his grab for the command flag. Unfortunately, the punch had already arrived, and with no time to dodge, he raised his right arm to block. To his surprise, despite its fierce appearance, the punch carried almost no power, light as a feather, with merely the strength of fifth-tier body refinement. He blinked in confusion and looked up to see a young figure before him, quite resembling Ouyang Yuye, yet with eyes more dull and lifeless. A clone. Yun Tian's eyes flickered slightly as he immediately discerned the identity of the figure blocking the command flag. Just this brief interruption had caused a crisp sound to ring out. Yun Tian turned his head sharply and saw that the crystalline wall was now covered in a dense network of cracks. His temple twitched involuntarily. Get out of my way. As the wall failed to hinder him in the slightest, Yun Tian's face darkened significantly. If he had to fight for the command flag after this, it would surely cost him a great deal of effort. Seeing the clone completely ignore his furious shout, Yun Tian narrowed his eyes and shook his soul cannon, unleashing several ice shards toward the clone. Yet facing the fierce attack, the clone didn't even try to dodge. Still standing protectively in front of the command flag, its absolute loyalty greatly angered Yun Tian. Enraged, he furiously attacked it, a scene that left the observers below utterly astonished. At that moment, another crisp sound echoed. The crystalline wall finally collapsed completely. From the wreckage stepped a figure slowly, holding a stone tablet upside down, a truly ferocious sight. Seeing Ouyang Yuye finally break free, Yun Tian ceased his engagement with the clone. Observing Ouyang Yuye recalling his clone, his expression became increasingly unpredictable. You can stop fooling around now. Attacks of this level don't threaten me at all. As Ouyang Yuye spoke, his right arm violently trembled, transforming into a grotesque dragon limb. Holding the stone tablet upright, he resembled an ancient war deity. You truly are powerful. Earlier, I would not have been your match. However, as Yun Tian spoke, his pupils gleamed brighter. Then his aura suddenly surged bizarrely, rapidly increasing exponentially. With his strength growing continuously, Ouyang Yuye's expression also darkened, and a faint uneasiness stirred within his heart. You've pushed me this far. Ouyang Jr. brother, you should truly feel proud of yourself. As Yun Tian laughed, a streak of blue soul energy abruptly erupted from his body and coiled around his wrist. Eventually, it formed into a soul ring. Seeing the two glaring white soul rings around his wrist, Ouyang Yuye's face finally grew deeply grim. A soul scholar. Not only Ouyang Yuye, but nearly everyone present revealed a trace of horror upon seeing the soul ring glowing around Yun Tian's wrist. Even the mentor stood up from his seat, eyes brimming with excitement. After all, a soul scholar's presence alone could greatly elevate their xiuxian town's reputation. A soul scholar, truly powerful. Feeling the aura emanating from Yun Tian, Ouyang Yuye inhaled deeply. Still, it's not enough. With a light smile, his yin-yang tai chi suddenly spun wildly inside him, the red half becoming especially crimson. Soon after, Ouyang Yuye's soul ring shone even more brilliantly. Oh, then let's see. Yun Tian smiled calmly, inserting a crystal into his cannon, and at the same time, a powerful wave gradually spread outward. A specialized third-tier skill was finally unleashed once more. Chapter 184. Da Huang Lingju vs. Ice Blade Whirlwind. Third stage already. Ouyang Yuye gazed at the cold, eerie aura exuding from Yun Tian's sulfur cannon, murmuring softly, his expression unusually grave. If you can block this move, I'll admit defeat, and the command flag will be yours. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's changing expression, Yun Tian smiled slightly. He suddenly tightened his grip on the sulfur cannon, from which a series of ice blades shot forth, swirling around his body and forming a huge, rapidly spinning disc. With this violent rotation came a deafening sound like raging wind and stormy rain. Even the bluestone ground was scarred by sharp slashes. The sight was truly terrifying. In the path of alchemy, each attribute possessed 4 offensive techniques, yet each technique was divided into 6 different tiers. Once a crystallization reached the 3rd stage, it could be considered as having truly touched upon the essence of alchemy. Although 3rd stage was only 1 level higher than 2nd stage, the difference between them was immense, like heaven and earth. Ouyang Yuye was clearly aware of this. Facing Yun Tian's attack, he dared not confront it directly. Ice-based attacks were the most unfamiliar to him, so he didn't dare to be careless. Instantly, he moved his fingers, summoning his clone once again, who appeared beside him like a loyal servant. Block him. At Ouyang Yuye's command, the clone did not hesitate. Nodding silently, it rushed toward Yun Tian while Ouyang Yuye quickly retreated. Instinctively, he felt that Yun Tian's technique was certainly high level. Although Ouyang himself possessed numerous 3rd-stage crystals, only a few could reach this magnitude, like Earth Spikes and Sand Blast Inferno. These 2 were considered the strongest techniques among their attributes, second only to forbidden spells. If his guess was correct, Yun Tian's move must also belong to this level. It's the Ice Blade Whirlwind. Hee. Just as these thoughts raced through his mind, Xuanhuan's voice echoed in his thoughts, his tone filled with deep resentment, clearly still bitter over the previous scheme orchestrated by Ouyang Yuye and the monkey. Ice Blade Whirlwind? What level? Hee. You already know and still ask me, kid? Remember, our grudge is far from over. Ouyang Yuye scoffed disdainfully and ignored him, turning his gaze back toward Yun Tian's building attack. At that moment, the clone had arrived in front of him. Without hesitation, it swung its fists toward Yun Tian's rotating disc of ice blades. Though its movement appeared convincing, its attacking power was rather underwhelming. Of course, one of the reasons Ouyang sent the clone forward was to assess the true might of the attack. Witnessing the clone engage once again, Yun Tian's face hardened. With a shake of his sulfur cannon, the spinning disc instantly dispersed, its ice blades soaring high before raining down like flower petals scattering from the sky, bombarding the clone relentlessly. Under the dense onslaught, the clone was instantly buried. Seeing this overwhelming assault, Ouyang Yuye's lips twitched involuntarily. Amid the continuous muffled impacts and the cold, oppressive atmosphere, Ouyang could feel his connection to the clone gradually weakening until it finally snapped. With a call of his sulfur cannon, Yun Tian recalled the ice blades, which gathered again, circling around him. Meanwhile, the clone had been utterly shredded by the overwhelming force. Such was the terrifying might of a 3rd-stage technique. This scene did not escape the eyes of the spectators, who gasped collectively, their expressions showing both shock and reverence. It was clear to them that after this battle, Yun Tian's prestige would rise significantly, establishing him as the undisputed #1 in Xiuxian town, with Ouyang Yuye tragically serving as the stepping stone for his triumph. Of course, all under the assumption that Ouyang would ultimately lose. Hee. What? Surprised? The feature of Ice Blade Whirlwind is simple. Unless you can shatter the blades, it will continue endlessly until the caster runs out of soul power. Listening to Xuanhuan's explanation, Ouyang Yuye nodded, finding it troublesome, but not like it can go out of control. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. At that moment, the Dahuang Lingju was being Ly activated. Under such desperate manipulation, the surrounding soul energy rapidly gathered as well. Ouyang Yuye could sense that with Yun Tian's strength, he definitely couldn't sustain this for long. Therefore, as long as he could block the next wave of attack, the outcome would be decided. Since he couldn't use the Bloodfang Wolf Tooth, using the sulfur cannon to unleash those 3rd-stage techniques would likely result in it being blown apart before even activating. Therefore, he chose Dahuang Lingju, which naturally attracted far less attention than a heaven-tier sulfur cannon. Ouyang Yuye's actions were, of course, noticed by the spectators, whose faces immediately showed confusion. Some curious onlookers even began murmuring among themselves. Hasn't he admitted defeat yet? Who knows? But I think once that senior Yun Tian launches his attack, there will surely be casualties. Although killing blows aren't allowed, blades have no eyes. Puffed. Maybe he still has some hidden trump card. Hearing the mocking laughter and chatter from below the stage, Ouyang Yuye ignored them all. His Fengkong absorption had already reached saturation in just a moment. Raising his head to gaze at Yun Tian, his eyes similarly gleamed with anticipation. There's no need to use the clone to test me anymore. It's useless. Surrendering now wouldn't be too late. Yun Tian spoke calmly, though his voice quivered slightly, clearly indicating that this high-intensity skill was also taxing on him. Is that so? Ouyang Yuye slightly raised his eyebrows, then swept his 2 fingers across his forehead. The dormant huang xiuxian within his body trembled once again, finally unleashing a violent surge completely different from soul energy. Under the propulsion of the soul core, this gong qi now was even more formidable than when he was in the body-refining stage, instantly enveloping the entire arena with its savage aura. This is the power of the Wog Stone. Indeed, as soon as Ouyang Yuye activated the huang xiuxian, the disciples recognized the Wang Qi. Immediately, the arena erupted into a commotion even greater than before. Although they all knew about Wang Stone and understood its power, The sheer volume of this aura even made their hearts skip a beat. Staring at Ouyang Yuya, they all appeared utterly astonished. He actually harnessed Wang's stone. On the chair above, the head of Xiuxian town, himself a soul cultivator, naturally understood Wang's stone far better. However, even he could only think in terms of Wang's stone. As for the Da Huang Lingju, he probably never even considered it. Da Huang Lingju, huh? Interesting. At this moment, everyone in the arena had their own thoughts, yet among them, perhaps only the instructor understood the truth. Watching the swirling Wang Qi around Ouyang Yuya, he nodded in satisfaction. Right now, no one was happier than this instructor. In his opinion, the more fiercely these two fought, the more delighted he would be. Although he had heard of the Da Huang Lingju's reputation, he hadn't truly seen it in action. Therefore, he really wanted to witness what horrifying level this legendary cultivation technique had reached. Huang Stone? Original idea. Yun Tian smiled slightly, then wasted no time. Shaking his sulfur cannon, several wind blades soared into the sky, locking onto Ouyang Yuya from afar. Then, as he let out a low shout, those wind blades crashed downward. With his fingers interweaving, forming a strange hand seal, swirling Wang Qi around him began to merge and gather before Ouyang Yuya, coalescing with a howling sound. Finally, in an instant, it condensed into a giant palm. Propelled by the soul core, the originally brownish-colored palm turned a fiery red, even the palm lines becoming strikingly clear. As soon as the Da Huang Lingju fully formed, the uproar in the arena fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the palm radiating Wang Qi, their eyes filled with the same terror. As soon as that brownish palm formed, the surrounding soul energy instinctively recoiled. The sight was enough to make even Yun Tian's heart sink slightly. Immediately, he waved his hand, and the ice blades went ly crashing down. Break it! Watching the BG barrage, Ouyang Yuya also thrust his palm upward. The Da Huang palm soared to meet the descending ice blades, crashing into them violently. Chila, ear-splitting buzzing filled the air as the Da Huang palm collided with numerous ice blades. With each ice blade that dissipated, the palm weakened slightly. Yet even amidst this confrontation, Ouyang Yuya did not wait around. Gripping the stone tablet tightly, he charged straight at Yun Tian, believing that Yun Tian was no longer any threat to him now. Seeing Ouyang Yuya rushing forward menacingly, Yun Tian was immediately startled. His face turned pale in an instant. As his sulfur cannon trembled, Ouyang Yuya felt icy crystals pelting his face. Letting out a low shout without choosing to make contact with those icy, frigid substances, he swung his left palm, quickly forming a blazing giant hand that ruthlessly slammed downward. Under the Wei dome of this Shmin, tier high-level soul energy, those ice crystals instantly melted away without the slightest resistance. At that moment, a deafening palm impact suddenly descended from the sky, signaling the definitive end of the chaotic ice blades. Ice wall. Without caring about the cost, Yun Tian let out a sharp shout and immediately retreated, forming a crystalline wall in a desperate attempt to block that fiery left hand. At this moment, he was in an extremely difficult position. His former advantage had vanished in an instant. Yet before Yun Tian could even catch his breath, a dull thud struck the wall, shattering it into pieces, while the red-hot giant palm also quietly dissipated. Just as the ice wall was broken apart, Yun Tian saw a strange figure suddenly appear before him. Then, in an instant, the scenery before his eyes blurred. Something the color of earth shot forth, ruthlessly lashing out. Under the tremendous force, his entire body flew backward, directly crashing out of the bluestone platform. Looking at the fallen Yun Tian, Ouyang Yuya ignored him completely. Turning around, stepping forward, under the watchful eyes of hundreds, he retrieved the command flag, then turned to the battered Yun Tian, who had just begun to climb back up, and clasped his fists together, smiling. Chapter 185, Command Authority of the Town Assembly. Silence. What had been a noisy scene moments ago had suddenly fallen into an eerie stillness. Everyone stared in disbelief at the dramatic turn of events. They had assumed the outcome had already been decided when Yun Tian unleashed an attack of such magnitude, yet no one had expected the situation to change so quickly, perhaps even beyond their wildest expectations. I concede, in this strange atmosphere, Yun Tian painfully stood up, muttering with evident helplessness. Even after unleashing his ultimate attack, he had still suffered such a devastating defeat. He had no choice but to accept it without argument. I went a bit too far just now. Please forgive me, senior brother. Ouyang Yuya looked at Yun Tian, who wore a bitter smile, and clasped his fists together in apology. His expression carried a trace of genuine regret, as he had held quite a favorable impression of Yun Tian. It's fine. I was simply outmatched. Waving his hand dismissively, Yun Tian returned to his seat among the disciples, closed his eyes, and began meditating to recover from his injuries. A faint smile curved at the corner of Ouyang Yuya's lips as he turned to face the mentors seated atop the platform. Mentor, Ouyang Yuya called, a hint of amusement in his tone. May I claim the first-place title of this competition? Haha, you really are full of surprises. The mentor chuckled and shook his head slightly, the expression on his face feigning helplessness, though his eyes betrayed obvious delight. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent forth a small pouch flying through the air. Ouyang Yuya reached out and caught it. This is the reward I promised you. As the mentor's voice faded, his figure oddly reappeared beside Ouyang Yuya on the stone platform. His gaze swept across the stunned disciples before him. Is there anyone here who still objects? If any of you feel Bu Ganxin, unsatisfied, step forward and challenge him now. His gaze dropped upon them, but all he received were evasive glances and sidelong stares. Noticing their reactions, he gave a knowing look. Then it settled. From this day forward, the command authority of Xiuxian town shall be entrusted to Ouyang Yuya. All disciples who go to the town assembly will follow under his leadership. As the mentor's words rang out, a brief pause swept through the crowd before a tide of cheers surged forward. Admiration filled the eyes of those staring at the figure standing atop the stage, holding the command flag. After this battle, Ouyang Yuya's name was truly established. His status and reputation naturally rose along with his newfound prestige. All right, you may return to your seat now. I knew I was right about you all along. Hearing the mentor's pleased tone, Ouyang Yuya merely gave a slight shrug. Under the respectful gazes of everyone, he walked back to the resting area and sat beside Chen Lin, Ji Hao, and Yun Tian. No sooner had he sat down than waves of congratulations came his way. Ji Hao smiled at Ouyang Yuya, completely devoid of his former prejudice. Congratulations, brother Ouyang, on securing the command flag. You flatter me. Faced with the constant flattery, Ouyang Yuya did not withhold his warm smile in return. After all, there were no deep grudges between them. Nobody wanted to live constantly amidst scheming and betrayal, and Ouyang Yuya especially welcomed such a pleasant, harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, he glanced at the quiet Chen Lin seated beside him. Her face was pale. Upon inquiring, he found out she was about to be called to the stage. Unfortunately, the young tiger lion beast she had planned to battle alongside had somehow been lured away by a monkey. The saying, "Love me, love my dog," clearly worked both ways. Now it was, "Hate me, hate my dog." As the owner, he had become the target of Chen Lin's resentment. Definitely not someone who brings peace of mind. With a heavy sigh, Ouyang Yuya slightly shifted his gaze and surveyed the arena. After the warm-up battle, the true competition had finally begun. Unquestionably, the previous extraordinary duel had left a significant impression on the other disciples. Everyone now fought with 120% of their strength, as if eager to showcase every skill they had mastered. They knew well enough that this contest directly influenced their futures, so each of them gave it their all. Although the battles were not as spectacular as the clash between Ouyang Yuya and Yun Tian, they were certainly grand in scale. Numerous combatants exchanging radiant beams of attack, filling the air with a breathtaking spectacle. By the time the competition reached its halfway point, Chen Lin had finally stepped onto the stage. Seemingly burdened by some concern, she was nevertheless fortunate. The young tiger lion beast had just happened to return before she entered. It joined her on the stone platform. Man and beast attacked simultaneously. Though their coordination was far from perfect, it was more than sufficient for dealing with disciples of lower strength. Typically, as soon as someone stepped onto the stage, the young tiger lion would rush forward blindly and tear into them without hesitation. While it kept the opponent busy, Chen Lin would fire off a quick burst of sulfur flame, sending the unfortunate soul plummeting from the stage with little effort, resolving each battle without any stress and wearing a confident, proud expression. Watching the young tiger lion dominate the platform, the monkey on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder let out a disapproving snort and displayed open disdain. In its opinion, the young tiger lion probably couldn't do more than show off its strength here. Ouyang Yuya naturally noticed the monkey's movements and expression and gave a helpless smile, then carelessly remarked, "Don't be too obvious, or watch out for Chen Lin. Don't make trouble, and then come back to me when she gets angry." Hearing the warning tone in Ouyang Yuya's voice, the monkey wisely chose to remain silent. It leaped down from his shoulder, curled up on his lap, and pretended to nap. Seeing the monkey snoring loudly, Ouyang Yuya gave another helpless smile, then shifted his gaze back to the stone platform. At that moment, the competition was reaching its most intense phase. The battles lasted a full day and finally ended at sunset, amidst cheers. As the disciples around him stood up and began to leave, Ouyang Yuya also rose from his seat, throwing the deeply sleeping monkey back onto his shoulder and stretching his weary body from sitting all day. He turned to leave. "Brother Ouyang, please wait a moment." His steps paused slightly as he turned his head to see Yun Tian, Ji Hao, and Chen Lin walking toward him. Seeing the awkward expressions on the three's faces, Ouyang Yuya was momentarily stunned before asking Yun Tian, who had opened his mouth first. It's like this. The three of us plan to make a trip to Xiantian Mountain. Would you like to come along?" Seeing Yun Tian's hesitant manner, Chen Lin stepped in to speak. However, her tone held no real question. Her manner left both Ji Hao and Yun Tian momentarily stunned and then slightly helpless. After the previous incident, they both naturally carried a bit of awe toward Ouyang Yuya, and Chen Lin's assertiveness surprised them. What puzzled them more was that Ouyang Yuya did not show even a trace of displeasure. Looking at each other meaningfully, the two silently speculated whether there was something going on between them. Xiantian Mountain? Seeing Ouyang Yuya's puzzled expression, Ji Hao quickly explained. "It's like this. Do you, brother Ouyang, know about xianyin grass?" "Xianyin grass?" Ouyang Yuya shook his head. Just as he was about to ask further questions, he suddenly heard the excited voice of xuanhuan from within his body. "Xianyin grass? Grab it." Xuanhuan's tone made Ouyang Yuya pause for a moment in surprise. He had never remembered Xuanhuan speaking like this before. The fluctuation in his voice clearly carried a note of excitement. Ouyang Yuya was even more curious now. "What is it? Is it important?" Without answering any of Ouyang Yuya's three questions directly, Xuanhuan simply said, "I can't explain it properly for now, but I can tell you this, that xianyin grass is extremely useful for repairing your jade vase." "You mean the myriad manifestations flask?" Ouyang Yuya was startled at once. A heavy wave of shock spread across his face. If Xuanhuan said it like this, he was certainly not bluffing. Through past experiences, Ouyang Yuya had slowly begun to understand some of the myriad manifestations Flask's abilities, though only a tiny portion of its full potential remained clear to him. Still, judging by this, the xiuxian grass might just be a great opportunity. Unfortunately, he could do nothing but helplessly sigh as the xuanhuan fell silent moments after speaking, no matter how he called out, giving no response. Withdrawing his spiritual sense from the xiuxian bag, he looked up to find Yun Tian and the others staring at him with surprise. Seeing the odd look Ouyang Yuya shot them, Yun Tian gave a slight cough. What do you think, Brother Ouyang? After a brief period of silence, Ouyang Yuya nodded his head. But are you certain that the xiuxian grass exists on Xiantian Mountain? That's right. However, because of its high elevation and the presence of high-rank soul beasts there, it's quite dangerous. And besides what? Hearing Yun Tian's explanation, Ouyang Yuya's expression gradually changed, and the sudden shift in Yun Tian's final words made his heart sink. And it said that news about the xiuxian grass has already been leaked out, so there might be many other forces from different villages coming to compete for it as well. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya nodded thoughtfully. He quickly realized that it would be abnormal if such a rare and valuable treasure had no competition at all. Then he asked casually, "Just the three of us? We have invited a few junior brothers with decent strength. They are all at the soul cultivator level and can help out when the time comes." Hearing Chun Lin's explanation, Ouyang Yuya nodded again. "All right, then let's go check it out. Missing such a good opportunity would truly be a shame." Seeing Ouyang Yuya agree, Yun Tian and the other two couldn't help but show signs of excitement. "All right then, since the village competition is only a few days away, we need to set off soon. I heard that the Chun family village already left 2 days ago, so we can't fall too far behind." "Oh, the Chun family village will be there too." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's pupils sharpened instantly. He was very familiar with this faction, having heard mentions of it numerous times before. That's right. Other powerful factions will also be sending people, so this time, we're definitely going to face some serious trouble. Hearing the slightly pessimistic tone in Yun Tian's voice, Ouyang Yuya smiled and said, "What about the Chun family trio? I'm actually curious to see just how troublesome they can be. He's truly crazy." Seeing the glint in Ouyang Yuya's eyes, Yun Tian sighed helplessly. "All right, everyone go back and rest for today. Tomorrow we'll depart together from the academy, so we can return within 5 days. Good." Ouyang Yuya glanced at the already darkening sky, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. The pressure brought on by the Chun family trio was no small matter. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" As he was lost in thought, a sudden soft voice interrupted his reverie, snapping him back to reality. Standing beside him was Chun Lin. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it waves of her soothing fragrance. Slightly shaking his head, he looked at the pretty girl beside him and smiled. "Let's go too." Chapter 186, Xiantian Mountains. The early morning air, slightly damp and mixed with a thin and gentle dust mist, slowly seeped into the room through the cracks of the window. It scattered around the room and finally flowed toward Ouyang Yuya, who was sitting on the bed with eyes closed in cultivation. Before the air could reach him, Ouyang Yuya suddenly snapped open his tightly shut eyes. His mouth slightly parted, letting out a loud sound. As he let out a low shout, the Tenwang stones revolving around his body suddenly emitted an exceptionally brilliant light. They then formed into a strange array. Amid waves of energy surging like tides, streaks of brownish light burst forth from the Wang stones. These rays converged into a thick brownish light beam, which suddenly shot forward in front of him. Wherever the beam passed, it immediately triggered a violent storm of deafening noise, forcefully smashing the damp air coming toward him into pieces. It finally crashed heavily onto the chair in front. Ouyang exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking at the ruined chair that had turned into a pile of powder and the deep black indentation on the floor left behind. He nodded in satisfaction. Last night, after returning from the academy, Ouyang began studying the breakdan technique left behind by Wantong. He quickly discovered that this breakdan was indeed extremely sophisticated. Its mechanism forcibly gathered the energy from the Wang stones to unleash a deadly strike. The advantage was obvious, launching a fierce attack without sustaining the slightest damage to oneself. However, the downside was that it consumed Wang stones too rapidly. The display of power just now had consumed 10 of them directly. Throughout the entire night, he attempted to cultivate this breakdan technique. Now he had gained some understanding of it. To conserve resources, each practice attempt used only 10 stones. This, he noted, was the absolute minimum. Still, only after 5 attempts did he finally achieve the result seen earlier. He roughly estimated that the intensity and power output was about on par with what he could accomplish with the Great Wang Palm technique at the refinement body stage. Not a bad attack at all. He pulled the pouch from beside his pillow and counted its contents, finding that only 40 or so Wang stones remained. He sighed slightly, never imagining that the stones would be so short-lived. If it weren't for the 100 stones rewarded by his mentor, he probably wouldn't have even had a single one left by now. He tossed the pouch into his xiuxian pouch, then flipped off the bed. He proceeded to throw a powerful series of punches, each accompanied by a crisp cracking sound from his bones, increasing his vigor and enthusiasm with each strike. Hey. Although he rarely relied on martial arts involving punches, possessing a powerful boxing technique had always been his dream, though good fist techniques were extremely rare to begin with, and those impressive enough for his taste were nearly non-existent. He continued boxing until sweat had beaded on his forehead before finally stopping. He felt a warming sensation inside his body, leaving him in a blissfully comfortable mood. Just as he finished, a timely knock on the door sounded from outside. followed immediately by Chun-Lin's clear voice coming through the door. He opened the door and saw Chun-Lin standing there beneath the lintel. Her beautiful hair was tied into a ponytail. Dressed in tight purple attire, with a white silk sash around her waist, she was clearly a vision of curves, causing Ouyang Yuye's eyes to brighten. Staring at what? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful girl before? Chun-Lin let out a clear giggle, while a faint pink blush appeared on her face. All right, hurry up and go. Don't keep others waiting. Ouyang Yuye awkwardly nodded. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of something behind Chun-Lin. Standing there with a majestic air was a half-man-sized young tiger lion. Its back was adorned with patches of fiery red chitinous armor, gleaming as if shimmering on water, already showing hints of maturity. On its back rode the monkey, holding a rope in its claws tethered around the young tiger lion's neck. Seeing the monkey's self-important and triumphant look as though it were charging through the battlefield like a heroic bird, Ouyang Yuye could only feel awkward, though Chun-Lin appeared utterly unsurprised. You're planning to take them along? Ouyang furrowed his brow slightly, showing a hint of unwillingness. After all, the terrain of the Xiuxian mountains would be extremely difficult to traverse, and bringing these two along might certainly prove inconvenient. No problem. We can let them help us scout ahead. Isn't your monkey very perceptive? When paired with Dahuang's speed, we'd have the perfect arrangement. Ignoring Ouyang's increasingly darkened expression, Chun-Lin walked off first. Behind her, the monkey and tiger lion cub quickly followed. As they passed by Ouyang, the monkey smirked, made a funny face at him, then darted ahead. With a helpless sigh, Ouyang Yuye no longer hesitated and followed them. This unusual group of four inevitably drew a great deal of attention. As they walked through the town, many heads turned to look. Of course, most of the gazes were focused on the monkey. If the young tiger lion hadn't continuously roared to scare off the onlookers, the two animals would surely have been blocked by the curious crowd, and they wouldn't have taken another step today. I really don't see what use bringing them has. Chun-Lin gave Ouyang Yuye a sharp look in response to his constant grumbling along the way. Then she gestured to Dahuang behind her and once again quickened her pace toward the academy. Under Chun-Lin's deliberate acceleration, they soon saw the academy's gates in the distance. However, at this moment, a considerable number of disciples had gathered outside the gate. Standing at the front of the crowd was Yuntian Jihao, clearly present. Beside them stood another 10 individuals, all exuding the aura of soul cultivators, most likely the other disciples selected to go along. When they saw Ouyang Yuye and Chun-Lin, Yuntian and the others immediately came forward to greet them. However, upon seeing Dahuang and the monkey trailing behind, their expressions slightly shifted, though they refrained from asking questions. Instead, Yuntian clasped his fist respectfully in greeting, and those behind him followed suit. Ouyang, you've arrived. Ouyang Yuye nodded slightly with a smile, offering a reserved greeting. In contrast, Chun-Lin beside him appeared somewhat impatient. Enough formalities. When are we leaving? Right now. Yuntian smiled and waved slightly. Immediately behind him, two people brought forth two tall steeds. Because the journey is quite long, we'll ride on horseback. How does that sound to the two of you? I don't know how to ride a horse. At this moment, Ouyang Yuye suddenly spoke. As soon as he said it, all eyes turned to him in astonishment. Horseback riding was a necessary skill for any man. Ouyang Yuye's admission left many speechless. Yuntian awkwardly smiled, but was momentarily at a loss. As he struggled with the situation, Ouyang Yuye's eyes suddenly shifted to Dahuang nearby, and a gleam of realization lit his eyes. Though Dahuang wasn't fully grown yet, it was already half a man in size, roughly the same height as the horses. It would suffice as a mount. Moreover, riding a soul beast was likely more reliable than a regular horse. As if understanding Ouyang Yuye's intentions, Chun-Lin's face suddenly changed. Just as she was about to step forward and stop him, her vision blurred. Ouyang Yuye had already pulled the monkey off of Dahuang and mounted its back directly. And indeed, Dahuang, thoroughly trained by the monkey, though visibly reluctant, remained obedient and motionless. Ouyang Yuye held tightly onto the silk ribbon around Dahuang's neck and circled around while Chun-Lin watched with a sour expression. Finally, satisfied with his maneuver, he raised his head toward Yuntian and the others, who were trying to suppress their amusement. Good. Let's go. The tiger's back is pretty stable. Huh. Ouyang Yuye's words immediately drew a burst of laughter from the group. Looking at the bizarre trio, an animal tamer atop a tiger with a monkey beside him, Yuntian appeared rather helpless but ultimately had no choice but to nod. He signaled for everyone to mount their horses and led the procession forward in high spirits toward the Xiuxian mountains. As Ouyang Yuye passed by, Chun-Lin shot him a glare filled with indignation. Her eyes, fixed on Dahuang, brimmed with xingqing, tenderness mixed with concern. As the group rode out, Ouyang Yuye patted Dahuang gently on the neck. With a fierce roar, Dahuang darted forward like an arrow, completely unimpeded by the extra weight on its back. Throughout the journey, everyone remained unusually quiet. Chun-Lin and Jihao took the lead in scouting ahead, while Ouyang Yuye remained at the very end of the formation. Riding a soul beast truly was a pleasant experience. Ouyang Yuye sat comfortably on Dahuang's back, eyes closed in meditation, paying no mind to the direction of the road. Even the monkey on his shoulder appeared drowsy. This particular scene amidst their solemn march was quite amusing. No one knew exactly how long they had been riding when the entire group came to a sudden halt amidst the neighing of horses. Ouyang Yuye opened his eyes and found that Yuntian and the others had already dismounted and begun setting up camp. He leaped down from Dahuang's back and walked over to Yuntian. Why? Are we not going any further tonight? We've reached the foot of Xiuxian Mountain. It's getting dark, and the paths are difficult to navigate. Plus, there might be rival forces lying in ambush somewhere along the mountains. We'll rest here for the night. Oh, so soon. Upon hearing those words, Xiuxian was momentarily stunned. He had completely forgotten how long they had been traveling, caught up in his cultivation along the way. Lifting his gaze ahead, he now saw a towering mountain piercing the clouds. At a glance, its upright peak resembled a straight lance piercing directly into the crimson clouds, quietly emitting an awe-inspiring pressure that seemed to command reverence from all below. This was the majestic and mysterious power of the mountains. It must be the xiuxian grass at the summit. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with unusual excitement. Just then, the monkey on his shoulder slightly stirred. As if sensing something, its beast-like pupils abruptly turned cold, gazing fixedly behind them. Noticing the monkey's reaction, Xiuxian's heart stirred. Immediately, he sharply turned his head backward. At that moment, the sound of chaotic horse hooves suddenly erupted from behind. The academy disciples, including Yuntian, instantly dropped what they were doing and gathered around Xiuxian. Dozens of wary eyes locked onto the direction from which the sound came, instantly falling into a tense defensive stance. Who goes there? State your name. Yuntian spoke loudly toward the dust cloud rising in the distance. Haha, brother Yuntian, truly someone of high status never remembers old friends. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. Yuntian's expression immediately turned extremely grim. Fenglin Town. A slightly solemn tone came from Yuntian's mouth. The distant, chaotic sound of horse hooves grew increasingly clear, and within moments, they appeared as several black dots of varying sizes, gradually expanding into view before everyone's eyes. When the approaching formation became clear, they found it was also a rather large group. At a glance, there were over 10 figures. Their number was about the same as the forces from xiuxian Town. A quick glance revealed that although the cultivators atop the horses varied in strength, their auras were overall deep and steady. Xiuxian, relying only on perception, couldn't help but let out a quiet exclamation, realizing that the disciples of Fenglin Town were, to a certain extent, actually stronger than those of xiuxian Town. As the group drew closer, their appearance became completely visible. It was a team composed of 12 people, all dressed in black and red martial garments. A maple leaf emblem was displayed on their chests, the emblem of Fenglin Town. At the front of the group walked 3 people side by side, 1 man and 2 women. What surprised Xiuxian most was that the 2 women looked surprisingly similar. Walking on either side of the rough-looking man in the middle, their resemblance seemed quite fitting. Obviously, they were the team leaders, and judging from the context, they should be the participants for the town assembly. Seeing these 3 alone, Xiuxian couldn't help but slightly narrow his eyes, because all 3 of them were soul scholars without exception. The 2 women's auras appeared the weakest, yet even so, they matched Yuntian's aura in strength, meaning they likely had only just become soul scholars not long ago. As for the man leading at the very front, he seemed far stronger. For a moment, even Xiuxian couldn't accurately judge his level, though one thing was certain, Yuntian would certainly be no match for him. They're the people from Fenglin Town. Those 2 women are twins, the Bai sisters, who possess the same cultivation level as senior brother, both at the first stage of Soul Scholar. The man in front is Xuanhuan, who should have reached the second stage of Soul Scholar. Among the younger generation in the Jinding Empire, they are all counted among the top prodigies. These 3 are the chosen disciples selected by Fenglin Town for the town assembly. However, Fenglin Town and us have had some dealings before. We're somewhat old rivals, so it should be fine. Seeing the doubt on Xiuxian's face, Chunlin quickly explained. After hearing Chunlin's words, Xiuxian hesitated slightly and couldn't help glancing a few more times at the Bai sisters. Though their appearances weren't particularly outstanding, there was an unusual elegance in their simple beauty. However, what Chunlin said afterward made Xiuxian raise his eyebrow in doubt. In a situation like this, saying things like, it should be fine because of past dealings seemed a bit naive. Facing absolute interests, such relationships appeared fragile and powerless. Yuntian, Ji Hao, Chunlin, long time no see. A slightly rough voice rang out. Then, Chunnan dismounted his horse and led the Bai sisters toward Yuntian. He completely ignored Xiuxian standing at their side. After all, looking at him, someone who had just started as a soul beginner wouldn't draw anyone's serious attention. His cultivation level was at the bottom among all these disciples. Perhaps in Chunnan's eyes, he was just an extra. Naturally, in response to Chunnan's disregard, Xiuxian simply ignored him in return. He took a step back and stood among the ordinary disciples of the academy, watching as Yuntian and the other 2 walked forward to greet the newcomers. Xiuxian's action clearly didn't escape Yuntian's notice. A faint, helpless curve tugged at the corner of his mouth as he smiled equally at the approaching Chunnan. Hee, brother Chunnan, it's been a while. Your strength is truly far beyond mine. Haha, brother Yuntian flatters me. After all, one's strength is not determined merely by soul power. Haha, this is Chunlin, right? She's getting more and more beautiful. Looking at Chunlin, Chunnan's eyes immediately lit up with an unmistakable gleam. His gaze seemed stuck on her, unable to shift elsewhere, causing him to ignore Yuntian's words that followed. This caused both Ji Hao and Yuntian to frown slightly in displeasure. Thank you for the compliment. Haha, little miss, don't tell me you've already forgotten your older brother here? Remember, as Chunnan spoke, Chunlin suddenly let out a cold huff, her pretty face instantly darkening. She had an unusually strong aversion to this overly familiar Chunnan. Her displeasure didn't escape the notice of Da Huang, who lay in front of her. Without hesitation, Da Huang stood up and opened its mouth, growling lowly before snapping directly at Xuanhuan's right hand, which hung low. Caught completely off guard, Xuanhuan's right hand was tightly bitten by Dahuang. Instinctively, he sucked in a breath through his teeth, shook his right arm violently, and sent Dahuang flying backward. His right hand had been wounded, revealing visible cuts, and in pain, he cursed out loud. Senior brother. The sight of Xuanhuan's injured hand immediately startled the Bai sisters. They stepped forward swiftly, casting cold, icy glances toward Dahuang, who was now crouching behind Xuanlin. Their gazes were sharp, and a faint glow began to shimmer on the right arms of both sisters. Xuanlin waved a hand to stop the Bai sisters from advancing. Seeing the look of apparent innocence on Xuanlin's face, he couldn't help but feel helpless, but his expression shifted instantly into surprise when his eyes fell on Dahuang behind her. Xuanlin, sorry about that. Dahuang's been in a bad mood lately, Xuanlin said casually while stroking Dahuang's head and looking toward Xuanhuan. However, there wasn't a trace of sincerity in her eyes. Haha, no problem, no problem. I guess it's just my bad luck running into a tiger-lion spirit crystal beast. Xuanhuan forced a smile while glancing toward Yuntian and continuing with a slight laugh. Brother Yuntian, are you all here also seeking the xiuxian grass? Indeed. If we have the chance to obtain it, we'd naturally want to share. If not, consider this journey as training. Haha, brother Yuntian, you sure have a good attitude. But you're right, treasures of heaven and earth belong to those capable, and there's also a matter of fate involved. If that's the case, then we might as well travel the same path together. As he spoke, Xuanhuan shot another sidelong glance at Xuanlin, who was playfully teasing Dahuang, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes. Then you wouldn't mind if we stay here for the night? Haha, of course not. Brother Xuanhuan, please make yourself at home. Since that's settled, we won't disturb you further. Yuntian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Haha, brother Yuntian, please go ahead. Yuntian nodded and, along with Xuanlin and Ji Hao, turned back to the academy's encampment. However, their expressions had clearly darkened upon returning. That annoying guy again. Xuanlin stomped her foot in frustration as soon as they returned. She became even more annoyed at seeing Ouyang sitting there with his eyes closed in apparent meditation. Pouting, she sat beside him and angrily rubbed her feet against the ground. What's wrong? Miss Chun, is it a bother to be pursued by someone? Ouyang opened his eyes and looked at the sulking Xuanlin with a teasing smile. How did you know? Caught slightly off guard by Ouyang sudden question, Xuanlin's face immediately flushed slightly red, then she muttered softly. However, she quickly countered defiantly. As if I would care. He's nothing but a bulky guy looking annoying anyway. Come on, isn't that right the opposite of what you used to say? I clearly remember Miss Chun once admired him quite a bit. Hearing Ji Hao's teasing laughter, Xuanlin immediately shot back with a redder face. Ugh, shut up. That was when I was still a kid. If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll have Dahuang bite you again. Looking at Xuanlin's expression, Yuntian and the others couldn't help but laugh, and even Ouyang couldn't suppress a slight smile. He then patted the head of Dahuang, who was lying on the ground nearby. This big beast with a tiger-like head probably hadn't realized his master was unconsciously raising him more like a dog now. Come to think of it, Dahuang's bite really felt good just now. Huh, Ji Hao laughed heartily. However, after the laughter faded, Yuntian's face turned serious again. He looked toward the Fenglin Town disciples in the distance who were busy with their own affairs and frowned slightly. Fenglin Town's strength is clearly not less than ours. Our immediate concern now is figuring out how to deal with them. If my estimation is correct, they'll definitely be traveling along the same route tomorrow, and there'll be many restrictions. That somewhat conflicts with our original plans. Everyone nodded in agreement with Yuntian's words, but then turned their gazes simultaneously and expectantly toward Ouyang. Faced with the stares of everyone, Ouyang looked slightly startled, then shook his head with a helpless smile. We'll deal with things as they come. Let's just wait and see what they plan to do. We'll adjust accordingly when the time comes. We have no choice but to do that. Well then, the food is ready now. They seem to have caught quite a lot of game. Let's go take a look. Let's go. I'm starving already. Hearing the mention of food, Xuanlin stood up immediately, only to notice that Ouyang was still sitting motionless. Hey, you're not coming. You guys go first, I'll follow later. Xuanlin gave a disinterested pout, then left with Dahuang and the monkey. Night fell deeply. Ouyang sat cross-legged beside the fire, listening to the crackling sounds from the flames and the distant laughter from Yuntian and others. He remained alert silently, as it was necessary to maintain constant vigilance in these deep mountains. Clearly, none of the academy disciples were showing such awareness. What a tough job this is, he sighed helplessly. What are you muttering about? Talking to yourself again. A crisp voice sounded out. Looking down, Ouyang saw a pair of familiar shoes suddenly appear in front of him. As he raised his head, he found Xuanlin already standing there. He then felt a weight settle on his shoulder as the monkey came running back to him. He patted the monkey's head, then shifted his gaze to the young girl standing prettily in front of him. Why aren't you eating with them? This is quieter. Xuanlin handed Ouyang a piece of roasted meat from what she had, then sat down beside him and began feasting on it with large, rather unrefined bites. Looking at Xuanlin's unladylike manner of eating, Ouyang smiled slightly. Just as he looked down at the roasted meat in his hand and was about to take a bite, suddenly a voice rang out, instantly ruining his appetite entirely. Little Miss Chun, mind if I join? Haha, that kind of trashy thing is better left for their servants to eat. Chapter 188, One Move. Under the shrill, sarcastic voice, Ouyang couldn't help but look up and immediately saw Xuanlin standing before him, wearing an air of arrogance. with disdain and haughtiness deep in his eyes. Hey, Chen Nan, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, Chen Lin also stood up angrily, her expression equally unpleasant. Oh, really? Haha, sorry, I tend to speak my mind directly. My good sir, please don't take offense. Hearing the almost insolent tone in Chen Nan's voice, Chen Lin was momentarily at a loss for words and simply chose to ignore him. Looking at Chen Lin's flushed face, Chen Nan smiled broadly at Ouyang Yuya, though his eyes were filled with unmistakable menace. A voice so low it resembled the buzzing of ants crawled into Ouyang Yuya's ear. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Chen Lin's status is beyond what a penniless loser like you could ever reach. Chen Nan's voice was extremely low, and even Chen Lin beside them hadn't heard it. Obviously, Chen Nan had quite some depth of cunning. The corner of his lips curled slightly upward, while Ouyang Yuya could only helplessly curl his lips bitterly inward, muttering to himself that indeed, those with weak strength were like rats crossing the street. Everyone shouted to beat them. However, as the saying went, better to have one less trouble than one more. He truly didn't have the time or energy to fool around with this guy, let alone did he have any mood for a confrontation. Thus, he rose immediately, intending to leave. Where are you going? Seeing Ouyang Yuya stand to leave, Chen Lin suddenly asked, then shot Chen Nan a fierce glare. Quickly stepping forward, she suddenly took Ouyang Yuya's arm. I'll go with you. Caught slightly off guard by Chen Lin's sudden move, Ouyang Yuya stiffened momentarily, before giving a bitter smile. He thought bitterly that this girl was really a handful, and there was no way Chen Nan wouldn't go ballistic now. Just as he had predicted, when he turned his head toward Chen Nan, he saw the latter's expression had turned exceptionally grim, as if covered with a sheet of ice, radiating coldness. Chen Lin, you and this kid. What? You got something against it? He's the one I've chosen, what about it? Hearing Chen Lin blurt out nonsense, Ouyang Yuya broke out in a cold sweat again, muttering softly beneath his breath. This plot's getting too cliché and ridiculous. Yet what greeted him in return was a fiercely threatening glare and a menacing expression from Chen Lin, and he could only swallow back the unspoken words immediately. You, actually like such a useless wretch. At the sound of Chen Nan's words, not only Ouyang Yuya, but also Chen Lin's face truly turned grim. Chen Nan, watch your tone. Who's useless? What else would you call someone who, at this age, remains merely at the first level of the soul realm? A genius? Huh. Seeing the fury etched on Chen Lin's face, Chen Nan finally became completely brazen, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. Naturally, his assessment of Ouyang Yuya sounded quite objective and fair to him, and in his view, Ouyang Yuya was indeed a piece of trash. You're the useless one. Seeing Ouyang Yuya humiliated, Chen Lin nearly exploded with anger. She roared furiously at Chen Nan. Her voice successfully drew the attention of the people on both sides, who immediately divided into two currents and blocked the small space entirely, turning it into a packed space. Chen Lin, please mind your tone. This is just who I am. What are you going to do about it? Seeing the aggressive stance Chen Lin was taking, Yun Tian stepped forward to ask, though as soon as he noticed the intimate gesture between Chen Lin and Ouyang Yuya, plus the obviously flustered look on Chen Nan's face, comprehension dawned across his face, then shock, and he asked no further, shifting to address Chen Nan. Chen Nan, are you really going to provoke our people? What? You mean to stick up for this waste of space for the sake of one weakling? Chen Nan looked disdainfully at the dozen or so disciples from the academy behind Yun Tian. When Chen Nan insulted Ouyang Yuya openly like that, the students from the academy present were instantly filled with outrage. Chen Nan, that's really going too far. Haha, indeed. Then why don't he come up and face me openly? Of course, I won't take advantage. He just needs to touch one of my clothes, and I'll publicly apologize to him. How about that? Sounds fair, doesn't it? Hearing the clear sarcasm in Chen Nan's tone, the academy disciples erupted in a wave of murmurs, followed by surging anger in their hearts. It was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. Such a challenge left Ouyang Yuya in an impossible dilemma. If he refused to fight, he'd be labeled a coward, but once he stepped forward, if he really failed to even brush the hem of Chen Nan's clothes, then the mental damage on Ouyang Yuya might last a lifetime. Stepping forward slowly from the crowd, Ouyang Yuya blocked Yun Tian, who was filled with rage, and coldly stared at Chen Nan. Fine, I accept. Brother Ouyang, don't be reckless. Chen Nan's strength is formidable, far beyond what his surface appearance suggests. Seeing Ouyang Yuya actually agreeing to the challenge, Yun Tian hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Even though they had full confidence in Ouyang Yuya's abilities, they couldn't help but feel some concern. After all, the gap between the first level of the Soul Realm and the third level of the Soul Warrior stage wasn't something that could easily be bridged with mere external help. Don't worry, I know my limits. Seeing the anxious look on Yun Tian's face, Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly. Hearing the firm tone in Ouyang Yuya's voice, Yun Tian found himself unable to speak further. Nodding, he warned Ouyang to be careful, then led the disciples from Xiuxian town slowly step back, creating some distance. Oh, so he actually has some guts. Seeing Ouyang Yuya suddenly step forward, Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback, before a cold expression appeared on his face. His eyes burned with even greater intensity. Come on then, I'll give you half an incense stick's worth of time. If you can even touch my robe, you win. Chen Nan, never go back on my word. As Chen Nan spoke, he flicked his sleeve, sending a bamboo incense stick flying through the air before it struck the ground forcefully. Thin trails of smoke drifted upward, making everyone's hearts tighten. All right, now begin. But even before his voice had finished echoing, Ouyang suddenly flicked his finger, sending a sharp gust of wind slicing through the burning part of the incense stick. Everyone looked on in shock as Ouyang spoke. No need for such trouble. To deal with you, one move is enough. After Ouyang spoke, everyone present fell into a brief, stunned silence. The arrogant disciples from Fenglin town immediately grew grim-faced, while the academy students felt a great sense of satisfaction. Ouyang move, repaying violence with violence, was simply exhilarating. But shortly after came a trace of worry. Sure, it felt great, but what if he ended up beaten badly in the end? Heh, what a conceited fellow. Ouyang words angered Xuanhuan quite a bit, yet he said nothing more. Immediately, his right arm trembled, and flashes of light appeared, transforming into an enormous golden sulfur cannon. Its huge form perfectly matched his burly frame. Be careful, Xuanhuan's element is mutated metallic, with extremely strong penetrative power. Hearing the warning from Ji Hao, Ouyang eyes narrowed, then he nodded slightly. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It was practically tailor-made for alchemy. If he had to engage Xuanhuan in a direct fight, it would certainly take great effort, but if all he needed was to touch the edge of Xuanhuan's robe, that's a different story. Ouyang gave a slight pause before taking the initiative, rushing forward like a thunderclap toward Xuanhuan. Asking for death. Seeing Ouyang charging toward him, Xuanhuan snorted coldly. Shaking his sulfur cannon slightly, it transformed into a dazzling golden spear aimed directly at Ouyang chest. The flickering golden light gave the impression that anyone caught in its path would be instantly torn in two. Phantom clone. Ouyang brows lightly lifted, and with a flick of his fingers, an almost identical clone appeared strangely, rushing headlong toward the golden spear. A dull sound of piercing flesh echoed, and the corners of Xuanhuan's mouth immediately curled into a smirk of triumph. However, before his smile could last, he discovered that the clone appeared completely unharmed and charged forward once again, seemingly ready to go down with him. Its swift fists crashed toward Xuanhuan. What kind of ghostly thing is this? Seeing the figure charging forward with the spear lodged in its chest without any sign of injury, even Xuanhuan felt his scalp tingling. He quickly jumped backward while shaking his sulfur cannon, shooting out several beams of golden light that covered the clone's vital points, intending to destroy the clone. So this is the rumored genius. At that moment, a chilling, ghost-like voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Startled, Xuanhuan quickly turned around, only to find Ouyang nearly face-to-face with him, along with a terrifying dragon-like arm about to strike his chest. Golden bell armor. Xuanhuan, obviously with abundant combat experience, noticing the dangerous sensation from the approaching arm, gritted his teeth and shook his sulfur cannon, transforming it into a golden shield that enveloped his body. A seemingly impregnable defense appeared around him. However, despite that, his reaction was just a bit too slow. At the very moment the golden bell armor formed, Ouyang dragon rock arm had already slammed heavily upon it. A sound like clashing metal rang out, accompanied by the tearing of fabric, as Xuanhuan was sent stumbling backward by the sheer force, retreating nearly 7 or 8 steps before finally coming to an unsteady halt, fear flickering in his eyes as he stared at Ouyang dragon-like arm. Although he had not sustained any injuries thanks to the protection of the golden bell armor, his expression was extremely grim. The dark red martial garment over his chest had been torn apart, exposing his muscular chest and coarse hair, giving him an oddly comical appearance. Seeing the horror in Xuanhuan's expression, Ouyang smiled faintly. He slowly raised his right hand and opened his palm, revealing a Fenglin town emblem clutched inside, before crushing it into dust before Xuanhuan's furious and darkened gaze. This so-called genius is nothing more than that. Chapter 189, Contradiction and Conflict. Watching the two who had just clashed and quickly determined the victor, the surrounding crowd, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into an uproar. Endless murmurs instantly enveloped the jungle. While the disciples from Maple Forest Town felt bufuchik and fun, the academy side felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Especially when Ouyang delivered that final sentence, it was like a slap across the face of Maple Forest disciples, bloody and triumphant. Because what had transpired moments before was too quick, they hadn't even managed to clearly see the specific techniques used by both sides before it was all over. Facts had proven that this time, Xuanhuan had indeed run into a real obstacle. Not only did his opponent brush the hem of his robe with a single move, but also crushed the badge completely. This level of humiliation was even more severe than the one Xuanhuan had inflicted. This so-called genius had truly brought disgrace to his name. Boy, you just wait. This isn't over. In a fury, Xuanhuan spat out these threatening words and turned to leave, his complexion flickering between green and white. He could sense the odd stares coming from all around. The coolness of the night soaked through, sweeping across the exposed muscles of his chest, piercing into his body without pause, constantly reminding him of his defeat. That feeling seemed ready to crush whatever was left of his dignity entirely, hence his decision to leave. He no longer wished to remain here, wallowing in self-inflicted shame. Oh, is senior brother Chen really planning to leave already? Watching Xuanhuan preparing to turn away, Ouyang suddenly smiled, his tone laced with an indescribable undertone. What do you want? His feet halted slightly mid-step, Xuanhuan's expression turning as dark as ice as he turned back and stared at the smirking Ouyang, saying, Don't think you can get carried away just because you've gained a little advantage. Today's business we will leave at that. However, I'll give you a piece of advice. When you're alive, better keep an escape route prepared, lest you face a situation you cannot handle. Eyebrows slightly arched upwards. The smile on Ouyang Yuye's lips deepened as he said, I merely want Senior Brother Chen to fulfill his earlier promise. After all, I don't think Senior Brother Chen would like to become known as someone who breaks his word, would he? As Ouyang Yuye's voice faded, one of the Bai sisters, standing at his side, immediately wore a frosty expression. She spun around and glared at Ouyang Yuye coldly, shouting, Don't push too far. Haha, too far you say? Saying this, a gleam flashed in Ouyang Yuye's eyes. That sentence was spoken personally by Senior Brother Chen himself. I didn't force him at all. Of course, if Senior Brother Chen chooses to renege, there's nothing I can do. Just another silver-tongued chatterbox. One of the two Bai sisters on the left snorted coldly. Swinging her sulfur cannon, she transformed it into a bitterly cold ice crystal, which whirled directly towards Ouyang Yuye's face. However, before the crystal could even draw close, a sudden burst of fire flashed forth, and a crimson cannon blast shot forward as well, tearing through space with a shrieking sound as it met the ice crystal head-on with a grunt crash. As a sound of friction echoed, the two attacks collided violently. They exploded into nothingness together, neither side gaining an advantage. Shaking the sulfur cannon slightly in his hand, Ouyang Yuye smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly turning sharp as he looked toward the Bai sisters. So this is how Maple Forest Town resolves matters? Truly barbaric indeed. You're lying. Hearing Ouyang Yuye's mockery, the young Bai sister's pretty face turned icy cold. As she was about to retort, she heard Chen Nan's furious low shout. Enough! Seeing Chen Nan's grim expression, the Bai sisters said no more, though they glared at Ouyang Yuye with eyes brimming with deep hatred, the cold light flashing in their gaze. I, Chen Nan, apologize to you for my actions earlier. Meeting Ouyang Yuye's piercing gaze, Chen Nan knew this time he had run into a tough opponent. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, he still forced himself to speak. The words, however, lacked sincerity. Ouyang Yuye, however, cared little about that. What he wanted was for the other side to know that Xiuxian Town was not an easy target. Anyway, his aim had now been achieved. Otherwise, by their nature, they certainly would have escalated this into all-out combat. Their current restraint clearly showed they harbored caution towards Xiuxian Town. With this in mind, he smiled faintly. Senior Brother Chen really is a man of his word. Hearing the mockery in Ouyang Yuye's tone, the disciples of the academy around them wore expressions struggling to suppress their laughter, while Yuntian and the others felt utterly delighted. If not for the seriousness of the occasion, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold back their laughter. Nevertheless, stifled giggles could still be heard, faintly emerging from the crowd, making the faces of the Maple Forest Town disciples darken even more. What's so great about it anyway? You only managed to graze the other party's robe. How could you truly be a match for Senior Brother Chen in real skills? Such an obscure nobody, daring to play the hero with no shame. Oh please, you really have the audacity to talk like that. Don't you know how much weaker Ouyang Yuye is compared to Chen Nan? Besides, it was your side who proposed the condition in the first place. Nobody forced him into it. We simply followed through. Now that you've lost, you should have the grace to accept it. You actually have the nerve to complain. Probably you're the ones without shame. Hearing the Bai sisters' words, Chen Lin immediately spoke out sarcastically. What, want to fight? Chen Lin continued, tightening the sulfur cannon in her hand and stepping forward defiantly. Stop wasting breath. Let's go. Seeing the tense atmosphere building up again, Chen Nan coldly snorted and led his people to leave toward their camp. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, his lips curling into a sinister smirk toward Ouyang Yuye. Boy, I, Chen Nan, won't forget today's humiliation. We'll meet again at Shantian Peak. I'll be waiting with open arms. Watching Chen Nan's retreating figure, Ouyang Yuye gave a helpless sigh, muttering that this must be what they call an unexpected disaster. Sorry about that. Just as he was pondering his next move, a faint voice, barely audible like a mosquito's hum, sounded nearby. Looking down, he saw Chen Lin's remorseful expression. It's fine. Anyway, our relations with them were never good to begin with. Even if we coexisted peacefully now, we'd eventually clash over the xian grass anyway. Ouyang Yuye patted Chen Lin's head with a smile and turned to Yuntian. Senior Brother Yuntian, arrange some disciples to take shifts guarding the camp tonight. This place feels somewhat uneasy. Got it. Yuntian readily nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Everyone else should rest early too. Tomorrow, we head up Shantian Mountain to take a look. Seeing Ouyang Yuye so composed and carefree, others finally felt reassured. They each chose a spot to sit cross-legged for meditation. At their level of cultivation, spending the night in cultivation was more refreshing than sleeping. The night deepened. Choosing a spot, Ouyang Yuye sat cross-legged and glanced at the Maple Forest disciples still busily moving in the distance. A shadow of unease flickered in his eyes. From his brief clash with Chen Nan earlier, though he might seem victorious at first glance, in reality, things weren't so clear-cut. He had indeed taken advantage of surprise and speed. The truth, however, was known only to himself. In that lightning-fast exchange, he had gained some idea of Chen Nan's strength. After internal comparisons, he realized Chen Nan was probably the strongest among all the younger generation he had ever met, even surpassing the former Xuanhuan. That metal attribute was indeed unmatched in its hardness, both offensive and defensive, especially its ironclad defense. His own Longyan arm had gone numb after shaking off the impact, merely pushing the opponent back without truly breaking through. TSK, quite a troublesome opponent indeed. Sighing slightly, he murmured that the journey ahead wouldn't be smooth. If his guess was correct, there would be even more difficult obstacles waiting on Xiantian Mountain. Even you have moments of vanal, huh? Suddenly, Xuanhuan's voice broke through, interrupting his thoughts. I thought you'd stay silent forever? How could that be? Seems like we've finally arrived at the right place. You can sense it? Ouyang Yuya asked subtly, pupils flickering slightly. This aura is unmistakable for my king self. However, it's still somewhat distant from here. We just reached the foot of Xiantian Mountain. What's this thing's purpose exactly? Don't ask me. I only suspect that this broken mirror of yours resembles a legendary treasure in my memory. However, I'm not entirely sure. If it truly is that treasure, then the xianyin grass will certainly be useful. Otherwise, it's practically worthless. As Xuanhuan spoke, a vein twitched visibly on Ouyang Yuya's forehead. A feeling of being played washed over him. What? So you're not even sure yourself? If that's the case, I've gone through all this trouble just to obtain something useless? Damn it. Upon hearing Ouyang Yuya's involuntary curse, Xuanhuan immediately cackled. I don't see why you always have to think so one-dimensionally. The xianyin grass being a rare treasure would never be useless. Isn't that right? Huh. Xuanhuan paused briefly as he saw a spark of interest light up in Ouyang Yuya's eyes, then continued. The xianyin grass is one of the most powerful yin attributes in heaven and earth. Quite fitting for your secondary ice attribute. If you absorb that, I'm sure your strength will increase significantly. Oh, is that true? Why would I lie to you? Well then, believe it or not, I don't care. Under Xuanhuan's tone of regretful exasperation, Ouyang Yuya was momentarily stunned, then gradually realized that perhaps things were indeed as Xuanhuan described. He himself was quite unfamiliar with his secondary ice attribute, so if there was such an opportunity to enhance it, that would be perfect. It could even become a hidden ace for him in the future. At that thought, his earlier displeasure instantly vanished, replaced by joy. However, this happiness didn't last long before being overtaken again by helplessness creeping onto his face. But we still have to get the xianyin grass. Thinking about it, he gave a helpless shrug. The xianyin grass had now attracted so many forces scrambling to seize it. Trying to fight for it would definitely be very difficult. He sighed in frustration and rubbed his temples. Looks like I'll just have to try my luck. Chapter 190, Betrayed. Kid, now you should be more worried about other things than those rivals. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Xuanhuan suddenly let out a cackle, his inexplicable tone causing Ouyang Yuya's heart to sink instantly, a sense of foreboding arising within him. Why? Today I just want to let you know, tell you the truth, this Xiantian mountain isn't as simple as you imagined. Xuanhuan paused, his tone turning serious. I can sense several powerful presences on this mountain. Though I can't perceive them clearly, their fluctuations are far stronger than you reckless kids. You mean, soul beasts? Ouyang Yuya slightly furrowed his brow, and soon realization flashed in his eyes. Before coming here, Yin Tian had already mentioned something similar, but at the time he hadn't paid much attention, believing even if there were soul beasts, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. However, looking back now, that information might not be so reliable. If Xuanhuan mentioned it in such a tone, those soul beasts must be no easy prey. Right on. Seems you aren't stupid after all. Ouyang Yuya ignored Xuanhuan's mockery and asked with a slight pout. Can you sense their ranks? Roughly where are they at? Except for one that's somewhat obscure, the rest should be around the 4th tier. As for their positions, I don't know unless you let me out. Ouyang Yuya rolled his eyes, nodded meaningfully. If they were just 4th tier beasts, they were acceptable. He didn't believe they'd be so unlucky as to run into all the soul beasts on the mountain. So many factions had already arrived at Xiantian Mountain ahead of them. They could serve as scouts. As for the positions, even if Xuanhuan didn't specify, when the time came, he could still rely on the monkey's perception to get advance warning. Thinking thus, his previously tense heart finally settled. Yet just as he tried to stop worrying, he suddenly recalled Xuanhuan's earlier words. You said aside from one. Then what about that presence? Exactly. That's the strongest soul beast on this entire mountain. I can't determine its exact strength, but it's much stronger than those 4th tier ones, possibly even more powerful than that tiger lion demon crystal king you previously encountered. As Xuanhuan finished, Ouyang Yuya felt his heart lurch. Horror washed over his face instantly. That tiger lion demon crystal king was already a 5th tier soul beast. Stronger than him? Could that mean it's at the peak of the 5th tier? Or even the 6th tier? At this thought, even he felt a chill of fear creep up, involuntarily inhaling sharply. Once soul beasts reach the 6th tier, they possess the strength of Sky Soul Masters. Just like humans, when a cultivator reaches the realm of Sky Soul Master, they gain certain innate talents. One such gift is the control of spatial power, capable of harming others with spatial attacks. Similarly, when soul beasts reach the 6th tier, their abilities evolve dramatically. Their intelligence increases significantly, rivaling humans, although they still can't transform into human forms, but speaking in human tongue is no longer difficult. What's wrong? Surprised? Xuanhuan had already read Ouyang Yuya's thoughts, chuckling as he spoke. Don't find it unbelievable. It's perfectly normal for high-level soul beasts to guard treasures. As for that giant, though I can't accurately judge its strength, I believe it hasn't yet reached the 6th tier. Besides, with so many people here, even if fighting it is difficult, it shouldn't pose a problem. What you need to do is to be cautious and manage to seize the xianyin grass. Alright, kid, good luck. Unless it's something you can't resolve, don't bother me again, Hearing Xuanhuan's voice and his consciousness fade away, Ouyang Yuya gradually calmed down. Looking upward at the towering mountain piercing the sky, visible swirls of chilling mist rising from it. He shook his head slightly. Now that he had come, he had to take a look no matter what. At worst, he could just flee. Xiuxian always had a positive attitude, so he quickly regained his composure from the previous panic. He gently placed the sleeping monkey on his lap, closed his eyes once again to meditate. Night had fallen deeply, leaving only the imposing xiuxian mountain standing silently, like a crouching beast, waiting for those daring enough to try to plunder its treasures. The night passed uneventfully. Morning came, the sky just beginning to brighten. As everything was still shrouded in the sleepiness of the previous night, Xiuxian awakened from his cultivation. It wasn't long before the academy disciples were fully equipped and ready to go. Hee, brother Xiuxian. Did you have a good cultivation session last night? Hee, brother Xiuxian. Did you have a good cultivation session last night? Yin Tian gazed at Xiuxian with a grin as he asked. Quite well, how about you? Are you all set? We're ready to depart. The earlier we reach a safe place, the better. The mountain is nothing like down here. Better not linger and invite trouble. Yin Tian smiled slightly as he spoke. Oh, by the way, Senior Yun, do you have any information about the strength of the soul beasts in this mountain range? Soul beasts? Hearing Xiuxian's question, Yin Tian hesitated slightly before shaking his head. We're new here too, not familiar with this place at all. Although I remember Chun Nin once mentioned that there's something unusual about these mountains. What are the two of you chatting about? Are you not planning to leave? Just as Xiuxian nodded and was about to speak, a voice suddenly called out from the distance. Chen Lin was urging them to hurry. All right, we're leaving now. Yin Tian replied with a helpless chuckle as he smiled bitterly at Xiuxian and patted his shoulder. Maybe they're just exaggerating. Chun Nan and the others already headed south earlier, apparently not intending to travel with us. Seems like the grudge from last night is already settled. We might as well leave earlier too. Saying that, he turned and walked toward the front of the group. Xiuxian sighed helplessly, waved his hand at the monkey on the ground, and the monkey immediately leaped up to his shoulder. Huangda also obediently crouched before Xiuxian. He patted Huangda on the head and climbed onto its back. With a sudden roar from the beast, Huangda shot forward, quickly darting to the front of the group. Today I'll lead the way. Smiling toward the three of them, Xiuxian didn't wait for them to reply before moving forward, with the other academy disciples following closely behind. I'll go with you. At that moment, Chun Lin rode her horse over beside Xiuxian, smiling slightly, but casting a slightly resentful glare at Huangda. Seeing Chun Lin's delicate and charming appearance, Xiuxian shook his head helplessly and casually said, when we enter the mountain, stay close to me. And, oh, Chun Lin looked at him in confusion, but seeing Xiuxian's serious expression, she swallowed her question and obediently nodded. As the old saying goes, from one side it's a ridge, from another a peak, different from near and far, high and low. The Xiantian mountain, which had seemed steep at first glance, turned out to be as smooth as a plain. With the monkey continuously scanning their surroundings and leading them to bypass any dangerous spots, their speed naturally increased significantly. Thus, they encountered no real danger. They only met with some weak soul beasts along the way, mostly first or second tier beasts, which the group easily eliminated. All things considered, there were no unexpected incidents, which somewhat eased his mind. However, what puzzled him was that after walking for hours, they hadn't seen a single person, and this unusual situation caused Xiuxian's eyebrows to unconsciously furrow. Have they all already reached the summit? Chun Lin also noticed the problem and asked. That's unlikely. In my opinion, they should be scattered around by now. But since we're about to go deeper into the mountains, all of you be cautious and stay highly alert. The response from the 10 or so disciples was indeed impressive, echoing across the mountain ridges, uplifting the spirits. Suddenly, the monkey on his shoulder let out a sharp cry and began fidgeting restlessly. Its beastly eyes turned an eerie red, instantly locking its gaze onto a certain spot ahead. Just as the monkey noticed the anomaly, a furious roar from a soul beast rang out, instantly changing Xiuxian's expression. He shouted immediately, something's coming. Dismount and get ready for defense. Hearing Xiuxian's low command, the academy disciples sprang into action. After an initial moment of panic, they quickly regrouped, gathering together defensively. At that very moment, from the direction the monkey was staring, a gust of wind suddenly tore through the air. Then, two streams of light rushed straight toward Xiuxian like two arrows flying recklessly without pause, as if fleeing for their lives. A mocking laugh followed shortly after. Hee, looks like my luck ain't too bad today. Finally found some living people. Haha, good thing too, damn it. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already near the academy group. Who goes there? Seeing that they showed no signs of stopping, Xiuxian grew furious. He immediately extended his dragon rock arm, reaching out toward the leading figure. Looks like we've got ourselves a tough one. However, facing Xiuxian's attack, the two showed no sign of concern. A soft chuckle rang out, and Xiuxian suddenly noticed a dark shadow shooting toward his hand. Instinctively, he reached out and grabbed it. But to his shock, what he grasped felt unusually soft. Upon closer inspection, his face paled. He was holding a dead soul beast cub. Realizing the situation in an instant, he understood the whole scheme. It seemed he had been tricked. Brother, thanks for the help, Seeing Xiuxian grab the cub, the two figures abruptly paused, then darted sideways into the jungle, clearly attempting to escape. Xiuxian's eyes turned icy. Just as he was about to chase, suddenly two round objects flew toward his position. Before he could react, the two orbs suddenly exploded midair, instantly releasing a thick white mist that enveloped the entire forest. Cough cough. Damn it. Hearing the coughs around him, Ouyang Yuya pushed through the dense smoke, his expression darkening. Yet just then, another beastly roar rang out. As the mist slowly dissipated, Ouyang Yuya's eyes locked onto an enormous bear now standing before the group, rapidly closing in on their location. Chapter 191, Displaying Mighty Power. An enraged roar erupted. When everyone saw the Vunsog's appearance, they couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock. Even Ouyang Yuya's pupils instinctively constricted. Then he shook his head bitterly with a wry smile. Truly, what you fear most often comes true. Judging by this creature's aura, it was undoubtedly one of the several fourth-stage wind beasts mentioned by the Jade Toad King. This wind beast's appearance was exceptionally strange. It looked like a giant bear, yet its fat, massive body was covered with scale-like armor similar to dragon scales. Under the glaring sunlight, the armor showed a metallic, hardened texture. Its terrifying bear-like skull bore a dragon horn pointing straight up to the sky, adding an intangible aura of pressure as it stood there. And as it charged forward, the ground beneath trembled violently, creating a shocking and terrifying scene. Hiss. This is the dragon bear. When Yuntian recognized the ferociously charging wind beast, his voice trembled slightly, revealing his flustered state. Thud. Thud. And as Yuntian's voice fell, sounds of chaotic kneeling arose from behind them. Turning around, they saw their horses collapsing one after another, bowing toward the dragon bear. Some even shook violently, unable to rise and stand under the oppressive aura of this beast. What astonished Ouyang Yuya the most was not just the horses. Even Da Huang, beneath him, slightly trembled despite possessing the pure and noble bloodline of the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King. If even Da Huang struggled to withstand this dragon bear's pressure, then it was clear how dangerous this creature was, a far more troublesome opponent than the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King. As Ouyang's mind raced, the dragon bear had already closed the distance to within a few meters. Under its heaven-shaking roar, even Ouyang Yuya felt his chest tighten, and immediately, he let out a low shout. As the 10,000 image square zone rotated, he forcibly suppressed the suffocating cage-like aura surrounding him. At that moment, the monkey on his shoulder suddenly shrieked in anxiety, then started pointing and gesturing wildly at Ouyang Yuya. Even Ouyang couldn't help but feel alarmed at the monkey's frantic state. He knew the monkey's perception never failed. If it reacted this way, clearly the dragon bear had risen to a level that could threaten it. Ouyang, brother, what should we do now? Yuntian, sensing the dragon bear's overwhelming fiery aura, anxiously stepped forward to ask. You take everyone and leave here. I'll lead it away. Head east, I'll catch up with you soon. Ouyang paused briefly before suddenly replying. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yuntian and the others shaking their heads in unison. We won't leave unless we all leave together. How could you possibly defeat it alone? Just then, another furious roar rang out, and Ouyang Yuya's expression instantly changed dramatically. Hurry up and go. There's no time to argue. I can move much more freely alone. Go. His voice grew anxious as he spoke. He had many hidden trump cards he could not reveal in front of them. Therefore, the best course of action now was to lure this creature away and deal with it alone. Besides, having these people around was indeed inconvenient. Fine. Then take care, and we're off. Yuntian, decisive by nature, nodded solemnly, seeing the seriousness in Ouyang's tone. Then, with a wave of his hand, he left first, and after hesitating briefly, the other academy disciples quickly followed. I'm staying with you. Suddenly, Chunlin said from the side, her eyes showing a trace of defiance as she looked at Ouyang Yuya and refused to leave. No. Ouyang decisively shook his head, unmoved by the helpless appeal in Chunlin's eyes. You ride Da Huang and leave first. Your presence will only distract me. No way. All right, Chunlin, go now, there's no time. Believe that Ouyang would never joke with his life. Don't make things harder for him. Ouyang brother, we'll wait for you ahead. Yuntian then firmly supported the reluctant Chunlin and helped her leave. Just be careful. We'll wait for you ahead. Looking at Chunlin's worried expression, Ouyang offered a slight smile and nodded. Watching the retreating figures of Yuntian and others, his eyes gradually darkened. Then he turned around and fixed his gaze on the charging dragon bear, his expression growing steadily grim. Though only a fourth-stage wind beast, this dragon bear might be even more formidable than many fifth-stage ones. Before the dragon bear's physical form even arrived, its killing aura filled the air with a suffocating intensity. Gently exhaling, Ouyang Yuya's eyes gradually sharpened. Instantly, the phantom clone technique was activated, and as his main body retreated, he manipulated the clone to charge toward the dragon bear. With his cultivation having reached the soul practitioner level, the strength of the phantom clone had also dramatically increased, now matching the 7th stage of body tempering. Though not particularly strong in combat power, this clone served as a durable meat shield. Even Nangong Tian had struggled greatly to destroy it before. Now, using it to test the dragon bear's attack seemed most appropriate. Ow! Seeing the clone charging straight at it, the dragon bear's beastly eyes flared with violent intent. It lifted its massive paw, swinging it round in a wide arc before striking down fiercely onto the clone. The ferocity of this move caused Ouyang Yuya's lips to twitch involuntarily from behind. A sharp, loud impact rang out as Ouyang watched the clone get violently swatted away, its body exploding midair. Witnessing the destruction of the clone, unable to even withstand a single strike, Ouyang Yuya instantly felt a cold surge racing up his spine, leaving his mind in a haze. Cursing under his breath, he turned and ran without hesitation. Clearly, under such monstrous attacks, he barely had the chance to resist. Were he struck the same way, he likely wouldn't survive. Ouyang Yuye's speed was exceptional, but even so, he could sense the distance between himself and the dragon bear rapidly closing. His expression grew increasingly fearful. Observing Ouyang, who squirmed like an eel attempting to escape, the dragon bear roared more violently. Immediately, streams of fire shot from its mouth, crashing down around Ouyang, their searing heat forcing him into a momentary hesitation. In that split second, the dragon bear finally caught up. Sensing the dragon bear's rapid approach from behind, Ouyang realized battle was inevitable. No longer running, he abruptly halted, sharply turned, and instantly released the stone tablet from his palm. It soared and slammed directly into the dragon bear's enormous paw. A metallic, thunderous clash sounded. Ouyang was immediately blasted backward, his right hand gripping the stone tablet, throbbing with unbearable pain. In contrast, the dragon bear merely staggered slightly before recovering. Not allowing Ouyang even a moment to catch his breath, the beast launched another attack, shooting a fierce burst of flame straight toward Ouyang's face. Flipping his right palm, the chain fire whip materialized. Watching the searing blaze approaching, Ouyang swiftly moved his fingers, transforming the whip into a red-hot scourge nearly 10 feet long. With immense effort, he lashed it against the flames. The fire finally dissipated under the whip's furious strikes, while the fire-red whip itself also slowly vanished. Ouyang's expression, however, remained gravely serious. If even the chain fire whip couldn't wound the creature, it was hard to imagine what could. What a stubborn foe. Helplessly shrugging, Ouyang steeled himself, ready to employ the Da Huang Ling Ju. Suddenly, the monkey on his shoulder shrieked urgently. To his surprise, a rare burning battle intent flickered in its beastly eyes. Before Ouyang could react, the monkey leaped from his shoulder and charged toward the dragon bear. "Monkey, come back!" Seeing the monkey recklessly placing itself in danger, Ouyang Yuye's face darkened as he shouted. Much to his shock, the monkey ignored his command completely. Just as Ouyang prepared to forcibly retrieve it, a deep growl erupted from the monkey's throat. Immediately afterward, its previously frail body rapidly expanded. A thick, wild aura suddenly erupted from within, swirling with a surge of earth-colored energy that enveloped its form. This vast, turbulent pressure clearly rivaled the dragon bear's might. Now transformed into its true form, the monkey towered nearly as tall as the dragon bear. Its snow-white fur resembled that of a glacier-born giant ape. Its muscular, powerful frame exuded explosive strength. Its aura was even stronger than before his encounter with xiuxian. Evidently, over time, it had nearly fully refined the energy bestowed by the Da Huang Zunja back then. Taken aback by the monkey's sudden appearance, the dragon bear showed signs of wariness. Yet soon, it noticed the monkey making the first move, unhesitatingly lifting its massive paw and slamming it directly at the dragon bear's chest. Unwilling to show weakness, the dragon bear countered with a swing of its own. The swirling brown and red energies raged between the two beasts before violently colliding, sending both crashing apart. Simultaneously, two figures trembled violently upon impact. A muffled sound rang out as both beasts were pushed backward. From the simple collision, the two had clashed as equals, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, the retreating monkey suddenly flared its eyes wide open. With a fierce slap to its own chest, a pained expression flickered across its face. Underneath that expression of agony, the wild aura swirling around its body visibly rushed toward its back. Then, before one's eyes, it condensed into a towering phantom. As the colossal spectral figure fully emerged, Ouyang Yuye's face finally turned pale with horror. This is Da Huang Zunja. Chapter 192. The giant ape subdues the dragon bear. As the tall phantom emerged behind the monkey, Ouyang Yuye was shaken to the core. Although the figure before him appeared incredibly illusory, even visibly unreal, it didn't prevent him from recognizing it. This was the guardian ape he had seen during his inheritance of the Great Wilderness spirit art, the Great Wilderness Venerable. Even now, he still clearly remembered the Venerable's contemptuous gaze toward the heavens and the indomitable roar that shook heaven and earth back in the Great Wilderness Bay and domain. The sudden appearance of even a phantom stirred up deep emotions within him. Undeniably, in the recent days, the monkey had absorbed much of the inheritance left behind by the Great Wilderness Venerable. Through continuous integration, its power had greatly increased. It could now manipulate the Wang Qi with incredible finesse, a level far surpassing what it had shown previously in xiuxian. Watching this, Ouyang Yuye felt a pang of jealousy. After all, he had struggled ceaselessly with only minuscule gains, barely moving forward, and was still only at the Soul Seeker level. Yet the monkey needed only to eat well, drink well, playfully wrestle with Da Huang when idle, and essentially cultivate, while sleeping, and its strength soared regardless. As soon as the phantom of the Great Wilderness Venerable appeared, Ouyang Yuye could feel even the Wang Xin within his body trembling slightly. The brownish energy around the monkey visibly rushed toward its back, converging rapidly before pouring entirely into the phantom of the Great Wilderness Venerable. With the ceaseless flow of Wang Qi, the Venerable's form became increasingly vivid and clear, faintly displaying the same liveliness it had possessed in life. Eventually, the influx stopped gradually at a certain threshold, and a human-like expression flickered across the phantom's face behind the monkey. As though venting boundless fury, it threw back its head and roared furiously at the sky. Then, lowering its massive head slowly, it looked indifferently toward the dragon bear ahead, its ancient eyes flashing with a contemptuous disdain as though regarding an ant. Suddenly, it raised its hand and fiercely pointed straight down at the dragon bear. At this moment, the dragon bear too showed a hint of horror, and with a furious growl, the dragon scales on its back shot up sharply like spikes, erecting a protective layer to block the earth-shaking strike. As the great wilderness venerable's finger descended, streams of xuanhuan peeled off its body and coalesced into a giant brown finger streaking downward. It slammed heavily into the dragon bear's scale-covered form with a loud crash. With a muffled bang, the dragon scales on the dragon bear's body were completely shattered, and it was sent flying away with heavy injuries, its flesh torn and bloodied. Pain wrung a piercing cry from the dragon bear, shocking Xiuxian from behind. He hadn't expected even such a devastating blow from the monkey to fail to finish it off. He could tell that single strike far exceeded his mediocre great wilderness palm. Had he faced it directly, he'd surely have died on the spot. Internally sighing at how thick-skinned the dragon bear was, he was nonetheless excited watching such a rare scene unfold. After sustaining severe injuries, the dragon bear finally showed fear, and sensing the impossibility of resistance, turned tail and fled in the direction it had come. "Wanna run?" Xiuxian immediately grasped its intention, his eyes flashing coldly. With the beast already gravely wounded, he was fully confident that even without the monkey's help, he could still kill it using his secret techniques. Moreover, with the monkey backing him up, he naturally grew bolder. After all, the dragon bear was a walking treasure trove. Its dragon horn alone had long tempted him. Before, constrained by its strength, he hadn't dared to entertain such thoughts, but now things were different. Fallen tigers are mocked by even dogs. He had no intention of letting it escape easily. He quickly summoned the tablet into his hand and prepared to move. Yet before he could dart forward, he suddenly saw the monkey raise its lowered paw and, staring at the fleeing dragon bear, gently press it downward. In response to the monkey's motion, the great wilderness venerable behind it also lifted its paw, mimicking the monkey's exact posture. Amid thunderous rumbles like claps of heaven-splitting lightning, the surging xuanhuan gathered into an attack Xiuxian knew all too well, the great wilderness palm. As soon as the great wilderness palm emerged, one of the three Wenlu on the monkey's forehead suddenly cracked. In response, the great wilderness palm became even more ferocious and swift, like thunder rolling across the sky, and struck down at the fleeing dragon bear in a single palm strike. As the earth-shaking blow landed, the beast's fleeing figure abruptly staggered, then let out a furious and unwilling roar before finally collapsing. After the strike, the phantom behind the monkey also exploded into nothingness, and the monkey's body shrank from exhaustion, its tiny form caught just in time by Xiuxian. At that moment, the monkey nestled in his arms suddenly opened its eyes, weakly pointed toward the corpse of the dragon bear not far away, and then fainted again. Holding the monkey tightly, Xiuxian furrowed his brows. In his memory, during the inheritance process, the great wilderness venerable had bestowed 3 life-saving xiuxian upon the monkey, sealing them onto its forehead for emergencies, powerful techniques meant for preserving life in critical moments. Clearly, the monkey had forcibly used one of them, resulting in its current severe depletion. Puzzled, he stepped closer to the dragon bear's corpse. The beast's entire body was now decaying, with gashes of vivid red wounds revealing rotting flesh that exuded a foul stench. Staring at the gruesome corpse, Xiuxian was somewhat confused, unable to figure out what the monkey had meant. Was it asking him to take something from the body? Could it be suggesting he should collect the corpse? Xiuxian, unexpected indeed. I never thought you two brats could take down a dragon bear. Not bad. The younger generation is truly formidable. Hearing the voice of the Jade-Toed King, Xiuxian couldn't help but frown slightly, replying with sarcasm. So you finally decide to show yourself? I thought you were too scared to come out. Xiuxian, boy, don't try to mock this king. If it weren't for my physical body being destroyed, even a former elder of the giant ape clan wouldn't have been enough to scare me. Xiuxian simply sneered coldly in response, ignoring the Jade-Toed King's arrogance. Ever since the monkey had summoned the great wilderness venerable, he had sensed some slight fluctuations from the Jade-Toed King. At that time, however, the creature had hidden its aura as much as possible, clearly fearing that the venerable's remaining divine consciousness might detect and eliminate it. At that time, even Xiuxian had broken into a cold sweat, fearing that if the venerable had acted recklessly, wiping out the Jade-Toed King and taking him out along the way would have been a devastating loss indeed. By the way, what were you just talking about? Is this dragon bear really that special? Xiuxian, that's an understatement. Let me tell you honestly, the dragon bear bloodline is actually a branch of the Dilong. Dragons are classified by the purity of their bloodlines, Intun, Fendun. The Tong are the true dragons. Those fellows once held tremendous power in the ancient Tonggu times. The Jade-Toed King's tone carried a rare solemnity and awe, suggesting how mighty these legendary dragons had been. And yet, despite their might, they eventually perished and their race was wiped out. Of course, exactly what had occurred during those ancient times remained unknown, and Xiuxian had little interest in delving deeper. He simply urged the Jade-Toed King on. What about the Dilong then? Xiuxian, the Dilong are Sog possessing a faint trace of true dragon bloodline. Even such a slight connection grants them incredible power, beings that defy ordinary logic. That's why I say this dragon bear isn't simple. Although it's only a 4th-rank beast, it likely rivals many 5th-rank Sog in strength. As Xiuxian listened to the Jade-Toed King's explanation, a hint of shock flickered across his expression. He hadn't expected this beast to belong to the Dilong lineage. No wonder its hide was so tough. Seeing Xiuxian's fluctuating expression, the Jade-Toed King seemed to read his mind and sneered mockingly. The little guy in your arms clearly understood as well. That's why he wasted one of his precious life-saving techniques to help you kill it. Not bad indeed, Jie. Let me tell you, this dragon bear could be extremely beneficial to you. Inside its body lies a core that you can attempt to refine. It might grant you a portion of its dragon bloodline. Then Jie. Though the Jade Toad King did not finish, Xuanhuan quickly caught on. A gleam of sharp excitement shone in his eyes, and without hesitation, ignoring the blood and gore on the dragon bear's body, he pulled it into his chinkan bag. Now wasn't the right time to refine anything. It would be better to regroup with Yuntian and the others as soon as possible. With this in mind, he swiftly departed toward where Yuntian and his companions were. Clap, clap. Within the jungle, the sound of horse hooves striking the earth rang out, and soon a group of more than a dozen figures were seen walking through. Moving closer, one could recognize them clearly. It was Yuntian and his group. Do you think he'll be all right? Lin glanced backward with some concern. Yet behind her, everything remained eerily silent. There was no sign of Xuanhuan at all. He should be fine. With Brother Ouyang's skills, even if he couldn't handle it, he should at least be able to escape. We'd better wait for him. There's no other choice anyway. Listening to Yuntian's reassurance, Lin shrugged slightly, while still showing worry in her beautiful eyes. Just then, a sound slicing through the jungle came their way. The group from the academy couldn't help but look back, only to see a familiar figure darting toward them. The frail body carried a heavy scent of blood, and seeing the figure's face, the group finally relaxed as they recognized it was none other than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan moved at an incredible speed, and, in the blink of an eye, appeared right in front of them, nodding toward the worried crowd. Good, it's taken care of. Let's hurry and leave too. We've already wasted a lot of time, and someone else might snatch the treasure if we don't hurry. With a slight smile, Xuanhuan spoke and instantly darted forward, jumping onto Big Yellow's back, quickly leading the way, leaving behind the astonished figures standing motionless. Chapter 193 Gathering Forces. For the rest of their journey, Xuanhuan's group encountered no further difficulties. After all, within the vast xiuxian mountain, there were only a handful of fourth-stage wind beasts. The most formidable among them had already been dealt with by Xuanhuan, so it was likely this region no longer held beasts of that level. Many powerful groups had passed through before them, and he didn't believe those wind beasts would let those groups pass just to wait specifically for them. As such, the common beasts, though numerous, were mostly second-stage creatures and naturally posed no threat to Xuanhuan's group, who advanced like wolves and tigers. Thus, although their journey was not without activity, there were no unexpected incidents. Passing through many complex and rugged terrains, it wasn't long before they started to encounter other factions moving about. However, since everyone was in a hurry toward the summit of Xiuxian Mountain, their meetings were nothing more than fleeting glances before parting again without any real interaction. Thus, after the previous interruptions, the journey became quite peaceful indeed. Xuanhuan sat calmly on the back of Huang, guiding the group forward. In his arms lay the monkey, looking somewhat weak. Above the monkey floated several guang stones, which Ouyang was forcefully channeling into streams of pure guang energy to heal its injuries. Upon learning the monkey's condition, Yuntian and the others readily tossed over more guang stones, a gesture that prompted a nod of quiet satisfaction from him. Though focused on healing the monkey, he remained far from complacent, his pupils occasionally gleaming as he scanned the surroundings to prevent any troublemakers from approaching. Brother Ouyang, we've just learned the identities of those two we encountered earlier. They're from Luangue Mountain. At this moment, Yuntian rode up to Xuanhuan and spoke. Oh, Luangue Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's pupils flickered slightly as he asked, how strong is this faction? Yuntian frowned slightly before replying. Quite formidable. They were among the top forces at last year's tournament. Unlike ordinary factions, their disciples practice rare dark alchemy. Once a battle starts, they become very difficult opponents. Their tactics tend to be treacherous and ruthless. They like using underhanded methods, so dealing with them is quite troublesome. Listening to Yuntian's explanation, Xuanhuan nodded solemnly. He had some knowledge of dark alchemy. He once read about it in an alchemy compendium. Practitioners of this form of alchemy differed from ordinary ones. In pursuit of ultimate power, they refined their crystals using human essence and blood, which made their crystals highly corrosive. Because of this unusual nature of dark alchemy, it required the utmost caution when facing them directly. Seeing Xuanhuan's serious expression, Yuntian sighed helplessly and continued. That's just how it is. Though this method isn't accepted by traditional alchemists, it does exist, and there are no few dark alchemists across the continent, so it isn't completely banned. For example, even the alchemical and gold academies each maintain a separate school for dark alchemy. After listening, Xuanhuan merely nodded without responding. After a moment, he asked, do you know which factions have arrived already? We don't have full information yet, but from rough estimates, it should be at least 10 factions. Fortunately, aside from the 3 from Su Clan Village, the rest aren't too overwhelming. Most of them are at the soul cultivator level. Xuanhuan gave a slight nod and raised his head toward the distant summit, taking a deep breath. No matter how difficult it was, this time he was determined to obtain that thing. A group of 10 people quickly arrived at the entrance to the summit. Proceeding slowly along the gravel path, upon stepping onto the last step, their view changed. Instead of the narrow trails they had passed through before, they now faced a wide, square-like platform. The mountain peak appeared as if it had been cleanly sliced off at the top by a giant blade, revealing this 100-meter-wide platform. Directly ahead stood a thick mountain wall, blocking the path forward except for a narrow slit just wide enough for one person to pass, suggesting that something unusual must lie beyond. Upon arriving here, Their pace gradually slowed and finally came to a halt. They noticed that the front area had been divided into several sections. Without needing to look closely, one could tell that each section was occupied by the disciples of a certain faction. Tens of people sitting silently gave off a strangely oppressive feeling. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of many factions present, prompting numerous people to turn their heads and fix their gazes upon them. It's the group from Xiuxian town. How come they arrived too? Didn't expect them to also dare come here, trying to compete. They really don't know their place. Perhaps they have some confidence in themselves. Ignoring the whispers and the intense gazes from all directions, Xuanhuan kept his focus fixed on the mountain wall ahead, his pupils shining with a fervent glow. This is the deepest part of Xiantian Mountain. The xianyin grass should lie beyond that mountain wall. It seems we are indeed the last to arrive. Ouyang smiled slightly while scanning the entire area with a sweeping gaze. He even spotted the group from Fenglin town in the central area. Most of the factions present were unfamiliar to him. Many of these people bore visible wounds and bloodstains, showing that their journey hadn't been easy either. But regardless, they had now successfully made it here. There sure are quite a few experts gathered here. Looking around, he absorbed all their auras. Through his perception, he could sense numerous formidable presences, some even slightly stronger than Yuntian. Upon hearing that, Yuntian's excitement gradually cooled into seriousness. As his eyes swept across several regions, he furrowed his brows and spoke. Have you noticed those figures in the far east? Ouyang followed his gaze and saw a group seated cross-legged on the ground. At the front of this group sat a tall man dressed in a long robe, embroidered with a badge woven from countless swords. Sitting beside him were a man and woman whose auras were equally formidable, reaching about the Soul Knight level. They are from the Sword Alliance. They're located relatively close to our Xiuxian town and represent Luoxia Peak. The leader is Mo Foam, a third-stage Soul Knight, comparable to Chunnan. He is among the top few experts here. Ouyang nodded thoughtfully. Unlike the Iluan Empire, which was strictly divided administratively, the Jinding Empire had no such clear boundaries. Except for its capital, the empire was made up of many independent regions, each governing itself like Xiuxian town. They owed allegiance only by paying tribute to the imperial court on time, which explained the empire's countless factions and why each town's annual meeting was always fiercely contested. Even among such disorder, there were still some particularly powerful groups, the Sword Alliance being one of them. They also have quite a strong presence over there. Ouyang shifted his gaze first to the southwest direction, where another group sat. What captured his attention most wasn't the faction itself, but the figure seated in front. Even Ouyang couldn't fully gauge his strength, though he was certain this person was no ordinary one. Upon following Ouyang gaze, Yuntian's pupils tightened, and he nodded. That is Luo Yin. As a matter of fact, he's somewhat similar to you. To me, Ouyang looked puzzled as he stared at Yuntian. Yes, like you, he cultivates both as an alchemist and a soul cultivator. In truth, he might be the most formidable among all. Not only is his alchemy impressive, but his strength as a soul cultivator is equally strong. In the last town meeting, at the edge of the Pine Lake, he alone eliminated many young experts and stormed into the top 5, earning his fame overnight. Reportedly, he was also recruited early by the Alchemical Academy. Oh, that powerful. Hearing Yuntian's unreserved praise, Ouyang felt genuinely surprised and studied the man longer. No wonder he felt a strange familiarity. It seemed he had finally met a worthy opponent. At that moment, Luo Yin also became aware and turned his head, locking eyes with Ouyang. His sharp gaze cut through space like an unsheathed blade, pressing heavily toward Ouyang. Yet Ouyang met that piercing gaze without flinching. Indeed, the other man was formidable, but neither was he someone easily intimidated. Moreover, such accomplishments alone were not enough to warrant true fear from him. Their intense eye contact lasted for several moments before ending when Luo Yin returned to his usual indifferent demeanor. However, even that calmness he always carried seemed to ripple for the first time. Shifting his gaze away from Luo Yin, Ouyang's eyes swept around again, landing on a group not far away, the people from Luomashan. The two leading the group were none other than the same ones from before. When they noticed Ouyang's gaze upon them, their expressions darkened slightly, clearly astonished that he had managed to escape the soul beast's pursuit. These despicable bastards, Chen-Lin muttered bitterly beside him, still clearly resentful over their earlier underhanded tactics. Ouyang merely cast a brief glance at the Luomashan group before indifferently withdrawing his gaze. Finally, his eyes stopped at the frontmost section of all the factions gathered, the place that truly intrigued him the most. There, seated cross-legged, were more than 10 figures clad entirely in black robes. A single sweeping look revealed that their auras were formidable, exuding intense pressure and an icy, sinister aura. In front of all these figures sat 3 individuals. The moment Ouyang sensed their presence, even he couldn't help but feel a tremor of surprise. Others around also cast wary glances toward them. It was obvious that these 3 must be the Su family's infamous 3 devils. Those 3 are definitely the toughest opponents here. If I'm not mistaken, the xianyin grass must be just beyond them. But I wonder what they are waiting for. At Yuntian's words, Ouyang merely nodded and sat down cross-legged like most others present, choosing to close his eyes in meditation. Just then, a sudden laugh echoed out. Lifting his gaze, they saw a figure step out from the frontmost group of black-robed individuals and turn around to face the gathered crowd. Crack! At that exact moment, as this person stepped forward, Yuntian's expression suddenly turned highly agitated. His fists clenched tightly with such force that the bones cracked audibly. A faint, chilling voice also escaped his lips, filled with a deep and bitter hatred. Sueo. Chapter 194, A Sudden Twist. Following Yun Tian's gaze and locking eyes on the black-cloaked figure, it was obvious who he was without needing to guess. The person bearing the object of Yun Tian's hatred could be none other than Sueo, the third of the Su clan's 3 demons. Dressed entirely in black robes that only emphasized his already deathly pale complexion, the man's delicate features bore a gentle, spring breeze-like smile, ironically out of sync with his cruel reputation. Yun Tian's loathing stemmed from their earlier confrontation, where he had suffered an almost total defeat, humiliation still fresh in his mind even now. As Sueo rose to speak, not only Ouyang Yuye but everyone else lifted their heads to look upon him in anticipation. Clearly, this acknowledged prodigy held a commanding presence. Seemingly quite satisfied with all the attention, Sueo lightly chuckled. I think all of you here share the same purpose, so I won't bother with much talk. Like everyone here, I too am eager about that spirit item. So what do you mean by blocking our way here? Do you guys from the Su village want to monopolize it? Naturally, someone impetuous from the crowd, who had never respected the Su family, interrupted before he could finish, his voice filled with mockery. Oh, so this gentleman suspects that our Su family bullies others with power, then? Sueo shot a cold glance toward the direction the voice came from. The speaker was a bald man, seemingly a leader of a faction, although his soul cultivator strength was not impressive. Sueo smirked coldly. If you're unhappy, by all means go in yourself. We won't stop you. I'll go in. Do you think I grew up scared? The bald man sneered, waved his hand, pushed through the barriers, and strode toward the cliffside, his disciples hesitating slightly before following. Sueo, your 3 Su devils have really gone too far. Such theatrics won't scare me. Just you wait. I'll grab the spirit item before you, so don't come crying later. Faced with the muscular man's taunts, Sueo remained unfazed, his icy smile unchanged. His eyes swept across the crowd once again, lingering on those still restless below as he added with a smile. Anybody else is welcome to try too. Sueo won't stop you either. The moment his words faded, several figures dashed forward immediately, speeding straight toward the cliff. Under the lure of the spirit treasure, most had little hesitation now. The reason no one had rushed in before was merely due to the presence of the Su clan's 3 demons. To pass on the chance now would be sheer stupidity. Spurred on by these reckless souls, many other disciples joined in the race. Should we go check it out too? Yun Tian watched more figures rise, and turned to quietly ask Ouyang Yuye. No, let's wait. See what trickery they have in store. Ouyang Yuye saw the calm expressions of the 3 Su devils unchanged, and with a flash of amusement, shook his head toward Yun Tian, his gaze wandering across the surroundings to find that many factions had already charged forward, leaving only a few cautious onlookers behind. Interesting, Ouyang Yuye said with a smile. As more and more figures disappeared into the cave entrance, rather than worry, Sueo's expression turned more sinister with an ominous grin. Roar! Just then, a shrill scream pierced the air. Ouyang Yuye's face paled instantly. He wasn't alone. All those who hadn't yet entered the cliff instantly turned pale, eyes snapping to the cave's exit. Even the most oblivious person would now understand. The cave certainly contained a soul beast, and judging from the roar, it wasn't low rank. No sooner had the piercing cry faded than figures began darting out from the cave entrance again. But now, their faces were drained of all color. The bald man had barely emerged when he spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit visibly weakened. Sitting cross-legged immediately to recover, he only cast a venomous glare towards Sueo. More followed behind him, and seeing their pallid faces, Ouyang Yuye's eyes narrowed slowly as his gaze fixed on Sueo again. He was sure that perhaps only he and Yun Tian truly understood what had just occurred. So what do you think, everyone? Sueo, had no intention of forcing you inside. May I ask, Su brother, if you knew what was inside? At this point, Luo Yen, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up, his voice heavy with seriousness. I was going to tell everyone beforehand, but this gentleman here has his own prejudice against me. Sueo said coolly, glancing at the furious bald man. To be honest, the darking grass is indeed inside, but there is also a soul beast guarding it. We had entered before, only to be driven out, Sueo said, his expression showing a trace of fear. Oh, then do you know its rank? It should be a 6th rank. No sooner had Sueo finished speaking than a collective sharp inhale echoed through the crowd. Are you certain? Of course. Seeing the firmness in Sueo's expression, the crowd's previous doubts gradually vanished, replaced instead by heavy and fearful expressions. A 6th rank soul beast, one merely heard of in stories, now suddenly appearing before them, caused everyone to realize that even their breathing had turned ragged. Of course, the reason I'm telling you all this is to make clear that a 6th rank soul beast is beyond the strength of any single, or even a few factions. We need all of us here to act together if we are to have the slightest chance. Otherwise, if we cannot kill it, the dark ingrass will be completely beyond our reach. Hearing Sueo's resolute answer, everyone nodded in agreement. Even Ouyang Yuye did not object. He had figured the situation out earlier, and, if his guess was correct, the soul beast must be the very same troublesome one mentioned by the Jade Toad King. From the earlier commotion alone, it was clear this beast was beyond what one, or even a few people could handle. If that were the case, then Sueo's proposal indeed seemed a sound strategy. So, Sueo, do you really believe we can defeat the soul beast with just the people here? 6th rank? That's on par with a sky soul cultivator. Xuanhuan, who had not spoken until now, suddenly voiced his doubt. His tone was skeptical, and as soon as he spoke, murmurs erupted among many, some already contemplating retreat. If I wasn't confident, why would I bring it up? I believe if my 3 brothers join forces, and with everyone's assistance, we have a real chance. Xuanhuan smiled and spoke again. Upon hearing his words, the crowd understood his implication. Instantly, hesitation crept into their minds. Of course, they couldn't deny that, with the combined techniques of the 3 Su devils, they indeed had the potential to fight. Our Yufeng town has no objection. A sudden voice rang out, setting off a chain reaction. Then several other voices successively called out in agreement. Xuanhuan's smile widened. Fine, since everyone else agrees, we of Pine Lake shall see this through to the end. With the addition of Luo Yan, those who had previously wavered now revealed their positions. In no time, a majority of factions nodded their approval. Ouyang, what about us? Agree. Yun Tian nodded and shouted. Immediately, many people turned their heads in surprise, clearly not expecting a faction of their strength to get involved. Seeing Ouyang, Yuya, and the rest actually agreeing, a sinister smirk crept across Chunan's lips. As most made their decisions, the hesitant ones also chose to join in. Eventually, the resolution passed unanimously. Good. Then I hope everyone can put aside previous grudges. Now, this soul beast is very clever, so once we enter, everyone should spread out carefully to avoid being attacked. Let's move. With a single order from him, the dozen or so disciples from Su clan dashed forward first, followed closely by members of the other factions, surging forward like a swarm of bees rushing toward the cliffside. All right, let's go too. Stay close once we enter. Don't spread out. Ouyang Yuya stood up with a light smile as he watched the dwindling crowd. With a slight nod, he leaped forward. Behind him, the academy disciples followed in order, steadily rushing toward the cave entrance. As soon as they entered the cave, a piercing ray of bright light shot forth. Instinctively narrowing their eyes against the glare, they waited until they adjusted before taking in the view before them. What lay before their eyes was not the bloody, chaotic scene he had imagined. Quite the contrary, the scene was lush with trees, and on a platform nearly 1,000 feet wide, it looked like a tiny island. Thick tree trunks, large enough for several people to encircle with their arms, surrounded the platform. Directly in front of him was a deep blue pond. On the calm surface floated a soft mist, lending the place an ethereal elegance and grace, so much so that it instantly soothed the restless emotions stirred up by the competition outside. And in the middle of the pond stood, surprisingly, a single bluish stalk. Its dry, lifeless branches made it hard to associate with any sign of life, yet it stood planted in the center of the pond, strangely eerie. It's the dark grass. Upon seeing that unusual plant, those who recognized it immediately cried out in excitement, unable to hide their emotions. As soon as the words fell, several people lost control and, ignoring their prior agreement, dashed toward the dark grass without hesitation. Their speed was shocking. Come back. Seeing the figures shoot forward, Xuanhuan immediately shouted and leapt after them, trying to stop them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. But just then, a deafening explosion-like sound erupted, and suddenly, dark golden-eyed shards burst from the water without warning. Moving with lightning speed, they shot directly toward the leading figures. Unprepared for the sudden assault, the first few were pierced instantly and died on the spot. Seeing the gruesome fate of their comrades, the others behind them gasped in terror and immediately leapt backward. Even so, a few were struck down before they could react. The once idyllic scenery was instantly stained with bloodshed. Those who narrowly escaped death stood frozen, pale-faced, and staring fearfully at the pond. Damn it! Scatter! At the roar, everyone around the pond scrambled to retreat, desperate to avoid the invisible attacks. At that moment, an earth-shaking roar echoed through the air. Right in the center of the pond, a violent, tornado-like explosion suddenly erupted. Then, a massive water column shot into the sky as if struck by a tremendous force. From beneath that towering column, a giant shadow slowly and forcefully rose from the pond's depths. Chapter 195, The Nine-Headed Dark Golden Python. Along with the towering water spout erupting from the pond, a colossal creature broke through the water's surface, casting a shadow over an area hundreds of feet wide, while a surging aura of savage malice spread across the surroundings. Around the lake, everyone stared at the finally revealed giant figure, their expressions growing increasingly serious. And as this giant creature struggled free from the water, an abnormally oppressive atmosphere surged suddenly, making even breathing difficult beneath the suffocating pressure. Holding their breaths, they fixed their eyes on the spirit beast now fully visible, instantly drawing in a sharp breath of astonishment. Seeing this ferocious beast, even Ouyang Yuye's face turned pale with fear. The creature's body was unusually massive. Merely half of it rising from the bottom of the lake already exceeded anything the people had ever seen by a great margin, reaching a height of 3 men. Looking more closely, they realized it was actually a fully grown python. The upper half of its body, emerging above water, was slightly coiled, and upon its trunk, thicker than 2 men combined, dangled 9 menacing snake heads swinging wildly, each one hissing out an unsettling, disturbing growl that made the scene look all the more sinister. The 9-headed dark golden python. As Ouyang Yuya was staring fearfully, the jade-toed king inside his body spoke up as well. But even its tone carried an unusual sense of seriousness. Do you recognize it? How strong is this one? It's very powerful. Did you see those 9 heads? As the number of heads on a 9-headed dark golden python increases, so does its power. Once it reaches 9 heads, it can evolve into the 6th rank. When all 9 turn into dark golden color, it means it has reached completion, capable of taking human form. This one seems to have just evolved recently, making it dangerous, though if you people join forces, killing it might still be possible. Listening to the Jade Toad King's rapid explanation, Xuanhuan nodded grimly. As he looked at the 9-headed dark golden python again, he indeed noticed that only the central head among the 9 was dark golden, the rest all silver. Clearly, the Jade Toad King's words were true. It's the 9-headed dark golden python. At that moment, Xiuxian, eldest of the Su clan's 3 evils, also recognized the beast. His face involuntarily twitched before he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Fall back, Hua!" Upon hearing Xiuxian's roar, the surrounding crowd, already stunned into silence, hastily retreated again, terrified of getting caught in any attack. After all, the previous incident had already chilled their hearts. Shriek! Just then, the 9-headed dark golden python's 9 heads suddenly swayed violently, and as it thrashed about, the already turbulent pond water became even more violently agitated. From the pond's depths spun out several beams of dark golden ice crystals, each one resembling an enormous, rapidly spinning cone-shaped drill aimed directly at the people nearest to it. Quickly retreat! In the chaos, someone shouted, and immediately people scrambled to pull back. Yet despite their haste, some were still too slow, and while they attempted weak defenses in vain, they were severely injured all the same. Those with weaker strength had no power to resist at all, their bodies ripped open by the icy projectiles, leaving behind only piles of mangled, lifeless corpses. With a single punch, Xuanhuan shattered the ice crystal. Muscles rippling in his dragon-like arm, he absorbed and dissipated the powerful force behind the blow. However, his expression turned extremely grim. With only one move, the 9-headed dark golden python had caused such massive death and injuries among the crowd, and clearly without even trying. This action had been nothing more than a warning shot. Vile human beings, dare you come steal what is mine? Leave now, or do not blame me for showing no mercy. A low, deep voice rang out, causing the terrified crowd to look toward the 9-headed dark golden python standing upright in the middle of the pond, their expressions immediately darkening further. Beneath the flashing flickers of its 9 scarlet tongues, a chilling glow radiated forth, provoking an urge to flee this place immediately. Heavenly treasures don't belong exclusively to whoever seizes them first. Saying so is laughable in itself. 9-headed dark golden python, we meant no offense. Hand over the xiuxian grass, and we'll leave. At that moment, Su Cheng, the second of the Su brothers, stepped forward, bowing politely, his tone equally respectful. Listening to Su Cheng's nearly pointless words, the giant python opened its blood-dripping maw, instantly roaring furiously. The thunderous boom made the crowd's faces pale in shock. I won't say it again. A bunch of death-seeking fools. Leave now, or no matter where you come from, not a single soul will leave this place alive. As the 9-headed dark golden python finished its last sentence, its towering upper body suddenly bent forward, its 9 heads roaring fiercely at the crowd as they swayed wildly, releasing a terrifying gust of air that swept across the area like a violent storm, uprooting an entire forest surrounding the lake. The display was extremely alarming. Then, the central dark golden head twisted and spat out a stream of golden liquid directly towards Su Cheng. Seeing that the dark golden python had already launched an attack without hesitation, Su Cheng was taken aback. He quickly jumped backward, and just as he did, suddenly a dozen glowing water spheres shot past him like lightning, colliding head-on with the golden liquid. At the same time, a wall of earth shot up from the ground to block Su Cheng's front, while 2 figures dashed forward and stood beside him. It was Su Ao and Su Zheng. With Su Zheng and Su Ao's combined efforts, the golden liquid was successfully intercepted. Watching this from behind, Xuanhuan gave a subtle nod. The Su clan's 3 evils were clearly highly coordinated, and from the previous sequence of actions alone, their combat efficiency and teamwork had already proven to be quite skilled. Seeing its attack blocked, the 9-headed python shook its 9 heads violently, its blood-red eyes staring menacingly at the Su clan's 3 experts. Ha ha ha, how interesting. There are actually some who dare defy death. Very well then, today I shall play with you. As the 9-headed python spoke, all 9 heads lifted simultaneously, letting out earth-shaking roars. Along with the shrieks, the surrounding pond water violently exploded, sending sprays of water shooting high into the air before falling back down like scattered petals, striking the ground with a loud cracking sound. The tremendous noise caused everyone present to change expressions drastically. Everyone attack. Turning his head toward the crowd behind him, Su Ao launched forward first. The 3 worked together seamlessly, their wrist-mounted soul rings glowing in brilliant colors. Soul cannon fire erupted and merged into 3 powerful beams of light, which surged toward the 9-headed dark golden python, ultimately crashing into its body like a colossal, heaven-shaking pillar. The heavy blow slammed directly onto the portion of the serpent above water, leaving a clearly visible dent on the beast's hardened body. What fierce attack! Seeing that the attack had actually injured the dark golden python, Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with approval. It was clear the trio was indeed not just famous by name. However, the strike caused the 9-headed dark golden python immense pain, triggering a furious roar. The 9 snake heads swung around, spewing out streams of foul-smelling venom. The hissing sound they made as they tore through the air made a sharp, zhi noise. Facing the venomous projectiles, the Su clan's 3 evils quickly dodged, but the toxins instead struck into the crowd behind them after narrowly missing. Many were injured immediately. The venom carried a corrosive power that caused flesh to rot the moment it touched skin, sending shocked and fearful looks across the crowd. Realizing the battle could no longer be avoided, a firm determination ignited in everyone's eyes. Forming into ranks, countless soul rings lit up simultaneously. Dozens upon dozens of different attacks were launched at once toward the nine-headed dark golden python, creating a thunderous uproar and a massive display of explosive power. We'll attack as well. All of you, be careful, Xiuxian called out, watching the chaotic battlefield unfold. At this point, fighting separately would be clearly disadvantageous. Only by killing the nine-headed dark golden python first could they proceed to contend for the xianyin grass. Be careful. Seeing the others nod in agreement, Xiuxian felt relieved. He handed the monkey over to Qinlin, spun his soul cannon around, and transformed it into a crimson chain that he then lashed fiercely against the nine-headed dark golden python's body, leaving a charred mark. However, such an injury was almost negligible against the sixth-rank soul beast's tough hide. Boom, boom, boom. With everyone joining the fray, the situation became increasingly chaotic and fierce. Around the nine-headed dark golden python, countless attacks mercilessly struck, each blow causing severe damage. Yet, despite the overwhelming assault, the giant beast showed no sign of retreat. Swinging its 9 heads, it fought even more ferociously without any sign of panic. The continuous venomous spits helped it maintain control over the chaotic battlefield, bringing it into a precarious stalemate. As the foul venom poured down, the surrounding pond water kept exploding, forming countless icy crystals that rained down upon the combatants. Chi. The battle quickly reached a boiling point. At this stage, everyone had become bloodthirsty, long since losing any sense of rationality, engaging in brutal exchanges blow for blow. Xiuxian dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding a stream of venom that whizzed past him, and then his gaze swept across the scene before him. At this moment, most of the nine-headed dark golden python's attacks were being held back by the Xiu clan's 3 evils and several other experts who had reached the soul scholar rank. Yet, looking at the still vigorous and fierce nine-headed dark golden python, he knew that even they could only temporarily stabilize the situation, and killing it would prove quite difficult. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. Just then, Xiuxian's pupils slightly flickered, and his attention was suddenly drawn toward a certain direction. Looking closely, he discovered that the Xiu clan's 3 evils, who had previously been engaged in the thick of battle, had somehow withdrawn unnoticed. At this moment, all 3 of them had radiant layers of light spreading across their hands, and besieging this brilliant glow, an extraordinarily powerful soul force fluctuation erupted wildly from their bodies. Finally decided to unleash it. Seeing their rising momentum, Xiuxian's eyes flickered slightly, and then he raised his left hand as the yin-yang fish inside his body began to spin violently. It finally locked onto the red edge, and with fire swooshing surging intensely, a massive crimson hand wildly condensed in his left hand. It was unmistakably the Nan Gong clan's ultimate martial skill, the fire god's left hand, which had become even fiercer and hotter under the activation of the yin-yang fish. Since you're finally willing to make your move, I'll give you a little catalyst. Chapter 196 I accepted. Bang, bang. Several more fierce attacks struck down, hunhingdig slamming into the enormous body of the 9-headed dark golden python. A deep muffled sound echoed, and the colossal body of the serpent involuntarily jolted backward. The sheer force sent violent splashes rippling through the surrounding pond water. Yet, despite being besieged by numerous experts, the 9-headed dark golden python remained terrifyingly fierce, growing even more frenzied. Violent energy held around it, and dozens of water spouts circled its body, resembling coiling dragon-like figures in the air that swept outward, instantly sending over a dozen experts reeling backward, spitting blood, and in great disarray. However, as soon as those 10 retreated, another 10 immediately stepped forward to fill the gaps, making the battle fall into a stalemate. The Xiu family trio's movements didn't last long. As soul energy surged, a brilliant beam spread forth, soon transforming into rays of blue, yellow, and red light that took form in each of their hands. Gradually condensing, the rays slowly moved outward from their palms, inching closer together. As the distance between the 3 rays narrowed, the fluctuations they emitted became increasingly violent and menacing. This action inevitably caught the 9-headed dark golden python's attention, and clearly even this 6th-ranked beast could sense a hint of danger. Instantly letting out a low growl, all 9 serpent heads swung, spewing streams of venom toward the Xiu family trio in an attempt to disrupt their still-forming attack. The 9-headed python's intention was understood by the crowd, and immediately hundreds of attacks tracked forward to intercept several of the venomous streams. At the same time, Xiuxian let out a cold shout, simultaneously employing both alchemy and soul master techniques. Swinging his glowing blade, he deflected the venom with precision, then unleashed sulfur cannons from his hand, transforming them into streaks of ice hurtling toward the 9-headed python's body. The coordination was seamless and effective. With this brief delay, the Xiu family trio finally completed their attack. The 3 rays converged into a single column of light nearly a zhang wide, resembling a colossal finger from ancient primordial times, and forcefully smashed into the exposed portions of the python's body above the water. The ferocity of the attack left the group shuddering with dread. They didn't hesitate, quickly retreating. As they pulled back, they saw the column strike home instantly. Indeed, the attack was overwhelming. The moment it connected, even the pond's surface rippled violently, its waters surging and exploding as though a detonation had occurred. Along with the impact, a piercing howl rang out. The python, in pain, lost balance and crashed heavily into the water. Plop! The sound of its heavy fall reverberated across the pond, the tremendous force immediately stirring violent surges. Dozens of towering water spouts rose skyward, only to crash back down onto the surface. The combined technique indeed lived up to its reputation as a fifth-rank skill. Under such a powerful strike, even the nine-headed dark golden python couldn't withstand it. After being smashed underwater, it didn't surface again. The originally blue pond water turned a blood-curdling red, truly a devastating wound inflicted with one blow. The onlookers caught their breath while watching the retreating form of the serpent beneath the water, exhaling deeply in relief. Yet in their eyes gleamed evident delight. It seems indeed that there is strength in numbers. Now even this sixth-ranked soul beast was forced into retreat. Is it really giving up? Xuanhuan slightly furrowed his brows at the now still pond water, puzzled. Logically speaking, if this nine-headed dark golden python had guarded the xiuxian grass all this time, it certainly wouldn't yield so easily. Moreover, he refused to believe that previous attack had truly crippled the beast's ability to fight back. That thing must be waiting for us to rush in for the xiuxian grass. It'll lie in wait until we're all battered and broken, and then wipe us all out at once. It's truly a sly creature. Yun Tian sneered with a cold tone, his expression growing heavier. He naturally understood the unstable relationships among the present group. If things unfolded as he suspected, the consequences would turn far more gruesome. Hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded thoughtfully as well, glancing warily around. He knew there were probably many others present who had realized the same truth. Yet, in the face of such tempting rewards, it had become difficult for them to maintain rationality. And indeed, the unity of a moment ago had vanished. Now their eyes flickered with uncertainty. Those who had previously stood close began cautiously stepping back, exchanging wary glances. At this point, the only ones they could truly trust were probably their own sect companions. Any allies previously spoken of were now laughably hollow before the promise of self-interest. It seems unavoidable after all. Sighing slightly, his gaze shifted toward the dead branch hovering above the pond. At its tip hung a single deep blue leaf, its entire body a vivid shade of blue, emitting eerie white mist around its edges, sending a natural chill through anyone who laid eyes on it. Watching the leaf, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel a stirring emotion. Indeed, the xiuxian grass lived up to its reputation as a spiritual treasure. It had survived the previous violent clash with the nine-headed dark golden python completely unscathed, proving its remarkable nature. Shifting his gaze away from the xiuxian grass, he noticed that everyone's eyes were now fixed upon it, glimmering with an indescribable mix of burning desire and madness. Yet, strangely, no one made the first move. Everyone knew that the one who moved first would inevitably become the target of concentrated attacks from all others. And so, a tense waiting game had begun, each side trying to outlast the other. Under this heavy silence, the atmosphere grew rather odd. Clearly understanding the stakes, the Su family trio exchanged glances, and then Xuanhuan stepped forward. As soon as he moved, countless eyes converged on him simultaneously, watching like prey being locked in the sights of predators, brimming with unspoken caution and coldness. Yet, in the face of this oppressive atmosphere, Xuanhuan merely smiled faintly before speaking. You should all be able to see the nine-headed dark golden python's intention by now. If we were to fight amongst ourselves now, we'd be walking straight into its trap. Not only would we fail to obtain the xiuxian grass, but none of us might leave this place alive. The moment Xuanhuan finished speaking, the expressions of the gathered experts subtly shifted. Indeed, his words rang true. Everyone had already reached the same conclusion. However, faced with the immense temptation of this spiritual treasure, nobody was willing to give up, especially considering how much each faction had sacrificed to reach this point. Then, what's your suggestion, Brother Su? Xuanhuan calmly stepped forward, adding his voice to the gathering. His originally pure white robes were now tattered and stained, smeared with blood and other blemishes. He exuded less of the elegance he once carried, and instead radiated a chilling, bloody intensity, a clear sign of how fierce the previous battle had been. Perhaps we could continue working together, just as before, and retrieve the xiuxian grass as a group. After we leave this place, we can fight among ourselves for it again. I believe, as long as we remain united, the nine-headed dark golden python will no longer dare to interfere. Xuanhuan's suggestion was reasonable, and many among the crowd nodded in agreement immediately. Yet just at that moment, a cold chuckle rang out. Then, two figures suddenly strode forward from the gathering. The sight of them immediately caused Xuanhuan's expression to harden. These two were members of the Xuanhuan Mountain faction. Your idea sounds good, but I wonder who the Su family trio intends to let go and take the xiuxian grass. One of them sneered, a mocking smirk spreading across his face. At his words, the gathered crowd erupted into heated murmurs. Xuanhuan's expression turned somewhat grim, yet he still managed to keep smiling. If you all trust me, Xuanhuan would be happy to retrieve it for you. However, barely had Xuanhuan spoken than scornful laughter and sneers rose from the crowd. Everyone clearly saw the Su family trio's ulterior motives. If they really managed to take it outside, they certainly wouldn't hand it over easily for others to fight over. Unsurprised by this reaction, Xuanhuan merely smiled again. Then tell me, who among you do you think is more suitable for this task? Suitable? I think we brothers should be the ones to take care of this. Suddenly, the two men from Xuanhuan Mountain burst forward with a Angshao, and before the crowd could react, their figures shot like lightning toward the xiuxian grass. You're asking for death. Their sudden move caused instant fury among the group. In the blink of an eye, killing intent flared in their eyes, and countless attacks surged forward, bombarding the two charging figures with lethal intent. Even Xuanhuan let out a cold snort, his face darkening as he shot forward like a blazing fireball, clearly aiming to reduce them to mere flesh and bone. If my grandfather dares to move, how could he possibly fear you lot? The two men sneered. Suddenly turning around, they swung their sulfur cannons, firing two glowing orbs that streaked through the air. To the shock of Xuanhuan and the others, the orbs collided violently, exploding on impact. The explosion let loose a tremendous, thunderous boom, instantly sending forth a thick veil of white smoke that violently blocked the pursuing figure's advance. The pungent scent filled the air, causing the crowd to break into involuntary coughing fits. You bunch of useless trash. This xiuxian grass now belongs to Xuanhuan Mountain. Huh. Laughter rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the two men had arrived near the pond. Their faces burned with even greater fanaticism as they gazed at the floating xiuxian grass. Just as they were about to reach out and pluck it, they suddenly felt a scorching palm gust rushing toward them. Shocked, they looked up, only to see a gigantic red palm rapidly expanding before their eyes. Before they could react, it struck them fiercely. Under the force of the impact, the two men were sent flying. The moment they recovered from the blow and looked up, they saw a familiar figure slowly stepping forward, his face twisted in an expression of pure viciousness. Haha, truly, I must thank you both for taking care of them for me. This xiuxian grass now belongs to me. A light chuckle echoed out, and a figure dashed forward, snatching the xiuxian grass in one swift motion. As he looked upon the two men now lying helplessly on the ground, his face carried a deep, icy coldness. It was xuanhuan, who had been waiting in ambush all along. Chapter 197. Each exerts their means. A barrage of glances solidified into a tangible aura of murder, instantly locking onto xuanhuan. Especially fixated on the xiuxian grass in his hand, their gazes burned with intense greed. Seeing this, Yuntian and the others quickly stepped forward to shield xuanhuan, facing off against the crowd. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension as swords were drawn and bows readied. Faced with those piercing, hostile stares, xuanhuan merely smiled faintly, completely unperturbed. Then, under the furious gazes of the crowd, he tossed the xiuxian grass into his xuanhuan bag and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, xuanhuan took the lead, walking straight toward the mountain wall as if planning to leave. Behind him, Yuntian and others followed cautiously, eyes constantly fixed on the surrounding crowd, tightly gripping their fire lances, prepared for sudden aggression. You take something and just expect to leave? That's too much disrespect for the rules. Just then, a cold snort echoed, followed by a sharp, violent gale striking from behind xuanhuan. The attack reached roughly the intensity of a third-tier skill. Instantly, his expression hardened. Flipping his right hand, he conjured a fire lance that immediately burst forth into several fireballs, colliding head-on with the incoming force. A muffled explosion rang out. xuanhuan's footsteps faltered slightly before he turned abruptly to see the man behind him, none other than Immortal, the leader of Sword Alliance, and also an expert at the Soul Master level, who now gripped his fire lance tightly. Seeing the arrogance on his face, xuanhuan couldn't help but sneer. What? Do you really intend to take it by force? Seeing xuanhuan effortlessly block his attack, Immortal was momentarily surprised, clearly not expecting a soul practitioner to withstand such a blow. But he quickly regained his composure, smirking coldly. TCH, a mere soul practitioner wants to claim such a rare herb? Not even you, let alone your xiuxian mansion, are qualified for this. Immortal, speak with some respect. Don't mistake my xiuxian mansion for something that can be easily taken advantage of. Yuntian interjected angrily. Yuntian, don't forget, I already beat you before. Still bu fu cheat. Reaching out, he stopped the furious Yuntian and shook his head slightly. xuanhuan's smile gradually faded, but his gaze didn't linger on Immortal for long. Instead, it shifted until it finally settled on Xuanhuan, who had so far been observing without intervening. I wonder if the rules brother Xuanhuan spoke of earlier still stand. Since the herb is in my hands now, shouldn't I be the one to take it out first? Naturally. But honestly, your strength is somewhat lacking. I'm afraid you might not properly protect the herb, so perhaps handing it over to someone else would be better. At Xuanhuan's words, xuanhuan gave a cold chuckle, inwardly muttering about the man's audacity. What if I refuse? Then I'm afraid I'll have to take it. As Xuanhuan spoke, the smirk on his lips deepened. Slowly raising his fire lance, a faint glow flickered from its tip, signaling his readiness to act. Give it to him. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind, causing xuanhuan to pause in bewilderment. He quickly located the source. It was xuanhuan. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. What did you say? I said give it to him. xuanhuan repeated, his tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Why? Don't ask too many questions. If you want to give it away, then do it. You'll understand soon enough. Also, during the later struggle, pretend to fight for it like them, but your real purpose is to exhaust their strength. Of course, it would be best if they end up easier to deal with. Although confused by xuanhuan's words, he had come to understand his personality over time. He was certainly not the type to take unnecessary losses. With that, he quickly made his decision. Pretending to think deeply, he let out a resigned sigh before tossing the xiuxian grass forward amidst Yuntian and the others' bewildered expressions. Then, He waved his hand and led Yun Tian's group to the very back of the crowd, seemingly giving up on the competition entirely. Heh, seems like he still knows his place. Seeing Ouyang Yuya actually give up the xianyin grass, Su Ao sneered mockingly, then extended his hand toward the herb. However, before he could grab it, a chilling sword aura suddenly shot toward him. Startled, he hastily pulled his hand back, but his reaction was quick. As he withdrew, he fired a sharp gust from his fire lance toward the approaching herb, sending it flying meters away. The herb tumbled through the air before slamming forcefully into the ground not far off. After the first move, Su Ao's expression turned gloomy as he stared at Luo Yin, who stood sword in hand, his face equally darkened with anger. Luo Yin, what exactly do you think you're doing? Hehe, as you just said yourself, your strength is too weak. I wouldn't feel safe letting you keep the xianyin grass. Luo Yin, it seems that recent gathering really inflated your arrogance. Just then, Su Zheng, the eldest of the Su family's 3 devils, stepped forward calmly. Huh, the Su family's 3 devils, huh? Today, I, from the Pine Lake, will take that xianyin grass. If you've got a problem with that, come at me all at once. Hearing Luo Yan's mocking words, the expressions of the Su family's 3 devils darkened to the extreme. Finally, Su Zheng nodded slightly toward the other 2. Deal with him quickly. Less trouble that way. Seeing the other 2 nodding, the 3 devils transformed into 3 streaks of light, rushing toward Luo Yin, who stood sword in hand. Their fire lances trembled, unleashing a series of sharp attacks converging on him. Faced with the combined assault from the 3, Luo Yan's expression turned cold. In an instant, his glowing blades slashed through the air, deflecting the close-range attacks, while his left hand tightly gripped his fire lance. With both weapons in action, he moved methodically and orderly, countering all 3 simultaneously without showing any sign of being overwhelmed, an impressive feat that even made Ouyang Yuya take notice. Watching Luo Yin locked in battle with the Su family's 3 devils, Ouyang Yuya's pupils narrowed. He hadn't expected this young man, who had appeared so unremarkable and quiet all along, to actually be the most formidable opponent here. Even Ouyang Yuya had to admit, his temperament was solid, that he himself might only have a 50-50 chance against Luo Yin, and that was only if he didn't use the drop of Bloodwolf's tooth. Not bad. Worthy of being ranked among the top 5 young elites of the Golden Cauldron sect indeed. Ouyang Yuya clicked his tongue in admiration before shifting his gaze elsewhere on the battlefield. The entire scene had once again erupted into chaos as the 4 top experts clashed. All the cultivators had begun fighting one another simultaneously, all vying for the xianyin grass still planted firmly in the ground nearby. Inevitably, punches and attacks began flying everywhere, the atmosphere sharply contrasting with the unity shown earlier, making the entire situation ironically absurd. Yet due to the sheer number of people involved, most hadn't even reached the front before getting struck by mysterious attacks and being forced to retreat once more. Because of this, the scene took on an eerie and strange appearance. Most people rushed forward but remained a considerable distance away from the herb. Among the battlefield's few notable experts, each was locked in mutual restraint, the posture suggesting, if I can't have it, neither can you. Brother Ouyang, should we join the fight? Yun Tian looked at the completely chaotic scene, feeling helpless. As the saying went, possession of a treasure without the power to defend it invited death. He had no doubt that anyone who seized the xianyin grass would instantly become the center of everyone else's attacks. Hey, why did you throw the xianyin grass away just now? Chun Lin chimed in with dissatisfaction, her arms still wrapped around the monkey, clenching tightly with clear frustration. Hehe, I'll explain later. For now, let's just play the part. Remember, our goal isn't the xianyin grass. Our real purpose is to reduce the combat strength here as much as possible. Though slightly puzzled by Ouyang Yuya's intentions, they nodded in agreement nonetheless. By now, Ouyang Yuya had proven his leadership throughout their journey, and his strength spoke for itself. Alright, time to act. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, he charged forward. Sure enough, the moment he moved, several attacks rained down toward him. With a low shout, he twisted his fire lance, which shot out streams of light, intercepting the incoming blows from all directions. Now can you explain? After dodging an attack that narrowly passed him, Ouyang Yuya asked. Jejia, the xianyin grass is fake. Xuanhuan cackled. Fake. Suddenly hearing the unexpected word, Ouyang Yuya paused in disbelief. You're not mistaken, are you? Jejia, that fake was made quite convincingly indeed, but while it could fool others, it couldn't fool me. Hearing Xuanhuan's confident tone, Ouyang Yuya's face changed instantly, darkening as he asked, so you're saying the xianyin grass wasn't here at all? Jejia, you really are slow. I said it's fake. It was just a decoy, meant for fools like you. Though Xuanhuan's words were sharp, they suddenly made sense. Ouyang Yuya's eyes sparkled with understanding as he realized. You mean, the 9-headed dark gold serpent? Jejia, correct. If I'm not wrong, the real treasure was probably hidden by that beast. This fake one is simply meant to get rid of you hot-headed youngsters. But was it really necessary to pay such a price? The serious injuries he suffered just now didn't seem faked at all. Hehe, naturally, when putting on a performance, one must go all the way. Otherwise, wouldn't you suspect anything if you just took it and left so easily? Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Ouyang Yuya nodded thoughtfully. His gaze then shifted to the pond, a faint and eerie curve forming on his lips. He had to admit, that guy was indeed very clever. Just now, even he had nearly been completely deceived. If not for Xuanhuan, he probably would have ended up with a useless fake today. Still, you'd better be careful. I can still sense deadly intent from within the pond. Most likely, It will wait until you've all exhausted yourselves before coming out to finish you all off. Not bad. It reminds me of myself back in the day, cruel enough. Hearing Xuanhuan boasting self-admiringly, Ouyang Yuya snorted inwardly with disdain. He then glanced around at the bloodshot-eyed cultivators fighting furiously nearby. At this sight, he couldn't help but smile, believing that the more brutal the battle became, the better. It would allow him to reap the benefits later as the proverbial third party in peace. In that case, not adding a bit more fuel to the fire would really be an insult to its careful planning. Ouyang Yuya smiled lightly. Just as he was about to take action, his body suddenly shivered slightly. He could feel a cold, malevolent gaze locking onto him. Immediately turning his head, he saw not far away Chunnan glaring at him with murder in his eyes. Sighing helplessly, Ouyang Yuya merely shook his head. Still sticking around like a pesky ghost, huh? Chapter 198, another twist of events. As Chunnan's gaze fell upon him, Ouyang Yuya fixed his eyes on the other as well, and quickly came to a realization. Obviously, Chunnan had come to settle an old score. Slightly helpless, he shrugged. What? Brother Chunnan isn't off fighting for the xiuxian, yet you have the leisure to come hassle me? I said before, that matter isn't finished. Oh, sorry I'm busy. Ouyang Yuya glanced at the people all around already locked in fierce combat. He certainly had no mood to exchange idle words with Chunnan. With that thought, his figure flickered as he shot straight for the xiuxian, deliberately ignoring Chunnan. Stop right there. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's indifferent expression, Chunnan's face darkened. Immediately, his silhouette flickered as he rushed after him, his movements agile as a leopard's, albeit a rather overweight one. Noticing Chunnan's muscular figure chasing after him, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smirk slightly. He suddenly increased his speed and lunged toward the xiuxian. If he was going to put on a show, he might as well do it convincingly. Ouyang Yuya's arrogant attitude further infuriated Chunnan. His spear shook violently and transformed directly into a golden spear that shot toward him, the sharp aura making it clear that he had no intention of any warm-up. Watching the incoming golden spear, Ouyang Yuya immediately wiped the smile from his face and became serious. No matter what, Chunnan's strength alone forced him to proceed cautiously. Facing Chunnan's fierce assault, Ouyang Yuya halted briefly before retreating directly, swiftly maneuvering away and avoiding direct confrontation. At the same time, he pulled out a crystal of flaming jet propulsion and activated it, a faint trace of reluctance crossing his face. This flaming jet was left behind by the head of the G family, and he hadn't stockpiled many, so wasting one now was truly something he wasn't willing to do. Nevertheless, despite his many misgivings, he had little choice. After all, Chunnan's affinity was golden element. Even the abstract introduction of this element was quite vague, making it difficult to judge what skills Chunnan might use. Naturally, he had to resort to a powerful skill at his disposal. As soon as the alchemical fire jet spewed out, it collided head-on with the golden spear, creating an explosive impact just as Ouyang Yuya had anticipated. Both techniques neutralized each other and dissipated into the air. But without pausing even slightly after that first blow, Ouyang Yuya dashed forward again while the smoke from the clash still lingered in the air. To Chunnan's shock, Ouyang's left hand trembled slightly and formed a blazing crimson hand, striking straight toward his chest with a terrifying momentum. Fortress of Gold. Faced with such an intensely hot attack, Chunnan immediately tensed up, choosing not to block directly. A golden light flashed, completely enveloping his body, that formidable defensive skill that had always given Ouyang Yuya headaches. Indeed, the fire god's left hand lived up to its reputation as a high-tier xian-level martial skill. Under the scorching waves of heat, even the golden light covering Chunnan flickered, appearing close to cracking. The immense force also sent him skidding back several meters before he could stabilize himself. However, Chunnan's combat experience was clearly extensive. Even while retreating, he shook his spear once more, gathering a series of sharp beams of golden light that shot directly toward Ouyang Yuya, interrupting his attempt to close the distance again. Only after Ouyang finally stopped advancing did Chunnan let out a breath, his expression somewhat grim. After this brief skirmish, he realized that Ouyang Yuya was simply an annoying adversary, persistent beyond reason, something which left even him troubled. After halting his advance, Ouyang Yuya made no move to press the attack again. Instead, he gazed coldly at Chunnan, eyes gleaming with frost. In contrast, the contempt once evident on Chunnan's face had completely vanished, replaced instead by a serious expression. Clearly, from this brief exchange, he understood that this young opponent was far more complicated than he appeared on the surface. Indeed has some skill, but this ends here. As Chunnan spoke, his hands suddenly formed seals. Immediately, his spear floated into the air from his grasp, hovering in midair. At the same time, a terrifying, sharp ripple began emanating from the spear, shaking the space around it and spreading out a ring of dark golden radiance. Though Ouyang Yuya didn't recognize this move, he knew immediately that this was one of Chunnan's strongest killing techniques. His expression turned grave as well. The ripple released by Chunnan also caught the attention of those engaged in battle on the scene. When they saw the suspended golden spear, many of them revealed a deep look of horror, never expecting that Chunnan actually possessed such capability. This kid is going to be in big trouble. The crowd present was all familiar with Chunnan. The latter's strength, even among the numerous outstanding disciples, was definitely ranked highly, so they understood his techniques quite well. Now seeing the attack aimed at the previously unknown Ouyang Yuya, they couldn't help but shake their heads with a hint of pity, the only thought crossing their minds at the moment. You're quite impressive. I indeed underestimated you before, but it's too late now. Xuanhuan was clearly very confident about the attack he was about to unleash. Grinning maliciously, he moved his fingers rapidly. Beams of golden light shot from his fingertips into the suspended spear. As the number increased, the golden glow surrounding the spear became even more intense, and the ripple it emitted turned terrifyingly powerful, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. This was originally meant for the 3 devils of the Su family. Although using it on you is somewhat wasteful, I think using you to establish my authority isn't a bad idea. Hearing Xuanhuan's mocking laughter, Xiuxian also showed a trace of seriousness. He could naturally sense that this attack was out of the ordinary, and silently nodded to himself. It seemed everyone had their trump cards, but even so, this level was still insufficient. Since you've been so generous, I guess I should respond with something in return. Smiling lightly, Xiuxian's face broke into a faint grin. Then, with a sudden flick of his sleeve, amidst the shocked gazes of the surrounding spectators, a series of wuxia, fengshi, ancient stones, shot forth, forming a ring as they hovered around him. There were over 20 of them in total, swirling around him and emitting a thick, primeval aura, powerful enough to rival Xuanhuan's attack head-on. Break the bond. With a low shout, Xiuxian abruptly ceased the hand seals he was forming. Then, a series of cracking sounds rang out. The wuxia began to shatter. Each brittle snap sent an unpleasant tingling sensation through the teeth. The breaking didn't last long before ending. Subsequently, streams of brown energy surged forth and, as if drawn by something, slowly converged over Xiuxian's chest, condensing into a brown beam of light that stood in direct opposition to Xuanhuan's golden radiance. This confrontation didn't last long before both sides roared with deep voices, colliding with explosive force. Under the collision of brown and golden light, the surrounding onlookers all turned their heads away and rapidly retreated, fearing the backlash from the impact. The force was exceptionally fierce. After the blast, it quickly sent a storm of deafening noise, accompanied by violent turbulence in the surrounding air, forcing everyone to leap back several paces. Just as the attacks clashed, Xiuxian also shot forward. This was the benefit of using the wuxia, and also of using consumable martial techniques. Once the attack was unleashed, there were no negative side effects to worry about, nor any danger of being consumed by one's own force. Precisely because of this, as soon as he released the attack, Xiuxian shot forward like a streaking meteor, completely ignoring Xuanhuan's alarmed expression. In nearly an instant, he reached his opponent's side. Before Xuanhuan could react, the stone tablet reappeared in Xiuxian's hand and slammed violently into his chest. With a single strike, Xuanhuan was flung away, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, skidding for several meters before being stopped by the Bi-Sisters. Once the previously arrogant genius was defeated again, this time through sheer power rather than cunning, the crowd looked on in shock. If his previous defeat was due to intelligence, then this loss was a true reflection of ability. Though the battlefield still raged with ongoing fights and chaos, the commotion caused by Xiuxian and Xuanhuan managed to draw many eyes. Xuanhuan's humiliating defeat was clearly visible to everyone present. All of them sucked in cold breaths instinctively, and their gazes toward Xiuxian subtly changed. Only now did they realize that this guy had been hiding his strength all along. What a terrifying opponent. Xiuxian naturally sensed the odd looks from the crowd, but he paid them little mind. His gaze finally settled on the xiuxian. At this moment, the medicinal plant was perfectly safe. Although many coveted it, none dared to make a move. Since no one else is interested, then I won't decline the honor. A loud laughter rang out. A figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, rushing fiercely toward the xiuxian. Behind him, several others followed closely. Looking closer, they were members of the Sword Alliance, and leading them was none other than Mo Feng, who had targeted him earlier. Mo Feng. Soon, someone recognized him, but due to the distance, no one could reach him in time. At that moment, their eyes turned somewhat bloodshot. With all the experts currently occupied, practically no one was capable of stopping Mo Feng, let alone with the other disciples from the Sword Alliance guarding him. Xiuxian had just intended to move when suddenly his pupils contracted. His attention was drawn to the pond, where he sensed an extremely violent aura. As if understanding something, he quickly retreated. You lowly creatures, do you truly think I don't exist? Just as he stepped back, a thunder-like voice suddenly rumbled. The calm pond exploded abruptly, transforming into surging waves that shot high into the sky. Like a group of coiling dragons, the waves crashed down in all directions, clearly targeting the already scattered crowd. Chapter 199, revealing the true form. A dull roar echoed across the vast mountaintop like rumbling thunder, causing people's eardrums to ache. At this sudden commotion, everyone was immediately terrified, identifying the source of the sound. It was none other than the 9-headed dark gold python. Startled, the combatants quickly ceased fighting and rapidly retreated, dodging the fierce water columns. However, some with weaker cultivation weren't fast enough and were hit directly by the water blasts, spitting blood as they staggered backward, causing chaos across the battlefield. With streams of water surging forth, the 9-headed dark gold python once again struggled out of the pond. Its enormous body cast a shadow like a descending storm cloud, completely engulfing the group. Compared to before, it now radiated an extra aura of brutality. Humans are indeed despicable worms. You dare to lay hands on what belongs to me? None of you will leave here today. The 9 snake heads of the dark gold python swayed continuously. Its body, exposed partially from the pond, crawled forward, its gaping maw oozing a foul stench. With that furious roar, the pond beneath it also began to emit eerie shrieks, splashing violently and exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Another piercing roar rang out as countless ice crystals burst forth from the water, spiraling around its body before shooting off in all directions. Attack! Restrain it! Xiuxian waved his sword, deflecting several incoming ice shards before fixing his gaze on the nine-headed python, his expression turning grim. After the earlier battle, his strength had dropped significantly, and he was now slightly out of breath after only one move. Looking around, he noticed that most others had also depleted nearly all their power. In their current condition, even if they attacked together, they likely wouldn't stand a chance against this creature. Exactly what this creature must have been waiting for. What a clever scheme to reap the benefits while we fight. Screech. But the nine-headed python was now in a state of extreme rage, allowing no time for them to recover. With a furious roar, dozens of water serpents materialized around it, thrashing violently as they rushed toward the crowd. The sheer force sent 10 more people flying backward, their faces pale as blood sprayed from their mouths. At this point, the nine-headed python was like a wolf among sheep, smoothly dominating the field and further weakening the fighters with each strike. Witnessing this, Xiuxian's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, a sky-splitting sword beam shot forth and struck the python's massive body, leaving a visible gash. Then, stomping his foot, he rushed toward the xiuxian grass. Pain only enraged the beast further. Its 9 hideous heads turned in unison, spitting out a stream of foul venom directly toward Xiuxian. With its intelligence, it clearly understood who the most dangerous among the group was, and Xiuxian was near the top. Faced with the oncoming attack, Xiuxian coldly snorted. He stepped rapidly, using an unusual footwork to narrowly evade the poison spray. Behind him, heart-wrenching screams erupted as unfortunate bystanders caught in the venom's path had their flesh melt away before their eyes, leaving behind only smoking piles of bone. The horrifying scene caused many to shudder in fear. Immediately abandoning the struggle for the herb, they dashed toward the cave at the cliffside, their speed even greater than when they had arrived. Once one led the charge, the others lost all will to fight, quickly scattering like birds in the wind. Watching the fleeing crowd, the Su family trio also wore grim expressions, knowing full well that there was little they could accomplish now. They exchanged glances and, seeing the python's current madness, reluctantly retreated as well. Better to escape while still untouched, lest they be targeted too late. As the Su family trio withdrew, the remaining crowd scattered entirely. The brief defensive line formed earlier disintegrated, and everyone scattered. Xiuxian noticed the surrounding shift as he stared at the xiuxian grass before him. Gritting his teeth, he chose to risk everything and charged forward with a sudden burst of speed. Within moments, Xiuxian reached out and seized the xiuxian grass. Just as he turned to retreat, a massive wave of water suddenly crashed toward him head-on. The ferocity of the assault turned his face deathly pale. Under his current condition, resisting such an attack would be extremely difficult. Just then, a sudden crimson palm mark descended, and a figure dashed forward, intercepting the massive wave head-on. Stunned, Xiuxian looked up only to realize that the savior was none other than Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan's unexpected assistance, Xiuxian also expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. If that attack had landed, he would surely have suffered severe injuries. And once injured, the inevitable outcome was easy to imagine. Thus, he was genuinely thankful for Xuanhuan's sudden intervention. You're welcome. After delivering that single strike, Xuanhuan didn't linger. He gestured abruptly toward Yuntian and the others. Let's go too. Following his lead, Yuntian and the rest quickly followed suit, only daring to exhale in relief once they reached the cliffside. You all must leave this place quickly and head straight down the mountain. This place is no longer safe to remain, Xuanhuan said calmly, gazing behind at the devastated, chaotic battlefield. You're not coming with us? Chunlin, ever perceptive, instantly noticed Xuanhuan's intentions. Don't you understand? If you stay any longer, you won't be able to leave at all. Chunlin urged anxiously, her voice unusually edged with tears. Although she understood that once Xuanhuan had made a decision, persuasion was useless, she still struggled to comprehend his choice. Enough, Chunlin. Brother Ouyang surely has his own reasons. Yuntian patted Chunlin's shoulder and turned his gaze to Xuanhuan. Brother Ouyang, be careful. If you cannot overpower it, retreat immediately. Seeing Xuanhuan nod slightly, Yuntian said no more and led the group swiftly off the cliffside. He understood that remaining here for another moment only increased the danger. We'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Hurry, Chunlin called out, filled with concern. Without turning, Xuanhuan simply waved a hand, his eyes fixed firmly on the 9-headed dark gold python ahead. Only after the sounds of movement faded behind him did his gaze truly sharpen. Now, aside from scattered corpses, he was the only one left on the battlefield. Observing the everlashing tongues of the 9-headed python, even Xuanhuan felt uneasy in his heart. After all, this creature was no ordinary soul beast. It far surpassed anything he had faced in power alone. The so-called long bear and whose sure-breathing beast he had encountered before were likely no more than child's play compared to this 9-headed monstrosity. Hehe, look at your spine. Are you already trembling at the sight of such a mere creature? Truly shameful. Hearing the Yuchan king's endless mocking, Xuanhuan's face flushed with frustration. Don't talk big without doing anything. Why don't you give it a try yourself if you're so brave? Fine. If you've got guts, let me out. I'll show you what true royal dominance feels like. I think it's more like turtle dominance. Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but sneer under his breath. You brat, don't mistake my tolerance for weakness. Faced with the Xiuxian King's exaggerated boasts, Ouyang Yuya chose to ignore him. Frankly, arguing with the Xiuxian King for a while had indeed calmed his nerves somewhat. Although fear still lingered, at least the uncontrollable trembling in his legs had subsided. He exhaled sharply, fixing his gaze upon the suffocating atmosphere ahead. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. Ouyang Yuya was precisely like that. When something was of great enough value, he wasn't afraid to gamble everything. With a low shout, he slowly advanced forward. As he stepped, he simultaneously activated his Yin-Yang Taiji, the Wanxiang vase, and the Da Huang spirit art within him. Even the Huang heart was summoned forth, a blood drop-shaped mark faintly visible on his forehead. The Da Huang chi around him surged thicker with each moment. Ouyang Yuya now displayed all his hidden trump cards. Naturally, facing an opponent of this magnitude, he had no choice but to be cautious. These powerful abilities were only safe to summon when he was truly alone. That's exactly why he had sent the others away. As for the safety of Yuntian and the others, he held no serious concerns. He was confident that after helping Luo Yin just now, if anything unexpected did happen, Luo Yin wouldn't simply stand aside. Deal with this fellow first. Otherwise, even if you dive into the water pond, you won't have a chance to find the xianhuan grass. Ouyang Yuya gave a slight nod, shifting his gaze downward toward the pool. Earlier, the Xiuxian King had already informed him of the precise location of the xianhuan grass. Indeed, the nine-headed dark gold python was quite cunning and treacherous. Even the Xiuxian King had spent considerable time searching before locating it, and had cursed bitterly the python's slyness and treachery. Ouyang Yuya had listened with cold sweat dripping from his brow. Despicable wretch. Do you think you can keep what belongs to me and still attack unchallenged? As Ouyang Yuya steadily advanced, the nine-headed dark gold python's serpent eyes flickered with a cold glint. Letting out a furious roar, it spat forth streams of crimson venom, resembling blood-red poison spears that shot forward. The surrounding air thickened with bone-chilling toxic energy, clearly warning that being struck by such venom would bring a heavy price. Ouyang Yuya's pupils flickered slightly, and he pushed the Da Huang spirit art to its limit. The soul energy around him crazily surged into his body, forming thick currents of Wang Qi that burst outward, converging into a massive brown palm crashing down toward him. Under the might of this powerful attack, the venomous streams were instantly dispersed, and the palm forcefully struck the exposed body of the nine-headed python. Accompanied by a sharp metallic clanging sound, clear dents were left upon its scaled hide. Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but twitch his lips, quickly followed by a helpless feeling in his heart. That last attack had already used nearly 70 or 80% of his strength, yet even then, he could only leave superficial wounds. Inflicting serious damage was simply too difficult. However, that blow also caused the nine-headed python to let out a piercing screech. Then, its 18 triangular eyes locked onto him fiercely. Finally, under Ouyang Yuya's fearful gaze, the python suddenly reared up, the part previously submerged in water now fully exposed. Chapter 200, Blazing Fire Prison. Only at this moment did Ouyang Yuya truly witness the massive scale of the nine-headed dark golden python. Its body, 100 zhang in length, slowly emerged from the pond, coiling and lying prone on the shore. Its lower body coiled tightly around the ground, while its upper body stood upright. The 9 enormous snake heads constantly swayed, flickering their tongues, exuding a senseless chill. Accompanied by its angry roars, violent gales blew forth, uprooting nearby trees and flipping the surface of the ground, exposing the brown earth beneath. As he stood awestruck by the ferocity of the nine-headed dark golden python, a low shout from the Jade Toad King suddenly echoed within his body. Immediately, Ouyang Yuya snapped out of his daze. Without time to think, he abruptly retreated backward. Just as he left his spot, numerous ice crystals abruptly appeared and finally pierced into the location where he had stood with a shower-like impact. He felt a wave of cold sweat pour down. Fortunately, his reaction had been quick. Otherwise, if he had been caught there, he surely would have suffered grave injuries. Dodging the first strike, Ouyang Yuya's expression grew even darker. From that single attack alone, he could already tell the nine-headed dark golden python had now revealed its true strength. As it leapt from the pond, the positional advantage he previously had now completely vanished. Just at that moment, a sound slicing through space reached his ears. Ouyang Yuya's vision blurred momentarily, and then he saw the nine-headed dark golden python, which had originally been several feet away, somehow appear in front of him. 9 snake heads suddenly appeared before his eyes. Even he felt his heart tighten. Almost immediately afterward, he sensed pain in his chest as his entire body was flung backward by a tremendous force. The momentary impact was so intense that he felt his heartbeat skip a beat, making him struggle to catch his breath. Struggling to rise from the ground, he glanced at the dimming white light shield surrounding his body, finally understanding that just moments ago, it must have been the Wanxiang Fangzuan acting on its own to protect him. Otherwise, he would certainly have died from that single blow. However, despite this realization, it was still difficult for him to feel relieved about having survived. He had immense confidence in the toughness of the white light surrounding him. Even Nangong Tian back then had only managed to drive back the barrier, but had failed to damage it in the slightest. Never before had it dimmed to such a degree, as if it could dissipate at any moment. This was enough to illustrate how terrifying that previous attack had truly been. Shaking his head bitterly, he muttered inwardly that he had indeed underestimated the nine-headed dark golden python. Shaking himself upright, he fixed his gaze back on the monster. Now, To his shock, the python snake eyes seemed almost to gleam with a mocking human expression. As its 9 heads swayed and fixed upon Xuanhuan, a chill from deep within his soul instantly spread through his entire body. A roar once again echoed across the sky and earth. The 9-headed dark golden python suddenly shook its body. Its massive form writhed forward and shot toward Xuanhuan once more, moving as swiftly as thunder. In a blink, the distance between them closed drastically. Alarmed, Xuanhuan hastily retreated backward. His fingers danced as he unleashed a series of sharp, forceful attacks in an attempt to halt its advance. Even as his attacks rained down, Xuanhuan did not pause. While rapidly retreating, he managed to once again widen the distance between himself and the 9-headed dark golden python. Activating his soul sense, he quickly communicated with the Jade Toad King. What should I do now? Hee. I was beginning to think you'd never ask for my help. Hearing the mocking laughter from the Jade Toad King, Xuanhuan's temper flared further. Don't forget, if anything happens to me, you won't be safe either. Brat, what do you want from me? At the Jade Toad King's furious bellow, Xuanhuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had used this trick successfully too many times not to expect results. Lend me your strength. Xuanhuan spoke out. The strength of the creature before him had completely surpassed his understanding. Winning solely with his own power would be excessively difficult. Naturally, things would be different if the Jade Toad King stepped in. Although he didn't fully understand the mysterious Jade Toad King, he believed it must be immensely powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have acted so high-handed all this time. I can lend my power to you, but... Hearing the Jade Toad King's familiar tone again, Xuanhuan chose to ignore it. His fingers twisted and turned as the yin-yang twin fish and soul core inside his body simultaneously rotated. Immediately, he wildly accelerated the cultivation of the wild energy and soul rings. Unleashing 2 of his most powerful techniques, Xuanhuan found himself greatly drained. Yet, he still didn't fully relax. With his sleeves flicking, countless wild stones shot out and, accompanied by a spine-chilling explosive sound, converged into a brownish-light column that closely followed behind, striking the 9-headed dark golden python with a heavy blow. A muffled sound, like a rolling thunderclap, came forth. Under the torrential assault, the 9-headed dark golden python also let out a furious roar. However, to his astonishment, no real damage had been inflicted despite the fierce attacks. At that moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt an unusually sinister and cold force sweeping through his entire body, finally converging at an astonishing speed into his right fist. But to his shock, the power was completely out of his control. Before he could fully react, he felt his right fist lurch forward uncontrollably, transforming into a green fist shadow that slammed fiercely into the body of the 9-headed dark golden python. As expected, no dull thud followed. The green fist shadow, as if possessing tremendous might, effortlessly sent the colossal serpent flying backward with a force that defied its scale. The 100-jong-long body crashed onto the ground, leaving behind a deep, trench-like mark. The Jade Toad King's combined strike had clearly inflicted serious injury upon the beast. Now it let out wave after wave of extremely shrill roars before rising once more, its snake eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The surrounding soul energy also subtly converged toward its body. Human, you've worn out what little patience this lord had left. A deep, gloomy voice rang out as the 9-headed dark golden python roared in fury. Accompanied by the surging soul force, a murky, ghostly silhouette arose from its body. This shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to the serpent itself. Upon seeing this scene, Xuanhuan's pupils constricted involuntarily. For the first time, he sensed a real threat from that shadow, one of life and death. As its howls reverberated toward the heavens, the fluctuation became increasingly fierce. With the shadow gradually solidifying, Xuanhuan felt death drawing near. Brat, what are you standing there for? Are you planning to wait for death? At this critical moment, the Jade Toad King within him also let out a stern shout, its tone filled with urgency. Use your alchemy, and that blood will fawn. Are you trying to be stupid? Alchemy? Xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback. He then quickly asked, as if recalling something. You mean, alchemy can counter this 9-headed dark golden python? As he spoke, Xuanhuan thought it absurd. Even the Great Wilderness hand conjured from the Great Wilderness soul method had failed. How could alchemy be any better? In desperation, the Jade Toad King let out a string of curses before continuing. Do you really think you can defeat that thing? Stop dreaming. You only need to temporarily subdue it, just enough time to go to the bottom of the pond and find the xiuxian grass. And alchemy just so happens to have that exact capability. The blazing fire prison? Xuanhuan immediately caught on. He asked aloud and then nodded in understanding. Indeed, among his many skills, only the blazing fire prison possessed such potential. At his question, the Jade Toad King gave no reply, but its silence served as tacit confirmation. Without further delay, Xuanhuan quickly retrieved the blood wolf fang. Time was pressing. Only by activating it before the 9-headed dark golden python could attack again would it prove effective. As he felt the familiar aura of the blood wolf fang, Xuanhuan clenched his teeth. He then pulled out a dark red crystal, the blazing fire prison crystal. He didn't hesitate and pulled out the highest grade he possessed, grade 5, clearly placing all his hopes on this final attempt. As soon as the crystal was inserted, a powerful suction force erupted from the blood wolf fang, and Xuanhuan immediately felt his soul energy getting drained away completely. Not enough. Seeing that the technique still hadn't fully materialized, Xuanhuan's eyes sharpened. He clenched his teeth again and forcefully activated the Great Wilderness soul method within his body. With this reckless exertion, a red glowing dome gradually manifested and hovered in the air. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from the red light dome, Xuanhuan let out a low shout. Instantly, a red thread of light shot forth from the sulfur cannon, striking toward the nine-headed dark golden python with thunderous momentum. In a flash, it expanded and transformed into a transparent red light membrane that crashed down fiercely. A dull sound rang out. The nine-headed dark golden python was now trapped within the dome. No matter how hard it struck and struggled, it was helpless. After delivering this strike, Xuanhuan felt an immense sense of emptiness, but there was nothing he could do about it. For someone of his capacity, even successfully unleashing a fifth-grade technique had already been pushing his limits. Seeing the monster successfully restrained, Xuanhuan gave a slight, satisfied nod. Without giving the serpent another glance, he gritted through his body's weakness and dashed directly toward the pond. Even though the blazing fire prison was powerful, being merely a fifth-grade technique meant it could only delay the serpent for a short while. Time was limited, and there was no room for hesitation or delay. Inside the blazing fire prison, the furious roars of the nine-headed dark golden python kept echoing out. Only now did it finally realize Xuanhuan's true intention, becoming even more enraged as a result. Never had it expected that Xuanhuan would be so cunning. Xuanhuan dove straight into the water pond head first, only to discover it was unexpectedly deep, nearly 100 zhang. He silently marveled at this. No wonder it could conceal the nine-headed dark golden python so effectively. There truly was some secret to it. While thinking thus, he continued descending without slowing his speed. Previously, the Jade Toad King had already indicated the exact location of the xiuxian grass, so searching for it wasn't overly complicated. As he gradually drew closer, Xuanhuan began to feel the surrounding water getting increasingly icy cold. Shivering slightly, he suddenly noticed a ray of blue light entering his vision. Upon seeing that blue glow, Xuanhuan's eyes immediately sparkled with sharp excitement, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Xiuxian grass. Chapter 201. The Stirring of Two Secret Weapons. What came into view was an exceptionally crystalline blue light, in no way obscured by the equally deep blue pool water. Instead, it shimmered like a giant, pristine zircon stone, emitting an extreme brightness. The refracted light, laced with patterns that penetrated the water's surface, entered his eyes, appearing quite translucent and pure. Almost immediately, Xuanhuan recognized its identity. It was the xiuxian chao, dark yin grass. Unlike the counterfeit he had seen before, this xiuxian chao didn't resemble a herb at all. Rather, it looked like a worm about an inch long, firmly embedded in the ground, appearing lifelike and vivid at first glance. What a rare treasure. I've finally found it without effort after such a long search. Xuanhuan joyfully stared at the xiuxian chao before him. With a flick of his body, he darted forward like an eel, heading straight toward the herb. Truly living up to its reputation as an extremely yin and frigid object, the xiuxian chao emitted a blue glow around, which visible white vapors continuously swirled. A mere glance conveyed the tangible chill seeping into his body. As he drew closer, Xuanhuan could feel the pool water growing increasingly colder, with ice crystals already suspended within it. This icy aura pierced into his marrow, causing his teeth to chatter involuntarily. With no choice, he activated the yin-yang fish within his body. As the red side illuminated, he felt a warm current surge through his limbs, continuously neutralizing the surrounding cold. After swimming forward at such speed for quite some time, he finally reached the herb in great excitement. As he neared the ground, Xuanhuan flipped his right hand, drawing out the stone tablet. He poured soul energy into it, and fiercely thrust it downward into the surface of the pool. Poochie! With a faint sound, the tablet plunged heavily into the ground. Clutching the tablet to steady his body against the currents, he extended his other hand toward the nearby xiuxian chao. Just then, a low shout rang out, attempting to stop his movement. But it was already too late. Xuanhuan's hand had already reached out and firmly grasped the xiuxian chao. No sooner had he grabbed it than a remarkably frigid aura erupted from the plant, rushing into his palm. It slithered like a spiritual snake up his right arm. A sound like freezing ice abruptly erupted. Following this, wherever the icy aura passed, ice crystals instantly emerged from Xuanhuan's palm in an alarming way. In the blink of an eye, they surged past his arm and climbed toward his shoulder. Instantly, Xuanhuan felt his arm go numb, completely losing sensation. He discovered in horror that even the soul energy in his right arm was being suppressed and could no longer be utilized. Sudden as the calamity was, Xuanhuan felt his scalp prickle. He disregarded the pain in his arm. If the frost kept spreading and reached his heart, he really might become a statue of ice. At this critical moment, his body suddenly surged from within as he pushed the power of his soul core to the absolute limit. The yin-yang fish quivered. The fire side violently activated, generating a fierce heat rushing toward his right arm, chasing down the sinister chill, desperately attempting to block and intercept its advance. The searing current quickly overtook his right arm, where it collided head-on with the climbing icy force. Hulu. If someone could observe Xuanhuan from the outside at this moment, they would surely be astonished. His left side now bore an unhealthy flush, glowing red from the soul core's intense activation, as if fire were about to erupt from his body. In contrast, a thick layer of ice covered his right arm, making it lifeless and rigid, like a frozen stick clashing vividly with the incoming red glow. His right arm showed a clear division between red and blue, an eerie sight, making him appear like a yin-yang being, emanating strange and inexplicable energy. At Ouyang Yuye's deliberate direction, the hot and cold energies finally clashed. Admittedly, the method was somewhat effective. The icy aura was successfully halted. Under the scorching current's influence, it no longer showed signs of further spread. Yet, the soul core's energy could do nothing to completely remove the cold force either. Two utterly opposing energies had unknowingly formed a delicate equilibrium within his body. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Yuye exhaled heavily, finally feeling a bit relieved. However, just as he relaxed slightly, a sudden crackling noise erupted again. Instantly, his face paled in shock. He found that the icy aura had actually broken through the soul core's energy barrier and was now surging forth wildly. Within moments, it had surged past his right arm and was heading toward his chest, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Unstoppable and overpowering. It's useless. The xiuxian is among the coldest objects in heaven and earth, with a profoundly and frigid energy that ordinary flames can't suppress. This degree of cold is so intense even the nine-headed dark gold python wouldn't dare to act rashly. Truly, you are like a fearless young calf. The voice of xuanhuan echoed in a tone full of helplessness, causing Ouyang Yuye's expression to darken. He frowned and shook his head helplessly. Is there really no way to handle this now? Even xuanhuan did not reply, clearly indicating silent agreement. Facing such a force, even he was filled with frustration. Seeing xuanhuan's silent acknowledgement, Ouyang Yuye's heart sank, his eyes turning bloodshot. He had successfully escaped even under the pressure of the nine-headed dark gold python, but now he would be defeated by something so trivial? I refuse to believe that. Ouyang Yuye let out a low growl. As the cold force had already spread to his chest, his expression hardened, and immediately he activated both the xuanhuan fangzun and the yin-yang fish. They surged forth from his dantian and transformed into two streaks of light, directly rushing toward the frigid aura. Letting out a sharp shout, the xuanhuan fangzun and the yin-yang fish emitted a brilliant glow, eventually acting like two giant boulders blocking the icy stream's only path forward. A dull sound erupted from within his body as the cold current crashed into the fangzun and the yin-yang fish. Under the immense force, Ouyang Yuye felt piercing pain and his face immediately turned pale. Yet the expected crushing defeat did not come. The xuanhuan fangzun and the yin-yang fish suddenly burst forth with bright light. To Ouyang's astonishment, they absorbed the cold current into themselves. After a brief moment of shock, Ouyang realized the yin-yang fish and the xuanhuan fangzun showed no signs of instability. On the contrary, the yin-yang fish glowed even more brilliantly, especially on its blue side, which started to vibrate slightly. Then, to Ouyang's delight, it released an intense power of suction. Under this pull, the cold energy inside his body became uncontrollable and was drawn away entirely, finally vanishing into the blue portion of the yin-yang fish. With the cold force removed, the frozen portions of his body began melting like snow under the sun. Having absorbed the icy aura, the yin-yang fish began vibrating as if still unsatisfied, subtly sending out waves of craving energy toward Ouyang. Store the xiuxian immediately. I didn't expect your soul core to share the same origin with the xiuxian energy. This time, you really hit the jackpot. Xuanhuan's voice burst forth in amazement before he continued speaking. Although Ouyang didn't fully understand Xuanhuan's words, he knew from the tone that something fortunate had happened. Nodding slightly, he reached out and grabbed the xiuxian. Immediately upon contact, the piercingly cold sensation returned, once again attempting to infiltrate his body. But before the icy force could invade, the yin-yang fish's blue side suddenly emitted a dazzling light, followed by another powerful wave of suction. However, just as the yin-yang fish attempted to devour the captured cold energy, a streak of white light darted out like lightning. In a nearly brutal manner, it emerged from the center, blocking the absorption attempt and enveloping the frigid aura before swiftly retreating. The speed was so overwhelming that even Ouyang Yuye was momentarily stunned. The yin-yang fish let out a furious tremor at having its meal stolen, instantly surging forward in an attempt to reclaim it. Managing to suppress the furious yin-yang fish, Ouyang Yuye felt helpless. Examining the source of the white light, he realized it was the previously quiet xuanhuan fangzun. Just as the extremely yin energy was absorbed, the xuanhuan fangzun shone brightly again, and the white mist swirling around its periphery became even thicker. It actually worked. Noticing the slight change in the fangzun, Ouyang's pupils widened. His face lit up with exhilaration. Never would he have guessed this object would truly benefit the xuanhuan fangzun significantly. What a treasure! He cheerfully grabbed the xiuxian, nodding with a broad grin. Once fully refined, it could not only be used to repair the xuanhuan fangzun, but also enhance the yin-yang fish. His strength would surely rise as a result. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuye's smile widened even further. What a pity there's too little of it. Letting out a sigh tinged with regret, he felt in his heart that such a spiritual treasure was far too scarce. However, if someone else had overheard this, they would surely have been furious. Such rare treasures of heaven and earth are nearly impossible to come by. Yet this young man still seemed unsatisfied. Smacking his lips in satisfaction, he was just about to put the xiuxian away when suddenly something unexpected happened. A tremendous force abruptly surged from his palm, sending the xiuxian flying away amidst his horror. Before he could even react, he saw the xuanhuan fangzun and the yin-yang fish darting out from within his body at an astonishing speed. Chapter 202, Acquired. As the myriad image square zun and the yin-yang twin koi suddenly darted out, Ouyang Yuye was overwhelmed with shock and at a loss what to do. These two treasures had always served as his secret weapons and killing moves, and although they had been quiet and contributed little previously, they had remained obedient. Never before had anything like this spontaneous escape happened. As soon as the myriad image square Zun and the Yin Yang twin koi darted forth, they immediately lunged toward the xiuxian herb. Circling it briefly, they simultaneously emitted brilliant beams of white and blue light, pulling the xiuxian herb into a rapid ascent toward the surface of the pond, apparently attempting to forcefully carry it away. Seeing the light orb racing away, Ouyang Yuya, startled but resolute, wasted no time yanking the stone tablet from the water. He dashed immediately after the Yin Yang twin koi and the myriad image square Zun. These two items were vital to him. Losing them would significantly impair his strength. Now he clearly understood that these treasures had been enticed by the xiuxian herb and transformed into their true forms. Obviously, this environment within the pond was not suitable for their absorption. At this moment, the pond presented an extremely bizarre scene. From the calm waters, a ray of light shot out with explosive force, slicing upward with lightning speed, so fast that its true form within the glowing orb became nearly impossible to see. Just as the glow broke the surface, another equally swift figure shot forth in pursuit. To increase his speed, Ouyang Yuya swung the stone tablet through the pond water as he moved. Each swing propelled him forward with a tremendous force, greatly enhancing his velocity. Throughout the chase, Ouyang Yuya appeared rather helpless. Because of their mysterious origins, he never had full control over the Yin Yang twin koi and the myriad image square Zun. Facing this unexpected situation, he had no choice but to chase after them obediently. Now his only hope was to escape this place before the nine-headed dark gold serpent broke free from the raging fire prison. Outside the pond, a remarkably large crimson light dome loomed like an inverted bowl. On its surface, visible flames flickered, giving it an imposing and robust appearance. Trapped within the dome was a continuously roaring nine-headed dark gold serpent, clearly furious at the situation. Its furious roars sent one devastating attack after another crashing against the dome, attempting to shatter it. With each powerful impact, ripples spread across the shield, showing signs of collapse. Just at this moment, after another mighty slam from the nine-headed dark gold serpent, the shield reached the brink of its limit, developing a crack at the surface. Another attack came crashing down, and the sharp crack echoed louder. Soon, numerous cracks spread rapidly outward, triggering a chain reaction that suddenly multiplied the fractures until the entire shield was covered in them. With a furious roar, the final blow fell. The shield finally shattered completely, releasing the enraged beast from captivity. Obviously enraged, the nine-headed dark gold serpent flicked its serpentine pupils toward the pond's surface, and its terrifying, guttural roar immediately reverberated across the mountaintop. Cursed human, today I shall make you wish you were dead. The muffled voice brimming with boundless killing intent shook the surrounding earth as it howled. The massive nine head swayed as the gaping maws slightly opened, each one terrifying to behold. Swish! Just then, the still surface of the pond suddenly gleamed as a glowing orb shot forth from beneath. After the white light passed, a figure burst from the pond water like an ardent shadow, quickly giving chase. Two shadows raced forth, disturbing the calm water into rippling chaos. These two streaks of light were naturally Ouyang Yuya pursuing the Yin Yang twin koi and myriad image square Zun as they ascended toward the pond's surface. As soon as Ouyang Yuya emerged from the pond, he caught sight of the nine-headed dark gold serpent beside the pond, and a tingling dread shot through his scalp. Yet he did not hesitate. He immediately followed the white glow, rushing out swiftly. Now that the xiuxian herb was acquired, there was no reason to remain. As soon as the man and three spiritual artifacts darted forth, they dashed directly toward the mountain wall without pause. Seemingly aware of Ouyang Yuya's intent, the glowing orb sped up even further, prompting Ouyang Yuya to shake his head with bitter laughter as he chased behind. As soon as the nine-headed dark gold serpent reacted, blood-red fury flashed across its serpentine pupils. Swaying its 9 snake heads, it spat out several streams of venom, all targeting the swiftly fleeing Ouyang Yuya. With its high intelligence, it could clearly tell Ouyang Yuya intended to escape. Now that the glowing orb had become unreachable, it turned its fury toward Ouyang Yuya instead. Roaring angrily, its attacks became even fiercer. While fleeing, Ouyang Yuya naturally sensed the foul wind from behind him, yet felt utterly helpless. He had no way to dodge. There was no doubt that if he attempted to evade or defend, the serpent would quickly catch up. If that happened, escaping again would become extremely difficult. Clenching his teeth, he could only gamble everything now. Suddenly, his speed surged even further, completely ignoring the attacks from behind. The myriad image square Zun flying ahead sensed Ouyang Yuya's awkward situation and immediately shot forth a powerful beam of white light, forming a protective shield around his body before surging forward again. Feeling the familiar, sturdy sensation, Ouyang Yuya nodded approvingly. At least there's still some conscience left. Muttering, Ouyang Yuya darted rapidly after the orb. At that moment, the nine-headed dark gold serpent's venom accurately struck the white protective shield surrounding his body. A sizzling sound rang out as the venom made contact, sticking to the outside of the orb but blocked by the white light. Under the strong corrosive power, Ouyang Yuya could feel the protective shield dim somewhat, though it still successfully resisted the poison. Even so, under the immense force of the impact, Ouyang Yuya felt as though his back had been struck violently. Stumbling forward, he pressed forward without pause, suppressing the sharp pain within as he dashed toward the mountain wall. Seeing Ouyang Yuya nearing the cliffside, the nine-headed dark gold serpent let out more furious roars. Its body writhed forward as it chased after him, firing more streams of crimson venom to attempt to block his path. Xiuxian let out a low shout, glancing back at the incoming attacks. With a swift movement of his sleeve, he hurled over a dozen of his chaos stones outward, forming a ring. Accompanied by the cracking sounds of shattered stones, waves of brownish air currents surged forth, coalescing into a thick brown light pillar that smashed head-on into the attacks and the nine-headed dark gold serpent. The forceful impact shattered the incoming venom instantly, and the energy beam roared toward the beast with overwhelming power. Without bothering to check the results, Xiuxian abruptly turned and darted out through the opening in the cliffside. Hearing the continuous roars from behind while looking at the familiar platform ahead, he suddenly felt as though he had truly been reborn. Seeing Xiuxian emerge, the hovering orb at the cave entrance suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, then flew off again, heading straight toward the foot of the xiuxian mountain range. So you're still running? Xiuxian shook his head helplessly at the orb's unwillingness to pause, then resumed his chase. One man and one glowing orb raced swiftly across the mountain ridges, generating powerful winds that swept the surrounding forest, rustling the leaves with a constant sa-sa sound. At this speed, they flew for several hours before finally halting on a relatively flat clearing. Lifting his gaze, Xiuxian was startled to realize that within just a few hours, they had already moved far from the mountaintop, now standing midway along the slope. He warily glanced into the distance, but found no sign of the nine-headed dark gold serpent. Slowly relaxing, he found it strange that the beast had stopped its pursuit the moment he exited the cave entrance, as if it held fear toward the outside world beyond the cliff. It's because it can't stay away from the pond for long, or else do you think it would let you off so easily? You, brat, you just looted its entire treasury. Hearing the Jade Toad King's mocking words, Xiuxian gave an embarrassed chuckle, his gaze returning to the hovering orb before him. No more running? As if answering his question, the orb emitted a buzzing hum, then gently drifted down in front of Xiuxian, its glow fading to reveal its true form. As soon as its original form appeared, the yin-yang twin koi separated from the myriad image square zone, each halting to either side in clear contrast, encasing the xian-yin herb between them. Then, beams of light shone simultaneously from the yin-yang twin koi and the myriad image square zone, causing the xian-yin herb itself to slightly tremble. Soon, thin threads of blue cold energy drifted out, being slowly absorbed into the two spiritual artifacts. As he watched the two spiritual artifacts gradually absorb the aura of the xian-yin herb, Xiuxian could only helplessly sit down on the ground. He, too, had suffered great exhaustion from the battle, both from the intense flame prison technique and the final heavy impact, which had left him with serious injuries. Now that the tension had eased, he felt a wave of weakness. This was indeed a good opportunity to recover. Thinking thus, he waved his sleeve again, taking out all the remaining chaos stones and swirling them inside his body. He then entered a state of cultivation. While he was immersed in his xuanhuan, he failed to notice that under the influence of the xian-yin herb, the yin-yang twin koi, which had originally been split into two halves, were now slowly fusing back together at an extremely gradual pace. Chapter 203, Greatly Benefited. On the open hillside, Xiuxian sat cross-legged, more than a dozen floating wong stone hovering around him, endlessly spinning. Amidst their whistling rotations, visible brown streams of energy formed, flowing along his skin into his body, then being absorbed by the wong heart within. As he cultivated, the Grand Wong spirit technique was simultaneously activated, furiously drawing in the surrounding wong energy. Under such intense cultivation, the fun energy in the air also gathered densely, forming terrifying currents swirling around him, creating fierce howling sounds. Trees nearby were shaken violently by these intense winds. Yet Xiuxian resembled an endless abyss, devouring and refining all the surging energy, cleansing his bones and muscles, which rubbed together, producing haunting whistling noises. Gradually, the faintly weakened aura around him recovered steadily. As it approached its peak, the Grand Wong spirit technique within his body ceased, and even the wong stones swirling above his head stopped abruptly. Crack! At a precise moment, a series of brittle cracking sounds rang out. Then, the surrounding stones suddenly exploded into powder, completely consumed. Simultaneously with the explosion of the wong stones, his tightly shut eyes flew open, revealing piercing glances in his pupils. His body also emitted a brownish luster, soon concealed again at Xiuxian's low shout. He exhaled heavily, rising slowly and stretching his waist. Soon, a series of bone-rubbing sounds came clearly, prompting a satisfied sigh from him. A deep joy sparkled in his eyes. This cultivation had not only healed his previous injuries, but, most pleasingly, his strength had also increased significantly, reaching the peak of the Soul Practitioner level 1, almost touching the threshold of level 2. A breakthrough seemed near. For him, this undoubtedly was incredibly uplifting news. Of course, this was all thanks to the consumption of hundreds of wong stones. Otherwise, such rapid progress wouldn't have been possible. It had only been half a month since his last breakthrough, yet even so, with the solid foundation accumulated from prior cultivation, his advancement now was simply a natural outcome. It seems I really need to find a massive supply of wong stones. Xiuxian muttered with a helpless sigh. With increased usage of wong energy, he increasingly recognized its tremendous benefits, especially for himself. It was practically a powerful tonic. Therefore, he greatly anticipated the Alchemy Institute and Gold Institute, firmly believing that as long as sufficient wong stones were available, his strength would rise dramatically. The family's grand competition was not far away. At this point, he could only stake everything on this path. Just as he was contemplating, a sudden, peculiar fluctuation caught his sharp senses. Startled, he turned his head and finally fixed his gaze upon the two spiritual treasures still immersed in cultivation. Truly big eaters. He smiled with admiration, eyes showing amazement. Looking at the xiuxian grass, it wasn't hard to notice the deep blue glow on it had dimmed considerably, indicating substantial energy had been consumed. Even Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel slightly envious. If only such spiritual treasures of heaven and earth could be refined by him as well. Yet he knew this was practically impossible. He had already suffered enough from the risks of such dangerous items. Just then, without any warning, a stream of black light shot straight toward him. The sharp piercing sound it created startled Xuanhuan, who immediately stepped backward without hesitation. As he retreated, he threw a punch as well. But toward his fist, the black light passed right through the punch's shadow like an illusion. Before Xuanhuan could react, it darted straight into his body. This black light was exceptionally forceful. As soon as it entered, it skillfully darted toward the buntan. As Xuanhuan was about to act, suddenly a strangely familiar sensation spread through him, feeling intimately close, like a perfect union. Recognizing this feeling, he immediately identified the intruder. It was indeed the yin-yang twin fish. Focusing his soul awareness onto the yin-yang twin fish, he was astonished to discover that they were now drastically different from before. Previously, the yin-yang twin fish resembled a yin-yang separated bagua diagram, but now they no longer bore the former red and blue colors. Instead, their entire bodies exhibited a strange black hue. From a distance, they looked more like a compass, lying silently without any noticeable abnormality. It can't be ruined, right? Confronted with such an unusual phenomenon, Xuanhuan felt a wave of alarm. These yin-yang twin fish were his own soul core. Now his treasured dual-element soul core had turned pitch black, which filled him with concern. However, what startled him further was that the yin-yang twin fish emitted a faint aura that brought an oddly suffocating sensation. The aura no longer exhibited distinct elemental attributes. Instead, it radiated extreme heat. Yet hidden within this scorching intensity was an icy coldness that pierced to the bone. The appearance resembled a perfect fusion of the former two attributes. Realizing this crucial point, a sudden understanding flashed through Xuanhuan's mind. Instantly, he activated his soul awareness. At once, the yin-yang twin fish violently trembled, releasing a strong surge of black light. Along with it, the soul ring at his wrist suddenly flared up, also turning black. Even the soul energy it emitted transformed into ink-black hues, causing Xuanhuan to hesitate slightly. Ho-ho! Under the stimulation of the yin-yang twin fish, he opened his palm, and a jet of black flame leapt forth from his palm. Despite its scorching heat, he could simultaneously sense that bone-piercing chill, and that frigid aura was quite familiar. He recognized it as the essence from the xiuxian grass. The Chao Mao blend of two entirely opposing energies surprised Xuanhuan briefly, yet it soon transformed into exhilaration. He believed that if such a flame even slightly touched an opponent, it would become extremely difficult to handle. At this thought, a desire to test its power rose within him. He summoned forth the black soul ring and loudly shouted. A series of profound finger seals fell into place. His left palm raised high, and in an instant, a massive black flame hand materialized, slamming forcefully into the distant tree trunk. The mighty impact instantly shattered the originally one-zhang-thick trunk. The fierce might left Xuanhuan's eyes sparkling with delight. He hadn't expected the destructive power to be this formidable, an improvement far beyond before. Stepping forward, he picked up a broken fragment of the tree. Its surface was charred pitch black, while the inner part remained intact, covered in a dense layer of ice crystals. Under this newly developed strange attribute, the tree had become crispy outside and fresh within. Nodding in satisfaction, he smacked his lips excitedly. With such an attack capability, even high-level soul masters would likely feel deeply cautious. Just then, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, Xuanhuan's soul awareness flared once again. To his astonishment, the black yin-yang twin fish began wriggling, and in the blink of an eye, they reverted back to their former state, half red, half blue. Accompanying the yin-yang twin fish's transformation, the soul core at his wrist returned to its fiery red hue. This sudden change sent a wave of joy through him. Now it was as if he possessed 3 different attributes. Such versatility would make his offensive techniques even more unpredictable, truly a powerful secret weapon in combat. After withdrawing the soul ring, he turned to look at the Wanxiang Fangzun not far away, which was still devouring energy. He noticed that the Fangzun's absorption had shown signs of nearing completion. At that moment, the Wanxiang Fangzun finally ceased its absorption. Then, without returning into his body, it darted toward Xuanhuan, hovering above his head. Rotating swiftly, it transformed into a warm white glow that descended over Xuanhuan. Under this white radiant veil, Xuanhuan immediately felt a wave of warmth surge through his body. Shockingly, under the light, his skin took on a milky white luster. The white light appeared to move like a creeping gas, pressing forcefully into his body. Under this purifying process, he felt a surge of warm current, like a rising tide, flowing endlessly into his yin-yang twin fish. As the twin fish trembled slightly, a thick surge of energy rose from them, spreading around his body. Unexpectedly, guided by this energy, the barrier Xuanhuan had previously been stuck at, being stuck at the first stage of Soul Practitioner, broke instantaneously. Amidst his stunned shock, his strength soared sharply upward, violently surging toward the second stage of Soul Practitioner. Faced with this sudden explosive growth in power, Ouyang Yuye's expression turned pale. Immediately, he sat cross-legged, focusing intently to try and suppress the rapidly escalating strength. Unfortunately, he found himself utterly powerless to stop its relentless ascent. As Ouyang Yuye found himself in a helpless situation, he suddenly noticed the Wanxiang Fangzun spiraling into his body. Immediately, a deep and powerful aura surged forth, violently escalating. The Fangzun emitted a dazzling glow, transforming into surging waves of soul energy, finally stabilizing at the second stage of Soul Practitioner. He opened his tightly shut eyes, sharp brilliance flashing deep within his pupils. Accompanying his gaze, red and blue flickers shimmered within his pupils. Soul Practitioner's second stage. Clenching his fist, he instantly felt a surge of power coursing through his palm. Feeling his vastly enhanced strength, he silently nodded in satisfaction. This time, his gains had indeed been immense. Looking once more at the Wanxiang Fangzun within his body, he saw that the crystal-like radiance on it had grown even denser. Although he didn't yet know the Fangzun's full purpose, he was certain that once fully mastered, its power would be anything but ordinary. All right, it's time to go back. Glancing at the sky, which had now turned to dusk, he lightly smiled. With a flicker of his figure, he shot swiftly down the mountain. Chapter 204, Obstruction. At the foot of Xuanhuan Mountain, beneath the quiet forest, several streaks of light suddenly dashed out, bursting forth like lightning and speeding toward the forest's edge. The rushing currents stirred the dense woods, causing the leaves to rustle loudly with friction. Looking closely, there were no fewer than 10 people, and upon closer observation, one could easily see a hint of panic in their steps. They were clearly trying to evade something. If Ouyang Yuye had been present, he would certainly have recognized each of these figures. These were indeed Yun Tian and others who had retreated earlier from the peak of Xuanhuan Mountain. At the moment, the expressions of Yun Tian and others were extremely grim. Not long after Yun Tian and his group came rushing out, over a dozen more figures dashed forward as well, clinging onto them like parasites. Examining carefully, the pursuers' auras were noticeably even stronger than Yun Tian's group. This situation immediately made the current scene clearly visible. If one had to guess, it would be safe to assume that the two sides were hostile forces. Sitting astride the back of De Huang, she kept looking back while rushing forward, watching the increasingly sharp auras behind her, frowning slightly, her eyes filled with concern. Her gaze fell on Yun Tian ahead as she anxiously asked, "Senior brother Yun Tian, what should we do now?" Yun Tian's expression was clearly grave as well. Watching the crowd closing in behind, he pondered for a moment before replying gravely. "If they really catch up later, I'll hold them off. You all should look for an opportunity to escape. I've already sent word to our master. If I'm not mistaken, he must have already dispatched assistants by now, and they're likely already on the way. Just find the younger apprentices when they arrive and regroup. As for me, I'll leave once I find a chance." "No way. If we leave, we all leave together. How could you alone stand a chance against him?" Ji Hao shook his head in protest. His face had paled from exhaustion. This kind of exertion had even taken its toll on him. But even so, his expression remained resolute, undeterred by the menacing auras chasing behind them. "I wish he were here." Chun-Lin bit her lip, glancing toward the mountains behind her. Then, with a faint trace of resentment, she looked at the monkey in her arms and asked, "Dumb monkey, do you know where your master is?" The monkey opened its slightly weakened eyes and shook its head, much to Chun-Lin's disappointment. Though the monkey was indeed capable of sensing the danger behind, under the current condition, even a capable person can't accomplish anything without the necessary means. Sighing at the sight of Chun-Lin's disappointment, Yun Tian naturally understood what she meant and helplessly shook his head, saying, "It's already too late. He won't be coming anymore." "No." Just then, Chun-Lin suddenly insisted firmly, shaking her head resolutely, while Ji Hao and others looked at her in surprise. "He will come. He definitely will." Hearing this, Yun Tian and others simply smiled without taking a stance and immediately moved their figures toward the distant horizon, trying to shake off their pursuers. "Haha, Yun Tian, did you really think you could escape?" Just then, a sharp laugh came from behind, causing Yun Tian and others to furrow their brows involuntarily. Yun Tian then said, "Speed up and get out of here. Ignore them." Saying so, their speeds increased sharply, and they dashed toward the distance once again. "Haha, I've said it before. If that guy isn't here, then you all will just die alongside them. Not one of you will be leaving today." At that moment, suddenly, a streak of light shot from far away like an arrow and dashed through the center of Yun Tian's group, like a sharp sword slicing right into their ranks, instantly dispersing their tightly formed group. The sudden appearance of this radiant light caught Yun Tian and others off guard as they dodged awkwardly, immediately slowing down their movement speed. Just this brief delay allowed the figures chasing from behind to catch up one by one, and in rage, Yun Tian suddenly turned around, halting his moving figure and clearly recognizing the appearance of the few people chasing behind him. It was indeed Chun Nan and others from Fenglin Town. "Chun Nan, you've gone too far." A low growl came from Yun Tian's throat, glaring coldly at Chun Nan and his group. "Haha, is that so?" Chun Nan sneered. With a wave of his hand, his disciples from Fenglin Town immediately understood, surrounding Yun Tian's group, apparently planning to completely wipe them out. I said it already. If you tell me that brat's location, I'll let you leave." "Spit. You dare boast after getting your ass handed to you like that. If I truly knew his whereabouts, I just might have the urge to tell you. Hey, are you into getting hurt or something?" Lin looked at Chunan's ashen face and sneered. Hearing her words, the disciples of Fenglin Town couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. What Lin had said was truly exhilarating. It struck a perfect chord with their mood. Such a sharp-tongued girl. Looking at Lin, Chunan's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly composed himself and said, glancing at Yuntian and others. Haha, do you really think that kid can turn the heavens upside down? Fine then. It seems you won't change your minds until you see the coffin. Mo Feng, how long do you intend to hide? Haha, what's wrong? Can't you even deal with these few brats? At the sound of this clear laughter, Yuntian's group immediately changed expressions. Even Lin stopped smiling, her face growing serious as she stared at the sudden figures dashing out. Her gaze, especially on the leader, was filled with deep intensity, dark and chilling. Blade sect. The two heavy words escaped Yuntian's clenched teeth. He finally fixed his eyes on the man landing beside Chunnan. There was no doubt these were disciples of the Blade sect. The leader, Mo Feng, was an expert of soul master rank, not inferior to Chunnan at all. During the previous struggle for the Ingrass, Mo Feng had already impressed them as formidable. Now that they saw him siding with Chunnan, their expressions immediately darkened. Clearly, Chunnan must have offered them some great incentive. Hee, Fenglin Town, I don't even know what to say about you. Mo Feng shook his head, sighing with feigned regret. The next moment, his figure suddenly shot forward and without warning, struck a palm blow. It was precisely aimed at Yuntian, who had been standing at the forefront of Fenglin Town. Seeing the blur of Yuntian's figure passing through, he had no time to dodge, directly hit by the palm strike, which sent him flying backward with a mouthful of blood spurting out. Seeing Yuntian injured, the disciples of Fenglin Town immediately stepped forward, glaring furiously at the calmly standing Mo Feng, shielding Yuntian behind them while their hands gripped their soul cannons tightly. Battle seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Little bugs. That single palm strike will serve as a lesson. Remember who you can and cannot provoke. Mo Feng smirked at the action of Fenglin's disciples, revealing not a shred of concealed disdain. Turning to Chunnan behind him, he added, Brother Chunnan, there's definitely no one here like the person you described. He indeed. That kid is very slippery. He might have already fled. What a bore. Well then, if we can't capture him, what should we do with these people? Entirely up to Brother Mo Feng's command. Haha. Perfect. Mo Feng smiled faintly, stretching lazily as he disdainfully glanced at Yuntian and the others. Then leave no one behind. Wait. Just then, Yuntian suddenly spoke up, pushing past the Fenglin disciples who were blocking his way, his face pale as he stepped forward. Clearly, he had suffered a serious injury. He faced Mo Feng and said, Fenglin Town and the Blade sect have never held any grudges. Why do you act this way? Are you not afraid you won't be able to clean up the mess in the end? Oh, are you threatening me? Mo Feng's eyebrows slightly rose, and he sneered, with your strength? You've misunderstood. If the condition Fenglin offered you is acceptable, Fenglin Town will pay double. Yuntian gritted his teeth and suddenly said, his face flashing a look of determination, that was the best solution they could come up with. Oh. Hearing this, Mo Feng was momentarily surprised, a faint, barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of his lips. Bold talk. Alright then, bring me 1,000 Huang stones, and I'll withdraw. What do you think, Brother Mo Feng you? Seeing Mo Feng actually offering terms, Chunnan also looked astonished and started to speak. Mo Feng gently raised his hand to stop him, then smiled at Yuntian and others. Well, what do you think? At his words, the disciples of Fenglin Town couldn't help gasping in alarm. Yuntian's face turned extremely grim. 1,000 Huang stones. Perhaps all the Huang stones Fenglin Town had collected together wouldn't even reach that amount. The situation was now clear enough. They were being blackmailed. Even if they agreed to these conditions, more demands would surely follow. Can't you come up with it? Then there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing their silence, Mo Feng also sighed with mock regret. Brother Mo Feng, why bother with so much nonsense? Let's finish them quickly, lest we suffer from long nights filled with nightmares. Mo Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, the several figures behind him simultaneously shot forward, aiming toward Yuntian and the rest. Leading the charge, Mo Feng flipped his palm, a soul cannon materializing in his hands. Immediately, a flaming cannonball roared into the air, hurtling straight toward Yuntian. Yuntian was immediately startled upon seeing the cannonball. His figure had just started to retreat violently when he was about to counterattack. But at that moment, without warning, a sudden earthen wall shot up, rising from the ground directly in front of Yuntian, blocking several cannonballs in their path. At the same time, a shadow strangely coalesced into shape and stood firmly in front of Yuntian and the others. Jin Alliance? Fenglin Town? Your nerve is truly as thick as can be. Chapter 205. Not one left. Who? The sudden appearance of a figure caused Mo Feng's pupils to constrict abruptly. His advancing steps came to a forced halt, immediately followed by a rapid retreat. On this figure who had suddenly appeared, even he could sense a hint of danger, an occurrence quite rare during his days of experience. This clearly suggested that the person before him possessed a strength that even he must respect. You don't even recognize me. You really are quite careless. A loud laughter echoed, filled with unhidden mockery. As the voice faded, the figure finally became clear. Just then, the sound of wind rushing was heard once again, and soon several figures leapt forward, shielding the disciples of Xiuxian Town protectively behind them. Judging from their attire, it wasn't hard to identify their allegiance. Luoyan, seeing the clear face of the newcomer, Mo Feng's normally impassive expression briefly revealed a trace of shock, before he spoke again in astonishment. What? You're actually not dead. Haha, how considerate. You were hoping I was dead. Looking at the surprise on Mo Feng's face, Luoyin slightly smiled in response, then adjusted his sleeves with a leisurely composure, seemingly unfazed at all by the two masters, Mo Feng and Xuanhuan. Seeing Luoyin wearing that smile, not only Mo Feng, but also Xuanhuan's expression became unpredictable. They themselves had personally witnessed Luoyin being wounded by the nine-headed dark gold serpent's attack. Suddenly seeing him lively and energetic here now naturally brought such a stark contrast that they couldn't help showing such expressions. Moreover, they both knew Luoyin very well. This man was tough. Even when facing the three devils from the Su family back then, he had refused to yield easily. What more now with just them two? With Luoyin joining the fray, the current situation thus became somewhat difficult to handle. Brother Luoyin, this. Luoyin's sudden appearance also made Yun Tian momentarily startled, before he quickly displayed a sign of immense joy, though traces of doubt still flickered through his excitement. Hee, I owed a favor to Brother Ouyang previously, so you all need not worry. Upon hearing Luoyin speak thus, Yun Tian and others finally felt relieved. With Luoyin and others' aid, the current situation had now become relatively stabilized. What? You're also planning to interfere from Xuanhuan Lake? Frowning, Mo Feng found the situation troublesome but still forced himself to stay calm as he said, Luoyin, I admit you are not bad, but I advise you not to get involved in this chaos. It won't bring you anything good. Haha, Mo Feng, we've been old friends for a while. You know my personality well. Do you really think saying that is of any use? I've always been straightforward. If we have something to say, just say it plainly. Looking at the grim faces of Luoyin and Xuanhuan, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Liyin's lips before he continued. I had promised a friend earlier to ensure the safety of xiuxian town. If either of you have objections, feel free to attack together. Otherwise, just leave. Although Liyin's words were spoken gently, anyone could perceive the underlying coldness. Even Mo Feng's pupils slightly contracted, falling into deep thought. Luoyin, please don't interfere with today's matter, and our Fenglin town will surely come to thank you in person. Xuanhuan Yu. Seeing Xuanhuan trying to buy Luoyin over, the disciples of xiuxian town immediately grew anxious, with Yun Tian stepping forth to try to stop him. Unexpectedly, Luoyin simply smiled faintly and shook his head, gently waving his hand to halt the agitated Yun Tian, before fixing his gaze upon Xuanhuan. His body suddenly darted forward, adopting the same approach as Mo Feng had earlier. However, the icy killing intent radiating from him made Xuanhuan realize Luoyin, too, had now decided to take action. But compared to Yun Tian, Xuanhuan was obviously more experienced in combat. His battlefield expertise was evidently refined and rich. Just as Luoyin advanced, his body immediately shot backward, while at the same time flipping his palm, conjuring forth a sulfur grenade, which instantly transformed into a sulfur cannon, launching multiple golden blades outward. Immediately afterward, he activated his solid as gold skill, unleashing a layer of golden light around him, wrapping his entire body in an impenetrable golden cocoon. Facing Xuanhuan's attacks, Luoyin gave a faint snort. With the surging spiritual energy in his hand, he gathered it into a slender silver soft sword, about 10 feet in length. The blade danced, forming multiple sword flashes, covering the vitals around Xuanhuan. A series of dull booming sounds erupted, as if sword flashes rained down like a storm, shattering the golden light Xuanhuan had unleashed, and then rebounding to strike his golden light cocoon. Soon, Xuanhuan's golden cocoon began to tremble faintly, and the golden glow surrounding him also grew dimmer. Seeing his most confident move about to be shattered, Xuanhuan's face turned even more pale with horror. He turned his head and roared at Mo Feng, who stood beside him. Mo Feng, are you really going to desert us at a time like this? Upon hearing Xuanhuan's harsh shout, Mo Feng also gritted his teeth. Soon, he too lunged forward, joining forces with Xuanhuan to block Luoyin together. Mo Feng's action immediately caused both factions to find their respective opponents, and chaos erupted as the battle intensified. Apart from Xuanhuan, Luoyin, and Mo Feng, the disciples from the other factions were all of comparable strength, making the battle evenly matched and dragging it into a chaotic stalemate. After sending Xuanhuan and Mo Feng flying with a palm strike, Luoyin's expression grew slightly impatient. In contrast, Xuanhuan and Mo Feng wore complex expressions on their faces. Although the earlier clash had been brief, it had given them a renewed understanding of Luoyin's might. She could switch seamlessly between Su and alchemy. Even with their combined strength, the two found her quite troublesome. Humph, I no longer have the mood to waste time with you two. At this moment, Luoyin snorted coldly, then transformed into a streak of light. With a flick of her sulfur cannon, searing gusts of wind erupted forth. At the same time, her left hand rose and launched a series of deadly attacks, forcing Xuanhuan and Mo Feng into a difficult struggle. Meanwhile, among the other fighters, Lin was facing one of the Bai sisters. Due to the significant gap in power between them and the additional burden of protecting the monkey in her arms, she could only summon about 70 to 80% of her full strength. Thus, within just a few exchanges, Lin began showing signs of defeat. Another heavy strike came crashing down. This time, it targeted Lin's left arm, where she held the monkey. In a moment of crisis, Lin twisted her arm, using the monkey as a shield while taking the attack full force on her right side. She was immediately sent flying backward, a wound the size of a bowl appearing on her right arm, and Chun-Lin couldn't help but let out a stifled groan. Chun-Lin. Upon seeing Chun-Lin injured, Ji-Hao cried out in alarm, his eyes instantly flaring red. Focus on yourself first. A cold voice rang out. Ji-Hao turned and saw the swordsman from the Sword Alliance sneer at him, immediately followed by a series of increasingly fierce attacks raining down. Realizing the danger, Ji-Hao finally took action with full focus against the swordsman. However, his gaze kept shifting toward Chun-Lin. Seeing Chun-Lin wounded, De Huang also growled furiously, then spat out fireballs toward the sister who had injured her. Oh, so loyal. With a wave of her sulfur cannon, she shattered the fireballs and launched a shard of ice directly at De Huang. De Huang, watch out. Seeing the danger, Chun-Lin shouted desperately, but it was already too late. The attack landed precisely on De Huang, causing a painful screech as he was hurled backward. De Huang. Looking at De Huang, injured and sprawled out, a wave of anger crossed Chun-Lin's face as she glared furiously at the sister. Oh, still not satisfied. Then you're next. With a slight smile, she unleashed another series of attacks toward Chun-Lin. Just then, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air, so loud that it caused the surrounding atmosphere to ripple like a thunderclap. Following the sound, a figure appeared in the air in a strange manner. Before the sister could react, a grotesque dragon-like arm suddenly emerged before her eyes, crushing the incoming attack into nothing. Before she could even think, a sharp pain pierced her chest, and her body was instantly sent flying. What a mighty show of power from the Sword Alliance and Fenglin Town. A cold voice came forth, and on the figure's face was a look of icy malevolence. Seeing the arrival, Chun-Lin immediately brightened. This was none other than Ouyang Yuya, who had finally arrived. Relieved yet somewhat bitter, she spoke. I thought you had run off. You know I'm not like that. Ouyang Yuya shook his head with a bitter smile, his gaze sweeping around with even colder eyes. If he hadn't heard about it midway, he wouldn't have known that Yuntian and the others had actually been ambushed. Luckily, he hadn't arrived too late. Seeing Ouyang Yuya, Yuntian, and the others rushed over, their expressions filled with surprise and joy. Are you alright? He smiled toward Yuntian and asked. Yeah, but... Before Yuntian could continue, he saw Ouyang Yuya smiling and nodding slightly. I understand. You finally arrived. At this moment, Luo Yin also chuckled lightly, forcing the two opponents back and standing beside Ouyang Yuya. But upon seeing him, her expression changed instantly, as she sensed that his aura had grown even fiercer than before. Thanks earlier for your generous help, brother Luo Yin. Haha, you're being too polite. What should we do now? He could clearly sense that Ouyang Yuya was in a near-furious state and didn't ask further. Ouyang Yuya glanced at the sullen faces of Chun-Nan and Mo Feng, then slightly lifted the corner of his mouth into a faint smile that only appeared happy, but actually carried an extremely sinister edge. So they all dared to make their moves? He turned toward Chun-Lin and asked. Yes. Seeing her nod, he let out a heavy breath. Then none of them leave. Chapter 206, Robbery. The chilling words fell heavily, and everyone looked at Ouyang Yuya, who stood rooted to the spot, feeling a cold shiver rising from the bottom of their hearts. Truly speaking without shame. As soon as those words faded, Moyen let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with icy intent. Kid, I should have killed you back at the peak of Xuanhuan Mountain. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that, Ouyang Yuya frowned slightly, yet turned his gaze toward Chun-Nan. Chun-Nan, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson from that last attack. Ouyang Yuya said, then shifted his gaze toward the nearby Luo Yin. Can I handle these two? Oh, you, insects like you actually think you're my match. Ouyang Yuya's remark infuriated Chun-Nan, twisting his expression into a faintly grotesque snarl. At your soul cultivator level, you truly don't know death when you see it. Hearing Chun-Nan's words, Ouyang Yuya finally grew serious. He exhaled deeply, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly became oppressive. A cold, sinister aura burst forth from within him, spreading outward like autumn wind sweeping through fallen leaves, causing trees nearby to sway violently in the howling gusts. Then, along with the wind, Ouyang Yuya's figure suddenly shot forward. Seeing Ouyang Yuya strike first, Chun-Nan's expression darkened as well, and without hesitation, he launched forward. At the same time, he pushed his unbreakable technique to its absolute limit, turning his body into a nearly indestructible fortress, an ancient war god clad in shimmering golden armor. As he shot forward, the sulfur cannon in his hand roared to life, firing a series of golden arrows hurtling toward Ouyang Yuya's face. Seeing the incoming attack, Ouyang Yuya's pupils flickered, and with a quick motion of his right hand, he swiped across his xiuxian pouch and summoned the stone tablet, bringing it down forcefully upon the golden projectiles. Dang, 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 dang. A series of metallic clangs rang out as the golden beams were forcibly deflected. Then the stone tablet in Ouyang Yuya's hand flipped violently forward and smashed into the golden glow surrounding Chun-Nan. A dull boom echoed, and the golden barrier around Chun-Nan began to violently ripple, seemingly being pushed back. However, the unbreakable defense was indeed Chun-Nan's life-saving technique. After withstanding the initial blow and the violent tremors, it managed to hold firm, and Chun-Nan immediately leaped back. Yet shock had already flickered across his eyes. Oh, so you can still take a hit. Seeing that Chun-Nan had withstood his attack, Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brows slightly, a trace of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected his strike to be blocked so easily. But quickly, this surprise turned into a cold sneer across his face. Then a red glow flashed, and a soul ring materialized around his wrist, glowing with a fiery radiance. Yet beneath that intense red was a faint, nearly imperceptible strand of icy chill. Though faint, the cold essence was undeniably present. As soon as the soul ring appeared, Ouyang let out a low shout, and before long, a massive flaming hand emerged in front of him. Accompanied by Ouyang light flick of his wrist, the flaming hand seemed to gain sentience and struck downward as Chun-Nan's expression turned to one of alarm. A sudden droning hum filled the air, and then the flaming palm struck Chun-Nan's golden barrier head-on, instantly shattering the protective glow. Though the fiery hand dissipated upon impact, before Chun-Nan could even relax, he saw Ouyang lips curl upward into a strange, eerie smile. That expression sent a chill down Chun-Nan's spine. This unease quickly found its source, as Chun-Nan suddenly felt a cold, sinister energy surging inside his body. What terrified him even more was how subtly it had entered, so subtly that he hadn't even noticed. Even more bizarre was the fact that under this icy presence, his spiritual energy became obstructed, sluggish, and unresponsive. This terrifying realization shook him deeply. Retreating hastily, he fled the battle circle and immediately sat cross-legged in the presence of others' bewildered gazes. However, those who observed carefully could see that Chun-Nan's previously ruddy face had turned slightly pale, tinged with an icy blue, and small ice crystals were already forming on his forehead. Looking at the cross-legged Chun-Nan, Ouyang couldn't help but sneer slightly. Within that palm strike, he had only infused an extremely subtle strand of ultimate Yin and icy essence. The purpose was to prevent others from realizing he possessed dual elemental soul cores. Judging from the current situation, even this faint trace had already left Chun-Nan in a difficult state, causing Ouyang to deeply appreciate the evolved ice attribute. He did not deny that, if fully unleashed, it could have killed Chun-Nan on the spot. Though such a move would have undoubtedly eliminated the opponent, it was not something Ouyang wished to do, for it would inevitably expose his other soul attribute. On this continent, having another secret trump card meant having one more chance of survival. Ouyang had considered this thoroughly. Chun-Nan's sudden retreat also caused Mo Feng to feel some surprise. His expression changed slightly, flickering as though contemplating something. Hee, now it's your turn. Before Mo Feng could ponder further, Ouyang had already launched forward with a cold sneer, his right arm twisting and morphing into a monstrous dragon arm, aiming directly at Mo Feng's chest. Faced with Ouyang overwhelming assault, Mo Feng was greatly alarmed. Shaking his sulfur cannon, a towering pillar of flame burst forth, resembling a soaring dragon, whose aura had already reached the 3rd-tier level. Oh, flame spray. Ouyang was quite familiar with that technique. It was a skill he had frequently used in the past. Smirking coldly, he immediately sealed his hands together, and instantly a clone stepped forth from his body, directly rushing into the blaze and intercepting the attack. Meanwhile, his true form bypassed the flames without losing the slightest momentum, charging directly toward Mo Feng. Widen your dog eyes and watch carefully. This is what true flame spray looks like. In a chilling voice, Ouyang swiftly reached his waist and withdrew the blood wolf fong, immediately replacing its contents with a brilliant crimson crystal. This crystal also contained the flame spray technique, only far more terrifying than Mo Feng's 3rd-tier one. This was a 4th tier. A thick surge of scorching heat immediately shot up into the sky, engulfing Mo Feng as his expression filled with horror. Soon after, shrieks of pain echoed out from within the flames. Seeing Mo Feng writhing inside the raging fire, a cold chill rose in the hearts of everyone present. Looking at Ouyang standing calmly and upright not far away, expressions of awe filled their eyes. Even Luo Yan's pupils revealed traces of caution in their depths. To single-handedly disable one opponent and leave another barely clinging to life, such a person was truly an opponent not to be trifled with. Coupled with his ruthless decisiveness, no one doubted that Ouyang name would soon echo across the Jin-Ding kingdom. He really isn't a simple opponent. Sighing softly, Luo Yan helplessly shook his head, then stepped forward, his expression heavy as he hesitated before saying, looking at the clearly weakened aura from within the fire. Brother Ouyang, Mo Feng, must not be killed. Glancing at Luo Yan beside him, Ouyang frowned slightly, yet remained silent, waiting for the other to continue. Mo Feng is one of the Sword Alliance's most outstanding disciples in recent years. His master, the sword-crazed elder, is famously protective of his students and has always cherished Mo Feng greatly. If you kill him now, there's no telling what might happen. Though Luo Yan did not finish his words, Ouyang still completed the sentence in his mind. Without saying more, if he were to kill Mo Feng now, the situation might spiral into another conflict like that with Nangong Tian. Before officially entering the academy, such troubles would undoubtedly be quite dangerous for him. Truly troublesome. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he lamented once more the fact that he had no powerful backer, always left to clean up the aftermath on his own. With a mocking smile, he then activated the sulfur cannon again, absorbing the flames inside. Mo Feng's figure was now revealed. At this moment, his appearance was completely different from before. His originally pure white robe was now charred and torn in many places, exposing scorched skin underneath, emitting a foul, burnt odor. His complexion was unusually grim, his aura extremely weakened. Under the care of the other Sword Alliance disciples, he glared fiercely at Ouyang, though deep within his pupils lingered a profound sense of fear. I won't kill you today, but remember this, Xiuxian town is not a place you can afford to provoke. Get out. Hearing Ouyang words, a visible sense of relief surfaced within the hatred in Mo Feng's gaze. Facing death, whether for ordinary people or even experts like himself, nobody would welcome it. Now, it felt as though a great burden had been lifted. He hurriedly prepared to leave at once. Just then, Ouyang Yuya suddenly spoke, causing Mo Feng's steps to pause and his body to involuntarily shiver. What more do you want? Seeing that cold, indifferent expression, Ouyang Yuya didn't respond. Instead, he stepped forward and patted Mo Feng's shoulder, a sly grin spreading across his face. Brother Mo Feng, you're really leaving already? Surely, you should leave something behind, shouldn't you? What exactly do you mean? Mo Feng quickly grasped Ouyang Yuya's intention and asked cautiously. Very simple, 1,000 pieces of Vangshu, and you're free to go. Hearing Ouyang Yuya's words, Mo Feng immediately cried out in outrage, nearly fainting from shock. You're robbing me. Oh, is that so? Then I'm afraid I must apologize. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, he slightly regretfully shook his sulfur cannon once, seemingly ready to strike again. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's posture, the other Sword Alliance disciples surged forward, determined to stand their ground. Fall back, Mo Feng shouted to his disciples, forcing himself to retreat. He shot Ouyang Yuya a resentful glare before pulling out a small sack and throwing it into Ouyang Yuya's chest, then leaving immediately without looking back. Ouyang Yuya nodded in satisfaction, weighing the sack casually in his hand without bothering to count its contents. Then, turning his gaze toward Xuanhuan, who had already opened his eyes, he found the latter was evidently still suppressing that icy aura inside. Ouyang Yuya was well aware that Xuanhuan probably couldn't fully eliminate it. Exposing his teeth in a chilling grin, he extended his palm with an innocent-looking smile. Here yours. One price. 1,000 pieces of Vangshu. Just remove this damned energy, and I'll give it to you. After a brief pause, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke. Ouyang Yuya laughed softly at Xuanhuan's words, his grin growing even wider, and then said something that nearly caused Xuanhuan to vomit blood in rage. Then add another 1,000. Chapter 207, Invitation. As Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, he noticed people around him revealing expressions of astonishment, followed by bitter smiles, thinking to themselves that Xuanhuan had finally met his match today. Even Luo Yin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth, secretly thinking that this guy was indeed too ruthless. 1,000 wang stone. This was pure and naked extortion. It would be strange if Xuanhuan didn't go crazy and attack him. Indeed, as soon as Ouyang Yuya's words landed, after the initial shock, Xuanhuan's face immediately turned dark purple with rage. Even the disciples standing beside him appeared indignant. However, in the face of Xuanhuan's glaring gaze that seemed capable of devouring him, Ouyang Yuya completely ignored him. In his mind, if not for worrying about possible retaliation from behind Xuanhuan, he wouldn't waste time talking. Why not just kill them and take the Wang Stone anyway? Besides, in his view, 500 Wang Stone would still have been a cheap price. Of course, Xuanhuan was unaware of Ouyang Yuya's real thoughts. Now that he was being extorted himself, he could only feel helpless and resentful. Just as the old saying went, fortunes rotate, and this year it's finally my turn. Although he felt furious, he was also helpless. Revenge? As he recalled the chilling energy inside him, he already felt half his heart freeze. Right now, getting rid of this ominous nuisance and getting a good night's sleep was far more important. But now he was in a tight spot. The nature of this cold force was unknown. He had already exerted tremendous effort merely to suppress it temporarily, but even that suppression wouldn't last long. Moreover, during the suppression, his soul energy could no longer be used. This posed a major problem for the return journey. Who knew what kind of troubles might arise along the way? It wasn't as if he could constantly carry a ticking time bomb, full of fear. Therefore, the best option now was to first resolve this strange energy. I don't have that much. Coming to this realization, Xuanhuan finally replied, his expression slightly dejected. 1,000 Wang Stone was simply absurd. How about a discount, 800? At this moment, Xuanlin suddenly stepped forward, thoroughly enjoying the sight of Xuanhuan's humiliating state. Naturally, she wouldn't miss an opportunity to kick a man while he was down. 700. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, his expression clearly filled with pain. After saying so, he instinctively glanced at Ouyang Yuya. When he noticed the frown on the latter's face, he immediately added, 750. That's all I have. No more than that. Seeing Xuanhuan's face flushed red from frustration, Ouyang Yuya then showed a hint of satisfaction. When Ouyang Yuya finally spoke up, Xuanhuan visibly exhaled in relief, though his face had turned abnormally dark green. Of course, after such blatant extortion, anyone's complexion would likely look bad. A man's word is his bond. Now get this damned thing off me. Humph. Unfazed by Xuanhuan's evident anger, Ouyang Yuya said indifferently as he extended his hand. Pay first. Xuanhuan threw a small pouch toward Ouyang Yuya, his painful reluctance even more apparent on his face. Smiling faintly, Ouyang Yuya suddenly spun the dual yin-yang fish within his body. Immediately, the icy side of it glowed intensely, quickly overtaking the fiery counterpart. As icy energy surged, Ouyang Yuya swiftly placed his palm onto Xuanhuan's shoulder, absorbing the chilling energy within him, and with a quick tremor, the icy essence once again receded. The entire process was performed seamlessly and naturally, so much so that even Luo Yin nearby hadn't sensed a thing. Feeling the cold and sinister energy disappear, Xuanhuan didn't utter a word. With a gloomy glare toward Ouyang Yuya and the others, he waved his sleeve and soared forward. Behind him, the Bai sisters and other disciples from Fenglin followed closely, quickly vanishing into the forest. Seeing both groups leave, the disciples from xiuxian finally let out a sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. However, When they looked at Ouyang Yuya, their eyes were filled with genuine respect. After this incident, it was unnecessary to deliberate. Ouyang Yuya's reputation had completely overshadowed that of Yuntian. As the saying went, respect is given to the strong, and this principle was particularly emphasized among these Rishi young men. Testing the weight of 2 small bags of Wang stone in his hand, Ouyang Yuya felt pure joy rising in his heart. There were well over 1,000 stones, more than enough for him to enjoy for some time. Truly, after seeking endlessly without success, it comes without effort. With such a thought, he tossed the Wang stone into his xiuxian pouch and gave a slight sigh. What a difference there was between forces. Take Xiuxian town for example. Back then, he had nearly worn his mouth raw just to receive 100, which at the time had seemed like a huge amount. Yet that quantity wasn't even enough for several dawn-breaking attempts. What a difference there was between forces. Back then, he had nearly worn his mouth raw just to receive 100 Wang stone, which had seemed like a huge amount. Yet that quantity wasn't even enough for several dawn-breaking attempts. Now, with a mere act of extortion, 1,000 Wang stone were easily obtained. One couldn't help but say that the gap between poverty and wealth was truly vast. It was said that the Fenglin sect had ranked within the top 5 in the previous competition, and its performance had consistently remained at the forefront. As for the Sword Alliance, there was no need for further explanation. Strong forces received more resources, so possessing such resources was only natural. Meanwhile, his own Xiuxian town had consistently placed at the bottom, and after repeatedly falling behind, the resources became insufficient. With limited resources, the disciples' strength naturally wouldn't improve. This was nearly a vicious cycle, and thus, it was quite normal. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya remained silent, Luo Yin assumed he was worrying about possible retaliation from the Sword Alliance and Fenglin sect. She stepped forward and smiled at him. Brother Ouyang need not worry at all. Fenglin sect and the Sword Alliance are quite far from Xiuxian town. Besides, with the approaching town assembly, they are all deep in cultivation. I believe they won't have much time to come after you. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Ouyang Yuya simply smiled without taking a stance, although he indeed felt a slight concern. After all, he somewhat understood Qin Nan's nature. This was a man who never forgot a grudge. However, as long as no high-level experts were involved, he had no fear. He had absolute confidence now that his strength was sufficient to rival a soul master. If he had possessed such power back in xiuanhuan, he wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating situation. Thinking of that, he gave a helpless smile. Soon after, he suddenly seemed to recall something and clasped his hands together, smiling toward Luo Yan. Earlier, I must express my gratitude for Brother Luo's assistance. Otherwise, my friends might have suffered a bit. He added with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. From the previous events, it wasn't hard to see that Luo Yan was also a man of loyalty and righteousness, completely different from people like Qin Nan. At this moment, Ouyang Yuya's impression of Luo Yan improved greatly. Haha, if Brother Ouyang speaks like this, you are indeed overestimating it. Compared to your generous help before, this trivial matter is not even worth mentioning. Luo Yan replied with a smile as well, speaking genuinely. After all, Ouyang Yuya's strong support before was something he deeply remembered. Of course, if he knew that Ouyang Yuya had merely taken advantage of him and that the xianyin herb was a fake, he would probably have an entirely different reaction. Just now, I sent a jade slip to my master to inform him about your help, Brother Ouyang. My master is truly grateful for your assistance, so he invites you to be a guest at the shore of xuanhuan Lake. I wonder what you think about this. Suddenly speaking up as he was lost in thought, Luo Yan finally continued. Oh, xuanhuan Lake. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya furrowed his eyebrows slightly and looked at Luo Yan in astonishment. He had no idea what his master intended. He definitely didn't believe it was purely out of gratitude. Compared to that, he would rather have Luo Yan simply hand him some Wang stone to make him happy. As the saying went, anything unusual must have a reason behind it, and he became somewhat hesitant. Is there something difficult for you to speak about, Brother Ouyang? That's not the case at all. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head, feeling that the matter was quite thorny. Luo Yan's invitation could be considered quite sincere. Refusing it would likely create some distance between them, which would make things a bit inconvenient during the upcoming town assembly. For people like Luo Yan, being an ally was far more beneficial than being an enemy. Really troublesome. Sighing softly, he felt reluctant inside, yet he finally nodded under Luo Yan's hopeful gaze. Since Brother Luo has so kindly invited me, it would be inappropriate if I declined. Haha, Brother Ouyang is too modest. Then, why not set off together with us? xuanhuan Lake is still quite a distance away. Alright, but I need to talk to them first. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya nodded, then walked toward Yuntian, taking the monkey from Chun Lin's arms as he spoke. I am heading to xuanhuan Lake. The rest of you may return first. Please tell my master that I'm safe and let him rest assured. As for the town assembly, I will definitely arrive on time. When will you come back? At this moment, Chun Lin suddenly asked. He not sure, but I think I should return before the town assembly. If I am late, we can always meet at the competition venue. Alright, then be careful, Brother Ouyang. If you run into any trouble you cannot resolve, just send us a message. Yuntian said with a smile. Although he didn't know exactly what Ouyang Yuya planned to do, he didn't want to stop him either, because he knew Ouyang Yuya's personality. The man always acted according to his own plans and never followed others' advice. Probably not even his own master could hold him back. Ouyang Yuya patted Yuntian's shoulder, feeling a faint sense of inexplicable emotion, yet he didn't say much more. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. Take care. Yuntian slightly bowed his fists toward Ouyang Yuya, then led Chun Lin and the others off the mountain. Before leaving, Chen Lin also cast a somewhat reluctant glance at him, finally murmuring a last reminder before following them. Watching the fading figures of Yintian and the others, Ouyang turned around and walked to Luo Yan's side, saying, "All right, let's go." Chapter 208, Night Attack at Xuanhuan Lake. Xuanhuan Lake is located at the southernmost point of the Golden Cauldron Kingdom, and in contrast to xiuxian Town, which sits at the northernmost end, it serves as a distinct counterpart. The only difference is that Xuanhuan Lake lies at the heart of the kingdom's transportation network, and as such, its level of prosperity is far beyond comparison to a remote and impoverished place like xiuxian Town. Xuanhuan Lake, to speak of it, was originally a town known as Xuanhuan Town. However, since it sits right next to a lakeshore, the name gradually evolved into Xuanhuan Lakeside. As time passed, it eventually became a collective term representing a major faction. On the main road of Xuanhuan Town, a group of people entered slowly through the city gate. Upon closer inspection, one would surely recognize this group as Ouyang and his companions, who had returned dusty and weary from the Xintian Mountains. At the head of the procession was Luo Yan, who, seeing the curiosity in Ouyang eyes, took on the full role of a generous host, fulfilling his duties as a local guide by explaining everything along the way. Listening to Luo Yan's introduction, Ouyang nodded slightly, having now grasped most of the details and background of Xuanhuan Lake. However, even with that knowledge, he couldn't help but show some surprise when he finally saw the place with his own eyes. Xuanhuan Lake exceeded even his imagination in scale. Previously, he had thought it would be about the same size as xiuxian Town, but clearly, that was not the case. Calling it a town was perhaps a misnomer. Xuanhuan Lake was more like a full-fledged city, twice the size of xiuxian Town, and bearing a scale similar to the old city of xiuxian. Well-organized streets lined with countless stalls and grand buildings on all sides spoke volumes about the area's uniqueness and wealth. Near the town of Xuanhuan Lake, many seafood products are harvested. Therefore, the locals mostly make their living by selling seafood. It's a rather prosperous trade. Ouyang nodded upon hearing that, and continued to glance around at the scenery. Brother Ouyang has just arrived, and after a full day of travel, you must be tired. Why not rest for the night? Tomorrow, I'll have someone show you around properly. How does that sound? Noticing the look of fascination on Ouyang face, Luo Yan smiled and suggested, "As you wish, Brother Luo." Ouyang replied with a nod. Glancing at the monkey in his arms, he didn't object. Indeed, after fierce battles with Mo Fengshan Nan and constant travel, he had grown quite fatigued, so it was time to find a place to recuperate. Moreover, the monkey's injuries needed urgent healing to prevent any lingering complications. Excellent. Seeing Ouyang nod of agreement, Luo Yan smiled. Glancing up at the late hour, he turned to his disciples and said, "Everyone may disperse for today. Let's regroup tomorrow at Master's place." Hearing Luo Yan's words, the disciples bowed respectfully before scattering away. Soon, only Ouyang and Luo Yan were left. "It's getting late. Please come to my house to rest for the night, and we can visit the Master tomorrow." Seeing the warm and friendly smile on Luo Yan's face, Ouyang nodded and followed Luo Yan down one side of the main road. Before long, they came to a stop in front of a grand residence. From a distance, they could see the large wooden plaque above the entrance, inscribed with the words Luo Residence, calligraphed in a bold and flowing style. At the gate stood two stone lions, exuding majesty and solemnity, and the gate itself was painted in vivid vermilion. Ouyang had seen many such grand mansions before, and places of this scale clearly indicated the Luo family's strong power and influence in Xuanhuan Lake. "Please, Brother Ouyang." Luo Yan smiled as he stepped forward. Immediately, the two servants guarding the entrance rushed forward and bowed deeply to Luo Yan. "One moment, sir." One of them hurried into the mansion, probably to make an announcement. Luo Yan gave a slight nod and guided Ouyang through the entrance. Just as they stepped through the gate, they saw a middle-aged man approaching them from a distance with swift steps, bowing respectfully to Luo Yan. "There's no need to bow, Manager Su," said Luo Yan while continuing forward. "Has my father returned? Your lord has gone to meet the city governor." "Does the young master have any orders?" replied the guy. "Oh, has Kingman summoned again? Have the representatives from the four major families arrived yet?" Luo Yan suddenly paused mid-step and asked. "I'm not entirely sure either," the Gunjia replied with a cool smile, shaking his head. "But judging from the master's expression, things don't look too good." "Ah, well, there are still the other three clan heads. Surely it won't be easy for them to abolish the family uniform system. By the way, young master, who is this?" At that moment, the Gunjia finally noticed Ouyang who had been following quietly behind. However, since he had come with Luo Yan, he showed no sign of disrespect and politely asked, "Oh, he's a friend. Later, prepare a quiet and tidy guest room for my friend, and also make sure to have tea and snacks ready. Don't slack off. Don't worry, young master. Since it's a guest you personally brought back, we'll definitely treat them with the utmost care." "Good." Nodding slightly, Luo Yan turned to face Ouyang, an apologetic look appearing on his face. "Brother Ouyang, father has some matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself for now. I've already given instructions to my men. Brother Ouyang, feel free to explore the estate as you wish in the meantime." "All right, please go ahead." Ouyang smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Please excuse me." Seeing Ouyang nod, Luo Yan showed a trace of gratitude. After giving the Benjia a few more instructions, he hurried away in a flurry. Ouyang couldn't help but feel a little helpless, inwardly commenting on how effortlessly Luo Yan played the role of the hands-off steward. Little brother Ouyang, this way please. Thank you for your trouble. You're far too polite. Little brother Ouyang, the Genjia said nervously, then led Ouyang Yuya through a series of winding passages, twisting left and right among countless maze-like courtyards, finally stopping in front of a secluded house. The location of the house was quite remote, surrounded only by trees with thick trunks, like a dense jungle, making the courtyard extremely quiet. This perfectly matched Ouyang Yuya's preference. He had never liked noise, and this place was ideal for cultivation without any interruptions. Walking inside, the room was quite simple, containing only a bed, a table, and a chair. On the table sat a set of teaware, making the whole room seem neat and minimalist. Someone will bring tea and snacks shortly. If you need anything, just let us know, little brother Ouyang. With a respectful bow, the Genjia exited the room, and Ouyang Yuya carefully shut the door behind him. After scanning his surroundings to confirm everything was fine, he sat cross-legged on the bed, placing the monkey beside him. He began recovering his energy through cultivation, and without hesitation, he took out the Wang stone and immersed himself in its power. Faint, brownish streams of energy coiled like dragons from the stone, weaving through the air before flowing into Ouyang Yuya's body. This cultivation session didn't last too long. Less than an hour passed before Ouyang Yuya opened his eyes. As a sense of comfort spread throughout his body after cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, then rose from the bed with a pleasant crack of his bones. He exhaled deeply and glanced at the monkey, still asleep beside him. This monkey had used its last resort protective talisman, sustaining severe injuries that sent it into a coma. It would have to wait until it awoke before it could absorb the Wang stone's energy to recover. He pushed open the door. Outside, the night had already fallen, and the bright moonlight cast an indescribable aura into the room. The stillness of the night brought a sense of peace to his heart. Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew past, rustling the leaves and causing the trees to whisper. Ouyang Yuya saw a black figure dart through the woods in front of his house, moving with such unexpected speed that he barely had time to react. Who's there? Ouyang Yuya's voice turned sharply cold as he rushed forward, chasing after the shadow. It had to be said that his speed was impressive. Within a few instants, the distance between them had shrunk to less than 100 paces. Humph, with such skill you still dare to act like a petty thief. As he pursued, Ouyang Yuya mocked, clearly instinctively assuming the intruder was a common thief. Just then, the fleeing figure abruptly halted. Before Ouyang Yuya could react, the figure suddenly turned and threw a punch directly at him, sending a powerful strike crashing down. The sheer force of the wind startled Ouyang Yuya slightly. Soul Cultivator? Seeing the incoming punch, Ouyang Yuya hesitated for a moment, then sneered even more. His right arm twisted, transforming into a monstrous dragon arm. He reached out sharply with claws unfurled, crushing the black fist in an instant. Without slowing down, his left palm rose, becoming the fire god's hand, and struck downward fiercely. Under the impact of the attack, Ouyang Yuya saw the figure let out a pained cry before it shot forward through the air. Watching the figure recoil backward, Ouyang Yuya swiftly closed the distance just as it began to soar away. His hand shot out quickly, and in an instant, he grabbed the figure mid-flight. However, this grab turned out to be problematic. It landed squarely on the person's chest. Soon after, Ouyang Yuya felt something was off, as his fingers met a soft sensation. His mind short-circuited for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Reaching forward to pull off the person's veil, he froze instantly. Just as he had suspected, the one he had caught was actually a woman. Chapter 209, Xiuxian Body. Inside the room, Ouyang Yuya looked at the unconscious woman lying on the bed, a bitter and unattractive smile involuntarily curling at the corner of his lips. Originally, he had thought he had caught a petty thief, but unexpectedly, pulling the hand out revealed a woman. Whether to say his luck was too good or too bad, he couldn't tell. Of course, Ouyang Yuya couldn't deny that the woman before him was undeniably beautiful. Her slender waist, exquisite facial features as if from a painting, and her captivating figure, barely concealed even by the tight-fitting black clothes she wore. Though she seemed to be about his age, her well-developed, shapely curves belonged to a type that could instantly make any man lose his senses. Another person would have been thrilled to have such a beauty in hand. Yet, for Ouyang Yuya, this moment brought anything but happiness. Having spent more than half a year outside wandering, he had become half an old hand in the martial world, with unique expertise in reading people. Just from observing, this woman clearly was no common thief. There was a kind of pure and graceful charm about her, something akin to a lotus flower rising untainted from muddy water. Her presence carried a solemn aura, an untouchable dignity that warned outsiders not to trespass. Hence, Ouyang Yuya was certain of her origins at a single glance. This girl definitely came from a noble household. However, what fascinated Ouyang Yuya most wasn't the woman's physical beauty. She was undeniably attractive, yet the number of beauties he had already encountered was no small amount. Whether it was Xuanhuan, Lin Xian, Ling Yu, or even Wantong, Chen Lin, any of them were no less stunning than her. Thus, for him to feel emotional fluctuations from just a girl's appearance would be absurd. What intrigued Ouyang Yuya instead was the faint, subtle, cold aura exuding from the woman like the faint buzzing of a mosquito. When he had touched her body moments ago, Ouyang Yuya sensed a stream of abnormally pure icy energy within her. And if it weren't for his cultivation of the Xiuxian energy, he likely wouldn't have even noticed this aura. You felt it, didn't you? The voice of the Jade Toad King suddenly echoed inside his mind, abruptly blurting out a sentence. Upon hearing the Jade Toad King's words, Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly, then abruptly seemed to recall something horrifying and asked, How did you know that? Hee, who do you think I am? I can still recognize a xianyin body without any trouble. Xianyin body? The sudden mention of such a term left Ouyang momentarily stunned, and he hurriedly asked, what exactly is a xianyin body? Humph, apart from you ordinary people, there are two other inborn body types in this world. One is the xianyin type, extremely yin and cold. The other is the xuanhuan type, extremely yang and hot. These two body types are 1 in 10,000, and they're born with an innate advantage in comprehending their corresponding element. Therefore, if such individuals are discovered by great sects or powerful forces, they would certainly be cultivated as prized disciples. However, because such constitutions are so rare, aside from those big sects, ordinary cultivators probably know little about them. As a result, unknowingly, many heavenly prodigies end up falling and dying. The Jade Toad King said with a tone of pity, oh, what do you mean by that? Why would they die? You really don't know. While these constitutions are indeed advantageous, they also have deadly drawbacks. Take the girl here for example. When she reached the age of cultivation, if she couldn't find a yin attribute cultivation method to practice, the yin energy inside her would fail to circulate and accumulate in her body over time. That buildup will gradually erode her body, causing indescribable torment. Naturally, those who don't understand her condition would only speculate wildly. Take this girl for instance. There must be some kind of yang attribute treasure on her, probably provided by her family to suppress the xianyin energy inside her. Little do they know that this would only hasten her demise. Is there no solution at all? A yin attribute cultivation method? That sounds too demanding. Ouyang shook his head with a bitter smile. Cultivation methods with a single elemental attribute were already rare across the continent, let alone yin-specific ones. There couldn't be more than several of them in the entire continent. Of course, there's another method. Locate some xianyin-type treasures to help suppress the energy within her. For instance, your xianyin herb would work perfectly. Letting her absorb it would at least ensure her survival for several decades. Oh, such miraculous effects. Ouyang couldn't hide his surprise. Naturally. The world's rare items each have their own functions. Seems you've hit the jackpot this time. You lucky brat. As the Jade Toad King scoffed sarcastically, Ouyang sneered, just about to defend himself, when suddenly, a faint moan broke the silence. Then, to his surprise, he saw that the woman had awakened. Her clear eyes gazed at Ouyang, yet evidently, she had already recalled what had happened earlier. After the initial panic, she regained her usual calm composure, though her expression appeared dim and lifeless, as if indifferent to life and death. Miss, about before. After a moment of silence, Ouyang clasped his hands in apology, intending to express regret for his earlier actions toward the woman. No need. But what greeted him was the woman's indifferent gaze, as she rose to her feet, and, ignoring Ouyang standing nearby, walked toward the door. Please. Before Ouyang could finish his words, he suddenly saw the woman's figure halt abruptly. Then, her body trembled inexplicably, and at the same time, an unusually cold and piercing aura emanated from within her. Accompanying this was a faint bluish hue appearing on the skin of her arms. Terrible. Witnessing the woman's sudden change, Ouyang expression instantly tightened, and in a flash, he rushed forward to catch the collapsing woman. Just as his hands made contact with her body, Ouyang immediately felt an abnormally cold energy surge from her skin, quickly spreading toward his own flesh. In no time, his hands were frozen stiff. Sighing helplessly, he was just about to take action when suddenly a blazing light emitted from the woman's chest. Soon, her chest radiated a fierce heat, turning the area a deep red as it clashed with the chilling aura, attempting to suppress the cold energy back into her body. However, as the scorching energy surged, the woman's expression grew even more agonized, her body shaking violently. In this life-threatening moment, Ouyang had no choice but to ask the Jade Toad King, take out the treasure on her chest, and use your ice element soul core to draw away the xianyin energy. It might actually be a good nourishment for you. Upon hearing the Jade Toad King's suggestion, Ouyang wasted no time questioning it. His right arm abruptly shook, shattering the frost on his hand. Yet, just as he was about to extend it, his hand suddenly froze midair. He found himself hesitating again. The treasure was clearly a personal ornament, most likely a jade pendant if he had to guess. To hastily take it off would be improper. It would be like violating her modesty. Realizing this, Ouyang once again hesitated. Just then, the woman in his arms let out another cry of pain. Looking at her chest, he noticed that the dual-colored glow had intensified. If he didn't act now, the woman might soon meet her demise. At that thought, Ouyang gritted his teeth. Forgive me. Saying so, his hand darted into the woman's collar, and with a firm tug at her chest area, he yanked off the pendant. Unfortunately, he inadvertently touched a sensitive area, making him feel slightly embarrassed. Once the pendant was removed, the scorching energy disappeared and was replaced by the cold aura emanating from her body. Seeing the woman's face grow even paler, Ouyang felt a pang of buran, and immediately, he activated his cultivation. The yin-yang twin fish within him began to rotate forcefully. Under Ouyang deliberate control, the yin-yang twin fish began trembling slightly. As the dual sides rotated, the icy yin portion overtook the yang, instantly unleashing an even colder aura. Absorb it. Suppressing the surging cold energy, Ouyang palm suddenly exuded an intense suction force. He slammed his hand firmly onto the woman's shoulder. The moment his palm touched her, a stream of icy energy burst forth from her body, as though finding an outlet, rushing Feng Ly into Ouyang palm. Under this gongbao surge, Ouyang Yi accelerated the twin fish to its maximum and absorbed the frigid energy. As this process continued, Ouyang Yi observed the woman's tightly knotted brows slowly relax, and her expression of pain gradually ease. It actually worked. Seeing that this method proved effective, Ouyang Yi exhaled in relief. This energy absorption continued for a full hour before finally ending as Ouyang Yi grew weak and exhausted. Looking at the woman now, he noticed that her once deathly pale complexion had somewhat regained a slight rosy hue, and her breathing had steadied. Clear evidence that the method was indeed effective. However, the cost was great. He didn't doubt that if he had continued absorbing just a little longer, he himself might have been unable to protect his own energy balance. With a helpless smile, he placed the woman on the bed and sat cross-legged beside her, beginning to recover his exhausted strength. What he did not know was that the moment he entered meditation, the woman, whose eyes had been tightly shut, slowly opened them. Chapter 2:10 Request. As soon as he entered cultivation, Ouyang Yi could feel the icy coldness filling his entire body. Under such intense coldness, even his bones were coated with a thin layer of crystal, emitting a chilling white mist. Under these conditions, Ouyang Yi felt sharp, searing pain from within his body. Instantly, his sole consciousness focused onto the yin-yang twin fish. After the previous absorption, its condition was also not good. If before he could skillfully maintain a balance between ice and fire, keeping them from interfering with each other, now after the absorption, the two elements had completely lost their former balance. On the yin-yang twin fish, the fire element, already at a disadvantage, was now suppressed to the point of appearing dull and lifeless. In contrast, the icy blue light had become increasingly intense, seemingly attempting to seize control of the yin-yang twin fish while subtly devouring the territory that originally belonged to the fire element. This realization startled Ouyang Yi, and immediately he tried to suppress the icy energy. However, the ice element wasn't something ordinary flames could resist. His simple resistance proved ineffective, and the coldness quickly crept back in. Just at that moment, a sudden surge of scorching flame erupted. Moving at a tremendous speed, it brushed across his body's surface and entered his body. With an expression of astonishment, Ouyang Yi watched as the flame rapidly spread inward, rushing straight into the yin-yang twin fish and fully pouring into its fire element side. Instantly, the previously dim flame flared brightly, trembled slightly, and then forcefully pushed back the surging yin coldness. After a brief moment of shock, Ouyang Yi didn't dwell on the source of the fiery current. With a slight mental effort, he guided the two diametrically opposed energies toward the center of the yin-yang twin fish. As the two forces converged, the yin-yang twin fish emitted a resonating hum, and then gradually settled into calmness. Seeing that the yin-yang twin fish had stabilized, Ouyang Yi exhaled in relief, though there was also a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He inwardly remarked that being a good person was truly no easy task. It nearly cost him his life just to lend a hand. Just then, he gave a slight, puzzled exclamation. He noticed that the fire portion of the yin-yang twin fish had become abnormally bright, completely different from its earlier dimness. This is pure yang flame. When he saw the fire element, Ouyang Yi's pupils flickered sharply as if he had recalled something, because only the legendary pure yang flame could rival the yin energy inside him. It's yang flame. At that moment, the Jade-Toed King spoke again, dousing his rising hopes like a bucket of cold water. He surprised? Don't even think about it. How easy do you think it is to obtain the pure yang flame? From my observations, only that girl from the Wan family has the pure yang flame, and even that was an inherited trait, not something she was born with. Hearing the Jade-Toed King's veiled insinuations, Ouyang Yi merely gave a cold snort without responding. He gave a self-mocking smile, checked himself once to ensure no issues remained, and then withdrew from cultivation. The moment his eyes fluttered open, the first thing that came into view was a fresh and lovely face. At this moment, a faint blush was painted across the delicate features, giving an astonishingly mesmerizing beauty. You've awakened. Seeing Ouyang Yi open his eyes, the girl spoke in a soft voice. He gave a slight nod, finally fixing his gaze on the crimson-red pendant in his hand. A moment later, realization dawned on him. He must have looked awful while being devoured by the cold, and she had used the pendant's yang energy to help him. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he considered himself lucky that his attributes were unique enough to absorb both elements. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been driven to death under such torment. Yet, since it was an act of goodwill, Ouyang Yi had no intention of making any complaint. Looking at the pendant in his hand, he couldn't help but recall the previous intimate moment. A faint sense of awkwardness crept into his heart. Just now, thank you for what you did earlier. Before he could finish, the girl cut in, pausing briefly as if recalling something. Oh, by the way, how did you end up here? I remember this guest room has always been vacant. Oh, a friend asked me to come here. As they barely knew each other, Ouyang Yi didn't tell the truth. However, the girl didn't press further. After tidying her slightly disheveled clothes, she gracefully stepped off the bed and said, "Please don't mention what happened today to anyone else, okay?" Of course. Ouyang Yi nodded with a smile. He had no intention of spreading what had happened either. After all, how could he admit that he had unknowingly taken advantage of a girl? Thinking about it, Ouyang Yi couldn't help but chuckle slightly, only to suddenly realize that the girl was already gone. Just then, he remembered the jade pendant still in his hand, making him feel even more helpless. By now, chasing after her would likely be useless, as she would have long disappeared without a trace. I guess I'll return it to her the next time we meet. Saying that, A faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Just then, a sudden light set of footsteps came from outside the room. Ouyang Ye stiffened slightly before quickly tucking the pendant into his chest, keeping it close to his body. Knock knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed, accompanied simultaneously by the gentle voice of Luo Yan. Please come in. Haha, brother Ouyang hasn't gone to bed yet. As Luo Yan stepped in, he saw Ouyang Ye sitting upright on the bed and smiled. You're also still up, brother Luo. Haha, are you settling in fine here? Are the servants diligent enough? As Luo Yan asked, Ouyang Ye gave a light nod in amusement. Everything's great. Did you come here for a particular reason, brother Luo? I actually have a favor to ask of you. Oh, what is it? Please tell me. Seeing the seriousness in Luo Yan's eyes, Ouyang Ye couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Ever since they had met, expressions like this were rare to see on the latter's face. Noticing the confusion in Ouyang Ye's gaze, Luo Yan also showed a hint of reluctance. Since you ask, brother Ouyang, I'll just be frank. This request is related to my younger sister, Luo Shang. Oh, does your younger sister have some kind of trouble that can't be resolved? I'm not ashamed to say this, brother Ouyang. My sister possesses the rare and extraordinary pure Yin constitution. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ye's heart gave a sudden jolt. Immediately, he thought of the girl he had just encountered and calmly asked, Is your younger sister about our age, with a pale and cold complexion? That's exactly right. How did you know, brother Ouyang? Upon hearing Ouyang Ye's description, Luo Yan nodded with a questioning glance, not expecting Ouyang Ye to actually know her. We just happened to pass each other earlier. Ouyang Ye said somewhat awkwardly. Inwardly, however, he thought, more than just knowing her, your precious younger sister owes her life to me. But he just kept that thought to himself, since saying it out loud would have served no purpose. Instinctively, he also suspected that Luo Yan had come to him specifically because of Luo Shang's pure Yin constitution. Oh, is that so? That's indeed a coincidence. Luo Shang rarely goes outside. Luo Yan suddenly chuckled, then continued. Alright, going back to what I was saying. Due to her constitution, as she ages, the coldness has grown more and more intense. According to rumors, it can be healed using the coldest and most Yin-type object in the world. So I journeyed to Xiantian Mountain and retrieved the Xian Yin grass. However, because of its unique properties, we've been afraid to handle it directly. So, you want me to give it a try? Ouyang Ye quickly deduced Luo Yan's intention and finished the sentence for him, although he wasn't particularly eager to. The Xian Yin grass could indeed suppress the pure Yin constitution, but the grass in Luo Yan's possession was obviously a fake. Moreover, he had already witnessed the nature of the pure Yin constitution himself, and didn't feel comfortable attempting to help, as it could pose a danger to himself. Whatever conditions brother Ouyang puts forward, our Luo family will agree to, as long as it is within our capability. Seeing Ouyang Ye hesitate, Luo Yan hurriedly added, I'm just curious, since you all can't do it, how are you certain I can? Previously, that Chunan's condition was identical to my sister's during her episodes. Yet, you handled the coldness in Chunnan effortlessly, showing that you must possess some unique understanding of such cold phenomena. That's precisely why I invited you to help. Hearing Luo Yan's words, Ouyang Ye was momentarily stunned, then glanced at the latter in surprise. He hadn't expected that despite being so careful, his skills had still not escaped Luo Yan's notice. Truly sharp observation. Shaking his head helplessly, Ouyang Ye couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had thought he was being so cautious, yet he had unknowingly revealed his hand. It was truly impossible to guard against something like this. Touching the warm jade pendant on his chest, he fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment's pause, he had made up his mind. At this point, he had no choice but to give it a try. If in the end he proved powerless, then no one could blame him. Besides, he actually quite liked this Luo mansion, and Luo Yan himself was generous and honest, certainly worth a closer friendship. Now was a good chance to deepen their bond. Ouyang Ye's mind was in a whirl of thoughts. Finally, as if he had come to a realization, he gave a slight nod under Luo Yan's expectant gaze. Alright, I'll go see her tomorrow. Then I'm very grateful. Seeing Ouyang Ye nod, Luo Yan's face lit up with joy, and soon he said, Brother Ouyang, please rest well tonight. I'll be waiting here tomorrow. Giving a slight nod, Ouyang Ye watched as Luo Yan exited the room, then exhaled deeply. With a flick of his hand, a deep blue herb appeared in his palm. It was the Xian Yin grass. As soon as the Xian Yin grass appeared, the surrounding air noticeably turned colder. Tossing the spiritual herb in his hand, Ouyang Ye couldn't help but smirk with knowing amusement. This thing will certainly come in handy tomorrow. Chapter 211, Luo Shang. At dawn, when the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, completely illuminating the room, Ouyang Ye's tightly shut eyes, closed throughout the night, slowly opened. As he exhaled the final breath of stale air, the fragments of Wangshu spinning around him gradually returned into his pouch. With the approaching Daori, he was doing everything possible to improve his strength. Although having hidden trump cards meant he did not fear ordinary experts, increasing his power remained the most important task, as hidden strengths couldn't always be used. Take the dripping blood wolf tooth for example. It was a treasure he absolutely dared not expose to sunlight before reaching sufficient power. Therefore, strength was crucial at this moment. No matter how one looked at it, his current level as a soul cultivator still seemed somewhat insufficient. As soon as his eyes opened, he felt a flash before his vision, as if something had darted past. Then, a weight settled onto his shoulder, followed by a familiar chirping sound echoing into his ears. He turned his head and saw the awakened monkey before him. Although the monkey's expression was still sluggish, the fact that it had regained consciousness made things much easier. Ouyang Yuya's lips curled upward slightly. You're awake. The monkey gently nodded its head, then affectionately rubbed its head against Ouyang Yuya's neck, greatly lifting the latter's mood. It's good that you're awake. Patting the monkey's head, Ouyang Yuya exhaled in relief. He had always been deeply concerned about the monkey's injuries, and seeing its condition improve made him genuinely delighted. However, this joy was accompanied by feelings of guilt. Had it not been for obtaining the dragon clan's bloodline for him, the monkey would not have fought so desperately. Thinking of the bloodline, Ouyang Yuya paused slightly. Then, with a flick of his palm, a large black shadow flew out from his sleeve and slammed heavily onto the ground, a massive black cauldron. Looking through the transparent mirror on the cauldron now, one could see a flickering flame burning inside, and within that fire floated a mass of blood-red liquid. It continuously writhed under the flames, with constant crackling sounds coming forth. This red liquid was precisely what Ouyang Yuya had refined from the dragon bear's bone marrow, the so-called dragon bloodline. Merely observing this bloodline caused a flicker of excitement across Ouyang Yuya's eyes. Previously, the Jade-Toad King had mentioned that, if he successfully fused this dragon bloodline, his strength would surge dramatically, and even his physical toughness would increase exponentially. Therefore, even he felt anticipation building for the moment of fusion. However, what surprised him was how exceptionally tough the dragon bear's bones were. Despite several days of refinement, the process remained incomplete. Still, he found some comfort knowing he had at least extracted the bone marrow and refined it into liquid form. The Jade-Toad King had once mentioned that refining bloodlines was a lengthy process. The first step involved fully extracting the bloodline essence from the marrow, and the second step required purification, continuously refining until the red hue vanished entirely and the liquid turned completely golden. Clearly, the first stage was now complete, and all that remained was to wait. At that moment, a knock at the door sounded, and Ouyang Yuya was slightly startled. He then heard the voice of Luo Yan coming from outside the room. Brother Ouyang, are you awake now? Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Ouyang Yuya suddenly recalled what had happened the previous night. He was supposed to go and treat Luo Shang today, and he had nearly forgotten it. Immediately, he stuffed the cauldron back into his robe, rose, and opened the door. Outside, he saw Luo Yan waiting patiently, and offered an apologetic smile. Making you wait like this was truly impolite of me. Hee, Brother Ouyang, don't speak like that, just glad I wasn't being too presumptuous. Listening to Luo Yan's words, Ouyang Yuya smiled faintly once again. Then he noticed the anxious glint flickering across Luo Yan's brow and said, if that's the case, let's go see her right now. Great. Brother Ouyang, please follow me. With delight flashing across his face, Luo Yan led him toward a courtyard. To Ouyang Yuya's surprise, the path Luo Yan chose was not the main hall, but a remote route that appeared particularly isolated, almost as secluded as his own quarters. My younger sister has always had a quiet and reserved nature. Due to cold qi entering her body, she's grown even more reluctant to interact with people, so the place she resides is relatively peaceful and quiet, with only a single personal maid for company. Even daily activities are kept to a minimum. Thus, I was quite curious how you managed to catch a glimpse of her yesterday, Listening to Luo Yan's words, Ouyang Yuya nodded in agreement, but immediately felt a cold sweat run down his back. Fortunately, he had claimed it was a mere chance encounter. If he had said he had seen her while walking around the gardens, Luo Yan might not have believed him. Yet something puzzled him. Given that she lived in such a secluded place, why had she shown up at his room last night, dressed in nightclothes fit for escaping? Thinking about it, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel momentarily stunned, completely at a loss. Luckily he had stopped her in time. Otherwise, had she managed to escape, the Luo household would have turned upside down completely. From Luo Yan's tone alone, one could easily tell how much the Luo family cherished their daughter, as precious as a pearl in their palm. If anything happened to her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh, right, has your younger sister cultivated any techniques before? Suddenly recalling something, Ouyang Yuya asked this question. From their brief clash yesterday, he had clearly sensed that Luo Shang possessed some cultivation skills, and even more surprising, she was a soul cultivator. That was what made him curious. Within Luo Shang's attack, he had distinctly sensed a trace of heat. Indeed. My sister has exceptional talent. She is now at the 9th layer of qi condensation, but because of the cold qi, she still cannot condense her soul core. Otherwise, her cultivation speed would definitely surpass mine. Currently, she's practicing a fire element technique from our family. My father gave it to her specifically to counter the yin energy inside her body. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya could only feel helpless, rolling his eyes inwardly while thinking. Ignorance of cultivation truly harms people. If she continued practicing like this, losing her life might become only a matter of time. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, not voicing them out loud. After all, Luo Shang wasn't related to him, nor did they have any deep connection. He was just here to assist now. For the rest of the journey, neither of them spoke. Soon after passing through a short period of silence along the path, they arrived at a house. It resembled Ouyang Yuya's quarters, being a private courtyard, but its decorations and arrangement were much more elegant and colorful, vastly contrasting with the bleakness of his own dwelling. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a girl waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Luo Yan, she hurriedly came forward, performing a respectful greeting with a bow before nervously trailing behind them. Where is Miss Luo? Walking up to the house's door and seeing it tightly shut, Luo Yan frowned slightly and asked. Reporting to young master, Miss is still resting. She said she's feeling unwell today and doesn't wish to see anyone. Upon hearing this reply, Luoyan's brow furrowed again, then pushed the door open under the hesitant gaze of the maid. Ouyang followed closely behind, yet instead of entering, he remained at the threshold, curiously scanning the surroundings. Before him stood a large and spacious hall. On the left side of the hall was a room. Without even thinking, one could guess it was Luo Shang's private chamber. Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you already? How could you behave so rudely? Just as Luoyan pushed open the door and stepped inside, a gentle voice sounded, causing Ouyang to flinch slightly. From the voice alone, he could immediately recognize the speaker as the woman from last night, Luo Shang, the Luo family's eldest daughter. Right now, he felt somewhat awkward and unsure of how to react. You little girl, do you still want to rest at a time like this? Wake up quickly. I've brought a friend to check your health. Luoyan obviously adored his younger sister deeply, his tone containing not the slightest trace of anger, but instead much gentleness and affection. Indeed, right after Luoyan's words, a graceful figure stepped out from within the room. I thought Xiaoyu was just being careless again. It's you, brother. When did you come back? The girl clearly had a close relationship with Luoyan. Seeing him, her originally pale face displayed a hint of joy as she affectionately wrapped her arms around Luoyan's arm and dragged him into the inner room. Rubbing her head affectionately, Luoyan smiled. I returned only last night, but I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't tell you earlier. Oh, I also brought back the xiuxian grass. Really? Upon hearing this, Luo Shang's eyes lit up in astonishment, followed quickly by a warm, radiant smile. All right, since we've got the herb now, we can only hope it's truly effective against your constitution. I've brought a friend here to help examine your condition. Why don't you go greet him quickly? As Luo Shang heard this, she was momentarily stunned. Then, following Luoyan's gaze, her eyes finally fell upon Ouyang, who stood at the doorway. The moment she saw Ouyang, Luo Shang noticed that a faint blush had spread across his neck as well, making him appear slightly embarrassed. Apparently, she hadn't expected that the person Luoyan had brought would be Ouyang himself, and so, for a brief moment, surprise flickered across her face, clearly recalling their accidental encounter from the previous night. Seeing the peculiar expression on Luo Shang's face, Ouyang felt a slight awkwardness at this moment as well. However, not wanting Luoyan to notice anything unusual, he immediately offered a slight smile and stepped forward with a polite bow. Greetings, I am Ouyang. It's an honor to meet you, Miss Luo. Seeing that Ouyang had taken the initiative to break the ice, Luo Shang smiled slightly and politely returned the gesture with a bow of her own. Greetings, Master Ouyang. I am Luo Shang. Chapter 212, Mutation. Pure water brings forth lotus blossoms. Orchid marshes abound with fragrant grass. Even in a face marked by weariness, her dark eyebrows convey charm in every frown and smile. Looking at the curve of Luo Shang's lips, Ouyang also felt his eyes brighten with a sense of awe and enchantment. Unlike the night before, today Luo Shang had clearly taken time to prepare herself and appeared even more cleanly elegant, dressed in a sky blue dress with her long black hair tied into neat buns. A naturally aloof coldness radiated from her, adding to her fresh and charming demeanor like a lotus rising from clear water. For a moment, even Ouyang was left slightly entranced. Well then, let us not linger in idle talk here. Brother Ouyang is a friend I met while competing for the xiuxian Chao. To be honest, he has helped us greatly. Without his assistance, obtaining the xiuxian Chao would not have been so easy. Oh, thank you very much, Master Ouyang, for your generous aid. Luo Shang possessed a naturally perceptive mind. Seeing her older brother showing particular favor toward the young man, she knew immediately that he must be extraordinary. She slightly bowed and spoke. Miss Luo, you are too kind. Ouyang smiled as he nodded in response to Luo Shang's gratitude, then turned his gaze to Luo Yin beside him. Brother Luo, since that's settled, shall we begin? Please this way. Ouyang nodded again, following Luo Yin and his sister to the main hall. Seated in the chair in the main hall, Luo Shang suddenly regarded Ouyang with a hint of confusion. From his actions yesterday, she could see he indeed had the ability to suppress her yin energy. However, they had been total strangers before this. Why had he saved her? Furthermore, while treating her yesterday, he had also incurred some harm to himself. Why would he still come to her rescue? Of course, completely unaware of Luo Shang's thoughts, Ouyang and Luo Yin were both immersed in their own concerns. Luo Yin was hoping Ouyang would successfully heal his sister, while Ouyang, having seen someone with a xiuxian constitution before, could only suppress its effects during an outbreak. As for truly curing it, it was no different from chasing a dream. After all, even he barely understood this special constitution. Helplessly, he called once more upon the xuanhuan within his body. Jie, little kid, is there something you need from this noble master? Hearing xuanhuan's lazy voice, Ouyang rolled his eyes and asked directly, is there any way to cure the xiuxian constitution? Oh, you really have spare time. You meddle in such trouble. It's just foolishly pathetic. Humph, that's none of your business. Just tell me what to do. Jie, actually it's simple. You still have the xiuxian Chao, right? Just crush it and forcibly condense the energy flow into this little girl's body. Hearing xuanhuan's suggestion, Ouyang frowned. By now, the issue was not whether he could do it. The real problem was that if he produced the xiuxian Chao, Luo Yin was sure to suspect something. Reveal it, and he would certainly displease Luo Yin. Thus, this plan felt highly inappropriate. He immediately asked again. Is there any other way? Jie, well, there is one, but it is somewhat difficult. Oh, please explain. Hearing that there truly was another option, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flashed with a gleam. If he really could cure Luo Shang's condition, Luo Yin would surely regard him as a savior. Then he would gain a promising friend, undoubtedly a beneficial outcome. Jiejia, simply put, use your xianyin energy to form a soul core within her body. A soul core? Ouyang Yuye furrowed his brow slightly, still not comprehending. The fundamental purpose of cultivation is to form a soul core, to absorb soul energy from the world around. So if you create one inside her, she will remain safe and stable. Of course, this doesn't mean she'll be free of danger entirely, but at least she will have sufficient time to find soul-enhancing herbs or a suitable cultivation technique to prolong her life. Hearing xuanhuan's words, Ouyang Yuye fell into deep thought. Though this solution sounded simple, actually performing it would feel as difficult as scaling the heavens. Creating a soul core was no easy feat. Only highly accomplished experts who had reached the level of Sky Soul Master would even possess such capability. At that level, one could effortlessly manipulate soul energy from heaven and earth. Yet, he himself was still far from such an advanced stage. Brother Ouyang, are we ready to begin? Just then, Luo Yin interjected with a question. He suddenly flicked his sleeve and a cold light flashed down onto the table, an imitation xianyin chao, taken during the struggle at the xianyin mountain. Looking at the xianyin chao, Ouyang Yuye could only helplessly shrug. The imitation herb was clearly some kind of byproduct formed alongside the true xianyin chao, sharing the same origin. From the faint aura of xianyin energy it emitted, one could easily sense its nature, and its appearance also bore a striking resemblance to the real thing. Considering this, it seemed the nine-headed dark gold beast had indeed gone to great lengths. Thinking thus, Ouyang Yuye smiled faintly and nodded. Just then, a sudden thought occurred to him. Instantly, he stirred his inner energy and activated the yin-yang taiji fish. As the yin-yang fish activated, his expression gradually turned serious. Under Ouyang Yuye's deliberate manipulation, the icy portion of the yin-yang fish began to dominate the entire emblem. Then, an abnormally thick wave of cold and sinister energy erupted from within his body. Feeling the icy energy radiating from within, Ouyang Yuye's pupils narrowed sharply. Immediately, he saw a dawn blue hue surge over his right hand. Now unafraid of the freezing cold, he abruptly reached forward and grabbed the imitation xianyin chao. With a forceful tremor of his palm, he crushed the false herb into powder. Instantly, a dense aura of coldness gushed out from the powder and spread outward at an astonishing speed. Seeing the cold aura spreading outward, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flickered. Then a powerful energy also burst from his body, carrying a strong devouring force. It forcibly suppressed the escaping cold energy. Come back. As the devouring force expanded, the surrounding cold aura began converging toward Ouyang Yuye's body. Eventually, it condensed into a solid, crystalline mass of blue ice. Under Luo Shang's pained expression, he shot the ice into her body. The moment the icy energy entered Luo Shang's body, Ouyang Yuye saw her body violently tremble. Her face turned deathly pale, and streams of icy cold energy rampaged wildly inside her. With Ouyang Yuye watching grimly, the frigid energy surged rapidly through her, forming visible crystalline frost along its path across her skin. Witnessing this scene, Ouyang Yuye's heart sank. What he had just done was attempt to stimulate Luo Shang's dantian with the cold energy, exciting her inner energy and triggering an eruption of the cold aura within her. Once all of her internal cold energy had erupted outward, he planned to do as he had before, devour all that energy within her. Without the presence of extreme yin energy, the pain she suffered would naturally disappear. With a low growl, Ouyang Yuye placed his right palm over Luo Shang's shoulder, observing how the icy energy streams suddenly surged from her body toward his palm, then poured rapidly into his. Under this immense energy flow, Ouyang Yuye directed the cold energy steadily into the yin-yang fish. However, soon he sensed something wrong. Contrary to expectations, the icy chill within Luo Shang's body showed no sign of lessening. Instead, it grew more violent by the moment. Then, Ouyang Yuye felt a wave of freezing energy rushing into his own body, causing his internal organs to swell and ache. Under such extreme cold, he felt as though his insides were about to freeze into solid ice. Just as he tried to withdraw his hand, he was horrified to find that his body had become uncontrollable under the continuous infusion of this cold energy. Discovering this situation, Ouyang Yuye's expression turned deathly pale. He never expected such a situation to occur. Clearly, Luo Shang's cold energy had now targeted him as its outlet. Under another powerful wave of cold, he felt his body entirely filled with xianyin energy. A bitter expression surfaced on his face. Just at that moment, a sudden blue light erupted from within him. Ouyang Yuye saw the yin-yang fish begin rotating on its own, and the blue and red colors upon its disc vanished. In their place emerged the same mysterious force Ouyang Yuye had once feared most, the new energy born from the fusion of ice and fire. As the yin-yang fish spun rapidly, Ouyang Yuye watched the surface of its disc once again turn pitch black. Then, with wide-eyed horror, he saw the yin-yang fish violently tremble. In the next instant, thin wisps of black flame abruptly erupted, scattering swiftly in all directions throughout his body. Beneath those flames, Ouyang Yuye witnessed in astonishment how his frozen bones and muscles, previously locked in icy stasis, began to melt where the flames licked across them. The clinging ice crystals were forcefully shattered by the fire, creating a breach. Wherever the flames spread, they carried with them a persistent thread of cold yin energy, which was eventually assimilated and consumed by the flames themselves. At the same time the fire surged outward, wisps of flame laced with nearly saturated cold energy also flowed back toward the yin-yang fish. What surprised Ouyang even more was that as the flames continuously surged into him, he could actually feel his strength steadily rising alongside the intensifying blaze. Chapter 213, Ding Andu Ding and Lu. Feeling a sudden surge of power within his body, Ouyang first felt brief surprise, followed quickly by a wave of exhilaration. After all, for him at this moment, nothing was more exciting than improving his strength. Thinking this, he immediately focused his mind and began driving the yin-yang taiji fish even more forcefully. Under his deliberate manipulation, the yin-yang taiji fish emitted a far more powerful aura. With a violent tremor, they transformed into strands of black flame, like coiling dragons surging forth from the fish and devouring the surrounding chilling yin energy. As soon as the black flames appeared, they began incessantly consuming the extreme yin energy inside his body. With the flames flickering, Ouyang could already feel the surrounding cold yin energy considerably reduced. After devouring extensively, the black flames swirled around his body before rushing back into the yin-yang taiji fish. Each flame that surged and triggered a thunderous roar from the fish, as if from a violent storm. Simultaneously, Ouyang could feel his previously stagnant qi resume a slight ascent. So it really works. Seeing the result exactly as he had imagined, Ouyang was unable to suppress his happiness. Though the black flame's ability to refine xiuxian energy was puzzling, why wouldn't he embrace a method of strengthening himself? He immediately went further, frantically stimulating the yin-yang taiji fish in an attempt to produce even more black flame. Amid a series of buzzing sounds, Ouyang aura was evidently transforming. Inside his body, now even more black flames had gathered, wildly pulsating within him. Though uncertain about this enhancement, he was a meticulous person. It didn't take long before he realized the cause was likely related to Luoshang. Is it because of the xiuxian body? A question abruptly surfaced in his mind. Looking toward Luoshang, he noticed that her flow of xiuxian energy had not ceased due to his condition, but instead was, as usual, pouring intensely into his body. Under this continuous influx, Ouyang could feel his cultivation level, only recently advanced to Soul Practitioner 2nd stage, beginning to rise again, rapidly nearing the threshold of Soul Practitioner 3rd stage. Experiencing this, Ouyang felt pleased, when suddenly he noticed Luoshang shudder, her aura turning notably listless, and her pale face completely devoid of color. "You idiot, stop immediately." At this moment, he suddenly heard a low shout from the Jade Toad King, laced with astonishment. Hearing the Jade Toad King's command, Ouyang was momentarily stunned but dared not object. Although he wasn't fond of the Jade Toad King, it indeed always seemed to know more. And since their recent companionship, especially surviving the peril of xiuxian together, he had found himself no longer holding the same resentment against it. Suppressing the spinning yin-yang taiji fish, Ouyang asked in confusion, "Young one, if you're intent on killing that girl, then go ahead as you wish." Hearing the Jade Toad King's words, Ouyang frowned, and with a shift of his soul awareness, turned his attention to Luoshang beside him, realizing that indeed, her condition had weakened alarmingly, just as the Jade Toad King had warned. Seeing Luoshang go from energetic and lively to her current state, left even Ouyang quite shocked, but quickly, he too felt a ripple of unease. It wasn't hard to infer from the Jade Toad King's tone that Luoshang's current condition must be linked to his earlier actions. Predictably, just as Ouyang words faded, he heard a cold chuckle from the Jade Toad King, subtly laced with sinister overtones. "Kid, have you ever heard of a Ding and Lu, cauldron and crucible?" "A cauldron and crucible?" Slightly startled, Ouyang replied. "Isn't that just something used for crystallizing energy? You yourself were imprisoned in one such cauldron." Speaking of the cauldron reminded Ouyang naturally of his black one, though he remained completely unaware that his understanding was at a completely different level than the Jade Toad King's. At his response, all the Jade Toad King offered in reply was silence. If Ouyang could have seen its facial expression, he surely would have noticed the Jade Toad King rolling its eyes, and its voice now clearly held irritation. "Kid, you're really too dumb. Well, this master doesn't have time to bicker with you. Perhaps you've already noticed your surging power?" Listening to the Jade Toad King's words, Ouyang nodded, surprisingly without any objection. He did have some understanding of the Jade Toad King's abilities, so it was natural for the latter to possess such knowledge. Seeing Ouyang nod, the Jade Toad King let out a mocking chuckle. "Hee, it's simple. I'll tell you straight, I won't hide anything. The sudden surge of power you felt just now was from absorbing that girl's yin energy. To put it bluntly, you absorbed her lifespan." Her lifespan. Upon hearing these two words, Ouyang was stunned. He immediately felt a chill run through him. The term lifespan itself literally meant a person's remaining years of life. Just moments ago, he had actually absorbed Luoshang's lifespan. Thinking about it, he himself found it hard to believe. Wasn't this just a little too absurd? Hee, surprised, aren't you? Ouyang expression and demeanor had clearly betrayed his inner thoughts. Seeing Ouyang remain silent without a reply, the Jade Toad King continued speaking unperturbed. Someone with a xiuxian body or a xuanhuan body, if their innate cold or fiery energies are exploited by a soul master of similar elemental affinity, they become the absolute best spiritual resources for cultivation. You mean, hee, in essence, those possessing these two body types are like natural elemental repositories. Their energies can be used by soul masters who wield fire or ice attributes. Of course, This causes the bearer's lifespans to dwindle. How long this energy can be absorbed depends directly on the bearer's lifespan. Generally speaking, the process continues until their life runs out. Naturally, the duration of lifespan depletion also relates to the physical strength of the person possessing such a body type. With this girl's current level of physical refinement, you probably can only ascend to Soul Practitioner 4th stage before she perishes. Hearing the Jade Toad King's words, Xiuxian was instantly shocked. No wonder he had felt his power increasing. Everything had been at the expense of Luoshan's lifespan. And the Ding and Lu. Those possessing such physical constitutions are referred to as Ding and Lu. Let me tell you plainly, finding such Ding and Lu will also accelerate your cultivation. Of course, what I'm talking about isn't such a physically refined Ding and Lu. Upon hearing the Jade Toad King's words, Xiuxian instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air. For the first time, he had learned of a cultivation method that traded others' lives for one's own power, and it was hard for him to accept, even in theory. Hehe, thinking too much again, kid? How easy do you think it is to find a xianin or xuanhuan body? Even if you find one, you might not necessarily be strong enough to overcome them. For now, just focus on the girl right in front of you. Hearing the reminder from the Jade Toad King, Xiuxian abruptly sobered up, suddenly realizing that Luoshan was still within his energy absorption process. Thinking of this, he immediately suppressed the violently spinning Ingyang Taiji fish and suddenly shook his right arm, forcibly expelling Luoshan's body from his right palm. As his palm released its grip, the continuous flow of extreme energy finally stopped. Just as his right hand flung away, Luoyan, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward and steadied Luoshan's body. Seeing Luoshan's pale and weakened appearance, a look of deep concern appeared on Luoyan's face. But looking at the still Xiuxian, a sense of urgency emerged. Surely only Xiuxian at this moment knew the true condition of Luoshan. Brother Ouyang, how is my little sister now? Watching Xiuxian for a moment as he slowly opened his eyes, Luoyan hurriedly asked, his voice filled with barely concealed anxiety. Looking at Luoshan nestled in Luoyan's arms, Xiuxian's expression turned helpless. Luoshan was now unconscious, but from her breath alone, it was clear that compared to before, she had grown even weaker. This was a bad omen. Seeing Xiuxian's expression, Luoyan was instantly startled. Brother Ouyang, does that mean it failed? Hearing the anxiety in Luoyan's voice, Xiuxian's bitter smile deepened. Internally, he thought, failure? It had been far worse than that. She nearly died. But this thought was one he dared only to keep inside, unwilling to speak it out loud. For now, he simply forced a smile. Nothing is as serious as you imagine, Brother Luoyan. Your sister is just a bit weak at the moment. As for the actual results, we should wait for Miss Luoshan to awaken before we decide anything. Luoyan nodded, carried Luoshan gently back into the room, then walked back out and bowed deeply to Xiuxian. Why are you doing this, Brother Luoyan? Seeing Luoyan's gesture, Xiuxian was startled. Immediately, he sidestepped slightly, dodging the bow. Hehe, regardless of the outcome, I must thank you, Brother Ouyang, for coming to our aid. Hearing Luoyan's words, spoken genuinely from the heart, Xiuxian felt a wave of shame. Just as he wanted to speak, a sudden commotion of footsteps from outside rang out, followed immediately by a chaotic noise that immediately drew the attention of both Xiuxian and Luoyan. What's going on? Hearing the commotion coming from outside the door, Luoyan's expression turned cold as well, and he strode toward the door. Xiuxian followed closely behind. What's going on? Don't you know that no one is allowed to disturb the young mistress here? As soon as Luoyan pushed open the door, he saw two household servants running toward him. Master, something terrible has happened. The servant, seeing Luoyan's dark expression, immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. Speak up, what is it? Seeing the servant's demeanor, Luoyan knew something must be wrong and pressed further. Master, it's terrible. Lord Min from the city lord's mansion has arrived. Upon hearing the servant's words, Xiuxian saw Luoyan's expression instantly change, a shade of dark green rising from his neck and spreading across his face. Chapter 214, Mingzhao. In front of the gate of Nalu Mansion lay an official road. What was once a wide and open space before the mansion's entrance was now completely packed with a sea of people. A careful observation would reveal that these people had naturally divided themselves into two factions, standing respectively on either side of the stone lions at the gate, glaring at each other intensely. From the tense atmosphere, with swords drawn and crossbows aimed, it was clear that the relationship between these two groups was far from friendly. Outside the Nalu Mansion, apart from the two clearly defined factions, there were also scattered clusters of onlookers, observing the tense scene with great interest. As they whispered and exchanged opinions, they all wore expressions of eager anticipation, clearly there to enjoy the spectacle. Within the two opposing factions, the group on the outer side of the stone lions consisted of a group of muscular men dressed in black, their robust figures straining the tight black outfits they wore. On their chests was pinned a badge, depicting a gently flowing lake with a dazzling golden star embedded above it. Anyone familiar with xuanhuan town could immediately identify these people with just a glance. Wearing such uniforms already revealed their identities. They were none other than the elite guards of the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing these people, many of the onlookers showed subtle expressions of caution on their faces. After all, in this kingdom filled with warring factions, a town leader was practically a local warlord, a local emperor in all but name. As such, in terms of authority, the city and town lords often held more real power than even the imperial rulers of the Jinding dynasty, whose influence simply couldn't reach that far. Because of this situation, factions had sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain. However, very few managed to survive among so many rival forces. The fact that a super faction like the xuanhuan Lakeside Mansion still thrives shows that its leader must possess considerable skill and capability. However, the most eye-catching figure was not among these guards of the city lord's mansion, but rather the young man standing at the very front of them. The young man also wore a black martial outfit, though slightly different. The two sides of his tunic were edged with golden trim, clearly signifying a higher status. Combined with his refined appearance and graceful posture, his air of superiority was difficult to hide. Hee, Manager Lu, is this truly how you treat your guests? At this moment, the young man wore a warm smile on his face as he looked toward the group standing at the front of Nalu Mansion's faction. Though his words were polite, the tone carried undisguised disdain. Standing directly beneath the Nalu Mansion gate was a similarly large group of people, all wearing servant uniforms of the Nalu clan. Compared to the city lord's guards, there was a noticeable difference in quality and bearing. It was clear that they would be hard-pressed to match up to the soldiers of the city lord's mansion. At the front of these Nalu servants stood a middle-aged man. If Ouyang were here, he would certainly recognize him immediately. It was none other than the Genja Lu, the one who had arranged his accommodation. It was also clear that the young man's words were directed specifically at him. Sure enough, as soon as the young man spoke, Manager Lu's expression changed dramatically. However, aside from possessing capability, the reason he could occupy the position of Chief Wenjia in the Nalu Mansion was also because he was highly experienced in social dealings and adept at handling tricky situations. In the face of the young man's accusatory tone, Lu simply smiled calmly and clasped his fists in a bow. Greetings, young lord. I've already sent someone to notify my young master. Considering your exalted status, you must be personally received by the mansion head himself. To let us lead you in ourselves would surely be disrespectful, wouldn't it? Manager Lu's words were carefully measured and left no room for objection. Even the young man was momentarily at a loss for words. However, soon enough, his brow furrowed slightly. Luoyan is back. Hearing the young man's tone, cold and heavy with meaning, Manager Lu nodded slowly. The young master returned last night and is currently in his chambers. Please, young lord, allow me to request a brief moment of your patience. Humph, do you even understand my position? I am a direct disciple of the Imperial Academy in the capital. For me to visit your Nalu Mansion is already an act of great humility, and now I'm expected to wait? It seems your brain's gone backwards with age. Why not bring out your young miss instead? Our young lord wouldn't mind that at all. A shrill voice cut through the air, followed by lewd, mocking laughter from the ranks of the city lord's men, causing the expressions of the Nalu clan members to grow increasingly grim. Alas, speak no further. Seeing Manager Lu's displeased expression, the young man's lips curled into a satisfied smirk as well. Clearly, the words from his subordinate moments ago had flattered him greatly. Indeed, to have successfully entered the prestigious Jin Academy at such a young age and be an apprentice under a master was already something worthy of boasting about. Yet, in an effort to display his magnanimity, he waved his hand to silence his subordinate, appearing strict in tone, though not a trace of real sternness showed in his eyes. This act made the people from Nalu Mansion feel increasingly insulted, yet out of respect for the young man's status, they held their tongues. Haha, I wondered who it was, but it's actually the young lord gracing us with his presence. Please forgive us for not greeting you sooner. Just as the situation was heating up, a sudden hearty laugh rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. As eyes turned toward the source, the back of Nalu Mansion's formation suddenly surged with activity. Upon hearing the voice, the servants in front lined up quickly to either side, creating a passage in the middle through which a group of people strode forward. As the crowd's gazes settled upon them, two figures came into focus at the forefront, none other than Luo Yan and Ouyang, who had just arrived. Seeing Luo Yan, Manager Lu visibly relaxed and quickly stepped forward. Master Ouyang. As he spoke, Manager Lu's eyes involuntarily glanced at Ouyang standing beside Luo Yan, and his gaze flickered slightly. Only the day before, the clan head had suddenly sent a letter instructing him to properly accommodate this Ouyang. Having served the Nalu clan for many years, Lu was very familiar with the clan leader's temperament. If someone had drawn such attention from him, it meant either that individual came from an influential background or possessed tremendous potential. Thus, Lu was especially curious about Ouyang. Luo Yan nodded slightly at Manager Lu, then turned his gaze toward the young man. Beside him, Ouyang took the opportunity to observe the surrounding crowd, particularly lingering his gaze upon the young man. Through Luo Yan's introduction along the way, Ouyang had already gained some knowledge about this so-called young lord man. After only a quick glance, he had successfully identified the black-robed youth from the crowd, the very one from City Lord Mansion earlier. This young Lord Min was named Min Zhao. His father was none other than the City Lord Min Wang, the ruler of xuanhuan Lakeside. To be sure, Min Zhao indeed possessed some talent. He had become a personal disciple of the Jin Academy at a very young age. Thanks to this, and being the son of the supreme ruler of xuanhuan town, effectively its emperor, his status was greatly elevated. Setting aside all that, the real source of fear was his father, Min Wang, a pure and powerful Earth Soul Master, the strongest figure in xuanhuan Lakeside. Because of this, Min Zhao carried himself with a natural arrogance. Hee, it's you, brother Luo Yan. It's truly been a while. How have you been lately? Hearing Luo Yan's words, Min Zhao replied with a smile. I've been fine. But young lord, how have you found the time to visit our humble Nalu mansion? And with such a pack of insolent dogs at that. Luo Yan's tone, previously gentle, suddenly turned sharp. His once amicable gaze hardened, and a ripple of oppressive energy quietly radiated from his body. Now, which blind fool among you dares to speak disrespectfully? Step forward. Luo Yan's cold voice rang out, and his oppressive force swept toward the city lord's men, bringing such a large group to stir up trouble before my mansion's gate. Do you truly look down upon me, young lord? At that moment, a cold snort was heard, followed immediately by a similarly powerful ripple bursting from Min Zhao's body. It surged outward, slightly stronger than Luo Yan's, and swiftly clashed with the other's oppressive pressure, forcefully halting it in its tracks. His face darkened with displeasure. A faint tremor rippled through the air, causing Luo Yan's body to involuntarily quiver slightly, while Min Zhao remained completely unmoved. From this simple clash, Luo Yan clearly suffered a subtle but definite disadvantage. What a powerful fellow. As Ouyang Yuya watched Min Zhao, his eyes narrowed. Luo Yan was already extremely strong. According to what Yun Tian once said, Luo Yan ranked within the top 5 among the younger generation in Jinding currently, and possessed the power of a third-tier soul disciple, clearly a formidable force. Yet Min Zhao, judging by appearance, seemed about the same age as them, and yet he had surpassed even Luo Yan in strength. After just this brief exchange, Ouyang Yuya roughly estimated that Min Zhao had already reached the strength of a 5th-tier soul disciple. Shaking his head helplessly, he muttered inwardly that truly there will always be someone stronger and a higher sky. Just moments ago, he had compared his own strength with Min Zhao's and realized he would only have a 50% chance of holding his own against him. Of course, if he were to use that black flame, the situation would be entirely different. Luo Yan, you are no longer my match. Enough beating around the bush. I've come here today for a simple reason, to take Luoshang away with me. I believe you already understand why. Don't worry, she won't suffer any hardship under me. Delusion. Upon hearing Min Zhao's words, Luo Yan's face turned cold as he replied sharply. Today, I've made up my mind. Don't forget, this was the girl's own decision. Could it be that you Luos are people who go back on their words? Faced with Luo Yan's furious shout, Min Zhao remained completely unafraid, smiling slightly at Luo Yan's darkening expression before pausing briefly and continuing. Of course, you might have heard that my father intends to eliminate your 4 great families. You're a clever man. I believe you wouldn't want the Luo mansion to be destroyed, would you? Chapter 215, The Kidnapping of the Bride. Right after Min Zhao's words, Ouyang Yuya saw an unusually fierce expression suddenly rise on Luo Yan's face, and even his body trembled involuntarily. Clearly, Min Zhao's words had truly enraged him. Luo Yan's expression didn't escape Min Zhao's eyes, yet he burst into laughter instead, his gaze now filled with contempt and mockery. My father wants to abolish these traditional family structures. You probably understand this very well. And once your family loses its status, I'm sure you already know what kind of situation you'll be in. Of course, I've always greatly admired your younger sister. Therefore, if the Luo family were willing to unite with my city lord's mansion through marriage, it would certainly be a good thing. Wouldn't you agree, Master Luo Yan? As Min Zhao spoke, the smile on the corner of his lips deepened further, clearly quite pleased with the proposal himself. In his mind, so long as the Luo family wasn't foolish, they should accept this condition very willingly. And when the image of Luo Shang soon becoming his woman crossed his mind, a lewd, sinister smile spread even wider across his face, as if everything was already under his control. Yet just when he was reveling in his self-conceit and imagining his heroic stance, he suddenly heard Luo Yan roar angrily, and upon hearing those words, his expression darkened instantly. Luo Yan, you better think carefully, or you will regret it too late. Remember, our city lord's mansion could crush your Luo family as easily as killing an ant. Hearing the coldness in Min Zhao's tone, Luo Yan's face also turned extremely ugly. Indeed, the city lord was a high-level soul master, an existence much more powerful than both his master and his father. Moreover, Min Zhao was also a disciple from Jin Academy, and thus naturally held an exalted status. No wonder he dared to speak with such arrogance. However, forcing his own younger sister to marry such a beast was something he would absolutely refuse 1,000 times over. What? You're not willing? Seeing the grim fluctuation on Luo Yan's face, Min Zhao raised his eyebrows mockingly, then suddenly swung his right hand outward. Without Luo Yan having time to react, a sharp wind lashed toward him. Though Min Zhao concealed the action skillfully, it was still noticed immediately by Ouyang Yuya, who had been watching him closely. Promptly, Ouyang issued a warning to Luo Yan. Coming to his senses, Luo Yan's expression became deeply dark. He had no time to execute any martial techniques, so he could only lift his right hand, attempting barehandedly to block the incoming gust. However, the moment he felt the force behind it, his heart couldn't help but race. He sensed a terribly fierce aura behind the attack. He had no doubt that if such an impact were to hit him, it would likely severely injure his right arm, which would be extremely unfavorable for the upcoming assembly. Dang! However, the expected piercing pain never arrived. Instead, a sound like metal striking metal echoed. Looking up, he saw that Ouyang Yuya had unknowingly appeared before him, holding a massive stone tablet in hand, clearly the source of the sound. After delivering the blow, Ouyang Yuya suddenly shook his right arm to release the residual energy, and felt his right hand holding the tablet go somewhat numb. Internally, he couldn't help but feel slightly astonished. It never occurred to him that Min Zhao's casual strike could reach such a level. So there's a helper. Seeing Ouyang Yuya standing in front of Luo Yan, Min Zhao sneered once more. Seeking help from a soul cultivator. You've really sunk lower than ever. Hearing Min Zhao's sarcasm, not only Ouyang Yuya, but even Luo Yan's expression darkened abruptly. Min Zhao, you're pushing too far. Taking a step forward, Luo Yan now stood shoulder to shoulder with Ouyang Yuya. As his foot landed, 2 brown soul rings appeared at his wrists, radiating the pressure unique to a soul knight. Oh, ready to fight? I like that. Seeing the glowing soul rings on Luo Yan's wrist, Min Zhao merely smirked, stepping forward as well, his own 2 soul rings glowing. However, the power exuding from him was clearly much stronger than Luo Yan's. As the two assumed their stances, the followers from both factions behind them instinctively retreated. At this moment, a sudden feminine shout rang out, followed by a slender figure emerging from the Luo mansion. Instantly, all the servants and attendants of the Luo household respectfully stepped aside, forming a clear path that allowed the figure to walk through unimpeded, advancing straight toward Luo Yan. This sudden interruption successfully drew the attention of the 2 opposing parties, and both turned to focus on the approaching silhouette. When she drew closer, Ouyang Yuya finally recognized her. She was none other than Luo Shang. Luo Shang's complexion at this moment appeared much improved, though only Ouyang Yuya knew that this was because he had temporarily absorbed the xiuxian energy within her body. Once that energy became abundant again, she would inevitably fall ill once more. Clearly, everyone present also recognized the newcomer. Immediately, a wave of astonished admiration spread through the crowd. Particularly among the onlookers, eyes lit up with excitement as they stretched their necks to get a better view. For quite some time, word had spread about how the Luo household's eldest daughter was naturally beautiful, resembling a fairy, yet since she rarely left the house, very few had actually laid eyes on her. Now presented with this opportunity, of course they wouldn't let it slip away. Yet different from the crowd's expressions of admiration, when Mi Zhao looked at this woman, his eyes carried obvious heat and desire. Haha, I wonder who it is. So it's my dear Luo Shang. As Bing Zhao's words landed, Luo Yan's expression immediately darkened even further. Frowning slightly at Luo Shang, he asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay inside? Why come out now?" Hee, since this whole matter was caused by me, naturally I cannot let my older brother suffer difficulties on my account. As Luo Shang spoke, a faint smile appeared on her lips, though behind that expression lay a tinge of loneliness and sorrow. With those beautiful eyes lingering briefly on both Luo Yan and Ouyang Yuya, she then turned her gaze to Min Zhao. "Is the promise you made just now still valid, Master Min?" "He, naturally. As long as we become husband and wife, your Luo family shall coexist in glory with my city lord's mansion, even growing far more powerful than before." As Min Zhao spoke, he also offered a gentle, warm smile. Listening to Min Zhao, Luo Shang nodded slightly. "Fine, I'll go with you." "Hee, please." Min Zhao's face instantly lit up with ecstatic delight upon seeing Luo Shang's nod. Turning toward a large man behind him, he ordered, "Bring the bridal sedan over and escort Miss Luo back to my residence. Then, inform the city lord's mansion to prepare a grand banquet for tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the burly man nodded. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly saw Luo Yan extend his hand and pull Luo Shang behind him. "Hee, not even her own elder brother has agreed. Do you plan to kidnap her by force?" Seeing Luo Yan's movement, Min Zhao's expression immediately turned sour. He glared at Luo Yan with vicious intent. "Luo Yan, let me give you a piece of advice. Be wise and get out of my way, otherwise today." Though Min Zhao hadn't finished speaking, the implied meaning was already clear, his words brimmed with obvious threat. Yet the only response he received was a cold snort from Luo Yan. In the next instant, his figure moved in an eerie blur, and in that blur, a soul cannon materialized in his hand. Brownish light flashed, and sharp spikes instantly burst forth from the ground, darting toward Min Zhao with deadly intent. The sharpness of these spikes pierced even the thick surface of the ground. Faced with Luo Yan's attack, Min Zhao simply snorted once more, twisting his wrist to summon his own white, translucent soul cannon. What surprised Ouyang Yuya, however, was that Min Zhao did not aim his soul cannon at Luo Yan's attack, but rather directly at himself. Accompanied by a flash of white light, thin layers of white mist erupted from Min Zhao's weapon, quickly enveloping his body. Beneath this mist, his figure shimmered like flowing light, dodging the attack in an instant. His speed was so fast it became nearly imperceptible. Wind attribute. Feeling the wind essence around Min Zhao's body, Ouyang Yuya's pupils abruptly constricted. Such an attribute was far beyond the alchemical elements he had previously understood. In his knowledge, alchemy primarily involved the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even the ice attribute was extremely rare. Encountering this strange wind attribute for the first time, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but look on in curiosity. But before his thoughts could continue, a dull explosion sounded. Raising his head, he saw something truly shocking. Every time Luo Yan's attack landed, Min Zhao's soul cannon emitted soft, cyan streams of light. These streams, oddly gentle, collided with Luo Yan's strikes and immediately rebounded, returning all of Luo Yan's forceful assaults right back at him, without losing any of its intensity. This unusual method of counterattack left Luo Yan scrambling and cautious in his subsequent strikes. Such a strange attribute. Watching Min Zhao easily deflect the attacks, Ouyang Yuya also felt a headache coming on. With such a power that could reflect attacks, anyone would easily find themselves in a difficult, awkward position. Hee, Luo Yan, I told you, you're no longer my match. Go back and train for a few more years. With a cold snort, Min Zhao suddenly let his soul cannon flare brilliantly with cyan light. It then transformed into countless cyan energy spheres hurling toward Luo Yan. From this stance, it was obvious that Min Zhao wished to end the fight swiftly. As expected, Luo Yin felt the pressure from those cyan energy spheres and immediately retreated rapidly. Yet while retreating, he noticed Min Zhao's figure flicker eerily forward, making a sudden move toward Luo Shang, who was still standing in place. Hee. Thank you, brother Luo Yin, for the kind gesture. Hearing Min Zhao's mocking words and especially witnessing his action, Luo Yan's expression turned even darker with fury. Just at this moment, he suddenly noticed Ouyang Yuya, who had been standing still until now, spring into action. Moving at incredible speed, Ouyang's right arm strangely solidified into a blazing crimson dragon claw, shooting from the side and seizing the hand that Min Zhao had extended. Your conduct, young lord, seems rather overbearing, don't you think? Ouyang said. Chapter 216 Luo Zhong. The sudden turn of events even caught Min Zhao off guard. However, as soon as he saw that the one who had dared to stop him was Ouyang Yuya, his surprise was quickly replaced by a flicker of anger. With a sudden shake of his arm, a brilliant white light shot out from the barrel of his sulfur cannon. It transformed into a series of sharp gusts of wind, blades of wind aimed directly at Ouyang Yuya's right arm, which had grabbed him. Such power was likely too great for even the resilience of Ouyang Yuya's dragon-like arm to withstand. Ouyang Yuya, however, was clearly experienced. As the sulfur cannon twitched slightly, he sensed the danger immediately. He quickly yanked Luo Shang, who was still stunned behind him, backward. As they retreated, his fingers moved rapidly and his xiuxian, Meadow Phantom Double, appeared just in time, stepping forward to block the onslaught of wind blades, taking all of them upon itself. Crack! With the sound of flesh being sliced through, the clone was instantly torn into bits. Fortunately, with the brief obstruction provided by the Meadow Phantom Double, Ouyang Yuya and Luo Shang managed to dodge the deadly attack. Seeing the clone dissipate into the air, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but twitch his eyelid, a chill running down his scalp. He knew well the physical toughness of the Meiying Funshun, Meadow Phantom Double. Since advancing to the peak of Soul Master Stage 2, the clone's strength had reached the 8th stage of body refinement, with his physical toughness vastly enhanced. Even so, it still hadn't been enough to withstand Min Zhao's single strike. Only now did Ouyang Yuya begin to reassess the true strength of the man before him. Min Zhao's power was clearly much more formidable than it appeared. Big brother. At this moment, Luo Yin approached from behind. He held his right hand over his chest, appearing rather disheveled, with a weak expression and a pale face, clear signs of the heavy injury Min Zhao had inflicted upon him. When Luo Shang saw that Luo Yin was injured, she gasped in alarm. Just as she was about to rush over, she suddenly realized her hand was still being held by Ouyang Yuya. Her beautiful face turned red as a light tug pulled her back. Noticing the situation, Ouyang Yuya looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly released her hand. Once her hand was free, Luo Shang let out a soft sigh of relief. Then, her face blushing, she hurried forward to help support the weakened Luo Yin, eyes filled with concern. It's nothing serious. Luo Yin waved a hand lightly, offering a grateful smile to Ouyang Yuya. Don't mention it. Ouyang Yuya slightly shook his head, letting his gaze linger briefly on Luo Yan's chest. Though Luo Yin tried to cover the wound with his palm, the red-stained clothes between his fingers were clearly visible, causing Ouyang Yuya's pupils to narrow. Ouyang Yuya knew well Luo Yan's strength. Though they hadn't directly fought before, Luo Yan's calmness and ferocity when dealing with the 9-headed dark gold python showed that his title as one of the top 5 young experts was well-deserved. For Luo Yin to be so gravely injured in a single exchange meant that Min Zhao was far from the spoiled noble he seemed to be. His true power was obviously ruthless and formidable. Got ambushed. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's serious expression, Luo Yin bitterly smiled, though there was also a trace of bitterness in his look. Ouyang Yuya nodded, his gaze finally locking onto Min Zhao. As he stared at him, Min Zhao glared back with equally unfriendly eyes, faint icy glints flashing within. Kid, do you really think you can play the hero and rescue a beauty? Quite amusing. Faced with Min Zhao's cold mockery, Ouyang Yuya lowered his eyes slightly. As he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a sharp whooshing sound coming from not far away. Looking up, he found that a group of dozens of figures were approaching in full force toward the Luo estate. Its father. At the sight of the incoming group, delight flickered across Luo Shang's pretty face, and even Luo Yan's tense expression visibly relaxed. It's the clan head of the Luo family, Luo Zhong. Seeing the newcomers, the underling behind Min Zhao announced, his voice lacking its usual arrogance. Upon hearing the name, Min Zhao's expression became increasingly grim, his eyes flickering slightly with caution. But soon, his face hardened, then he lifted his head to gaze at Luo Yin and his companions, lingering for quite some time on Ouyang Yuya. Let you enjoy a few more days of freedom today, but believe me, we'll have a reckoning soon. Next time, I won't just be content with injuring you. Min Zhao turned around and signaled to his people, clearly preparing to leave. Is it really that easy for the young lord to just walk away? Just then, a crisp and cheerful laugh rang out. As everyone turned their eyes, a group of people entered from the outer perimeter. Upon seeing the newcomers, the onlookers at the edge quickly stepped back, expressions filled with both respect and apprehension. In the center of the group walked a middle-aged man, simply dressed, with a face like polished jade. A warm and gentle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he walked through the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. Though he gave off the air of a kind and approachable uncle next door, the aura emanating from him was undeniably imposing. As soon as Ouyang Yuya laid eyes on him, he felt the myriad image flask shudder slightly within him. His heart immediately tightened. Obviously, for the flask to react in such a way, This man represented a genuine threat to his life, something even the mentors at Xiuxian town had failed to do. Head of the Luo family, Luo Zhong. Ouyang Yuya quickly identified the man's identity. Someone appearing here under such circumstances could only be who he suspected. Indeed, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he saw the people of the Luo estate bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing Luo Zhong, even Min Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Still, he had the confidence of great ability and gave Luo Zhong a courteous bow. Greetings, Master Luo. Hehe, there's no need for formalities, young lord. What brings you to my humble home today? Luo Zhong waved his hand with a smile. Hehe, I heard that brother Luo Yin had returned, so I came to visit. Now that we've exchanged greetings, I should be on my way. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhong's gaze turned toward Luo Yan. But when he saw the pallor on Luo Yan's face and particularly the wound on his chest, the smile on his face immediately froze. Hearing Luo Zhong's silent accusation, Luo Yan could only offer a bitter smile in return. Finally, he looked toward Min Zhao, and his meaning was clear without a word. Young lord, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Watching Luo Zhong's face darken, Min Zhao hesitated mid-step, then spoke. His tone, however, carried not the slightest trace of concern. Just a simple exchange of martial skills, Master Luo. There's no need to get worked up about it. What an excellent exchange. Young lord, you won't be leaving today. Let the city lord come personally to take you. As Luo Zhong spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, his palm reaching out to grab Min Zhao. Seeing Luo Zhong actually take action, Min Zhao was startled. Immediately, he swiftly stepped back, his face turning pale. Master Luo, if you dare lay a hand on me, my father will not let you go. Upon hearing Min Zhao's words, Luo Zhong's face grew even darker. Youngsters these days seem to know less and less about decorum. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Haha, Master Luo, why get so angry? Just then, a thunder-like laugh echoed forth. Immediately afterward, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Upon hearing this sound, Luo Zhong instantly stopped his advance, his face dark with anger. And not only him. Nearly everyone on the scene now stared at the sky in shock, their expressions shifting in response to the new arrival. Ouyang Yuya, too, looked upward and saw a black beam of light rushing toward them. As it moved, the surrounding mist coiled around it, concealing the figure's form. The speed of the figure was extraordinary. By the time the mist dispersed, a man dressed in golden-threaded robes hovered in midair, looking down on the scene with the air of a supreme authority. Greetings, City Lord. At the sight of this person, everyone below immediately bowed deeply toward the figure in the sky, their voices filled with awe. Even Luo Zhong did the same. Hehe, kids will be kids. Master Luo, would you do me the favor of letting this go today? In response to the waves of respectful greetings, the figure in the sky paid little heed. His eyes landed on Min Zhao as he spoke with a smile, though his tone brooked no argument. Hehe, since the City Lord has spoken, naturally I will comply. Haha, thank you. The figure smiled slightly and turned to look at Min Zhao. Let's go. Without further words, he departed first. Yes, father. Min Zhao shot a glance at Luo Zhong, then turned to look tauntingly at Ouyang Yuya and the others before leaving. Behind him, the soldiers of the City Lord's entourage quickly followed. Once the City Lord had gone, Luo Zhong narrowed his eyes, his anger clearly visible. He turned and looked at Luo Yan, whose expression was grim. What's your condition? I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for the next 10 days. Luo Yan replied with a bitter smile. Hearing that, Luo Zhong's expression turned even colder. After a nod, his gaze suddenly fell on Ouyang Yuya beside him. So you must be Master Ouyang's young friend. Hearing Luo Zhong's words, Ouyang Yuya also nodded. This young one is Ouyang Yuya. I pay my respects to head Luo. Father, if it weren't for brother Ouyang today, Xiang'er would have been taken away by Min Zhao. Oh, such a thing happened. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly. He nodded, gently patted a clearly aggrieved Luo Xiang, and then smiled toward Ouyang Yuya. Hehe, young Master Ouyang, it seems our Luo family now owes you another favor. Huh. Hehe, you flatter me. Alright, let's go inside and talk. We shouldn't let others watch like this and make a spectacle. Luo Zhong gave a slight nod and took the lead walking toward the estate. Behind him, Luo Yan and the others followed one after another. Seeing the anticlimactic ending to the whole affair, the surrounding onlookers revealed expressions of regret and disappointment before gradually dispersing. Yet those who knew the truth understood that recently the relationships between the four great families and the City Lord's residence had become rather unusual. Under this atmosphere of impending storm, many people were vaguely filled with a sense of anticipation. Chapter 217, The Decision. In the grand hall of the Luo estate, Luo Zhong sat calmly on the high seat. Beside him, a part of the table leg was shattered as if struck by a tremendous force, exposing a neat broken edge from which a faint wisp of dust rose. They've gone too far. Do they really think the Luo family is easy to bully? Luo Zhong's right hand resting on the table slightly trembled, and his usually gentle expression had turned extremely grim. Clearly, he was in a towering rage. Below him sat the main officials of the Luo family, including Ouyang Yuya, Luo Yan, and Luo Xiang. Ouyang Yuya looked at Luo Zhong, whose expression kept changing, and sighed inwardly. Just earlier, Luo Zhong had learned the full story. Upon discovering that the Min Zhao had come to abduct a bride and had gravely injured Luo Yan, this kind-hearted middle-aged man also erupted in anger, channeling his rage into the table beside him. Father, please calm down. Fortunately, they didn't succeed this time. Otherwise, if Xiang'er had fallen into their hands, we would surely be held hostage. Luo Yan, seated on a chair, spoke up. Her wounds had already been bandaged, though her listless expression indicated that she wouldn't recover fully anytime soon. Listening to Luo Yan's words, Luo Zhong nodded slightly, finally turning his gaze onto her. How are your injuries? Just some minor wounds on the surface, but my meridians have been slightly affected. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for a while. Luo Yan waved a hand lightly as she replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhong nodded again, then sighed with a hint of helplessness, a bitter smile forming on his face. Father, has there been any news from the city lord's mansion yet? Luo Yan asked casually. Luo Zhong hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Indeed, after some contention among the clan heads of our 4 families and the city lord, both sides have made some concessions. The city lord has decided not to eliminate the clan system for now, but he has proposed a competition among the younger generation of our 4 factions. The winner will become the leader of the 4 major clans for the year. In other words, it is a way to place one family in control over the others. Naturally, this would align the leading family with the city lord's mansion. It must be hard for anyone to accept that. At that moment, one of the middle-aged men sitting below Luo Zhong spoke up. That's not the case. The King of Men clearly knows about this loophole too, so he has offered us a reward tempting enough to consider. The ruling clan will receive double the cultivation resources. As Luo Zhong spoke, there was a trace of concern evident in his tone. Originally, Luo Yan would have easily claimed the leadership role among the 4 clans. But with this unexpected turn of events, he was caught completely off guard. This was the real source of his worry. Hearing his words, all present frowned, clearly unprepared for the final compromise to be like this. Yet the city lord's intentions were quite understandable. All 4 major families supported one another. Everyone knew the truth in the saying that if the lips are gone, the teeth will suffer the cold. If the 4 clans stood united, even the city lord's mansion would be cautious in its actions. Obviously, inciting competition among them was the most effective way to disrupt the alliance between the 4 great families. Indeed, what a clever strategy. Ouyang Yuya clicked his tongue, sighing in admiration. It was clear that whoever had reached the position of city lord was no ordinary person. No matter what happens, I must express my thanks to you, young friend Ouyang today. Without your help, we might have found ourselves in an even more difficult position. As Luo Zhong shifted the topic to him, Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly and stood up to bow respectfully. Elder Luo, you're being too kind. I'm simply repaying the kindness your household has shown me. It was just a simple act. Ouyang's reply visibly pleased Luo Zhong, who nodded appreciatively. I've heard that young friend Ouyang requires some wilderness stones. Ouyang Yuya was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question from Luo Zhong. As he turned his gaze, he saw Luo Yan nodding at him, and suddenly everything became clear. He smiled slightly. Exactly. One of my friends has sustained serious injuries, and we need sufficient wilderness stones for treatment. Naturally, he was referring to the monkey, but since he always regarded him as a brother, Ouyang had no qualms about saying it out loud. Moreover, he trusted that Luo Zhong wouldn't ask for specifics. Seeing Ouyang nod, Luo Zhong turned to Lu, the steward, who stood beside him. Take young master Ouyang to the storeroom and give him 1,000 wilderness stones. At once, master. Upon hearing this, the steward Lu nodded and approached Ouyang Yuya, who looked faintly stunned. Master Ouyang, please follow me. With that, I'm deeply grateful, Lord Luo. However, Ouyang Yuya quickly regained his composure. Although he was momentarily stunned by the number mentioned, he realized that receiving 1,000 wilderness stones would indeed be of great help to him, so he didn't offer much resistance. Considering that 1,000 wilderness stones in exchange for Xiuxian's safety still counts as a bargain for us. Therefore, young friend, there's no need for excessive modesty, huh? Upon hearing Luo Zhong's words, Ouyang Yuya no longer hesitated and accepted the offer with a nod. At this moment, his favor toward the Luo family increased greatly. At the very least, they hadn't looked down on him or treated him indifferently because he was merely a soul cultivator. Polite treatment often earns someone a favorable impression. Properly accommodate young Master Ouyang, and the rest of you may now leave. Yenner and Xiuxian stay behind. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Luo family seated below rose respectfully and departed one after another. Master Ouyang, please follow me. Thank you. Ouyang Yuya followed the steward Lu all the way to the storeroom. By now, he truly realized the Luo estate's immense power. To be frank, the storeroom was actually a treasure vault, an imposing building radiating an overwhelming aura of soul power. Seated cross-legged in front of the vault's entrance were 2 middle-aged men. With just one glance, Ouyang Yuya realized that both of them were at the soul master level, which made him involuntarily express a trace of astonishment. When they arrived, Steward Lu asked him to wait outside the pavilion while he entered the building himself. Not long afterward, he came back out, holding a cloth sack in his hand. Master Ouyang, this is the 1,000 wilderness stones. Receiving the sack with both hands, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but show a glimmer of delight on his face. With these 1,000 wilderness stones, he could certainly sustain his cultivation for some time. Combined with what he already had, he now possessed about 2,000 wilderness stones. Finally, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for a while. Hehe, you're welcome. The rest of the journey was made in silence as Steward Lu escorted Ouyang Yuya to his room, then quietly withdrew, shaking his head slightly. Although Ouyang Yuya was quite capable, he couldn't quite understand why the family head had made such a significant gesture. After all, 1,000 wilderness stones was quite a large amount. However, he had some understanding of the family head's intentions and therefore didn't ask unnecessary questions. Once Ouyang Yuya had been settled in, Steward Lu returned to the grand hall and gently knocked on the tightly shut door. Upon hearing Luo Zhong's voice, he entered cautiously and found the 3 members of the Luo family engaged in some kind of discussion. Master, everything has been handled according to your orders. Upon entering, Steward Lu immediately reported to Luo Zhong. All right, you're dismissed. Yes. With a slight nod, the steward exited, leaving Luo Zhong, Luo Yin, and Luo Shang alone in the vast hall. Father, are you worried about the upcoming competition among the 4 major families? After a long silence, Luo Yin finally spoke. Yes. With you injured and unable to participate, and with the other collateral branches of our clan being even less capable, I'm afraid the Luo family may fall into a period of decline this time. Luo Zhong said with helplessness in his voice. Only he knew exactly what the consequences of this defeat might be. Probably exactly what the city lord intended. Making an example out of one family to warn the others, and that example would naturally be whoever ended up in last place in the competition. I wonder if we could consider inviting someone from outside the family for assistance. At that moment, Luo Yin suddenly suggested. Naturally, he understood his father's meaning, knowing that if this competition were lost, it would be difficult to recover in the future. The Luo family wasn't like other clans, which had large numbers of descendants. Once he left for the academy, there would be practically no suitable representatives left among the younger generation, meaning this opportunity was a one-time chance. Oh, you mean? Luo Zhong was slightly taken aback at first, instantly guessing what Luo Yin was referring to. Yet soon he sighed. I don't know much about young friend Ouyang's actual strength, though even if he were powerful, it would be difficult for him to stand alone. After all, while the younger generations from the other families might not be as strong as you, they are still at the soul warrior level. Compared to that, a soul cultivator would still be at a disadvantage. Shaking his head slightly, Luo Zhong continued. Father, please don't worry about that. If Ouyang brother is truly willing, I believe the other clans won't be any match for him. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhong raised his eyebrows in surprise, clearly puzzled by his son's sudden confidence. However, I do understand Ouyang brother's character a bit, so I can't be sure whether he would actually help us. After all, he's already done a lot for our family. Luo Zhong responded with a slight wave of his hand, smiling. Forget it for now. We still have a few days, so there's no need to rush. In the meantime, focus on preparing for the citywide gathering. That's the main event. At most, we can just give up the family. At my age, I no longer have any ambition for power or position. For me, as long as both of you can have a bright future ahead, that's enough. Hearing Luo Zhong's words, Luo Yin and Luo Shang both felt a tremor in their hearts, a bitter sensation spreading inwardly. All right, I'm tired. Both of you may leave for now. Luo Zhong clearly had no intention of continuing and simply waved a hand toward them. After exiting the grand hall, the expressions on both Luo Yin and Luo Shang's faces were rather grim. Seeing the slight redness around Luo Shang's eyes, Luo Yin gently patted her head. Don't worry, as long as we're here, no one will let you suffer unjustly. Luo Shang nodded slightly, watching Luo Yan's somewhat dejected figure as he walked away, her heart feeling heavy. It seemed that from birth until now, her eldest brother had already borne far too much. Thinking of this, a determined glint flickered in Luo Shang's eyes. Chapter 218, Sacrifice. It was late at night inside the house. Ouyang Ye sat cross-legged on the bed, and above his head, a series of rapidly spinning Wang stones circled in the air. With each of his exhalations, streams of brown energy instantly poured from the stones into his body. Under this intense influx, the exposed skin on Ouyang Ye's body emitted streaks of brownish light, appearing as solid as bronze. However, before the Wang energy within the stones could be properly absorbed by his body, it was forcibly snatched away, as if robbed from the mouth of the Wang core, then rushing out from his palm into the monkey he was holding. Because of this energy infusion, the monkey's previously weakened breath began to show signs of recovery. Feeling the monkey gradually regaining vitality, Ouyang Ye finally felt slightly relieved. This intense infusion and cultivation lasted for a quarter of an hour before he finally stopped, the process ending with the explosive cracking of dozens of Wang stones. As soon as the cultivation ceased, the monkey in his arms instantly wriggled free from Ouyang Ye's grasp and leapt onto his shoulder. Slowly opening his tightly closed eyes, he saw the now vibrant monkey perched on his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a slight smile. He could naturally tell the monkey had just barely started to recover, which brought him a sense of comfort. Let's stop for today. It's not good to be too eager for quick results. Ouyang Ye smiled slightly as he patted the monkey's head. The monkey nodded in response. Just then, a sudden knock at the door startled him slightly. Ouyang Ye was taken aback. The place he lived was quite secluded, and people rarely came to disturb him, especially at night. He found it rather unusual. Still, he didn't dwell on it much. In his subconscious, he assumed it was just a servant from Luo Mansion, so he spoke out casually. However, he was slightly surprised when the door opened, not to the expected servant, but to a slender figure. Ouyang Ye was mildly taken aback when he saw the graceful silhouette stepping into the room beneath the moonlight. He certainly recognized this person. It was Luo Shang. Luo Shang's sudden appearance was beyond his imagination. After the brief surprise, his mind raced rapidly, his first thought immediately returning to the treatment this morning. Could she have found out I consumed her lifespan? Is she here for revenge? Seeing Ouyang Ye standing there stunned, Luo Shang couldn't help but smile slightly. Master Ouyang won't let me in? Her smile snapped Ouyang Ye from his daze. Tonight, Luo Shang looked different from usual. She seemed to have lightly applied a touch of makeup, making her originally serene face subtly appear alluring. However, her words snapped him from his distraction, and he quickly rose to his feet. Please come in. Is there something you need, Miss Luo Shang? Seeing Ouyang Yuye sitting on the bed, Luo Shang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Thank you today for saving me, Master Ouyang. Hearing her voice as melodious as a skylark, Ouyang Yuye, who had been slightly tense before, finally relaxed slightly and replied with a smile. Miss Luo is too kind. It was but a small effort. Hearing Ouyang Yuye's polite reply, Luo Shang slightly nodded. After a brief silence, she suddenly said, Master Ouyang, there is something I must ask of you today. Luo Shang's sudden words slightly startled Ouyang Yuye, yet instinctively, he began to guess what she might be referring to, and immediately responded, Is it about the competition among the four great families? Even as he finished speaking, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but frown. Truthfully, he had no desire to get involved in the conflicts among these factions. After all, these factional struggles could lead to severe entanglements, and a single misstep could make extricating oneself extremely difficult. Take the previous conflict between the Nangong family and Yutong. Once involved, it was nearly impossible to escape. If it hadn't been for his multiple hidden trump cards, he probably wouldn't have made it out alive. Besides, he always followed the philosophy that one problem avoided was better than one undertaken. Therefore, having guessed her intent, he couldn't help but frown involuntarily, feeling reluctant deep down. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's sudden frown, Luo Shang gave a bitter smile and said, My mother passed away when we were very young, and it was father alone who raised my brother and me. We personally witnessed how hard it was for father to establish this Luo family from scratch and how difficult it was for him to build up the current foundation. Therefore, we also learned to become independent. In order not to make us feel sad, father never took another concubine, so his only heir is my elder brother. Now my elder brother has been wounded, and there's no one left in the house to participate in the competition. If we lose this time, the city lord's mansion will definitely make an example out of us. We don't want to see all my father's efforts destroyed in an instant. So please, Master Ouyang, I beg you for your assistance. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye also felt a trace of helplessness rise in his heart, and he similarly fell into deep thought. He had once heard from Luo Yan that the more outstanding disciples among the four great families had already reached the level of soul scholars, which, although not bad, was still far below Luo Yan's strength. Facing them, he believed he still had a chance of victory. However, what concerned him most was Min Zhao. He naturally saw that Min Zhao was someone who would retaliate for every grudge. Thus, the thought of facing retaliation from him caused him great distress. If he were to participate in the battle, things would undoubtedly become quite difficult later on. Seeing Ouyang Yuye remaining silent, Luo Shang mistakenly thought the latter refused, and her expression flickered with complexity and hesitation, but soon that was replaced by determination. In an instant, her trembling hands reached toward her neck and gently undid the fastened buttons. As she moved, under Ouyang Yuye's astonished expression, she removed all the clothes from her body and slowly lowered herself onto the floor. Seeing the shocked expression on Ouyang Yuye's face, Luo Shang's expression also became extremely complex. In her mind, she had known beforehand that Ouyang Yuye would not easily agree. She had come up with this method out of sheer desperation. Yet she was quite confident in her body and believed that once Ouyang Yuye tasted the sweetness, he would certainly agree. After all, her days were numbered anyway. Rather than being defiled by someone like Min Zhao, it would be better to give herself to this young man she felt some affection for. As long as Master Ouyang is willing to agree, from now on I am yours to command. As Luo Shang spoke, her voice also quivered slightly, clearly revealing her inner unrest. What are you doing? After a brief moment of shock, Ouyang Yuye quickly snapped back to his senses, violently turning his head to the side, his tone filled with coldness. As he turned away, he also made sure to push the monkey's head away with his hand. It had to be said that Luo Shang indeed possessed certain charms, with both her looks and figure ranking among the very best. Ouyang Yuye was a normal man, and seeing her lying there like a tender young lamb ready to be picked, if he claimed not to feel even a hint of desire, he would be lying. However, he could not go through with it. Taking advantage of her in this state, how would that differ from Min Zhao? Yet all he received in response was a soft sob, and then he saw Luo Shang start quietly weeping. I know that right now I'm no different from a courtesan in the red light district, but I have no other choice. This is the only thing I have left to offer to move you. Hearing Luo Shang's words, Ouyang Yuye also helplessly sighed, then shook his shoulder slightly. The monkey on his shoulder immediately understood and grabbed the blanket, tossing it over to Luo Shang. I'm not some upright gentleman who remains unmoved in the face of temptation, but of course I know that a gentleman must know what is proper to do and what must not be done. Put your clothes back on. If someone sees you like this, they'll only spread unnecessary rumors. Seeing that Ouyang Yuye had turned his head completely away, Luo Shang was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she had met someone who showed no interest in her body. Thinking about this, she felt a trace of frustration rise within her. Wasn't my body still unable to move him? Realizing such a thought had even crossed her mind, Luo Shang's face flushed with shame. However, from Ouyang Yuye's tone, it seemed as if he had already agreed, so a hint of joy flickered across her expression. You're agreeing? Turning her head to look at Luo Shang tightly holding the blanket, only her head visible, Ouyang Yuye also let out a faint helpless smile. What can I do if I agree? If your elder brother finds out, he'll probably come after me with everything he has. Chances are, Min Zhao will join him to cripple me. Hearing the teasing tone in Ouyang Yuye's words, Luo Shang burst into laughter through her tears. No matter what, the heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. All right, go ahead and dress yourself. Luo Yan might show up unexpectedly. Hearing this, Luo Shang's pretty face instantly turned pale, clearly still very afraid of Luo Yan. That expression made Ouyang Yuya secretly amused. Just a moment ago she had acted so dignified, yet now she had turned so fearful. It really was strange. You close your eyes first. You didn't close them a moment ago either. Ouyang Yuya muttered to himself, but when he saw the rosy blush on Luo Shang's face, he immediately shut his mouth and quickly closed his eyes. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do something impulsive if he kept looking. Seeing Ouyang Yuya comply, Luo Shang reached out and waved her hand in front of his face. When she confirmed he didn't react, she finally relaxed and picked up her clothes to change. Ouyang Yuya kept his eyes tightly shut. Though he couldn't see, the rustling sounds of her dressing still sent a ripple of unease through his heart. Just then, he suddenly sensed a fragrant breeze, followed by the soft feeling of something brushing against his lips, fleeting, then gone. Moments later, he felt the presence retreating far away. You're truly a good man. Opening his eyes and seeing Luo Shang already gone, Ouyang Yuya's expression became even more bitter. Women really were headache-inducing creatures. At that moment, he saw the monkey sitting on the bed, holding the fallen blanket in its paw. Its beastly eyes flickered with a resentful gleam, though within that resentment was a hint of wantonness. You rascal. Ouyang Yuya chuckled and gently patted the monkey's head, a faint smile forming on his lips as he recalled the lingering freshness on his lips. With a look of mockery from the monkey, he added, though, it really did feel quite nice. Chapter 219, The Jade Pendant. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads far and wide. Ouyang Yuya finally came to understand the true meaning behind this phrase. He couldn't figure out how the news had leaked, but within just one night, word of him stepping forward to fight on behalf of the Luo household had spread everywhere. As a result, when he walked out of his room the next day, he was greeted by a neat line of Luo family servants standing outside, each bowing respectfully upon seeing him, a scene that left even Ouyang Yuya feeling a bit embarrassed. Glancing around, he noticed even Luo Yan and Luo Zhong among them, prompting a helpless sigh from him. Seeing the father and son Luo showering him with kind words and concern, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned somewhat awkward and strange. In gratitude for his help, Luo Zhong didn't even hesitate, handing him another 1,000 huangshu without another word. This straightforward generosity stirred something in Ouyang Yuya, leaving him feeling excited. This aristocratic family, wow, they're really rich. Clutching the collection of huangshu in his hands, Ouyang sighed in awe, while privately thinking to himself how such a reward wasn't bad at all for just one fight. What surprised Ouyang, though, was that ever since that intimate evening, Luo Shang seemed to be intentionally avoiding him, keeping far away whenever he was around. Even when they happened to meet by chance in the Luo estate, Luo Shang would turn crimson and flee immediately, an act that left Ouyang shaking his head in silent laughter. Secretly, he thought this sort of timidity was rather endearing. Over these past few days, apart from wandering around the Luo household, Ouyang had mostly secluded himself in his room to focus intensely on cultivation. Although he wasn't overly concerned about these so-called family disciples, they were all at the level of soul warriors, enough to remind him that cornered dogs might leap over walls, or a desperate rabbit might even bite. In his view, nobody was easy to deal with, and keeping that in mind, he was constantly pushing himself to grow stronger. With the aid of huangshu, his progress in cultivation far outpaced that of ordinary people. After absorbing part of Luo Shang's lifespan to break into the third stage of the soul observer level, his cultivation base had once again shown signs of movement, and after these days of effort, had reached the peak of the third stage, drawing close to the fourth stage. Suddenly, a soft hum echoed in the air. Ouyang Yuya abruptly opened his tightly closed eyes, revealing red and blue hues flashing momentarily within his pupils before fading back to normal. Peak of the third stage of the soul observer. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist and felt the surge of soul energy coursing through his palm, a faint smile curving his lips. This cultivation speed wasn't too shabby. With his training completed, the huangxin and the soul core within him ceased spinning, returning to their usual tranquil state. Just as he was about to conceal the glowing crimson soul ring on his wrist, a red light suddenly shot out from his chest like lightning, hovering above the soul ring, vibrating and emitting a soft, buzzing sound, appearing almost delighted. Looking at the object suspended midair, Ouyang hesitated briefly before recalling. It was the jade pendant Luo Shang had worn before. Since he had never found a chance to return it after removing it, it had remained in his possession. He probably would have completely forgotten about it if it hadn't popped out on its own now. Looks like this might actually be a valuable spiritual treasure. The pendant was completely wrapped in a blazing flame, and as he stared at the spiritual artifact, Ouyang was quite surprised. On it, he could sense a fiery energy identical to the fire attribute within his yin-yang taiji. He quickly figured it out. Back when he saved Luo Shang, his body had been attacked by freezing cold energy. This pendant was likely what had caused the mutation in his fire attribute. Admittedly, the flame power on the pendant was much purer than any fire he had previously wielded. Though not quite as potent as Supreme Yang Fire or equal to Yin Cold Qi, it was said to be of the pure Yang Fire level, already far surpassing ordinary flames, nothing compared to his own basic flames. After retracting the soul ring, the hovering jade pendant trembled slightly before eventually settling down. At the same time, the flames clinging to it vanished, and Ouyang took it in his palm. Only now did Ouyang Yuya have the chance to carefully examine the jade pendant in his hands. Without the blazing flames covering it, the pendant appeared entirely dark green in color. On its front was engraved a vivid, crimson beast resembling a lizard. The creature looked so lifelike that its blood-dripping maw seemed as if it might burst forth from the pendant, sending chills down one's spine. Above the lizard was a massive net completely enclosing it, preventing any chance of escape. Looking at the pendant's unusual appearance, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel that this artifact must have come from a formidable source. Out of curiosity, Ouyang Yuya injected a strand of soul force into the pendant, only to find that the pendant showed no reaction whatsoever, no ripple, or even the faintest sign of spiritual energy that one would expect from a spiritual treasure. Try using your fire attribute. Just then, the voice of the Jade Toad King echoed from within his body at the perfect moment. Oh, do you know about this item? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's heart stirred, and he quickly asked. I don't. However, the Jade Toad King replied with a cold tone, causing Ouyang's forehead to twitch slightly. But I feel like it's some kind of offensive and defensive spiritual treasure. An offensive defensive treasure? What's that? I don't know. Hearing the Jade Toad King's same vague answer, Ouyang Yuya immediately bristled with irritation. You don't know yet you speak up? That's why I told you to try. How else am I supposed to know unless you do? Shaking his head helplessly, Ouyang no longer argued with the Jade Toad King. He focused his mind, causing his Yin-Yang Taiji symbol within to tremble suddenly. The fiery half of it instantly brightened, and soon after, the Crimson Soul Ring reappeared on his wrist, accompanied by a warm heat radiating outward. As soon as the Soul Ring emerged, he noticed the pendant reacting again, rising and hovering midair. Come out! With a low shout, he directed a stream of red soul energy from his palm into the pendant. As the energy poured in, Ouyang watched as the energy was instantly swallowed up. Immediately afterward, the pendant's red glow intensified, revealing a subtle flicker of golden light hidden within. Hurry, keep channeling more soul energy into it. Urged by the Jade Toad King, Ouyang narrowed his eyes slightly before continuing to inject soul energy into the pendant without pause. Under this continuous infusion, the golden glow grew stronger. Just as he was watching in amazement, the golden light suddenly shot out from the pendant and stopped right before Ouyang Yuya's eyes. Like a phantom, it formed a massive net identical to the one carved onto the pendant. Just as I suspected, there's something strange about this. Staring at the enormous golden net, Ouyang Yuya's pupils flickered, and his excitement surged. He poured even more soul energy into it. Under his frenzied cultivation, the golden net finally solidified completely in midair, floating in front of him with a faint pressure suggesting it could engulf all beneath it. Staring at the giant net before him, Ouyang concentrated slightly, then withdrew the soul ring. As the ring vanished, the great net before him also instantly dissolved. Kid, you're damn lucky. It really is an offensive defensive spiritual treasure. Looks like it's of no small rank either. The Jade Toad King's voice rang out the moment Ouyang dissipated the net. You saw it too, right? That golden net was exactly the same as the one on the pendant. You mean? I can summon the things carved on it. As Ouyang spoke, he couldn't help but feel surprised, and soon after, a strange excitement surged within him. The lizard on the pendant was clearly no ordinary creature. If he could summon the net, wouldn't he also be able to call forth the lizard? Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. With your pitiful soul energy, trying to summon that one beast would probably drain you dry. Even that net you summoned was likely only a tenth of its full power. It probably couldn't block more than an attack from a soul warrior at best. Hearing the Jade Toad King's unabashed mockery, Ouyang's face turned from green to white in an instant. Yet he could do nothing about it, because deep down, he knew it was true. Just summoning the net had already cost him 1/3 of his soul energy, an appetite truly not to be underestimated. Still, it would be quite handy in a life-or-death situation. With that thought, he placed the jade pendant close to his body, weighing it in his hand with a slight smirk. Having such a spiritual treasure didn't seem too bad. Just then, a knock at the door broke his concentration. Soon after, Luo Yan's voice could be heard from outside. Ouyang suddenly recalled. It was the day of the Four Great Families contest today. Shaking his head helplessly, Ouyang Yuya stood up, grabbed the snoring monkey off the bed, threw it over his shoulder, and walked out of the room. Seeing Ouyang Yuya, Luo Yan smiled slightly, his eyes locking onto the latter's figure. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes faintly, noticing that the young man's aura had actually improved compared to before. As for Luo Yan's gaze, Ouyang Yuya remained unaware. His eyes swept past and immediately noticed that behind Luo Yan were dozens of burly men, each emanating a formidable aura. Standing beside these men was Luo Shang. When she met Ouyang Yuya's sweeping gaze, her face flushed slightly. This girl insisted on coming, and I couldn't stop her. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's slightly surprised expression, Luo Yan gave a wry smile and shook his head. It's fine. Ouyang waved his hand slightly and said with a smile, my father has already gone ahead. Let's set off. This time the contest is being held by the lakeside of xuanhuan Lake outside of xuanhuan town. Oh, the lakeside of xuanhuan Lake. Upon hearing this, Ouyang raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Even before arriving at xuanhuan town, he had already heard about the famous xuanhuan Lake, which was also the base of the xuanhuan Academy. In that case, let's go now. All right, after you. Seeing Ouyang Yuya nod, Luo Yan didn't say anything further. He moved his figure forward, leading Luo Shang, and darted ahead. Behind him, the dozens of strong men and Ouyang Yuya followed closely, rushing towards xuanhuan Lake. Chapter 220, By the Pine Mountain Lake. By the Pine Mountain Lake lies on the outskirts of Pine Mountain Town, and it is also the location of Pine Mountain Academy. Since the academy is situated close to the lakeshore, it is also named after Pine Mountain Lake. Today, the usually quiet lakeside has gathered numerous powerful cultivators from various regions, some seated, some standing, filling the entire area around the lake so densely it is nearly impassable. The Disciples' upcoming contest has indeed drawn a large crowd of onlookers. Yet, the gathered experts aren't particularly focused on the younger generation's trivial competition. To them, witnessing the collapse of a once powerful clan in person is truly satisfying and worth watching. Though the crowd had already settled on which clan they thought was doomed, one couldn't help but marvel at how fast information traveled. The news of Luo Yan's injury had indeed acted like a bombshell before the match, shocking many and stirring regret. But none of the spectators were focused on the younger generation. Instead, they looked respectfully toward the 6 parties gathered by the lakeside. In front of the lake stood 4 opposing factions. Each faction had several stone platforms, on which sat the leaders of each group, the heads of the 4 great families. Beneath each clan leader sat a young man in his early 20s, eyes closed as if waiting for something. However, the faint energy waves radiating from their bodies warned others not to underestimate them. They were, after all, the central figures of today's contest, the clan's seed disciples. Compared to the other 3 factions, the Luo estate's delegation only had Luo Zhong seated alone, making him stand out from the lively atmosphere around him. Evidently, the whispers and murmurs from the crowd reached the ears of the clan leaders, who then cast sidelong glances at Luo Zhong, each with an expression of schadenfreude. Head Luo, with young Luo Yan injured, I imagine your estate is in a bit of a tight spot. Just then, a shrill voice broke the tension, causing Luo Zhong to furrow his brows as he turned to look at the middle-aged man beside him. Wang Lei, you wouldn't speak this way if Yan were in peak condition. Haha, Head Luo, forgive me for differing opinions, but I'm afraid you'll have a hard time saving face shortly. Faced with Wang Lei's mockery, Luo Zhong merely snorted coldly and fell silent, shifting his gaze toward the edge of the lake. At that moment, several whistling sounds tore through the air. Looking in the distance, figures could be seen flying toward the lakeside, moving so fast that those gathered couldn't help but turn and stare. Even the clan heads lifted their heads, but when they saw who had arrived, their expressions became complicated. Leading the newcomers were none other than Luo Yan and Luo Shang. It's the Luo estate. Hey, isn't that Luo Yan at the front? Just as I thought. He wasn't supposed to be injured. What's he doing here? Judging from his demeanor, he doesn't seem hurt at all. Could he be hiding his strength to ambush others? Impossible. I was there that day, and I saw firsthand how young Master Min wounded Luo Yan severely. I think they're here to make themselves look better, so they won't lose too disgracefully. TSK, asking for it. Luo Yan naturally heard the mocking voices, but didn't react. Instead, he flew straight toward where Luo Zhong was sitting. The crowd, seeing this, also made way respectfully, allowing them through. After all, regardless of everything else, Luo Yan was among the strongest of the younger generation. Father, upon seeing Luo Zhong, both Luo Yan and Luo Shang spoke at the same time. Luo Zhong gave a slight nod, his gaze soon landing on Ouyang Yuya, who stood behind Luo Yan. After all, the latter was the central figure today. Master Ouyang, I leave it to you today. Don't worry, Head Luo. I shall give my utmost effort. Haha, that's all I needed to hear. With that, he clapped Ouyang Yuya on the shoulder, nodding with a smile. The previous gloominess vanished entirely. He trusted his son's judgment. If Luo Yan said Ouyang Yuya had the ability, then he must. All right, now that you've arrived, don't just stand there. Take the time to adjust yourselves and reach your best condition. At this, Luo Yan and the others all sat cross-legged beside Luo Zhong to prepare. At that moment, another startled cry rose from the crowd, drawing Ouyang Yuya and others to turn their heads as well. Following the crowd's gazes, they saw an elderly man step out from the masses. Immediately, the clan leaders and their disciples who had previously been sitting rose respectfully to greet him. All eyes were filled with reverence as they looked upon this elder. This is the mentor of Pine Mountain Lake, and also my master. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's puzzled expression, Luo Yan explained, after which Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but examine the old man carefully. Looking closer, despite his age, the man showed no sign of frailty. Every move he made exuded the aura of a grandmaster. Greetings, mentor. As the old man approached, people nearby began bowing respectfully, and even the 4 clan heads rose and bowed as well. Although the mentor's cultivation strength wasn't that high, comparable to Luo Zhong's, his status and prestige were extremely revered. Haha, it seems the mentor arrived earlier than expected. Before the mentor could speak, a cheerful voice suddenly shattered the atmosphere. Immediately afterward, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, drawing everyone's eyes upward. A figure shot through the sky toward them at an incredible speed, his movement so powerful that it sent the surrounding air into disarray. As the figure revealed himself, the crowd bowed again. It was none other than the current ruler of Pine Mountain Lake, Lord Min, the city lord. Hee, no need for formalities. A light chuckle sounded as Lord Min gracefully descended from the sky, smiling warmly at the mentor. Hee, Lord Min flatters me. It is an honor to serve as referee today. Haha, mentor, you're too humble. My son was once under your guidance. Haha. As Lord Min and the mentor exchanged greetings, the sound of rushing air filled the space once more. Then, a group appeared like a black tide rolling toward the lakeside. When Ouyang Yuya saw the approaching figures, he frowned. It was indeed the city lord's forces, and Min Zhao was among them. So he finally showed up. At the sight of them, Luo Yan's expression darkened as well. Clenching his fists tightly, his anger clearly showed on his face. He hadn't forgotten what happened before. If it weren't for Min Zhao, Perhaps the Luo estate wouldn't be suffering disgrace like this. As the group approached, Min Zhao's eyes immediately caught sight of the two of them. A sneer curled his lips, and when his gaze fell on Luo Shang, his eyes turned lustful again. However, he quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully to Lord Min. Seeing Lord Min nod slightly, Min Zhao greeted the Minter and the four clan heads with great formality, his manner completely different from the previous arrogance he had displayed when visiting the Luo estate. Haha, if it isn't the young lord. You haven't visited my manor since you returned, ha ha ha. Wang Lei nodded toward Min Zhao with a smile, drawing a slightly jealous reaction from the other three clan heads. At this moment, they were all in the same boat, and Wang Lei's fawning behavior was quite distasteful. Hee, I've been busy lately, but I will surely visit in a few days. Then it's settled, haha. After Wang Lei spoke, Lord Min glanced around and asked, all right, we can talk later. Is everyone finally here? Yes, everyone has arrived. Wang Lei replied from the side. Since everyone is here, let's begin. With that, the city lord seated himself on the stone platform beside the four clan heads, while Min Zhao sat cross-legged behind him, his eyes flickering with lecherous glances toward Luo Shang. At Lord Min's words, the Minter nodded and rose from his seat, saying, this competition will follow the arena elimination system. Winners will advance to the next round. The first challenger will be chosen by lottery. All right, let us begin. As he spoke, the Minter waved his sleeve and streams of light shot forth, finally landing in the hands of each clan head. There are 4 slips. One bears the challenger mark while the other 3 are blank. The one with the challenger mark may choose his opponent, and the winner will advance to the second round. Listening to the Minter's words, the clan leaders each unfolded their slips. Blank, Luo Zhong said after looking at his slip, then turned to Luo Yan. Yeah, it doesn't matter who we fight anyway. Luo Yan replied with a shrug and a smile before turning to observe the remaining clan heads as they opened their own slips. Hee, it looks like the challenge slip is ours. At that moment, Wang Lei laughed, tossing the slip in his hand into the air, his face filled with barely contained joy before he threw it onto the center stage. Then, clan head Wang Lei may now choose your opponent for this round. Looking at the character for challenger on the slip, the Minter nodded in approval. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei let out a soft chuckle, then shifted his gaze toward Luo Yan. Seeing this, the expressions of the people from Luo estate immediately turned somewhat grim. Chapter 221, He is my husband. Seeing the expression on Wang Lei's face, the people from Luo Mansion immediately guessed his thoughts. Sure enough, after glancing around for a moment, Wang Lei declared, since that is the case, then our Wang Fu shall choose Luo Mansion. As Wang Lei's voice fell, sharp and piercing gazes immediately focused upon Luo Yan. Upon hearing this, the people of Luo Mansion became filled with righteous indignation. The saying goes, a tiger in decline is bullied by dogs. Perhaps this is exactly what it means. I wonder what Luo Zhong thinks of this. Yet facing the scorching gazes of Luo Mansion, Wang Lei ignored them entirely. His eyes bore a subtle glint of schadenfreude, appearing as if victory was already within his grasp. Perhaps others could not sense Luo Yan's aura, but at their level, just a single glance revealed the weakened and feeble state of Luo Yan's spiritual energy. It was indeed not an act of hiding one's strength. This was also why he had chosen Luo Mansion. He was confident that their Wang Fu disciples, at full strength, would easily handle the injured Luo Yan. What do we have to fear? The Luo family accepts your challenge. Just don't regret it later, and find yourself capsizing in a ditch. Facing Wang Lei's provocation, Luo Zhong responded just as fiercely, his voice dripping with extreme coldness. Haha, there's no need for Luo Zhong to be concerned about that. Saying this, Wang Lei waved his hand toward the lower area. Immediately, a figure darted forward, stopping in the central arena. He stared intently at Luo Yan before respectfully bowing. Senior brother Luo Yan, please grant me the honor of a match. Looking at the young man standing in the center, Luo Yan furrowed his brow slightly and whispered to Yang Yuye beside him. This is Wang Su, considered the most outstanding disciple in the Wang family in recent years. He has already reached the soul scholar level. His strength is formidable. Among the 4 great clans, each has disciples of comparable skill. In fact, we 4 are the representatives participating in this town contest. For people, isn't there only 3 spots allowed for each faction in the contest? Yang Yuye followed Luo Yan's indication and saw this young man. Though not exceptionally handsome, the youth still carried a certain air of arrogance in his stance, apparently feeling emboldened due to Luo Yan's injury. That's only the rule for smaller factions. There's no such restriction for us. Upon hearing Yang Yuye's words, Luo Yan chuckled. Nodding in understanding, Yang Yuye found merit in Luo Yan's words. Indeed, take Xiuxian town as an example. There was only Yun Tian who reached the soul scholar level, while around Lake Songzhan, there were no fewer than 4 such individuals. That was the gap. Even if they gave 4 spots to Xiuxian town, it was uncertain whether they could fill them all. It was only now that Yang Yuye truly understood the disparity. Here, among the participants from the various sects going to Xintian mountain range, the leaders were all at the soul scholar level. This standard was far beyond that of the Alan Kingdom. What? Could it be senior brother Luo Yan is looking down on me? Seeing that Luo Yan showed no signs of stepping forward, Wang Su once again cast a provocative glance, making Luo Yan's expression darken further. At the same time, the seated Minter at the side glanced toward Luo Yan. Upon seeing the fury in Luo Yan's expression, the Minter sighed inwardly. Luo Yan was the most outstanding among all his disciples and the backbone of this town's contest. He understood Luo Yan's temperament well. What concerned him was the possibility that such humiliation might disrupt Luo Yan's inner peace, which could negatively affect his future cultivation. Letting out a faint sigh, the mentor could only hope that Luo Yan would view this match and its outcome more lightly. As he thought thus, suddenly, a thin figure stepped forward from Luo Mansion's faction and stood opposite Wang Su. At the sight of that figure, the previously noisy venue instantly fell into silence. However, the silence didn't last long, soon broken by even more chaotic murmurs and discussions. Naturally, the topic of discussion had shifted smoothly from Luo Yan to Ouyang Yuya. Who is that guy? Could it be someone Luo Mansion has summoned for help? Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you see that this kid is only at the soul cultivator level? Choosing him as backup? That must mean your head is full of rust. This is interesting. Seeing Ouyang Yuya step up, listening to the murmurs from around, Minister Zhao's lips curled into a faint arc, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Do you know him? At this moment, Min Wang, seated on the stone platform above, opened his eyes and asked with interest. Mere aunt. Minister Zhao sneered, then shook his head slightly with a trace of regret. Just a soul cultivator? Fine, saves me the trouble of getting involved myself. Hearing Minister Zhao's words, Prince Min also smiled slightly, fixing his gaze on Ouyang Yuya. However, upon sensing that Ouyang Yuya was not hiding his strength, he couldn't help feeling puzzled, unable to guess Luo Mansion's intentions. Sending a mere soul cultivator into battle was no different from committing suicide. Naturally, he wasn't the only one with such thoughts. When Wang Lei saw that a soul cultivator was the one stepping forward, after a brief moment of shock, his mockery only intensified. Brother Luo Zhong, it seems your Luo Mansion truly has run out of people this time, resorting to using a soul cultivator to fill in the spot. Humph. The outcome will decide who's superior or inferior. Isn't it too early to talk like this now? Luo Zhong clearly disliked Wang Lei's tone and frowned slightly as he responded. Leaving aside whether this soul cultivator even has the capability, isn't having someone else fight for you already against the rules? Hardly had Wang Lei finished speaking when he noticed Luo Zhong's expression turn dark, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ouyang is my friend. What's wrong with him stepping in for me? At this, Luo Yan also spoke up. TSK, don't forget this is a competition between families. Otherwise, we all could have brought in stronger experts, Faced with Wang Lei's aggressive stance, Luo Yan was about to defend himself when Luo Zhong pulled him back and shook his head slightly. Ouyang Yuya is my fiancé. What's wrong with that? Just then, Luo Shang suddenly spoke. The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into complete silence. Even Ouyang Yuya, standing on the arena, was stunned for a moment, before a wry smile crept onto his face. As he turned his head, he saw a faint blush on Luo Shang's face. This is way too much. Ouyang Yuya thought to himself bitterly. From his previous observations, he finally understood Luo Shang's influence within xuanhuan town. Nearly half the male eyes in attendance were fixed on her. Her declaration had instantly thrust him into the eye of a storm. Sure enough, as gazes turned from Luo Shang, they inevitably fell on Ouyang Yuya himself, filled with hostility. If glares could kill, Ouyang Yuya would already have been killed 1,000 times over. At that moment, Ouyang Yuya suddenly felt a sharp, hostile aura locking onto him from behind. Turning his head, he recognized the source immediately, Minister Zhao. At this moment, Zhao's expression was extremely grim. His lips trembled slightly before he uttered a sentence. Kid, I hope you can survive this. Faced with Minister Zhao's threat, Ouyang Yuya merely responded with a cold smile, ignoring him. Such an enemy was better dealt with sooner than later. Shang are you? Before Luo Zhong could finish speaking, Luo Shang interrupted him, then turned her gaze toward the embarrassed-looking Wang Lei. Lord Wang Lei, I wonder if we may begin now. Faced with Luo Shang's retort, Wang Lei merely snorted coldly before falling silent. Seeing Wang Lei's silent consent, Luo Zhong gave a helpless smile, then turned toward the seated mentor. May I ask the instructor if we may proceed now? Since the town head and the 4 clan leaders have no objections, naturally, it's acceptable. Glancing toward Prince Min and seeing him nod slightly, the mentor also nodded with a faint smile, though the smile held a deeper meaning. However, there was one point the mentor had not explicitly clarified. It wasn't that the other 3 clan leaders had no objections. It was simply that they did not take Ouyang Yuya's strength seriously. To them, having him participate would likely only lead to disgrace, so it was better to simply do Luo Zhong a favor. What are you looking at? Good luck. Win, and I'll grant you anything you ask. Seeing the odd look from Ouyang Yuya, Luo Shang's face turned even redder as she spoke. Luo Shang's tone carried obvious flirtation as she finished speaking, which only made Ouyang Yuya's kushak deepened further. Why? He could only nod slightly in response. Kid, done enjoying the sweet talk? Then leave your life behind for me. Just then, a cold, chilling voice rang out, and Ouyang Yuya saw the hate-filled glare from Wang Su. Only now did Ouyang Yuya start paying attention to the young man before him. His mind raced with thoughts. He had a premonition that Minister Zhao would definitely come after him later. Thus, he needed to remain at his peak state at all times. This meant he had to end this current fight as soon as possible. A soul scholar, neither particularly strong nor especially weak, but certainly not someone Ouyang Yuya would take seriously. He had seen far more intense battles than these arrogant young masters had ever encountered. If Wang Su had known about Ouyang Yuya's thoughts, he would surely die of rage. For a mere soul scholar to not even take a soul soldier seriously, what an unbelievable claim to make. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuya no longer hesitated. Ignoring Wang Su's mockery, he suddenly stomped his foot, and a fiery red soul ring emerged from his wrist. At the same time, the pure yang flames spread outward from his body. Heck kid, you're asking for death. Seeing Ouyang Yuya take the initiative by summoning his soul ring first, Wang Su sneered. Soon, 2 soul rings also lit up on his own arm. Compared to Wang Su's 2 soul rings, however, Ouyang Yuya's single one looked rather pitiful. Looking closely at the blue soul rings appearing on Wang Su's wrist, Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed slightly. Water type. Chapter 222, Total Victory. Across the large arena, 2 distinct auras, one blue and one red, naturally emanated from Ouyang Yuya and Wang Su respectively. As they faced each other, the rising auras became increasingly refined and dense, creating an intense feeling of oppression across the battlefield. Kid, I don't know whether to call you stupid or brave. My advice to you is to get down from here and let Luo Yin come up. Wang Su sneered contemptuously, his tone filled with scorn as though issuing a threat. Immediately, his aura violently surged outward in a spiral toward Ouyang Yuya, increasing the pressure. If Luo Yin were at his peak, you wouldn't dare speak this way. Kid, you're asking for death. Faced with Ouyang Yuya's unveiled mockery, Wang Su's expression instantly darkened as he roared out. Then, stomping his foot powerfully, his figure suddenly shot forward. With a whirl of his water cannon, several water projectiles manifested without flourish, forming a triangular formation that covered Ouyang Yuya's vital areas. His attack was sharp and fierce without holding back in the slightest. Facing the incoming water blasts, Ouyang Yuya slightly narrowed his eyes. His figure immediately retreated rapidly. As he stepped back, a series of fireballs flew out in succession, instantly dispersing the water projectiles. And as the water blasts were struck down, his retreating body abruptly paused, then suddenly lunged forward like a tiger descending the mountain, charging directly at Wang Su. As Ouyang Yuya darted forward, his arms suddenly trembled, and immediately a crimson chain shot forth from the fiery energy, like a spirit snake twisting toward Wang Su, wrapping around him, and finally lashing toward his chest. Nice move. As the saying goes, one move reveals the expert. None among the crowd lacked experienced eyes, and seeing Ouyang Yuya's movements, his reaction speed and timing, it was easy to judge his true power. Immediately, someone shouted praise. Ouyang Yuya's series of attacks clearly overturned the audience's impression of him, quickly prompting loud cheers from the onlookers. Moreover, not only were the surrounding spectators surprised, but even Duke Min, the city lord seated high on the platform, was watching Ouyang Yuya with astonished doubt. At the same time, Prince Wang Lei's face also turned somewhat grim, clearly not expecting that this brat from a soul cultivator would possess such ability. Facing Ouyang Yuya's conjured crimson chain, Wang Su, obviously experienced, after a brief moment of shock, spun the nozzle of his water cannon rapidly. Immediately, the surrounding water elements began converging before him, swiftly coalescing into a shield of aquamarine, which he positioned before his chest. Facing the shield, the crimson chain did not hesitate, slamming forcefully into it. Then came the hissing of fire hitting water, and steam quickly filled the area. With a brittle sound, the shield shattered. As Wang Su's expression turned to shock, Ouyang Yuya's figure appeared ghost-like before him. Then, with a sudden flick of his chain, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Crack, crack, crack. With the sound of air-splitting lashes, the crimson chain shot forth in a series of quick, high-speed attacks, directly aimed at Wang Su. Who, faced with the chain of relentless fire lashes, Wang Su dared not be careless either. The water cannon vibrated in his hands, firing similar blasts of water to intercept the incoming flames. Yet, just as Wang Su was busy blocking the fire blasts, Ouyang Yuya suddenly lunged forward, rushing straight at him. As Wang Su's face changed in horror, Ouyang Yuya's palm flipped, and a stone tablet appeared. Encased in blazing crimson soul force, it was ruthlessly slammed downward amid Wang Su's shock. The sheer force was sufficient to pound even a powerful soul cultivator into pulp. Thinking of using me as your stepping stone? Get lost. Just as Ouyang Yuya lifted the stone tablet, a fierce glare appeared in Wang Su's eyes. That Ouyang Yuya had proven to be so tough had exceeded Wang Su's expectations. What's more, Ouyang's martial techniques were so strong and direct that it seemed he was trying to end the fight immediately, making this battle extremely difficult for Wang Su. However, being the strongest disciple of his clan, his combat capabilities were not his only strength. His reaction speed was also exceptionally sharp. Immediately, his eyes flashed with vicious intent. Then his water cannon once again transformed into a water shield, blocking the incoming tablet. Using this brief moment, his figure swiftly retreated backward. While retreating, his hands suddenly formed seals. Possibly drawing upon some forbidden or unfamiliar technique, he released a series of subtle and awkward hand seals. With each motion, strong fluctuations gradually radiated outward from his water cannon. The stone tablet swung powerfully and smashed onto the shield, causing ripples across its surface, though it did not shatter as expected. Seeing the shield blocking his strike, Ouyang Yuya was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to move again, he suddenly felt an abnormally thick surge of water energy rushing toward him. Without thinking, he moved his body rapidly backward. As he retreated, a thick water column appeared and forcefully smashed the aquamarine shield into pieces. Then, without pause, it slashed downward toward Ouyang Yuya's body. The ferocity of this attack made Ouyang Yuya's expression twitch slightly, as he inwardly admitted how fortunate he was to have fled in time. Otherwise, he might have been injured today. Feeling the incoming attack, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but furrow his brows. Such an attack had already reached the level of a third-tier skill. Once reaching this level, unless he could counter with a similar attack himself, even being touched would prove troublesome. Immediately, he shook his palm, withdrawing the sulfur cannon. Facing the surging water column, his eyes lit up with a fiery glow. Let's see whose move is stronger. Saying so, he suddenly raised his left palm, where streams of fire surged from within his body and crazily gathered into his left hand. Finally, a fiery red giant palm condensed and slammed directly into the water column. With a deafening roar, the fiery red palm and the water column collided. Under the immense force, the palm was instantly dispersed, and powerful shockwaves erupted, instantly flipping over the ground surface and exposing fresh earth below. Dust and debris filled the battlefield, instantly shrouding the area and preventing onlookers from seeing what had happened inside. After the strike, Wang Su, pale and panting slightly, stared into the swirling dust ahead. That last move had been the strongest he could muster, and using it left him feeling physically drained. He was confident that a soul cultivator like xiuxian could not possibly withstand such an attack. However, before he could fully relax, a figure suddenly emerged from the dust in a strange way. When he recognized the face of the figure, Wang Su's expression instantly turned grim. The person was clearly xiuxian. Even more shocking was that xiuxian's face showed no trace of emotion, and under that cold gaze, Wang Su felt a chill creep into his heart. Unlike Wang Su's drained condition, xiuxian appeared completely unharmed. He just slowly walked toward Wang Su, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy and his aura to sharply rise with each step. I give up. Seeing the figure approaching, Wang Su cried out immediately, his voice filled with fear. As soon as Wang Su's voice dropped, an uproar broke out from the crowd. No one had expected that a soul cultivator would actually make a soul warrior concede defeat. However, having witnessed the previous clash, none could offer objections. Most believed that even if they had faced him, the result would likely be the same. Murmurs of amazement echoed across the crowd. Following Wang Su's surrender, xiuxian halted his steps. Yet before he could turn around, a sinister gleam suddenly flashed across Wang Su's previously defeated expression. Suddenly, his sulfur cannon shot forward, unleashing a golden ray of light toward xiuxian's head. Be careful! Seeing the sudden attack, Luo Shang gasped in shock and quickly shouted a warning. But it was already too late. Crack! In this life-threatening moment, xiuxian had no time to dodge and was directly struck by the golden beam. Seeing xiuxian hit, a sinister grin surfaced on Wang Su's face. However, to his surprise, the expected bloodshed did not occur. Instead, a sharp sound rang out, and xiuxian's body, before Wang Su's stunned gaze, slowly dissipated into fragments and vanished into thin air. The triumphant smile on Wang Su's face instantly froze, and a sudden sense of unease crept into his mind. Hee, Brother Wang. You were the one who broke the rules first. Just then, a distant voice came from behind him, sending a chill through his spine. Startled, he quickly turned his head and saw xiuxian's cold smirk, accompanied by a fierce crimson dragon arm protruding from his side. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and everyone saw xiuxian's dragon arm strike Wang Su's face with full force. The immense power sent the latter flying backward instantly, before crashing heavily into the crowd of onlookers, getting knocked unconscious on the spot. Seeing Wang Su lying on the ground, already unconscious, everyone inhaled sharply in shock. Finally, their gazes shifted toward xiuxian, who stood there with his hands folded, and a hint of apprehension flickered across their expressions. This guy, he's too ruthless. Chapter 2:23 The Proposal. In the vast arena, as the battle between xiuxian and Wang Su came to an end, an eerie silence immediately fell. All the onlookers stared at xiuxian in disbelief, each secretly drawing in a sharp breath. Obviously, even they hadn't expected such an outcome. After all, it was nearly inconceivable that a soul cultivator could completely defeat a soul warrior in just a few exchanges. Even the heads of the four great clans were momentarily stunned. Then, glimmers of something indescribable flickered across their expressions as they began re-evaluating xiuxian's strength. The level of combat skill he had displayed left them with no room for criticism. Damn brat, how dare you hurt my son? Suddenly, a low roar, like thunder splitting the air, shattered the silence of the battlefield. Immediately afterward, a rushing wind sound erupted. Xiuxian turned around and saw a figure dashing swiftly in his direction, Wang Lei. His expression instantly displayed a trace of alarm. The moment Wang Lei lunged forward, several voices shouted attempts to stop him, though it was already too late. Wang Lei, indeed, proved himself a formidable soul master. The fierce aura bursting from his rage was enough to make even xiuxian flinch. Quickly, he leapt backward, narrowly dodging the howling gust of power aimed directly at him. Slippery little kid. Seeing xiuxian's movement, Wang Lei let out a mocking laugh, then opened his palm and reached straight toward him. Faintly, blue light crackled across his arm. Facing Wang Lei's attack, xiuxian let out a cold snort, simultaneously forcing his yin-yang twin fish to rotate furiously within him. Just as he prepared to counterattack, suddenly, a figure swiftly emerged from behind him, stepping directly in front of xiuxian and blocking Wang Lei's assault entirely. Luo Zhong, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Looking at Luo Zhong now standing protectively before xiuxian, Wang Lei furrowed his brow and said, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Attacking a junior? Wang Lei, your audacity truly knows no bounds. Faced with Wang Lei's threat, Luo Zhong ignored him, smirking sarcastically. Though his tone was mocking, there was genuine mirth in his eyes. Clearly, Ouyang Yue's clean defeat of Wang Su had greatly boosted his pride, especially since Ouyang represented the Luo household now. The more outstanding he performed, the more beneficial it was to the Luo household. What do you mean? This brat injured my son, and you won't let me act? Move aside, or don't blame me for being impolite. Luo Zhong's persistent interference greatly infuriated Wang Lei. He bellowed, raising his voice as 3 deep blue soul rings suddenly flared up, shimmering in dazzling radiance. Haha, fights between juniors usually result in injuries. If you have the guts, come at me. Do you really think I, Luo, fear you? Luo Zhong retorted, also igniting his soul rings, matching Wang Lei's display with equal strength, without yielding an inch. If that's how it is, then let's see how much you've improved over the years. As Wang Lei spoke, his soul tool, the sulfur cannon, rotated, instantly erupting into a towering jet of water. Twisting and surging, it solidified into a powerful stream of water, resembling a spiraling water dragon that roared toward Luo Zhong. Observing this attack, Ouyang Yue's eyes gleamed with recognition. It was almost identical to the one used earlier by Wang Su. However, the power behind this version was much greater, even carrying a slight sense of fluidity and intelligence. Moreover, Wang Lei had conjured it up so effortlessly, as if it had hardly cost him anything at all. Seeing this, Ouyang Yue couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that a soul master truly was formidable. Those vast soul power fluctuations were beyond his current level. If Wang Su earlier had been capable of unleashing such a degree of skill, Ouyang suspected even he would have had no choice but to tap into the Wangxin energy to counter it. However, only Ouyang Yue held such thoughts at this moment. Before Luo Zhong could even raise his weapon, suddenly a golden streak flashed across the arena from thin air. In an instant, it smashed through the oncoming water dragon released by Wang Lei, dissipating it into misty vapor. Both of you are heads of influential families. Is it fitting to behave this way and risk losing face? Just as the column of water was shattered, a calm voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw the city lord, Lord Min, materialize slowly between them. City lord. Seeing the approaching figure, both Luo Zhong and Wang Lei quickly greeted him. Enough, both of you. Please, grant me this favor and end this quarrel here. This kind of scene is not seemly for others to witness. Lord Min spoke, smiling faintly at Luo Zhong and Wang Lei. Though his tone sounded like a question, the undeniable authority in his voice caused both men to pause before nodding in agreement. Good. We do have rules, after all. Since this young man has won, then he has won. Luo household takes the victory. Does Master Wang have any objection? With these words, Lord Min's gaze turned toward Wang Lei. As the city lord commands. Upon hearing that, Wang Lei also nodded, dejectedly lowering his head. His face was pale, as if drained of blood. With Wang Su now defeated and grievously injured, it was unlikely he could continue in the following rounds. Thus, the final rankings of the family's competition were already quite clear. It seemed the Wang household would ultimately suffer defeat. Enough. All of you may return. Don't delay the matches between the Xie and Yuan families. As Lord Min spoke, his eyes briefly swept past Ouyang Yue, who stood behind Luo Zhong, and his smile deepened. You must be Ouyang Yue. Seeing Lord Min address him directly, Ouyang Yue also nodded, then bowed respectfully. Though he appeared calm, inwardly he felt a sense of unease. Just moments ago, when Lord Min's gaze swept over him, Ouyang had sensed a chilling presence. Under the other's scrutiny, a cold wave had rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, giving him the unsettling feeling as though his innermost secrets were being laid bare. Compared briefly in his mind, he found Lord Min's power to surpass even that of Nan Gongtian. However, just as Ouyang was feeling startled, he suddenly felt the usually dormant xuanhuan tremble within his body. It then emitted a milky white light, faintly shrouding him. With the concealment provided by the xuanhuan, Ouyang Yue finally felt that eerie chill dissipate entirely. What an interesting young fellow. Lord Min chuckled, then moved his figure and returned to the stone platform. Behind him, Wang Lei carried the unconscious Wang Su, reluctantly stepping back onto the platform. The look in his eyes when he glanced at Ouyang Yue, however, was filled with murderous intent. We should return as well. Don't worry. As long as there's a Luo household, Wang Lei won't be able to touch you. Seeming to catch the faint worry on Ouyang Yue's face, Luo Zhong patted his shoulder and said, Thank you. Ouyang Yue replied. He wasn't particularly worried about Wang Lei. He believed in his own abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat Wang Lei in a fight, he was confident he could escape if necessary. Still, avoiding unnecessary conflict was always better, especially one that was completely unwarranted. No need to be so polite. Hearing that, Luo Zhong smiled as well, then leapt back to the stone platform. Following him, Ouyang Yue also returned, sitting side by side with Luo Yan. You're quite impressive, you know. Even I would have had to exert considerable effort against Wang Su. Looks like I underestimated you earlier. Just as Ouyang Yue had settled down, Luo Yan beside him remarked, her tone filled with cheerful delight. Shaking his head helplessly, he didn't reply, then turned to see Luo Shang watching him. Her beautiful eyes flickered as if deep in thought. Seeing that, Ouyang Yue curled his lips into a meaningful smirk. Upon meeting Ouyang Yue's gaze, Luo Shang seemed to remember something and suddenly flushed a deep crimson. She quickly turned her head, fixing her gaze on the middle of the arena, deliberately avoiding his eyes. Chuckling and shaking his head lightly, Ouyang Yue redirected his attention toward the ongoing duel on the battlefield. The two current combatants were Xiuxian from the Xie household and Xuanhuan from the Yuan household. To Ouyang Yuye's surprise, the Xia family had chosen a female fighter. Yet, judging from her movements, she was holding her own against xuanhuan quite evenly. Compared to the earlier clash between Ouyang Yuye and Wang Su, the fight between xiuxian and xuanhuan proceeded in a more traditional, orderly fashion. The sulfur cannons swung back and forth between them, dazzling streams of light flashing through the air in a spectacular display. Clearly, neither side was trying to fight too aggressively. Thus, the battle of endurance lasted for a full quarter of an hour before finally ending when xiuxian showed signs of physical exhaustion. Huff. Next up is xuanhuan. Ouyang Yuye exhaled softly. If he could defeat xuanhuan smoothly in the next match, then his task would be considered accomplished. During the fight between xiuxian and xuanhuan, Ouyang Yuye had carefully studied their fighting techniques and methods. Thus, when it came to facing xuanhuan himself, he was quite confident. However, just as he stood up, he felt a chilling gaze, like a persistent parasite clinging to his bones, locking onto him. Turning his head, he saw Min Zhao seated not far away, a sinister curve on his lips. Soon after, Min Zhao began speaking to the city lord about something, though from afar, Ouyang Yuye had an extremely strong premonition that those words were definitely aimed at him, and whatever was coming would not be good. Undeniably, Ouyang Yuye's intuition was spot on. Indeed, just at that moment, Min Zhao suddenly leapt onto the platform, his expression containing faint traces of provocation toward Ouyang Yuye. However, his gaze did not linger on Ouyang for long before shifting toward Luoshan's position, upon which his lips curled into another smile. I have long admired Miss Luoshan from afar, and today I take this special opportunity to formally propose. I wonder what the lady's thoughts are on this matter. As Min Zhao's words fell, Ouyang Yuye's expression instantly turned gloomy and dark. Chapter 224, I've accepted. Sure enough, as soon as Min Zhao finished speaking, the expressions of everyone from the Luo family present immediately turned extremely grim. For Min Zhao to openly challenge for Luoshan's hand in marriage, knowing she already had someone she fancied, was no different than slapping the Luo family's face publicly. Even though the mentioned Ouyang Yuye was merely a fabrication by Luoshan to cover up the truth, there was still a taste of coercion. Not only were Luo Yin and the other members of the Luo family visibly angry, even Luo Zhong, whose expression had always remained calm, now showed signs of anger on his face. He frowned slightly and said, Lord Min, this is a competition among the four great families. Is it really appropriate to discuss this here and now? Regarding the marriage proposal, I think it would be better to discuss it privately. What Luo Zhong said was worded very carefully, explaining the situation tactfully while politely refusing. In his opinion, even the city lord himself would have to take into account the dignity of the four great families. To talk about marriage here was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Really? I think since everyone is here today, it's the perfect opportunity to propose with all of you present as witnesses. Isn't this exactly how sincerity from me, Min Zhao, can be shown toward Lady Luoshan? Yet in response to Luo Zhong's words, Min Zhao had a different opinion. As he finished speaking, murmurs of flattery immediately came from the surrounding crowd, which caused Luo Zhong's expression to become even darker. Clearly pleased with the situation, Min Zhao smiled broadly and continued. Lord Luo Zhong, what do you think? Haha, I've long heard of Lord Min's affection for the daughter of the Luo family. Today, with everyone witnessing, it indeed shows your sincerity. At that moment, before Luo Zhong could respond, Wang Lei interjected from the side, casting a gleeful look at Luo Zhong's face. Wang Lei, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Master Luo Zhong, don't be too harsh. Enough, both of you, stop quarreling. Min Zhao raised his hand to halt Wang Lei's words and finally shifted his gaze onto Luo Zhong, whose beautiful face had turned pale. At this sight, Min Zhao's eyes showed even more intensity. Such a delicate woman always stirred the desire for protection in these kinds of noble young men. However, he quickly masked his intense gaze and said, What does Lady Luoshan herself think? Min Zhao, you go too far. My sister already has a sweetheart. Standing up, Luo Yin immediately stepped in front of Luoshan protectively, frowning slightly. Although marrying into the city lord's family might indeed be a good choice for the daughter of the Luo family, and could bring them increased status, Luo Yin knew Min Zhao's personality and character very well. He believed that his sister wouldn't find any happiness should she marry him, and that was something he could not bear to see. However, to his surprise, upon hearing that, Min Zhao let out a sudden snort of disdain, his gaze falling directly on Ouyang Yuye, filled with mockery and contempt. Are you referring to this gentleman here? It's often said beauty deserves a hero. Considering Lady Luoshan's looks, it's a bit of a downgrade to be with someone like you. Well then, since you're so insistent, let me challenge you to a fair contest. If you can defeat me, I will never bring this up again and also hand over today's championship to you. How does that sound? As soon as Min Zhao's words dropped, murmurs broke out among the crowd, and everyone turned their gaze toward Ouyang Yuye in the arena. Observant onlookers could already sense something was amiss. As Min Zhao's challenge echoed, Luo Yin quickly understood, and a cold sneer appeared in his heart. So this was Min Zhao's true intention all along, to find a justified reason to eliminate Ouyang Yuye. He couldn't deny Min Zhao's intelligence. Of course, not only Luo Yin but also Ouyang Yuye himself had already figured this out, and shook his head helplessly. Indeed, this situation was a bit of a hassle. Although he knew Min Zhao might come after him, he hadn't expected it to be in such a manner. He could clearly see that Min Zhao's true intention was against him. The marriage was merely an excuse. Of course, getting Luoshan would be a nice bonus. Although Ouyang Yuye was not afraid of Min Zhao per se, he had a certain amount of caution toward dealing with him, especially considering the wind element in which Min Zhao specialized. He had no intention of causing conflict with Min Zhao unless absolutely necessary, but clearly that would be unavoidable now. Sorry for getting you involved in this. Just as he was contemplating a solution, lost in his thoughts, suddenly a faint voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum reached his ear. Turning his head, he saw Luo Shang's remorseful face. Perhaps due to fear, her previously rosy complexion had turned slightly pale, and in her beautiful eyes, faint tears sparkled, stirring an instinctive urge to protect her, truly heart-wrenching. I know this situation has put you in a difficult position, but please rest assured, our Luo family won't force you into anything. I'll agree to his proposal. After all, this is all I'm good for. As Luo Shang spoke, she seemed to have already made a decision. She looked at Min Zhao standing in the arena and bit her lip as she spoke. Hearing this, Xuanhuan gave a slight sigh, then broke into a bitter smile. He gently reached out and pulled Luo Shang back just as she was about to step forward, smiling at her surprised expression. After all, I've been your husband, at least for a short while. If I don't show any response, people might think me spineless, wouldn't they? You're willing to help us? Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Luo Shang's face instantly brightened. Somehow, she always felt everything would be alright as long as this young man was willing to act, a kind of blind trust, though she didn't know where it came from. Still, she couldn't hide her excitement at understanding his meaning. What do you think I have other than agreeing? Thank you. At Luo Shang's gratitude, Xuanhuan simply shrugged his shoulders. Actually, you can just throw me out there. You know, I'm already the target of everyone's arrows now. That way, you wouldn't be in such a difficult position either, right? Unexpectedly, right after Xuanhuan finished speaking, Luo Shang burst into laughter. Leaving aside whether our Luo family would do that or not, if you really ended up like that, I'm afraid you'd just leave here immediately, wouldn't you? Hearing this, Xuanhuan laughed again. It was true that despite their short acquaintance, Luo Shang indeed understood him quite well. Seeing Xuanhuan's helpless expression, Luo Shang suddenly spoke again, seemingly in deep consideration, then leaned forward beside him, her voice barely above a whisper in his ear. When you come back, I have something I want to give you. As she spoke, a rosy flush rose on her face, and under Xuanhuan's puzzled gaze, she returned once again to Luo Yan's side. Really is an interesting girl. Watching Luo Shang, her ears even turning slightly red, Xuanhuan smiled. What? Scared? At that moment, Min Zhao standing in the arena spoke again, the provocation and arrogance obvious in his tone. Seeing Xuanhuan still unmoved, his audacity grew even more. I always thought you were somewhat bold, but never expected you to be this cowardly. As Min Zhao spoke, he turned his gaze toward Luo Zhong. Family head Luo, the ball's in your court now. Lord Min, I still think this is inappropriate. Faced with Min Zhao, Luo Zhong's tone also carried some gloom. Being repeatedly questioned by a junior was embarrassing, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. After all, the person standing behind Min Zhao was someone none of these clan leaders could oppose. Haha, I think it's a good idea. That girl Luo Shang is indeed quite endearing. If she comes to our city lord's residence, I assure you, I won't treat her poorly. At this point, the previously silent city lord, Min Wang, suddenly rose to speak, finally fixing his gaze on Xuanhuan. But after all, this young man made the first move. We're all young talents. As the saying goes, a gentleman cherishes a graceful lady. Since both young men are fond of her, why not just follow Min Zhao's suggestion and let them compete fairly? What do you think, head of the Luo family? City lord, this isn't quite appropriate. Luo Zhong replied with bitterness, yet he was helpless in front of Min Wang. Alright, head Luo, let the youths handle youth matters. We old folks shouldn't get involved, otherwise we'd just be laughed at. Besides, in the end, it's still the girl's decision. If she refuses, can we really force her? Blocking Luo Zhong's words with a laugh, Min Wang spoke. Sighing helplessly, Luo Zhong's expression was complicated as his gaze finally rested on Xuanhuan, with a faint trace of apology in his tone. Young Master Ouyang, this incident is the fault of our Luo family for dragging you into it. If you don't want to get involved, please just leave. I believe they won't dare to cause you any trouble. As for our Luo family, I believe they'll still grant me a bit of face. Family head Luo Zhong, you truly flatter me. If I leave now, it would indeed be quite hard to justify. Xuanhuan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He didn't pay attention to Luo Zhong's tao, nor did he have much interest in Min Zhao. Rather, he might as well take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, he slowly rose to his feet, directly meeting Min Zhao's provocative gaze. He exhaled slowly and deliberately, and with a stir of his mind, the yin and yang twin fish within his body began spinning wildly. Finally, the blue and crimson halves of his cultivation intertwined at the center, neatly stabilizing into a dense, pitch-black hue. Then, a faint smile curled his lips. Fine. This battle, I Xuanhuan accept. Chapter 225, The Frenzied Demon's Dance. Just as Xuanhuan accepted the challenge, a commotion erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned toward him in disbelief, struggling to comprehend where this young man had drawn such confidence from. After all, Min Zhao possessed the strength of a sixth-stage soul scholar, and as a disciple of the prestigious Jin Academy, his power was undoubtedly far beyond that of someone like Wang Su. A hot-headed fool. That was the verdict of everyone present regarding Xuanhuan. Master Ouyang, don't act rashly. When Luo Zhong heard that Xuanhuan had accepted the challenge, he hurriedly called out in an attempt to stop him. Min Zhao is extremely powerful. Even Miss Yin is no match for him. Don't fall for his provocation. Troubles must eventually be dealt with. Since they cannot be avoided, I might as well resolve them all here today. Faced with Luo Zhong's plea, Ouyang Yuya lightly shook his head. His voice was heavy with seriousness. He was fully aware that even against Min Zhao, his chances of victory were slim. Very well, proceed carefully. If things don't seem favorable, return immediately. We of the Luo household will ensure your safety. Ouyang Yuya nodded solemnly, then stepped forward beneath everyone's gaze, facing Min Zhao in confrontation. So you do have some guts. Truly, a young bull unafraid of tigers. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya actually dared to accept his challenge, Min Zhao smile deepened. Originally, his intent had been to humiliate the other, but he hadn't expected Ouyang Yuya to be so bold. Begin the fight already. Idle taunts accomplish nothing. Ouyang Yuya lightly gripped his palm, and immediately, a sharp fluctuation radiated from his body, spreading outwards. What a fine young man. Others may accuse me of arrogance, but it seems you have even surpassed me in that regard. Very well then. Today I shall teach you a valuable lesson, to know whom you can provoke and whom you cannot. Enough talk. Before Min Zhao could finish speaking, Ouyang Yuya had already cut him off. Then, with a sudden burst of movement, his body became a streak of light, charging fiercely toward Min Zhao. The stone tablet materialized midair as he advanced, sweeping in a brilliant arc before crashing downward toward Min Zhao's head, the savage force of impact causing the very air to shriek. As he attacked, Ouyang Yuya carefully assessed their respective strengths. Against a foe like Min Zhao, even he lacked certainty of victory, so gaining the initiative through preemptive action was clearly the best strategy. Hence, unleashing a sudden burst of power was paramount, which was why he had chosen the path of a soul scholar rather than alchemy. Likewise, summoning the stone tablet directly instead of employing martial techniques was a deliberate effort to avoid that dreaded counterability. Clearly, Min Zhao had anticipated Ouyang Yuya's intentions, yet a hint of surprise still flickered across his expression. Nevertheless, he didn't dare take the attack head-on. He hastily stepped back, and while retreating, swiftly spun the wind cannons in his hands, unleashing multiple chaotic wind blades that sliced through the air toward the incoming tablet. Ouyang Yuya swung the tablet fiercely, causing a sharp succession of clinking sounds and bursts of sparks as the attack's momentum was halted abruptly. Realizing his initial attack had missed its mark, Ouyang Yuya swiftly retreated. And just as he had pulled away, a shadowy figure ghosted forward at an astonishing speed, so fast, in fact, that Ouyang Yuya himself barely sensed it. Before he could react, Min Zhao had closed in, exploiting the brief hesitation in Ouyang Yuya's movement. What incredible speed! Ouyang Yuya's eyes narrowed as he observed the rapidly enlarging blur in his vision, his face tightening with serious concentration. Such speed must surely rival even Luo Yan's. With a single movement, Min Zhao had revealed his true strength, undeniably formidable. Slight sidestep, and Ouyang Yuya's body glided aside. Yet even as he was dodging sideways, he spotted Min Zhao flashing a series of silver glints in his hands, each filled with a ferociously sharp energy. Instantly slicing through the air, these gleaming daggers flew toward Ouyang Yuya's throat, leaving behind ripples in their trail. The silver blades flashed dangerously close, expanding in Ouyang Yuya's pupils as he sensed their approach. Just before impact, a streak of white light appeared, promptly activating his mind. His Wanshang Fongjun, myriad image vessel, transformed into a milky white shield, enveloping his body and halting the daggers midair. Upon collision with the shield, the tablet's surface violently trembled, as though on the verge of shattering under such fierce assault. Yet the defense capabilities of the myriad image vessel were indeed unmatched. After a moment of violent quivering, it steadied itself once more. Seeing his attack blocked, Min Zhao's lips curled into a slight arc. His gaze at the milky white barrier, however, gradually turned cold. But still, a defense of this level is insufficient. As Min Zhao spoke, the silver sulfurous cannon in his hands began to tremble once more, this time at a faster frequency, the cannon's mouth spinning rapidly. Upon seeing the sulfurous cannon in Min Zhao's grip, Ouyang Yuya's heart immediately stirred with unease. Without hesitation, he swiftly leaped backward, and in the instant he retreated, a streak of silver light suddenly shot out from the cannon like a beam, blindingly fast as it struck fiercely against Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. Before Ouyang Yuya could react in shock, the sharp beam had pierced through the myriad image vessel's protective barrier and left a finger-sized hole in his shoulder. The impact shattered the fabric at the shoulder seam, blood gushing instantly from the wound and staining the chest area of his robe entirely crimson. Streams of dripping blood made the scene particularly gruesome. Their battle had occurred in a flash. Hence, when everyone saw the two separate once more, they were surprised to notice that Ouyang Yuya had already been injured. Immediately, murmurs of disbelief and sympathy swept through the crowd. No wonder he's a sixth-stage soul scholar. TSK, managing to wound that young fellow in a single move. The privileged disciple from the Gene Academy really lives up to his reputation. It seems this kid has finally run into a real obstacle. Thinking one can be invincible with just a sole observer's strength. How naive can one be? In the Luo household's private section of the spectator stand, Luo Zhong, Luo Shan, and others had all changed expressions and become deeply concerned seeing Ouyang Yuya being placed at a disadvantage. Even they hadn't anticipated that Ouyang Yuya would suffer such an injury immediately upon entering the arena. Was Min Zhao really this strong? Seeing Ouyang Yuya wounded, Luo Shan especially became extremely nervous, gripping the hem of her dress tightly, clearly anxious. Don't worry, brother Ouyang's strength shouldn't be limited to just this much. Luo Yan patted Luo Shan's shoulder reassuringly. Luo Shan nodded but remained filled with concern in her expression. Humph, I told you so, the brat won't last long. A single move left him injured. Once this kid is dealt with, let's see how long the Luo household can remain defiant. Meanwhile, on another section of the stands, Wang Lei eyed the scene below with a cruel smile curling his lips. Beside him, the previously unconscious Wang Su had awoken, although his complexion was pale. He stared at Ouyang Yuye's figure with intense hatred in his gaze. Hearing Wang Lei's words, he also nodded slightly. Instructor, what's your take on this? The city lord Min Wang asked the elderly figure beside him while observing the standoff between the two combatants on the battlefield. Your young lord has certainly gained greatly during his recent time at the Jin Academy. His mastery of strength, timing, and skill usage is nothing short of flawless. The instructor nodded as he spoke, prompting Min Wang to understand as well. However, that young fellow is no simple character either, the instructor suddenly added, causing Min Wang's curiosity to rise. Oh, in what way is he not simple? If I haven't mistaken, just now your young lord unleashed his shattering metal chi, which should be well within the capability of a third-grade alchemist. Against a mere first-grade alchemist, even a slight attack should have left not only a wound, but perhaps half his body rendered useless. Yet now, the young man has suffered only minor injuries. This suggests he himself is quite extraordinary. Precisely. I believe the real fight has just begun. Min Wang gazed intently at Ouyang Yue once again, his expression unfathomable as thoughts seemed to swirl in his mind. A really strong body. Min Zhao grinned as he looked at Ouyang Yue, though his slightly narrowed eyes revealed traces of surprise. He clearly understood the intensity of his last attack. Truthfully speaking, if others like Wang Su or other disciples from different families had received the same blow, they would have instantly lost their fighting ability. Yet now, the young fellow merely bore some wounds, showing no visible signs of serious injury. Ouyang Yue extended his left hand and struck his wounded right arm hard. A cracking sound rang out as the bones shifted beneath the skin, and a streak of milky white light immediately flickered over the wound, gradually stopping the flow of blood. Shattering metal chi. Feeling the invasive energy steadily surging within his body, Ouyang Yue's expression turned gloomy as he muttered coldly, his eyes revealing an icy chill. Truthfully, this was the first time he had sustained an injury in a battle against someone of his own generation. What startled him most was that even the myriad image vessel had actually been pierced, leaving a hole in it for the first time. That Min Zhao was truly formidable. Compared to someone like Wang Su or that Chen Nan from Maple Grove Town previously, he seemed to be on a completely different level. Looks like I underestimated you after all. Well then, I've never liked dragging things out when fighting. Since this is how it is, let's end this quickly. As Min Zhao spoke, his right arm suddenly stirred, and immediately, sharp ripples began gathering around his body. Ouyang Yue could sense it. Within those ripples radiated an indescribably heavy and razor-edged sharpness. Raving demon dance. With a furious shout from Min Zhao, the surrounding soul energy began wildly converging. Even the silvery white soul ring at his wrist flared brilliantly. Finally, in front of him, it solidified, gradually forming into a swirling hurricane nearly a zhang in height, wildly thrashing about. Chapter 226 Dark Alchemy. Voila! With a sound, the hurricane gradually solidified into something tangible. The surrounding atmosphere shifted instantly, and under the 100-meter-wide vortex of wind, the sky turned gloomy. Roaring gales transformed into dragon-like gusts, tearing up the grass from the ground and lifting it skyward, where it was caught up in the raging winds. Amid this chaos, the spectators' expressions turned pale. Fourth tier, a voice, like a startled cry, rang out from the crowd, immediately setting off a wave of commotion and murmurs, all eyes fixed in alarm upon the vortex. Even the leaders sitting upon the high platform could not help but change expressions, astonished that Min Zhao had actually managed to unleash an attack of this level. After all, a fourth-tier technique was already considered high level. Without a move capable of countering it, his opponent might be reduced to dust by the violent tearing force. Witnessing the ferocious windstorm, Luo Yan's face darkened. Turning to Luo Zhong and Luo Shang, he saw the same grim expressions on their faces. Clenching his right fist, he fixed his gaze on Ouyang Yue standing opposite the windstorm in the arena, silently hoping that the young man still had a trick up his sleeve. Fourth tier, huh? Ouyang Yue stared intently at the violently swirling hurricane before him, his eyes narrowing. A fourth-tier skill was already comparable to an earth-tier martial technique. The only move he could summon at this moment was the Great Wilderness Palm. However, its side effects were quite severe. Although Min Zhao looked pale, there was clearly still fighting strength remaining. Once he unleashed the Great Wilderness Palm, he might find himself helpless should another confrontation arise. Boy, you're worthy enough to make me use this move. Even dying should be satisfying for you. Min Zhao's cold voice carried through the air. Ouyang Yue saw the hurricane suddenly shift and sweep forward in a domineering manner, uprooting all vegetation in its path. In its wake, sand and stones flew wildly, turning the battleground into a cloud of dust and darkness. From a distance, the entire area appeared veiled in fog, preventing onlookers from seeing what was actually happening inside. The howling wind sounded, and Ouyang Yue dared not face it head-on. Swiftly, he stepped back while at the same time whipping his sleeves outward, unleashing no less than 100 wilderness stones which whirled around his body. Those are wilderness stones. In the stands, Luo Zhong eyed Ouyang Yue's movements in confusion, unsure why he would resort to such an item at such a critical moment. As Min Zhao summoned the hurricane, Many people in the arena shared similar doubts, curious to see how Ouyang Yuya would counter such a fierce attack. Ignoring the astonished expressions from the surroundings, Ouyang Yuya remained calm, his fingers moving rapidly. With a low shout, he triggered a series of cracking sounds. From the wilderness stones surged forth a thick aura of wilderness energy, spreading outward in all directions. As the wild energy dispersed, Ouyang Yuya remained composed. He immediately executed a series of hand seals, and the originally spreading wilderness aura gathered violently in front of him, finally coalescing into a massive brown light pillar as thick as 10 people embracing. As the pillar solidified, Ouyang Yuya lifted his head and found the hurricane already upon him, nearly touching his face. He could feel the sharp, stinging force of the wind cutting across his skin. He immediately retreated swiftly, then swung his arm, sending the brown light pillar surging directly toward the hurricane. With a low shout from Ouyang Yuya, the thick pillar slammed into the wind vortex. As the two mighty forces collided, the resulting shockwaves burst outward in all directions, sending tremors across the ground, uprooting plants with such force that it even exceeded the earlier impact. As the two attacks crashed into one another, two figures simultaneously shot backward from opposite sides of the impact. The secret art breaking the pill truly lived up to the effort he had invested in it. The 100 wilderness stones, condensing into a single beam of light, had instantly shattered the hurricane. Even so, the residual turbulent energy still affected him, causing a rush of internal blood to churn within his chest. Ouyang Yuya suppressed the surging energy within his body and narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the silhouette behind the mist. Through his perception, he confirmed that Min Zhao had not sustained serious injuries and likely still possessed the strength to continue fighting. Sure enough, at that moment, a sharp sound tore through the air. Ouyang Yuya watched as a blurred figure shot through the fog, dispersing the beamon dust in its path. As the haze cleared, the true form of the figure was revealed, Min Zhao. His appearance was also quite battered. A thin line of blood traced the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were torn, clearly bearing the marks of their earlier clash. Simultaneously, streaks of silver light shot forth rapidly, bombarding toward Ouyang Yuya's chest. The fierce fluctuations caused Ouyang Yuya's expression to tighten immediately. He abruptly halted his footing and dashed sideways. Just as he leapt away, the silver beams blasted past, howling dangerously near his neck. The violent winds trailing them left deep marks on his skin, causing blood to trickle out. Boy, today you die. Min Zhao roared furiously, his silver cannon trembling violently in his hands before transforming into a silver beam, lunging once more toward Ouyang Yuya, the same piercing metallic aura he had unleashed earlier. Through the beam's path, Ouyang Yuya saw the surrounding air split apart, accompanied by thunderous booms. The display was exceptionally terrifying. The metallic aura moved with extreme speed and within an instant reached him. Remembering his earlier misfortune, Ouyang Yuya did not dare to confront it head-on this time. He immediately retreated swiftly while frantically activating the Yin-Yang Taiji. I want to play? Then let's play for real. Faced with Min Zhao's relentless attacks, even Ouyang Yuya's expression darkened with a ruthless gleam, his voice cold as he spoke. With the Yin-Yang Taiji swirling violently within him, the fiery half flared brightly, transforming into countless crimson streaks that surged into his left arm. He formed a hidden hand seal, and the soul power within his body erupted violently, condensing into streams of flame resembling fiery dragons. These flames gathered into a massive red hand upon his left palm, which swung forcefully toward the silver beam. The flame god's hand had barely formed when it slammed down with terrifying intensity. The scorching waves radiated outward, heating the air to the point of emitting wisps of smoke, causing subtle ripples to form within space itself. Striking with overwhelming force, the flame god's hand instantly shattered the silver beam before charging onward toward Min Zhao, who wore a look of shock. Windshield. Confronted by the flame god's hand, even Min Zhao dared not underestimate it. With a surge from his silver cannon, he quickly conjured a wind shield before his chest. However, the flame god's hand belonged to a high-tier xian level technique. The wind shield barely lasted a moment before dissipating, and in the next instant, Min Zhao wore an expression of horror as the flaming hand slammed violently against his chest, sending him flying backward while spewing blood midair. This occurred precisely as the dust cleared, and countless shocked gazes fell upon the blood-spattered Min Zhao retreating backward, their expressions filled with disbelief. No one could comprehend how Min Zhao, who had previously held the absolute advantage, could now be driven back. His weakened appearance made it evident that the blow had left him gravely injured. The astonished expressions extended to the stands, where leaders of various factions observed in shock. Luo Zhong, noting Min Zhao's pale complexion, momentarily looked puzzled before swallowing hard, staring at the figure of Ouyang Yuya standing firmly on the battlefield. Though Ouyang Yuya's aura was weakened, it was still much stronger than Min Zhao's. He never expected that Ouyang Yuya, faced with such a devastating hurricane, had not only survived but even managed to inflict serious damage upon his opponent. This is too brutal. Luo Yin similarly spoke in astonishment. Luo Shang, on the other hand, had already released the tension she previously felt, her face now filled with a radiant smile as she gazed at the slim figure on the battlefield, perceiving it as suddenly towering and impressive. A violent cough rang out as Min Zhao slowly rose, his expression darkening with a savage, beast-like fury fixed upon Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya, today's humiliation will never be forgotten. I will not rest until you lie dead. The cold and sinister words fell, and Ouyang Yuya immediately saw Min Zhao suddenly forming a series of extremely subtle hand seals. Then he spat a mouthful of refined blood onto the silver cannon. With this transformation, Ouyang Yuya saw the originally silvery white cannon suddenly acquire a tinge of ink-black coloration, followed by a thick surge of dark mist erupting from the cannon. Under the influence of this black mist, even Min Zhao's expression turned ghostly and ferocious. Seeing the swirling black mist around Min Zhao's silver cannon, the experts, including Luo Zhong, abruptly stood up in shock and disbelief painted their faces. This is Dark Alchemy. Chapter 227. Huashan's left hand versus Hellfire. Dark Alchemy, huh? Ouyang Yuya looked at Min Zhao, whose aura had suddenly surged, and narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of seriousness flashing across his expression. As for Dark Alchemy, he had once heard about it from Yuntian back at the Xintian Mountains. Coincidentally, he had also had some contact with it before. Those people from the Xuanhuan Mountains were pure dark alchemists. Thus, he had some understanding of it, immediately recognizing the technique Min Zhao was employing. However, what surprised him was that Min Zhao's mastery of dark alchemy was so pure. Surely a tough opponent. He sighed helplessly. Facing an opponent like this was indeed quite troublesome, but he wasn't the kind to retreat when faced with a challenge. After the initial surprise passed, his eyes lit up with a fiery battle intent. Let's see just how powerful your dark alchemy really is. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, his fingers moved swiftly, forming a subtle hand seal. Immediately, the yin and yang twin fish inside his body began to violently tremble. As red and blue energies writhed, the dual-colored yin-yang fish rapidly converged at the center and merged together, transforming into a pitch-black disc. Back at the spectator stand, Luo Yin stared at the now pitch-black sulfur cannon in Min Zhao's hand, her pupils flashing with unease as she clenched her fists tightly. Damn it! How could he know dark alchemy? Judging from the way he's using it and the aura he's emitting, he clearly has attained a considerable level. If I'm not mistaken, he must have practiced this for quite a long time, practically making it to a certain degree of proficiency. He must have spent a lot of effort on it. Beside her, Luo Zhong added, though his expression clearly showed signs of concern as well. What should we do then? It seems like Ouyang brother might not be able to withstand it. Luo Yin glanced at Min Zhao, whose face twisted in a hideous expression, shrouded all over by black smoke. A flicker of fear crossed her face because she could sense that Min Zhao's original cultivation at the 6th level of Soul Scholar had risen again. It was almost breaking through the Soul Scholar barrier. Dark alchemy itself is a rather heretical technique. Both its cultivation speed and attacking power are beyond comparison to our orthodox alchemy, which explains why so many people keep flocking to this forbidden art despite knowing how dangerous it is. However, it also has its drawbacks. Once used too intensely, the user will enter a period of physical weakness. In short, it's exactly like the saying, 1,000 cuts to the enemy, 800 to oneself. At this point, Luo Zhong couldn't help shaking his head in sigh, clearly bewildered by Min Zhao's choice. In other words, if someone could withstand this move, then these dark alchemists would become completely defenseless prey, right? At this moment, Luo Zhong interjected anxiously. Yeah, technically that's correct, but the ones capable of doing so are probably extremely rare. Luo Zhong helplessly shook his head with a bitter smile while gazing at Ouyang Yuya, his unspoken meaning clear, indicating that Ouyang likely lacked the ability to resist this at present. Min Zhao must have been driven to lose his senses, or else he wouldn't be so reckless with this dark alchemy. Although over the years, the existence of dark alchemists has gradually become accepted, they're still seen as heretics and deviants. What Min Zhao is doing here is surely tarnishing the city lord's reputation. Luo Zhong glanced at the city lord Min Wang sitting at the audience stand, only to find even the latter's expression wavering. Such a look rarely ever appeared on this all-controlling noble's face. Then should we step in? Min Zhao is clearly preparing a powerful attack, one that even I find difficult to handle, not to mention Ouyang brother. At this moment, Luo Yin also spoke up. Not yet. Wait a little longer. I have a feeling that this kid isn't exactly ordinary. If things get out of hand later, we'll intervene. After all, this Ouyang young friend came to our Luo household's aid, not to mention that our little princess has fallen for him. Dad. Upon hearing that, Luo Zhong's beautiful face immediately flushed red as she tugged at Luo Zhong's arm repeatedly, clearly very embarrassed. Hee, once a daughter grows up, it's inevitable to have a beloved one in her heart. Besides, I think this kid is pretty good. I just don't know whether his character is upright or not. Of course he is upright. Before Luo Zhong could finish speaking, Luo Zhong had already hastily cut in. However, when she saw the surprised glances from Luo Zhong and Luo Yin, she realized she had spoken out of turn. Her pretty face immediately flushed bright red as she stomped her foot in frustration. Annoying. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. With that, Luo Zhong turned her body away, refusing to speak further, her expression clearly showing her embarrassment, which only made Luo Zhong laugh even harder. Strange, such a peculiar fiery aura. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of Ouyang Yuya. He noticed the latter's body was now surrounded by rings of pitch-black flame. But what startled him was that on those flames, he actually felt an extremely chilling aura that sent a tremor through his heart. Kid, not even a great immortal could save you today. After a long while, Min Zhao, who had been lowering his head, raised it again. Everyone could now see that his pupils were completely shrouded in blackness. At first glance, this alone could shake one's spirit. At this moment, Min Zhao looked exactly like a hellish demon, surrounded by streams of black smoke spewing from the sulfur cannon. making his already pale face appear even more terrifying. As his head lifted, his moving fingers came to a sudden stop. Then, just as if time had frozen, the surging black smoke also instantaneously paused. Hellfire. A voice as gloomy as a whisper in a dream rose. Immediately, the black smoke seemed to be pushed by a giant fan, rapidly gathering forward toward the front of his body, eventually forming a 2-person tall black flame curtain. As soon as this fiery wall solidified, the surrounding air vibrated violently from the intense heat, and the surface of the land around him began burning instantly, giving off a charred stench. Hellfire, as the name implies, was an ultimate flame meant to burn everything to ashes, sending countless living beings into the abyss of hell. Indeed powerful. Xuanhuan gazed at the black flame curtain, standing not far away. On its surface, countless dense flames were splattering about, adding an extra touch of danger to the scene. For the first time ever, Xuanhuan felt the taste of death from an opponent of his own age. At this moment, the xuanhuan within his body began to tremble, automatically forming a protective barrier around him. Well then, let's see whose power is stronger, my Huashan's left hand or your fiery curtain. He licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then he abruptly raised his palm, and the swirling black flame around his body quickly gathered toward his left hand, finally shaping into a giant black flame palm, remarkably similar to Min Zhao's hellfire. Huashan's left hand. Feeling the immense fluctuation radiating from his palm, Xuanhuan slightly narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his palm forward. The target, none other than that black flame curtain. You're asking for death. Xuanhuan's preemptive strike enraged Min Zhao even further. Instantly, he raised his hand, and the black flame curtain vibrated violently, rushing forward to collide head-on with the giant palm. However, the anticipated thunderous explosion didn't arrive. Instead, under the impact of that giant flame palm, the curtain appeared to be devoured by some unknown force. It started dissipating outward from the center, vanishing right before Min Zhao's horrified eyes. Exactly as I thought. Witnessing the flame curtain getting consumed, Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Ever since he absorbed the xiuxian energy back then, he had suspected that these black flames held the ability to devour and neutralize energy. Now, this proved exactly right. Discovering such a power made him extremely excited. Being able to refine external energy for his own use, undoubtedly, this ability truly counted as a deadly secret technique. Hardly had he finished thinking when he saw the entire black flame curtain completely dissolving. The energy stored within it was now entirely absorbed by the giant black flame palm Xuanhuan had sent forth. Then, with an even denser heat, it surged toward Min Zhao, who now wore a face pale as ash. How could this happen? Seeing his favorite move not only neutralized but also turned against him, Min Zhao couldn't help but show a trace of disbelief. Moreover, after that move, he was clearly drained of his strength. Even the sulfur cannon reverted back to its original silver glow, and his entire body exuded a senseless weakness. He had no doubt that if struck by that palm now, he'd be absolutely, undeniably dead. Min Zhao, obviously a straightforward person, wasted no time accepting his defeat and instantly summoned the last of his strength to leap out, desperately trying to dodge the attack. Trying to run away? Seeing Min Zhao trying to escape, Xuanhuan immediately grew ruthless. With a flick of his sleeve, a streak of red light shot out, none other than that mysterious jade pendant. As soon as the pendant darted forth, it swiftly chased after Min Zhao and finally stopped right above his head. With a wave of his hand, Xuanhuan sent forth another ray of red light, which shot directly into the pendant. Under the intense glow of that red light, the pendant suddenly shone brilliantly and transformed into a gigantic golden net, which came down mercilessly over Min Zhao before he could even react. The massive golden net fell without mercy, enclosing Min Zhao in midair just as terror filled his eyes. At the same time, the giant black flame palm finally arrived, rushing toward the now ensnared Min Zhao and smashing down upon him with merciless force. Chapter 2:28 Persuasion. The giant black palm, filled with fierce momentum, rushed toward Min Zhao. Trapped within the golden net, Min Zhao had no means of escape. With terror in his eyes, he watched the palm imprint growing larger. His face turned pale with horror. Only at this moment did he realize what kind of person he had provoked, an absolute killing god. But just then, a figure suddenly shot forth, and under Xuanhuan's dark expression, stood before the palm imprint. With a flick of his sleeve, a golden light emerged, bursting forth with a penetrating power, and finally striking the center of the giant palm like a golden finger. With a loud cracking sound, the golden light struck the palm's center, generating a tremendous force that instantly tore the giant palm apart into two halves. After shattering the massive palm, the figure didn't stop and immediately turned, extending his hand through the void to grasp. The space around rippled, and the faintest crack appeared as the golden net, enclosing Min Zhao, was crushed in one mighty grip. Xuanhuan silently watched these actions unfold. His fists were clenched tightly, and his face was as dark as storm clouds. Moments later, several figures arrived with sharp whistling sounds, landing behind Xuanhuan. These were Luo Zhong and others. Seeing that Xuanhuan was unharmed, Luo Zhong exhaled in relief and fixed his gaze on the floating city Lord Min Wang. Haha, young friend, your strength is indeed remarkable. But today, I'm afraid my son is someone you cannot harm. Might you consider granting this city lord a small favor? As Xuanhuan stared at him, the city lord returned the gaze with a gentle smile. Yet, there was a subtle intent behind his smile. The city lord Min Wang himself. Well, If the city lord speaks, how can I refuse? Hearing that, Ouyang gave a slight bow and said. However, his tone was full of sarcasm, clearly suggesting Min Wang's favoritism and arrogance. Though Min Wang sensed the mockery, he chose to ignore it. Smiling slightly, he reached out and lifted the weakened Min Zhao into the air before speaking downward. Today's contest will end here. As previously agreed, Luo household shall be declared the winner. Following this, the Xia, Yuan, and Wang households will compete next. As for the mentors, the following contest shall be your responsibility. As you command, City Lord. Hearing this, the instructor also nodded. Haha, young one. To be honest, your performance has intrigued me indeed. With a cheerful laugh, Min Wang took another few steps through the air, carrying Min Zhao, before vanishing in a streak of light, disappearing after a few quick bounds. As soon as Min Wang left, the gathered crowd erupted into astonished exclamations, eyes filled with disbelief focused on Ouyang. Discussions broke out immediately among the people, shocked that Ouyang, merely at the soul cultivator level, had severely wounded Min Zhao, who was a soul master, while Min Zhao himself seemed unharmed. Hehe, Ouyang brother, looks like you've made a name for yourself this time. Seeing this, Luo Yan approached and softly said beside Ouyang, his expression a mixture of admiration. Ouyang smiled non-committally in response. His gaze scanned around, and he suddenly noticed the absence of Luo Shang. Puzzled, he thought little of it. Probably the girl had run off fearing he would demand the so-called reward from her. He sighed helplessly but then felt a chilling glare fixated upon him. Turning around, he identified the owner of the gaze, the Wang Su he had recently beaten up. Ouyang couldn't help but smirk. What are you laughing at, you little brat? Ouyang smirk was perceived by Wang Lei as an outright sneer. His eyes narrowed with anger, and he prepared to move forward, but Luo Zhong stepped in front of him immediately, unleashing his peak soul master cultivation unreservedly. Wang Lei, I have tolerated you out of respect for you being the head of a family. If you dare to provoke further, do not blame me for being ruthless. Enough, all of you. Just as Wang Lei was about to retort, an aged voice rang out, and the instructor approached. The surrounding people immediately showed respect, and the once chaotic environment instantly quieted as the instructor's words settled the situation. All eyes turned toward him, awaiting his announcement. Everyone understood the upcoming words were the key points, determining each family's power and status in the future. Faced with the surrounding silence, the instructor paid no heed, and, glancing at Ouyang, asked with a faint smile on his face. You are Ouyang? Yes, this junior is indeed him. Ouyang clasped his hands and bowed slightly toward the instructor. Hehe, quite an impressive young fellow. The instructor patted Ouyang's shoulder, then shifted his gaze toward Luo Zhong standing nearby. Lord Luo, this time you've indeed found a capable helper. The instructor flatters me. Hearing that, Luo Zhong also showed a delighted smile as he replied. All right then, as stated by the city lord, I hereby announce that in this year's For Clans competition, the Luo household is declared the winner. As the instructor's voice faded, cheers erupted from the surroundings, and the jubilant laughter even somewhat intoxicated Ouyang for a brief moment in the joy of victory. Hearing the announcement, Wang Lei's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, yet he held back. Shooting the Luo household side a glance filled with deep hatred, he turned and left with a flick of his sleeve, followed closely by others. Behind him, the Xia and Yuan households, after offering their congratulations to the Luo household, also departed. In no time, the originally bustling crowd thinned down to just a few people left. Luo Zhong smiled faintly before leading the way and departing. Behind him, Ouyang and others followed one after another, soon disappearing from sight. At night, having returned to the Luo household, Ouyang sat cross-legged on the bed. Accompanied by the explosions of several waves circulating around his body, he slowly opened his tightly shut eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Hehe, good thing, not a serious injury. Clutching his fist and sensing the vigorous power flowing through his arms, Ouyang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Wangshui lived up to its reputation as a specialized tool for physical training. Thanks to its refining effect, his previously wounded shoulder had recovered completely. Currently, aside from some lingering weakness, everything else had mostly returned to normal. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, followed shortly by Luo Shang's sweet voice, like a skylark's call. Hearing Luo Shang's voice, Ouyang was slightly taken aback, puzzled at why she would come looking for him this late. Could it be that she? Thinking to himself, a crooked, somewhat wicked smile surfaced on Ouyang's lips. What are you smiling about? It looks so weird. At that moment, Luo Shang pushed the door open and walked in, immediately seeing the grin on Ouyang's face. Nothing much. Did Lady Luo Shang come looking for me for something? Ouyang adjusted his posture slightly and asked. Truthfully, he had a good impression of this girl. To him, he especially admired those like her, who were willing to sacrifice personal interests for the greater good. However, he didn't necessarily agree with such an approach since he believed the world held countless other solutions, and this was often the most reluctant path. Father asked me to give this to you. Luo Shang hesitated for a moment before tossing a pouch over. Ouyang extended his hand to catch it, opening it to find it packed full of Wangshu. Scanning its contents briefly, he discovered it was quite a large amount, nearly 2,000 pieces. He smacked his lips in astonishment. These were given to me by father as a reward. He said not to refuse them. Besides, since our clan secured the first place this time, resource allocations for us in the future will certainly increase. Seeing the puzzlement in Ouyang's eyes, Luo Shang explained. Nodding slightly, Ouyang Yuye refrained from declining further, his heart feeling a tinge of warmth. His favorable impression of the Luo household increased significantly. Among all the factions he had encountered, this was truly the most trustworthy and honorable one. Then please express my thanks to Senior Luo Zhong. Should there be anything else you need me to do in the future, feel free to ask. I won't hesitate. If father learns that 2,000 Washer earned him a talent like you, he would definitely be very pleased. Hearing that, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but smile helplessly. Not just anyone could casually offer thousands of Washer like this. Clearly, Luo Zhong was indirectly offering him an olive branch, but the method was far more direct and honest than many others. There's something I want to ask you. Just as Ouyang Yuye was pondering, Luo Zhong suddenly spoke. What is it? Ouyang Yuye lifted his head to gaze at Luo Zhong, surprise flickering in his eyes. Will you stay by Pine Lake? What did you say? I mean, do you want to stay here? Luo Zhong said, as if summoning up her courage to ask. My home isn't here. Besides, I won't be staying in the Jinding Kingdom for long. After all, I'm not from here. I understand. Then rest early. A hint of disappointment flickered across Luo Zhong's face, but she still managed a forced smile as she spoke, then turned and left. Yet, Ouyang Yuye could still notice her slightly trembling shoulders. Rest well. Ouyang Yuye sighed softly as he watched Luo Zhong walk out the door. How could he not understand her feelings? But he simply did not wish to dwell on such matters anymore. Could it be he really possessed such great charm? Truly a calamity for all beings. Sigh, looks like it's time for me to leave here as well. Chapter 229, Departure. Before dawn, the courtyard was already bathed in a faint, milky white glow cast by the now hazy moonlight, adding an extra layer of mistiness to the scene. Inside the room, Ouyang Yuye's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. He clenched his fists and felt the familiar surge of strength coursing through his body. A slight, satisfied curve appeared at the corner of his lips. After several hours of meditation, the injuries he had sustained from his fight against Min Zhao were now completely healed. Time to go. Exhaling deeply, Ouyang muttered to himself. It wouldn't be long before the town meeting commenced, and it was already time to return to Xiuxian town to reunite with Yuntian and the others. Though they could have just met directly at the capital city of the Jinding Kingdom, as a native of Xiuxian, skipping out like that would appear quite impolite. Besides, he had stayed too long by Lake Xuanhuan already. It was truly time to return. Plus, he couldn't guarantee that Qinlin wouldn't come after him for being late. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, and a sudden weight landed on his shoulder. He turned his head to see the monkey from earlier. With a big hand, he gave the monkey's head a pat. Let's go. Without another word, his figure flickered, and he leapt from the bed. With a wave of his sleeve, he placed a pitch-black box neatly on the table in the room, then transformed his form into a streak of light rushing toward the exit. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the entrance of Lord Luo's estate, dashing out like a flash of lightning straight toward Xuanhuan town without pause. As Ouyang Yuye rushed out, several figures began to gradually emerge from the shadows near the estate gates, none other than Luo Zhong and others. Well then, I'm sure we'll meet again. Luo Zhong patted the shoulder of his daughter Luo Shang, who was still sniffling beside him, his tone tinged with helplessness. He hadn't expected even his daughter's unmatched beauty wouldn't be able to keep Ouyang there. After all, her attractiveness had drawn countless admirers over time. Yet, confronted with Ouyang's utter indifference, he found himself powerless. This guy had virtually no distinguishable weaknesses or preferences at all, as far as he could tell. Father, Brother Ouyang left this inside his room. Beside him, Luo Yan handed over a pitch-black box to Luo Zhong, her voice revealing a trace of confusion. Luo Zhong took the mysterious black box with a puzzled expression, but the moment he opened it, a bone-chilling cold aura immediately spilled out. When he finally saw the object inside, his facial expression abruptly changed. This is xianin chao, blacking grass. The moment the words left Luo Zhong's lips, Luo Yan's eyes widened in surprise too, clearly overwhelmed by disbelief. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, this is indeed the real xianin chao. Never thought it was actually with him all along. Now I understand. The reason he left it behind must have something to do with Shang. Must be it. I didn't expect what I got before was fake. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan smiled bitterly, a note of bitterness evident in her tone. This young man is no ordinary fellow. As he spoke, Luo Zhong gazed in the direction where Ouyang had vanished, admiration unmistakable in his eyes. No doubt about it. Seems like we underestimated him just a bit. Nodding understandingly, Luo Zhong fixed his eyes on the spot where Ouyang had disappeared, glimmers of rare admiration flickering in his eyes. On the wide road outside Xuanhuan town, due to the deepness of the night, Ouyang Yuye's departure did not disturb anyone. His speed was remarkable, as he dashed like a beam of light toward the gates of Xuanhuan town. But just as he sped forward, his figure abruptly froze in midair, halting forcefully. He turned his head, looking behind him, his eyebrows knitting slightly without realizing it. You've been tailing me long enough. Won't you finally show yourself? Ouyang Yuye spoke with a grim tone, staring behind him. Ever since stepping out of Lord Luo's compound, he had sensed something. According to his awareness from the myriad manifestation soul, there had been someone watching him. Though he didn't yet know the other's exact intent, one thing was certain. They were certainly not of benevolent intentions. Impressive perception, young lad. I'm finding you more and more intriguing. Hardly had Ouyang's words fallen when a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. Upon seeing that figure standing in midair, Ouyang's expression instantly turned solemn, and a brief, almost imperceptible flicker crossed his pupils. for the figure that had arrived was none other than City Lord Min Wang. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Ouyang Yuye's heart was immediately flooded with countless thoughts. He couldn't help but wonder what the City Lord's intentions were. Could it be about Min Zhao? At that thought, a chill ran through him. If that were indeed the case, then leaving here today might prove extremely difficult. With a helpless sigh, his expression flickered uncertainly. But quickly, he adjusted himself, then raised his hands in a respectful salute toward the figure standing in midair. Hee, don't worry. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. Seeing the alertness in Ouyang Yuye's eyes, the City Lord merely smiled slightly, then descended slowly from the air, standing face to face with Ouyang. However, the amused, teasing expression on his face never left. Hearing this, Ouyang simply gave a non-committal smirk before asking, "And just what is it that the City Lord desires?" You're indeed cautious. Fine then, I've been curious about you for a while. Besides, you injured my only son. If I let you leave so easily, that wouldn't be very appropriate, now would it? At these words, Ouyang's heart gave a sudden jolt. He inwardly muttered, just as I suspected, and immediately understood that leaving wouldn't be so easy. With a resigned expression, he looked up at the smiling City Lord and asked, "Pardon me, but what exactly does the City Lord mean?" If you can withstand 5 moves from me, I will allow you to leave." At those words, Ouyang's heart stirred slightly. Yet before he could fully respond, he saw the City Lord suddenly spring into action. His sleeves violently flared outward, and several powerful streams of energy burst forth, aimed directly at Ouyang Yuye's face. Seeing the City Lord actually attack without warning, Ouyang's expression flashed with shock. But he quickly gritted his teeth, immediately leaping backward. As he rapidly retreated, he drew forth the stone tablet from his sleeve, raising it instantly in front of his face to block the assault. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Ouyang immediately felt a tremendous force surge through the stone tablet. The impact sent his body forcefully skidding backward, and even the tablet felt as though it were about to fly from his grip. His feet scraped across the ground, leaving behind a trail several zhang long. His right arm holding the tablet slightly trembled, and he couldn't help but wince inwardly. Truly, this was the strength of an Earth Stage soul cultivator. With just a single move, he was already finding it hard to bear. Not bad. Seeing that Ouyang had actually endured the attack, Min Wang clearly showed a hint of surprise. Then, his smile deepened. With a sudden sweep of his right arm, his sleeve transformed into a whip-like weapon made of earth, and under Ouyang's shocked gaze, he lashed it violently toward him. Immediately, Ouyang witnessed countless vine-like tendrils shooting up from beneath the ground, wrapping around him with fierce momentum, their menacing aura causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Witnessing the incoming vines, Ouyang Yuye was momentarily startled. He hadn't expected Min Wang to be this formidable, skillfully manipulating wood attributes to such a vivid extent. Immediately, he drove the stone tablet heavily into the ground and summoned the pure yang fire within his body. This energy burst forth, transforming instantly into a massive fiery palm that struck fiercely at the tendrils. The vines were instantly reduced to ashes under the scorching flames. After striking them down, Ouyang swiftly rushed forward. He rapidly merged the fire and ice attributes within his body, which together transformed into the mysterious black energy. With this power surging, another massive black palm appeared, launching a fierce attack straight toward Min Wang. As the black palm manifested, even Min Wang revealed a glint of surprise. Just as he was about to move, suddenly a figure rushed toward him from his side. The face of this figure was identical to Ouyang's, but its expression was rather wooden, its movements stiff. A puppet. Seeing the figure, Min Wang immediately identified it. Indeed, that was none other than Ouyang Yuye's clone. Interesting. Min Wang gave a slight smile. His figure flickered, and his foot suddenly stamped hard against the ground. Countless vine-like tendrils burst forth, instantly wrapping around the clone. With immense force, they squeezed it tightly, crushing it into a pile of dust within moments. After eliminating the clone, Min Wang turned to face the incoming black palm. He simply twirled his earth whip in his hand, converting it into a yellowish wall that blocked the palm. Yet he felt a trace of surprise when he noticed the palm's strange energy. It seemed to be capable of devouring his own energy. Coldly snorting, he threw a straightforward punch, unleashing a yellowish light sphere that slammed directly into the black palm, instantly shattering it into pieces. As the giant palm shattered, City Lord Min Wang's expression turned grim. With his strength as an Earth Stage soul cultivator, he had actually been delayed for so long by a mere Soul Stage junior. His face now revealed a hint of embarrassment. Once the aftershocks faded, he found that Ouyang Yuye had already vanished, causing his expression to darken further. Mei Shangdao Lan Ni Hui Tri Kaya. Just then, a voice laughed, followed by the appearance of another figure behind him. It was the mentor. Jiao Hua de Jia Huak. Min Wang said helplessly, "I told you that this kid is extraordinary." The mentor added, to which Min Wang gave an indifferent nod before replying. "Go back and tell them not to provoke him recklessly in the future. I have a feeling this little brat isn't an easy one to deal with." The mentor nodded silently, and as he looked toward the direction where Ouyang Yuye had disappeared, a faint curve formed at the corner of his lips. Chapter 230 Departure. At the outskirts of the xuanhuan town, there was a dense forest, remarkably thick and seemingly endless. Standing here, the sight was quite magnificent. Suddenly, a sound of rushing wind broke the silence. Moments later, a figure darted out with lightning speed, and the surrounding trees rustled violently as the figure leaped through the forest. The figure's speed was truly amazing. Darting through the jungle like a nimble cat, It stopped briefly before dashing forward again. This was none other than Ouyang Yuya, who had just left Xuanhuan town. Right now, Ouyang Yuya's expression looked rather grim. As he dashed forward, he constantly glanced behind. His face carried a tinge of paleness, and every time the little monkey on his shoulder stepped, his body subtly shifted along with it. This continued for quite a while until he finally came to a stop in a clearing. He turned his head around warily. Upon seeing no one chasing after him, he exhaled heavily in relief. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground. Instantly, a series of stone-like fragments shot out from his sleeve, swirling around him as streams of primal energy encircled his body. The previously feeble aura around him slowly began to recover. This cultivation continued for several hours before gradually coming to an end. Ouyang Yuya's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Although his face was still pale, there was now a glint of joy in his eyes. Looks like I can now escape even from experts at the Earth Soul cultivator level. Ouyang muttered to himself, unable to conceal the delight in his eyes. Although the earlier battle with Duke Min had consisted of just a few moves and had ended in a rather pitiful condition, there was no denying that his strength had vastly improved compared to before. If he had possessed this level of power back at the Xiuxian, things probably wouldn't have been so difficult. Dog Nangong, once I return, I will settle the final score with you. At this thought, a feeling of heaviness swept over him, and he exhaled deeply. Without hesitation, his figure shot forward once again, rapidly sprinting towards the direction of Xiuxian town. The distance from Xuanhuan Lake to Xiuxian town was quite significant. At his top speed, it would likely take 2 days to arrive. And in 2 days, the delegation from Xiuxian town would probably already be heading toward the imperial capital. Phew, I hope I still have time. With that thought, his body flickered forward swiftly. In just a few quick movements, he vanished completely from sight. In the central plaza of Xiuxian town, hundreds of disciples from various academies had already gathered. Right now, their eyes were all fixed on the center of the plaza, each pair reflecting a tinge of solemnity and reverence. At this central position, over a dozen figures stood in formation. Waves of soul energy faintly shimmered around them, exuding a serious atmosphere. Each of these individuals possessed remarkable talent and represented the best among the Xiuxian town disciples. They were the ones chosen to attend this year's town gathering. At the forefront of these figures stood Yuntian and Chunlin. Behind them were Ji Hao and others vying for the 2 available positions as named disciples of the 2 academies. Chunlin stood within the ranks, casually glancing around with boredom before grumbling in a slightly annoyed tone. Who knows when Ouyang Yuya will show up? Maybe he's run off. I think we'll meet him at the imperial capital. You know how Ouyang is, right? Yuntian smiled as he looked at the girl's slightly indignant expression. Upon hearing that, Chunlin also helplessly nodded. Indeed, judging from Ouyang Yuya's personality, such a concern wasn't necessary. Moreover, she could naturally tell that there was definitely something in the alchemy academies that fascinated him. Just as she was about to speak again, she suddenly heard an uproar coming from the opposite direction. Lifting her head, she saw several figures appear, finally stopping atop the high platform, facing Yuntian and the others directly. The figure leading them was none other than the mayor of Xuanhuan town. Flanking him were the instructors, the head of the Hongdaemon sect, and some notable figures from Xiuxian town. When everyone spotted these elite representatives of Xiuxian town, all eyes fell respectfully upon the 3 leaders. At this moment, the mayor of Xiuxian town smiled gently, and soon, his pleasant voice drifted into everyone's ears like a warm spring breeze. You are all the most elite disciples selected by our Xiuxian town. I believe you understand what this opportunity means, not only to yourselves, but also to our Xiuxian town. Therefore, I hope that each of you will strive to the utmost and help Xiuxian town gain its deserved reputation. As the mayor spoke, his right arm suddenly flicked, and a black token shot forth like a flash, darting swiftly toward Yuntian at the front, who caught it in one swift motion. This time, Ouyang Yuya was originally chosen as the leader of the town delegation, but since he was absent, Yuntian will temporarily take his place. Just then, a sharp rushing sound broke the air, and everyone turned around in surprise. Moments later, a figure rapidly darted from one of Xiuxian town's streets, heading straight toward the central plaza. As the figure grew clearer, many people recognized him, and someone exclaimed in astonishment. Ouyang Yuya's speed was incredibly fast. Within a few swift leaps, he had already arrived at Yuntian's side. He glanced at Chunlin and the others with a faint smile. I was beginning to think you weren't coming, Chunlin said with some dissatisfaction in her tone, though a hint of joy flickered across her face. Faced with Chunlin's taunt, Ouyang Yuya simply smiled helplessly before turning toward the mayor and the instructor and bowing respectfully. Apologies, senior. I arrived late. Better late than never. The instructor slightly nodded at Ouyang Yuya, but upon sensing the aura coming from the latter's body, his expression subtly changed, clearly recalling that before Ouyang Yuya's departure, his aura hadn't been this refined. You improved? Yes, merely by good fortune. Ouyang Yuya nodded with a smile, though there was also surprise in his eyes. The instructor nodded as well, yet inwardly, he felt pleased. Ouyang's growth would naturally benefit them all. Here, this is yours. Yuntian tossed the token to Ouyang Yuya. Oh, what is it? The town delegation's pass. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya nodded. A wave of excitement surged inside him. If he had passed the town meeting, he was surely getting closer to the alchemy academies. All right, since you're all aware of the matter, I won't say much more. Wishing you all the best in your endeavors. As the mayor spoke, he clasped his hands in farewell to the group of over a dozen figures, and on the other side, Ouyang Yuya and the others also returned the gesture. This solemn atmosphere unconsciously caused Ouyang Yuye's heart to quiver slightly. Just as the mayor's voice faded, the instructor stepped forward from the crowd. All right, it's time to depart. Behind him, the group of figures slowly advanced and turned toward the 100 disciples gathered behind, solemnly clasping their fists together. Long live xiuxian. In response to their movement, hundreds of disciples also raised their fists together. Amid the rhythmic and resounding roars, the scale was quite stirring, even making Ouyang Yuye feel a rush of exhilaration. Seeing this, the instructor wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he dashed toward the outskirts of Xiuxian town, followed closely by Ouyang Yuye and the others. I wonder how this year's group of young ones will perform. The mayor gazed at the disappearing figures with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. In the past, Xiuxian town had always been at the bottom. This year, he wondered if things would still remain the same. You were talking about Ouyang Yuye, sir? At this point, a middle-aged man beside him asked. Yeah, this guy is definitely not as simple as he seems. Just a moment ago, I received a letter from the Xuanhuan Lake. They proposed to collaborate with us, which would indeed be a good thing. You mean this has something to do with Ouyang Yuye? Most likely yes. Haha, so I say this fellow is no ordinary one. I've already informed the instructor. I believe he'll understand what to do. So I must admit, I'm quite curious about how things will turn out this time. The mayor lightly smiled, but said nothing more. Along the journey, everyone in the group moved at a fairly quick pace, though even this speed wasn't that fast for Ouyang Yuye. However, for the sake of those disciples behind with relatively weaker cultivation abilities, they naturally couldn't move too quickly. Are we heading toward the imperial capital this time? Suddenly, Ouyang Yuye turned his head toward Yuntian and asked, Not entirely. The place we're going to is a range of mountains. Comparatively speaking, you could call it a plain as well. The mountains aren't as towering as the Xuanhuan Mountains. This place is called Jinding Mountain. It's the protective mountain range of Jinding City, the imperial capital. That is our destination. Jinding Mountain, huh? Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye fell into a brief contemplation. That's right, though calling it a mountain isn't entirely accurate. The place is actually quite prosperous, perhaps even more so than Xiuxian town. That's exactly where we're headed. All factions will gather there too. The town meetings from previous years were held in that location, and it's also where the first survival battle takes place, a chaotic 1,000-person battle, which sounds quite spectacular indeed, Ouyang Yuye also nodded. A scene like this was naturally enough to ignite anyone's excitement. Thinking about it, a gleam of anticipation briefly flickered in his eyes. Clenching his right fist tightly, he gazed into the distance, as if seeing right through the barrier. Then, a faint curve lifted at the corner of his lips. Wantong, I'm really curious about what expression you'll wear when we meet again. This time around, the wind and clouds would rise once more. Chapter 231, Gold Cauldron Mountain. Gold Cauldron Mountain, as its name suggested, was renowned due to its proximity to the imperial capital of the Gold Cauldron dynasty. It served as a mandatory passageway for anyone heading to the capital city. With travelers constantly passing through and the mountain itself not being particularly steep or difficult to cross, it naturally became a gathering place for many people, and thus had developed into a very bustling place. Its prosperity was surprising, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a town in its own right. With its numerous shops and inns, one couldn't help but reevaluate Gold Cauldron Mountain status. Right now, however, Gold Cauldron Mountain was packed. Occasionally, one could see various groups of people entering the mountains. They were disciples of different factions who had come to participate in the town's grand gathering. Ouyang Yuye glanced at the figures passing by and couldn't help but feel a tinge of amazement, realizing that the scale and number of these forces couldn't be underestimated. Judging from the auras of these individuals, most of them were at the soul scholar level, clearly more formidable than the group from Xiuxian town. The forces present right now are generally nothing special, so there's no particularly dangerous opponents yet. The major, top-tier factions won't arrive this early. Looking at the surprise in Ouyang Yuye's eyes, Yin Tian explained. Really? And this still isn't considered dangerous? For a moment, Ouyang Yuye expressed slight surprise, but soon he nodded in understanding. Indeed, compared to the likes of Maple Forest Town and Lakeside Pine Bay, these factions were rather weak. They were probably even far inferior to the Sword Alliance. They're quite something after all. He couldn't help but praise them sincerely. Speaking of which, this wasn't Ouyang Yuye's first time participating in such academy selection. When he had entered the Aulon Academy before, he'd thought the scale was impressive enough. But compared to now, that seemed like a pale shadow in comparison. The number of participants and the quality of their abilities here were likely much stronger than during the Aulon Academy selection. Back then, reaching the 6th stage of Soul Devotee was considered pretty strong for Ouyang Yuye, but now such a level wasn't even worth mentioning. He sighed slightly, a wry smile appearing on his face. Alright, we'll stay here for the next 2 days. The gathering starts 2 days from now. As you know, those familiar with the situation like Yin Tian would know that the gathering can't start until all factions have arrived. We still need to wait a few days, just treat it as a holiday. You can go anywhere you want during this time, but under no circumstances are you to cause trouble. As they passed an inn, the mentor stopped and turned to address the group behind him. His gaze particularly lingered on Shen Lin for a moment. The meaning was clear, obviously thinking she was the most trouble-prone among them. Why are you looking at me like that? Shen Lin muttered, seeing the mentor's half-smiling expression, her expression tinged with slight embarrassment. Just then, a monkey's shrieking laugh was heard. Turning, they saw the monkey perched atop Daolo. Ouyang Yuye suddenly realized that throughout the entire journey, he hadn't even noticed these two. He never expected that Shen Lin had even brought Daolo here. Now, compared to a month ago, Daolo's size had grown significantly. Its body was now covered with crimson, crystal-like scales, giving it the appearance of a mighty beast king. However, with the monkey constantly bullying him from atop his back, Dalo looked surprisingly meek and timid, his submissive posture causing Chunlin to grow even angrier. On Dalo's back, the monkey was grabbing clumps of fur around his neck, and even wore a mocking expression toward Chunlin. "You dare mock me, you damned monkey." Seeing the monkey sneer, Chunlin was furious. Instantly, sulfuric flames appeared in her hand, and she hurled a fireball straight at it. The strength behind the attack was precisely controlled, just enough to teach the monkey a lesson without seriously injuring it. The monkey shrieked at the sight of the fireball. It smacked Dalo's back hard with one paw, prompting the beast to suddenly move, twisting his massive body to narrowly dodge the attack. Then, it darted away at high speed, leaving behind the sound of the monkey's mocking laughter for several meters. How despicable! Traitorous beast! Seeing Dalo actually run off carrying the monkey, Chunlin's beautiful face turned dark with rage. Without delay, she dashed after them. Watching Chunlin run off in pursuit, Ouyang felt extremely helpless and couldn't help but worry about her. "Go on." The mentor nodded at Ouyang, his expression also showing a hint of helplessness. For this little devil named Chunlin, both Ouyang and even the mentor were quite at a loss. "Come to this and later," said the mentor. "Yintian and Ji Hao, you should go too. The Gold Cauldron Mountain is already filled with many forces now. You can wander around freely, but I'm really not that confident about that girl. I'll feel more at ease with the four of you together." Upon hearing these words, Ouyang and the others nodded. Then they moved swiftly, dashing in the direction where Chunlin had gone. Gold Cauldron Mountain was not densely forested as one might expect. On the contrary, it was more like a town. The entire mountain range looked as if it had been carved by the hand of a supernatural artisan, forming a winding and rugged path. On both sides of the road were all kinds of shops. At the end of the road was a wide platform. In the center of the platform, disciples from various factions had found spots and set up stalls, making the already limited space seem even more crowded. Deep inside the platform lay a thick jungle, the only one on the mountain. Yuntian had mentioned that this jungle would be the venue for the preliminary round of the grand gathering. On the left side of the platform, there was currently a large crowd gathered, seemingly watching something and pointing with great interest. This sight attracted even more spectators, who packed around the scene tightly like layers of circles, completely blocking the view. Looking deeper inside, the center of attention was actually Chunlin. At this moment, Chunlin's expression was dark as she stared at several figures in front of her. Beside her, Dalo and the monkey clearly realized the situation had become bad now. They glared fiercely at the opposing figures, and a faint bestial growl could be heard. Before Chunlin stood several young men, all wearing slight wicked smiles on their lips. Leading them was a refined-looking man, who waved a folding fan casually, giving off a faint air of righteousness. "Get out of the way. Don't block my path." Chunlin glared at the man in front of her, her pretty face flushed red with anger. "Humph, quite a temper you have." The man wasn't angered by her words. He gently moved his folding fan before finally tucking it away, offering a faint smile on his face. "My name is Fengzhen from the Myriad Phenomenon Mountains. Might I ask the young lady for her name?" "What Myriad Phenomenon Mountains? Never heard of it. I'm busy, so move aside." "Dalo, let's go." Chunlin snapped and strode directly through the crowd. Behind her, Dalo, with the monkey on his back, followed closely. Seeing Chunlin's stance, the onlookers hurriedly stepped back. Watching Chunlin's reaction, Fengzhen smiled faintly. Then he moved suddenly, stepping in front of her and blocking her way. Immediately, several other people also stepped forward, blocking her path. Seeing Fengzhen and his group's actions, Chunlin's face darkened, and her expression turned increasingly unpredictable. "What do you want?" "To be honest, young lady, I'm very interested in your tiger lion beast. Would you consider selling it to me? Whatever conditions you propose, you can name them." As soon as Fengzhen finished speaking, Dalo roared furiously. Opening his tiger mouth, he spewed forth a beam of fire, suddenly launching an attack toward Fengzhen without warning. Faced with Dalo's attack, Fengzhen blinked in surprise but then lifted a corner of his lips into a cold smirk. Waving his folding fan, he summoned an ice crystal that suddenly erupted from the ground, instantly freezing the flames and blocking the attack. Instead of anger, Fengzhen's eyes now burned with fierce desire after deflecting the strike. This simple exchange of attacks caused Chunlin's expression to shift dramatically. She hadn't expected Fengzhen to actually be quite strong. With just a brief clash, Chunlin already understood his strength. Fengzhen was at the Soul Scholar level, probably equal to Yuntian in power. Realizing this, her heart sank. "You can forget about it." Perhaps because of anger, a cold glint flashed across Chunlin's pretty face. "Humph, sorry about that. You can't leave today." Fengzhen chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, he saw Chunlin's body move, and sulfuric flames appeared in her hand. Then, she launched several fireballs toward Fengzhen and his group. Caught off guard, even Fengzhen blinked in surprise, then hastily stepped back. As he retreated, the tight formation that had surrounded Chunlin moments before quickly broke apart, leaving a gap. "Dalo, take the damned monkey and find Ouyang quickly." Seizing this brief opening, Chunlin shouted and swiftly pulled back. Upon hearing Chunlin's words, Dalo and the monkey clearly understood how dangerous the current situation was, immediately speeding away in the direction they had come from. "Damn it, get them back." Seeing Dalo and the monkey escape, Fengzhen's expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted, Upon hearing his words, the several young men behind him nodded and quickly chased after Daolo and the monkey. Seeing the movements of the two beside him, Chun-Lin's expression froze for a moment. With a wave of her hand, she formed several fireballs to block their advance. By the time they were stopped, Daolo and the monkey had already vanished from sight. And upon realizing Daolo was now out of reach, Feng Zhen's face turned extremely dark. He abruptly turned his head toward Chun-Lin, his expression growing even gloomier. You refuse the offered cup and insist on drinking the penalty one instead. Fine then. Since you want these two beasts to escape, today you will stay here. As Feng Zhen spoke, his folding fan in hand suddenly moved, transforming into a fiery blade. A sharp and oppressive aura instantly emerged from his body. Chapter 2:32 Trouble. As that sharp aura appeared, Chun-Lin was horrified to discover that two white soul rings had also surfaced on Feng Zhen's wrist. With the appearance of those soul rings, the surrounding air abruptly turned cold. So it's true. He really is a soul warrior. Seeing her guess actually come true, even though she had mentally prepared herself, it still felt like a huge problem. A soul warrior was a level she, as a soul practitioner, couldn't match. You still have time to regret. Just hand over the tiger lion beast, and you can go. Seeing the shock in Chun-Lin's expression, Feng Zhen smiled slightly and said, you're quite resolute. Well then, I'll just have to teach you a lesson, otherwise the myriad image mountains won't be able to stand firm here. As Feng Zhen spoke, his arms suddenly shook, and a flash of cold light appeared in the sulfur cannon. Seeing that Feng Zhen had indeed made his move without hesitation, Chun-Lin gritted her teeth, then swiftly retreated. A fiery red soul ring appeared around her, and as she fiercely shook her arm, a series of fireballs shot toward Feng Zhen, aiming directly at his wrist. From the looks of it, she intended to strike first. In her view, if she could delay Feng Zhen and his group for now, everything would be fine. She believed that as long as she could wait for Ouyang Yuya, things would be okay. A mere soul practitioner dares to show off such tricks in front of me. Chun-Lin's intention was clearly seen through by Feng Zhen, who then coldly sneered, quickly dashing forward. His sulfur cannon vibrated, instantly firing out several beams of ice crystals. Where the ice crystals passed, the ground froze, leaving eerie white marks, truly horrifying. The ice crystals immediately froze the fireballs Chun-Lin had shot. Then, Feng Zhen suddenly stomped his foot, shooting forward like a stream of light toward Chun-Lin. As his body dashed forward, the sulfur cannon in his hand vibrated, instantly sending dozens of icy chains from beneath the ground behind Chun-Lin toward her body. Sensing the chilling presence from behind, Chun-Lin was shocked and quickly turned her head, shifting her body sideways to narrowly dodge the icy chains. Immediately after, she heard frightened cries from behind her. Looking over, she saw some unfortunate onlookers pierced by the chains, letting out cries of pain. Seeing Chun-Lin actually dodge the attack, a hint of surprise flickered in Feng Zhen's eyes. He smiled and said, "Despicable." A cold voice came from Chun-Lin's mouth. Her expression turned gloomy and unstable, her pretty face flushed with an ugly hue. I've already said it. You aren't leaving today? Now, tell me, what faction are you from? If you want to go, have them come fetch you. You want to notify my companions? Chun-Lin suddenly asked, her eyes filled with confusion. Naturally. However, have them bring the tiger lion beast with them. In that case, the trouble you've caused the myriad image mountains today will be wiped clean in one deal. Of course, I advise you to leave sooner rather than later. With your abilities, you likely won't get a good ending in this town. Hearing the happiness in Chun-Lin's voice, Feng Zhen assumed it was from fear. His arrogance grew stronger. Giggle. At that moment, Chun-Lin suddenly laughed. Seeing the smile on her face, Feng Zhen's expression instantly turned dark. I also advise you one thing. Retreat now while you still can, or you will regret it when my companions arrive. Hearing her words, Feng Zhen slightly raised his eyebrows. Then the corner of his mouth curved into a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. I'm not the kind who spares beauty out of sentiment. Since that's the case, I'll just deal with you first. Hearing Feng Zhen's words, Chun-Lin's expression changed, and she quickly retreated backward. As she hastily retreated, she saw a figure follow her like a shadow. At the hillside, 3 figures were slowly walking among the various stalls, occasionally pausing to observe something. Xiuxian placed the spiritual herb in his hand back onto a stall, then raised his head to glance worriedly at the platform above. I wonder where Chun-Lin is gone. She hasn't shown up yet. Don't worry, Chun-Lin's cultivation isn't bad to begin with, and with Da Huang by her side, there isn't anyone capable of harming her unless they're a high-level soul warrior. Besides, the soul warriors probably don't have the spare time to bother with her. Moreover, the top factions haven't arrived yet, so even the soul warriors are quite rare around here. Upon hearing this, Yuntian smiled and said, that's right. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian nodded in agreement. Just then, he suddenly turned his head and caught sight of a somewhat familiar shadow darting in their direction. Isn't that Da Huang? Hearing his words, Ouyang Yuya and Yuntian both turned their heads. Indeed, it was Da Huang and the monkey. From the way they were running, it was obvious they were in a state of great urgency, as if they had just fled from somewhere. And seeing the monkey on Da Huang's shoulder, a sudden chill struck Ouyang Yuya's heart. Something seemed to have gone wrong. Seeing Ouyang Yuya, the monkey on Da Huang's back let out a joyous cry before leaping onto Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. What's going on? Where's Chun-Lin? Turning toward the monkey, Ouyang Yuya asked urgently. At his words, Yuntian and Xiuxian also directed their gazes toward the monkey on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. From the way Da Huang had run before, it was obvious something had happened, otherwise they wouldn't have come back alone. After seeing Ouyang Yuya, The monkey nodded and began excitedly gesturing wildly in front of him. Although Yuntian and others couldn't quite make out what it meant, Ouyang Yuya and the monkey were practically of one mind. As the monkey gestured, Ouyang Yuya gradually understood, and his expression slowly darkened. Ouyang, what's wrong? Ouyang Yuya turned his head away from the monkey, exhaled heavily, and then spoke in a low, grim voice. Chunlin has been cornered. How did that happen? Upon hearing this, Yuntian's expression also changed abruptly. However, before he could ask further, he noticed that Ouyang Yuya had already darted forward. We'll go take a look too. Yuntian, seeing what happened, helplessly shook his head. Exchanging a glance with Ji Hao, he too shot forward, followed closely by Da Huang, and rushing after Ouyang Yuya. On the platform of the Jinding Mountains, Chunlin blocked an incoming ice crystal with great effort. Her face had turned somewhat pale and bitter. After several exchanges with Fengzhen, she had come to understand the vast gap between them. In this brief clash, she had given her all yet barely managed to hold her ground against Fengzhen, who remained utterly unharmed and seemingly without any fatigue. Well then, since your friends haven't arrived yet, there's no need for me to play around with you anymore. After saying that, Fengzhen smiled, then waved his arm. A towering blue beam of light appeared and surged straight toward Chunlin. Seeing Fengzhen's attack, Chunlin's expression turned grave. She quickly retreated, summoning a red beam of light in response, which directly clashed head-on with the incoming blue beam. Watching the red and blue beams collide violently, a powerful shockwave burst forth. Affected by the force, the surrounding crowd hurriedly stepped back in fear of being caught in the blast. Yet the blue beam was clearly superior. Upon impact, the red beam was immediately pushed backward. The blue beam continued its advance without the slightest pause, striking Chunlin's body with a thunderous roar. The immense force sent her flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground. Her beautiful face instantly turned ashen and lifeless. Seeing Chunlin being struck down, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock and turned to look at her, shaking their heads in sympathy. Clearly, they felt it was a pity. Slowly rising from the ground, Chunlin's eyes carried an even colder sneer. A grown man bullying a helpless girl like me, truly shameless. Your myriad image mountains indeed know no shame. What my myriad image mountains do doesn't concern you, little girl. Actually, I'm quite curious what kind of abilities your so-called companions possess. But, as Fengzhen spoke, he stepped forward toward Chunlin, the sulfur cannon in his hand faintly glowing. I've lost my patience. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came through the air. Then, a huge shadow swept across the sky, descending in a parabolic arc, forcefully crashing toward Fengzhen. What is that? Fengzhen looked at the swiftly approaching dark shadow, his expression turning serious. He immediately leapt back. As he retreated, he saw the dark shape slam heavily onto the ground, deeply embedding itself. It was a massive stone tablet. Seeing the stone tablet, Chunlin's expression softened with a trace of relief. Indeed, right after the tablet landed, a figure appeared, unmistakably Ouyang Yuya. Are you alright? Turning his gaze toward Chunlin, especially noticing the bloodstains still lingering at the corner of her mouth, Ouyang Yuya's expression immediately turned even grimmer. Who hit you? It was him. Upon seeing Ouyang Yuya, Chunlin appeared extremely wronged and pointed toward Fengzhen, whose face now wore a rather embarrassed expression. Ouyang Yuya merely nodded after hearing her words. Then he cast a cold glance at Fengzhen, his lips curling into a sinister smirk. I'll get even for you. Chapter 233, A Painful Warning. As soon as Ouyang Yuya's figure appeared, the commotion caused by Fengzhen and Chunlin immediately came to a stop. There was a flicker of schadenfreude in Fengzhen's expression. But this hint of amusement was completely erased with the revelation of Ouyang Yuya's strength. Instead, surprise and astonishment filled their eyes. Especially after Ouyang Yuya's tone, which carried a slightly sinister edge, settled among the crowd, an odd atmosphere emerged. In the cultivation world, respect belongs to the strong. And Ouyang Yuya's power, seemingly at the peak of Soul Gatherer Third Heaven, was undoubtedly the weakest level you could find anywhere. None of them could understand where his confidence came from. You? Kid, you're way too arrogant. Hardly had Ouyang Yuya finished speaking when a mocking laugh came from Fengzhen. Several young men behind him also wore expressions of ridicule, clearly showing contempt for Ouyang Yuya's presumptuous words. Ouyang Yuya stared coldly at them, his expression turning even darker. Before he could speak, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and two figures shot forward, stopping beside Chunlin. Yuntian and Ji Hao had arrived. Chunlin, are you alright? Yuntian naturally noticed the somewhat listless look on Chunlin's face and frowned immediately, his eyes narrowing with displeasure at Fengzhen. So you've got backup. Upon seeing Yuntian, Fengzhen's eyes flickered slightly. He sneered, and then slowly cupped his hands toward Yuntian. I am Fengzhen from the Wanxiang Mountains. May I ask what cultivation sect you're from? The Xiuxian town. Yuntian answered curtly. I see. A friend from Xiuxian town. Fengzhen didn't get angry at Yuntian's cold attitude, and instead smiled slightly as he spoke. Cut the crap. What do you want? Still frowning slightly at Fengzhen's feigned friendliness, Yuntian responded in an unfriendly tone. Since my brother speaks so bluntly, then I'll speak plainly as well. I want that tiger lion beast. Would you be willing to let it go? As for terms, name them. As he spoke, his gaze landed on De Huang beside Chunlin, and the greed in his eyes intensified, especially after learning that De Huang had managed to bring reinforcements, proving its intelligence must be high. If he could capture such a spirit beast, it would greatly enhance his power, particularly advantageous for the upcoming town-wide competition. That was exactly why he insisted on taking to Huang, even at the risk of conflict with the Xiuxian town. Fengzhen. At that moment, Ouyang Yuya suddenly spoke up, staring at Fengzhen and his companions with ill intent. You said we can set the condition, right? Exactly, but Fengzhen nodded, shifting his gaze to Yuntian. Obviously, he regarded Yuntian as the leader of this group, the only one whose cultivation level appeared to be the highest among them, making it clear that Ouyang Yuya wasn't the one calling the shots. Heh, we'll listen to him. At that moment, Yuntian suddenly said, nodding slightly toward Ouyang Yuya. Upon hearing that, Fengzhen was stunned for a moment, surprised that this group actually followed the lead of this young man. But soon, the smile on his face deepened, and he turned his gaze to Ouyang Yuya with renewed interest. Then what is your condition? Ouyang Yuya also smiled, saying cheerfully, one arm, rip it off yourself. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, Fengzhen's face slowly darkened. You're messing with me, kid. Humph. Then there's nothing to talk about. Ouyang Yuya looked at Fengzhen's increasingly grim expression and shook his head in regret. Before Fengzhen could understand what was happening, Ouyang Yuya's figure moved, rushing forward like thunder, so fast that all people could see were blurry afterimages. An expert reveals himself in the first move. At the sight of Ouyang Yuya's swift approach, Fengzhen felt a surge of alarm, realizing he had gravely underestimated him. With such speed, this opponent couldn't just be a soul gatherer. Immediately, Fengzhen leaped back, rapidly increasing the distance between them. Right after Fengzhen's voice faded, two figures shot out from behind him, blocking Ouyang Yuya's path. One glance told them that both were at the level of soul gatherer ninth heaven. Undeniably strong cultivators indeed. Seeing these two figures rushing forward, Ouyang Yuya let out a cold snort. However, before he could act himself, two more figures darted out from behind him, intercepting the two from the Wanxiang Mountains. These two are ours. Nodding at Yuntian, Ouyang Yuya once again dashed toward Fengzhen, who had already retreated several meters back. Go back. Just then, Fengzhen's attack was finally completed. With his fingers flicking rapidly, several crystalline shards of ice were formed, slicing through the air at an extremely strange angle straight toward Ouyang Yuya's lower jaw. Facing this onslaught, Ouyang Yuya let out a low shout. The yin-yang fish inside his body began to spin rapidly, and as the fiery half flared to life, the true yang flame surged out, rushing directly into the stone tablet. The flame seemed to cling to the tablet, appearing like a massive flaming cudgel, and without any showmanship, it came crashing down on the incoming shards of ice. Watching this crude yet powerful attack, even Fengzhen's eyelids twitched. With a loud explosion, the ice shards were shattered and sent flying by the stone tablet. Seizing the chance, Ouyang Yuya moved swiftly toward Fengzhen, raising the stone tablet overhead and swinging it down toward Fengzhen's head. Ice blade. Just as Ouyang Yuya approached, Fengzhen shifted his body sideways, transforming into several wind blades that spun fiercely outward, slicing toward Ouyang Yuya's chest. A sinister smirk curled his lips. However, that mocking smile was quickly frozen in place as he saw a dense white light envelop Ouyang Yuya's body, stopping the wind blades dead. Seeing his attack being blocked, surprise surged onto Fengzhen's face. Witnessing Fengzhen's startled expression, Ouyang Yuya smirked coldly, his figure darting forward. The stone tablet suddenly lifted and crashed down unexpectedly onto Fengzhen's shoulder. Instantly, Fengzhen was flung backward, and with a spray of blood flying from his mouth, his face was filled with terror and horror. As Ouyang Yuya's attack landed, the surrounding spectators gasped in shock, staring at Ouyang Yuya in complete disbelief. After all, they had clearly seen his power level, yet he had defeated Fengzhen so effortlessly. This result startled everyone. Heh, do you still think I'm being arrogant now? Looking at Fengzhen, Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly, slowly walking toward him. Under the effect of the soul core, the stone tablet radiated brilliant red light. Under its glow, Ouyang Yuya resembled an ancient war deity. We are allied with the xiuxian workshop. Fengyun is my cousin. If you dare harm me, he certainly won't let you get away with it. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's fierce aura, Fengzhen exclaimed in fear. Oh, the xiuxian workshop? Fengyun. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya paused, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Wanxiang Mountains to have ties with the xiuxian workshop. He had heard of the xiuxian workshop before, a powerful force, on equal footing with Shujia Town, led by the Su family 3 demons, Qinglin Town where Tong resided, and Golden Cauldron City, all among the 4 major powers in the Golden Cauldron Kingdom. Their disciples were all famous figures, any of whom likely had cultivation levels not lower than Yuntian's. He had also heard of Fengyun, one of the 3 top experts in the xiuxian workshop. His strength was quite formidable, even surpassing Luo Yan. Upon realizing this, Ouyang Yuya felt some hesitation, not necessarily out of fear for the xiuxian workshop, but because he certainly didn't want to provoke conflict with one of the 4 major powers so soon after arriving. That's right, if you harm me, he will make sure you all suffer. Seeing Ouyang Yuya hesitate, Fengzhen grew delighted, as if he had suddenly found a lifeline, shouting desperately. Yet, what shocked him was seeing Ouyang Yuya suddenly smile, an icy, scornful smile that sent an unexplainable chill down his spine. Immediately, he hastily retreated backward. Just as he stepped back, red light flashed before his eyes, followed by a golden net raining down from above, completely enveloping him. Don't think I dare not act because you brought up the xiuxian workshop. Fengyun holds no authority over me at all. Casting a cold gaze at Fengzhen, Ouyang Yuya said. Immediately afterward, the yin-yang fish within his body began spinning violently, forming into a massive crimson palm that smashed violently toward Feng Zhen, concealing a deep blue light within the impact. Trapped within the golden net, Feng Zhen had no way to retreat and was smashed backward, his face flushing red before he spat a mouthful of blood. His arrogant demeanor was instantly shattered, replaced by intense hatred. Ouyang Yuye's words sent a surge of blood rushing to Feng Zhen's chest. He shot Ouyang Yuye a venomous glare before tossing out a final threat and turning away without looking back. The others behind him followed in retreat, appearing rather defeated. Why did you let them leave? Yun Tian watched the retreating figures and asked in confusion. Just let him go? People like him can only bring us trouble. Teach him a lesson, and that's enough. Of course, if he still fails to understand, then we won't hesitate to act. Upon hearing this, Yun Tian simply nodded. Truth be told, the reputation of the xiuxian workshop was quite formidable. As Ouyang Yuye spoke, he quickly darted back toward the inn they had arrived from. Behind him, Yun Tian and the three Qin sisters exchanged glances, all showing expressions of helplessness before following after him. Yet, deep down, everyone knew that this matter was far from over. Chapter 234 Breakthrough. On the way back, none of the group spoke, all falling into silence. The others, however, were each lost in their own thoughts. What occupied Ouyang Yuye's mind was the mention of the Immortal God Bazaar by Feng Zhen. Naturally, he couldn't pretend not to be concerned. From what he had just learned, Feng Yun was a genuine soul scholar of the third rank, on par with Luo Yan, a whole cultivation level above him. Moreover, she hailed from such a supreme faction. Her cultivation techniques and alchemy martial skills must surely be nothing simple. Certainly not something a novice alchemist like him could rival. Thinking along these lines, things seemed to grow more complicated. So preoccupied with strategizing, Ouyang Yuye remained unusually silent all the way back. Seeing him this way, Yun Tian and the rest wisely refrained from trying to strike up a conversation. Even Chen Lin, aware that she had made a mistake, obediently trailed behind the others, subtly teasing Big Yellow. In the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, it wasn't long before they reached the inn where they were staying. As soon as the group entered the main hall of the inn, they saw the instructor seated at a central table. Behind him stood a dozen or so other disciples from Xiuxian town who had accompanied them, heads bowed and visibly intimidated. The expressions on their faces as they looked toward Ouyang Yuye's group revealed a flash of sympathy. As Ouyang Yuye and the others entered the inn, the mentor immediately noticed. He lifted his gaze and fixed them with a clearly disapproving stare. Upon seeing the instructor's expression, Yun Tian and the rest quickly picked up on the mood, promptly using their speed to escape to their rooms in a flash. In a blink, when Ouyang Yuye turned around again, he found himself completely alone. A bunch of spineless fellows. Ouyang muttered with a frown, shaking his head helplessly as he mustered his courage and walked toward the instructor. Without even thinking, he already knew this was related to what had just happened, though he hadn't expected news to travel so fast. He saluted the instructor respectfully, offering a sheepish smile. Don't try to play innocent with me. Explain yourself. What happened? You think I didn't see you roll in here earlier? Starting trouble already? You've got nerve. The mentor cast a look at Ouyang Yuye, a strange, almost mocking smile on his lips. The questioning gaze didn't escape Ouyang unnoticed. Because of Big Yellow, Chen Lin was intercepted by people from the 10,000 image mountain range. So you decided to just beat them up? The mentor smirked while speaking, fixing Ouyang with that half smile. Something like that. Slightly embarrassed, Ouyang nodded. He knew his mentor's nature too well, often impossible to tell exactly what he meant. Therefore, telling the truth was always the better option. However, what somewhat surprised him was that the mentor suddenly chuckled, then said, fine then, but I'm warning you, don't come to me later asking for help to clean up your messes. You might have already heard, but the 10,000 image mountain range and the Immortal God Bazaar are allies. Of course, you probably already understand. Given that the first round is a mixed elimination, many smaller factions are forming alliances to stand a better chance of passing through. Ouyang Yuye nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. He had long known this fact, and also heard that Xiuxian town had several allied factions as well, though their strength wasn't particularly impressive, probably not even close to a power like Xiuxian itself. Take a look at this. Just then, the mentor suddenly threw a letter toward Ouyang. He caught it, flipping it open, stunned when he saw the signature at the bottom. It was none other than the Min Prince from the Pine Lake Bank, the letter basically suggesting cooperation with Xiuxian town. Holding the letter, Ouyang couldn't help but pause, rather incredulous. Then we'll just wait for the arrival of people from the Pine Lake Bank. With them, our chances just increased. Ouyang nodded again. He had already assessed the power of the Pine Lake Bank, and although they might not be as formidable as those top 4 factions, they certainly weren't weak. Moreover, he still owed a favor from Luo Mansion, so Luo Yan wouldn't hold back her support. Ouyang was very confident in Luo Yan's abilities. She could definitely rank among the top 5 contestants. Even fighting the 3 Su family devils at once, she had handled herself easily. Having her assistance increased his chances of passing the preliminaries considerably. Thinking along these lines, Ouyang nodded again. Perhaps that night, when the Min Prince intercepted him, was nothing more than a test, a way to judge whether he might serve their purposes. Evidently, they too saw potential profit in him. Seeing Ouyang Yuye lost in thought, the mentor slowly rose to his feet and patted his shoulder. In any case, it's still a good thing. As for the Immortal God Bazaar, it's better not to provoke them. Those 3 heavenly kings are definitely no ordinary figures. Saying this, he turned toward the private room, walking away. Behind him, the rest of the Xiuxian town disciples followed closely. If they know what's good for them, they'll leave it at that. But if they dare to push me, I won't mind making them pay a painful price. Ouyang clenched his fists, speaking in a somewhat low voice. He believed that if he were to unleash his full strength, even the Immortal God Bazaar would have to pay a heavy toll. The remainder of the day, Ouyang locked himself in his room, cultivating furiously. Under such an intense pace, the number of wilderness stones consumed was astonishingly high. Once again, he witnessed his extreme ability to absorb these stones. Fortunately, his reserves were quite substantial, or else he wouldn't have been able to sustain such consumption. Within a single day, he had burned through a third of his wilderness stones. Though all of them were used for his cultivation, such a loss still left him feeling a sharp pang of regret. Surprisingly, neither the Immortal God Bazaar nor Fengzhan came seeking him out as he had anticipated. This both surprised and slightly relieved him. Although he wasn't afraid, he knew that if a real fight broke out, he would likely suffer significant losses, a disadvantage for the upcoming chaos. Clearly, the Immortal God Bazaar must have considered the same, so staying their hand made sense. After all, even a cornered rabbit would bite. Inside the room, Ouyang sat cross-legged with eyes tightly shut, cultivating. Surrounding him were densely packed wilderness stones, no fewer than 100, swirling faintly and emitting terrifying fluctuations. Even sensing them from a distance caused one's body to shiver with a chilling sensation. Upon closer observation, one could detect Ouyang's aura strangely unstable. Fluctuating constantly, waves of powerful energy surged from within his body, clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. Under this unstable aura, Ouyang's face had slightly flushed red. Along his skin's surface, a brownish glow flickered as frequent cracking sounds echoed from his bones like snapping wood. Suddenly, a low growl escaped his mouth. Immediately afterward, the circulating aura abruptly paused. Then came a series of loud cracking noises as the surrounding wilderness stones developed clear fissures across their surfaces. Another wave of brittle sounds rang out, and the hundreds of stones shattered one after another. Instantly, streams of brownish energy erupted from the broken stones and rushed into Ouyang Yuye's body like serpents. Under the influx of wild energy, howling winds surged through his body, roaring like a beast releasing a deep, thunderous growl. Ouyang greedily devoured the energy from those hundreds of wilderness stones. His cultivation level, lingering at Soul Scholar 3rd rank, gradually climbed higher, until it brushed against an invisible membrane, pausing momentarily. Seeing his aura blocked once more, Ouyang let out a cold snort. Immediately afterward, the inflow of wild energy intensified fiercely. Under such overwhelming force, the stagnant energy surged again, smashing straight through the barrier. A sensation of indescribable clarity washed over him, causing an involuntary sigh of pleasure. At the very moment of the breakthrough, Ouyang Yuye's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a sharp glimmer within. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the remaining wild energy hovering around his body. Like two winding dragons, the energy flowed into his nostrils, then entered his system, transforming into pure streams coursing through his body. He clenched his fists, feeling the fuller energy and greater power within, unable to suppress the widening of his lips, revealing a row of sharp, gleaming teeth. Reached Soul Scholar 4th rank. Not bad at all. Leaping off the bed, he stretched his chest widely, then threw a series of punches. Though lacking formal technique, his movements were wild and untamed, sending fierce slashes of energy cutting through the space with piercing whistles. This flurry of punches lasted until sweat beaded on his forehead before he finally stopped, slightly panting. With that brief session, the unfamiliarity of his newly enhanced power gradually faded, and joy lit his face once more. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. A tremor shook his body, and in a flash, his figure darted back onto the cultivation bed. With a flick of his sleeve, a black shadow zipped through the air and struck the ground with force. It was the cauldron. Within the cauldron, a golden ball of light shimmered radiantly, its brilliant golden rays making the cauldron shine with dazzling splendor. Accompanying this golden glow was a thick, powerful pressure slowly spreading outward. Upon sensing this immense aura, Ouyang Yuye's face tightened, then an expression of wild joy flickered across his previously calm features. Dragon's bloodline. Successfully refined. Chapter 235, Meeting Luo Yin again. Staring at the golden glowing orb within the cauldron and feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, Ouyang Yuye's eyes grew increasingly excited. After these days of refinement, he had finally managed to condense a bit of pure blood essence from his bloodline. Now, as long as he could fuse this essence with his own bloodline, he would possess a physical body comparable to the dragon-blooded race. At that point, even a soul disciple would find it difficult to inflict serious damage upon him. A real treasure. At the thought, a hint of eagerness flickered across his face. It would be a lie to say he wasn't thrilled. Moreover, the Grand Assembly wasn't far off. Various factions teams had gradually begun arriving at the Golden Cauldron Mountains. Although conflicts happened every day, none had escalated into large-scale battles. For one, nobody wanted to draw the attention of the mountain's Jujia Guard forces, an outcome beneficial to no one. Furthermore, all understood the true focus lay in the upcoming Grand Assembly. Wasting strength too early was clearly unwise. As such, most factions had adopted a cautious and wait-and-see attitude. The atmosphere was indeed tense, like the stillness before a storm. If I can refine this pure essence before the Grand Assembly, my strength will surely reach a whole new level. Ouyang Yuye murmured, clenching his fist slightly. His expression flickered uncertainly. While the dragon's pure blood essence was undoubtedly powerful, its nature was excessively wild. If he failed in absorbing and refining it, it would place a serious strain on his body. If things went poorly, he might require 10 or more days to recover, which would inevitably cause him to miss the grand assembly, a result he certainly did not wish for. All right, at most, I'll consider myself unlucky. He gritted his teeth hard, determination flashing in his eyes. Hee, look at you, being all worked up. It's not like I asked you to die. Just then, the voice of the Jade Toad King slowly drifted from the cauldron. Ouyang Yuya shifted his gaze slightly, looking into the cauldron. Through its opening, one could see a green light hovering in midair, flickering in and out of visibility, shaping the faint form of an emerald-colored toad. Around this ball of green light, flames respectfully receded, unable to touch it even slightly. This was the true form of the Jade Toad King. Humph, to be honest, it's too bad I haven't managed to completely refine you yet. Ouyang Yuya shot back sarcastically. Hee, this king? Compared to those inferior dragon-blooded races, I'm not something that can be easily tamed. Only their ancient ancestors might rival my kind. You mean the true dragons? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's heart stirred. He had always been deeply curious about those mysterious and mighty beings. Hee, kid, those ancient things aren't for you to know now, let alone understand. Not telling? Fine. I don't care to know either. Ouyang Yuya replied, and turned his gaze back toward the dragon's pure blood essence. Hee, this essence carries far too little of the true dragon blood, though a trace does exist. If you could somehow obtain some real dragon essence, that would be impressive. Ouyang Yuya rolled his eyes. Forget whether the true dragons even existed. He himself probably wouldn't survive a single slap from one. Naturally. This will suffice for now. Though troublesome, with all the ingredients ready, you have about an 80% chance of success. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's eyes lit up immediately. Do you still have that Millennium Herb Vine? Ouyang Yuya nodded and took out the vine. This was indeed a treasure. Ever since he had obtained it, he had carried it with him all the time. Although he didn't know why the Jade Toad King had asked for it. It must be for a good reason. It will definitely come in handy. A 1,000-year-old vine is not bad. Its effect is much better than one of merely 100 years. Then, the Jade Toad King listed dozens of other ingredients, many of which were names even Ouyang Yuya had never heard before. Slightly embarrassed, he wrote each down carefully. All right, go get all these materials first. If you work fast enough, tonight we can begin the refinement process. After a long explanation, the Jade Toad King fell silent, leaving behind an Ouyang Yuya wearing a bitter smile. He gazed helplessly at the long, densely written list, feeling a bit overwhelmed. However, determined to refine the blood essence, for now he could only follow the Jade Toad King's guidance. Immediately after, he prepared to head to the various stalls located at the mountain's center, hoping to find the ingredients he needed. With a flick of his sleeve, he stored the cauldron away, tossed the monkey from his bed onto his shoulder, and walked toward the door. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he felt someone rushing straight at him, colliding with his body. Looking up, he felt an instant of helplessness as he recognized the person, Chun-Lin. TSK, don't you watch where you're going? Chun-Lin rubbed her head, pouting with her lips curled high, muttering something to herself, an expression that made Ouyang Yuya chuckle slightly. Hey, wasn't it you who ran into me first? Hearing this, Chun-Lin widened her eyes dramatically, then turned with a heavy snort, clearly feeling guilty and choosing not to reply. All right then, what's up? Why are you looking for me? Ouyang Yuya asked with a grin, watching Chun-Lin's expression. Sure hope you didn't come just to kill time with me. Who would come looking for you? Arrogant. She rolled her eyes at Ouyang Yuya before continuing. Luoyan has arrived. Master sent me to tell you to go out and greet her. Oh, the delegation from Lake Xuanhuan has arrived? Ouyang Yuya asked in slight surprise, a trace of astonishment showing on his face. They've already arrived. Master went out to greet them. Then let's go take a look. So saying, Ouyang Yuya strode ahead toward the hall, with Chun-Lin following behind. Just as they reached the main hall, they found the entrance to the inn already surrounded by people. Pushing forward, they saw two groups standing face to face, while the instructor chatted warmly with an old man. Ouyang Yuya was quite familiar with this elder. It was indeed the instructor from Lake Xuanhuan. Behind the old man stood over a dozen young disciples. The four leading them were equally familiar to Ouyang Yuya, disciples from the Luo, Wang, Yuan, and Xie clans. Luo Yin, Wang Su, Yuan Shuang, and Xiuxian. Promptly, they stepped forward and bowed respectfully toward the instructor from Lake Xuanhuan. Junior greets the honored instructor. Master Ouyang, no need for formalities, the instructor responded with a chuckle. Behind him, Luo Yin and the others also clasped hands together, wearing expressions of friendly greetings. After all, they had all personally witnessed Ouyang Yuya's strength. He had effortlessly crushed even someone like Min Zhao, and such a formidable image naturally inspired genuine admiration from these prodigies. However reluctant they might be to admit it, Ouyang Yuya was undeniably far superior to them. In contrast, Wang Su's expression looked rather strained, obviously still bitter about their previous encounter. But Ouyang Yuya simply ignored him. All right, let's all go inside now. The instructor smiled, then gestured politely for the elder from Lake Xuanhuan to proceed first. As the others entered the inn, only Ouyang Yuya and Luo Yin remained outside. Here, this is for you. Luo Yin handed Ouyang Yuya a scroll, wearing an expression mixed with mild helplessness. Before leaving, Luo Shang asked me to give this to you. Come to think of it, I've never seen my sister care this much about anyone before. Guess you're the only exception. Flipping through the scroll slightly, Ouyang Yuya also couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Honestly speaking, he did feel somewhat exasperated, but he still put the scroll away. It wasn't the appropriate time to read it here anyway. I still need to buy a few things, so I won't accompany you any further. After putting the scroll away, Ouyang Yuya told Luo Yan. He still had materials to find, so he didn't have much time to spare. Oh, need to buy things? Perfect timing. I also need some alchemical ingredients. How about we go together? Ouyang Yuya hesitated briefly before nodding. Indeed, traveling in pairs had its advantages, especially in a place like this, full of hidden dangers and unpredictable people. If that's settled, let's be off then. So saying, both of them leapt toward the platform, visiting nearly every store around. By the time they exited the last shop, Luo Yan had finished purchasing everything he needed. Even Ouyang Yuya had acquired all his supplies except for one item called the xuanhuan, an herb he recognized well as commonly used in forming crystals. He wasn't sure what the Jade Toad King wanted it for. If he didn't completely trust it, Ouyang Yuya might suspect it planned to throw him in with the ingredients and make a pill. Well then, got everything. Luo Yan turned to Ouyang Yuya and asked, just one more thing, xuanhuan. Ouyang Yuya shrugged with a bitter smile. Xuanhuan? That plant is actually pretty common. I wonder why it can't be found here. Luo Yan replied with a faint smile, his voice tinged with regret, before suddenly recalling something. That reminds me, have you heard of the exhibition market, Brother Ouyang? Exhibition market? Caught off guard by the unfamiliar term, Ouyang Yuya slightly frowned, showing clear puzzlement. Yeah, exactly. As the story goes, this exhibition market has become a long-standing tradition. It's jointly organized by the 4 major factions, similar to an auction event, though it's not really an auction. Instead, disciples from various factions who wish to sell their materials gather at a single location, allowing buyers to freely choose what they want. Compared to auctions, it offers much more flexibility. They say there's quite a variety of things available too. Good luck, might even land you some excellent materials or spiritual herbs. I think we should definitely check it out. As Luo Yan spoke, a hint of interest flickered across his face, clearly showing his own anticipation and enthusiasm for this so-called exhibition market. Alright then, let's go have a look. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Ouyang Yuya gave a slight smile, his interest immediately piqued. Great, follow me then. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's agreement, Luo Yan's lips curled into an even broader smile. Without delay, he darted forward, and right behind him, Ouyang Yuya followed closely. Chapter 236, The Jade Hairpin. The location of the exhibition and sales fair was situated on a platform at the very top of the Golden Cauldron mountain range. Oddly enough, Ouyang Yuya was quite familiar with this place. It was the very spot where he had previously clashed with Fengzhan. What had once been a relatively open space was now completely packed with people, its air filled with the clamor of voices. The reason for this overwhelming crowd was none other than the fair itself. Speaking of this fair, it had quite a long history. Its main purpose was to provide a venue where disciples from various factions could sell materials or spiritual treasures they no longer needed in exchange for items that could aid their cultivation. This prevented unnecessary conflicts over resource dengduo. Indeed, the fair had proven quite effective. Besides, it brought significant profits to the 4 major families that organized it. For this reason, the fair had continued uninterrupted through the generations, becoming the most lively and bustling event held before every grand assembly. Although the tradition of the fair had deep roots, its organizers had remained unchanged. After all, the 4 major powers earned income by providing protection. Without formidable strength, no one would dare to manage this event or maintain order among the unruly factions. As Ouyang Yuya and Luo Yan stepped through the entrance of the platform, the bustling atmosphere at the gate prompted them both to whistle in admiration. It truly was an impressive sight. Quite a scene, Luo Yan chuckled. But most people are probably here just hoping to strike lucky and discover a hidden treasure. Many carry valuable items, but fail to recognize their true worth. So, it's quite common to hear of people selling high-level spiritual treasures for surprisingly low prices. Noticing the amazement in Ouyang Yuya's eyes, Luo Yan explained with a smile. What if the seller regrets the deal later? Tisk, that's where the 4 organizing factions come in. There are established rules here. Buyers and sellers must abide by mutual agreement. If one side violates the rules, the 4 major factions will step in. Of course, most people are reluctant to cause trouble, fearing the authority of the 4 factions, so they just accept their bad luck and keep quiet. Ouyang Yuya nodded understandingly as he listened. It did seem rather fair indeed. What about the currency used for transactions? Is it gold or silver? No, coin has little use for cultivators like us. Transactions are made with xuanhuan. Alternatively, you can exchange items of equal value, though whether the seller accepts it depends on their opinion. Ouyang Yuya nodded thoughtfully. Undoubtedly, this was also a way to earn some xuanhuan. As they spoke, the 2 slowly walked forward. Near the entrance of the platform, they saw 4 young men. Upon noticing Ouyang Yuya and Luo Yan, the youths stepped forward to block their path. Please present your faction identification and the entrance fee. One of the youths, standing at the front, spoke politely. Before Ouyang Yuya could express his surprise, he watched Luo Yan take out a badge, the emblem of the Lakeside Pine Mountain sect, and toss 2 xuanhuan to the young man. That's the rule. Everyone entering must pay a certain amount of xuanhuan. Luo Yan explained with a smile as they approached the entrance. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya simply nodded. Yet inwardly, he felt astonished. Although each person only paid a single xuanhuan, considering the enormous crowd passing through, the income was undoubtedly substantial. He shook his head slightly. It seemed xuanhuan came far too easily. Just then, the usually quiet monkey on his shoulder suddenly cried out, pointing excitedly toward a certain direction. Seeing the monkey gesturing wildly, Ouyang Yuya hesitated for only a moment before his body shot forward. Signaling Luo Yan with a nod, They both rushed in the direction indicated by the monkey. Pushing through the crowd, they arrived at the indicated spot shortly. This was already the back area of the platform. To say the location wasn't ideal would be an understatement. The foot traffic was sparse, with just a few scattered stalls, most of them ignored. The moment Xuanhuan stopped, the monkey suddenly leapt from his shoulder, zipped toward a nearby stall, snatched up an object, and before the stall owner could even shout, darted back and handed the item to Xuanhuan. Taking the object from the monkey's paw, Xuanhuan found it to be a pitch-black jade hairpin. The object was completely dark, almost as if it had been charred. What surprised him more was that no soul force could be sensed radiating from it. It felt more like a lifeless decoration. Frowning slightly, he looked puzzled. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why are you grabbing stuff from my stall like that?" As Xuanhuan was pondering, he suddenly heard a crisp sound, and before he knew it, a woman had appeared before him. She wore a green robe and white skirt. Her appearance was plain, yet it gave off a subtle charm. Her eyes were particularly lively and expressive. Secretly sensing her aura, Xuanhuan was surprised to find her strength matched Qianlin's. She had reached the 9th stage of soul cultivation. At this moment, she glared at Xuanhuan with an expression of both anger and caution. Sorry about that. This monkey is mischievous by nature. Here, take it back." Seeing the woman's expression, both Xuanhuan and Luo Yin wore embarrassed smiles. He handed the jade hairpin back to her, while shooting the monkey a stern glare. The woman silently took the hairpin and returned to her stall, her manner making Xuanhuan shake his head with helpless amusement. Most likely, she regarded them as some kind of aggressive buyers. Seeing the woman take the hairpin away, the monkey became even more restless. Watching its expression, Xuanhuan became even more puzzled. He patted the monkey's head until it calmed down, then turned his gaze back to the stall. Scanning it, he noticed the woman mostly sold small trinkets and odd items. Aside from the jade hairpin, which he couldn't seem to get a read on, everything else was quite ordinary. Yet to his delight, he spotted a sprig of xuanhuan on the stall. Immediately, he picked it up and, after confirming its authenticity, asked, "How much is this xuanhuan?" "2 guangshi." Still wearing a cold tone, the woman replied upon recognizing Xuanhuan. Hearing the chill in her voice, Xuanhuan could only offer a bitter smile. He placed 2 guangshi on the stall, pocketed the xuanhuan, and let out a deep breath. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. It really was quite a coincidence. Now that all his materials were gathered, he felt relieved and decided to take a leisurely look around. "Anything else you need?" Seeing that Xuanhuan had been so straightforward, the woman's cold demeanor softened slightly, and she asked. Xuanhuan glanced around the stall once more, finding nothing of particular interest, then fixed his gaze on the jade hairpin, slowly reaching out and picking it up for closer inspection. Yet no matter how closely he examined it, he could not detect anything unusual about it. The hairpin, if anything, looked more like a decorative accessory than a spiritual treasure. It lacked any detectable attributes and was entirely black, its quality rather poor. He couldn't understand what its use might be, but out of curiosity, he asked, "How much for this hairpin? You want this?" The woman clearly hadn't expected Xuanhuan to show interest in such an object. A flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. This was certainly not the kind of item that caught a second glance. It's just a bit strange. If the price is fair, I thought I might take it back and study it." He twirled the jade hairpin in his hand. Though he didn't know its purpose, he trusted the monkey's instincts. If it had drawn the monkey's attention, the item must hold some hidden value. If that's the case, then how about 10 guangshi? Seeing that Xuanhuan seemed sincere, the woman pondered for a moment before replying. Xuanhuan furrowed his brows. 10 guangshi for something whose purpose was unknown was hardly appealing. And for a place like xiuxian town, 10 guangshi was already quite a sum. 5 guangshi. If you like it, take it. To be honest, this jade hairpin was something I obtained with my senior brothers from a buried treasure. When we divided the spoils, this was all I received. Though I don't know its purpose, I've kept it for a long time without any use. Might as well exchange it for some guangshi. As she spoke, a faint expression of helplessness passed across her face. Oh, something from a buried treasure. Hearing her words, Xuanhuan's eyebrows lifted slightly, his curiosity increasing. Examining the hairpin again, he fell into thought for a moment before taking out 10 guangshi and placing them on the stall. He still didn't know what it could do, but judging from the woman's manner, her circumstances must not be prosperous, perhaps even worse than xiuxian town's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to sell such things. He felt a slight twinge of sympathy. Placing the guangshi and collecting the hairpin, Xuanhuan turned to leave, seeing nothing else that held his interest. "Please wait a moment." Just then, the woman suddenly spoke, halting his steps. Turning back with curiosity, he looked at her. "What? Anything else?" Xuanhuan asked in confusion. Take this as well." As she spoke, the woman seemed to make a sudden decision, and then threw a black box toward him. When Xuanhuan saw the box, he was startled to feel the wanxiang fangzuan, which had lain dormant within him for a long time, begin to tremble, as if in warning. The sudden occurrence caused Xuanhuan's pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 237. Encountering Chaos Demon Mountain once again. At the very moment the myriad phenomena square vessel trembled, Xuanhuan's heart jolted instantly as well. He stared incredulously at the black box in his hand, and his expression turned somewhat strange. Although Xuanhuan's slightly peculiar expression seemed well concealed, it was still noticed by Lu Yin standing beside him, who asked with obvious curiosity. "Nothing." Regaining his composure from the shock, he quickly suppressed the trembling myriad phenomena square vessel. Then he turned his gaze toward the woman. Since she had deliberately hidden this item instead of placing it together with the black hairpin at first, It meant that she herself understood the black box's unusual nature. Thus, he was also very curious why she had given this item to him. Although he himself didn't know what purpose the hairpin or the black box served, judging solely from the myriad phenomena square vessel's reaction, this was undoubtedly no ordinary object. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why did you give this to me? Heh, I don't even know what use it might be to me, and besides, this object can only bring me trouble. Better to give it to you." Hearing this, the woman gently brushed a strand of hair from her temples and shook her head with a bitter smile, her expression bearing a trace of sadness. Seeing her expression, Xuanhuan helplessly shook his head as well, without declining. Just as he was about to put the black box away, his acute senses suddenly detected several powerful auras approaching violently, like drawn swords aimed straight at his location. Soon, his presence was locked down tightly by these presences, and such an aggressive action caused him to frown slightly. Apparently, Luyan had also sensed the same. Exchanging a glance with Xuanhuan, they both realized these figures weren't targeting them specifically. Then obviously, thinking along these lines, Xuanhuan shifted his gaze to the woman, only to find her face had turned somewhat pale. Although she had masked her reaction quite well, it was difficult to hide the trace of fear in her expression. Sighing inwardly, he lamented his own luck. It always seemed like wherever he went, trouble would unfailingly arise. However, out of appreciation for her previous generosity, he chose not to leave but fixed his gaze on the figures approaching rapidly. "These people are after me. You two had better leave quickly. Later, it might be too late to escape." Seeing that Xuanhuan and the other hadn't left but instead remained calmly beside her, the woman felt astonished and urged quickly, her tone laced with urgency. She could naturally sense that Xuanhuan's cultivation level was merely at the fourth soul realm, even weaker than hers. Hence, she warned them. "Oh, you know them? Who are they?" Hearing that the woman actually recognized these people, Lu Yan furrowed her brows and continued. "Judging from the situation, they come with ill intentions. I cannot explain fully right now. You both must leave immediately. These people are not ones to be trifled with, and you will get dragged into this if you stay." The woman, sensing the auras behind her rapidly drawing closer, anxiously urged again. Her concern made Xuanhuan smile slightly. Normally, others would actively seek help, yet she actually tried pushing them away. One must say, the woman's nature was indeed kind, though nowadays, good people rarely received good fortune in return. But he did not voice this thought. As he pondered, suddenly a hoarse voice similar to that of a drake quacked out, its grating tone prompting his brows to unconsciously furrow again. "Qinglin, where are you rushing off to? Surely you're not hiding something disgraceful." Upon hearing the voice, even Xuanhuan's expression darkened slightly, as he fixed his glare toward the direction from which those figures were approaching. "You guys are going too far. Otherwise, my elder brother won't forgive you." Upon hearing the voice, the woman named Qinglin's face flushed with both anger and embarrassment as she rebuked the figures rushing toward them. Xuanhuan probably can't even save himself right now. At that moment, the figures became clearly visible. Soon after, a series of sharp whistling sounds cut through the air, and they landed one after another in front of them. The speaker was none other than the lead man. Yet the man wore a long black robe, his sickly pale complexion appearing even more terrifying against the dark garment, like a figure risen from hell itself, exuding a cold and sinister aura. His exposed hands, protruding from the wide sleeves, looked eerily pale, almost like dried skeletons. A sinister smile curled on his lips. Just a single glance at him gave one an unsettling feeling. Xuanhuan also sensed the man's cultivation level. Astonishingly, he was also a soul scholar. Instantly, Xuanhuan felt somewhat helpless inwardly, muttering that these days, soul scholars really weren't worth much. They were popping up everywhere like cabbages. Glancing sideways, Xuanhuan noticed no fewer than 10 people behind the man, all dressed in black. Upon seeing their attire, Xuanhuan suddenly stiffened. His gaze landed on the insignias on their chests, which seemed very familiar. This emblem indeed had some history with Xuanhuan. It was none other than the mark of Chaos Demon Mountain. Seeing this, a sudden realization struck Xuanhuan's mind. He then scanned the back line, and an odd expression crossed his face. He helplessly shook his head. Within the crowd, he recognized two familiar figures. Those two individuals from Chaos Demon Mountain who had once tried to seize the xiuxian grass, and whom he had sent flying with a single strike of his gravestone. However, judging by their current positions, it was clear they held no significant status, merely underlings. Obviously, the two had also noticed Xuanhuan. Their expressions hardened at first, but then instantly turned into joy. Whispering urgently beside the leading pale man's ear, they appeared to be saying something. They truly are an endless annoyance. Watching the man's glances in his direction while he spoke, Xuanhuan smiled helplessly. "What do you mean? What happened to my elder brother?" Qinglin asked anxiously upon hearing the man's words, rushing forward to question. Better worry about yourself first. As for your brother, we've already sent someone to take care of him. A little lesson for your family's rudeness. Of course, if you cooperate and hand over the spirit treasure, we'll all be quite happy." "I don't have it." Facing the man's threatening tone, Qinglin stood her ground, turning her head defiantly to the side. "Well then, if you refuse to hand it over, nothing can be done. But as for your brother, the sickly man spoke, a tone of regret lacing his voice. However, he stopped paying attention to the horrified Qinglin and turned his gaze toward Xuanhuan instead, his smile widening. "So you are the one who beat my men? Just some useless fish and shrimp. If I beat them, so be it." Hearing the man's accusatory tone, Xuanhuan simply replied with a smile. acting as if those events had nothing to do with him. Very good. The sickly man was clearly furious now, and his smile instantly turned icy cold. It seems Chaos Demon Mountain grows ever more arrogant. What do you say, Demon Lord San? Just then, Lu Yen, standing at the side, suddenly remarked. No sooner had Lu Yen spoken than the pale man froze for a moment. Then, turning his head toward Lu Yen, his expression immediately tensed, offering a humorless, stiff smile. Why, it's actually Lu Yen. What a coincidence. Spare me the pleasantries. Ouyang here is my brother. If you dare touch him today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't forget, even back then you couldn't beat me, and nothing's changed now. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the sickly man's pupils sharply contracted. Evidently, he harbored a deep fear of Lu Yan. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gave a gloomy nod. Fine, I'll give you this face, Lu Yan. But I hope you won't interfere in our affairs today. Though I may not be your match, don't think Chaos Demon Mountain lacks someone who can suppress you. Our two factions should remain uninvolved with each other. Naturally, hearing the man's words, Lu Yan let out a scoffing laugh, but offered no further argument. Instead, he turned to Ouyang Yuya and said, Let's go. This is definitely an internal struggle between this woman's faction and Chaos Demon Mountain. We shouldn't interfere. Besides, getting involved now will only lead to unnecessary trouble. Ouyang Yuya offered no objection. From the exchange between Qinglin and the sickly man, he could already tell that her faction and Chaos Demon Mountain were in deep conflict, something he wasn't in a position to handle. Moreover, when the sickly man had hinted that someone from Chaos Demon Mountain could suppress Lu Yan, Ouyang Yuya had clearly seen the flicker of tension in Lu Yan's eyes. That alone indicated Chaos Demon Mountain wasn't a force to be trifled with. Thus, he was unwilling to create further trouble for himself. His goal remained the Golden Courtyard. As for unnecessary complications, the fewer, the better. Thinking thus, Ouyang Yuya glanced at Qinglin, gave a slight shake of his head, and then spoke to Lu Yan. As soon as he finished, the two prepared to turn and leave. However, before their footsteps could even take a step forward, several figures suddenly flickered into view before them. To their surprise, the dozen or so men from Chaos Demon Mountain had instantly encircled them, forming a ring that surrounded Ouyang Yuya and Lu Yan, eyes filled with ill intent. Mo Feng, what exactly do you mean by this? Upon seeing this, Lu Yan's expression immediately darkened, his powerful aura surging faintly outward as his face turned deeply grim. Faced with this, Mo Feng slowly stepped forward. His gaze, however, was locked onto Ouyang Yuya's hand holding the black box, his eyes faintly glowing with a burning desire. To be honest, our actual objective this time is the item in this young gentleman's hands. Leave the box here, and you may both walk away unharmed. Yet as Mo Feng's words echoed, the latter's expression instantly darkened, and a sinister curve slowly lifted at the corner of his lips. Chapter 238, One-on-One. Right after Mo Feng finished speaking, Ouyang Yuya fixed his gaze on him. Despite Mo Feng's dark expression, Ouyang Yuya calmly put away the black box. If you've got the guts, come and take it. Only now did Ouyang Yuya understand that the object spoken of by Qinglin and Mo Feng was actually this mysterious black box. From their conversation, it was clearly no ordinary item. Otherwise it wouldn't have drawn these people from Lu Mo Mountain to fight over it. Upon realizing this, he had even less intention of handing it over. After all, once something was in his possession, there was no way he'd give it up. Kid, don't think just because Luo Yin is protecting you, I can't do anything to you. I've already given you plenty of face before. Take my advice, don't be too ungrateful. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's defiant actions, Mo Feng naturally understood exactly what he meant, and he spoke coldly at once. Mo Feng, this thing was bought by us. Now that it's in our hands, there's absolutely no reason to give it up. Besides, you're just trying to steal it. What right do you have to talk like that? I have to say, your people from Lu Mo Mountain sure have thick skin. You, Luo Yin, don't push too hard. Hearing the mockery so openly from Luo Yin, Mo Feng, already pale-skinned, turned even paler with anger. What's wrong? Don't think Lu Mo Mountain is such a big deal. In my eyes, you still don't have the qualifications to make Luo Yin spit out what's already been swallowed. Luo Yin fired back fiercely. Then, with a sudden tremor of her right arm, two streams of yellowish light suddenly appeared around her wrists. A thick, powerful soul force surged out, and the heavy pressure caused the surrounding disciples of Lu Mo Mountain to retreat instinctively. With a cold smirk, she locked eyes on Mo Feng, clearly ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Luo Yin, I respect you as one of the top young experts of your generation, and also as a person from Song Lake. I don't really want any conflict with you. I showed you respect before, but this matter concerns me and this kid. It's none of others' business. This object is extremely important to us. If you interfere, then our Lu Mo Mountain and your Song Lake will be at war until one side is utterly destroyed. As he spoke, a hint of red flushed onto Mo Feng's pale face, clearly from fury. Immediately after finishing his words, his pale right hand clenched tightly, and two black soul rings appeared in midair. Then, thick, dense black smoke poured out from his body, wrapping his arms and torso, finally condensing into a black cannon firmly grasped in his hand, its energy power matching Luo Yan's directly. As Mo Feng released his soul force, the dozen or so people beside him also summoned their soul rings simultaneously, immediately spreading out a huge oppressive pressure. The atmosphere around them was filled with an unexplainable chilliness. Not bad. Seems like you've improved. Yet, faced with the overwhelming presence from Lu Mo Mountain, Luo Yin merely chuckled lightly, and with a metallic clang, she firmly gripped the cannon in reverse. Meanwhile, sensing the aura from Lu Imo Mountain, Ouyang didn't feel as optimistic as Luo Yin did. The pressure was blocked instantly, as the Wanxiangfeng Zun trembled slightly around him. He swept his eyes across the scene, silently acknowledging that Lu Imo Mountain truly lived up to its reputation as the stronghold of dark alchemists. Obviously, they had also come prepared for this operation. A quick glance revealed that among them were as many as 5 soul masters. Though the others hadn't yet advanced to soul masters, their auras indicated they were at the peak of soul warriors. With such power, backed by the vicious and ruthless techniques of dark alchemy, this battle would certainly be highly disadvantageous for their side. Sorry, I've dragged you into this. At this time, Qing Lin hadn't expected things to spiral this far and naturally took the blame, speaking with deep apology. If I hadn't handed you that black box, this wouldn't have happened. Hearing her words, Ouyang looked at Qing Lin's apologetic face and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Don't worry, it's got nothing to do with you. Ouyang gave a helpless smile after speaking. After all, the girl had good intentions to begin with. She just didn't expect that good intentions would lead to problems. In the end, she underestimated the temptation power of the mysterious black box. Thinking of this, Ouyang became even more curious about the box. He would definitely study it thoroughly once he returned. Too bad the Jade Toad King always disappeared at critical moments. Otherwise, he might have asked it for answers. However, he needed to handle these people first. Otherwise, thinking about research was just pure nonsense. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward Mo Feng and his group, sighing softly. Really annoying guys. Letting out a helpless smirk, Ouyang finally turned his gaze toward Luo Yin beside him. At this moment, Luo Yin was clearly feeling a bit awkward from Mo Feng's words, but soon regained her usual air of disdain, quite fitting for an expert of high cultivation. Of course, the reason the Lu Imo Mountain group had yet to attack was most likely because of Luo Yan's presence. Since you're so eager to fight, I'll see for myself what's so special about your alchemy techniques from Lu Imo Mountain. As soon as she spoke, Luo Yin stomped her foot and was about to dash forward, when suddenly she felt a firm, powerful hand clamp onto her shoulder. Turning her head, she was shocked to see that the person was actually Ouyang and immediately showed an expression of confusion. Brother Ouyang. Shaking his head at Luo Yin, Ouyang smiled as he looked at Mo Feng and spoke. Mo Feng, I think you know there are people from the 4 great powers nearby, right? As soon as Ouyang words landed, he saw Mo Feng's face instantly darken, his eyes revealing a trace of caution. Are you threatening me with them? Yeah, you can take it that way. But once a large-scale conflict breaks out, the 4 great powers probably won't sit idly by either. Of course, if you truly believe Lu Imo Mountain is strong enough to challenge the 4 great powers, by all means proceed. I'll accept your challenge. Ouyang tone was clearly laced with coldness, but his meaning was quite clear. He was certain that Mo Feng would not dare to act recklessly. To be honest, today I must take that black box. If you try to stop me, I won't mind sending you to your grave. Fortunately, there's no one around here. If we act quickly, there'll be enough time for us to finish the job. Compared to a dead man like you, what can the 4 great powers do to me? However, just as Mo Feng's voice faded, Ouyang suddenly burst into laughter. Then go ahead and try it. But I happen to have a perfect solution. Seeing the icy glare in Mo Feng's eyes, Ouyang chuckled again, and said in front of everyone's shocked expressions. Hearing Ouyang words, Mo Feng's expression changed repeatedly before he coldly and ominously asked. Ouyang words had indeed sparked some apprehension in him. After all, the 4 great powers were not forces he could afford to provoke. Originally, he had thought that today they only needed to capture Qing Lin, and afterward, even if Qing Lin's faction discovered the truth, they would likely be forced to swallow their grievances. The sudden appearance of Ouyang and Luo Yin had disrupted their original plan, and now, hearing Ouyang speak of a perfect solution, Mo Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Seeing Mo Feng's expression, Ouyang immediately grasped his thoughts and smiled slightly as he said, "How about we make a bet?" "A bet? A bet on what?" Mo Feng frowned and asked. "On this." Ouyang right hand flashed at his waist, and once again the black box appeared, twirling in midair as Mo Feng's eyes gleamed with desire. "What's the bet?" Mo Feng asked while staring at the black box. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Yin and the others also looked at Ouyang with confused expressions, wondering what trick he was about to play. "A duel, just the 2 of us, half an incense sticks time. If I lose, you can take the black box. Of course, if I win, you must leave here with your men." As soon as Ouyang voice finished, the surrounding disciples from Lu Imo Mountain burst into mocking laughter, looking at Ouyang with contempt as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Their previous caution now completely vanished. "Are you serious?" Mo Feng, after a brief moment of surprise, suddenly sneered coldly, eyeing Ouyang with an odd expression. Naturally, he could tell Ouyang cultivation level, 4th tier soul warrior. If ranked among all participating disciples, he was undoubtedly among the weakest. Now he dared to challenge him to a one-on-one duel, a whole cultivation tier lower, and he couldn't believe he had heard correctly. And Luo Yin, the only one present who actually knew Ouyang true abilities, wore a smile too, not the least bit surprised or worried. After all, someone who could dominate even someone like Min Zhao certainly wouldn't fear a mere soul soldier like Mo Feng. Indeed, this was indeed the best possible resolution. "That's right. Do you dare?" "Yeah, what's not to dare?" Seeing Ouyang Yuye's aggressive tone, Mo Feng felt a rush of blood surge to his head, and he nodded in agreement immediately. Can't tell if you're genuinely stupid or just playing the noble fool, but I have to admit, you've got guts. As Mo Feng spoke, he waved his hand behind him. Following his signal, the disciples from Lu Mo Mountain all took steps back, their faces filled with eager amusement, as if watching a play. Seeing that Mo Feng had agreed, Ouyang Yuye merely let out a cold snort. With a flick of his sleeve, he transformed it into a fragrant bamboo pillar that firmly anchored into the ground. At the same time, an immense aura suddenly surged out from within Ouyang Yuye's body. Then, a streak of red light rose up, immediately coalescing into a fiery crimson glow around his wrist. Pure yang flame had once again been ignited. No need for more words. Let's just fight. After finishing his sentence, the corner of Ouyang Yuye's mouth instantly curled into a cold smirk. Simultaneously, the three divine treasures within his body, the myriad image square vessel, the yin-yang twin fish, and the heart of desolation, began to activate wildly, channeling their immense power. Chapter 239 Dark Alchemical Body. Xiao. Just as the three divine artifacts were activated, Ouyang Yuye suddenly dashed forward. With a light tap of his toes, a lingering afterimage slowly emerged at the original spot, while his real body had ghost-like speed already appeared before Ma Feng. The sulfur cannon trembled and released a straightforward column of flaming destruction straight toward Ma Feng's chest. Ouyang Yuye had already used the third-tier flame sandblaster upon initiating the attack. There was no doubt that it was extraordinarily ferocious. Even before the attack arrived, the scorching heat wave was already blowing in Ma Feng's face, scorching the air into visible ripples and distortions, and even emitting a faint smell of burnt hair. Fireflies dare to challenge the moonlight. Seeing this, Ma Feng sneered, though his pupils slightly constricted. Judging from the speed and attack Ouyang Yuye had displayed just now, he realized he had underestimated Ouyang's strength. The latter's combat skills and experience appeared far beyond his actual cultivation level. It turns out you're quite capable, but it's still not enough. Just as the attack approached, Ma Feng slightly shifted his stance and stepped backward. His sulfur cannon trembled, spewing forth thick waves of black mist, which coiled and gathered into a pitch-black giant shield right in front of him. The moment the shield solidified, the raging flames slammed into it, only to be forcefully blocked. However, under the constant searing, the black mist gradually dimmed, yet despite this, it remained intact without being completely incinerated. After missing with the first attack, Ouyang Yuye instantly leaped backward, fingers flicking. With his shadow clone technique activated, an illusionary body emerged from his form and stood protectively in front of him. Yet the very moment the clone appeared, Ma Feng's conjured shield suddenly disintegrated again. The swirling black mist transformed into a dark spear, piercing through space as it shot forth and struck the clone directly in the chest. Under the impact of the spear, the clone was instantly pierced and shattered into dust, exposing Ouyang Yuye behind once again. The spear, still retaining its momentum, proceeded to strike at the now exposed Ouyang Yuye himself, but its force and speed had undeniably diminished significantly. Just as the spear was about to land, a translucent white light membrane suddenly rose from Ouyang Yuye's body, blocking the incoming weapon in an instant. Nonetheless, the residual force it carried forced Ouyang back a few steps, sending a surge of turbulence through his insides. Regaining his balance, Ouyang Yuye cast a cold gaze at Ma Feng. This was his first genuine confrontation with a dark alchemist, giving him insight into the characteristics of dark alchemy, an astonishingly high adaptability. As long as the black mist did not dissipate, new skills could be switched instantly. Compared to orthodox alchemy, such a fluid transformation cost little time, and in this lightning-fast clash, it was Ouyang who had suffered a disadvantage. Not bad. As Ouyang watched him, Ma Feng glared back with an equally unkind expression. An ordinary soul cultivator, even one at the peak of soul master, would have been severely wounded by such an attack. You indeed possess some skill. His voice was hoarse and low, and sharp glints flickered in his eyes. You're not bad either. Looking at the arrogance on Ma Feng's face, a chill crept into Ouyang Yuye's eyes as well. Within his body, the previously unused xiuxian flame slowly stirred as the yin-yang twin fish spun. Watching the two figures in the arena, Luo Yan's expression flickered between doubt and realization. He hadn't expected Ma Feng's power to have reached such a level. With the brutality of dark alchemy and its persistent, inescapable nature like a parasitic entity, even he would no longer feel as confident stepping into battle. Damn dark alchemy. Sighing helplessly, he admitted that dark alchemy indeed had its strengths. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many disciples seeking it out. Although the profession was still disdained by many, the temptation of increased power continued to draw people in. Be it Minister Min Zhao in the past or Ma Feng before his eyes, both had become terrifyingly powerful under the enhancement of the dark mist. As he pondered, he turned to look at Qinglin beside him, who looked visibly tense. From the start, Qinglin had clenched his fists tightly, biting his lips so hard they had gone pale, and his face was filled with worry watching Ouyang Yuye. Don't worry, Ma Feng isn't his match. Seeing this, Luo Yan smiled slightly. But Ma Feng is the third in command at Xuanhuan Mountain. His power. Luo Yan's words did little to ease her worries, as she continued to express concern. Tisk, those who underestimate him rarely end well. Letting out a soft chuckle, Luo Yan opened his mouth, not saying much else as he turned his gaze back to Ouyang Yuye. Just then, under the gathering of black mist, it instantly transformed into several black daggers that shot out in different directions, enveloping all the vital points around Ouyang Yuya, as if a storm of pear blossoms was pouring down. Facing the barrage, suddenly Ouyang Yuya's feet staggered again. Then, he swiftly sidestepped, dodging the leading dagger. With a tremor of his right hand, he pulled out the stone tablet, swinging it in front of him with a few swift, elegant motions. Accompanied by a crisp jingle like wind chimes, the daggers were struck down by the tablet one by one. Then, his body shifted again, rushing straight toward Mafeng. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's movement, for the first time, Mafeng's expression changed. Instantly, he leaped back while black mist gathered once more, forming into a long black spear that shot straight toward Ouyang Yuya's head. In response to Mafeng's attack, Ouyang Yuya let out a disdainful laugh. With his soul energy surging, a flame flickered in his left hand, and then without any flourish, he thrust his palm forward, an unmistakable manifestation of the fire god's left hand. The huge crimson hand smashed head-on against the black spear. Under the boost of the xiuxian flame, the power of the fire god's left hand surged, instantly shattering the spear. Unabated, it continued forward and slammed into the massive black shield surrounding Mafeng's body. The moment the fire god's hand connected, the black mist around the shield was instantly dispersed. Then, it mercilessly smashed into Mafeng's chest. Struck by the powerful blow, Mafeng was immediately forced back, staggering several steps before stabilizing his stance. His eyes were filled with intense shock. Glancing sideways at the incense stick, which had already burned a third of the way, there wasn't much time left before it reached halfway. His expression turned even grimmer. Never had he imagined, under any circumstance, that he would be the one on the losing end. However, before he could even process his thoughts, Ouyang Yuya darted forward again, swinging the stone tablet that carried a violently howling gale straight toward Mafeng. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's fierce attack, Mafeng's face instantly turned cold and dark. Suddenly, a piercing shriek escaped from his mouth, and at once, thick waves of black mist surged from his body. Rolling and twisting, it wrapped tightly around him. At this moment, Mafeng looked like a demon risen from hell, or even more horrifying, a flaming wraith of hellish fire. The stone tablet crashed heavily against the black mist covering Mafeng's body, and what shocked Ouyang Yuya was that the impact felt like hitting a soft cotton pad, a sensation of power with nowhere to go. Immediately, his expression turned serious. This is the dark alchemical body. Observing this scene, Luo Yin furrowed his brows, astonished. What's the dark alchemical body? Next to him, Qinglin asked curiously, naturally recognizing that this was a defensive physical cultivation technique. Luo Yin pondered for a moment before replying. It's an exclusive technique of dark alchemists, a form of body cultivation martial arts. Yet, its profundity makes it far more powerful than ordinary physical cultivation techniques. With a thoughtful look, Luo Yin continued. For this body technique to be mastered, one must willingly destroy their soul energy entirely, meaning their body contains no soul energy at all. Only this allows the black mist to invade the body without resistance from the soul energy, enabling a rebirth through the corruption of the mist. This allows them to cultivate such a mist-coated body cultivation technique. So, does that mean if the mist fails to enter the body properly during the process, Precisely. Then they become useless, discarded people. That's why I say this body cultivation method is so mysterious and dangerous. Moreover, the corrosiveness of the black mist itself is extremely intense. Without the suppression of soul energy within the body, the pain they endure is beyond ordinary comprehension. The agony of muscles and bones being eaten away isn't something just anyone can endure. That's exactly why dark alchemists have never been accepted as orthodox alchemists. Their path to power is simply too brutal and cruel, and often warps their personalities along the way. After hearing Luo Yan's words, Qinglin shuddered involuntarily, then looked nervously at the two fighting figures in the arena. What about now? This dark alchemical body Mafeng has cultivated seems to be freshly completed, far from reaching perfect defense and offense. So it's all on Ouyang, my brother. Once he manages to break through the black mist, this one-on-one duel will be over. After all, even such a powerful body technique still has its weaknesses. Upon hearing Luo Yan's words, Qinglin smiled bitterly. It sounded easy to say, but much harder to accomplish. If this dark alchemical body could be so easily broken, it wouldn't have gained such a fearsome reputation. Clearly, Ouyang Yuya on the arena had also noticed this, and as he watched the black mist pouring down from the stone tablet, his expression instantly turned grim. A body cultivation martial art. He slightly furrowed his brows, beginning to sense some clues. Haha, your vision is quite sharp, but don't even dream of breaking through my dark alchemical body. At this moment, Mafeng's voice echoed from within the black mist, laced with cold laughter. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's brows subtly lifted, barely noticeable, before the corner of his mouth curled upward slightly. In an instant, his mind stirred, and inside his body the yin and yang twin fish suddenly began to spin wildly. Chapter 240 Injured. As Ouyang Yuya's mind slightly stirred, the yin and yang fish within his body were wildly activated, forcing the previously distinct ice and fire attributes to fuse again, transforming into that strange black attribute. Accompanying this fusion, Ouyang Yuya's pupils subtly turned one blue and one red, appearing quite eerie. However, they soon changed again, as a flicker of black flame suddenly surged from his eyes, bringing along a faintly scorching, yet chilling aura that slowly exuded from his body. I'd like to see how sturdy your ghostly thing really is. With cold eyes fixed on the dark mist swirling around Mafeng's body, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Then, his right hand abruptly lifted. The originally crimson soul force took on an eerie shade of black, finally condensing into a jet-black flame that sprang from his palm, enveloping his entire right hand. Within that black flame emanated extreme heat and bitter cold, two diametric attributes that somehow fused strangely together, exuding a dense sense of danger. With a fierce motion, he slammed it against the dark mist covering Moffing. Immediately, a familiar sense of weakness flooded through him. Nevertheless, under the burning force of the black flame, the swirling dark mist around Moffing visibly thinned. Don't even think about it. My alchemical body won't be broken so easily. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's move, Moffing sneered, though his voice choked halfway through. On Ouyang Yuye's strange black flame, he suddenly sensed an alarming danger. Instantly, the dark mist around him grew even thicker and more oppressive. Is that so? Devour. Facing Moffing's mockery, Ouyang Yuye also let out a cold chuckle. His right palm abruptly trembled, and the black flame instantly shot from his hand. Wherever it passed, the dark mist was completely disintegrated into wisps of smoke. As the black flame surged forward like a rolling snowball growing bigger, it devoured all the mist covering Moffing. With the flame's sweeping advance, the dark veil surrounding him vanished, exposing his true body. Damn you! What are you doing? Realizing Ouyang Yuye's intentions, Moffing was clearly aware of what was happening. Upon witnessing his prized dark alchemy body being so easily destroyed, his expression twisted into intense horror. Without hesitation, disregarding the match, he quickly retreated backward, staring at Ouyang Yuye with a face filled with fear. Only he understood just how powerful the black mist of his dark alchemy body truly was. That someone could so effortlessly destroy it sent shivers of dread through him. Leaving so easily seems a bit impolite, don't you think? Seeing Moffing attempt to retreat, Ouyang Yuye gave a cold laugh. He recalled the black flame into his body, flicked his sleeve, and hurled the jade pendant outward. Instantly, the pendant released a sudden crimson glow, and from directly above Moffing's head, a golden net erupted downward. At the very moment the golden net descended, Ouyang Yuye advanced with swift footwork, chasing in. His right arm morphed in mid-motion, transforming into a grotesque dragon arm. With lightning speed and overwhelming force, he viciously struck the arm down onto Moffing's body. At the moment the dragon arm landed, a hidden black flame was forcefully implanted into Moffing by Ouyang Yuye. The massive impact sent Moffing hurtling backward, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. His expression instantly became listless and pale, his face streaked with black, clearly showing serious internal injuries. Crashing heavily onto the ground, he soon fell unconscious. Third Elder. Witnessing Moffing's injury, the group of surrounding xuanhuan members' faces turned livid. They quickly rushed forward, surrounding Moffing. Upon seeing his condition, their faces darkened even further. Then, glaring with cold, murderous intent, their gazes fixed on Ouyang Yuye, as if wanting to tear him apart with their bare eyes. Attack him together. Kill this guy. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Immediately, over a dozen xuanhuan disciples stood up. Their black soul rings flickered into existence, exuding a frigid, deadly intent directly at Ouyang Yuye. Seeing this, Luo Yin and Qing Lin also stepped forward to stand beside Ouyang Yuye, their expressions bearing slight tension. Blocking Luo Yin who was about to attack, Ouyang Yuye stepped ahead, fixed a cold stare at the xuanhuan group, and sarcastically pointed at the unconscious Moffing lying on the ground. Let me give you a warning. There's still time to take him back and seek treatment. If you delay any longer, I can't guarantee whether he'll become a cripple. Of course, if you don't care about his life or death, feel free to attack. As he spoke, Ouyang Yuye suddenly swung his sleeve. Immediately, 100 Fong stones burst forth from it, swirling before him as waves of primordial aura spread outward, clearly showing his readiness for battle at the slightest provocation. Hearing Ouyang Yuye's words, the xuanhuan disciples quickly turned to look at Moffing. They found his breath extremely unstable, his body trembling with alternating blackish blue on his face, and waves of chilling energy flowing through his body. We're leaving. One of the xuanhuan disciples, a soul warrior-ranked cultivator, hesitated briefly before hoisting Moffing onto his back. He then cast a glance at Ouyang Yuye. We'll remember today's humiliation, and come another day to settle the score. We'll meet again. Without waiting for a reply, the man clearly understood how dire Moffing's condition was. Without further hesitation, he sped off toward the direction they had come from. Behind him, the other xuanhuan disciples shot Ouyang Yuye looks of deep resentment before following in succession. Once we return, Amalaudar finds out. There might be some trouble ahead. Looking at the departing xuanhuan members, Luo Yin frowned, clearly somewhat wary of this so-called Vlada. Suddenly, Ouyang Yuye's body trembled. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his complexion instantly becoming haggard. Seeing Ouyang Yuye in such a state, Luo Yin was greatly alarmed, hurrying to support him. It's nothing serious. I need to take my leave first, brother Luo Yin. Slightly raising his hand, he suppressed the surging energy within. With a brief wave of his hand, he rushed off in the direction of the inn. Watching Ouyang Yuye vanish into the distance, Luo Yin's expression grew solemn. After bidding Qing Lin farewell, he pursued without delay. What a strange person. As Ouyang Yuye and Luo Yin disappeared one after the other, Qing Lin exhaled heavily. At least today had passed safely, though he remained curious about the two strong men's identities. Which faction were they from exactly? He couldn't help but wonder if they could become potential allies. All the while, Ouyang Yuye felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if he might faint at any moment. He didn't even know how he managed to return to the inn. As soon as he entered his room, Disregarding the anxious knocking on the door from Chun-Lin outside, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began inspecting his injuries. Though this fight had been brief, lasting only moments, Ouyang had underestimated Ma Feng's dark alchemy body. While the black flame's devouring nature had succeeded in breaking through that dark mist, his strength was still lacking. Despite having refined and dissipated most of the mist, a small trace of it had seeped into his body. To his shock, this mist was extremely stubborn, clinging to various parts of his body like an irritating parasite. With such internal corrosion, Ouyang had no choice but to summon the black flame again carefully, gathering the mist bit by bit, attempting to expel it. This situation left him unable to easily draw on his soul force. Therefore, earlier when he conjured up the Wang stones and threatened the Xuanhuan group, it was mostly an intimidation tactic to conceal his injuries. In truth, at that moment, even if the entire Xuanhuan gang attacked together, even a random soul practitioner could have left him in chaos. This practice consumed a great deal of time before finally ending. Opening his eyes with a deep breath, he clicked his tongue in thought, secretly sighing. Indeed, these dark alchemy practitioners were no ordinary opponents. Their bizarre attacks alone were more than enough to catch one off guard. As he finished, Ouyang slowly stretched out his right palm, revealing two small black objects resembling pills. After continuous refining, he had finally expelled all remaining traces of the mist from his body. Yet during the process, the mist had been condensed into two peculiar black pills. Upon examining them, he sensed not only the familiar corrosive energy, but also faint traces of yin and yang energy intertwined. You don't need to be puzzled. Those are essential components used to refine dark crystals. Just as he puzzled over the pills, the lazy voice of xuanhuan echoed from within his body. You finally decided to show up. Ouyang couldn't help but scoff sarcastically upon hearing xuanhuan's voice. Jia, if even minor obstacles require my intervention, you'd really be better off giving up cultivation altogether. Hearing the sarcasm in Ouyang tone, xuanhuan remained completely unperturbed, speaking instead with such shameless nonchalance that the situation, which originally lacked justification, sounded like a form of training for him. Ouyang snorted coldly upon hearing this, choosing not to respond further. He paused slightly before speaking. I've already gathered all the materials. Oh, that fast. xuanhuan clearly expressed surprise, though soon after he lazily added. Well then, let's begin now. I'm also quite curious to see what effect you, a freak already, can achieve with an even stronger body. xuanhuan chuckled with amusement, his voice carrying a trace of anticipation. Ouyang instinctively rolled his eyes. Apparently, he had become a test subject. Yet he was long accustomed to xuanhuan's manner. Suddenly swinging his sleeve, he summoned the cauldron forth. As he gazed at the golden liquid mass within the dinglu, he tightly clenched his fists, his eyes burning with an intense, fervent heat. Chapter 241 Refining the Dragon's Vital Blood. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he lightly slapped his waist pouch with his right hand, and a series of ingredients immediately flew out from the xuanhuan pouch, placed before him. There were no less than dozens of materials, some of which were completely unfamiliar to Ouyang. However, he felt quite astonished that although the shops in the Golden Cauldron Mountains weren't particularly large, they were well stocked with herbs and raw materials. He hadn't wasted much effort, yet he still spent over 1,000 silver coins, causing him a pang of regret. I really don't know what you're thinking, getting upset over just a few thousand silver coins. Pathetic. As Ouyang felt a surge of regret, the sarcastic voice of the Jade Toad King rang out. Hearing this, Ouyang's entire body quivered with anger, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't understand what it's like to manage expenses. My savings aren't much to begin with. Spending like this, I probably won't even afford the materials needed for alchemy anymore. As he spoke, Ouyang himself felt somewhat helpless. Though cultivators no longer needed to eat grain thanks to their bigu practices, silver was still essential for acquiring materials and herbs. Alchemy, after all, was a money-burning craft. He helplessly realized he really needed to find a way to earn money once he entered the academy. Unlike Liu Yan, whose father was extremely wealthy, he had practically nothing besides 2 companions. Boy, have some respect. I'm calling myself your companion, and you actually call me a pet. As soon as Ouyang thought this, the Jade Toad King's furious roar rang from within the cauldron, but Ouyang simply ignored it and focused his gaze on the dragon's vital blood. Alright, shall we begin now? You may, but first, you must refine all these ingredients. The Jade Toad King said in an unfriendly tone. The moment those words were spoken, Ouyang looked at the 20 or so ingredients before him and immediately felt a tightening in his chest. Don't look so reluctant, it's for your own good. The dragon's vital blood itself is extremely violent. Even though the concentration of dragon blood it contains isn't highly pure, it's still beyond your ability to endure right now. If you aren't careful, you might even explode. In short, these ingredients are here to dilute the dragon's vital blood. Listening to the Jade Toad King's explanation, Ouyang couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. Indeed, although the Jade Toad King had a bad temper, he had genuinely treated him well. Thinking thus, he picked up each ingredient one by one and tossed them into the cauldron. Processing ingredients was a very time-consuming task, and if done carelessly, the ingredients could easily be ruined. Therefore, after finishing the initial preparations, Ouyang handed the subsequent roasting process over to the monkey. After all, the Jade Toad King only required the materials to be refined into liquid, without the need for solidifying into crystals or molding. It significantly reduced the difficulty and complexity of the process. After placing all ingredients, Ouyang sat cross-legged in meditation to prepare himself to the best condition. Refining the dragon's vital blood may have seemed simple in theory, but Ouyang was fully aware of its hidden dangers. After all, dragon blood and human bloodline were inherently opposing forces. The difficulty of forcibly merging them could only be imagined. Thus, he dared not afford any carelessness. As his knowledge expanded, he deeply understood the importance of power. Currently, compared to those geniuses born with extraordinary gifts, he was lagging significantly in strength and cultivation level. Enhancing his physical body was an effective way to greatly close the gap with those powerful experts. Therefore, this refinement process was especially important. Fortunately, the materials mentioned by the Jade Toad King were all of Yin type and relatively easy to refine. However, refining the 1,000-year-old Bai Chao vine still took a long time. Bai Chao vine was essential for making crystals, and he was fully aware of its durability. Even 100-year-old vines were difficult to refine, let alone those of 1,000 years. Therefore, when noticing the difficulty of refining, Ouyang had suggested replacing the 1,000-year Bai Chao vine with lower-grade vines. But his suggestion was immediately rejected by the Jade Toad King, who deemed the latter too weak. Ouyang started refining the 1,000-year Bai Chao vine again. This refining process lasted for several hours, finally ending late in the night. When the monkey emitted a series of chattering sounds, Ouyang slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, exhaled deeply, and rushed to the cauldron in one swift step. At this moment, all ingredients had been fully refined, with colorful liquid suspensions floating in the recess of the cauldron, appearing quite beautiful. What next? Ouyang Yuya immediately asked the Jade Toad King. Combine all these liquids together and swallow them. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly, then proceeded to condense those liquids and forcibly fuse them together. Once all the liquids were fully merged, even Ouyang couldn't help but feel a bit excited as he looked at the final concentrated liquid. Then, without hesitation, he swallowed it directly. As the liquid entered his throat, it transformed into a warm current, flowing down smoothly. Surprisingly to Ouyang, rather than directly rushing into the dantian, it coated the muscles and bones with a dense, protective film along the way. When the liquid was finally exhausted, Ouyang sensed that his insides were now covered in a white, cocoon-like layer, exuding a solid protective sensation. Realizing this instantly, Ouyang understood. Undoubtedly, the Jade Toad King had worried the violent dragon's vital blood might harm his insides, and therefore used these materials to form a protective barrier. It had to be admitted that this indeed served as effective protection. Let me see just how difficult you really are. Thinking thus, he suddenly slammed his right palm against the cauldron, sending a streak of golden light violently bursting out. It swiftly slashed toward Ouyang before being caught firmly in his right hand, which had morphed into a dragon claw. What startled him was that the golden light seemed to have a mind of its own. Instantly upon contact with his palm, it penetrated into his body. No sooner had the golden light entered his body than it divided into hundreds of droplets of vital blood, infiltrating his limbs and bones. Immediately, Ouyang felt an intense scorching sensation rising inside him. Under its influence, the dragon's vital blood continuously split apart and enveloped his bloodstream, wildly boiling under his awareness, before rushing entirely into his bones and muscles. Affected by the vital blood, Ouyang instantly felt as if countless flames were wildly burning inside his body. Under the blazing heat, he observed the white cocoon surrounding his muscles and bones becoming increasingly thin. Then, streams of red vital blood forcefully surged into his tendons and bones. At this moment, anyone observing from outside would have seen Ouyang's body glowing a dark crimson red, as if blood were surging from every pore, an extremely terrifying sight. As time passed, waves of painful moans involuntarily escaped from Ouyang's mouth. Right now, Ouyang felt as though his entire body was on the verge of combustion, as if an invisible, merciless hand was ruthlessly kneading his bones and muscles. Under this pressure, Ouyang's physical body had begun to emit a faint golden glow. However, instead of relieving the pain, the agony intensified, burning even more wildly. At that moment, the myriad manifestations cask, floating in the dantian, suddenly vibrated on its own, naturally transforming into waves of pure light pulsing throughout Ouyang's body. Under the sweep of this white glow, a wave of coolness suddenly arrived. To his shock, the once wild and violent dragon's vital blood began to calm down, smoothly re-entering his physical body once more. With this injection, Ouyang's body radiated even brighter golden luster, even resembling the keratinous texture of dragon scales. Oh, dragon hide. Didn't expect this kid to be lucky too. The Jade Toad King, who had been watching closely, noticed this scene and lightly exclaimed in surprise before relaxing into a satisfied smile. Just then, a sudden cracking sound echoed out. Cracks instantly appeared across Ouyang's skin, like the dried, cracked surface of the earth, extremely horrifying. However, from within these fractures, streaks of golden light suddenly burst out. The golden light seemed to possess a self-healing ability, instantly sealing the broken skin. Then, layers of dead skin peeled off his body, revealing a brand new layer of flesh underneath. Though not bulky, this new flesh radiated immense explosive power. With every movement of Ouyang's arms, visible, powerful muscle strands could be seen, like the coiled body of a dragon, full of explosive strength. At that moment, accompanied by the fading of the golden light, a crisp sound of bones reverberated through his body. Ouyang abruptly opened his eyes, golden glimmers flashing within them. His body had turned completely golden, with golden dragon scales faintly shimmering across his skin, spectacular to behold. Clenching his fist, a deep sense of power surged through his entire body, making him sigh in pleasure. He moved his joints slightly, listening to the roaring sound within his body, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Naturally, he could feel that his current physical body had already undergone a qualitative leap compared to before. Moreover, after being tempered by large quantities of xuanhuan, he didn't doubt for a moment that if he had possessed such a body when fighting against Min Zhao, the so-called refined metallic aura probably wouldn't have even pierced through him. At this moment, he was already eager to test out this physical body that could rival an earth dragon. Suddenly, his body shook slightly, the dragon scales shimmering on his skin, retracting instantly. He lifted his head and looked out the window. At some point, the pitch-black sky had become bright. It suddenly dawned on him that an entire night had passed. Glancing at the bright sky outside the window, a faint, satisfied smile curled the corner of his mouth. Humph, the champion gathering. I look forward to it. Chapter 242 Allies. Outside the inn, just beyond the door of Ouyang Yuye's room, more than a dozen figures stood silently. Clearly the disciples from Xuanhuan Lake and Xiuxian Town. Even their mentors and the elderly man from Xuanhuan Lake were present. However, at this moment, everyone's expression was grim, and the silence only added to the tense and heavy atmosphere. When Luo Yin returned, he had immediately recounted everything that had happened. Upon learning that Ouyang Yuye was injured, all of them had rushed over. However, afraid of disturbing his cultivation, they remained outside the door. Yet an entire day had already passed, and naturally, their patience was beginning to wear thin. It's already been a whole day. Shouldn't we take a look inside? Just then, Chun Lin suddenly spoke up, her brows furrowed with worry. She had been among the first to learn of Ouyang Yuye's injury. Indeed, when he had returned, she had already sensed something was off. Just by looking at his expression at the time, she had known he must have been gravely hurt. Otherwise, there was no way he wouldn't have recovered within a day. With the town meeting fast approaching, Ouyang Yuye's injury was undoubtedly an ominous sign. Without realizing it, he had already become the pillar of the xiuxian disciples. Now, seeing him injured, all of them were naturally filled with anxiety. That's right. Perhaps we should go in now, just in case. Yun Tian also spoke up beside her. Although his sentence remained unfinished, the implication was understood by all. Let's wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, the mentor frowned and shook his head slightly before finally speaking after a pause. The details of Ouyang Yuye's condition were still unclear. If they rushed in and disrupted his cultivation by accident, it would be a bad move. Moreover, he trusted that Ouyang Yuye wasn't someone who would disregard what's important. If the injury was beyond his control, he would definitely speak out. That damned monkey has disappeared too, Chun Lin muttered angrily, clenching her delicate fists and pounding on Da Huang beside her. The beast merely let out a low growl before lapsing into silence again, returning to its usual meek and docile expression, which made it hard for others to associate it with the king of beasts. Evidently, even Da Huang knew that its master was currently in a rage, so it wisely chose to keep quiet. Don't worry, Brother Ouyang is strong enough. Nothing serious would have happened. Seeing Chun Lin's expression, Yun Tian sighed and tried to comfort her. She gave a light nod, but the worry on her face didn't diminish in the least. Seeing that Chun Lin hadn't eased at all, Yun Tian decided not to say more. Just then, footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Everyone turned around and saw a disciple from Xiuxian Town hurrying forward and respectfully addressing the mentor. Master, the teams from Shuaitan Stream and my town have arrived. Upon hearing this, the mentor blinked momentarily, as if suddenly recalling something. So soon? Arrange accommodations for the disciples first. I will be there shortly. As the disciple left, the surrounding crowd turned their gazes toward the mentor, all showing signs of confusion. The allies from Xiuxian Town have arrived. They are currently in the hall, the mentor explained, seeing the curious looks. Allies for this town meeting? Who are they from exactly? The elder from Xuanhuan Lake asked further. Shuaitan Stream and my town. To speak of it, their scale is roughly similar to ours. Humph. Then let's go see them. The elder from Xuanhuan Lake chuckled. The mentor nodded, then glanced toward Ouyang Yuye's door. After pondering briefly, he reached out for the door. Just as he was about to push it open, the door suddenly swung inward, and a figure stepped out from within. The sudden occurrence startled everyone slightly, and when they saw it was the now-finished cultivator, Ouyang Yuye, they all wore expressions of surprise. Just like them, Ouyang Yuye was momentarily taken aback upon opening the door to see so many people gathered outside. Finally, the mentor recovered his composure first. You sure kept us waiting for a long time, kid. Ouyang Yuye smiled slightly at the mentor's tone filled with concern and then bowed lightly to the gathered crowd. I got carried away with cultivation. Sorry to have worried everyone. You should say that to xiuxian. This girl has been secretly crying over your injury countless times. Just then, Yun Tian suddenly interjected. You Taoyang thing. As soon as Yun Tian finished speaking, Chun Lin's face flushed bright red, and she scolded him playfully. Seeing the rare embarrassment on Chun Lin's face, the group couldn't help but smile. They hadn't expected the tomboyish Chun Lin to show such a delicate and bashful side. Ouyang Yuye could only shake his head with an exasperated smile. Young master Ouyang, your body. At this moment, the elderly man from Xuanhuan Lake, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke, looking at Ouyang Yuye's body with a faint expression of confusion. Upon this body of his, the old man had unexpectedly sensed something strangely unusual. It might just be caused by his cultivation. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ouyang Yuye stiffened slightly, but seeing that the other party hadn't yet discerned the real situation, he secretly relaxed a bit. He had no intention of revealing the matter of the dragon's blood essence, so he casually made up an excuse to brush it off. Seeing Xuanhuan deliberately avoiding a direct answer, the old man didn't push further and slightly nodded, then turned to the mentor and said, "Since young master Xuanhuan has already awakened, we should head down now. It isn't very polite to keep others waiting." The mentor also nodded, and after casting a glance at Xuanhuan, he took the lead toward the main hall. "Brother Xuanhuan, how are you feeling? Recovered yet?" After allowing the others to pass, Luo Yin and Xuanhuan ended up at the back. Once the crowd had moved a bit ahead, Luo Yin finally asked, Back then the black mist invaded my body. It was a bit troublesome, but I'm fine now." "Good, that's a relief. You probably haven't heard, but believe it or not, you hit that Mo Feng pretty hard. Rumor has it he's still unconscious, and there seems to be signs of poisoning within him. It's said that Mo Cheng, the senior disciple of Luan Mission, is now furious. I think we've already come under their surveillance, and I believe they're planning to act during the town meeting." As Luo Yin spoke, his tone carried a rare seriousness. Especially when mentioning Mo Cheng, his expression subtly flickered, though it was extremely subtle. Xuanhuan still managed to notice it. "Mo Cheng, is he the top disciple of Luan Mission? How strong is he?" "Yeah, stronger than me. Probably only surpassed by the top disciples of the four great powers. He's arguably the strongest, and even stronger than Su family's three devils of the four great powers." As Luo Yin spoke, his voice couldn't hide a note of admiration. "Oh, stronger than Su family's three devils." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan slightly furrowed his brows. He had already witnessed the strength of the three devils, who were among the elite of the younger generation in the Golden Dynasty. If Mo Cheng was even more formidable than them, there was no doubt about his power. "Brother Xuanhuan, have you heard of the dark alchemy body?" Seeing the seriousness on Xuanhuan's face, Luo Yin suddenly asked. "Of course. In fact, my current injury was caused by that eerie physical cultivation technique. Why? Could Mo Cheng also have learned it?" As Xuanhuan spoke, he suddenly seemed to realize something and asked, more than just having learned it. Mo Feng merely grasped a surface-level portion of the dark alchemy body, but even that surface-level knowledge is rarely something others can easily break through. And besides talent, mastering the dark alchemy body also requires strong willpower. So merely having cultivated it is already a symbol of power. However, Mo Feng's dark alchemy body is purely defensive, while Mo Cheng's has reached a level where both attack and defense are fully integrated. It can be said that Mo Cheng is the most dangerous opponent. As Luo Yin spoke, a trace of fear surfaced in his expression, clearly showing how much he dreaded this so-called dark alchemy body. Xuanhuan merely nodded upon hearing this, but inwardly his heart was in a storm. Mo Feng's dark alchemy body had been difficult enough, and now Mo Cheng had surpassed even that. And it was certain that Mo Cheng wouldn't back down easily. Whether considering Mo Feng's injuries or the mysterious black box, Mo Cheng would surely go to great lengths to retrieve it. Thus, a battle between himself and Mo Cheng was inevitable. Truly troublesome. Helplessly, he rubbed his forehead, realizing the matter had become unexpectedly complicated. Of course, Mo Cheng likely won't make a move so easily either. After all, there are quite a few people at his level who might hold him back, so you don't need to worry too much. Seeing this, Luo Yin chuckled as he tried to reassure him. Hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Although Mo Cheng was a difficult opponent, he was far from being someone Xuanhuan feared. Moreover, compared to a day ago, he had improved dramatically. If Mo Cheng were to come, he wouldn't mind leaving him with some injuries. With this thought, he simply nodded. "Oh, by the way, I overheard the mentor saying we're meeting some allies here. Since the town meeting starts tomorrow, all the allied forces are gathering together today, and we'll head there together. It's always better to have some backing when it begins." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan slightly nodded in understanding. As they talked, the two of them had already arrived at the main hall. There, they saw dozens of figures dressed differently. It was likely the disciples from various factions. The number was quite large, and the scene was surprisingly lively. This time, the allies from xiuxian town and xuanhuan lake combined should make up 6 factions. Speaking of which, it's actually quite a considerable force. Luo Yin said with a smile beside him. Xuanhuan nodded with a smile as well. The power of Xuanhuan Lake itself was not small, so it was no surprise that many factions had attached themselves to it. As he cast his gaze around, observing various figures, his expression suddenly turned strange when his eyes landed on a certain group. Luo Yin beside him clearly noticed this as well, and upon seeing that figure, he shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile. This is just too coincidental. Chapter 243, The Leader, Qinglin. Xuanhuan and Luo Yin looked quite surprised at the figure before them. They hadn't expected that Qinglin's faction was actually an ally of theirs as well. It truly was quite a coincidence. Judging by his attire, he should be from Xuetan Stream. Didn't expect he'd also be an ally of xiuxian town. Luo Yin mused while stroking his chin, looking at Qinglin's uniform. Following Luo Yan's gaze, Xuanhuan also noticed the emblem on Qinglin's chest, the mark of Xuetan Stream, and nodded accordingly. He had once heard his mentor mention that Xuetan Stream and my town were indeed allies of xiuxian town. Standing beside him were several youths, the leading one possessing a scholarly demeanor mixed with an unusual maturity beyond his years. He bore quite a resemblance to Qinglin and was likely the elder brother xuanhuan Qinglin had mentioned. Casually observing the man's strength, Ouyang found it comparable to Yun Tian's and nodded understandingly. Just as Ouyang Yuya and Luo Yan's gazes settled upon them, Qinglin naturally sensed their attention. When he turned and saw the two, he momentarily froze. Then the corners of his lips lifted into a sweet smile. He immediately leaned next to the man beside him, whispering something. As Qing Lin spoke, the man's gaze quickly settled onto Ouyang Yuya and Luo Yan. Before long, his eyes reflected a glimmer of surprise. Then he strode directly toward Ouyang Yuya. Behind him, the disciples from Xuanhuan stream followed in sequence. Their movements naturally drew the attention of everyone on the scene, and when others noticed Qing Lin's group was heading toward them, curiosity filled the air. I am xiuxian. May I ask your honorable name? Upon reaching the pair, xiuxian clasped his hands and bowed. Brother xiuxian is too polite. My name is Ouyang Yuya, and this is Luo Yan. Seeing xiuxian's warm smile, Ouyang Yuya did not withhold his friendliness either. Upon hearing this, xiuxian paused briefly, then looked at Luo Yan in amusement. So your brother Luo Yan from the shores of Song Lake. Long admired your reputation. You flatter me. Luo Yan smiled slightly and continued asking. Is there anything I can assist you with, Brother xiuxian? My younger sister just informed me about what happened earlier. Back then I didn't know your identities, and now that I've met you, I naturally wish to personally express my gratitude. As xiuxian spoke, he lovingly glanced at Qing Lin beside him. My little sister has been spoiled and ran off before I even knew about it. Fortunately, you two were there to help. Otherwise, if she had been injured by Mo Feng, I, as her elder brother, would carry the blame. Plus, the fact that the two of you injured Mo Feng prevented Mo Cheng from further pursuing us. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here unharmed today. As xiuxian spoke, bitterness and helplessness flickered across his face. Brother xiuxian is too kind. It was merely a small favor, not worth mentioning. After further polite exchanges among the three, xiuxian led his group back to the Xuanhuan stream side. Then, Luo Yan proceeded to introduce Ouyang Yuya to the other allies from Song Lake, as mutual cooperation was essential for the upcoming town competition. The gathering's purpose had been precisely this, to get acquainted. Because of Ouyang Yuya's status, however, most of the glances cast in his direction lacked the warmth they gave Luo Yan. Yet, Ouyang Yuya was unfazed, accustomed to such treatment. At most, out of respect for Luo Yan's face, they would greet him briefly. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't spare him a second glance. They just don't know your abilities. Please don't take offense. Seeing this, Luo Yan chuckled uncomfortably, inwardly angry at these conceited people, although he could do nothing about it. After all, he couldn't very well proclaim Ouyang's great strength. That would seem boastful, and besides, Ouyang himself said nothing, so Luo Yan naturally didn't wish to speak up either. It's fine. Actually, this is better. Saves me the trouble of greeting them. Seeing Ouyang remain calm, Luo Yan finally nodded. Oh right, where are the mentors? Ouyang Yuya looked around, noticing the absence of his mentor, and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. There they are. Hardly had Ouyang Yuya finished speaking when figures began emerging from the inner chambers, one after another. These were indeed the leaders of each faction, including Ouyang's mentor and the old man from Song Lake. Ouyang Yuya sized up the 6 old men with his perception, noticing that their strengths varied greatly. Among them, the strongest was undoubtedly the elder from Song Lake. He seemed to have reached the peak of Soul Master, standing just a step away from becoming a great Soul Master. No wonder he had instantly noticed the change in Ouyang's body. Unconsciously, Ouyang added this elder from Song Lake to his list of caution. Facing an expert of that level, a single misstep on his part might cause his secret to be exposed. Apart from this elder from Song Lake, the next strongest was his own mentor. The others, although inconsistent in strength, were all at the level of Soul Masters. The 6 of them collectively emitted a thick pressure that filled the hall, causing the previously noisy gathering to instantly fall silent. Respectfully, everyone watched the 6 elders take their seats, as various factions returned to their original positions. Ouyang Yuya looked at the seated elders with a puzzled expression. He had no idea what was going on. After a long silence, the elder from Song Lake finally spoke in a calm tone, addressing the 100 or so young people standing below. I think everyone here understands the purpose of our alliance. The first trial of the town competition will be a survival battle. In other words, a free-for-all, meant to test your cooperation and survival skills. Thus, most factions will choose to join forces. However, since each faction differs in strength, to prevent unnecessary conflicts, we, the team leaders, have discussed and decided that the coordination must be handled by the faction leader's disciples. Only if you 6 cooperate, well can our alliance be unstoppable and advance to the second trial. Listening to the elder's words, Ouyang Yuya nodded in agreement. This method prevented disputes arising from differing opinions among the factions. If the leading disciples themselves coordinated, conflicts would naturally be minimized. At the very least, unpleasantness and large-scale fights could be avoided. Though forming an alliance was a good idea, the biggest trouble came precisely from the lack of unity among people. All right, now, the leading disciple from each faction should step forward. As soon as the elder's voice ended, Luo Yan and others immediately moved to the front of the crowd. The people from Xiuxian town turned their heads, all looking toward Ouyang Yuya at the end. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya gave a helpless smile. Although he had long expected this, it was still slightly awkward. A leading disciple, to a certain degree, represented the strength of their faction, yet he was just a soul cultivator. To be honest, this wasn't exactly a proud status. However, he was no delicate flower. Earlier, the command flag had been in his hands, after all. Now, under the astonished gazes of disciples from other factions, he stepped forward. As soon as Ouyang stood at the forefront of the group, a commotion immediately broke out from the crowd. Then, streams of questioning and disdainful looks poured in from all directions. No way. How come Xiuxian Town chose a soul cultivator as the leader? And he's only at the 4th soul layer. Sure, who knows? Probably no one else is available. Are you blind? Haven't you seen Yantian here? He's a soul knight. Who are you calling blind? With Ouyang stepping forward, the previously quiet hall erupted into clamor again, all directed at Ouyang Yuya. After all, in the presence of a soul knight, choosing a soul cultivator as the leader was shocking to everyone. Master from Xiuxian Town, this. Not only the disciples, even some of the masters were confused. After all, only a few people in the room truly knew Ouyang Yuya's real power. Seeing him chosen as Xiuxian Town's leading disciple, an old man beside the crowd couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. This kid isn't as simple as he appears. Seeing the troubled look on Master Xuanhuan's face, the elder from Song Lake chuckled. Oh, I hope Master Xiuxian hasn't made a careless decision. After all, the capability of a leading disciple as a soul cultivator directly affects the strength of our alliance. Choosing someone at that level to lead us is also very disadvantageous for us. Hearing this, the elder from Shuetan Stream spoke out as well. Rest assured. Master Xiuxian frowned slightly, his tone a bit low. The implication in the elder's words was crystal clear. It was a worry that other alliances might perceive their weakness and target them. Don't get upset. We're all here for the good of the alliance. Seeing the worsening expression on Master Xuanhuan's face, the elder from my town stepped in to mediate. Then I'll look forward to it. The elder from Shuetan Stream said as well, and then fell silent. In the crowd below, Qing Shuang stared at Ouyang Yuya, frowning slightly in disbelief. You're certain he defeated Mo Foam? Yes. Qing Lin nodded beside him. His combat strength is far beyond his actual cultivation level. Oh, I'm actually quite curious about this person. Hearing Qing Shuang's words, Qing Lin helplessly shook his head. TSK, has Xiuxian Town really run out of people? Letting a soul cultivator lead our group is lowering our status. Just as he spoke, a loud and rough voice suddenly echoed out. As soon as that person finished speaking, Qing Shuang slightly stiffened, then a faint smirk curved his lips. He turned his head to look at Ouyang Yuya. Not only him, but at this moment, all the disciples, including the mentors on the stage, were also watching Ouyang Yuya, wanting to see how he would react to such mockery. Sure enough, right after that voice faded, Ouyang Yuya's brows also knitted together. He then turned to look at the speaker. This man was exceptionally muscular. His shirt was torn open, revealing clearly defined, Zhengming bulging muscles, exuding a fierce aura like a wild beast. Following the line of his body up to his chest, one could see his badge, belonging to the Mammoth sect, an allied faction of Song Lake. Ouyang had once heard Luo Yin briefly introduce this person. His name was Pang Tong, a disciple of considerable strength, already at the 2nd Soul Soldier tier. To speak plainly, among this alliance, only Luo Yin ranked higher than him. Ouyang softly sighed, yet he didn't intend to back down. In his opinion, if he didn't teach this man a lesson now, it would only lead to more problems later. Being constantly pressured was something he definitely disliked. Killing a chicken to warn the monkeys sounds like a good idea. Thinking thus, he slowly lifted his gaze, then locked his eyes onto Pang Tong. Since Brother Pang Tong doubts my capability, how about this? Within 10 exchanges, if I cannot defeat you, Xiuxian Town shall willingly accept your leadership. Chapter 244. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. As soon as Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, the large hall instantly fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. Everyone's eyes turned toward Ouyang Yuya, their expressions strange and astonished. However, this silence didn't last long. Then, just like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time suddenly erupting, the noise erupted. But the gazes that had previously been fixed on Ouyang Yuya dramatically shifted to focus on Pang Tong, all of them wearing expressions of eager anticipation. It was quite a spectacle watching a high-level soul master of the Hunsher rank being mocked so openly by a Huanja in public. Pang Tong had certainly lost a great deal of face. As expected, as soon as Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, one could see Pang Tong's face instantly turn a dark purplish hue. Not only him, even the mentor from the Mammoth sect had alternating expressions of green and white. Ouyang Yuya's actions were essentially a slap in their faces. Xiuxian, is this the kind of disciple you have trained? The elder from the Mammoth sect stared coldly at the mentor, smirking, his tone low and full of scorn. Humph. You know the truth behind right and wrong well enough. There's no need to speak in riddles with me. If your disciple is capable enough to defeat and cripple mine, I won't utter a single word of complaint. But if you plan to humiliate my disciple here in Xiuxian Town, HMPF, I might just have a few words for you myself. As soon as the mentor finished speaking, a chilling aura exuded from his body. A thick, powerful pressure instantly covered the hall, its sharpness making the elder of the Mammoth sect's expression even grimmer. Humph, don't think I fear you, the Mammoth sect elder said, shaking his body as well. An equally powerful energy burst forth, equaling the mentors without the slightest hint of inferiority. Enough, you're both old men, must you bicker like children? At this moment, the elder from Songshan Lake, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly spoke up, casting a glance toward the mentor of the Mammoth sect, while smiling. Since neither of you can swallow your pride, perhaps you should let the juniors handle it instead. You two really don't care about losing face over this. At these words, both men let out a cold snort, but said nothing further. They dissipated the auras surrounding them, their gazes simultaneously falling upon the disciples. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya helplessly smiled. At that very moment, he suddenly noticed Pang Tong gazing at him with a cold smile, a look of assured victory on his face. You want to fight for your sect? That's admirable. However, you've chosen the wrong person. Heh, really? I think using you to make an example is quite appropriate actually. Xuanhuan shook his head slightly while speaking, and as his words continued to flow, one could clearly see Pang Tong's face gradually darken. Good. 3 goods fell in succession. Clearly, Pang Tong had been quite angered by Xuanhuan's words. His arm lightly trembled and transformed into a brilliant golden cannon. 2 dark golden soul rings gradually appeared around him. As these golden soul rings shimmered, a mighty pressure emanated from a soul master began to spread. The surrounding disciples instinctively took steps back, creating an open space suitable for a fight. You want to use me as a stepping stone? Kid, you're still too young. If you want me to acknowledge you, talking won't do. Oh, how exactly can I make you acknowledge me? Xuanhuan asked, gazing at the darkly glaring Pang Tong. Defeat me, and either I'll leave, or you will. Pang Tong's words made the surrounding disciples' expressions tighten. It seemed Pang Tong had truly become furious. Though his reputation in the Golden Cauldron wasn't as impressive as Luo Yan's, he definitely wasn't someone kind-hearted. Now, they all looked at Xuanhuan with pity, clearly not expecting him to stand a chance. Heh, then you'd better prepare to leave. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly, but his expression also turned serious. Bold talk. The corner of Pang Tong's mouth curled into a grin. The next moment, he stomped his foot hard against the ground, a gust of breaking wind rising around him. He had decided to attack first. Pang Tong's speed was incredibly fast. As his figure flashed, a residual image was left behind at the original spot. Despite his large, stocky body, it did not in any way hinder his speed. Before the afterimage even faded, Pang Tong's true form had already arrived, like a teleportation, directly in front of Xuanhuan. The cannon traced a mysteriously complex path, and suddenly golden rays of light burst forth, transforming instantly into several golden beams streaking straight toward Xuanhuan. Before the golden light fully unfurled, his figure moved once more, then rotated sharply. Surprisingly, he slashed toward the side of Xuanhuan. The cannon's muzzle wriggled, directly extending a golden chain-like energy that was as quick and sly as a spiritual snake, shooting straight toward Xuanhuan's ankle. It must be said that Pang Tong's combat experience was extraordinarily refined and rich. His attacks immediately cut off Xuanhuan's retreat path, complemented by his Ba Dao Jinsu Xing attack. Merely the golden beams rushing toward him were enough to pierce the body of an ordinary soul cultivator. However, Xuanhuan was certainly not an ordinary soul cultivator. The golden light rushing toward him whistled sharply, slicing through the air as Xuanhuan's eyes widened slightly. Narrowing his eyes, his right arm twisted and transformed into a hideous dragon claw. After being tempered by the essence of dragon's blood, the claw was now more agile than before. The dragon scales on its surface glimmered with vivid lines, exuding immense power. Feeling the surge of power in his right arm, the dragon claw showed no hesitation. It shot forward directly into the oncoming golden beams, plunging into the hidden streams of force behind them. In the astonished expressions of the onlookers, it crushed them all in a single motion. Then, the massive dragon claw swept upward and smashed the golden beams into nothing. Immediately after, the steel appeared, slammed harshly into the ground. The steel embedded itself into the earth, and the soul rings around his wrist suddenly flared to life. Then, streams of righteous yang fire erupted from within his body, pouring directly into the steel. Instantly, fierce flames burst violently from the ground, colliding fiercely with Pang Tong's golden chains. Under the scorching blaze of the yang fire, the chains were instantly incinerated into fine dust. One move, having just crushed Pang Tong's attack, Xuanhuan smiled lightly, his heart filled with excitement. He was especially pleased with his reinforced body. His current physical form, combined with the power of the dragon rock arm, had become several times stronger than before. Previously, he might have needed to use martial techniques to block such an attack, but now he could achieve the same with his body alone. It was undeniable proof of a substantial increase in strength. What incredible brute force! Witnessing Xuanhuan effortlessly destroy his attack, Pang Tong's expression turned serious. However, as the words left his mouth, he saw a series of crimson cannonballs hurtling toward his face. The sudden counterattack caused Pang Tong's face to change, and immediately he began retreating furiously. As he pulled back, his cannon transformed into a massive golden shield before him. Xuanhuan's fire cannon had barely struck the shield when its force was instantly blocked. Your power is impressive, but pure strength alone isn't enough. Pang Tong sneered coldly. Xuanhuan's powerful physique had certainly taken him by surprise, but in his eyes, physical strength was ultimately of little use. After all, alchemists didn't fight hand-to-hand like soul masters, they relied on ranged attacks. In his view, with proper defense, such strength could be easily neutralized. A faint mocking curve appeared at the corner of Xuanhuan's lips. Then, his expression abruptly turned cold and sinister. As his 10 fingers wove rapidly, forming an eerie series of seals, a sudden burst of fire erupted from his left palm. With the surge of soul energy, many present felt their breath catch slightly. Without a word, he abruptly lifted his left palm, which transformed into a colossal crimson flame hand. Then, Xuanhuan sent it smashing fiercely down upon Pang Tong. Golden Blast Spear. Seeing the massive flame hand Xuanhuan had conjured, Pang Tong finally sensed a hint of danger. Without hesitation, his cannon trembled and rapidly formed a dark golden spear, launching swiftly toward Xuanhuan's head. Feeling the sharp aura of the incoming spear, Xuanhuan snorted coldly, rapidly retreating while his fingers moved again. Then, to Pang Tong's astonishment, a figure stepped forth, intercepting the fire attack from the flame god's hand and stopping the spear instantly. What? And just as the spear was halted, the flame god's hand finally arrived, striking down mercilessly toward Pang Tong. Seeing the fierce momentum of the attack, Pang Tong's expression tightened instantly. He hastily retreated, attempting to block the strike. Watching Pang Tong back away, Xuanhuan's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Then, his body flickered with an eerie swiftness, moving so fast it made the corner of Pang Tong's eyes twitch. Sure enough, in no time at all, Xuanhuan appeared directly before him. Seeing Xuanhuan's ghost-like movement, Pang Tong's face darkened. His cannon shook violently, firing a barrage of golden rays at full speed, attempting to halt Xuanhuan's advance. As the flurry of attacks rushed toward him, Xuanhuan's mocking smile only deepened. He made no move to dodge. Instead, as his body trembled, a series of golden dragon scales strangely surfaced from beneath his clothes. A clanking sound, like metal striking metal, echoed across the hall. The golden rays struck what seemed to be thick, unyielding iron, barely managing to penetrate even a hair's breadth. Then, under the horrified gaze of Pang Tong, his right arm writhed once again, transforming into a dragon arm that smashed fiercely forward. A deep, muffled sound echoed through the space. Pang Tong's face instantly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a cannonball and, amidst the shocked expressions of the crowd, landed in a pitiful heap, his spirit utterly broken, his pupils wide with unmistakable terror. 5 moves. Xuanhuan withdrew his right hand and gazed coldly at Pang Tong, saying lightly. Upon hearing that, Pang Tong's expression abruptly changed, his face turning ashen. As waves of shock and murmurs spread from the surroundings, even the instructors on the stage cast altered gazes toward Xuanhuan. They had truly underestimated this fellow. Chapter 245, Trouble Arrives. The battle ended so unexpectedly quickly that most people had just started feeling the excitement from the intense clash, only to discover the outcome had already been decided, and it was shockingly surprising. Even when the astonished gazes were cast toward Pang Tong, whose face flickered between pallor and green, it took quite some time before everyone gradually regained their senses, and waves of astonished murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. However, Luo Yan, Yin Tian, and the others weren't too surprised, and even Qing Lin merely smiled as if this was perfectly normal. They had all witnessed Xuanhuan's true combat power. The latter had defeated Min Zhao decisively despite only being a sole cultivator of the third realm, and even dispelled the eerie dark alchemy body. Compared to that, defeating someone like Pang Tong wasn't surprising at all. From the beginning to the end, they had never believed in Pang Tong's threats. Looking at Pang Tong's ashen expression now, there was a trace of pity in their eyes. A soul warrior elite being utterly humiliated by a soul cultivator, that was just too satisfying. This guy, on the viewing platform, the mentors exchanged astonished glances, not expecting Xuanhuan to be hiding so much strength. They exchanged looks, and their expressions carried a hint of seriousness. Though the fight had passed in the blink of an eye, with their sharp eyesight, it was not hard to see that from start to finish. Xuanhuan had been completely in control, while Pang Tong had been merely led around helplessly. Who was stronger and who was weaker could be discerned in an instant. Not simple at all. Xuanhuan fixed her gaze on Xuanhuan, then smiled. She had truly underestimated him earlier. She knew quite well the strength of Pang Tong. Even if she went all out, she might only manage a draw, being able to hold him back, but certainly unable to defeat him. Xuanhuan, however, had defeated him in a few moves, which clearly meant she herself stood no chance against him either. This person is not someone to be trifled with. Realizing this, Xuanhuan murmured softly and reached a conclusion inwardly. What do you think? Do you believe my disciple is qualified now? Xuanhuan's performance apparently pleased his master greatly. He smiled with obvious delight. Xuanhuan had practically restored his reputation in front of others, and looking at him now only filled him with joy. Young friend, your power is unfathomable indeed. What more could we old-fashioned folks say? Hardly had the mentor's voice faded when the mentors from the other sects echoed him in agreement, their former doubts now completely dispelled. Hearing this, the elder from the Mammoth sect merely gave a disdainful snort, but said nothing, for it had been made clear from the beginning that the contest would be decided by the student's abilities. Since Pang Tong proved inferior, he had nothing more to argue. Noticing the atmosphere was growing somewhat tense again, a mentor from the lakeside mountains slowly stood up. His eyes swept over Xuanhuan, flashing with a flicker of amazement. Probably none had observed the entire match more clearly than he had, and because of Xuanhuan's performance, he felt even more caution toward the youth. Alright, let's consider the previous fight as a friendly exchange. Now that the leading disciples of each faction have been decided, I hope each of you will ensure the safety of your members. I wish the number of people who go to the exam to be the same as those who pass it. Upon hearing this, a surge of excitement swept over all the disciples, and they shouted in unison in assent. Nodding in satisfaction, the mentor continued. Alright, go back and cultivate. There's just one day left until the commencement of the assembly. All of you must bring your strength to peak condition. What achievements you attain in the end will depend entirely on yourselves. Late into the night, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged on his bed. Before him lay a black box and a black jade hairpin, and now his brows had furrowed slightly. He rubbed his chin with his right hand, as if deeply in thought. Since returning from the hall, Xuanhuan had locked himself in his room to study these objects. Much to his frustration, however, he had tried everything he could think of with them and still hadn't figured them out. He had used every method possible, pouring soul force into them, performing blood oaths of ownership, even, in a fit of temper, tossing them into a cauldron to smelt them. Yet nothing worked. The black box remained exceptionally sturdy, indifferent to any attempts, steadfast as a mountain amidst wind and rain. Hee, give it up, I told you already. The voice of the Jade Toad King chimed in amidst his frustration, making Xuanhuan frown again as he asked doubtfully. You mean, the people from the Demon Mountains of Chaos? Though I don't know the exact origin of these things, I can sense the aura on them. If I'm not mistaken, the original owner of this item must have belonged to them, so it should definitely be related to their dark alchemy. Upon hearing the Jade Toad King's analysis, Xuanhuan nodded in understanding. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he swept his right palm across his xuanhuan bag, and immediately a black pill-like object appeared, faintly exuding an extremely eerie aura. This was exactly the thing he had condensed earlier after refining the black mist. Oh, didn't expect you to have such a method, kid. The moment Xuanhuan retrieved the black pill, the Jade Toad King immediately grasped his intention and spoke with surprise. How can I give up without even trying? Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Then suddenly his expression shifted. Immediately, the yin and yang taiji within him began to spin violently. Soon after, the fiery half radiated intense red light. A scorching heat surged outward, and pure yang flame suddenly erupted from his palm, wrapping tightly around the black pill. At the moment the flame touched the black pill, the fire suddenly flared brighter, and the pill quickly began to burn away. Before long, it disintegrated entirely into wisps of black smoke swirling before him, radiating a strange, inexplicable aura. Seeing the black smoke, Xuanhuan's expression sharpened. Immediately, his soul force surged forth from his body, wrapping tightly around the smoke before it could dissipate, pulling it swiftly toward the black box in front of him. Just then, something bizarre occurred. The seemingly indifferent black box actually began absorbing the black smoke. The sudden occurrence startled Xuanhuan momentarily, but soon his face lit up with joy. He instantly intensified the heat from his palm. Under the high temperature, the black pill dissolved even more violently, sending out increasingly thick waves of black smoke pouring directly into the box. With the continuous injection of black smoke, Xuanhuan was horrified to notice the outer shell of the black box began to emit streams of dense mist. As the mist swirled, Xuanhuan noticed something stranger. The box's surface began to twitch unnaturally, subtly shifting and forming strange symbols, or rather, ancient, cryptic characters. Staring at those characters etched onto the surface of the black box, Xuanhuan felt a tightening sensation in his heart. He realized with alarm that with every subtle shift in the symbols, a faint, looming pressure emerged, accompanied by a bone-chilling aura of cold darkness. However, just as he was about to carefully observe the details of those characters, the swirling mist abruptly halted. Then, wildly, it dispersed, being absorbed back into the box itself. The previously deforming black box suddenly froze in place, and then, much to Xuanhuan's disappointment, reverted back to its original form. Other than the lingering eerie aura in the air, he could have sworn the whole thing never happened. He looked at the remains of the black pill in his hand, then sighed helplessly. Obviously, the mist contained within the pill was nowhere near enough to fully trigger the transformation of the black box. Just a little more. He exhaled in frustration. The feeling of almost succeeding but falling just short was truly unbearable. Still, the good news was that he had now figured out the exact way to unlock the black box, and it indeed had some connection to dark alchemy. It must be a highly significant treasure, otherwise someone like Mo Phone wouldn't have fought so desperately to obtain it. How can I produce more of that black pill? At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly thought of a key question. He believed that as long as he had sufficient black mist, uncovering the secret of the box would only be a matter of time, so he asked quickly. Forget about that, kid. Unless you refine someone's dark alchemy body, ordinary black mist won't do anything to that box. Hearing the Jade Toad King's words, Xuanhuan felt somewhat helpless. He had expected it wouldn't be that easy. He tossed the black box and the black jade hairpin back into his xuanhuan bag. Since he had no feasible method at the moment, he would just have to think about it later. Maybe, at some point, he'd challenge someone with the dark alchemy body to a fight, similar to what he did before, and force them to expel the black mist inside. But this approach was way too dangerous, so he hadn't seriously considered it yet. Suddenly, the monkey that had been dozing nearby gave a violent tremble, leapt up, and landed on Xuanhuan's shoulder. Its beastly eyes glared viciously out the window. With just that single expression, Xuanhuan understood immediately. His face grew gradually grim. Seeing the monkey nod, Xuanhuan's heart tightened. How come he hadn't sensed someone's presence nearby? This meant the intruder's strength must be superior to his own. Immediately, he pushed open the window and quietly leapt out, landing in the courtyard. Gazing at the pitch-black sky outside, his aura suddenly surged. Come out. Long have I heard of your formidable strength, and now you truly are impressive. Your perception is indeed remarkable. Just then, a faint chuckle echoed. Following the direction of the voice, Xuanhuan abruptly turned around and saw a figure silently emerge atop the rooftop. His expression instantly darkened gravely. Chapter 246 Mahjong. Under the pitch-black night, Xuanhuan coldly stared at the figure standing on top of the house. Beneath the moonlight, he could faintly make out the silhouette of the visitor. He found that the visitor was a man dressed in a black robe. The robe fluttered without wind. What caught Ouyang Yuye's attention most was that the man's pupils were eerily crimson red. Beneath that blood-red gaze, the way he looked at Ouyang Yuye was extremely cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if what he saw was nothing but a dead object. What made Ouyang Yuye feel astonished was that he actually sensed a trace of danger from the man. Majin. Moments later, Ouyang Yuye exhaled slowly and spoke. Hardly had Ouyang Yuye's words faded when he saw the man's expression flash with surprise, soon followed by a light and perplexed humph. How do you know it's me? Upon hearing that, Ouyang Yuye merely smiled. His sleeve flapped, and the aura previously swirling outside his body gradually faded away. As Majin looked on in puzzlement, he removed his protective barrier, as if he regarded this individual, feared by all, as nothing. Indeed, as soon as Ouyang Yuye removed his defense, the faintest flicker flashed through Majin's pupils. Who else could it be other than you? Someone capable of approaching me unnoticed, and who would come after me? Besides, you forgot one key point. Hearing Ouyang Yuye's reasoning, the man was slightly intrigued. Eventually, he sat cross-legged right there on the rooftop as though casually chatting with an old friend. The fluctuating aura on your body is no different from Majin's. Hardly had Ouyang Yuye spoken when Majin suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with a gleam. Ouyang Yuye, I have to admit I underestimated you. After hearing you say that, I've almost changed my mind about laying a hand on you. But you know what? It's time we settled the score. Because of Majin? If you lose, you lose. Skill speaks for itself. But you know what? I'm here for something today. Majin spoke lightly, his tone easygoing. Then let's fight. Ouyang Yuye said. With a flick of his mind, golden lights surged across the surface of his body like a swarm of fine threads, swiftly coalescing into dragon scales that covered and protected his body. Even facing a renowned young expert like himself, he felt heavy pressure. As soon as the scales were formed, the Yin-Yang Taiji symbol within him quivered slightly. Brave. Upon hearing that, Majin curled his lips into a grin. Then his figure vanished mysteriously, leaving no trace behind. Just as Majin disappeared, Ouyang Yuye was instantly startled. He hastily stepped back, and barely had he moved when a dark mist slashed through the very spot he just vacated. Accompanied by piercing winds howling through the air, it slashed directly at his neck. Even before the strike landed, Ouyang Yuye could already feel an icy coldness on his neck, an intense chill that even sent a tremble through his bones. When Ouyang Yuye finally reacted, it was already too late. In desperation, his right arm abruptly convulsed, morphing into a fierce, dragon-like arm. He lifted it swiftly in front of him. At that exact moment, the howling gust finally arrived and smashed into the limb. A metallic clang echoed as Ouyang Yuye was sent flying backward, retreating several steps before halting clumsily. The ground beneath him screeched with a trench nearly a meter long. A faint surprise sound arose. Then, in front of Ouyang Yuye, Majin reappeared. Seeing that Ouyang Yuye had managed to block his attack, his expression bore a trace of interest. Quite an impressive body. From his perspective, he immediately knew Ouyang Yuye hadn't used any martial skill to block the strike. Purely his physical body absorbed the blow. It intrigued him greatly. After all, with that attack alone, he knew it was powerful enough to pierce straight through a soul cultivator's flesh. Yet, he hadn't expected Ouyang Yuye to block it successfully, and from the look of things, he didn't seem badly injured. Ouyang Yuye eyed Majin coldly as the latter smirked. Still, he couldn't help smirking himself. Fortunately, his physical strength was strong enough. Even so, right now his right arm felt numb, throbbing painfully as though it had been struck by a massive hammer. Had he not refined the dragon's blood essence, just this one blow could have cost him dearly, perhaps even incapacitating his fighting capability, if not outright crippling him. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuye wasted no more time. He sharply pushed off with his toes, and in an instant, his figure darted forward like a stream of fresh wind. His fingers danced as the blazing yang fire within him surged out, and streaks of fiery red soul energy shot forth, quickly gathering into a massive palm imprint in his left hand, forcefully smashing toward Majin. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's attack, Majin's expression turned slightly serious. Then, with several flicks of his fingers in midair, thick waves of black mist suddenly surged from his cannon, swirling together to form a pitch-black shield directly before him. As soon as the colossal shield solidified, Ouyang Yuye's giant palm smashed down. Instantly, the shield blocked the strike, and the writhing dark mist crushed the palm into a pile of dust. No sooner had the black mist dissolved the flame god's left hand than it gathered again at the center of the shield, coalescing into a long black spear that tore through the air toward Ouyang Yuye. Seeing the black spear, Ouyang Yuye let out a low growl. Immediately, a clone stepped forth from his body and blocked in front of him, while Ouyang Yuye rapidly retreated. As soon as he moved away, the clone was pierced by the black spear. Yet the spear did not lose momentum and immediately surged toward Ouyang Yuye's main body. Seeing the incoming attack, Ouyang Yuye's expression became more serious than ever. His sleeve flapped violently, and hundreds of wild stones shot out. Howling gusts rose with them as they began to whirl frantically above his head. Meanwhile, a thick aura of ancient wilderness surged outward. Watching the swirling wild stones above Ouyang Yuye's head, Majin narrowed his eyes slightly, a look of surprise evident in his gaze. But before he could act, Ouyang Yuye let out another low growl, and immediately a series of continuous cracking sounds rang out. Then streams of wild aura rushed forth from the stones, converging into a massive brown pillar of light directly in front of him, shooting toward the black spear like a whip. The collision between the brown light pillar and the black spear instantly unleashed violent gales of energy. The immense fluctuation caused the ground to collapse inward, stones cracking and bursting apart. The force was enough to shock even Mahjong, who immediately began to retreat hastily. From the powerful impact, the black spear finally exploded beneath the energy of the brown light, gradually dispersing into mist. Swept up in the wild aura, even Mahjong did not dare to obstruct it. After this strike, both of them refrained from making further moves, simply staring coldly at each other, making the already tense atmosphere grow even more oppressive, carrying a deeply solemn pressure. Moments later, Mahjong suddenly gave a strange chuckle before saying, "Indeed, you have some real skill. It's no wonder Demon Wind lost to you. It was not in vain." Hearing Mahjong's compliment, Xuanhuan remained silent, only glaring coldly as he waited for the latter's next words. True enough, Mahjong paused briefly, then sighed regretfully. "However, you must die." With this eerie voice trailing off, Mahjong's expression suddenly changed, like a mask slipping away. Then, his sulfur cannon violently trembled, releasing dense clouds of black mist that rolled outward, enveloping him. At this moment, Xuanhuan immediately sensed a sharp increase in Mahjong's aura. The dark alchemy body. Seeing the strangely familiar initiation gesture, Xuanhuan's expression changed instantly. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly saw the black mist swirling around Mahjong pause briefly, and then rapidly scatter again. As the mist cleared, Mahjong frowned, sighing with some regret. "You really are fast." Shaking his head helplessly with a faint smile, his gaze returned to Xuanhuan. "I'll leave it at this for today, but we'll meet again." After finishing his words, Mahjong moved and vanished in an instant. No sooner had Mahjong disappeared than a gust of breaking wind sounded from behind. Then, several figures appeared, standing beside Xuanhuan. They were Master and Luoyin, among others. "Are you alright?" Seeing Xuanhuan standing there unharmed, Luoyin exhaled in relief. Following his gaze, she slightly tightened her expression and asked, "It was Mahjong?" Hearing this, Xuanhuan simply nodded. Then he turned to look at his master, whose face was filled with concern, and smiled faintly. There was even a trace of apology within the smile. "Let Master worry about me. It doesn't matter. Next time, if you encounter someone you can't handle, send for help. I hope nothing unexpected happens in the city nearby. I don't believe a little brat from a demon mountain could create any real trouble." Hearing this, Xuanhuan gave a slight nod, though his expression was somewhat grim. From their recent battle, he had gained a deep understanding of Mahjong's strength. Indeed, this formidable expert, feared by all, truly possessed formidable power. His level of threat xiuxian. The lightning-fast clash just now had clearly revealed the gap between them. However, he also held unknown trump cards of his own, and he believed that once unleashed, even Mahjong would gain nothing but trouble. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lifted sharply, and he clenched his fist toward the direction Mahjong had departed, a surge of brutality rising from within his body. "Oh Mahjong, let us settle everything at the upcoming Convergence gathering." Chapter 247, The Commencement of the Gathering. The next morning, under the guidance of their mentors, Xuanhuan and the other 19 disciples set off toward the peak of the Jinding mountain range. The venue of the gathering was located at the summit of the Jinding mountains. Because the gathering could be considered the most exciting event in the Jinding kingdom, it naturally attracted widespread attention, transforming this originally desolate area into an extremely bustling place. And today was even livelier than ever before. This was because today was the official start of the gathering. At this moment, Xuanhuan and the others had already arrived and were standing on a spacious platform at the mountain's peak. Around them, figures continued to dart in from all directions, scattering and settling into positions both seated and standing. Xuanhuan couldn't help but marvel at the scene. From his observations, there were already well over 100 factions present, and more were still arriving. Only now did he truly understand the enormous scale of this gathering. If not for the vastness of this mountain peak, there would be no way to accommodate them all. Among so many sects, choosing the limited disciples truly felt like sifting through golden sands for treasure. Seeing the wistful expression on Xuanhuan's face, Luoyin beside him simply smiled. Although the numbers seem impressive now, few will remain after the preliminary trials. Xuanhuan nodded in understanding, and then shifted his gaze toward the vast, dense forest stretching wide along the side of the mountain. The forest seemed expansive and endless. He had heard from Luoyin that this jungle would be the site of the first trial. What intrigued him most was a huge formation erected right in front of the jungle's entrance, constructed like a massive stone circle. Though it wasn't currently activated, Xuanhuan could vaguely sense faint fluctuations constantly radiating from it. Just then, a sudden commotion stirred through the crowd. Turning his head, he saw several figures leap out from the mountain's entrance. All were clad in black robes, exuding a chilling aura. Upon seeing the newcomers, Xuanhuan's expression turned grim. The Luangmo sect. Luoyin beside him immediately recognized the approaching group as well, and spoke with a heavy tone. Her gaze settled on the three figures leading the Luangmo sect. When her eyes focused on their leader, even her pupils flickered slightly. The figure at the front, Immortal, also seemed to sense their gazes and turned his head toward Luoyin and Xuanhuan. His eyes lingered momentarily on Xuanhuan before a faint, barely perceptible smile curled his lips. With a single palm motion slicing the air, he silently mouthed a few words. "See you at the gathering." The gesture caused Luoyin and the others to darken slightly, clearly a sign of threat. They now understood that this gathering would not proceed smoothly. Meeting Mo Cheng's open provocation, Ouyang narrowed his eyes slightly and returned the gaze without yielding. I'll be waiting. Mo Chung smiled faintly, then moved his figure, landing not far away, where he sat cross-legged in silence, awaiting the commencement of the gathering. These damned bastards, they sure haven't given up. Beside them, Chen Lin said with visible concern. It doesn't matter. Let them come, we'll find a way to handle it. No need to worry excessively, right? No need to worry too much. After all, this is a free-for-all, not a one-on-one duel. There are many factions around here eyeing each other warily, some of which rival Luangmo in power. Therefore, it's unlikely they'd risk a bloody battle with us, which would bring them no benefit. Luo Yin also remarked. Ouyang nodded in agreement, but suddenly turned his gaze toward the entrance again. Upon seeing the figures that had just flown out, he looked momentarily stunned, then smiled knowingly. Looks like quite a few old friends are here. When Luo Yin heard this, she also looked toward the figures and couldn't help but smile when she noticed the newcomers. Seems we always run into the same people. Just as Luo Yin finished speaking, the leaders from the newcomers, Xuanhuan and Mo Feng, also noticed them. When their eyes locked onto Ouyang, their faces clouded slightly, clearly still resentful of Ouyang past extortion. But both knew the current situation was not suitable for conflict. They simply shot Ouyang a cold glare before landing at a different section of the peak. Looks like both Jianming and Feng Lin have allied together. Luo Yin remarked upon witnessing this. However, the expression in her eyes showed growing concern. Xuanhuan and Mo Feng were already formidable individually, and now together, they would be even more difficult to handle. Upon hearing this, Ouyang also nodded and turned his gaze back toward the venue. He noticed that the vast platform was now nearly filled, with many familiar factions already present. He had encountered some of these factions before in the Xintian Mountains, and now their reunion inevitably carried a tense, electric atmosphere. Why haven't we seen the disciples of the four great factions yet? At this moment, Ouyang suddenly asked. The disciples of the four great factions don't have to go through the preliminary trials like us. They're considered the seed competitors already. In fact, coming here for the selection process itself is a waste of time for them, as they were noticed and recruited by the Academy's mentors a long time ago. They have it far easier than we do. As Luo Yin spoke, there was a tinge of resignation in her tone. Compared to those chosen few, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Buzz. Just then, a sudden buzzing sound came from above the sky. Countless people looked up and saw a streak of radiance darting out from the thick forest atop the mountain. The figure stood above them, walking on air, clad in golden robes, its eagle-like eyes sweeping across the crowd with immense authority. A powerful oppressive force radiated out from this person, wave after wave, causing the previously noisy surroundings to fall completely silent. Everyone stared at the figure with deep reverence, and even Ouyang eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. From the attire alone, it was easy to deduce that this must be the Academy envoy, an elusive figure seldom seen, who had been stationed in these mountains. This is someone from the Alchemical Academy. Before Ouyang could finish his guess, Luo Yin spoke first. Ouyang nodded in understanding, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the figure lower its head. Merely being present here to represent your faction proves your ability. However, the Academy selection process for disciples is extremely strict. Only the most outstanding individuals will be chosen. From midair, the figure loomed over the crowd, his voice like thunder, rumbling in each and every person's ears. The pressure was painful to the eardrums, yet it didn't stop the disciples' eyes from flashing with fervor. There's only one condition for being selected by the Academy. Get out of here. Anyone who reaches the finish line within half a month qualifies for admission. This is the ultimate culmination of your years of bitter cultivation. Likewise, this is the golden ticket to becoming a true powerhouse. Shua. At his words, numerous pairs of eyes shot toward the jungle ahead, burning with an indescribable intensity. I don't care what methods you use. We do not concern ourselves with the means, only the result. Whether you crawl your way there, if you make it, you will be accepted by the Academy. Understand, though, that this won't be a simple task. Hearing this, Ouyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such words were clearly designed to stoke the crowd into a frenzy. From his time spent in the Jinding Kingdom, he knew better than anyone the immense allure of the Academy. Entering it not only meant great rewards for one's faction, but also an explosive increase in one's personal strength. After all, no faction, however powerful, could rival the profound depths of the Academy. Being accepted meant transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly. With such temptation, once they entered the wild jungle ahead, he could already imagine the brutal slaughter that would ensue. Shortly, once you enter that jungle, you'll use these crystals to detect each other. At this moment, the mentor behind them suddenly spoke, then pulled out over a dozen crystals and tossed them to the participating disciples. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Ouyang felt slightly curious. He could vaguely sense a tiny connection forming between himself and the others holding the same crystals. Do you see that formation over there? Once you enter, you'll be randomly scattered to different parts of the jungle to avoid large-scale group battles. If you get separated, use these crystals to regroup. The mentor explained. Upon hearing this, Ouyang turned his gaze toward the formation at the jungle's edge and suddenly understood. No wonder he had sensed faint ripples of soul force coming from it. As Ouyang was observing the formation, the authoritative voice from above sounded again. The figure looked down at the bloodshot eyes of many in the crowd and smiled in satisfaction. Then, raising his hand sharply, he sent a powerful gale blasting from his sleeve directly into the formation. Under his action, the previously silent formation suddenly started spinning. Then, a golden beam erupted forth, measuring nearly a meter in width, and at the jungle's entrance, formed into a violently swirling vortex. As it spun, it exuded a distinctly wild and volatile aura. Now that everyone is ready, I hereby announce the official commencement of the grand selection. As the figure's voice rang out, the vast platform atop the peak instantly erupted into chaos. It seemed as if the very ground trembled beneath their feet. In an instant, countless figures darted forward toward the swirling vortex. The overwhelming surge of bodies was like a swarm of locusts descending upon the land, and the sight alone sent waves of adrenaline coursing through the onlookers' veins. Following the figure's command, Imo Chung and others rose from their seats, turning to cast a sinister smile toward Ouyang before diving headfirst into the jungle. Shua. Upon witnessing the others leap into action, the monkey seated atop De Huang's back leaped and landed on Ouyang's shoulder. Let's go. We shouldn't fall behind, the monkey chimed. Ouyang glanced at the monkey, feeling the nearly explosive tension in the air. His eyes now ablaze with excitement, he swung his arm, and like a giant rock taking flight, he shot into the forest with tremendous speed. Behind him, Luo Yin and the others quickly followed in succession. The long-awaited grand selection had finally begun. Chapter 248, A Coincidental Encounter. Just as Ouyang and the others had barely departed, suddenly 6 figures began to appear one after another on the platform at the peak of the Golden Cauldron mountain range. Among these 6 individuals were 5 men and 1 woman. If observed carefully, one could be shocked to discover that all 6 possessed formidable power, with waves of overwhelming fluctuations emanating from their bodies, causing faint ripples to spread across the surrounding space. Leading the group was a woman dressed in a light green robe that accentuated her graceful figure. Her delicate hands, smooth skin like coagulated fat, and elegant neck resembled the cold, ethereal female attendants of the Moon Palace. The chill radiating from her caused the men beside her to subtly reveal fiery gazes in their eyes. If Ouyang were here at this moment, he would surely be greatly astonished, for this woman was none other than Wantong, the one who had shared an intimate moment with him deep inside the cave. Wantong, now that the disciples from various factions have already entered, should we also go inside and take a look? The young man in the green robe beside her said with a refined manner, carefully suppressing the fiery look in his eyes as he gently fanned himself. Hearing this, Wantong slightly nodded her head while eyeing the vortex in contemplation. My strength has only just recently recovered, so the people from Golden Cauldron City and Su Clan's town probably still don't know. This provides us the perfect opportunity to catch them off guard. We should go in to ensure the scroll of sealed formation doesn't fall into their hands again. In past years, it was always the Alchemical Academy that collected the broken pieces of the map to unlock the formation's key point. This year, we mustn't fall behind. The cooperation between the Su Triple Devils and Jin Wu won't be pleasant by any means. Their alliance certainly lacks harmony, which actually benefits us quite a bit. Besides, we've already sent people ahead to search for the map fragments. Another white-robed man chimed in with a smirk, his expression carrying a hint of disdain. If that's the case, then we shall go. Wantong said no more as she elegantly lifted her slender hand, lightly pushing off with her toes, and gracefully glided toward the vortex, followed closely by 2 others behind her. Watching her retreating figure, the white-robed man slapped the green-robed man's shoulder. Boss Feng Yun, capturing this icy beauty won't be easy. Rumor has it that the chief disciple of the Alchemical Academy is also quite smitten with Wantong. The man smirked as he spoke, clearly amused by the thought. That makes it all the more interesting. Feng Yun chuckled as well, gazing at Wantong's disappearing silhouette before dashing forward without even flinching at the remark. What a madman. Sighing helplessly, the white-robed man shook his head and then rushed forward, quickly vanishing into the vortex as well. Within the jungle, Ouyang stepped across dry leaves littering the ground, hearing the soft crunching sounds underfoot and subconsciously furrowing his brows. It had already been several hours since he had entered this jungle from the vortex, and his luck had been surprisingly good. He had not been assigned to enter with anyone familiar and had walked alone for hours without encountering even a single soul. It wasn't until now that he truly realized the immense scale of this jungle. Within the maze-like winding paths, he had become dizzy and disoriented, entirely confused about his direction. Bending down, he picked up a random stone, his brows knitting tighter as he realized he had somehow returned to where he'd already been. There's no need to search for the exit anymore. This is an illusion array. Suddenly, the Jade-Toad King inside his body spoke out. Illusion array? Ouyang furrowed his brow upon hearing that. Exactly. It should be caused by the array formation near the jungle entrance. More accurately speaking, you're currently trapped within a simulated spatial formation created by that array. And the aura it exudes is quite familiar to me. It definitely belongs to an illusion formation. Ouyang frowned again upon hearing this, never expecting he had actually wandered into an illusion array. By that logic, it would be like everyone was tossed together into an arena, with no escape. He put forth a follow-up question. So, what should I do now? Now all you need to do is wander around and protect your life. As for finding the formation's core, it's going to be extremely difficult for you. Ouyang sighed in resignation, never expecting the academy to go this far. Trapped in here, how could he ever reach the final destination? But since it was an illusionary array, there wasn't much he could do about it. The academy must have a good reason behind it, he mused, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, as he was growing irritated, the myriad phenomena cask inside his body gave a faint tremble, subtle yet noticeable to him. Instantly, surprise flickered across his pupils, for unlike usual vibrations, he was more than familiar with this particular sensation. It signaled the detection of a valuable treasure. Before his thoughts could settle, the little monkey on his shoulder suddenly let out a sharp screech, its beastly eyes locking onto the left side with a faint glint of blood red. Someone is coming. Seeing the monkey's reaction, Xuanhuan immediately understood. In an instant, he leaped onto the trunk behind him. With a subtle stir in his mind, the myriad phenomena cask inside his body gave a faint tremble, emitting a milky white light membrane that enveloped his entire body, masking his presence completely. Sure enough, just as he had landed on the tree trunk, a sharp whistling cut through the air, and soon after, a red and a blue streak of light zipped rapidly in his direction. As the figures rapidly expanded within his pupils, Xuanhuan's expression turned to surprise. Within the two, one was none other than Fengzhan, the old acquaintance from the Wanshao Mountains who had clashed with him previously at Golden Cauldron Mountain. Now, Fengzhan was chasing a woman. Judging from the woman's exhausted aura, it was evident that they had just finished a fierce battle. Seeing Fengzhan, Xuanhuan's expression flickered ever so slightly, though he made no move to intervene. After all, with no knowledge of the situation, he had no intention of playing the hero. He had originally assumed that they would continue on and leave this place, yet unexpectedly, the woman suddenly came to a stop, right below the tree trunk where Xuanhuan was perched. Clearly exhausted and out of breath, the woman's pale face glared at Fengzhan as she stood her ground with a determined expression. So you're not running anymore. Seeing the woman halt, Fengzhan stopped as well, smirking mockingly at her, looking at her like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Hand it over, and I won't trouble you further. If you've got the guts, just kill me. Hearing that, the woman merely scoffed, her lips curling in contempt. At this, Fengzhan's expression darkened immediately. Don't think just because this place prohibits killing you're safe from me. I have to admit, your mouth is tough. Wonder if your body is just as tempting. No sooner had Fengzhan spoken than the woman's face paled further. She knew exactly what he meant. Regardless of her strength, like most women, she instinctively felt a deep fear deep within. This was the biggest weakness of a woman by nature. What do you want? As she spoke, the woman took a step back, her expression alternating between anger and pallor. I already said, hand over the broken map, and we can talk reasonably. If you refuse, I wouldn't mind indulging myself here a little. You dare. Upon hearing Fengzhan's veiled threat, the woman's eyes welled with tears, her body trembling slightly. If you dare to insult me, my seniors won't let you get away with it. The woman said with bravado. Haha, your Chuizhu town holds no fear for Fengzhan. Let me be frank. You holding that map fragment is utterly useless anyway. Since you refuse to cooperate, I won't mind teaching you a lesson. No sooner had Fengzhan finished speaking than the woman suddenly turned her wrist, launching an attack first. Her fire-red flame cannon fired multiple blazing fireballs directly toward Fengzhan. As the attack struck, the woman turned to flee, clearly aware that as a sole cultivator at the disciple stage, she stood no chance against Fengzhan, a grand disciple-ranked expert. However, just as the fireballs were about to strike, Fengzhan suddenly grinned. Stomping hard with his foot, sharp ice spires erupted from the ground, freezing the fireballs solid. Seeing the shock on the woman's face, Fengzhan smirked once again. A low roar rang out as a fire-red flame cannon materialized in Fengzhan's hand. A cold gush of icy energy surged forth, forming a wall of ice which cut off the woman's escape. Her figure froze for an instant upon hitting the obstruction. In that brief delay, Fengzhan shot forward, his hands flashing as he launched multiple spears of ice toward the woman. However, just as the shards of ice were about to strike, several sudden bursts of fire flared from the side, launching flaming cannonballs which incinerated the icy shards. Caught off guard by the unexpected intervention, Fengzhan tensed. But what greeted him next was a giant red fiery palm crashing toward him with scorching heat. Fengzhan could clearly sense the power of the fiery palm and immediately began retreating swiftly. As he moved back, one ice wall after another rose up defensively. It wasn't until the 10th ice wall was shattered that the giant palm finally began to dissipate. Seeing that the attack had been stopped, Fengzhan exhaled deeply, his expression still uneasy as he glared ahead. Brother Fengzhan, we meet again. A cheerful voice rang out. Following the sound, when Fengzhan caught sight of the figure, his face abruptly darkened. A cold, resentful tone squeezed out from between his teeth. It's you. Chapter 249, A Pleasant Cooperation. A startled exclamation fell, and as the figure came into view, it became clear that the newcomer was a young man. Beneath his long black robe, a monkey sat perched on his shoulder, an oddly striking sight. Indeed, it was none other than Xuanhuan. And when he finally saw the newcomer's face, Fengzhan's expression immediately darkened, turning as grim as could be. He inwardly cursed that this fellow truly was a persistent nuisance. Unlike Fengzhan's anger, the woman, after a moment of shock, burst into visible delight. From the brief display of skill just now, she could tell Xuanhuan was no ordinary person. If he were willing to help, she certainly wouldn't suffer humiliation at Fengzhan's hands. Thinking thus, she immediately gazed hopefully at Xuanhuan. Long time no see, Brother Feng. Seeing Fengzhan's expression sour like someone had bitten into a rotten fly, Xuanhuan raised his hand in mock salute and chuckled. Indeed, what a coincidence. Seeing the bright smile on Xuanhuan's face, Fengzhan also smiled, although his smile appeared very unnatural. Though I wonder, brother, what was your intention in stopping me just now? Could it be that you intend to interfere with my affairs? He paused, scanning his gaze over the woman behind Xuanhuan, a flicker of urgency in his eyes. If Xuanhuan insisted on getting involved today, it would probably become quite troublesome. Hearing Feng Zhen's words, the woman also fixed her gaze upon Xuanhuan, biting her lip tightly. Naturally not. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly laughed, and upon hearing these words, Feng Zhen couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. However, before his smile could fully appear, it was abruptly frozen by the latter half of Xuanhuan's sentence. However, I also dislike witnessing such cliché scenes of men bullying women. So what you're saying is, you're determined to interfere? Upon hearing that, Feng Zhen's expression turned somewhat grim, and when he saw Xuanhuan nodding, his face instantly turned even colder. To be honest, the map fragment that woman holds is of vital importance. I act on behalf of the Immortal Divine Workshop. By obstructing me like this, do you not fear the wrath of the Immortal Divine Workshop? So saying, Feng Zhen immediately brought up the Immortal Divine Workshop and fixed his burning gaze on Xuanhuan. He believed that, as long as Xuanhuan wasn't reckless, he would know what to choose. At the same time, under the league of the four great factions, he was sure Xuanhuan wouldn't dare to be too overbearing. The Immortal Divine Workshop again. Seeing Feng Zhen wearing an expression that screamed, "I've got you," Xuanhuan let out a sneer, shaking his head helplessly, and then looked at Feng Zhen mockingly. Do you know what I hate most about you? Fawning upon power and bullying others with it. As Xuanhuan spoke, his figure abruptly halted, then in an instant, transformed into a streak of light darting straight toward Feng Zhen. Right after Xuanhuan uttered his last sentence, Feng Zhen sensed something wrong. But before he could react, he realized Xuanhuan had already darted toward him in a flash, a speed so fast that even startled him. In desperation, he immediately gave his right arm a sudden shake, instantly transforming it into numerous crystal blades slashing toward Xuanhuan's chest. To his horror, however, Xuanhuan did not attempt to dodge them at all, as if he were going to take the hits head-on. Guessing Xuanhuan's intentions, Feng Zhen twisted his arm, immediately unleashing a storm of sharp, icy blades that encircled Xuanhuan, a cold sneer lifting the corners of his lips. He believed that under such an attack, Xuanhuan would surely be chopped into meat pulp. But very soon, the smile on his lips suddenly froze as he watched, horrified. How? Just as those blades neared Xuanhuan's body, an intense glow suddenly erupted around him, followed by a heavy thud, only to see those blades hitting Xuanhuan's body, but being forcibly stopped by sheer physical might. Then, to his increasing shock, he saw a flash of red light, and what finally met his eyes was a blazing crimson dragon claw. A muffled sound came forth, and then, Feng Zhen's body suddenly jerked. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his body flew backward like a cannonball, slamming violently into the ground, his eyes filled with terror and shock. He hadn't expected that Xuanhuan's power had, in only a few days' time, grown even more powerful. His expression now looked as though he were staring at a ghost. Just then, he suddenly saw Xuanhuan's figure flash again, landing before him, standing over him, gazing down with a slight smile on his face. Seeing Xuanhuan's menacing expression, Feng Zhen's face also turned pale. I just want to ask Brother Feng a question or two, Xuanhuan said, stretching his lips into a grin, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. You must be asking about the fragment. Forget it. I will never tell you. You must be asking about the fragment. Forget it. I will never tell you. Hearing that, Xuanhuan merely let out a cold snort, then quickly retrieved the stone tablet from his xiuxian pouch, and, with a flick of his wrist, pressed it against Feng Zhen's throat. Under the razor-sharp chill emanating from it, beads of cold sweat began pouring from Feng Zhen's forehead, even causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. I'll give you two choices. Either tell me what the fragment is for, or I'll cripple you right here and now. Don't test the sincerity of my words. I think you don't want to become a cripple, do you? Feng Zhen had just opened his mouth, when suddenly he felt the pressure of the stone tablet against his neck intensify. Immediately, he swallowed back his words. He had no doubt that this killing god would truly end him. A long moment passed before he finally gave a defeated sigh. I don't know. They only told me to find the fragment. As for its purpose, I was never informed. Only that there are 10 in total. How many people know about it? Upon hearing Feng Zhen's words, Xuanhuan raised his brows slightly and asked. Only the disciples of our Wanxiang Mountains know. Since we're the direct lineage of the Immortal Divine Workshop, they trust us more. Hearing that Feng Zhen didn't seem to be lying, Xuanhuan withdrew the stone tablet and said indifferently, All right then, scram, and don't let me see you again. Looking at Feng Zhen, who now wore a terrified expression, Xuanhuan gave a slight pat of his hands. A man like this could never amount to much, so he chose to let him go. If he truly killed him, not only would the Immortal Divine Workshop not let him off, but even his academy would be the first to come after him. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Feng Zhen felt as if he had received a royal pardon. Immediately rising from the ground, he fled swiftly, vanishing within several quick leaps, his speed faster now than it had been earlier. Giggles. Just then, a sudden soft laughter rang out. Xuanhuan turned his head and saw the young woman behind him covering her mouth with amusement, and a flash of confusion crossed his eyes. And as soon as Xuanhuan directed his gaze toward her, the laughter abruptly ceased. Then, reaching out her hand toward Xuanhuan, the woman said, My name is Mulingshan, and you? Looking at the outstretched hand, Xuanhuan paused momentarily before finally shaking it. As he felt the softness from her palm, he took the chance to carefully examine the young woman before him. Although her face bore traces of grime, and her body showed some signs of earlier combat, it couldn't be denied that her face was rather delicate and refreshingly clean. Xiuxian Town, Ouyang Yuya. Oh, you're from Xiuxian Town. Hearing the hint of surprise in Mu Lingshan's voice, Ouyang Yuya was momentarily startled and asked curiously, "You know Xiuxian Town?" "Yes, I've heard of it, though not in great detail. Still, I heard that the strongest man there is named Yun Tian, and you don't seem like someone from that sort of faction." "Hmm? How so?" "Judging by their reputation, Xiuxian Town shouldn't have a master like you among their ranks." Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile slightly at Mu Lingshan's straightforward words, then chuckled. "Why not? That's entirely possible. Anyway, now that you're safe, we'll go our separate ways. See you again. Wait, don't you want the fragment?" Seeing Ouyang Yuya prepared to leave immediately, Mu Lingshan suddenly called out, her tone slightly urgent. At the mention of the fragment, Ouyang Yuya's steps slowed briefly, but without turning around, he waved slightly toward Mu Lingshan. "If she doesn't even know its use, keeping it would be pointless. Keep it yourself." With that, he turned to walk away again. But seeing Ouyang Yuya actually show no concern, a flash of resolution passed through Mu Lingshan's eyes. Clenching her teeth slightly, she declared, "I know the purpose of this fragment." No sooner had Mu Lingshan's voice fallen than Ouyang Yuya's lifted foot halted again. He swiftly turned his body, casting a surprised gaze at the woman. "You know?" "Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't care so much about the fragment or have refused to hand it to Fengzhen. If you want to know, I can tell you, and give you the fragment as well, but you have to agree to do one thing for me." "There's a condition?" At the determined gleam in Mu Lingshan's eyes, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile in slight amusement, now genuinely intrigued. "Take me to the end of the jungle." Hearing Mu Lingshan's request, even Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Maintaining a calm expression, he smiled slightly and looked at her. "Let's not even discuss whether I have the ability to take you there. Even if I do, what benefit is there for me? I'm sure you're aware of the trouble that bringing an extra person would bring." Hearing that, Mu Lingshan suddenly smiled, then confidently pulled out a parchment scroll. Upon seeing that item, Ouyang Yuya immediately guessed it must be the so-called fragment. If you collect all the fragments, you can locate the xuanhuan. Once that happens, the benefit obtained will be the seal heaven array diagram that seals the xuanhuan. That thing is actually a high-level Earth tier martial arts manual. High-level Earth tier. As Mu Lingshan spoke, Ouyang Yuya's pupils momentarily revealed a trace of shock and excitement, but soon it seemed as if he had thought of something. "How do you know this is an illusion array?" Ouyang Yuya asked in confusion. After all, this illusion array was too realistic. If it wasn't for the Genjur perception of the Jade Toad King, even he probably wouldn't have known about it. Therefore, he felt rather surprised upon finding out that Mu Lingshan also knew about this formation. "To be honest with you, when it comes to mastery of formations, among the younger generation in the Golden Cauldron Kingdom, I absolutely rank among the top. So as long as you collect all the fragments, the matter of breaking the formation is up to me to solve. Moreover, I know each and every faction within the Golden Cauldron Kingdom inside out. So if you bring me along, it'll definitely be profitable for you. I help you through the illusion array, and you take me to the end. We each get what we need." After finishing, Mu Lingshan smiled at Ouyang Yuya. Just then, suddenly Ouyang Yuya's figure moved, and amidst Mu Lingshan's startled cry, he snatched away the fragment and threw it into his xiuxian pouch. Seeing the murderous glare from the latter, Ouyang Yuya smiled slightly. "Nice doing business with you." Chapter 250 Mu Lingshan. In the dense jungle, suddenly two figures landed silently from a tree trunk like ghosts, landing in an open area. They were a man and a woman. Upon closer look, one could recognize them as Ouyang Yuya and Mu Lingshan, who had previously joined forces. At this moment, Ouyang Yuya glanced around and frowned slightly. Then he squatted down, checking the ground. Upon discovering that the rough stones he had left behind were no longer there, he exhaled in relief. It seemed the path he had taken was somewhat reliable, and they hadn't returned to the starting point. Immediately, he determined the direction again and dashed forward in a streak of light. Behind him, Mu Lingshan also moved, keeping close behind. After they had formed their alliance, Ouyang Yuya and Mu Lingshan spent several hours wandering through the jungle until finally finding the correct direction. Along the way, Mu Lingshan indeed showcased her extensive knowledge about the various factions within the Jin-Ding dynasty, speaking fluently from the weakest to the four great factions. Even the mentors within those factions were familiar to her, mentioned effortlessly without a hint of hesitation. Her well-informed manner astonished Ouyang Yuya and allowed him to better understand those factions. Having this girl along added a bit of entertainment to the otherwise dull journey, or else repeatedly going around in circles might have driven him mad. "Yuya-go, where are we going now?" Mu Lingshan asked on the way. Now, she had tidied herself up, her messy and disheveled appearance from before gone. Her hair was tied into two pigtails, and she held the monkey as it slept in her arms. No longer trying to seem mature, she now gave off a rather cute impression, causing Ouyang Yuya to almost feel the urge to pinch her adorable face. Looking for the remaining map fragment, Ouyang Yuya shot a glance at the monkey curled up in Mu Lingshan's arms, especially when it occasionally rubbed against her chest, making her giggle continuously. The sight made Ouyang Yuya twitch at the corner of his mouth. He silently called the monkey a lustful beast, and said nothing more. "Oh, do you know where the remaining map fragment is?" Upon hearing this, Mu Lingshan's big eyes widened, as if disbelieving what she had just heard. She failed to notice the monkey's subtle actions. I can sense it a bit, though very faint. But I should be able to find it more easily than others." What Ouyang Yuya said wasn't false. At this point, he was certain that the initial fluctuation from the xuanhuan must have detected the location of the map fragment, although it was extremely weak. Therefore, he would have to follow this faint connection to track it down. From Mu Lingshan's earlier introduction, he also learned that beneath the formation's core point, a mid-grade terrain-level formation martial arts scroll was sealed. At this revelation, Ouyang Yuye's heart trembled. Terrain-ranked martial arts scrolls were already quite difficult to find, not to mention a mid-grade one. What intrigued him most was the fact that the array formed through the martial arts techniques was the very illusionary formation they were in. Upon realizing this, his interest peaked. He had already experienced the power of this illusionary formation firsthand. If he could master it, its might could be imagined. An array capable of imprisoning thousands of people would certainly not be ordinary. However, just as he was secretly excited, the latter half of Mu Lingshan's words threw him from the clouds down to the ground. It turned out that maintaining such a formation consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Achieving the level they were currently seeing relied heavily on the massive stone array outside the jungle, which was exactly why it was located there. Otherwise, even with the formation alone but without sufficient energy support, it wouldn't be possible. Looking at the proud expression on Mu Lingshan's face while discussing the formation, Ouyang Yue couldn't help but smile slightly as he tugged one of her pigtails, asking curiously, "How do you know so much?" "Of course, I've always been interested in formations since childhood. My family started through formations. I've long grown tired of those family formations, so I came to the academy to see other things." Watching the indifferent expression on Mu Lingshan's face, Ouyang Yuye's heart was filled with shock. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about formations himself, he had certainly heard of them. To truly understand formation techniques required immense comprehension and analytical ability. He wasn't sure about Mu Lingshan's family, but for a family to rise on the basis of formations, they must possess a significant amount of formation martial arts techniques. And the girl was actually younger than himself, yet had already deeply studied and thoroughly understood the family's formations. Indeed, one could say she was a rare prodigy. "So you're saying you can set up some formations now?" As soon as Ayer finished speaking, he noticed Van's smile instantly freeze, and then she replied somewhat awkwardly, "Well, I can, but there's no material." Hearing that, Ayer also felt slightly embarrassed. A formation expert without materials, truly a frustrating thing to admit. No, I didn't mean the materials for setting up a formation." Mu Lingshan quickly waved her hands, shaking her head like a drum, hurrying to explain when she saw Ayer's expression. "I mean there's nothing to supply energy. You know, without an energy source, even if a formation is set up, it won't activate. And even using low-level energy would hardly have any effect on powerful experts." Upon hearing that, Ye nodded in understanding. Unlike ordinary cultivators, formations relied entirely on energy. The higher the energy and the stronger the cultivator setting the formation, the more powerful the formation itself. Seeing the anxious expression on Mu Lingshan's pretty face, Ye couldn't help but smile slightly before suddenly asking, "Energy? Then, Wangshu would work, right?" "Of course, yes. Wangshu is the best material. Formations built with it are more stable. If you don't have it, Alchemist crystal cores are usually our best alternative, though a large amount is required. Wangshu is just too rare. See, I only have 10 pieces total, and I've been reluctant to use them at all," Mu Lingshan said while spreading out her palm. Sure enough, there were only 10 pieces of Wangshu resting on it, looking rather pitiful. But soon after, she seemed to recall something. "But Daddy said that once I enter the academy, I won't need to worry about Wangshu anymore. They say there's more than enough for training. Then I'll finally be able to practice as many formations as I want. Hee," she said with a glint of yearning in her eyes, making Nier feel another pang of embarrassment. Thinking how he, with a single Dawn core rupture, could access hundreds of Wangshu, yet this girl had been hoarding just 10 without using any. He felt a faint touch of emotion. So entering the academy isn't just for the Wangshu, right? A moment later, Yit suddenly thought of something and asked. Mu Lingshan, as if caught red-handed, blushed and immediately protested. "No, that's just one part of it. I'm really aiming for the Jinyan Dajun." "Jinyan Dajun." Yep. Mu Lingshan bobbed her head like a little chick pecking at rice, a blush forming on her cheeks, clearly excited, her expression as pure and innocent as a little girl seeing candy. That Jinyan Dajun is the top treasure formation of Jinyan. However, before Mu Lingshan could finish speaking, Yit's expression suddenly turned cold. At the same time, the monkey curled in Mu Lingshan's arms suddenly startled awake and quickly darted onto Yit's shoulder. Almost simultaneously, Yit took a sharp step forward, clamped a hand over Mu's chattering mouth, grabbed her shoulders, and, like grabbing a small chicken, leaped onto the tree trunk behind him. MMPHU. After freeing herself from Yit's large hand, Mu Lingshan gasped for breath, clearly annoyed. Sho. Just as she was about to voice her dissatisfaction, she saw Yit raise his index finger to his lips, signaling silence, and immediately shut her mouth tight. Seeing Zan quiet down, he focused his mind, and the Wanshang Fengzun instantly transformed into a streak of milky white light, rushing out from his body and enveloping both of them, completely concealing their presences. Right then, a sudden whistling sound came through the air. Turning his head, they saw two figures like drawn swords slicing through the space. Upon seeing them, Yit narrowed his eyes slightly. As from these two people, he sensed a power no weaker than Fengzhan's, perhaps even stronger. Obviously, Mu Lingshan also sensed it. Her beautiful face instantly paled, no trace of her earlier smile remaining. But both of them were no inexperienced amateurs, so they didn't even cough or make unnecessary sounds. Therefore, their location and direction escaped the attention of the two figures. Once the two landed, Ng's expression hardened slightly as he realized these two were actually quite familiar. None other than Xuanhuan. "Xuanhuan, you aren't telling me you've lost the trail?" Xuanhuan had barely landed before glancing around. When he saw the surrounding area was completely empty, not even a ripple of energy fluctuation, his tone was rather unpleasant. Don't forget you were there too. And just now, I could still sense it. This is definitely the right place." Xuanhuan coldly replied. Well, now see what you'll do?" And that item doesn't respond either. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan pulled out a parchment scroll, closed his eyes tightly. But shortly after, he shook his head with a rather disappointed expression. That person must have sensed us and concealed his presence. Truly a cunning fellow. It's just beyond me what those guys want with it. I wouldn't even bother doing this if it weren't for those 5,000 wanshi. Mo also sighed in annoyance, casting a resentful glance at the parchment scroll. But unlike the expressions of Xuanhuan and Mo, when Ouyang saw that parchment scroll, a faint gleam instantly flashed in his eyes. He then turned his head and saw that Lingshan's pretty face had also revealed a fiery and excited look. Finally, her gaze locked onto the scroll as she slowly exhaled. This is the fragment. Chapter 251 Calculation. Seeing the fragment in Xuanhuan's hand, Ouyang's eyes flickered with a trace of astonishment. He hadn't expected them to also possess a piece of the map. Judging from the situation, they must have sensed his possession of a fragment, hence having followed them here. Persistent bastards. Letting out a slight sigh, his expression shifted as if having made a decision. Then he turned toward Lingshan beside him. "I'll go down to keep those two occupied. Do you have the confidence to set up a formation that can trap them for half a quarter of an hour?" Hearing this, Lingshan hesitated briefly. She knew Ouyang must have his eyes on the fragment, and then responded. "There is indeed a formation I know which can hold them back, but their strength far exceeds mine, so the energy required would be too great." As Lingshan spoke, a hint of regret crossed her face. Upon hearing her, Ouyang gave a small pouch to her after patting his waist. She received it in confusion, opened it, and was instantly shocked. Inside the pouch were 200 pieces of ragongshu, neatly arranged, and the sheer quantity caused Lingshan's eyes to gleam. Enough. Yep, that's more than enough to lock up these two clumsy bugs. Excitement filled Lingshan's delicate features, her expression full of anticipation. At the same time, she glanced at Ouyang with slight surprise, never expecting that he possessed such extensive resources and was so generous with his spending. Seeing the expression on Lingshan's face, Ouyang guessed her thoughts and helplessly shook his head. "Don't look at me like that. Use it sparingly. Consider it your reward. All right, later I'll draw their attention while you quietly go down to set up the formation. How much time do you need?" "Half an incense stick's worth. But with this gangster, I won't need to break down those soul beast cores, so it might be faster." Ouyang nodded in understanding. If he gave it his all, holding them back for half an incense stick's time was not impossible. Thinking of this, he nodded somewhat solemnly. "When I say go, you go around from here to the rear to prepare, then wait for me deep within the forest behind." Lingshan excitedly nodded. Clearly this was the first time she'd ever been involved in something this thrilling. "All right, just remember to be careful." Nodding, his gaze fell once more on Xuanhuan and Mo below. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan and Mo were completely unaware their actions had already been detected by the two above, nor that they were already being schemed against. Still searching around, they soon returned empty-handed again. Xuanhuan threw the fragment on the ground, sitting down with a displeased expression. "TCH, this thing must be fake. Cursed fragment. If it weren't for having snatched it from that Dalmei guy by coincidence, we wouldn't have even seen this crap until now. Forget it. Perhaps the person is already gone. We just need to collect the two fragments and report back. Let's go check elsewhere." Mo said gloomily. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt a strange, sharp ripple surge out, then looked up to see a giant golden net suddenly plunging down from above, its rigid presence causing Mo and Xuanhuan's expressions to drastically change. However, the two were no ordinary novices. As leaders of two factions, aside from their formidable power, they were also among the most experienced and capable. Immediately, their figures shot away swiftly. Then, they respectively transformed into a golden spear and a series of sharp thrusts erupting from the ground, rushing upwards with the momentum of 1,000 arrows piercing a heart, striking straight at the massive golden net above. Mo and Xuanhuan's strengths were already among the elite of all competing disciples, not to mention when combined together. Their unleashed attacks tore the golden net into pieces with a single strike. After this attack, both their expressions turned extremely grim. Mo Feng's right arm suddenly trembled, letting loose his aura, blowing nearby trees to sway violently. "Who is it? Show yourself." "Hehe, the two of you indeed have great abilities. I am truly impressed." Right after Mo Feng's low roar, Ouyang's figure dropped down from the tree trunk, smiling as he looked at the two. When they saw the person before them was Ouyang, surprise flickered across their faces, which soon transformed into an intense, cold smirk. "You dared to come out facing us too? Budabuso, you do have guts." Seeing Ouyang, Xuanhuan's eyes immediately flashed with venom. Then he sneered coldly. "If you had remained hidden, there wouldn't have been much I could do. But since you came out, it won't be so easy for you to leave today." Mo beside also spoke. I wasn't planning to leave either." As Ouyang's face broke into a smile, Mo and Xuanhuan were momentarily stunned. But in that instant of hesitation, Ouyang Yuya had already struck first. In the moment he lunged forward, Ouyang Yuya let out a low shout, more like a command. With a wave of his sulfur cannon, a burst of flame instantly appeared, directly unleashing the flame-spraying sands. The flames twisted like a spiraling dragon, rushing toward Xuanhuan and Mo Feng, while he himself dashed straight into the midst of their attacks like a streak of light. Earth Shield. Facing Ouyang Yuya's attack, glows of yellow and golden light flashed instantly, transforming into two layers of defense that blocked the incoming fire. But when they saw Ouyang Yuya actually charging straight at them, their expressions turned mocking. Without another word, Mo Feng's sulfur cannon vibrated violently, shooting out countless sharp spikes like cannonballs directly aimed at Ouyang Yuya. Just as Mo Feng's attack landed, Xuanhuan's sulfur cannon also trembled, summoning a golden spear that tore through the void, aiming straight at Ouyang Yuya's chest. A sneer appeared on his face. He was confident that under such a combined assault, Ouyang Yuya would not only be badly injured but nearly killed. Phantom clone. Yet facing the fierce attack, Ouyang Yuya didn't panic excessively. With a flick of his spiritual senses, his fingers moved rapidly, forming a strange seal. Immediately, a clone burst forth from his body, blocking the front, while his real body paused mid-motion, sidestepping just slightly to evade. Just as he dodged aside, the attack struck. Under the fierce assault, the clone was immediately pierced into a hedgehog-like mess before finally exploding. As Ouyang Yuya's figure narrowly escaped the attack, he suddenly halted, then dashed straight toward Xuanhuan on the side. As he leaped forward, his right arm twisted and transformed into a terrifying dragon claw, while simultaneously, he activated his xiuxian flame, sending streams of fire spreading across the claw, concentrating into a large fireball on his fist, which he hurled straight toward Xuanhuan's body. Golden light imbued. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's attack, Xuanhuan's expression turned serious for a moment. As he shouted, golden light flashed from his sulfur cannon, enveloping his right fist. His punch now resembled a brilliant golden hammer, roaring forward without hesitation to clash against Ouyang Yuya's dragon claw. It seemed he intended to directly counter Ouyang Yuya's dragon arm. As the two fists sped toward each other, Xuanhuan's lips curled into a sneer. Although Ouyang Yuya's attack was decent, it was merely brute force. He didn't believe that Ouyang Yuya's strike could break through his solid defenses, and in this clash, Ouyang Yuya would definitely be at a disadvantage. Ouyang Yuya caught the expression on Xuanhuan's face. Instantly, an odd smirk curved his lips. That smirk caused Xuanhuan's heart to inexplicably jolt. Something felt wrong. But it was already too late. Suddenly, Ouyang Yuya let out a low roar. Crackling sounds followed as dragon scales emerged along his arm. His dragon claw clashed fiercely against Xuanhuan's mighty fist. With the collision of two powerful punches, red and golden lights slammed into each other, and a shriek like a butchered pig filled the air. Xuanhuan's arm was sent recoiling backward, hanging limply. Without pause, Ouyang Yuya's fist followed through, crashing straight into Xuanhuan's chest. A deep sound rang out. The golden light around Xuanhuan shattered instantly, and his entire body was blasted backward. He skidded along the ground for several meters before coming to a halt, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly suffering severe injuries. At the very moment Xuanhuan was blasted back, a black shadow suddenly shot from behind Ouyang Yuya. Moving too fast to catch a glimpse of its face, it swiftly reached the fragment. Under the furious gazes of Mo Feng and Xuanhuan, it grabbed the fragment and quickly returned to Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. Taking a closer look, it was the monkey. Just as the monkey darted back, a muffled sound came from behind. Ouyang Yuya turned his head and saw a graceful figure flash past, rushing toward the jungle. Instantly, a satisfied curve appeared on his lips. He tossed the fragment into his xiuxian pouch, and his main body swiftly retreated, choosing to escape. Hee. Thank you both, Xuanhuan and Mo Feng, for your gifts. I shall surely repay you in the future. Damn it. Stay right there. Seeing Ouyang Yuya fleeing, Mo Feng and Xuanhuan's expressions drastically changed. Only now did they realize they had just been completely tricked. Ouyang Yuya's true objective had been the fragment all along. Immediately, they chased after him at full speed, and even Xuanhuan, disregarding his injuries, crazily pursued Ouyang Yuya. However, just after chasing for several meters, they noticed Ouyang Yuya's figure suddenly halt. What's wrong? Not running anymore. Seeing Ouyang Yuya stop, Mo Feng coldly sneered. I think the two of you should stay here and sober up a bit. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya turned around and gazed meaningfully at the two men. Then, stomping his foot furiously, he caused a ring to suddenly appear exactly where Xuanhuan and Mo Feng stood. Immediately afterward, countless beams of earth-yellow light surged from the ring into the sky, prompting Mo Feng and Xuanhuan's expressions to change drastically in an instant. Chapter 252, Undercurrents Stir. Damn it, it's a formation. Mo Feng looked around at the rising amber glow enveloping them, and immediately exclaimed in alarm, his pupils constricting. As soon as he finished speaking, his body instinctively stepped backward, trying to escape the circle. However, the moment he moved, he saw the rising beam of light suddenly halt. It then spread downward like a curtain of light in 4 directions. Then, to his astonishment, a series of stone pillars emerged from the ground around them, connecting with the curtain of light, and instantly enclosing both of them within. The formation appeared extremely quickly. Before Mo Feng could fully react, he was already trapped inside. No matter how hard he tried pounding against it, it was all in vain. Hearing the furious roars from within the formation, Ouyang Yuya's lips curled into a slight grin. He turned his head and looked up to see Mo Lingshan standing ahead. At this moment, Mo Lingshan clearly felt satisfied with her own accomplishment. She gazed cheerfully at the formation, obviously excited. Although, perhaps because this was her first attempt, a slight sweat trickled down her delicate face. Good job. Of course. When have I ever lied? Although it was done in a rush and rather simple, it should still be enough to hold them for a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian smiled slightly. He glanced toward the two figures enclosed by the formation, waved his hand, and said, "All right, let them simmer inside for a while. Let's go." With that, his figure shot forward and disappeared, followed closely behind by Mo Lingshan, as the two vanished in an instant. It was deep into the night. Deep in the forest, upon a slightly open patch of land, Xiuxian and Mo Lingshan sat cross-legged beside a campfire. Before them crackled the fire, and in Xiuxian's hands roasted a wild rabbit. As the fire roasted the meat, sizzling sounds emerged, golden oil dripping onto the firewood, hissing as the flames suddenly flared, enveloping the rabbit and releasing a strong aroma. Watching this, Mo Lingshan's small nose twitched, and her eyes gleamed with excitement. After roasting for quite some time, Xiuxian sprinkled some seasonings onto the rabbit and tore off one of its legs. He handed it to the hungry Mo Lingshan, whose eyes glowed green. Delicious. Mo Lingshan accepted the rabbit eagerly, disregarding the heat, devouring it hungrily as oil smeared the corners of her mouth. Observing this scene, Xiuxian couldn't help but let a slight smile tug at the corner of his lips. After finishing his half, leaving a portion for her, he pulled out the fragmentary map and walked by himself to the other side of the fire to examine it. The moment he pulled out the two fragments, Xiuxian noticed a sudden golden light bursting forth from them, and much to his astonishment, they fused together. Startled by the unexpected event, Xiuxian was slightly taken aback, never having imagined the map fragments had such an ability. Gazing at the connected pieces, he picked up the fragments curiously when suddenly a golden light flickered across their surface. In an instant, a powerful burst of light shot out and struck Xiuxian straight in the forehead before he could react. The moment the golden light entered his head, Xiuxian felt a sharp pain explode in his skull. Then, waves of vast information surged into his mind. Dazed and confused, he found himself suddenly staring at a map in his consciousness, an enlarged version of the two map fragments he had collected. This unexpected occurrence left even him shocked. As he struggled to figure it out, he saw 5 red spots light up suddenly on the large map in his mind. On the faded map, these points stood out clearly. Even stranger was the fact that Xiuxian could feel a faint but real connection between these points, especially one of them which felt extremely familiar. Thinking for a moment, he realized that red dot was their current location. Realizing this, Xiuxian instantly understood. Most likely, the red spots marked the locations of the remaining map fragments. Nodding slightly, he was about to observe it more closely when suddenly the map in his mind dissolved. A wave of dizziness swept over him. When he came to his senses again, he realized he was back in reality. Looking down, he saw that the two previously fused map fragments had separated once again, reverting back into 2 distinct pieces. At this moment, Mo Lingshan had also finished devouring the wild rabbit. Satisfied, she patted her belly, then shifted her gaze toward Xiuxian. When she noticed him spacing out, she waved a hand in front of his eyes. "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, nothing." Xiuxian slightly shook his head, then stowed the map fragment once more into his xiuxian pouch. His eyes then shifted toward the southeast. Through his earlier observation, although brief, he had memorized the locations of those red dots. It was already late at night, and he assumed whoever held the remaining fragment wouldn't be traveling in the dark. This was a suitable time to head out. Among the locations marked by red dots, the pressure he sensed from the southeast was the weakest, so he immediately decided to go there. Making up his mind, he stood up and said to Mo Lingshan, "All right, let's go." "Go where?" Hearing this, Mo Lingshan looked at him with confusion, looking for the third map fragment. With that, he lightly pushed off the ground, his figure darting forward. Seeing Xiuxian's retreating form, Mo Lingshan pouted before reluctantly chasing after him toward the southeast. In a rather dark area, a shadow sat cross-legged, seemingly someone who belonged to the darkness itself. With tightly shut eyes, terrifying ripples faintly spread outward from his body. This figure wore a long black robe, seemingly blending perfectly into the dark night, exuding a chill-inducing aura. At that moment, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out. Then, a thick black mist at the spot began writhing before transforming into a conical vortex, rushing straight toward the cross-legged figure. Just as the vortex neared the figure, a sudden surge of exceptionally dense energy erupted from him. Thick black mists also poured out from his body, swirling and gathering beside him like a soft cloud before solidifying into a black shield that blocked and absorbed the vortex, dissipating it entirely. "Hee, you freak. I really don't understand how your talent could be so outstanding. It's enviable." Just as the vortex was neutralized, a figure strangely materialized in place, an extraordinarily pale-faced young man. Looking at the cross-legged figure, the young man helplessly shook his head, slight wariness flickering in his pupils. At the same time the figure appeared, the cross-legged youth's eyes abruptly flew open. Surprisingly, his irises were a terrifying crimson red, bearing a ferocious animal-like quality. Were Xiuxian here, he would definitely recognize this figure instantly. This was none other than Mo Cheng, and the identity of the other figure became obvious as well. It was none other than Mo Luo, the second in command of the Demon Mountain. "Oomph, you're not bad either. Your dark alchemy body should already have reached the point where offense and defense are well balanced. It just lacks a bit more refining to be fully developed. Hearing Imo Luo's words, Imo Chung spoke in a calm tone, then paused before asking, "So, did you find his location?" Imo Chung looked at Imo Luo without any change in expression, his voice as even as before. Of course. However, that fellow isn't very obedient. He's already heading toward the southeast now," Imo Luo said indifferently, yet disdain dripped from his tone. "Just a soul cultivator kid. Why are you being so cautious? If you don't feel like taking action, I can handle it for you." Imo Luo spoke with even more contempt, as if it would be as easy as crushing a weak ant. "Watch your step, lest you stumble in shallow waters. This kid isn't as simple as you think. Last time I may have had the upper hand, but that kid had hidden tricks as well. And he was the one who destroyed Old Third's alchemy body. I just didn't get to see it." Frowning, Imo Chung replied with unusual seriousness in his tone. Fine, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead. By the way, Jin Wu from Golden Cauldron City sent us an invitation. He wants us to help snatch the Seal Heaven map fragment. Should we accept?" Imo Luo snorted, then suddenly added, a slight hesitation flickering across his face. "Oh, Jin Wu. So those 4 factions still haven't settled down after all." Imo Chung replied. In past competitions, it always seemed to be Jin Ding and Su Clan's town taking the victory. This year, however, Xiuxian Workshop and Qinglin Town have produced several ruthless individuals. I suppose they must have run into tough opponents themselves before choosing to seek us out. Also, it's said that a mysterious figure has secretly been collecting map fragments and already possesses 1/5 of the complete map. He's likely also aiming for the Seal Heaven diagram. Fortunately, among the current participating disciples, very few even know of the Seal Heaven diagram's existence. Interesting. Reply to them and tell them we'll play along. Besides, I've always found the Su clan's 3 devils fascinating. I believe working together with them will be quite entertaining. Fine. Since that's how you feel, then I'll go along with it. Seeing the coldness on Imo Cheng's face, Imo Luo also nodded slightly, then his figure flickered. Amid surging black mists, he vanished once again. Just after Imo Luo left, Imo Chung flipped his wrist, revealing 3 map fragments. At this moment, those fragments aligned automatically. On the combined map, 5 red dots flickered. Notably, 1 red dot was now rapidly approaching the leading red dot located in the southeast. Ouyang Yuya, you're becoming increasingly interesting to me. Chapter 253 Mo1. Along the way, Ouyang Yuya and Mu Lingshan pushed their speed to the limit. Whooshing sounds accompanied the sight of 2 streaks of light flashing through the pitch-black forest, vanishing in an instant. Their speed was so great that only lingering afterimages remained in the space, unable to reveal their true figures. What astonished Ouyang Yuya was that no matter how fast he moved, Mu Lingshan always managed to keep up, her steps alternating between fast and slow in a mysteriously subtle rhythm, which piqued his curiosity. His speed was forged through countless life and death struggles in the jungle since childhood, and his sensitivity was far beyond that of ordinary people, so reaching such a level wasn't surprising. Yet, Mu Lingshan could still keep up with him, and that alone intrigued him. After all, her cultivation level wasn't high either. There was no way it could drastically enhance her speed. However, he later learned that Mu Lingshan had cultivated a certain body technique martial art. It had simply consumed too much soul energy, so she hadn't used it before. Now, however, with Ouyang Yuya taking the lead in combat, she didn't need to exert herself and therefore didn't mind the energy cost. She used it outright to save time. When Ouyang asked why she had cultivated this martial art, the young girl's face actually turned red for a rare moment. "This body technique is a family heirloom," she stammered. "As father put it, one who practices array formations doesn't require immense strength, but rather quick speed, to quickly set up arrays and then escape swiftly afterward." Hearing Mu Lingshan's stuttering reply, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel several dark lines form on his forehead. Unquestionably, having this girl accompany him brought many innocent words that even made him smile, adding some pleasure to the otherwise tedious journey. With such banter between them, they finally reached their destination. "Stop!" Ouyang Yuya raised his palm upright, leaping onto a tree trunk. He crouched slightly, cautiously scanning his surroundings like a hunting wildcat. Behind him, Mu Lingshan landed lightly, and, seeing Ouyang's caution, wisely kept silent. Ouyang's spirit stirred, and the Wanxiang Fengzuan within his body began to rotate, emitting a subtle white glow that quietly radiated outward. Watching this, Mu Lingshan felt a sense of awe, for she could sense that under the scan of that white light, everything inside her seemed to be exposed. Thus, her curiosity toward Ouyang Yuya deepened further. This soul cultivator was like a black hole, impossible to completely penetrate. Ouyang conducted his search this way for half an hour before stopping, looking around in confusion and frowning slightly. According to Wanxiang Fengzuan's perception, he could detect not the slightest trace of the strange energy he had sensed earlier, a rare occurrence indeed. "Behind your right side." Just then, the Jade Toad King suddenly spoke within him. Ouyang paused momentarily before activating Wanxiang Fengzuan once again, yet still found no sign whatsoever. No use looking. Your Wanxiang Fengzuan has only undergone 3 purifications, barely reaching the earthly rank at best. The person is also an old hand, and possesses a spiritual treasure that conceals his aura. As the Jade Toad King spoke, its tone was filled with a hint of mockery. Interesting. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's pupils flickered ever so slightly, and then, with Mu Lingshan in tow, he leapt toward the direction indicated. At the southeastern edge of the forest, several figures were sitting cross-legged in a circular formation, all with closed eyes immersed in cultivation. Within the circle, similarly sitting cross-legged, was a young man dressed in dark green robes that wrapped around his tall figure, the high collar concealing half his face, giving him an aura of mystery. Most striking, however, was the white tiger with black stripes lying beside him. Even while simply lying down, it radiated a pressure that made the surrounding air seem stifling, its body covered in black stripes, exuding immense majesty. Ouyang Yuya and Mu Lingshan landed on a tree trunk not far from those figures. When Ouyang saw that the opposing side numbered as many as 6 people, his eyebrows instinctively furrowed. His eyes swept over the group, and he discovered with surprise that all 6 were not weak, all being soul scholars. The man in the center dressed in dark green emitted a power that rivaled even Luo Yan's. Xueqiao Mo1. Suddenly, Mu Lingshan beside him exclaimed in shock, and a look of surprise flashed across her face as she stared at the man in dark green, her gaze filled with astonishment. You know him? Ouyang Yuya asked in mild surprise, suddenly recalling that the girl was well informed about all the factions within the Golden Cauldron sect. It was only natural for her to know Mo1 as well. Mu Lingshan nodded, looking at Mo1 as she spoke. This Mo1 is from Dayuan City. Dayuan is also a massive force, rivaling even Wanshan in strength. Mo1 is its most outstanding disciple, with a cultivation level at the 4th stage of Soul Scholar. Do you see the white tiger beside him? That's a xiuxian beast, a 6th-tier growth-type soul beast, quite formidable. It's said that when Mo1 and his beast fight together, even a soul master has perished at their hands. As Mu Lingshan spoke, even Ouyang Yuya's expression grew serious. To have slain a soul master, such a feat was indeed troublesome. It seemed their current mission had just become far more difficult. What do we do now? We might not be their match, and those soul scholars surrounding him aren't to be underestimated either. Each one of them isn't weaker than Fengzhan. Hearing Mu Lingshan's words, Ouyang Yuya changed expressions, finally nodding in agreement. Let's retreat first. Mu Lingshan nodded, just about to leave when suddenly Mo1, whose eyes had remained tightly shut, abruptly opened them. He stared directly toward where Ouyang Yuya was hiding and shouted. As soon as he shouted, a sharp gust of wind shot out from within his robe sleeves, hurtling directly toward Ouyang Yuya. Realizing their position had been exposed, Ouyang Yuya's expression slightly hardened, not expecting that Mo1's perception would be so sharp. He had barely leaked even a trace of his aura and was still detected. At once, his spirit stirred, and the Wanshan Fengzuan transformed into a beam of light once more, wrapping both him and Mu Lingshan. Slightly tilting his body and shrugging his shoulder, the monkey on his shoulder immediately understood and darted forward. Just as the powerful gust struck, the monkey leapt from beneath the tree trunk to another. Seeing that it was only a monkey, the others relaxed visibly. Boss, aren't you being too sensitive? One of the young men remarked. Exactly. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't dare provoke us. Even if the demon twins themselves showed up, they might still have to retreat in embarrassment, another said. Hearing this, the rest stood up, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Still, we can't afford to be careless. I heard Jin Wu has allied himself with those 2 demons, so we may be their first target. Also, we must locate more pieces of the map as soon as possible. This time around, we representatives of the Golden Pavilion absolutely cannot afford another loss in the contest between the 2 academies. Mo1 frowned slightly, and at his words, the others nodded in understanding. Boss, I've also heard a mysterious figure is secretly collecting the map fragments too, though we don't yet know which faction they belong to. Moreover, recent observations show more and more competitors are beginning to understand the value of these fragments. Things might get tricky if we act now. Another young man remarked with a frown. Let the 4 great factions worry about that. Hearing this, Mo1 chuckled slightly. Just then, the xiuxian beast lying beside Mo1 suddenly rose to its feet, growling fiercely at the tree trunk not far away. Seeing this, everyone followed its gaze and noticed the monkey once again, now seated calmly on another tree trunk, watching them curiously. Gao. Suddenly, as the monkey clearly sensed the malice from the xiuxian beast, its white fur abruptly turned brown. A wild, primeval aura burst from its body as it roared in response. Under the monkey's imposing presence, the once intimidating xiuxian beast trembled in fear, its tiger body instinctively bowing low, staring at the monkey with dread in its eyes. All the onlookers wore stunned expressions. A growth-type soul beast. Mo1 suddenly spoke, surprise and shadowiness evident in his tone. Even under the monkey's aura, he felt a strange and unfamiliar pressure. As Mo1's words rang out, the gazes of the surrounding young men lit up with greed. A growth-type soul beast. It was obvious enough from the xiuxian beast's reaction that this monkey was no ordinary beast, perhaps even stronger than that 6th-tier xiuxian. Everyone's obviously interested. Why don't we all team up and catch the monkey? Whoever manages to capture it will rightfully own it. How about that? Seeing the greedy glimmers in everyone's eyes, one of the young men immediately proposed this idea. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seemed like the fairest method. As for Senior Mo, since you already have the xiuxian beast, perhaps you should stay out of this and not join us. Seeing the glances coming his way, Mo1 smiled faintly and closed his eyes again, clearly indicating his intentions without a word. Show everyone, let's begin. Seeing Mo1's expression, the young man stood up and blew a sharp whistle, after which his figure darted forward like a hawk reaching for the monkey. Behind him, figures leaped into action one after another, each unleashing their aura as they scattered in different directions, attempting to surround the monkey. Watching the group rushing toward him, the monkey's beastly eyes revealed a trace of human-like mockery. It immediately leaped upward, grabbed a tree trunk, and flipped a few times before darting deep into the forest. Not bad. Seeing the monkey escape, a cold chuckle immediately echoed, followed by several streaks of light chasing after it. And just after everyone left, Imowan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His gaze locked directly onto the spot where Xiuxian was hiding, a faint, meaningful curve lifting the corner of his lips. You went through such trouble to draw my companions away. Not planning to reveal yourself. Chapter 254 The Yellow Bird Follows. Brother Xiuxian lives up to his reputation indeed. Just as Xiuxian finished speaking, two figures swooped down from above, Xuanhuan and Mulingshan. Xuanhuan smiled slightly at Xiuxian, who sat cross-legged on the ground, though a trace of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Xiuxian's perception ability was indeed the most terrifying he had ever seen in his generation. Even under the concealment of the 10,000 manifestations wine vessel, he was still detected. One could say that Xiuxian's status as a top-notch expert wasn't without reason. He truly possessed some skill. Xiuxian looked up at Xuanhuan, completely unshaken, lightly lifting the corner of his lips into a smile. I know you. You're Xuanhuan, right? At these words, Xuanhuan paused slightly, not expecting that Xiuxian would actually know him. A flicker of confusion briefly flashed across his face. Just an obscure nobody. The captain of the xiuxian garrison, fought off the nine-headed dark golden python alone, defeated Min Zhao by the Xuanhuan Lake, successfully escaped from Prince Min, gravely wounded the demon Wind, and fought the demon to a standstill. Xiuxian went on, watching the gradual darkening of Xuanhuan's expression with an amused smile. Am I right? Though Xiuxian's words were soft, to Xuanhuan they rang like thunderclaps in his mind. Immediately afterward, he too cast a dark look at Xiuxian. His movements and whereabouts had always been extremely secretive. Yet, to his surprise, every one of his actions had apparently been under surveillance without his awareness, and even the Jade-Toad King hadn't detected this. This sensation made him uneasy. Open enemies weren't terrifying. The real danger came from unseen, hidden threats. Ouyang, my friend, don't misunderstand. I'm just a little curious about you. As for these things, I guess as long as someone tries, it's not really a secret anymore. Moreover, with such feats, you can hardly be called an obscure nobody, right? Seeing Xuanhuan's expression, Xiuxian chuckled, then pulled out a piece of incomplete map. Ouyang, my friend, are you interested in this? I guess if it wasn't for this, there wouldn't be any reason for us to ever meet. Xuanhuan shrugged his shoulders helplessly, then turned to Mulingshan. Go find a place to hide. No matter what happens later, don't come out. Seeing Xuanhuan's darkening expression, Mulingshan obediently nodded. Knowing her power wasn't enough to assist him, she would instead become a hindrance to him. Without delay, she ran backward and hid herself atop a thick tree trunk. I was originally waiting for the tomb of Mo, brothers, but instead I got you. Xiuxian slowly stood up, gazing at Xuanhuan, and next to him, the sled beast also rose, eyeing Xuanhuan menacingly while growling lowly. Well then, let me warm up with you and get a taste of the strength of a rising young star. As soon as Xiuxian finished speaking, he launched the first attack. In an instant, his figure became illusory. Then Xuanhuan saw countless vine-like tendrils suddenly erupting from underground, twisting rapidly toward his body. Flamethrower. At the sight of the vines, a gleam shot through Xuanhuan's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, flames erupted from the sulfur cannon, wrapping his entire body like a fire tornado spinning furiously. With this whirlwind, flames spread outwards, immediately incinerating the encroaching vines into swirling ashes. After his counterattack, Xuanhuan quickly retreated. Just as he stepped back, he saw a huge log-like mass suddenly spring out of the ground, tearing the surface violently backward, exposing rows of thorns on the trunk. Staring at the giant wooden stake, Xuanhuan sucked in a cold breath. Luckily, he dodged quickly enough. If he'd been hit by such an object, he doubted even his powerful body could have resisted being knocked back. At that moment, a sudden chill surged behind him. In an emergency, Xuanhuan sharply turned around, his right arm wriggling as the dragon claws reappeared, and he threw a punch. With a single punch, a cracking sound echoed, smashing into pieces the sudden wooden log emerging behind him. Impressive strength. After landing the blow, Xiuxian's figure strangely materialized before Xuanhuan, observing Ouyang's dragon rock arm with a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his pupils. Truly powerful indeed. Seeing Xiuxian so composed and collected, Xuanhuan's expression subtly changed as well. In that fleeting, lightning-fast clash just now, he had been almost entirely on the defensive, unable to even catch sight of his opponent's figure. He had been continuously countering the other's skills. This speed of movement and reaction, aside from Xiuxian was undoubtedly the most formidable. But having just physical strength isn't enough, Shaking his head, Xiuxian's amber-colored sulfur cannon trembled slightly, and immediately, streaks of amber light surged upward. Around the cannon's mouth, swirling patterns resembling lightning formed, emitting a dense, oppressive aura, clearly preparing to unleash some real techniques. 10,000 ridge stake. Sensing the mighty aura pouring out from the sulfur cannon, Xuanhuan's expression stiffened. In an instant, his fingers formed a series of seals. A ripple spread from beneath his feet, and his clone stepped out from his body, standing guard before him, while his true form rapidly retreated. Under Xiuxian's assault, he felt a heavy pressure, and thus didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Observing Xuanhuan's actions, Xiuxian's lips curled slightly. At that moment, the sled beast, which had been crouched nearby, suddenly sprang into action. Roaring furiously, it sent forth a series of earthy cone-like projections surging beneath the ground. Wherever they passed, the surface was instantly covered in ice, directly speeding toward Xuanhuan. Needless to say, the coordination between the sled beast and Mo1 was truly flawless. The attack from the sled beast perfectly cut off Xuanhuan's escape route. With no other choice, Xuan could only retreat once again. Then with a flick of his wrist, he pulled out the stone tablet, poured pure yang flame into it, and stabbed it violently into the ground. Under the immense force, a red beam of light shot forth from the tablet, directly colliding with the advancing icy spikes. The tremendous impact caused the ground surface to erupt violently. Yet just then, Xuanhuan was horrified to see four massive tree trunks suddenly erupt around him. Accompanied by deafening roars, the earth shook violently, and the four trunks began rushing toward him at the center at the same speed, intent on crushing him to bits. The tree trunks moved extremely fast. Before Xuanhuan could even react, they crashed into him with a grating, crunching sound. Looking at the four encircling tree stumps, Mo1's face showed a hint of paleness. Such an attack had indeed cost him a great deal of effort to gather. However, a cold smirk rose at the corner of his lips. In his eyes, such a powerful strike would surely reduce Xuanhuan to pulp. But before his smile could fade, he suddenly sensed an extremely cold, sinister chill. Under this coldness, even his blood seemed to congeal. More surprisingly, mixed within that icy force was also a trace of scorching heat. Confronted with this strange clash of cold and hot, Mo1's face immediately turned grim. The next moment, he saw a strange blackness begin spreading from the bottom of the four trunks, expanding wildly before his horrified eyes. As it spread, the power exuding from the stumps rapidly dissipated, as if it was being suddenly devoured. Bad. A sense of ominous foreboding surged inside him, and without hesitation, his figure immediately stepped back. Just at that moment, the four trunks exploded from the center. As they shattered, a black palm print shot forth from the center, its target none other than the retreating Mo1. Seeing the incoming palm mark, Mo1's expression turned extremely serious. This was exactly the aura he had sensed earlier. Without daring to be careless, he waved his sulfur cannon once again, causing yet another wooden stake to spring forth, blocking the attack as it clashed head-on with the incoming palm. A slightly muffled explosion rang out as the stake shattered once again, but the palm remained undeterred, pressing forward once more. Just at that moment, a white shadow flashed by. Then the palm struck that white figure, followed immediately by a piercing tiger-like roar. Then the sled beast's figure was revealed, flying backward as Mo1 caught it. The sled beast was gravely injured, with dense black marks spreading all over its body. Its entire frame trembled continuously as it staggered weakly. Seeing the battered sled beast, Mo1's face turned dark. His eyes flared with deep hatred as he sharply raised his head toward the standing figure of Xuanhuan. If it hadn't been for the sled beast taking that blow for him just now, it would have been him lying there now. Xuanhuan himself was in no great condition either at this moment. His clothes were torn, revealing his sturdy muscles. From numerous gruesome wounds on his exposed body, blood continuously trickled down, presenting a rather shocking sight. This was the first time Xuanhuan had sustained injuries after refining the dragon's essence blood, clearly showcasing the ruthless ferocity of Mo1's techniques. Still a bit lacking. Staring at the unscathed Mo1, Xuanhuan clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had originally believed that single palm strike would be enough to kill Mo1. However, he hadn't expected someone to suddenly intervene at the last moment. That was completely beyond his calculations. Now that the element of surprise was lost, it would definitely not be easy to wound Mo again. Today you must die. A chilling voice came from Mo1's mouth. Xuanhuan's expression hardened. Just as he wanted to strike first, suddenly a leisurely voice rang out. It not only startled Xuanhuan, but even Mo1's expression changed drastically. Humph. The way you two were fighting was truly spectacular. What a sight to behold. Chapter 255 Joining Forces. As the voice faded, a figure darted out like a ghost, and came to a stop beside Xuanhuan and Mo1, smiling as he looked at the two with a charming face laced with obvious mockery. Luo. Seeing the newcomer, Mo1 rasped out, exchanging a glance with Xuanhuan. Both saw the horror and astonishment in each other's eyes. Xuanhuan gave a bitter smile as he looked at the incoming figure. He could feel an extraordinarily heavy oppressive force from Luo's body. He was also familiar with this man, the second in command of Luangmo Mountain. Compared to Mo Feng, this person was simply in an entirely different league. Although his aura was somewhat inferior to Mo Chang's, it was still shocking enough to warrant his utmost caution. What a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Xuanhuan gave a self-deprecating smile, subtly taking out a piece of Wangshui and frantically activating the Da Huang Ling Ju within his body to restore the soul power he had expended earlier. The recent clash had drained a massive amount of his energy, so facing Mo Luo now left him with no choice but to be extra careful. While restoring himself, he cast a glance toward Mo1 again. Mo1's expression was equally grim, clearly aware of how dangerous Mo Luo was. Never thought I'd strike such a lucky find today. Actually seeing the two of you in a duel. TSK, judging by the looks of things, you're both in pretty bad shape. Mo Luo scrutinized Xuanhuan and Mo1, his smile deepening. With his keen perception, how could he miss that both of them had already reached their limits after their previous battle? Mo Luo, our business can wait until another day. Today, I hope you don't intend to interfere. Mo1 frowned, speaking. Normally, his strength was equal to Mo Luo's, but due to the latter's eerie and versatile dark alchemy body, defeating him would be extremely difficult. Add to that the massive expenditure of soul power from his earlier fight with Ouyang Yuya and the current serious injuries of his Snow Strider beast. If Mo Luo took the opportunity to strike now, things could get quite dire. So, retreat was the only option. So you must be Ouyang Yuya. However, Mo Luo completely ignored Mo Wan's words, turning his gaze toward Ouyang Yuya as he asked. Ouyang Yuya, however, chose to ignore him outright. In truth, at this moment, Ouyang Yuya was consulting with the Jade Toad King on an escape plan and couldn't possibly respond. Besides, he couldn't summon the slightest liking for this man. No matter. Mo Chung holds back due to his status, unwilling to lay a hand on you. Perfect, since you're here today, I'll just capture you both together. Hardly had Mo Luo spoken than Mo Wan's expression suddenly darkened. Immediately, his soul power wildly surged through his body. A wooden stump shot out from beneath the earth, charging straight toward Mo Luo. Using this momentary obstruction, he swiftly fled. All the better, let me test my dark alchemy body's improvements on you. Looking at the approaching stump, Mo Luo's lips curled into a sneer. A black mist suddenly spewed from his cannon, enveloping his body. With a wriggling motion, his form dissolved in place, and when it reappeared, he had already arrived before Mo Wan. As the cannon shuddered, streams of black mist coiled together, instantly forming into a cone-shaped vortex that spiraled toward Mo Wan. Mo Wan clearly understood the vortex's power. Instantly stomping his foot, multiple tendrils shot out from the ground, intertwining to form a giant cocoon. Just as the cocoon finished forming, the black conical vortex arrived, crashing into it. Xiuxian. Upon impact, the highly resilient cocoon was forcibly pushed backward under the vortex's violent rotation, emitting ear-grating scraping sounds as it was shredded into pieces of torn vines. Not bad resistance. Seeing the cocoon actually blocking the vortex, Mo Luo's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Then, with another tremor of the cannon, even thicker mist entwined forward. With the mist's reinforcement, the vortex became even more vicious and cutting. Under the mist's fierce erosion, the cocoon ultimately couldn't hold. Under the vortex's frenzied rotation, it exploded instantly, the whirlwind surging madly forward toward Mo Wan. Just at this moment, suddenly a crimson giant hand shot out from the side, smashing straight into the vortex with unstoppable momentum. From the giant flaming hand's burning force, the surrounding swirling black mist quickly diffused, and was directly obliterated by the giant hand's impact. As the giant hand landed, Ouyang Yuya appeared beside Mo Wan. Just moments ago, while he had been discussing a strategy with the Jade Toad King, the latter had simply uttered 2 words: join forces. This had immediately solidified his decision, for with their current strength, neither of them alone could deal with Mo Luo. At this moment, they had no choice but to combine their forces. Join forces, we won't make it out alive otherwise. Ouyang Yuya turned his head and spoke to Mo Wan, whose face appeared somewhat pale. Mo Wan hesitated briefly before nodding. All right, I'll hold him off for half a ka. You recover your soul power, or you won't be of any use in your current state. Glancing at Mo Wan, Ouyang Yuya continued. After their earlier clash, Mo Wan had indeed suffered massive depletion, while he himself was comparatively in better condition. Mo Wan was momentarily stunned upon hearing Ouyang Yuya's words, clearly surprised by his consideration, though he did not protest. Through his earlier martial techniques, his soul power had indeed nearly run dry, so he simply nodded. Without further ado, he sat cross-legged, took out a medicinal pill, popped it into his mouth, and began recovering his soul power. Seeing Mo Wan settle into cultivation, Ouyang Yuya turned his gaze toward the distant Mo Luo. At this moment, Mo Luo's gaze was fixed on him, filled with ill intent, while soft cold laughter rumbled from his throat. Young man, I have to say, your confidence is laughably inflated. Do you really think you can stop me? Mo Luo spoke, his gaze shifting toward the cross-legged Mo Wan. A flicker in his pupils was barely noticeable. He had originally planned to take advantage of their injuries and eliminate them both, but the combined strength of Ouyang Yuya and Mo Wan was something he hadn't anticipated. If Mo Wan recovered to half his strength, his plans today would be utterly ruined. Therefore, he now focused all his attention on Ouyang Yuya. His only choice now was to eliminate him first. Fool, oblivious to death. With those words, he moved again, and streams of black mist erupted from his cannon, spewing outwards. The thick mist darkened the night sky further, turning it into an oppressive gloom. Then, swirling around him, the mist took shape in front of his body, transforming directly into a pitch-black spear that tore through the void, rushing toward Ouyang Yuya's chest with piercing wind sounds, creating ripples through the surrounding air. Seeing the spear, Ouyang Yuya's expression turned grim. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, 100 xuanhuan soared out. As they spun, waves of primeval energy radiated forth, dispersing some of the encroaching black mist. Then, as low incantations echoed, the xuanhuan suddenly shattered. Amidst a series of crisp crackles, the fragments dissolved into streams of brown primal energy, eventually condensing into a massive brown light column before Ouyang Yuya, smashing downward toward the incoming spear. Upon impact, the spear exploded instantly, and with lightning speed, the column surged toward Mo Luo. Magic shield. Seeing his spear shattered so easily, Mo Luo showed a flash of surprise. Immediately, his cannon trembled, and again from the swirling mist, a pitch-black shield materialized before him, blocking the energy column. Witnessing Mo Luo block the attack, Ouyang Yuye's pupils flickered. Then, his left hand shot upward, rapidly forming another fiery crimson palm strike, slamming down fiercely toward Imo Luo. Feeling the searing heat radiating from the palm, Imo Luo's expression turned sharp. Immediately, the black mist swirled even more violently, directly coalescing into a massive black Jiao dragon, which roared downward to intercept the palm strike. The fire god's left hand, however, proved fragile before the Jiao's onslaught, instantly devoured by the roaring dragon, which then surged toward Ouyang Yuye. Caught off guard, Ouyang Yuye was struck head-on by the Jiao, and black mist surged into his body. Instantly, he felt an internal turmoil, and a mouthful of blood gushed forth. Humph, so much for being a promising young prodigy. Imo Luo sneered coldly at the weakened Ouyang Yuye. Just as he was about to strike again, a sudden wave of oppressive pressure reached him. Then, from all four sides, thick wooden stakes erupted from the earth, encircling him. Without pause, they smashed toward the stunned Imo Luo. With a thunderous boom, the stakes wrapped around Imo Luo, engulfing him. Then, in the next moment, Imo Wan appeared beside Ouyang Yuye. His complexion now visibly improved. Imo Wan gave Ouyang Yuye a serious bow. Now let's figure out how to finish him, he said gravely. Ouyang Yuye stared intently at the wooden stakes. With his perception, he could naturally sense that Imo Luo's aura had not suffered any serious damage. Sure enough, at this moment, a thick stream of black mist was seen gushing out from within the stakes. Then, in an instant, the wooden stakes were blown apart, and a figure shot out from within, none other than Imo Luo himself. This time, Imo Luo was surrounded by a layer of pitch-black mist that exuded a deathly stillness. It was like a black armor wrapped around his body, yet more like a lifeless cloud of fog, radiating a chilling and sinister aura. Ouyang Yuye, of course, was no stranger to this aura and state. It was the dark alchemy body. Chapter 256, Facing the Enemy. Looking at Mara, who resembled a hellish Azura, Imo Wan slightly pursed his lips, and a trace of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Evidently, he could sense an exceptionally sharp aura wildly rising from Mara. I had no intention of using this power, but since you're asking for death, I shall oblige you. The eerie voice emerged from within the black mist. Then, Mara's surrounding dark mist suddenly surged violently, like boiling water, making the atmosphere increasingly heavy. Ouyang Yuye and Imo Wan exchanged a glance, then nodded. Instantly, they pushed off with their toes and dashed outward in opposite directions, encircling Mara, before launching toward him two attacks, one yellow, one red, clearly opting to strike together once they saw Mara unleash his deadly move. Facing their joint attack, Mara let out a cold snort. Immediately afterward, the rolling black mist split into two sides and transformed into a pair of pitch-black shields, blocking the incoming strikes. This scene caused Ouyang Yuye's expression to instantly darken. Clearly, Mara's dark alchemic body had now become both offensive and defensive, a minor achievement, and was undoubtedly far more formidable than Imo Feng's alchemic body, which could only withstand attacks. Ouyang Yuye stared at Mara with sharp eyes. In the next instant, his foot suddenly slammed forward. A thunderous crack rang out as a figure nearly teleported, appearing directly in front of Mara, before unleashing a savage, straightforward punch without any embellishment. Dense flames surged over the shadow of the punch. Dong! At this moment, the air in front was compressed and exploded outward. The space along the path of the punch faintly twisted, as Ouyang Yuye had pushed the xiuxian flame to its peak. Entangle! Right after Ouyang Yuye's attack, Imo Wan's expression also sharpened. His eyes suddenly flared, and from the trembling of his arms, a swirling golden-yellow light erupted forth. Then, numerous hideous tentacles burst from the ground, resembling slithering pythons, coiling upward toward Mara, their flying vines swirling and dancing, sending out gusts of martial energy that made people flinch. Blow needle. Faced with the combined assault from Ouyang Yuye and Imo Wan, Mara was visibly stirred and unwilling to take it head-on. Instantly, the black mist twisted and his real form dashed out. The dark fog before him spun violently, condensing into a vortex shaped like a cone and spreading outward. As the vortex expanded, it suddenly erupted into numerous pitch-black ripples. When Imo Wan's tentacles touched these rotating waves of black mist, they were instantly shredded apart. Then, they clashed head-on with Ouyang Yuye's blazing punch. The moment they collided, a piercing metallic sound rang sharply from the battlefield. A ripple of force surged outward, and the air and trees within dozens of zhang instantly exploded with explosive booms. Under the pressure of this force, Ouyang Yuye and Imo Wan were instantly sent flying backward. Ouyang Yuye immediately felt an internal surge of blood rush to his chest. He suppressed with effort the metallic sweetness rising from his throat. After the single strike, Mara made the first move, casting a cold glance at the pale-faced Ouyang Yuye. The black mist instantly solidified at his fingertips, condensing into two black beams that shot out like lightning, aiming directly at Ouyang Yuye's eyes. Ouyang Yuye shook his arms furiously and swiftly crossed them in front of his face. Golden light instantly shimmered over his arms, faintly taking shape as a phantom dragonhide defense, blocking the piercing strikes. He felt as if massive pillars had smashed into his arms. He felt pain and an unusual sense of powerlessness. Not bad flesh you got there. Seeing that Ouyang Yuye had completely blocked his finger strike without injury, Mara sneered with an unpleasant hoarse voice. Surrender the Zongxi, and I might let you live. Zongxi. Ouyang Yuye slightly blinked in confusion, but quickly understood. This Zongxi must be referring to the black box. Seeing the expression on xuanhuan's face, it wasn't difficult to infer that this Zhongxi probably had quite a background. A slight grin lifted the corner of his lips. If you've got the guts, come and take it. You sure have a sharp tongue. Evidently infuriated by Ouyang Yuye's defiance, Mara's voice quivered with rage. As he was about to strike again, suddenly, he felt a thick, immense aura abruptly erupt from behind him. Under the pressure of this energy, he sensed a sense of danger, a sensation he hadn't felt since he first began his journey. Startled, Mara immediately turned his head, narrowing his pupils at Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan's expression was extremely cold and grim, his fingers tightly clasped while forming a series of complex and obscure hand seals. With each seal formed, Xuanhuan's face became even paler, and concentric rings of earth-yellow ripples began emerging from the mouth of the sulfur cannon, gradually coalescing into an earth-yellow circle of light before him. At the very moment Mara directed his gaze toward Xuanhuan, Ouyang Yuye also sensed something. Immediately, he realized that Xuanhuan must be gathering the energy of a martial technique. Judging from the appearance, its power seemed equally formidable. Still determined to fight to the end, Mara's pupils tightened sharply. Then his feet stomped heavily as he dashed toward Xuanhuan, dark mists surging around him and solidifying into a pitch-black spear aimed directly at Xuanhuan. Where it passed, the weeds on the ground instantly turned black, as if scorched by flame. Just at that moment, a swift shadow flickered by. Soon, Ouyang Yuye appeared in front of Xuanhuan, a trace of solemnity flickering in his pupils. With complex and chaotic hand seals, Ouyang Yuye furiously activated the yin-yang twin fish. As the fish darted about, the previously distinct red and blue colors fused once more, transforming into utter darkness. A cold, chilling aura burst forth from within his body, condensing into a massive black palm imprint before him, which roared forward to meet the incoming spear. The black, giant palm struck the spear head-on, emitting an oppressive, breathless energy. Strangely, the black spear seemed to dissipate instantly upon impact. The palm, however, maintained its force and surged forward again. The trembling pressure sent chills down Mara's spine, and instantly, he retreated rapidly backward. At that very moment, Xuanhuan's attack was finally completed. Gazing at the retreating Mara, Xuanhuan's expression turned with intense hatred. Vine prison. As Xuanhuan's voice swept down, countless strange tendrils emerged behind Mara, spreading outward like a chain reaction. Dozens of tough, thick vines sprouted in rapid succession, covering the area in hundreds, surrounding him even before he could react. Like an opening fist gradually closing, they encased Mara within. And precisely as the vines surrounded Mara, the colossal black palm arrived and slammed into it. Pop! Under the palm strike, the tendrils were instantly blasted apart. A figure was hurled outward, none other than Mara himself. By now, the dark mist surrounding him had vanished completely, and his pale face bore expressions of disbelief. Over his body and face, greenish threads coiled like winding dragons. Their undulating movements further disrupted Mara's energy flow. With a flick of his sulfur cannon, dense dark mists rushed back into his body, suppressing the writhing green threads. He shot a venomous glare at Ouyang Yuye and Xuanhuan before nodding coldly. Good, good, good. 3 consecutive words rolled off his tongue, his hatred intensifying with each one. Today I admit defeat, but next time we meet won't be so simple. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, clearly understanding that Mara intended to retreat. Just as he attempted to intercept Mara, a sudden fog surged up, halting Xuanhuan's movement. When the mist cleared, Mara's form had already vanished. After Mara disappeared, Xuanhuan coughed heavily a few times before turning to gaze at Ouyang Yuye. In response, Ouyang Yuye's eyes locked onto Xuanhuan's, his right hand clenching tightly in case of sudden action. What had been harmonious cooperation instantly turned awkward once Mara had vanished. The intense gaze was abruptly broken by Xuanhuan's sudden laughter. Observing closely, Ouyang Yuye's injuries were serious, but his aura undoubtedly surpassed Xuanhuan's. Moreover, his relentless tactics troubled Xuanhuan significantly. Therefore, he reluctantly gave up on restraining him and sighed helplessly. I always keep my word. Since you've prevailed, I'll hand you the fragmentary map. But first, you must cure the poison inside xiuxian, Xuanhuan said, glancing toward the agonized howling snow beast beside him. Naturally, but hand over the map first. Ouyang Yuye replied, stretching out his hand toward Xuanhuan with a faint smile. What if after healing your xiuxian, you turn against me? Wouldn't that leave me at a huge loss? Sighing helplessly and cursing internally at Ouyang Yuye's unyielding nature, Xuanhuan threw the map fragment away. I hope you honor your words. Naturally. After putting away the fragmentary map, Ouyang Yuye smiled slightly. Suddenly, he reached out and scooped the xiuxian into his arms, and in the next moment, his figure swiftly retreated backward. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's movement, Xuanhuan's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to chase, a shadow was suddenly flung toward him. Instinctively, he caught it, only to discover it was the xiuxian itself. At this moment, the black patterns on the snow beast's body had completely vanished, and its previously weakened breath had stabilized. At that very moment, a whistling sound echoed through the jungle. Thank you, Xuanhuan brother, for your generous gift. I'll be sure to return the favor another day. Watching Ouyang Yuye's retreating figure, Xuanhuan's face remained dark and unreadable. After a moment's pause, the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint, meaningful smile. He truly is a cautious one. Chapter 257, Being Tracked. Just as Ouyang Yuye had left, several figures darted out from the jungle. When their gazes fell upon the scene, they discovered that these people were precisely the others from Diyuan City, who had previously been lured away by the monkey. At this moment, the expressions of these 6 individuals were extremely grim. They had never imagined that even with all 6 of them working together, they couldn't catch a monkey that seemed only to be at the 3rd soul rank. Instead, they were led by the monkey in circles through the jungle, eventually losing track of it. Not only did they fail, but they also ended up looking utterly disheveled and embarrassed. For these soul cultivators, it was undoubtedly a grave humiliation. Boss. At this moment, they spotted Xuanhuan, whose expression was quite dejected. Immediately, they surrounded him. At this moment, Xuanhuan was completely stripped of his earlier composed and calm demeanor. His clothing bore traces of damage, his breath was unsteady, and at a single glance, he clearly had just gone through a fierce battle. Boss, who did this to you? Maluo, Xuanhuan said with a bitter smile. As his words fell, astonished murmurs rippled through the group. Maluo's strength has clearly improved greatly compared to before, and his dark alchemy body has also been cultivated to a certain effective level. It's normal that I was defeated by him. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present darkened even further. They hadn't expected that even Mo had been bested by Maluo. And this was only Maluo, the second son of the Mo family. The power of the eldest, Mo could only be imagined as even more terrifying. What about the map fragment? At this moment, one of the young men beside them asked, drawing the attention of the surrounding group toward Xuanhuan. This was, after all, what they were most concerned about. It's already been taken away by Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan said with a helpless tone, clearly feeling quite bitter about the situation. Even he felt a deep sense of frustration. It was like losing both the bride and the army. Xuanhuan, is that the leader of the xiuxian squad whom our master warned us to be careful of? Hearing this, a young man beside him spoke up in question. Yeah, that fellow does indeed possess some skill. Even I couldn't be certain of keeping him around. Maluo acted only after I and Ouyang fought each other to mutual exhaustion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in such a wretched state. Luckily, Maluo didn't manage to take the map fragment. Otherwise, it might have caused us some serious trouble. Besides, I've got a rough idea of who that mysterious person is now. You're saying that mysterious figure is Ouyang? Someone guessed upon hearing this. I think the only person who would take an interest in the map fragment besides us is him. Mo1 replied nonchalantly with a shrug of his shoulders. Should we take care of him while he's not far away yet? A young man suddenly proposed. No need. I've left a mark on the fragment. Besides, he's also injured. I think he can't go far for a while. Although many disciples are already aware of the fragment's existence and function, I believe only 4 factions actually have a peace for now. They would be the Jinyuan Institute's Qinglin Squad and the Xianxian Workshop, as well as the Liangyuan Institute's Jinding City and the Su family town. The other 2 should be Luangmeishan and Ouyang, right? Someone guessed. Precisely. And the fact that Ouyang could locate us means he likely already had 2 fragments, or even more beforehand. So, let's focus first on restoring our strength. As for Ouyang, so long as the mark isn't removed, tracking him down will be easy enough. With all of us together, we'll definitely be able to take him down, once and for all. Saying this, Mo1 was the first to sit cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and tossed it into his mouth, beginning to heal his injuries. After him, the other several exchanged glances, smiled bitterly, and likewise sat cross-legged. The jungle once again fell silent, though the boiling soul energy around them made it easy to sense the hidden killing intent lurking within. On the other side of the forest, 2 figures sliced swiftly through the darkness. As they passed, the sound they produced shattered the previous stillness of the night. These 2 figures were none other than the departing Ouyang and Mu Lingshan. A red glow swept past, but Ouyang's expression showed not the slightest hint of triumph at their escape. Glancing behind, he found no unusual fluctuations, and his brows instinctively furrowed. After repelling Maluo, he had clearly sensed a sliver of killing intent coming from Mo1, although Mo had intentionally masked it quite faintly. Yet for someone with Ouyang's keen senses, the sensation was still vividly perceivable. Therefore, when he realized that Mo1 had actually allowed him to leave, and even let him take the map fragment, he couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't believe Mo had suddenly developed a conscience. Thus, Mo1's true intentions were indeed thought-provoking. Did he really intend to let me go? You're being followed, the Yuchan king stated indifferently. What? Upon hearing this, Ouyang was immediately startled. His gaze swept all around, but he saw no figures or fluctuations in soul energy anywhere. It should be a bloodline seal on the fragment, the Yuchan king warned. Upon hearing this, Ouyang immediately retrieved the fragment. Sure enough, on its edge, he spotted something resembling a blood droplet, stubbornly clinging to it like a parasite. It was clearly the seal mark. With a slight perception, he could already sense the soul energy fluctuation coming from it, which made his expression instantly tighten. Instantly, his mind stirred, and the yin-yang twin fish within his body stirred as well. A wisp of pure yang fire emerged, forming a flame the size of a finger. He pressed it onto the fragment, surrounding the blood droplet with flames. He had previously tested the fragment with fire and found it impervious to both fire and water, so he wasn't worried about damaging it. But to his astonishment, as the flames rose, the blood droplet strangely began to twitch. Just as the seal mark was burned away, it immediately reformed itself. Finding that this technique had no effect, Ouyang slightly furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the seal mark to be this persistent. This is a refined blood essence seal. Unless the caster dies or your cultivation level surpasses his by an entire tier, it's impossible to remove. This sealing technique is actually quite rare. I didn't expect anyone to still practice it, the Xiuxian king said, his tone becoming increasingly solemn. As for letting you go, I guess he probably realized he couldn't subdue you at that moment, so he placed the seal instead. He's likely waiting for reinforcements before coming after you again. That would be more strategic. Xuanhuan nodded silently, confirming his suspicions. What the Xiuxian king said made complete sense and matched exactly with his own thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Is there no other way to remove it?" "There is, but it's quite complicated. By the time you manage to remove it, they'll probably have already found you," the Xiuxian king replied. "Now that really is troublesome," Xuanhuan muttered with slight frustration. He clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat troubled. If the seal couldn't be removed, he wouldn't be having a peaceful time anytime soon. Being monitored by someone at any moment was the thing he disliked most. After a moment of silent contemplation, realizing there was no effective way to deal with the seal, he decided to simply ignore it for now. His priority now was to find a relatively secluded shelter. Although the external injuries from the previous battle were insignificant thanks to his strong physical body, his internal injuries couldn't be delayed. Neglecting these subtle issues could potentially cause great problems in his future cultivation, something he absolutely wanted to avoid. Just then, a shadow suddenly darted from behind him, leaping across several tree trunks before landing steadily on Xuanhuan's shoulder. It was the monkey that had been chasing them all the way. Shook them off. Xuanhuan glanced slightly at the monkey and noticed it also bore minor wounds, obviously left from when those people pursued him. Fortunately, the injuries weren't serious, but even so, it caused Xuanhuan great concern. Upon hearing the question, the monkey let out a chirp and nodded. In its beast-like eyes flickered a glimmer of disdain, clearly thinking it was excessive to involve an ancient divine beast like itself to deal with those people. "You did well." He gently patted the monkey's head, a fond smile momentarily crossing his face. "Go, where do we go next?" Just then, Xuanhuan, who had silently followed behind him, suddenly asked. Find a place to hide. I need to heal." Before the words had even finished, they suddenly saw the monkey cry out and point in a certain direction, its meaning obvious. "You know where it is?" Seeing the monkey's actions, Xuanhuan was slightly startled. But when he saw the monkey nod, a delighted expression quickly surfaced on his face. "Great. Lead the way." With a slight twitch of his shoulder, the monkey's body shot forward. Right behind followed Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. Needless to say, the monkey's senses and memory proved exceptionally strong. In just about half a quarter hour, the three figures followed the monkey and located a cave. Seeing this cave, Xuanhuan finally gave a slight nod of satisfaction and, together with Xuanhuan, stepped inside. As soon as they entered, the damp and stale smell of the cave made the girl cough and hurriedly retreat. Even Xuanhuan felt somewhat overwhelmed by the smell, clearly caused by years of isolation and abandonment, giving the cave a wild, untouched feel. Finally, after building a fire, the suffocating odor was completely removed. "Go. I've set up a formation at the cave's entrance to conceal it. You can focus on cultivating. I'll guard you," Xuanhuan spoke up. Not even half a meal's time later, Xuanhuan ran into the cave from the entrance. As she spoke, a faint bitter expression appeared on her pretty face. That formation had cost her more than 10 horn stones, which made her feel a slight pang of regret. Of course, if Xuanhuan knew that this girl was actually feeling Xinke, over having wasted more than 10 horn stones setting up a formation for his sake, he would likely be quite annoyed. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan also felt a warm sensation in his heart. "While I'm cultivating, don't wander off if needed, you can bring the monkey along with you." After saying this, under the gaze of Xuanhuan's displeased expression, he slightly tugged at the end of her ponytail before shaking his sleeves violently, wrapping himself in the myriad phenomena of the fengzuan, and transforming into a whirl of horn stones spiraling upward. Chapter 258, Fifth Layer of the Soul Master. Just as the Wang stone shot forth, a series of whistling sounds followed closely behind. Soon, the Wang stone transformed into streaks of glowing light swirling above Xuanhuan's head. At the same time, a powerful primordial aura abruptly spread outward from that area. As the Wang stone shot out, Xuanhuan's mind stirred slightly, and his soul consciousness immediately rushed into his body. After the previous battle, he had sustained quite serious internal injuries. Thus, tending to his wounds was the top priority. The moment his soul consciousness entered his body, Xuanhuan saw beneath the taiji fish symbol a dense mass of dark mist struggling wildly under the edge of the dual fish. It writhed like countless spirit snakes, desperately trying to escape their grasp. However, each time the dark mist attempted to break free, the taiji fish trembled violently, releasing streaks of black flames that surged forth. The black mist seemed to be deeply fearful of the flames and quickly recoiled. This repeated struggle prevented the mist from further invading his body, but the black flames also proved unable to completely destroy it. Gradually, even the glow from the taiji fish grew weaker. As if sensing Xuanhuan's soul consciousness entering, the dark mist became even more frantic, violently shaking as though trying to break free. The taiji fish, stirred up by its struggle, grew unstable and restless. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's expression darkened. Immediately, he activated the taiji fish again, summoning sharp streaks of black flames that darted out like great black serpents, mouths wide open as they devoured the mist. To his surprise, however, the flames, which should have been the mist's natural enemy, were ineffective this time. Instead, they clashed without making significant progress. Watching this unfold, Xuanhuan's heart sank. He had dealt with dark mist before, but what he hadn't anticipated was that the mist from Mara was far stronger than that from Bafeng, to the point where even his black flames struggled to contain it. Although Xuanhuan could neutralize the alchemy of darkness using his black flames, it now appeared that doing so came at a steep price. Each use of the black flames caused the mist to be drawn inward, merging into his body along with the flames. Refining it again proved extremely difficult, a true 1,000 enemies slain at the cost of 800 allies technique. After successfully breaking Mara's alchemy of darkness, the returning black flames had also absorbed some dark mist into his body, which Xuanhuan had promptly suppressed. Unfortunately, this rendered his internal soul energy temporarily unusable. If Vuojin had chosen to attack him at that moment, he truly would have been in danger. It was precisely because of Vuojin's caution that he missed the best opportunity to capture Xuanhuan. Kid, try the Wang cheat. At that moment, the voice of the Jade Toad King suddenly echoed from within his body, making Xuanhuan instantly alert. Desperate times called for desperate measures. If he couldn't eliminate these nuisances, his abilities would surely be severely compromised, and next time he met Vin and the others, escaping wouldn't be so easy. Immediately, his mind stirred, and the dormant Wog heart suddenly shot forth, darting directly over the Taiji fish, spinning wildly. As it rotated, Xuanhuan felt a surge of wild, ancient energy dispersing throughout his body. Then, streams of brownish qi began spewing outward, completely replacing his soul energy under the propulsion of the Great Wang spirit formula. In an instant, it spread to every corner of his body. The moment the Wang qi emerged and made contact with his physical body, it released a series of roaring, howling sounds. The qi shrew was powerful enough to momentarily halt the squirming dark mist. Seeing this, Xuanhuan hardened his resolve and relaxed his control over the Taiji fish. As the yadru eased, the dark mist below surged forward violently, spreading wildly toward every part of his body in a bid to take over. You dare cause trouble here. With a low shout, his mind stirred again. Immediately, the surrounding Wang qi rushed together wildly, forming a massive net-like force drawing everything inward from all directions. The area covered was vast, so even as the mist tried to spread, it was quickly halted and entangled by the converging Wang qi. The moment the Wang qi was unleashed, it collided violently with the black mist. Corrosion spread rapidly, and a series of sizzling sounds burst out. However, to Xuanhuan's delight, the Wang qi was far superior to soul energy. Its raw power was truly worthy of being called primordial. Faced with the encroaching black mist, it swept forward with brute force, overwhelming it. Then, the Wog heart trembled again, sending out more waves of Wang qi that quickly enveloped the mist. At this point, it looked as if the mist were trapped inside a massive brown sack, helpless no matter how violently it writhed. Seeing the Wang qi suppress the black mist, Xuanhuan's face lit up with relief. Without hesitation, he manipulated the sack of Wang qi slightly, squeezing out a thin thread of black mist like toothpaste. The moment it escaped, it was devoured by the waiting black flames outside and completely refined. Although the process was tedious, it was very safe, so Xuanhuan remained patient. Truth be told, apart from its toxicity, the black mist contained an incredible amount of energy. As it was refined, wave after wave of pure energy was absorbed by the Wang qi and returned to the Wog heart. With this continuous reinforcement, the Wang heart began to expand slightly. Inside the cave, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by numerous rotating Wog stones circling his body. As they spun, they transformed into streaks of brownish light that twisted and converged, all of which he unhesitatingly absorbed into his body. If someone were to witness this scene, they would surely gasp in shock. The Wang qi contained in the Wang stones was indeed of great benefit to cultivation, yet to consume it so recklessly as Xuanhuan did, there likely was no second person in the heavens and earth who dared do the same. As he absorbed more and more Wang qi, his aura could clearly be felt gradually rising. Streams of brown energy swirled around his body, and golden lights faintly shimmered across his skin. Simultaneously, a series of horrifying dragon scales flickered into existence over his body, causing his external injuries to heal visibly at an accelerated rate. As the cultivation continued, numerous intricate black light spots suddenly appeared on Xuanhuan's body, beginning to squirm along the surface of his skin. They looked as though they were trying to force their way out of his body entirely, making his skin appear grotesque and terrifying. Just then, the Wanshang Fangjin suddenly vibrated violently, and the white barrier surrounding Xuanhuan immediately flared with intense light, emitting numerous white bands that writhed up and down his body. His aura became significantly more refined, and as this cleansing process continued, the black spots were completely forced out of his body, instantly transforming into streaks of black mist that dispersed into the air. Soon after, a series of crackling sounds echoed through the space. Almost done. A low murmur escaped from his lips as he suddenly shifted his hands resting on his knees. His fingers then interlocked rapidly, forming a sequence of profound hand seals. In an instant, his entire body trembled violently, and a sea of wild Wang qi erupted from within. A blood drop-shaped mark also appeared on his forehead, the mysterious Wang heart. However, its current appearance was vastly different from before. The originally blood-like droplet had already begun transforming. The moment the Wog heart emerged, the surrounding Wang qi seemed to be affected as well, suddenly surging with activity. Trembling violently, it responded as if summoned, rushing uncontrollably into the mark on his forehead. As the Wang qi poured in, the previously blood drop-shaped mark began changing rapidly, faintly forming the appearance of a seed-like shape. However, The process of solidification was clearly very difficult. Between fading and reappearing, bursts of chaotic Wang Qi continued surging outward. At that moment, a low shout suddenly erupted from Ouyang Yuye's mouth. Then, the surrounding Wang stones that had been rotating violently exploded one by one, instantly transforming into streams of wild Wang Qi that writhed and twisted before converging like a torrential flood straight into the mark on his forehead. Under this overwhelming surge, the previously dim mark suddenly paused, then sharpened in clarity. The moment the mark fully formed, a roar suddenly erupted from deep within his body, followed by a new surge of power far denser than before, rising forcefully from within Ouyang Yuye. However, when this surge of energy reached its peak, it suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, halting its further ascent. Yet, rather than despair, Ouyang Yuye's face lit up as if recalling something. Immediately, he flicked his sleeve and once more sent forth several Wang stones soaring outward. A hoarse growl echoed as the Wang stone shattered once more, rushing violently into Ouyang Yuye's body. Just as the wave of Wang Qi surged downward, a sudden muffled explosion rang out, making Ouyang Yuye's heart tighten instantly. Before he could fully react, he saw the fully saturated energy rise again, and his strength soared abruptly at that moment. Under the vast surging power, he couldn't help but release a pleased soft hum. This energy was even denser than in his prime state. Soulsmith, 5th tier. Chapter 259, The Old Man in Hempen Ropes. Inside the cave, along with the settling of rising breath, Ouyang Yuye's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, a sharp glint flashing across his pupils before vanishing in an instant. He clenched his fist, and instantly, a crisp sound of bones grinding echoed. Feeling the surging power coursing through his palm, a satisfied curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Glancing down at the faint brownish luster flickering across his skin, he smacked his lips. Through the tempering of the Wang stone, he could feel that his physical strength had advanced another level. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 5th tier of soul manifestation. Without a doubt, this was excellent news for him. Suddenly, as if he had just recalled something, he swiped his index finger lightly across his forehead, whereupon a seed-like mark suddenly emerged. Immediately after, a primordial aura began to spread from within his body. The Wang seed. Feeling the boiling Wang energy within him, Ouyang Yuye exhaled deeply, though his voice betrayed an indescribable delight. This injury had indeed been a blessing in disguise. It not only enhanced his strength, but also advanced his Wang heart once again, reaching the stage of Wang seed. It was already possible now to freely alternate between soul force and Guang energy. His control over Gong energy had vastly improved. Even Ouyang Rue, the prodigy of the Ouyang clan, had only achieved a Wang heart, while he had already obtained Wang seed. Though merely at the initial stage of Wang seed, his starting point alone had surpassed others. He suppressed his excitement, sealed away the Wang seed, then stretched widely, stood up, and when he glanced around, he saw Mu Tian mewling at a distance. The girl appeared to be sitting upright, yet somehow had fallen asleep without warning, her head nodding up and down like a pecking chick, a string of glistening drool dangling from the corner of her mouth. Seeing her in such a state, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but smile slightly. Gazing at her peacefully sleeping face, a flicker of confusion flashed in his eyes. Could it be that she had been sleeping all this time while he was cultivating? This girl is truly unreliable. He sighed helplessly. If relying on her to guard him during cultivation, it was likely the enemy could reach right before her, and she'd still be snoring. Without waking her up, he proceeded toward the cave entrance. As soon as he stepped forward, the originally transparent opening suddenly shimmered with a blue glow, followed by countless sharp blue ice crystals erupting from beneath the ground. Ouyang Yuye's expression changed dramatically. He abruptly pulled back his extended leg. He gazed apprehensively at the hovering, faintly translucent blue film at the cave mouth, muttering inwardly how lucky he was to react quickly. He could have had his leg frozen solid otherwise. Could this be the array set up by this girl? Eyeing the strange blue crystals sealing the cave entrance with intrigue, he suddenly felt tempted to test the strength of these crystals. He flicked his arm and transformed it instantly into a ferocious dragon's claw, covered with a layer of illusory, golden-yellow dragon scales, appearing rather majestic. Clearly, the strength of this dragon claw was incomparable to what it had been before. Letting out a low growl, the yang flame within his body ignited and surged forth. With no flashy movements, he threw a punch directly at the blue crystal. A dull bang echoed. The immense force caused the entire cave to tremble slightly. Ice chips flew in all directions, and on the surface of the crystal formed a huge, distinct imprint of his fist. Yet, even with his current strength, the crystal remained intact, only slightly marred by the blow. Ouyang Yuye stared in shock. He smacked his lips slightly, unable to deny the effectiveness of this formation. Judging roughly, the ice should be capable of withstanding a full-powered strike from a soul projection expert. With such a defense, the time it could buy him would be quite sufficient for many purposes. Nodding thoughtfully, he mused to himself that this girl must have really poured her resources into this one. He naturally understood that the strength of a formation correlated with the energy sustaining it. The formation's current resilience likely drained quite a lot of Wang stones from the girl, and for someone who treasured Gong stones like her own life, this must have been painfully costly. As he was musing, suddenly, he sensed a sharp gust of wind speeding toward his back. The speed shocked him greatly, and without hesitation, he turned sharply, thrusting out his dragon claw to intercept and crush the oncoming attack midair. After blocking the strike, he saw the furious face of Mu Lingshan opposite him, upon which his lips curled upward into a faint smirk. Brother Yuye. your cultivation is done already. Mu Lingshan looked at Ouyang Yuya, momentarily stunned as well. She had just sensed a fluctuation in the formation, which instantly jolted her awake. When she saw that the person before her was actually Ouyang Yuya, her expression turned briefly astonished. She then turned around and saw that the spot where Ouyang Yuya had been sitting cross-legged was already empty. A blush of embarrassment rose across her delicate face, and somewhat sheepishly, she spoke. I accidentally fell asleep. She smiled helplessly, then glanced at the light blue crystalline structure behind her. This thing is actually pretty solid. That's for sure. This young lady's. Hearing this, Mu Lingshan's face lit up with a hint of pride. But just as she began speaking, she suddenly recalled something, and her eyes widened dramatically. You triggered it? What's wrong? Seeing the alarm in Mu Lingshan's eyes, Ouyang Yuya asked, puzzled. I forgot to tell you. I don't have a way to break it. As Mu Lingshan's slightly apologetic voice rang out, Ouyang Yuya immediately felt his head spinning with frustration. He had first-hand experience of how hard this substance was. Without a method to break through, he would have to use brute force to smash through it bit by bit. Under Ouyang Yuya's almost devouring gaze, Mu Lingshan lowered her head like a guilty child, making Ouyang Yuya feel even more embarrassed. Kid, there are quite a few approaching presences heading this way. At that moment, xuanhuan suddenly spoke. Oh, how many? Can you sense them? Ouyang Yuya immediately grew alert, his expression darkening in an instant. There should be at least 5. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Mo1, xuanhuan warned. They arrived quicker than expected. Muttering in annoyance, his gaze fell upon the ice crystals. There was no choice now but to break through this barrier. If they waited until the enemies surrounded them, they'd be cornered like fish in a pond. With the opponents having superior numbers, escape would be impossible. Unexpectedly, the girl's good intentions had become their biggest current complication. Try using the dual element flame. It should be able to crack this. Hearing xuanhuan's reminder, Ouyang Yuya immediately realized. He placed a single palm onto the icy crystal, once again activating the yin-yang taiji within his body. As he channeled his energy, the red and blue lights wildly intertwined, gradually turning pitch black. Simultaneously, a surge of black flame erupted from his body, surging outward from his palm. At the moment the black flames flared, the ice crystal began slowly melting around his hand, like snow under the sun. Soon, black flames wildly danced across the icy surface. Under Mu Lingshan's astonished gaze, the previously indestructible ice crystal gradually dissipated. Once the black flames were retracted, Ouyang Yuya turned and looked at Mu Lingshan. He saw that her eyes were wide, her mouth hanging open as if it could swallow an egg, her expression comically exaggerated. Quickly, let's go. If we don't hurry, we'll be too late. With a low shout, he shot forward, and right behind him, a still stunned Mu Lingshan quickly followed. Why are we running? Mu Lingshan asked perplexedly on the way. She really couldn't understand why Ouyang Yuya had decided to flee. Mo1 and the others are chasing us. At her exclamation, Mu Lingshan's face instantly turned pale and bloodless. Don't worry, everything will be fine. They're not close to us yet. Seeing Mu Lingshan's deathly pale expression, Ouyang Yuya gave a faint smile and glanced back, his own expression growing slightly grim. Did they catch up yet? Yeah, they must have noticed your direction change. Now they're heading toward this way, xuanhuan replied. Annoying pests. Cursing under his breath, Ouyang Yuya suddenly pushed hard off the ground with the tip of his foot, greatly increasing his speed as his body shot forward once more. Stop. Suddenly, xuanhuan's voice rang out urgently. At the sound of his urgent tone, Ouyang Yuya's footsteps instantly halted. The abrupt stop caused Mu Lingshan, following behind him, to crash into him, grumbling as she rubbed her forehead. However, seeing Ouyang Yuya's heavy expression, she obediently remained silent. Somebody's here, xuanhuan simply said. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's eyes darkened instantly. He cast wary glances around him, scanning the area carefully, yet could detect no figure, not even the faintest presence. There's no need to look further. This person is extremely powerful. Even I can't pinpoint his exact location. I only vaguely sense that he has been following us all along. But judging from the situation, he probably doesn't have hostile intentions. xuanhuan explained. Upon hearing those words, Ouyang Yuya nodded lightly, though inside his heart was in a violent uproar. For xuanhuan to offer such a remark, the identity of the approaching person was highly suspect. Suppressing the rising doubts in his heart, he suddenly raised his fists toward the empty air in a respectful gesture, and a deep voice echoed through the jungle. You followed me for so long. It's time you stepped out. Hee, indeed, you've got some skill. It wasn't in vain for this old man to accompany you all the way. A somewhat abrupt voice suddenly sounded right after Ouyang Yuya finished speaking. At once, Ouyang Yuya sharply lifted his head, only to see a figure strangely stepping out from space itself. It was as though he had just crossed through the very fabric of space. Glancing at that figure, he was greatly startled to find that the person who arrived was actually an old man in coarse clothing with a long white beard. Upon seeing this person, Ouyang Yuya felt his very soul force instantly constrict. Immediately, a feeling of terror surged out from within his body. Chapter 260, Master Yin. Just as the old man in coarse robes stepped forward, Ouyang Yuya saw that even space itself rippled slightly at his movement, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Space power. The moment the old man appeared, even the Jade Toad King severed its mental connection with him. This was an extremely rare action for the usually arrogant Jade Toad King, who had never done so even when facing the Kingmen. This alone indicated that the old man's strength must be exceptional. Even the Jade Toad King considered him a formidable opponent. Greetings, senior. Though Ouyang Yu didn't know the old man's identity, out of respect for his formidable power, he still addressed him with evident deference. After all, the pressure exuding from the old man made him feel extremely uneasy. Moreover, the ability to manipulate space power wasn't trivial. Ouyang didn't think for a second that the old man could be anything but extraordinary. Everyone knew that Skywalk was the trademark of a Land Soul Master, whereas the use of space power indicated a Sky Soul Master rank. Faced with such a quasi-Sky Soul Master, even Ouyang felt a chill in his heart. As he finished speaking, the old man turned his gaze toward him. When the sharp glare locked onto Ouyang Yu, he immediately felt his circulating soul power constrict. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify instantly. Under this overwhelming pressure, a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight up to his brain. It felt as though every part of his body was being peered into, making him dare not move even a single muscle. At that moment, the myriad form vase inside him gave off a faint tremble. It then shot out a beam of white light, forming a white energy shield over Ouyang's body, successfully resisting the old man's piercing pressure and dissipating the heavy aura. A faint sounded out as the old man's face revealed a touch of astonishment. He hadn't expected Ouyang Yu to actually repel the pressure. Then, an interested gleam appeared in his expression. Instantly, the aura surged upward and gathered as a swirling pressure, targeting Ouyang Yu. As the oppressive energy rose, Ouyang Yu sensed it immediately. The pressure rolled across his body like sharp gusts of wind, pricking his skin painfully. Although Ouyang Yu didn't understand the old man's intentions, he was certain the latter was testing him. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly raised his head. His pupils flickered with a red and blue luster, making the two eyes, one blue and one red, look horrifying. Simultaneously, a sharp, powerful aura surged out of his body, manifesting as golden dragon scales forming over his surface and once again countering the pressure. Dragon Clan. Seeing the dragon scales covering Ouyang Yu's skin, the old man was visibly shocked. His figure vanished instantly and reappeared eerily in front of Ouyang Yu. A bony hand reached forward to grab his arm. Linshan, retreat quickly. Witnessing the old man's movement, Ouyang Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately pulled back Mu Linshan, who had frozen beside him, and both quickly retreated. Fortunately, the earlier pressure had been directed solely at him. If that same force had struck Mu Linshan, the little girl would have certainly been gravely injured. However fast Ouyang moved, the old man seemed leisurely strolling through a garden, and his hand followed as persistently as a leech. Ouyang found himself unable to evade the attack. Thus, with a sudden flip of his palm, he gently slapped Mu Linshan's shoulder, sending her flying outward without regard for her dazed condition. His right arm transformed instantly into a dragon arm, and he swung a powerful punch directly at the old man's hand. The surrounding air rumbled with a mishang sound, as though explosions were barely contained in the air around him. Yet, facing Ouyang's sharp strike, the old man only smiled slightly, his palm opening and effortlessly seizing the dragon arm. Then, with a slight twist of the old man's hand, a gentle breeze-like force neutralized the momentum of Ouyang Yu's punch. Right at that moment, the monkey on his shoulder suddenly roared furiously, its beastly eyes turning a blood red. Little one, no need to be angry. I won't harm him. Seeing the monkey's reaction, the old man smiled slightly and turned his gaze back to Ouyang Yu. Remarkable power, he praised, then released Ouyang Yu's arm with a chuckle. This seems to be a body cultivation martial art, but it's unfortunately incomplete. Otherwise, combined with your dragon's blood, it would have reached its full potential. The old man seemed to mutter something, but to Ouyang Yu's ears, it was like a thunderclap. His dragon's blood essence had always been a well-kept secret, yet now, just with a single glance, this old man had detected it. What's wrong? Little one, are you so surprised? Seeing the shock and doubt flickering in Ouyang Yu's pupils, the old man's lips curled into a meaningful smile. You can't hide anything from me. And what surprised me even more is that you really do have quite a few hidden tricks up your sleeve. As he spoke, the robed elder gazed at Ouyang Yu like a hunter eyeing prey, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I do not understand what Senior is saying. No matter. Dual elemental heart, dragon's blood, TSK. This generation of younglings is getting fiercer by the day. Listening to the old man's murmuring, Ouyang Yu forcefully suppressed the storm of thoughts inside him and fixed his gaze on the elder. I wonder what business Senior has with me. I am a mentor of the Alchemy Institute. You may call me Master Iin. Seeing Ouyang's caution, the old man seemed even more pleased, as though he couldn't wait to devour Ouyang alive. Master Iin? Hearing the mentor's name, Ouyang Yu hesitated for a moment, his expression turning peculiar. He hadn't expected anyone to bear such a name, especially not such an elegant old man who appeared almost celestial in aura. If this were to spread, it might be rather scandalous. Thinking thus, he murmured it aloud, softly but still clearly enough for the mentor to hear. It's Iin. E as in the first in the sequence, Iin as in the third in the earthly branches. Don't twist the pronunciation of my name, you brat. Seeing the expression on Ouyang Yu's face, the old man immediately understood the young fellow's misinterpretation. He bristled with indignation and hastily clarified. This explanation eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. Yes, Senior Iin. May I ask, what is it you need with this junior? As Ouyang Yu spoke, he intentionally pronounced the name, Iin, more clearly, which enraged the old man to the point of a surge of blood rising to his chest. I won't bicker with a brat like you. The reason I came to find you is to ask if you'd be interested in joining the Alchemy Institute. I can personally accept you as my senior disciple. What do you say? The Alchemy Institute. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected a mentor from the Alchemy Institute to approach him personally, nor that the elder had likely been watching him for quite some time. As though reading his mind, the old man smiled faintly. Don't be alarmed. I haven't followed you for just a day or two. Someone daring enough to seize prey right from under the four great factions isn't an ordinary fellow. Besides, your temperament and patience are admirable. Your strength isn't particularly high, but your combat prowess is impressive. And you possess a dual elemental heart, mastering both soul arts and alchemy. A youngling like you is not someone easily found. Had you not detected me first today, I might have waited a little longer. As he spoke, admiration filled the old man's tone. At this, Ouyang Yuye's mind swirled with countless thoughts. Truthfully, he had already considered the choice between the Alchemy Institute and the Refinement Institute long ago. Although the Refinement Institute was comparatively more powerful, it was still ultimately a bit unstable for him. As for the Alchemy Institute, aside from the issue of security, what mattered most was the whereabouts of the second scroll of the Dahuang Lingjue. Though it had been a long time and the other scroll might not even exist anymore, Ouyang Yuye was unwilling to miss any opportunity. Even though he had already made his decision inwardly, he remained unfamiliar with the Alchemy Institute. He knew next to nothing about it. To pledge discipleship so easily wouldn't be in his nature. Seeing Ouyang hesitate, the old man didn't press him. Instead, with a wave of his sleeve, he tossed out a golden token. Ouyang Yuye caught it. Imprinted on the token was a bright golden character Jin, instantly capturing his attention. This is the golden token of the Alchemy Institute, only available to those disciples under the Institute's protection. If you encounter danger, crush it, and help will arrive. As for your final answer, I shall wait for you at the end of the jungle. Haha. As he spoke, the old man suddenly raised his brows, then shook his head with resignation. Oh well, I shall help you resolve this little trouble this time. Without waiting for Ouyang Yuye to react, the old man waved his hand, and immediately a fragment of a map shot out from Ouyang's spatial pouch, the one marked with Mo1's seal. With a swift motion, the old man brushed his dry fingers across it. A ripple shimmered across the map, erasing the mark entirely before it was tossed back to Ouyang Yuye. Alright, I can only help you this much. If I interfere any further, those stubborn old fools will surely start grumbling again. Saying this, the old man turned to leave, but suddenly seemed to recall something and raised a faint, meaningful curve of his lips toward Ouyang Yuye. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, those companions of yours before entering the jungle are in quite a dire situation, I'm afraid. To draw you out, the forces from the Refinement Institute have made quite an effort. As for the final ownership of the Seal Heaven formation chart, many eyes are watching. If you manage to claim it, it will bring you no small benefit. As he spoke, he took one step forward, and with a ripple in space, his figure vanished once again. Watching the elder finally disappear into the distance, Ouyang Yuye's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 261, Probing. Although the words of Instructor Na-In had been quite veiled, they posed no barrier for Ouyang Yuye to fully grasp their meaning. It was clear now that the news of his collecting the fragments had been discovered by the so-called Four Great Powers. Now that they couldn't capture him directly, it seemed they had already started going after the people close to him. Of course, he didn't think it was the Refinement Academy that had made the move. After all, they were facing an even thornier issue on the side of the Gold Academy. Therefore, the parties that might take interest in him and believe themselves capable of swallowing him whole were, apart from the Diyuan city, where Mo1, the one chasing him relentlessly, was based, probably only the land of chaos and devils. These damn nuisances. Thinking this, his heart turned gloomy. The land of chaos and devils had always been like a thorn in his side, constantly threatening him, sending chills down his spine. Is Big Brother Yuye worried about the safety of your companions? At this time, Mo Lingshan, who was standing beside him, asked. If that's the case, let's go check the central area of the jungle. I think that since something of this scale has happened, it won't be able to remain undetected by anyone. So, as long as we run into some of the other participants around, I should be able to find out about their whereabouts, or even figure out who took action. Mo Lingshan continued after seeing Ouyang Yuye nodding. Her suggestion sparked a flicker of understanding in his mind. Since the enemy's target was himself, capturing Chunlin and the others was probably just bait. The faster the information spread, the better for them. With this in mind, he nodded at once and gave Lingshan a pat on the head, laughing as she showed a reluctant expression. You little girl, quite smart, huh? Of course, and I'm not that small anymore. Mo Lingshan smacked Ouyang Yuye's big hand off her head and protested, her little act amusing him greatly. Kid, someone is coming. Just then, xuanhuan's voice rang out abruptly. Ouyang Yuye frowned slightly, and without hesitation, took a reluctant Mo Lingshan and fled swiftly. You finally decided to come out now? On the way, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help smirking. Heck kid, don't blame me. That old man probably has the strength of a sky spirit cultivator, far beyond what the two of us can handle. If he found out about my existence, today would bring you even more trouble. Haha, though you do have a bit of dogshit luck. That old man seems quite fond of you. Being his disciple probably won't be too bad, said xuanhuan. You could hear our conversation? Ouyang Yuye was slightly taken aback and asked with confusion. He distinctly remembered that xuanhuan had cut off their mental link. Haha, I possess boundless supernatural abilities. Little things like a mere sky spirit cultivator aren't worth this old man's attention. Back in the day, I used to fry heaven-level spirit masters like peanuts. As for your conversation just now, it naturally can't be hidden from me. Besides, I need to keep an eye on you, boy. If that old bastard dares to harm you, I'll be the first to finish him off." Hearing Xuanhuan speak, Ouyang Yuya immediately disregarded him. The fellow was full of hot air, spouting nothing but lies and nonsense. Thinking thus, he turned his head to glance behind them. "Don't worry, they can't catch up." At this moment, Mo Lingshan suddenly spoke. When she noticed Ouyang Yuya's questioning gaze, she gave a proud little smile. "I set up a formation on their only path. Though it isn't very complicated, it's perfect for trapping people." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya turned to look at Mo Lingshan, whose face was shining with excitement. He could only give a helpless glance, as if ever since this girl started following him, she liked to trick and entrap people deliberately, making Ouyang Yuya rather embarrassed, although he couldn't deny that she had helped him immensely in many cases. He tugged Mo Lingshan's pigtail slightly, then dashed off. "All right then, let's head toward the central part of the jungle and take a look." Saying so, he leaped forward, with Mo Lingshan grumbling behind him but quickly catching up. In a flash, one figure clad in red and another in blue vanished into the depths of the jungle. Just after Ouyang Yuya and Mo Lingshan left, the sound of rushing wind filled the air, and soon, 6 figures appeared at the spot where Ouyang Yuya had just stood. They were Xiuxian and the others who had been chasing them relentlessly. At this moment, Xiuxian, leading the group at the front, carefully examined the surroundings, his expression rather grim. "Boss, why have we stopped?" a young man behind asked, seeing the hesitation. "The mark has vanished." It was only after a long moment that Xiuxian finally spoke, his tone rather grim, disbelief evident in his expression. He knew better than anyone just how persistent the mark he had cast was, and yet Ouyang Yuya had managed to remove it, a feat that puzzled him greatly. As soon as Xiuxian's words fell, the expressions of the surrounding few turned rather ugly. The sheer difficulty of dealing with Ouyang Yuya truly startled them all. It might just be temporarily blocked. After all, his strength is still a considerable gap from mine. Anyway, let's continue chasing them. Perhaps they haven't gone far, using this as a cover. Yes. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, Xiuxian's expression suddenly changed, and before the surrounding people could register their astonishment, he hastily retreated. A thick yellowish beam of light abruptly erupted from directly in front of Xiuxian, streaking forth like lightning toward his face. At the same time, it seemed the beam triggered a chain reaction, as many more beams suddenly shot forth from various directions, each tracing a dazzling arc aimed straight at their formation. The sight made the people from Diyuan City flinch visibly. There was no doubt in their minds that under such an intense bombardment, they would be reduced to dust. "Be careful!" Xiuxian barked a low command. Instantly, a sulfur cannon appeared in his palm. With a clenched fist, a dull pressure surged forth, and a tree stump shot out, colliding head-on with the beam of light. At the same time, the others also launched attacks, beams of all colors lighting up, turning into sharp strikes aimed precisely at the descending yellow beams. However, as the attacks made contact with the beams, they discovered their strikes simply passed straight through, as if the beams were intangible. Then the beams fell around them, apparently forming a circular prison, instantly enclosing them. "Oh no, we've been tricked." Realizing this, Xiuxian's expression immediately darkened. Now he realized that those previous beams were just a ruse, completely lacking in attack power. The true purpose of the formation was to trap them here. But by now, it was already too late. The barrier was remarkably resilient. No matter how hard they all worked together, they could only cause the barrier to tremble slightly, nowhere near shattering it entirely. With a furious punch against the barrier, Xiuxian's face grew dark with rage. He hadn't expected Ouyang Yuya to be this cunning. With the time spent here, that fellow would already have escaped far away. And now, having lost the tracking mark and missing their best opportunity to pursue, the next time it would be very difficult indeed to catch up with him. "Crush the jade slip." After a moment's pause, Xiuxian murmured. But, at his words, one of the younger men protested with unwillingness. "There's no but about it. The Marwa must have given this to us anticipating that our pursuit would fail, so they can act themselves. Humph, what a clever plan they've made." As Xiuxian spoke, his expression became somewhat ugly. "If we do this, the land of chaos and devils might take advantage of the opportunity. If Ouyang Yuya truly has 3 fragments of the map, and the land of chaos and devils takes them, they will have 6 complete pieces. That will only worsen our disadvantage, and our Gold Academy will probably fail once again this time. The land of chaos and devils is no pushover, and neither is Ouyang Yuya. Plus, I can sense that that guy has far more tricks up his sleeve. I bet he's prepared something even more dangerous in reserve. Let them fight each other first. We'll just wait and be the fishermen." At Xiuxian's firm tone, the younger man behind him did not argue further. Immediately, he pulled out a pitch-black jade slip and with a sudden tremble of his arm, crushed it. As soon as the jade slip was broken, a thick black beam shot out violently from the shards, instantly breaking through the barrier, shooting skyward with an explosive sound. Looking at that black beam, Xiuxian's lips curled slightly with anticipation. "Marwa, don't disappoint me." Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, Marwa and Ma Cheng sat cross-legged facing each other. At that moment, Marwa's eyes were tightly shut as he meditated. Yet all across his face surged what looked like black flames writhing violently. As the flames writhed, low, suppressed, pained sounds emerged repeatedly from Marwa's mouth. This sort of meditation lasted for several hours before gradually concluding. As he opened his eyes, he once again forced the black flames down, looking visibly exhausted. "How was it?" Ma Cheng suddenly asked beside him. "It's definitely effective, but to completely remove it is extremely difficult. It's the same substance that affected third brother. Looks like he fell because of this." The strangest thing is that this substance has a devouring nature, Marwa said. Take it slow. Luckily, I brought plenty of antidote pills. They should be enough for you to suppress these flames. As for completely removing this thing, let's find Master after we get out. Listening to Ma Cheng's cold tone, Marwa nodded slightly, though a faint glimmer of sharpness flickered across his expression. Just then, his expression suddenly changed, and looking up, he saw a black beam of light slicing through the air before finally shooting into his body. At the sight of this beam, Marwa's expression turned quite complex. It's our turn to act. Oh, beside him, Ma Cheng's eyes abruptly snapped open. They failed. Useless. Can't even capture a single person. Marwa said with obvious sarcasm in his tone. All right, I'll go find Jin Wu and the others. You handle this place. Be careful with Luo Yan. He's definitely not someone easy to deal with. Ma Cheng said. Leave it to me. Immediately after, a thick mist appeared, and Marwa's figure instantly vanished. Following him, Ma Cheng also moved and disappeared, plunging the jungle back into stillness. Chapter 262, Capture. Within the jungle, suddenly two shadows streaked out like two swift beams of light from deep within the woods. As the view drew closer, it became clear that the two figures were none other than Luo Yan, Chunlin, and Huang, the Tiger Spirit Demon Crystal King. At the moment, both Luo Yan and Chunlin had pale faces and showed signs of extreme exhaustion, their breath labored and weak. Even Huang, whose phosphorescent red scales were usually radiant, now looked dim and worn. Numerous bloody wounds covered his tiger-like body, clearly bearing evidence of a fierce battle. Luo Yan's figure darted forward rapidly, occasionally glancing over his shoulder with concern. He glanced at Chunlin, who appeared just as fatigued, and a trace of bitterness showed on his face. Don't worry, he shouldn't be able to catch up anymore, Luo Yan said to Chunlin. Hearing this, Chunlin nodded slightly. Have the two of you finished running yet? Just then, an abrupt voice rang out. Following the voice, under the darkened expressions of Luo Yan and Chunlin, a figure suddenly appeared mysteriously, blocking their path forward. Mo Luo, don't push us too far. Luo Yan glared coldly at the suddenly appeared figure and shouted, his eyes faintly flickering with fury. TCH, Luo Yan, I don't have time to play with you. I'm taking that girl. Mo Luo snickered coldly, then abruptly moved. Dense black mist surged out from his body, and as the mist writhed, his physical body disappeared from sight. In an instant, he reappeared directly in front of Chunlin. His right hand shot forward, reaching straight for her. The speed was so great that Chunlin barely had time to react. Get lost. Just at this moment, Luo Yan let out a cold snort, then flipped his wrist. It transformed into a mustard yellow sulfur cannon. As it vibrated, a layer of earthy shield materialized in front of Chunlin, just like a thick, solid wall, blocking Mo Luo's advancing figure. Then, without hesitation, his body surged forward, his soul force rippling as it transformed into a slender silver flexible sword. Swirling through the air, it created multiple arcs of sword light, aiming directly at Mo Luo's vulnerable spots. Facing Luo Yan's assault, Mo Luo didn't show the slightest sign of yielding. As his sulfur cannon trembled, thick black mist poured out of its mouth, coalescing into a black shield in front of him that enveloped his entire body. A dull sound followed as the arcs of sword energy crashed toward the shield, only to be instantly swallowed by the surging black mist, like attacks lost in a turbulent sea, producing no discernible effect. Yet, despite that, even the brief resistance was sufficient to stop Mo Luo's assault. With this brief moment of delay, Luo Yan quickly pulled Chunlin behind him. Double aspect Luo Yan, you actually have some skill. Mo Luo stared coldly at Luo Yan and sneered. You're not getting involved in the business of the Chaos Demon Mountain. Leave now, or I won't be merciful. TCH, hearing the threat in Luo Yan's words, Mo Luo couldn't help but let out a mocking chuckle. I admit you are indeed strong, but you alone. You probably aren't enough to make me, Mo Luo, retreat. I said it already, I only want the girl. As for you, get lost before I decide to kill you, you bastard. Hearing Mo Luo's sinister words, Luo Yan coldly stared at him. Suddenly, he stomped hard on the ground with his foot, and an abnormally powerful aura exploded from his body like a flood, wrapping around him entirely. Even Mo Luo's expression changed slightly. Soul Scholar 5th rank. I don't care about the affairs of the Chaos Demon Mountain. If the one who came today had been Mo Chung himself, I, Luo Yan, would have accepted defeat. But you, don't think I have no way of dealing with you damned ghosts. As Luo Yan spoke, in the next instant, his body shot forward like a cannonball. In his movement, countless ray-like streaks of rocky essence blasted forth from the sulfur cannon and quickly enveloped his body. The pale white and bluish rocky rays formed a solid armor directly upon Luo Yan's body, radiating a sense of immense, unshakable strength, as if it were a small mountain that could not easily be moved. Overbearing killing fist. With the solidification of the armor, a low cry suddenly roared from Luo Yan's mouth. Immediately, thick waves of earthen yellow soul force surged out, coalescing directly into his fists, forming a swirling and whirling halo around his fists. Laden with an incredibly sharp momentum, it came crashing straight down toward Mo Luo. Wherever his fist passed, it caused explosive, muffled cracking sounds within the air itself, demonstrating extreme lethality. The alchemical art and the martial arts of the Soul Master had blended seamlessly within Luo Yan's body. Such a fierce attack could truly wound a Soul Scholar-level expert. Demonic Spear. However, it was obvious that Mo Luo was no ordinary opponent. Seeing the fist shadow rushing toward him abruptly, Mo Luo's pupils suddenly flickered. Immediately, thick swirls of black mist burst from his sulfur cannon. The mist condensed rapidly into a spear as tall as a man, wielding a savage, sky-splitting momentum as it lunged toward Luo Yin with equal force. The fluctuation it emitted was no less formidable than that of the overbearing killing fist. The shadow of the fist and the shadow of the spear met in an instant, colliding violently with a fierce gust of wind. At the moment of impact, the two beams of light momentarily paused. Then, they erupted into a tempest-like energy wave. The explosive gust expanded outward in all directions, ripping apart the surrounding earth and uprooting tree trunks. The scene was terrifying. With a dull explosion, the green glow on Luo Yan's arm flared brightly. He shattered the spear with a single punch, but his own body was also sent hurtling backward from the ferocious force. The spear's sharp energy left deep cracks across his armor, jagged and snake-like, making the armor appear monstrous and sinister. Blood streaks appeared through the fractures of the armor, clearly indicating that the two had reached a draw. At the instant Luo Yin was pushed back, Mo Luo's figure shot forward like a black mist, dashing toward Qianlin at a horrifying speed. Seeing Mo Luo move, Luo Yin was stunned and quickly reacted, dashing forward in an attempt to intercept Mo Luo and protect Qianlin. I don't want to tangle with you. Get out of my way. Seeing Luo Yin charge again, Mo Luo sneered. His sulfur cannon vibrated, forming a conical whirlpool that surged toward Luo Yin. Facing the attack, Luo Yin had no choice but to halt his forward movement midair. Meanwhile, Mo Luo's main figure continued charging forward relentlessly. His target was still Qianlin. Witnessing Luo Yan's block, Qianlin's face turned pale with fright. Quickly, she flicked her wrist, and her sulfur cannon released several cannonballs toward Mo Luo. Pathetic. In response to Qianlin's resistance, Mo Luo sneered coldly. A surge of black mist erupted from his body, forming a shield in front. As the cannonballs struck the swirling mist, they were immediately absorbed and shattered into fragments. Seeing her attack fail, Qianlin's expression paled. Just as she tried to retreat, Mo Luo's shadow appeared ominously in front of her, a sinister grin curling his lips. How beautiful you are. No wonder someone has taken a fancy to you. I wonder if they'd risk their life for you. Before he could act, a furious roar rang out. Then came Huang, bursting from behind Qianlin. With a snap of his tiger jaws, a column of fire erupted from his mouth, slamming toward Mo Luo's hand. Even an animal dares to attack me. Dodging to the side to avoid the column of fire, Mo Luo's black mist surged again. From it, a pitch-black gust of energy shot out like an arrow, striking Huang's phosphorescent armor directly. The impact sliced through Huang's armor, sending streams of blood gushing forth. Letting out a painful, beastly roar, Huang was flung backward with immense force. Seeing Huang fly through the air like a cannonball, Qianlin screamed in despair, her voice cracking with emotion. She was, after all, still a woman. How could she have ever imagined witnessing such a brutal scene? Better take care of yourself first. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Qianlin, Mo Luo gave a strange cackle. A pale hand resembling a skeleton extended toward Qianlin, aiming to seize her. As the claw approached, a look of hopelessness filled Qianlin's eyes. Never had she imagined the hunting association could be this ruthless. Only now did she truly realize her own weakness. Earlier, they had been 10 strong. After 2 straight days of endless fleeing, the others had been gravely injured and scattered. Only she and Luo Yan had escaped. Without Luo Yan's and Huang's constant protection along the way, she might have already been captured by now. Suddenly, she raised her head and cried out in despair, her voice filled with anguish. Even Luo Yan's eyes turned blood red at the sound, but no miracle occurred. Only the endless silence of the jungle and the echoes of her cry answered back. The next moment, she felt darkness overwhelm her vision and fainted. Mo Luo, if you dare to harm Qianlin, there will be someone who will deal with you. With a slash of his sword, Luo Yan shattered the conical whirlpool. Staring at Mo Luo, who was now carrying Qianlin away, Luo Yan's expression twisted with rage. Oyang. Mo Luo suddenly sneered, and in an instant, thick swirls of black mist surged around him, enveloping his body before he vanished into the jungle. At the exact moment his figure disappeared, a sinister grin echoed throughout the jungle. Tell him, if he wants to save this girl, I'll be waiting for him at the heart of the jungle in 2 days. Chapter 263, Keeping the Appointment. Since that day, news of Mara kidnapping Qianlin and publicly declaring that Oyang Yuya must come to redeem her quickly spread among the competing disciples. Perhaps to attract Oyang Yuya out, the rumors were deliberately spread everywhere. Before long, the sensational gossip was shouted about like street advertisements, and Oyang Yuya's name thoroughly became known throughout numerous factions. He was even gradually being spoken of in the same breath as renowned experts like Mo Chung. Of course, what truly made Oyang Yuya widely recognized and famous was that he was the mysterious figure secretly collecting the fragments of the map. After the truth of this matter spread through the mouths of victims like Fengzhen, everyone believed it. At once, people became quite interested in this sudden dark horse. After all, it was quite rare among the competing disciples to see someone daring to openly oppose such ruthless characters. What made them most anticipate, however, was the challenge issued by Mara. Although they were greatly looking forward to Oyang Yuya's appearance and acknowledged that the latter indeed possessed formidable abilities, most didn't believe he dared to come. After all, Mara, as the second in command of Wanshur Mountain, was unquestionably strong. Except for the top experts from the 4 first-tier factions, Mara was definitely the most outstanding among the disciples of the second tier. Naturally, people didn't think Ouyang Yuya had the ability to oppose Mara. Of course, apart from those who thought Ouyang Yuya wouldn't come, there were many others who believed that Ouyang Yuya certainly would appear. Because of this, those idle competing disciples argued amongst themselves, and some even placed bets on the matter. As the news about Ouyang Yuya spread, even before the appointed time, figures started making their way toward the center of the jungle, gathering together in a lively scene, which added an unexpected fervor to the otherwise deadly jungle confrontation. Atop a relatively secluded tree trunk, 2 people sat cross-legged, 1 man and 1 woman. Both wore simple coarse cloth garments and straw conical hats, resembling wandering martial artists brimming with righteous spirit and sentiment. But what drew the most attention, perhaps, was the monkey perched on the man's shoulder, an odd contrast to their outfits. Indeed, these 2 were none other than Ouyang Yuya and Mu Lingshan, sent here to gather information about the jungle center. Looks like you've become quite famous, Yuya-ji. On the tree trunk, Mu Lingshan stood on tiptoe, constantly gazing toward the dense cluster of figures in the distance, a smile playing on her lips. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya could only helplessly smile. From the information gathered, he'd learned the full story. When he heard the news that Qianlin had been captured, his heart sank. As for the rumors circulating among the crowd, Ouyang simply chose to ignore them. Regardless of the nature of his relationship with Qianlin, since she had been captured because of him, he couldn't possibly stand aside. There really are quite a lot of people. Ouyang looked around, sighing helplessly at the steady stream of figures still approaching. This affair would definitely ensure his full fame throughout the Jinding region. The time has come, he murmured. Just then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Immediately afterward, Ouyang suddenly turned his gaze deep into the jungle and spotted a figure swiftly cutting through the forest toward the central clearing. Around him thick mists churned and swirled, and upon seeing that figure, Ouyang's pupils constricted sharply. It was indeed Mara, and trailing behind Mara was a mass of dense black mist that carried another figure suspended in midair. Seeing this second form, Ouyang Yuya's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenching unconsciously. It's Mara. At that moment, some among the crowd recognized the new arrival. Instantly, countless excited gazes turned sharply toward him, brimming with fervent intensity. The crowd quickly parted a path, allowing Mara to enter. Mara seemed satisfied with this reception, his lips curling wider into a deeper grin. That's Mara. Just wonder if that kid, Ouyang Yuya, will show up. Well, I wouldn't bet on it. In my opinion, he won't come. After all, Mara's power is evident to us all. Challenging such a mighty expert recklessly might get one killed. If that kid has half a brain, he wouldn't be so rash. Hey, nobody knows the outcome yet. Perhaps things will surprise us. Though the surrounding whispers reached his ears, Mara remained indifferent, choosing instead to sit quietly at the side, patiently waiting for Ouyang Yuya's arrival. Yuya-ji, Mara doesn't seem to be doing anything now, Mu Lingshan remarked, her gaze fixed upon Mara, who sat cross-legged in the distance. Let's go. It's time to settle accounts with Xuanhuan Mountain. Hearing Mu Lingshan's words, Ouyang Yuya lightly smiled, then rose to his feet. His toes suddenly pushed off, and his figure shot forth like a cannonball, darting toward the central clearing. At that very moment, Mara's eyes abruptly snapped open, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. You've finally come. Hardly had Mara finished speaking when everyone around him froze in confusion. But soon, they understood his meaning and immediately cast their gazes around, yet saw nothing. How could I refuse Master Mara's gracious invitation? That would be quite disrespectful, wouldn't it? Just then, a bold laugh echoed out. Following this, a figure suddenly appeared, leaping from the jungle like a nimble cat before landing steadily on the ground, standing opposite Mara. Upon seeing the newcomer, the gathered crowd immediately erupted into a wave of astonished murmurs. Though they had previously speculated about Ouyang Yuya, actually seeing him in person still created a striking contrast. Particularly upon sensing his cultivation was merely a soul cultivator's, the astonishment on their faces turned into disbelief. Did he really think he could challenge a soul expert? Many thought he was merely showing off. When Mara saw Ouyang Yuya, the corners of his lips stretched wider into a sinister grin. You've got guts. I must admit, you've impressed me a bit. Enough idle talk. I've kept my promise and come. Now what about you? Hand her over. Ouyang Yuya extended his hand and said, That's only natural, since I'm here for you, not for others. Mara said, then suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately, a dense mass of black mist surged forth, tossing out Qianlin at an extremely rapid speed. If she weren't caught in time, Ouyang Yuya would likely sustain injuries just from the force alone. Realizing Mara's intentions, many among the crowd winced inwardly. That fellow was indeed ruthless. Watching Qianlin rushing through the air, Ouyang Yuya's pupils flickered. He then shook his sleeve, unleashing a surge of soul energy that manifested as a gentle breeze, shooting forth and striking Qianlin. The force of this wind slowed her rapid descent. Immediately, Ouyang leapt forward, scooping her into his arms, then quickly retreated backward with his main body. Want to leave? Not so easily. Seeing Ouyang attempt to escape, Mara's lips curled into an eerie smirk. As thick mists surged around his body, his figure suddenly vanished. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya's pupils sharply constricted. He suddenly exerted force with his right arm, flinging Qianlin toward Mu Lingshan behind him. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. At that instant, a golden light flashed across his arms, and under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, dragon scales materialized upon them. Suddenly, a muffled, space-tearing sound exploded outward. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black spear slashed downward like lightning, striking toward Ouyang Yuya without warning, violently colliding with his crossed arms. At the moment of impact, a tremendous force burst forth from Ouyang Yuya's arms, instantly unleashing a horrifying gust of wind. Ouyang felt as if a 1,000-pound stone had crashed onto his chest. He let out a muffled groan, and was instantly sent flying backward, sliding across the ground for dozens of steps before stabilizing. A sharp pain shot through both arms, causing his eyes to flicker with seriousness. If his physical strength hadn't improved again recently, that single fierce spear strike would likely have shattered his arms outright. A slight exclamation escaped Mara's lips as his figure reappeared in the same spot. Staring somewhat shocked at Ouyang Yuya's iron-like arms, Mara clearly recalled that during their last encounter, Ouyang had barely blocked that same attack using martial arts techniques. Now he was blocking it purely with his body. To raise both his strength and physical resistance in just 2 days. He must be a monster. Thinking this, Mara increasingly felt that Ouyang was dangerous and must be eliminated immediately. If he were allowed to live, the danger would surely grow. No wonder you dared to come here. Seems you're not entirely defenseless. But this still isn't enough. That momentary surprise only lasted briefly before Mara's gaze returned to icy coldness. He casually twisted his neck, every bone seemingly crackling in response. Explosive power surged through his muscles as black mist burst violently outward from his body, wildly shaking the surrounding air. Is that so? Then let me tell you. You want me to pay? Heh, you're not worthy, Ouyang Yuya said coldly, shaking his slightly numb right arm and exhaling heavily. The same chilling voice caused Mara's lips to freeze mid-smirk. Seeing the two figures radiating intense aura, the onlookers' eyes instantly burned with excitement. From the current situation, it was clear that a peaceful resolution was impossible. They were equally eager to see who would ultimately prevail when these two clashed. Chapter 264, The Four Major Powers. How bold! A slightly cold voice arrived, and the corner of Mahaluo's mouth curled into an even colder sneer. Obviously, Ouyang Yuya's undisguised mockery had already pushed this genius figure into a state of rage. Believe me, in the end, you are nothing but a clown trying to steal the spotlight. As the icy voice fell, in the next instant, he suddenly stomped his foot, and immediately a loud, explosive sound erupted from underground. Wherever he passed, even the ground bore fractures like spider webs. Yet he himself took advantage of this force to dash forward wildly, moving so fast that only a faint afterimage could be seen in midair. A low shout burst from his throat, as if attempting to prove his words. The black mist swirling around him suddenly surged, merging instantly with the black mist within the sulfur cannon. A conical vortex formed directly before him, swirling forward toward Ouyang Yuya with a ruthless, overbearing momentum. As it rotated, even the spiritual energy in the air was stirred into chaos. Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers' expressions changed drastically, and immediately they stepped back, leaping onto nearby tree trunks. The aura exuding from that conical vortex was extremely sharp, causing fear that they might be harmed. Looking at Mahaluo, their gazes carried a hint of dread. Seeing the conical vortex, Ouyang Yuya's face also abruptly changed. Relying on his senses, he naturally felt the power of this attack. Immediately, his 10 fingers flashed with mysterious seals. Under the influence of these finger seals, fiery red flames erupted violently from his body, resembling blazing giant serpents. They gathered before him, forming a massive red palm exuding astonishing fluctuations of soul force. A low shout sounded, and then the giant palm surged forward, driven by the movement of Ouyang Yuya's arm. It looked like a crimson five-fingered mountain crashing down sharply onto the conical vortex. Boom! The fire god's left hand, after departing from Ouyang Yuya's control, shot down like a tangible beam of light. The scorching heat radiating from it burned the space, sending a plume of hot white vapor soaring into the air, causing the spectators to exclaim in amazement. An attack of this level had even surpassed the Xian class, and was faintly comparable to Earth-tier martial techniques. Instantly, their view of Ouyang Yuya elevated, as they now believed the seemingly ordinary soul cultivator did indeed possess real skill. Under the pressure of the fierce attack, finally the palm came down, colliding with the tip of the conical vortex. Immediately, the two speeding attacks halted strangely upon impact, as if both time and space had frozen in this moment, causing everyone's eyes to fixate heavily on the two collided attacks. In the next instant, suddenly, a faint vein wriggled from the tip of the conical vortex across its surface. Then, as if chain reacting, the fiery palm abruptly emitted a sound that made people's scalps tingle, and cracks began to clearly appear over the entire palm like spider webs. In the next heartbeat, the palm suddenly shattered. A scorching gust burst out along with its destruction, sweeping wildly toward all directions. Even the pitch-black luster on the conical vortex was dimmed dramatically. However, Ouyang Yuya still slightly underestimated the conical vortex. At the instant the fire god's left hand was blown apart, he saw the vortex lose no momentum, surging forward relentlessly, directly stabbing toward his chest. His eyes abruptly narrowed. His fingers flashed rapidly, forming a series of seals. Then, a ripple shimmered beneath his feet, and an image leaped out from within his body. Under his willpower, it lunged toward the conical vortex while he himself quickly fled in retreat. With a dull bang, Ouyang Yi witnessed the conical vortex smash directly into the illusionary figure. The split second they collided, under the ruthless impact of the vortex, the projection shattered instantly, dissipating into the air. That fierce intensity even caused a barely perceptible flicker in Ouyang Yi's eyes. As the power of his opponents continued growing stronger, more and more often, Isming Fun Sun, Shadow Mirage Projection, failed to fulfill its earlier purpose of holding the enemy back. Now, it was practically disposable, mostly serving to block devastating strikes, a situation that filled him with a helpless frustration. The Ming Fen Shun had given him enormous help. Had he been able to refine it into a stronger form, its benefits would have been self-evident. But this was only a fleeting thought. For now, he had to deal with the immediate trouble first. In that moment of quick, lightning-like confrontation, the two stared coldly at each other. Rather than easing the tension, the atmosphere grew ever more intense and filled with the scent of coming conflict. In the next instant, Ouyang Yi acted first. With a tremble of the sulfur cannon, a towering beam of light shot straight into the sky, then dove downward like a crimson giant serpent, rushing straight toward Mahaluo. It's the fire attribute seeing Punxia, Flame Jet. That's at least a third-rank martial technique. How can this soul cultivator possibly summon such a move? Upon seeing the firelight, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into astonished exclamations. Naturally, among them were some experts, and the moment they saw the flames, they gasped loudly in shock. After all, martial techniques of this level required extremely difficult to refine, crystallized energy. If they knew that these crystals had simply been collected by Ouyang Yi in great abundance, they might very well have become so enraged they spat blood. Under the blazing flames, Mahaluo's expression instantly grew sharp. Then, with a flick of his sulfur cannon, thick clouds of mist surged forth again, quickly condensing into a pitch-black shield. The crimson serpent instantly collided with the massive black shield. A dull booming sound rang out, and the firelight was blocked. Then, as black mist surged forth, the flames were forcibly split apart. Even so, the searing heat of the righteous flame still dispersed the black shield. At that moment, Ouyang Yi suddenly moved his feet, and his figure darted out like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already beside Mahaluo. Under his right palm, a hideous crimson dragon claw formed. Seizing the moment when the black mist dispersed, he launched a straightforward punch downward. The sharp wind from the punch carried an abnormally explosive intensity. Seeing Ouyang Yi's outrageously exaggerated dragon claw, Mahaluo's eyelids twitched violently. Instantly, he urged the surrounding mist to gather at his chest, forming another shield. The punch slammed heavily into the black mist like striking soft cotton. Immediately, a familiar sense of emptiness surged through him, making him feel deeply uneasy. My dark alchemy, she isn't something you can easily break through. Seeing Ouyang Yi's attack miss entirely, Mahaluo sneered, his tone full of deep contempt. Hearing this, Ouyang Yi also revealed a cold smirk. Then, under Mahaluo's shocked gaze, the yin and yang fish within his body fused again. The crimson fist that had plunged into the mist suddenly turned jet black, then burst into a column of black flame. Like a savage, ghostly fire, it wildly erupted through the mist. The moment the flame burst forth, Ouyang Yi's arm trembled, using the force to quickly retreat and forcibly sever the connection with the flame. Wincing in pain, Ouyang Yi swiftly pulled back. While this move had indeed protected him from counter-effects of the black mist, he had still lost one of his flames. After all, the flames weren't limitless. At his current ability, he could only condense 10 at most. Now one had been lost, and it would require some effort to regenerate it. The black flame was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Instantly, it devoured the surrounding black mist, then surged into Mahaluo's body amidst his terrified expression. A streak of black flashed across his face, contrasting eerily with his pale complexion. Damn you, I'll tear you apart today. Suppressing the surging black flames within his body, Mahaluo went into a frenzy. Then, waves of black mist surged outward, transforming into a massive black jiao that charged straight toward Ouyang Yi. Obviously, Ouyang Yi's eerie flames had driven him into a rage. However, before the black jiao could strike, sudden fine cracks flickered across the air. A blue beam of light shot forth from the ground below, splitting the jiao apart from within. The sudden occurrence prompted Mahaluo to let out a sharp cry, his eyes flashing with surprise. Whoever could so effortlessly shatter his attack must possess formidable strength and ill intent. Heh, Mahaluo, so this is how Badao, Badong, overbearing, the demon mountain acts. Seems like your demon lord hasn't taught you how to behave. A clear laugh rang out, followed by the sudden appearance of 6 figures shooting forth like lightning. As they revealed themselves, even the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to subtly boil. Fengyun. The moment the figure landed, the crowd immediately burst into shocked exclamations. Clearly recognizing the person, the surrounding gazes turned to shock. Upon seeing this, even Mahaluo's expression instantly darkened, because these 6 figures were none other than members from Qinglin Town and the Immortal God Pavilion. And they were also part of the Jin Academy's forces. So the Jin Academy isn't as impressive as you thought. Just as Mahaluo spoke, another mocking laugh sounded. Everyone turned to see several figures dart forward and stand beside Mahaluo. At the sight of these newcomers, the surrounding crowd erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Eyes gleamed with intense excitement, their pupils sparkling with exhilaration. Unexpectedly, even the 4 factions representing the Lien Academy and Jin Academy had arrived. What had originally been a simple clash between two sides now promised to become far more intriguing. Chapter 265, Gathering of Top-Level Geniuses. Hearing the uproar from the crowd, Ouyang Yuye's expression instantly turned serious. Watching the sudden appearance of these few people, he hadn't expected that even the four great powers had been drawn out. His gaze swept over the figures ahead, especially perceiving the oppressive aura coming from their bodies. His expression involuntarily changed slightly. Indeed, these were disciples of the four great powers. Each of them exuded a cultivation aura slightly stronger than that of the Maluo. Truly a gathering of top geniuses, Ouyang Yuye murmured in admiration. However, even so, his demeanor did not show excessive alarm. After all, despite the strength of these disciples of the four great powers, they were merely soul scholars. Facing opponents of such a level, he still had the confidence to protect himself. Naturally, if things came down to it, he could simply run away. He believed that as long as a soul master himself didn't personally block him, no one would be able to stop him. His calm, however, did not last long. When his gaze landed on a graceful figure at the front, his heart abruptly jolted. His previously tranquil mindset completely fluctuated at this moment, rising from the depths of his heart like a violent storm. Xuanhuan. Even he, with all his self-control, felt his heartbeat quicken when meeting her again. Unconsciously, a certain intimate scene surfaced in his mind, and even now, recalling it, he could almost smell the faint fragrance of her hair. She was practically the first woman with whom Ouyang Yuye had been so intimately close. And precisely because of this, she had left an indelible mark in his heart. Even feelings towards Lin Xian that had never before surfaced now rushed in all at once. Regarding matters of men and women, he had always been unwilling to think too much about them, thus treating those women who were fond of him with polite distance. However, Xuanhuan was different, perhaps because of that absurd occurrence, or perhaps because of the refined aura radiating from her. In any case, facing Xuanhuan, Ouyang Yuye found his so-called self-discipline wavering. Still, he wasn't foolish enough to step forward and greet her. After all, compared to her, he was quite far behind. He was at most just a nouveau riche in cultivation, while she, aside from being supported by one of the four great powers, was also from the ancient alchemy family, the Shui clan, and possessed the pure yang flame. She was a prodigy with dual soul cores. Although he didn't understand why she would conceal her identity and come here, her status here was like that of a central figure surrounded by stars, a saint-like female figure others followed. After all, the Shui clan was nowhere near comparable to the already declining Ouyang family, and even the current him was not a true member of the Ouyang clan anymore. He lightly clenched his fists and raised his head to look at the graceful figure ahead, a faint arc lifting at the corner of his lips. I will definitely reach a height where you will look at me with admiration. Seemingly sensing Ouyang Yuye's burning gaze, Xuanhuan's body stiffened slightly. She suspiciously turned her head toward the young man dressed in coarse clothing and wearing a bamboo hat, frowning slightly. This must be that rising star Ouyang Yuye recently making the rounds, one of the young men said, seeing the faint confusion in Xuanhuan's eyes. Ouyang Yuye. Upon hearing the name, a flicker of surprise passed across Xuanhuan's expression, as the name sounded unusually familiar. Soon, a memory's image appeared in her mind, causing a blush to surface on her delicate face. Looking again at that coarse-clothed man, she slightly shook her head. This person simply didn't seem to resemble that arrogant man at all. Are you really that Ouyang Yuye? Xuanhuan's strange behavior immediately caught Feng Yun's attention. Seeing that Xuanhuan was even showing a rare smile to this person, and behind that smile there seemed to be a tinge of shyness, and irritation rose within him. He looked at Ouyang Yuye with an air of superiority. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye furrowed his brows, but did not speak. Quite the attitude. Don't act ungrateful when our leader is speaking to you. A young man beside Feng Yun sneered. Feng Chen. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly raised her hand, cutting off Feng Chen's words. Then, turning toward Ouyang Yuye with clasped hands, she asked politely, "May I ask, are you the mysterious person who has been collecting fragments of the map?" Xuanhuan's tone was exceedingly courteous, light and gentle like a spring breeze, showing absolutely no arrogance, causing Ouyang Yuye to sigh helplessly. He deliberately deepened his voice. Indeed, upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Xuanhuan's face. "May I ask if you are willing to transfer those map fragments to our Golden Institute? I am willing to offer 10,000 Chaos Stones in exchange for the 3 fragments you currently possess." As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, an uproar immediately rose from the crowd. Then came astonished exclamations. A sea of burning gazes fell upon Ouyang Yuye. 10,000 Chaos Stones, for them, that was absolutely an astronomical figure. Hearing this, even Ouyang Yuye momentarily froze in surprise. He hadn't expected Xuanhuan to be so generous. After all, 10,000 Chaos Stones were practically an exorbitant sum. Offering such a massive amount to exchange for only 3 map fragments truly demonstrated an incredible willingness to spend. Ouyang Yuye clicked his tongue, inwardly musing that indeed the 4 great powers possessed immense resources. Even he, who was usually unmoved by such things, felt slightly tempted. "Boss, why don't we offer a price too? If the Golden Institute obtains them, it will definitely be disadvantageous to us." Seeing Ouyang Yuye fall into contemplation, a youth from the Alchemy Institute also displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes and whispered to the man in golden robes before him. "No hurry, he won't exchange them." At this moment, another man beside the golden-robed man also spoke, revealing a man dressed in black robes with a pale complexion and bloodshot, eerie eyes. This person was none other than Imo Chung. "Oh, What makes you say that, brother Imochung? The golden-robed man also furrowed his brows slightly in surprise, asking while unable to fully conceal his anxious expression. After all, the map fragments possessed a strong mutual attraction. If one party acquired a significantly greater number of fragments than another, those fragments would automatically attract and absorb the others. If Ouyang truly exchanged his fragments, the Alchemy Institute would certainly face some difficulties. If Brother Jinwoo doesn't believe me, feel free to try. Of course, if you prefer to take them by force, I have no objection either. Brother Imochung sure knows how to shift responsibilities. Don't forget, Imo Luo explicitly said he would seize this brat's fragments. Now you're saying this seems too conveniently indifferent. At this moment, a chilling voice suddenly rose from behind. It was Su Ao from the Su clan. Really? Then indeed we are incapable. However, some people tried to compete with a lowly faction over the Inyang grass, and even fought in a trio, yet still failed to deal with one person, a tale that only invites ridicule. Imochung laughed. You're spouting nonsense. We had to use a combined technique. Otherwise, how easily could we have been entangled by a 9-headed dark gold python? Enough, Su Ao. At this moment, Su Zheng, the eldest of the Su clan's 3 devils, suddenly spoke, then looked at Imochung and said with a smile, Brother Imochung feels my younger brothers and I are not competent enough. Then by all means, feel free to test us. Enough. Don't forget, we're not fighting separately right now. Imochung coldly snorted. Just as he was about to speak again, he was abruptly stopped by Jinwoo. Hearing Jinwoo's words, both Imochung and Su Zheng remained silent. Sorry, but I currently have no such intention. At this moment, the silent Ouyang suddenly spoke. As soon as his words fell, an immediate wave of commotion erupted. Everyone gazed at Ouyang with various expressions, bewilderment, puzzlement, and even schadenfreude. In short, the majority bore no goodwill toward him. In their eyes, angering the 4 great powers meant this kid was certainly in for tragedy. Naturally, Ouyang response also caught Wantong off guard, causing him to briefly stiffen in surprise. After all, not everyone could resist the temptation of 10,000 chaos stones. However, since Ouyang had politely declined, he naturally had nothing more to say either, though a trace of disappointment surfaced on his face. Kid, I don't care who you are or how formidable your strength might be. I've seen many like you before, relying on some fortunate opportunities to become arrogant and unruly. But in my opinion, you're nothing more than a newly rich nobody. The foundation of our 4 great powers is beyond your imagination. So believe me, opposing us brings you no benefit. Feng Yun said from the side, the sarcasm thickening at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Ouyang slightly furrowed his brow, but offered no comment. Indeed, the foundation of the 4 great powers was impressive, but he himself was no ordinary figure others could compare to. At the very least, the hardships he had endured were far beyond those pampered prodigies. Thanks for the warning. I clearly understand my own capabilities, so there's no need to intimidate me with the reputation of the 4 great powers. I have no interest in associating with you all. I've already made myself clear. I won't exchange the fragments. Besides, I only came here today to pick up someone. Now that my task is complete, I shall take my leave. As Ouyang spoke, he began to turn to leave. Observing Ouyang retreating figure, Feng Yun's lips suddenly curved into a sneering arc. Kid, you forgot your own position. Don't blame me for telling you. Offering to exchange with you is showing you respect. Today, you either leave the fragments and walk away, or you leave them behind, along with yourself. As he spoke, the sulfur bomb in his hand also flashed into view, finally pointing sharply at the latter. Then a shard of ice suddenly shot forth, its target clearly aimed at Ouyang back of the head. However, sensing the sharp whistling sound from behind, Ouyang figure abruptly froze, then immediately spun around. With the monument surging forth and swinging, he shattered the ice shard into pieces. Watching this, a trace of ferocious coldness swiftly climbed onto his previously calm expression. His gaze locked onto Feng Yun like a venomous snake, and soon after, an exceptionally ruthless voice echoed through the jungle. Do you really think you're worthy of stopping me? Chapter 266, Twists and Turns. In the silent jungle, 2 figures stood facing each other. Occasionally, a light breeze passed by, yet instead of dispersing the atmosphere, it only made it heavier and more tense, faintly emitting a cold and deadly aura. On the surrounding tree trunks, numerous fiery gazes were locked onto Ouyang and Feng Yun. When some noticed the trace of coldness on Feng Yun's face, they realized that Ouyang must have truly provoked her anger. And it wasn't just them. Even the other experts from the Golden and Refinement Institutes looked astonished, soon casting puzzled glances at Ouyang. As the eldest disciple of the Immortal Spirit Workshop, Feng Yun's strength needed no explanation. Among the young generation of the Golden Cauldron, she was undeniably one of the top 4. That such a strong figure was being challenged by a young man who had only recently risen, and even called unworthy, was truly shocking. Yet, soon they gazed at Ouyang with pity. Although they greatly admired this dark horse and acknowledged his demonstrated power, none now believed he'd have an easy time ahead. The reason was simple. He had not offended an ordinary disciple. What a reckless kid. A series of sighs, mixed with some regret, spread among the crowd. From Ouyang previous battle against Ma Luo, they had truly recognized that the young man possessed some skill, just a soul acquirer, yet capable of battling evenly against a soul expert. They did not doubt that if given time to grow, his future achievements might not fall short of these prodigies. However, his impulsiveness had seemingly doomed him completely. for no one believed he could survive more than a few moves against Feng Yun. Good for you. Feng Yun stared at Ouyang Yuya. Her originally solemn expression suddenly seemed as if kissed by spring wind, yet shortly after, her lips curled into a sharp and ruthless curve. I'd really like to see what makes me unworthy for a mere soul acquirer like you to lecture me. Just then, Wan Tong, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. After glancing at Ouyang Yuya's eyes, a flicker of confusion flickered in her own. She then turned to Feng Yun and said, Brother Feng Yun, since this man is unwilling to hand it over, fighting would be pointless. Moreover, killing is strictly forbidden within the jungle. If that's the case, perhaps we should avoid provoking him. Would you mind, for my sake, letting him go? As Wan Tong's words echoed, those who had been waiting to watch the spectacle were momentarily stunned, soon erupting into whispers. Clearly, no one had anticipated that the saintess adored across the golden cauldron would plead on behalf of an opponent, especially one who had earlier rejected her generous offer. Everyone else was equally perplexed, not excluding Ouyang Yuya himself, who remained momentarily stunned, never expecting Wan Tong to intercede for him. Oh, Feng Yun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He reminds me of a friend of mine, to whom I owe a favor. However, this person has vanished without a trace lately. I thought, if I spare this one, perhaps some of my guilt might ease. Hearing Wan Tong's nostalgic tone, Feng Yun's brows subtly furrowed, though soon he resumed a warm smile. Since the young lady has spoken, I shall naturally grant this favor. Feng Yun spoke, then waved a hand amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. For Wan Tong's sake, you can leave today. Feng Yun's tone carried unmistakable ill will, yet he didn't feel particularly disappointed. He was confident that, even without him acting, there would be others who wouldn't allow Ouyang Yuya to leave so easily. As the saying goes, an ordinary man bears no crime, yet possessing treasures can be deadly. With the remaining map fragment in his possession, moving forward would be perilous indeed. At that point, should others intervene, this arrogant young man would receive a deserved lesson, and he himself would earn a favor from Wan Tong. Such a deal was indeed profitable. At Feng Yun's words, Ouyang Yuya's brow faintly furrowed, before he nodded respectfully toward Wan Tong. He then began to leave, not out of fear toward any one of them, but knowing well the adage, one can't fight against numerous hands. For now, retreating was clearly the wisest choice. Just then, a sudden voice rang out from the distance. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction, and upon seeing the figure it belonged to, Ouyang Yuya's expression immediately shifted, his face darkening considerably. As Ouyang Yuya's gaze fell upon the speaker, a figure leapt down from a nearby tree trunk. Feng Yun. Among the onlookers were some with particularly discerning eyes. At once, they identified the person, murmuring with evident confusion over what circumstances had brought him here. What's he doing here? Could it be that he also intends to stop Ouyang Yuya? TSK, don't be ridiculous. Facing the gazes cast his way, Feng Yun paid no heed. Instead, a mocking glint flashed in his eyes as he looked toward Ouyang Yuya, his expression rather cold and sharp. Senior brother. Unpredictably, Feng Yun approached Feng Yun, revealing a look of respect. Feng Yun. Seeing the arrival, Feng Yun clearly showed a flash of confusion, uncertain what the younger man was up to. Senior brother, this person is the arrogant one I previously mentioned. Furthermore, he also seized the map fragment I had prepared to present to you. Feng Yun seemed to intentionally raise his voice, so his words spread without reservation through the battlefield, instantly causing another ripple of murmurs in the silent jungle. Everyone now looked at Ouyang Yuya with expressions mixed with pity. They naturally could tell that Feng Yun was just stirring trouble, yet even so, he successfully pulled Ouyang Yuya back from the verge of escape. Sure enough, even Wan Tong furrowed her brows tightly upon hearing these words, sighing helplessly. So it's you again. It seems fate always brings enemies together. Upon hearing this, Feng Yun first displayed a momentary shock, before a faint smirk lifted his lips. Feng Yun's actions exactly suited his intentions. Looking approvingly at Feng Yun then turned to Ouyang Yuya and continued. Miss Wan Tong, this matter now involves my family's affairs. Besides, I had already promised my younger brother I would help him take revenge. Therefore, I'm afraid I cannot grant you this favor. Feng Yun spoke, his voice laced with apparent reluctance. Upon hearing his words, Wan Tong finally nodded. She had already helped once before, and pressing further now might truly invite unnecessary criticism. You may proceed. Smiling slightly at Wan Tong, Feng Yun shifted his gaze to Ouyang Yuya. I'd like to see who else can help you now. That guy's nothing but a fool, thinking that having some skill gives him the right to be so conceited. Feng Yun added with feigned indignation. Ouyang Yuya looked at Feng Yun and suddenly spoke with equal contempt in his tone. In the next instant, his figure shot forward at maximum speed, becoming a blur dashing out. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya actually made the first move, Feng Yun's expression instantly chilled. Immediately, a blue sheen emerged from his sulfur cannon, forming an ice wall right in Ouyang Yuya's path. Fire eruption. At that moment, a red soul ring suddenly appeared around his wrist. With a flick of his red sulfur cannon, a blazing fire surged upward like a swirling fiery dragon, crashing down upon the ice wall with irresistible might and blasting a huge hole into it. In the next moment, Ouyang Yuya shot out from that opening, instantly changing direction to rush toward Feng Yun, who was frantically fleeing. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya was now heading straight for him, Feng Yun's face abruptly changed. He had already witnessed Ouyang Yuya's power before. It was only because Feng Yun was present that he dared provoke Ouyang Yuya now. He never expected the latter to strike openly under Feng Yun's nose. Panicked, he rapidly retreated, trying to escape this deadly opponent. He had been beaten by Xuanhuan multiple times already. Another capture might prove truly troublesome. Seeing Fengzhen scrambling backward, Xuanhuan sneered faintly, then abruptly stomped his foot. A blurred afterimage flickered, and he reappeared before Fengzhen. His right arm rippled, transforming into a clearly visible dragon claw. Seeing that Xuanhuan was now targeting Fengzhen roared and immediately activated his sulfur cannon, unleashing a cold beam of light that streaked downward at Xuanhuan's body. Stop him! Faced with the fierce beam, Xuanhuan simply flicked his sleeve. A red jade pendant shot forth, spinning rapidly to form a golden net that enveloped the attack, successfully blocking Fengzhen. At the same time, his right arm lashed out like lightning, directly aiming for Fengzhen's chest. "Senior brother, save me." Seeing the dragon claw rapidly expanding within his eyes, Fengzhen screamed in terror. For the first time, he truly felt the threat of death. Now finally realizing that Xuanhuan was no longer messing around. A dull sound echoed, and Fengzhen's scream was abruptly cut off. Then he lowered his head slightly, staring in terror at the dragon clawing on his chest. At this moment, suddenly a black flame surged out from Xuanhuan's body. It quickly spread over the fist's shadow, and then shot out from the dragon claw, swiftly diving into Fengzhen's body. Immediately, a series of cracking sounds erupted from within him. In the next instant, his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing down like a lifeless dog, unmoving. Next time, learn to keep your mouth shut. Chapter 267 Escape. Within the jungle, with the final words spoken by Xuanhuan, the area immediately fell into a death-like silence. The rustling of the trees around them only added to the suffocating atmosphere. In such a tense environment, even breathing seemed unusually difficult. Gulp. As the group's gazes shifted to Fengzhen lying motionless on the ground, still uncertain whether he was alive or dead, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. When they looked back at Xuanhuan, their eyes flickered with astonishment. This guy is just too ruthless. Although the situation was shocking, the group felt a sense of satisfaction as well. Awe crept into their hearts, too. When ordinary people encountered arrogant, so-called genius disciples, they could only keep their heads low. But now, not only had Xuanhuan dared to openly challenge them, he had even attacked Fengzhen right in front of Fengzhen's face, leaving him seriously injured. While they weren't entirely sure about his methods, watching this had certainly felt satisfying. Yet, seeing Fengzhen's expression darken, they all realized that after this brief satisfaction, Xuanhuan would likely face a fierce and relentless retaliation. This kid's got guts. I like him. At this moment, a young man from the Alchemy Academy spoke, and the young man wore a robe made of pink silk. It gave his already handsome face an oddly feminine appeal. If one looked closely, it wasn't hard to notice that as he spoke, his right hand was curled into a delicate finger pose, and his voice carried a slightly effeminate lilt. That's great, Jinemo. I just hope he isn't out of your league. Another man chimed in from the side, his tone slightly flirtatious. Don't be silly, Jinlin. Want me to wait on you tonight? Upon hearing that, Jinemo shot Jinlin a look, casting him a glare, while his body leaned slightly toward him on purpose. No way. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Seeing this, Jinlin looked as though he had seen a ghost, his entire body prickling with goosebumps, and he immediately backed away. Enough messing around. Jinemo, put away your nauseating antics. If the opportunity arises, I'll grant you a favor. At this moment, Jin Wu, standing nearby, shouted in disapproval. Jinemo and the others seemed somewhat frightened. Upon hearing Jin Wu's reprimand, they quieted down. This kid has courage and skill. The way he fought just now, if we had been in his place, acting under Fengzhen's nose like that, our performance wouldn't have been much better. If his abilities were high enough, who knows? His future achievements might not fall short of ours. Jin Wu said, looking at Xuanhuan. I told you this kid was no ordinary one. Mo Chung remarked, his blood-red eyes fixed on the direction of Xuanhuan, his lips curving into a smile. Now let's see how Fengzhen resolves this situation. I'm actually looking forward to it, Su Zhang said upon hearing this, his voice laced with evident delight at another's misfortune. Good. At this moment, Fengzhen snapped out of his rage and couldn't help but laugh bitterly, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he spoke the words in succession, staring at Xuanhuan as if he wanted to devour him alive. Just then, a figure flashed forward, none other than Fengzhen. In his hands, he was carrying a motionless body, clearly Fengzhen. The latter's face had turned pitch black, as if a strange and sinister energy coursed through him, and in the center of his chest was a punch mark that looked charred, blowing apart the surrounding fabric and exposing the scorched flesh underneath. Boss, he's not dead, but a sharp force has shattered his internal meridians. Even if we mend them, he'll be little more than a cripple, Fengzhen said cautiously, carefully observing Fengzhen's greenish face. He could feel a violent, raging energy wildly churning within the latter's body. As the anger reached a boiling point and was on the verge of becoming uncontrollable, Fengzhen's hand shot out, snatching Fengzhen from Fengchen's arms and hurling him violently behind him with a powerful toss. The thudding crash of his body hitting the ground echoed loudly, causing the lips of the onlookers to twitch involuntarily. Evidently, Fengzhen was furious with Fengzhen. Were it not for the concern of his status, he might well have beheaded him on the spot to vent his wrath. You're impressive indeed, daring to act right under my nose. Very well done. Glaring coldly at Xuanhuan, a strand of bitterly frigid aura surged violently from within his body. The next second, as the icy words echoed in the air, His foot stamped the ground powerfully. With a booming, crackling sound, frost spread over the surface beneath him, and in an eerie instant, his figure vanished from sight. In the instant Feng Yun's figure vanished, Ouyang Yuye's expression also stiffened. He immediately retreated violently. Just as he moved, an ice blade suddenly appeared in that very spot, slicing downward through the air and cleaving into the ground with fierce sharpness, splitting the surface with a deep crack. He's definitely strong. Ouyang Yuye's pupils narrowed sharply as he stared at the massive fissure. From the residual energy left behind, one could easily tell Feng Yun's power was no ordinary thing. Possessing such a presence, it was no wonder he was among the top figures in the Golden Cauldron faction. He had not gained his reputation without reason. Quite nimble, aren't you? Feng Yun sneered coldly, and then, with a sudden tremor of his palm, sent forth several gust blades that shot straight toward Ouyang Yuye's chest. Feeling the razor-sharp pressure radiating from those wind blades, Ouyang Yuye's face tightened. Instantly, his fingers interlocked, sending out a ripple of energy. A moment later, the Mingfen Sun emerged again, positioning itself protectively in front of him. As soon as the clone stepped forward, the wind blades arrived. Razor-sharp chi instantly tore through the clone's body, shredding it apart before launching again toward Ouyang Yuye himself. Caught off guard, Ouyang Yuye was instantly startled, not expecting these ice blades to be so difficult to deal with that even the Mingfen Sun couldn't stop them. Without hesitation, he activated his spiritual senses, and streaks of golden light burst wildly across his body, transforming into illusory dragon scales that coated the surface of his skin. As the dragon scales solidified, the ice blade struck. Immediately, clangs of metal on metal rang out. The overwhelming force sent Ouyang Yuye reeling backward, leaving deep gashes across his body. He felt intense pain, as if being sliced apart by the lingering chi of the blades. Oh, what a strong body. Observing how Ouyang Yuye had actually endured his attack with just his bare flesh, even Feng Yun briefly showed surprise. His smirk soon deepened. I'd like to see how many more you can withstand. Kid, don't try to withstand him directly. Activate the Tantuo. Wang Yuchan's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. The Tantuo. Ouyang Yuye's brow wrinkled slightly in confusion. Yes, no time to explain. Just merge the 3 Tantu together. I'll take care of the rest. Nodding slightly, he fixed his gaze upon Feng Yun. Just as he was about to strike, his sleeve abruptly flared, and in front of everyone's shocked expressions, 3 Tanu suddenly emerged into view. These are the Tantu. Seeing the Tantu appear, even the disciples of the 4 great sects had their eyes blazing with desire. But quickly enough, they saw how the 3 Tantu appeared to be drawn toward one another, as if pulled by an invisible magnetism, sticking together. They fused seamlessly into one complete Tantu. The moment this fusion was complete, the Tantu suddenly erupted with a powerful and brilliant light. Suddenly, the Tantu began emitting a loud buzz, vibrating violently before sending forth waves of unseen attraction spreading outward. In response to this pull, the Tantu seemed to be enclosed in an emerald green light shield, and the attractive force clearly originated from this very glow. Ouyang Yuye immediately understood. Wang Yuchan had extended this pulling power through its own energy. Not good. The moment the attracting force spread outward, the members of the 4 factions, including Imo, instantly turned pale. Under the influence of this attraction, they could feel their own Tantu trembling, as if attempting to fly out from their possession. Kid, stop this right now. Jin Wu quickly suppressed the restless Tantu in his possession, his face darkening. He hadn't expected that Ouyang Yuye had managed to do something like this, something they had never seen before even after extensive research on the Tantu. Panic arose as they realized that, should their Tantu be drawn away, the final beneficiary would likely be Ouyang Yuye himself. Even Feng Yun, normally so composed, wore a face of deep embarrassment, struggling to contain the tremors of his own Sendu. The fury brewing inside him was immeasurable. Ouyang Yuye was proving to be a truly stubborn opponent. Not only was he hard to defeat, but now he might even steal their Tantu. This truly felt like a most frustrating predicament. Gazing up at the Tantu floating in the air, Ouyang Yuye's expression turned serious. A streak of emerald green light burst forth again from his hand, striking directly onto the Tantu. As soon as the beam connected, the Tantu began shaking violently. As a final ray of green light struck, the attraction force intensified. An invisible whirlpool formed around the Tantu, spiraling outward in waves of power. At the very moment the attractive force surged violently, streams of radiant light burst forth from the chests of Imo Cheng and the others. In their stunned horror, these lights shot into the air and violently collided with the Shenfu Tantu. As the Tantu merged, Ouyang Yuye's figure shot forward at an incredible speed. The attractive force dispersed, and with one swift motion, he grabbed the fully fused Tantu. The next moment, a thick surge of emerald light erupted from his body, and even his speed skyrocketed. He abruptly turned, snatching Mu Lingshan, who had been leaning against a tree trunk, and rapidly fled. Chase him. Seeing that Ouyang Yuye had actually escaped, the expressions of Jin Wu and others twisted with rage. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve and shot forward, followed swiftly by the other members of the Alchemy Academy. Furious, Jin Wu sharply swung his sleeve. Feng Yun's figure also darted forward, followed closely by several others. As they soared ahead, one after another figure, each radiating different levels of strength, descended like a storm, chasing after them in overwhelming numbers. The entire forest, shaken by this sudden upheaval, became engulfed in chaos. Chapter 268, The Core of the Formation. Within the jungle, two figures suddenly shot through the air like meteors streaking across a starry sky, carving through the silent forest with such speed that their identities could not even be discerned. The two figures were none other than Ouyang Yuya and Mu Lingshan, who had fled from the center of the jungle. At this moment, Ouyang was cradling Chun Lin in his arms, and a grave expression filled his face. In front of him, floating in the air, was a jade-green glowing orb that contained the 10 intact pieces of the fragment map they had collected earlier. Ouyang's gaze was fixed on the violently trembling fragments inside the orb, an anxious look flickering across his face. How is it going? Just a little longer. This thing is more stubborn than this master expected. Fortunately, its resistance isn't too strong, so I'm progressing quite quickly. Still, I'll need a bit more time to complete the fusion. Ouyang nodded at the voice's words and glanced behind him. He faintly sensed a series of hidden fluctuations emerging from the rear, and there were quite a few of them. His pupils darkened momentarily. After the audacious Jingdua earlier, he had now completely provoked the four major factions. But as the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. There was nothing to regret. At that moment, the monkey perched on his shoulder suddenly let out a sharp shriek, and its beast-like eyes locked onto the front, flashing a hint of viciousness. Seeing this, Ouyang's expression immediately turned grim. With a shake of his palm, a burst of blazing fire shot forth, tearing through the jungle ahead. The searing heat wave instantly filled the forest, causing the deepest areas to glow a faint red. Just as the fiery trail faded, several figures burst from the depths of the jungle. When their appearances came into focus, Ouyang couldn't help but be taken aback. He was startled to find that these people were Yun Tian, Ji Hao, and Luo Yin, who had disappeared after entering the jungle. Evidently, even they were momentarily stunned by Ouyang's sudden appearance. But very soon after, Luo Yan's expression brightened, especially when his eyes landed on the unconscious Chun Lin in Ouyang's arms, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Brother Ouyang, what's going on? Yun Tian asked, eyeing Mu Lingshan behind Ouyang. No time to talk here. Hurry, move. Before Ouyang could even open his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. He sharply stomped his foot, launching himself forward in a burst of speed. Almost at the same moment Ouyang darted forward, Luo Yan's face shifted drastically as well, then quickly followed. Behind them, Yun Tian and the others sped forward in pursuit. Brother Ouyang this? Following closely at Ouyang's side, Luo Yan's face revealed a look of shock. Given his strength, he could clearly sense a great number of pursuing presences behind them, some even far stronger than himself. It was obvious these presences were all targeting Ouyang. I took their fragment map. Ouyang replied helplessly with a bitter smile. Oh, Luo Yan glanced at the green glowing orb floating in front of Ouyang, and his expression immediately turned serious. Just then, the green orb suddenly began to tremble violently, and an extremely thick energy surged outward from within it. In an instant, the originally parchment-like fragments inside the orb exploded, and a powerful shockwave shattered the green glow entirely. A streak of light then burst from the orb and zipped away at an astonishing speed. Kid, catch that thing now. At that moment, the furious roar of the Jade Toad King echoed suddenly from within him. What? The energy is too strong. It actually got away. Upon hearing this, Ouyang rolled his eyes, but without wasting a second, he flicked his foot and launched himself forward like a nimble monkey, extending his hand to snatch at the streak of light. Yet, just as his fingers touched the orb, the streak abruptly veered sideways as though it had a will of its own, causing Ouyang to grasp at empty air. Seeing the beam escape again, Ouyang immediately muttered a curse. If it got away, it would be a huge loss. Without hesitation, he gave his sleeve a sharp shake, and the jade pendant shot out again, transforming into a red streak that flew even faster than the escaping light. With a flicker, a massive golden net burst into existence and slammed down toward the fleeing streak. This golden net did not disappoint Ouyang. It captured the streak just as it darted away. No matter how violently the light struggled, it could not escape the golden net's clutches. Seeing the giant net capture the streak of light, Ouyang Yue couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of delight. With a quick wave of his palm, the net shot straight toward him, dissipating instantly as it passed. Ouyang then leaped forward and tightly grabbed the streak of light in one swift motion. Just then, the Jade Toad King suddenly shouted, but it was already too late. As Ouyang had just grasped the streak of light, he immediately felt as though he had grabbed a pulsing ball of energy. At the same time, an incredibly powerful force suddenly surged forth, forcibly throwing Ouyang's hand back. Watching the streak of light escape again, Ouyang felt a deep sense of helplessness surge within him. This thing was simply too slippery. It was like a tiger facing a porcupine, completely unable to get a grip. As the streak threatened to vanish once more, Ouyang's expression turned iron gray. This damn thing. Just as he was cursing, a sharp screech suddenly rang out. A shadow flashed from his shoulder, then swiftly darted toward the escaping light. Monkey! Upon seeing the shadow, Ouyang was immediately startled. He had barely begun to reach out to pull it back when the Jade Toad King's lazy voice drifted into his ears. Let it go? That little one is far more useful than you. Hearing the Jade Toad King's words, Ouyang finally relaxed slightly, yet he still chased after them. Perhaps because he no longer had to worry about Ouyang falling behind, the monkey unleashed its true capabilities for the first time. Its shadow moved incredibly swiftly, nimbly leaping across tree trunks. Soon enough, it had caught up to the streak of light. With a quick burst, the monkey leaped forward, its monkey paw spreading open as it lunged to grab the light. Sensing it could no longer shake the monkey off, the streak of light suddenly trembled violently, and its aura expanded through space as if it were a tangible force, clearly trying to push the monkey away. Ew! At that moment, the monkey suddenly let out a furious roar, vastly different from its usual screech. This roar rumbled like thunder through the sky, echoing painfully in Ouyang's ears. Looking up, he saw the monkey standing upright in midair, and behind it floated a colossal, illusory figure stretching toward the heavens. The ancient ape. Seeing that giant figure, Ouyang immediately felt his xuanhuan stir slightly. The wild, primeval aura it radiated filled him with a faint sense of unease. That's its innate spirit beast, the Jade Toad King said gravely. Innate spirit beast. Upon hearing these 4 words, even Ouyang couldn't help but gasp. It was a known fact that high-rank growth type-own beasts possessed innate spirit beasts, essentially, energy projections condensed from their bloodline. Being able to form one's innate spirit beast indicated the one beast had fully matured and was now capable of battling enemies using its ancestral power. In other words, that innate spirit beast was the ancestral origin of its bloodline. Clearly, the monkey was now fully grown, but in comparison, its innate spirit beast was even more impressive. The moment the innate spirit beast appeared, the once ordinary monkey exuded an aura of disdain for all under heaven, an authoritative might belonging to the ancient, primordial giants standing atop the one beast hierarchy, equal to the dragons. As the monkey's aura spread outward, the streak of light, previously trembling violently, suddenly dimmed, as if submitting. Seeing the light quiet down, the monkey's body shot forward instantly and seized it. Just as it did, the spirit beast behind it vanished, and the monkey's previously floating body seemed to lose gravity, dropping rapidly in an arc. Ouyang's eyes widened in alarm, and in an instant, he shot forward and caught the monkey midair. As soon as it saw Ouyang, the monkey sprang to life and once again scrambled onto his shoulder. Then, it opened its paw and handed a golden yellow jade slip to Ouyang. This is what was hidden in the fragment map. Reaching out, Ouyang took the jade slip and carefully examined it. It should contain information on the core formation's location. Just inject your soul awareness into it and perceive its contents. Hurry though, I can sense that those little pests behind us are drawing close. Upon hearing this, Ouyang's expression turned solemn. He nodded, then with a flicker, his soul awareness extended from within his body and plunged into the jade slip. As his soul awareness entered the slip, Ouyang suddenly felt his mind grow dizzy and disoriented. The space around him seemed to twist and shift. When the space finally stabilized, Ouyang found himself still standing in the jungle. Even the trees and scenery around him were exactly as they had appeared before. No effect. Furrowing his brows slightly, he had just stirred to move when he discovered that he had transformed into a wisp of gas within the surrounding air, devoid of physical body or shell. What astonished him even more was that he seemed to have become a part of the jungle's very essence, and with a moment of realization, he could even comprehend the patterns of the one force circulating around him. Just then, relying solely on his sense of xiuxian, he quickly detected a powerful presence far in the distance. Under the influence of this presence, the surrounding wind force seemed to be surging toward that direction, and not even he was immune. He was unavoidably swept along by the swirling currents of energy toward the source of the pull. What startled him even further was that his speed at this moment was abnormally fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the source of the attraction. As he reached, he immediately noticed the atmosphere here was vastly different. He could sense an unusual scent, one that was oddly familiar. This is the aura of that formation. Chapter 269, the core of the formation. Feeling this aura, which seemed strangely familiar to him, he quickly realized where it was coming from. It was exactly the same as the energy exuded from the stone formation when the strong cultivator from the academy had activated the formation before entering the jungle. Could this really be the core of the formation? Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuye's heart burned with excitement. Without hesitation, he shot forward like the countless other auras around him, rushing toward the source of this energy. Weaving through thickets of dense forest, it took him only moments to arrive at the location. Much to his surprise, the place didn't look anything like the huge stone formation they had seen when they first entered. Instead, it looked no different from ordinary jungle. If not for his sharply heightened sensitivity to aura, he probably would never have noticed this hidden spot that everyone had been searching for, the formation's core. Just then, the originally flat ground suddenly emitted a powerful fluctuation of energy. Under the influence of this ripple, Ouyang Yuye watched as the ground collapsed with a thunderous boom, and a huge whirlpool, oval in shape, erupted forth. Its appearance was identical to the vortex they had entered when they first stepped into the jungle. The moment the vortex appeared, streaks of mysterious golden light burst from the ground nearby, interweaving in midair to form a pentagram-shaped formation etched onto the earth. So this must be the core of the formation, Ouyang Yuye murmured as he stared at the formation, taking a deep breath. He could clearly sense that all the surrounding energy was surging into the formation, obviously being used to sustain it. However, in his opinion, that energy wouldn't last long. Once it dissipated, the formation would surely collapse automatically. This was likely done to prevent the situation where the fragment map still hadn't been found after 15 days, allowing the formation to dissipate naturally. Of course, with that, the final reward would also vanish. As Ouyang Yuye was lost in thought, a sudden beam of golden light shot forth from the formation, streaking directly toward him. Moving at an incomprehensibly swift speed, it struck his body. The moment the light touched him, his physical form instantly dissolved, his expression turning dazed once more. In the next instant, his surroundings spun wildly, and when everything settled, he found himself back in the real world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed that his senses had suddenly become several times more acute than usual. He could even see the drifting trails of soul energy floating before him. How is it? At this moment, Xuanhuan asked, his voice betraying a hint of urgency. I know where it is now. How far away? Within 100 zhang. So fast. Hearing this, a trace of astonishment flickered across Ouyang Yuye's face. He hadn't expected Feng Yun and the others to move so quickly. After all, when he had initially escaped, he had relied on Xuanhuang's power, and even then hadn't managed to create much distance. Brother Ouyang, you've awakened? Seeing Ouyang open his eyes, Luo Yin and the others couldn't hide their joy. Ouyang gave them a slight nod, and under their expectant gazes, he simply said, I've located the core of the formation. Alright, we're leaving now. Without waiting, he darted forward, and behind him, several figures followed in quick succession. All of them pushed their speed to the limit, vanishing almost in the blink of an eye. Not long after they had departed, another group of more than a dozen figures appeared in the area. These were the 4 great factions who had been pursuing them, and right now, their expressions were rather grim. More than 10 soul cultivator prodigies had been completely outmaneuvered by just one young man. Not only had they lost the remaining map fragment, but they had also failed to capture him. If word of this got out, it would be a serious embarrassment. Sensing the residual soul fluctuations in the air, the leader of the group, Jin Wu, frowned coldly and sneered. The aura hasn't completely scattered yet. It seems more than one person passed through here, and not long ago either. Move out. Without another word, the group surged forward once more, chasing in the direction that Ouyang Yuye had taken. And as they left, more figures followed behind in quick succession, a dense line of chasing bodies like a swarm of locusts. This was the crowd of onlookers who had also rushed to follow. They too were eager to see how this strange and almost absurd chase would end. Of course, even if Ouyang Yuye were eventually caught, his reputation would have already reached a considerable height. After all, very few could ever manage to do this, and even fewer could make a group of talented prodigies run around helplessly like puppets. At the edge of the jungle, one particular area seemed rather desolate compared to the rest of the forest. The trees here were also relatively denser, appearing as a vast stretch of dark green at first glance, giving the place a natural sense of claustrophobia. Perhaps due to the jungle's density, the soul energy and aura here were exceptionally strong and thick. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air, followed by 3 figures dashing out like a sharp dagger piercing through the tightly packed trees. As they moved, the force they generated tore through the surrounding trees, uprooting them entirely and carving out a narrow path. Before long, the figures emerged from the dense forest, landing one after another on an open space outside the jungle. It was Ouyang Yuye and his companions. Seeing where they had arrived, a flicker of immense joy flashed across Ouyang Yuye's face. Is this really the formation's core? Luo Yin sensed the unusually intense aura in the surroundings, surprise flickering in his eyes. He noticed that the fluctuations of soul energy here were significantly stronger than elsewhere, and a gleam of understanding appeared in his gaze. He believed cultivating here would greatly enhance his progress. Yes, absolutely. This aura feels very familiar to me. Ouyang Yuye clearly noticed this as well. Nodding, his gaze shifted until it settled on an open space nearby. There, he could feel a peculiar vibration, likely a perception granted by the map fragment. He couldn't be sure whether this ability only worked within the formation or if it would still function after they left. If it did, then that would be a major gain. You sure think optimistically, kid. This ability of yours only works near the formation. Once you leave this place, its effects will disappear completely. After all, whoever set up this formation wasn't exactly a heaven-shaking expert. Hearing the mocking tone in Xuanhuang's voice, Ouyang Yuye didn't get angry. He had more or less expected it. Still, a slight sense of disappointment crept in. Indeed, it was a bit of a shame. He then turned his gaze toward the formation and asked, so the fragment didn't tell you anything else besides the core's location? Xuanhuan clearly had his own curiosity. Ouyang Yuye pondered briefly, then a golden light began to radiate from his palm. The moment the golden glow appeared, he immediately felt a strange resonance with something unseen. Noticing this reaction, Ouyang Yuye's pupils flickered intensely. Then, he flicked his fingers, launching the golden light forward like an arrow straight into the core of the formation. As the light touched the ground, a thunderous rumbling erupted. The land ahead seemed to come alive, emitting thick waves of golden light. This radiance, like thick mist, spread across the earth, gradually rising into the air like vapor. When the golden glow reached a certain height, the ground abruptly collapsed, revealing a golden pentagram array beneath. A thick surge of soul energy rose from the formation, intensifying the already dense aura of the jungle even further. Seeing the formation appear, Ouyang Yuye's expression lit up with joy. He turned around, fixing his gaze on Mu Lingshan, whose eyes were also filled with awe, and said solemnly, Lingshan, the rest depends on you. Stepping forward, Mu Lingshan carefully examined the massive formation in front of her, then nodded. This must be the core. However, this is the most complicated formation I've ever seen. Figuring it out thoroughly will be difficult. But if we don't analyze it and just need to destroy it, I'll require 500 Hua stones to forcibly break it using the method my father taught me. There was a noticeable tone of regret in Mu Lingshan's voice as she spoke. For someone like her who loved formations deeply, nothing was more intriguing than a powerful array. Forcing her to destroy it without thorough study was essentially asking her to make an extremely difficult decision. No wonder she seemed unhappy. Sensing the girl's discontent, Yuya chuckled and playfully tugged at her twin braids. Don't worry, once we get past this challenge, I'll find a way for you to study that xiuxian Grand Formation in the Golden Hall. I promise. That's the xiuxian Grand Formation. Mu Lingshan corrected him. Same thing, same thing. Yuya awkwardly replied with a smile, then tossed a bag of hua stones to her. Give me 1 incense stick's worth of time. Don't let anyone disturb me. Mu Lingshan said, clearly aware that Yuya couldn't afford any delay. She immediately took the hua stones and ran off. Seeing Mu Lingshan sitting beside the formation, a flicker of vicious intent flashed across Yuya's eyes before he sat down at the entrance of the jungle, gazing at the narrow path they had previously carved through. Everyone, sit down and cultivate. The soul energy here is quite dense. It would be a waste not to use such a favorable condition for cultivation. We're going to have a tough battle ahead. Hearing Yuya's words, Luo Yin and the others followed suit, sitting one after another behind Yuya. Soon, they all entered cultivation, plunging the jungle into a death-like silence once again. Yet, within this silence, an air of bloodshed lingered, like the stillness before a storm. Chapter 270, Trouble. At the edge of the jungle, deep within a dense thicket, 5 figures sat cross-legged at the entrance to the Dongyang. The one leading them was none other than Yuya. Behind him sat Luo Yin, Yun Tian, and Ji Hao. Even Chen Lin had awakened through her Hunli cultivation, though her face remained pale. At this moment, the group sat as still as ancient monks in meditation, emitting an eerie, lifeless aura. If not for the faint, fluctuating waves of Hunli radiating from their bodies, one might easily mistake them for lifeless puppets. Chirp. Suddenly, the monkey perched on Yuya's shoulder let out a cry, its beastly eyes locking onto the dense jungle ahead. As if confirming the monkey's senses, a rustling sound swept through the forest, stirring the previously tranquil atmosphere. The once silent jungle now trembled with a series of sa-sa sounds, and even the surrounding air vibrations became abruptly chaotic. Almost immediately after the monkey's cry, the 5 figures simultaneously opened their eyes. Yuya's expression turned slightly grave as he fixed his gaze on the jungle ahead. They finally arrived. Suddenly, several voices rang out, and soon after, over a dozen streaks of light shot forth like torrents of violent wind, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Even the corner of Yuya's eye couldn't help but twitch involuntarily. Humph, I thought you'd keep running forever. A cold, sharp voice rang out as several figures landed opposite Yuya, facing him directly. These were none other than the members of the 4 factions. Leading them was Jin Wu, whose expression was as icy as frost. His lips curled with even colder contempt as he gazed at Yuya's seated form. Our 4 factions have stood strong in the Jin Ding kingdom for centuries, but there has never been someone so audacious as to provoke us directly. Yet in the face of those overwhelming presences, Yuya merely smiled lightly, rising slowly to his feet and meeting their gazes without flinching. I took the Tantu. Isn't your approach here a bit despicable? Has this item been branded with your 4 factions' insignias? Humph, stop with these meaningless words. Feng Chun of the opposing side scoffed, his tone edged with cold severity. Since you've taken the Tantu, you must surely understand its importance. Let me be clear. Tantuo is merely a symbol. The true purpose behind it is to test the abilities of new recruits from the 2 academies. Therefore, your interference has created quite a nuisance for us. It's time you paid the price for your actions. Is that right? Yuya sighed in feigned helplessness, then suddenly flicked his sleeve, sending a golden streak of light hurtling toward Feng Chun. The latter caught it with his hand, only to widen his eyes in shock, his mouth hanging open as if it could swallow an egg whole. This is the Golden Inheritance Token, Feng Chun exclaimed, staring at Yuya in disbelief, his eyes brimming with incredulity. The Golden Inheritance Token. Feng Yun, standing beside him, was momentarily stunned, before swiftly snatching the token from Feng Chen's hand. Upon seeing it, his expression instantly changed. Not just him, everyone behind them, upon laying eyes on the golden token, wore expressions of intense shock. Seeing the expressions on the members of the Golden Academy, a mocking smirk crept onto Yuya's face, and his heart finally relaxed slightly. Although he had no idea exactly what this Golden Inheritance Token was, he could easily deduce from their reactions that it was no ordinary object. With this token in hand, he was certain that even if the Golden Academy still harbored hatred toward him, they would not dare attack him. After all, he was now, to some extent, representing the Academy itself. At the same time, he felt much more favorably toward the mentorine. It was likely that the latter had feared he would be injured by the Golden Academy disciples and had thus given him this token. Not bad. Yuya murmured with a faint smile, raising his head to face Feng Yun and the others. So, do I have the qualifications now? Humph. Feng Yun snorted, then tossed the token back without another word. The force behind his throw alone revealed just how displeased he truly was. As the token flew violently toward him, Yuya suddenly twisted his right arm, which instantly transformed into the Dragon Rock arm. He reached out swiftly and grabbed the token in midair. Since we're all disciples of the Golden Academy, there's no need for hostility. You're called Yuya, right? Although I don't know which mentor gave you this token, under the circumstances, we are family. If you had revealed this item earlier, we wouldn't have gone to the trouble of chasing you down. So, let's turn swords into plowshares. What do you say? At this moment, a young man from the Golden Academy stepped forward from the crowd and spoke. Of course, Yuya replied. Though I wonder what Master Feng thinks about this. Humph. Feng Yun, despite his inner fury, had no choice but to give in. He angrily flicked his sleeve and turned his head away. Heh, since no one objects, we won't interfere anymore. And Tong nodded alongside, then glanced at Ouyang, realizing that perhaps all along, they had underestimated this young man. Oh, does this mean your Golden Academy will step in against us? Jin Wu glared coldly at Feng Yun and the others, his brows instinctively furrowing. He hadn't expected the situation to develop this way. If Feng Yun and the rest acted now, retrieving the Tsenku today would truly be difficult. How could that be? We're just not getting involved. As for that kid, you're free to deal with him as you please. We won't interfere. Feng Yun suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, even the few Golden Academy members beside Ouyang changed expressions. Feng Yun, and Tong frowned at his words. Let them beat each other until they're both weakened, then we'll strike directly. As for this kid, let him pray for good fortune. But what if the person behind him holds it against us? The Golden Inheritance token hasn't been issued for years. Even ours are only silver. That golden token probably indicates someone of Deputy Sect Master level or higher. Someone like that. We simply can't afford to offend. Feng Chan frowned slightly as he spoke beside him. That's a problem for the Alchemy Academy to deal with, not us. We're not the ones attacking, Feng Yun replied. Although the others still felt uneasy, none of them spoke further. Upon hearing Feng Yun's words, Ouyang curled his lips into a sinister smile, his cold eyes narrowing on Feng Yun. He had expected his cunning. Still, he wasn't particularly surprised. In his mind, so long as Feng Yun and the others didn't act, he stood a decent chance against Jin Wu and the remaining ones. If Feng Yun says so, then I can be at ease. Jin Wu laughed, then turned his gaze toward Ouyang. Finally, he stretched his limbs, producing a crisp popping sound. Surrender the Tsenku, and I'll let you live. Dream on. Ouyang replied mockingly, his expression unconsciously flicking to his surroundings. At that very moment, an unusual ripple surged forth. Immediately, the surrounding Wenli waves noticeably wavered. Damn, even Jin Wu's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the fluctuation. It's the Zhongyang. At this time, Su Zheng also noticed the anomaly, his expression instantly darkening. This is the Zhongyang. This brat has been stalling us. Damn it. Jin Wu glared furiously at Ouyang. In the next instant, his body moved abruptly, transforming into a streak of golden light as he dashed straight for the Zhongyang. Seeing this, Ouyang's pupils narrowed sharply. Instantly, the stone tablet shot forth, slamming directly toward Jin Wu. Move! Seeing Ouyang's movement, Jin Wu roared in anger. Immediately, a streak of golden light erupted from his sulfur cannon, striking the stone tablet directly at its top. Upon collision, a crisp, sharp sound rang out. Ouyang was instantly blasted backward by the force. As he retreated, his mind abruptly shifted, and his left palm suddenly struck outward. In an instant, a giant crimson palm imprint soared forth, crashing violently toward Jin Wu's ascending body. Observing the sudden attack, Jin Wu's face turned icy cold. In the same breath, a golden light shimmered over his body, enveloping him like a gilded bronze figure. Dang! As the golden glow barely covered his body, the fiery crimson palm slammed down fiercely. A clang of metal on metal erupted outward. Under the force of impact, Jin Wu was knocked backward, scraping a 10-foot-long trail across the ground before being stopped by Su Zheng and the others. His expression darkened with fury. Let's attack together. I'd like to see what tricks you've got left. After being forced back by Ouyang's strike, Jin Wu's face darkened with humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, the others immediately surged forward. At this moment, Ouyang's expression suddenly turned grim. Flipping his wrist, he subtly took out the blood droplet wolf fang. Instantly, a cold and sinister aura surged forth, filled with a chilling metallic sensation. Feeling the icy fluctuations radiating from the blood droplet wolf fang, a trace of savagery appeared on Ouyang's face. Then, with a series of mysterious finger seals being formed, the blood droplet wolf fang began to vibrate violently. A fierce, scorching ripple erupted from it, sending waves rippling through the very air itself. Blazing Flame Prison. Chapter 271, Bloody Carnage. As Ouyang's low shout rang out, a tremor could immediately be felt emanating from the blood-dripping wolf fang. At the same time, a powerful suction force surged from the fang, instantly draining Ouyang's soul force, sending a wave of shock through him. To deal with Jin Wu and the others, he had unleashed his most powerful attack, Flaming Fire Prison, a 5th-tier crystal skill he had once used to trap the 9-headed dark golden python. However, unlike before, this time he had employed a true 5th-tier crystal skill, the highest-tier crystal he possessed. In a sense, a 5th-tier crystal technique was even more formidable than the Great Wilderness Palm. What startled him, though, was that despite his current cultivation stage as a 5th-tier soul cultivator, his soul force still proved insufficient. Tightening his resolve, he steeled his mind as the wilderness seed within his body faintly trembled. With that tremor, surges of mighty wild qi gathered from within him, then rushed madly into the blood-dripping wolf fang at his palm. With the infusion of wild qi, the blood-dripping wolf fang instantly shot forth from his grasp and soared into the air. Immediately afterward, streams of fire burst from the barrel of the firecracking cannon, twisting like dancing fire serpents that wrapped around the blood-dripping wolf fang. The air temperature rose sharply, scorching the surrounding trees and jungle until they turned pitch black, filling the air with a pungent, foul odor. The oppressive energy wave caused Jin Wu and his companions, who were mid-leaping forward, to halt abruptly, then hastily retreat, their faces revealing deep terror. That's a 5th-tier skill. Looking at the floating blood-dripping wolf Fong in midair, Xiuxian instantly identified the rank of the skill by the aura emanating from it. His face instantly changed dramatically. When it came to 5th-tier skills, the 3 devils of the Su clan understood them best. Their family's dominance over their territory stemmed from such combined 5th-tier techniques. Hence, the sheer power of a 5th-tier move was enough to drive back an Earth-tier soul master. Now, a skill that was regarded as their trump card had been unleashed by a mere young man in front of them. How could he not be stunned? 5th tier? How is that possible? Jin Wu's eyes flashed with deep shock, though even as disbelief surged through him, the fluctuations radiating from the weapon surpassed anything he had ever encountered. For the first time on the flames, he sensed a genuine threat to himself. It's because of the fire-cracking cannon. Very quickly, Su Zheng found the key. Halt here. Hearing that, the group from the Alchemy Academy turned their gaze toward the blood-dripping wolf Fong. As they felt the energy coming from the fire-cracking cannon, their faces revealed surprise, and a fiery desire flickered in their eyes. Actually, a haltier fire-cracking cannon. Among the Alchemy Academy, Fengqian and others stared at the blood-dripping wolf Fong, especially feeling the immense pressure from it. A moment of astonishment flashed in their eyes before they turned to glance at Ouyang, whose face had turned quite pale. Unconsciously, their lips curled. This guy really had been hiding his strength all along, and it wasn't just them. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield, including Luo Yan and others, gazed at the blood-dripping wolf Fong with wide-eyed amazement, their eyes filled with an intense desire. Everyone, although 5th-tier skills are powerful, they are also very difficult to form. Let's work together to disrupt it, Jin Wu said, his gaze fixed on the vibrating blood-dripping wolf Fong, a hint of greed subtly showing through his eyes. As his suggestion was voiced, the others nodded. Just then, Magcheng, who had been silent all along, suddenly moved, swiftly retreating. Magcheng, what are you doing? At the sight of Magcheng's sudden action, Su Zheng's expression immediately changed. Feel free to fight for it if you wish. I, of Chaos Demon Mountain, am withdrawing. Magcheng said coldly. Then with a flicker of his body, he leapt onto a tree trunk, appearing as if he were sitting idly on a fishing platform. Oomph, I hope you don't regret it. Jin Wu sneered, then waved his hand and roared out an order. At the sound of his command, several figures immediately shot forth, dashing toward the blood-dripping wolf Fong. So you actually have a haltier fire-cracking cannon as a hidden trump card, but your power is far too weak. You don't even know the old saying, never flaunt your wealth before others. Since that's the case, I'll help you keep it. Jin Wu sneered. Then his body shot forward like lightning, his hand reaching greedily toward the blood-dripping wolf Fong. As several figures dashed forward, Ouyang expression turned suddenly grave. Instantly, his 10 fingers formed a rapid series of seals. Ripples of light flickered beneath his feet, and in the next instant, the Ming Fengqian, Misty Shadow clone, swiftly darted forward, blocking Jin Wu's path. Scram! Seeing the clone dash forth, Jin Wu's face turned cold and dark. Swinging his Blue Pow, sulfur cannon, golden serpentine streaks slashed through the air, hurtling toward the illusionary clone and crashing down with explosive force. Under that attack, the clone was instantly shattered into pieces. However, in that brief moment of distraction, the floating blood-dripping wolf Fong suddenly paused. The next moment, a ferocious, violent aura erupted from it, and a semicircular energy dome began to slowly form before the blood-dripping wolf Fong, faintly exuding an air of encompassing all things. Retreat. As the dome appeared, the advancing figures turned pale with shock. Even Jin Wu's face showed terror. He immediately withdrew, as not even the faintest notion of resistance could arise against the energy radiating from the dome. You want to run? Too late. Observing those retreating figures, Ouyang fingers moved rapidly, forming another hand seal. With a sudden swipe of his palm, the energy dome surged into the air, plunging toward Jin Wu and his group. Pooh! As the dome shot forth, Ouyang face turned even paler, and a spray of blood flew from his mouth. His expression instantly drained of vitality. Stop it! At the same time, seeing the descending dome, Jin Wu roared furiously. He stomped his foot fiercely, instantly condensing a golden lance of light, which sped toward the dome. Following closely behind, streaks of colorful light shot forth as well. No matter how fiercely they attacked, however, the dome descended steadily like a towering mountain, unmoved by their efforts. At the very moment the dome struck, Jin Wu and the others were trapped beneath it, completely imprisoned within the flaming fire prison. No matter how hard they battered against it, nothing could break their confinement. As the prison settled, the once floating blood-dripping wolf Fong dimmed noticeably in luster, and was immediately caught in Ouyang hand. Just then, a sudden surge of powerful fluctuations erupted from behind. At the instant the tremor reached him, Ouyang expression turned sharp. He turned swiftly to see that the golden Xuanhuan, a ray center, had now been destroyed by Mu Lingshan. Intense fluctuations radiated from the site of the collapsed formation, swiftly coalescing into a massive soul force vortex. The surrounding air became visibly chaotic and turbulent. The formation is broken. At this moment, various figures began to dart out from the forest depths, landing one after another on tree trunks. These were the pursuers, and now they gazed with astonishment at the vortex forming in front of them. Particularly at the sight of Jin Wu and the others trapped within the fire prison, their expressions turned both surprised and complex. In contrast, perhaps the most shocked among them were the members of Jin Yuan's faction, who all wore expressions of disbelief on their faces. They simply could not comprehend how a mere soul cultivator could achieve such a feat. Mission accomplished. Mu Lingshan, having arrived beside Ouyang Yuya, said. A tinge of pallor showed on her pretty face, evidence of the significant drain on her energy caused by breaking the formation. Thanks for the effort. Let's go. Ouyang Yuya patted Mu Lingshan's head, then abruptly turned to leave. As Ouyang Yuya turned to flee, Jin Wu's face twisted into a savage grin. Feng Yun, stop him. We of the Lingyan Alchemy Academy no longer lay claim to the heaven-sealing array diagram or the heaven-tier treasure. Oh, hearing this, Feng Yun's pupils flashed with intense greed. In the next moment, his figure flickered forward in a series of blurred afterimages, giving chase to Ouyang Yuya. Sensing the fierce wind surging from behind, Ouyang Yuya's pupils suddenly flared. Instantly channeling his drained soul force, he summoned the fire god's left hand and struck violently behind him toward Feng Yun. The moment the fire god's left hand exploded, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Feng Yun's lips. With a tremor of his sulfur cannon, the flaming giant palm halted abruptly midair and transformed into an ice crystal. Explode. At Feng Yun's shout, the flame-covered palm exploded instantly. You're not strong enough anymore in your current state. Seeing the horror on Ouyang Yuya's face, Feng Yun sneered, and in the next instant his figure shot forward. His sulfur cannon vibrated violently, condensing into a towering pillar of ice that slammed toward Ouyang Yuya. You go first. At the sight of the ice pillar approaching, Ouyang Yuya's face instantly hardened. He turned and barked at Luo Yin and the rest. Luo Yin hesitated for a moment, about to open her mouth to speak, but was immediately stopped by Ouyang Yuya's sharp gaze. No buts about it, hurry up and go. The heaven-sealing array diagram must not fall into their hands. Just beyond here is the end of the jungle. As he spoke, Ouyang Yuya shoved the group into the vortex. Then with a wave of his palm, amid the monkey's shrieks, he hurled the creature in as well. Immediately, golden light flickered across his body, followed by a shimmer of dragon scales spreading outward. Soon after, dragon claws materialized, and with a forceful punch, he barely intercepted the oncoming pillar of ice. Under the dull booming sound, Ouyang Yuya's attack was nearly frozen the moment it made contact with the ice pillar. The next instant, the ice struck Ouyang Yuya's body without any loss of momentum. This time there was no metallic clang, only a sickening sound as if slicing through flesh. Ouyang Yuya's body was sent flying, scraping across the ground for an entire zhang's distance. The cruel streak of red bloodstains left behind looked horrifying and grotesque. At this moment, his dragon scales, no longer supported by sufficient soul force, shattered violently and dissipated, revealing hideous wounds across his body, bleeding profusely in rivulets that made one's heart race. Yet, eyes burning red, Ouyang Yuya stood firmly at the entrance of the vortex, as if declaring, "One man shall hold the pass. 10,000 cannot break through." His bloodied, desperate appearance moved the onlookers deeply, who now regarded him with profound respect. Indeed, having reached this point, Ouyang Yuya had already earned himself an unshakable reputation at this grand event, one even surpassing that of these so-called prodigies. After all, even someone like Feng Yun would struggle to claim such an impressive feat as holding off 6 enemies while keeping up with one in single combat. Still showing some backbone, huh? Watching Ouyang Yuya, Feng Yun curled his lips into a mocking smirk. Don't worry though, after dealing with you, they won't escape either. As he finished speaking, Feng Yun stepped sideways, flashing forward again. Swinging his sulfur cannon fiercely, a series of highly condensed ice pillars burst forth, resembling ice dragons slamming toward Ouyang Yuya. The sneer on his face deepened as he was confident that in Ouyang Yuya's current condition, the latter would be powerless to resist. Once this was over, both the heaven-tier sulfur cannon and heaven-sealing array diagram would be his. The thought only further twisted Feng Yun's expression into a savage snarl. His attacks became even more merciless, as if eager to tear Ouyang Yuya apart piece by piece. Thinking of killing me to seize my treasures? Not that easy, came a low, beast-like growl. The next moment, Ouyang Yuya stomped his foot furiously, then watched as his hands flashed rapidly across his pouch. Immediately after, a coarse cloth sack shot out and was instantly exploded by a swing of his palm. The moment the sack burst open, countless wild stones erupted forth, numbering in the hundreds. The sight alone sent shivers down one's spine. Ouyang Yuya had unleashed every last wild stone he had. The surging Wang-Cheat, wild aura, emanating from them caused even Feng Yun's expression to abruptly change. Though he could not immediately discern Ouyang Yuya's intent, his expression soon turned alarmingly fearful. For above him, the wild stones had gathered, forming a ring nearly a zhang in diameter that violently spun. The aura it exuded was enough to make even the Wantong, shift with alarm. He, too, felt a strange sense of familiarity radiating from the stones. Amid the surging Wang-Cheat, Ouyang Yuya felt a violent churn in his insides. A sudden wave of blood rose to his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh crimson. Ever since mastering the Shattered Den core, this was the first time he'd attempted to control such a massive quantity, and under such heavy injuries, he found it extremely difficult to control. Suppressing the chaotic energies within, he moved his fingers in a rapid sequence of complex and elusive seals. Then, raising his voice, he shouted. No sooner had the words left his lips than a series of cracking sounds filled the air. Wild energy burst forth from the stones, converging madly in front of Ouyang Yuya, forming a thick, brown beam of energy. Finally, under Wantong's stunned gaze, it crashed down toward Feng Yun without hesitation. The beam descended with irresistible might, colliding instantly with the charging ice dragons. Upon impact, an intensely violent shockwave erupted outward. Ferocious winds ripped through nearby tree trunks and tore up the ground's surface in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Under the immense force, two figures were violently thrown outward from the center. As they became visible, it was revealed to be Feng Yun. When the crowd saw Feng Yun's current state, shocked murmurs rippled through the onlookers. At this moment, Feng Yun's expression was extremely pale, his bound hair loosened by the sheer force and now hanging disheveled, making him appear very ragged, his breath also somewhat ragged. Damn you, I'll tear you apart today. A low growl, like that of a wild beast, came from his throat. Then he raised his head, eyes burning red, glaring intensely at the nearby figure of Ouyang Yuya. As for Ouyang Yuya at this moment, he was clearly in a far better condition compared to Feng Yun. Supporting himself as he rose from the ground, he flipped his wrist and pulled out the stone tablet, leaning on it as he stood. His eyes met Feng Yun's without the slightest sign of backing down. If you've got the guts, come and get me. Ouyang Yuya's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a firm determination that quickly caused the gazes around him to turn deeply admiring. Very well, very well, very well. Feng Yun sneered coldly at Ouyang Yuya, his face twisting with deeper hatred. Then, the sulfur cannon in his hand trembled violently, and from its barrel faintly glowed a lingering blue light. With a swing, another pillar of ice shot forth, howling through the air as it charged directly toward Ouyang Yuya. Watching the crashing ice pillar approach, Ouyang Yuya's expression stirred slightly with helplessness, then he bitterly shook his head, realizing it looked like he would indeed be finished this time. Just then, a sudden burst of fire blazed brightly and darted forth in an unstoppable manner, colliding instantly with the ice pillar. Under the searing heat, the ice instantly melted away. Pure young fire. Seeing the firelight, Feng Yun's expression changed instantly. When he finally recognized the figure standing protectively in front of Ouyang Yuya, his face immediately turned extremely grim. Wantong. His voice rumbled low, and his eyes were practically ablaze with fury. Sorry, I'm taking this man with me. Chapter 272 Tracking. You. Hearing what Wantong said, an expression of disbelief briefly crossed Feng Yun's graceful face. However, before she could speak, she saw Wantong grab Ouyang Yuya and leave with a flourish, stepping straight into the vortex. Almost immediately after Wantong disappeared, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. This silence didn't last long before it was shattered by a wave of uproar, followed by streams of mocking glances directed at Feng Yun. Undoubtedly, she was the most humiliated person at this event. Not only had she repeatedly failed under the hands of the one she had tried to humiliate, but she had also failed to capture him. To make matters worse, the girl rescued was precisely the one he had feelings for. This would surely be a total embarrassment for her. Just then, a dull thud rang out. Moments later, the flaming cage of Eng Olav seemed to have suffered a severe impact and began to violently tremble. As it shook, a savage aura emanated from within the fiery prison. Then, ripples violently spread outward from the once resilient glowing barrier, as if a tremendous force was attempting to tear it apart. As soon as the fire prison burst, silhouettes darted out one after another, landing beside Feng Yun and the others. It was none other than Jin Wu and his group. At this moment, Jin Wu coldly stared at the swirling vortex ahead, his expression equally grim, especially upon learning that Ouyang Yuya had taken the Feng Tianjin Tuesday. Their expressions darkened instantly. Disciples of Jin Yuan are indeed just as weak as every other year, unable to even catch a wounded soul cultivator. Jin Wu sneered, gazing at Feng Yun. The same could be said for you from Lian Yuan, getting locked up as a whole group for such a long time. And now you still have the gall to talk? If you were so capable, why did you need me to step in back then? Feng Yun retorted mockingly in response. Enough. No more arguing. What do we do now? Why would Wantong help that kid? Su Zheng frowned and asked, casting a glance at Feng Yun. Don't ask me. I don't know either. All right, it's already come to this. There's no point in arguing further. That kid must be severely injured by now, and Wantong alone can't possibly succeed in rescuing him. We should still be able to catch up, suddenly interjected Jin Imo from the side. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the others subtly shifted, clearly unimpressed by his tone. Nevertheless, his logic couldn't be entirely dismissed. With a nod, Jin Wu turned toward the grim-faced Feng Yun. Feng Yun, I don't have time to quarrel with you right now. If you're Bufu cheat, we can settle it at the academy. As the last word fell, Jin Wu's figure shifted, then dashed toward the vortex. At the instant he moved, several figures followed one after another, gradually stepping inside and disappearing from sight. Boss, what should we do now? Seeing the Lian Yuan group leave, Feng Chen's face darkened as he turned to ask Feng Yun. Pursue. There's nothing Feng Yun desires that I haven't obtained, came the cold, chilling voice, his fists tightening with a crackling sound. Suddenly, his figure shot forward, stepping directly into the vortex. As Feng Yun vanished, several other figures followed suit. And just as he departed, figures atop the jungle began leaping out one by one. After the commotion, they now truly understood. The vortex before them was the exit of the formation. Once they exited from here and reached the end of the jungle first, the trial would be over. That would signify their eligibility to enter the academy for cultivation. Thinking of this, they pushed their speeds to the limit, fearing falling behind. However, as they just started dashing out, a stream of piercing gusts suddenly whistled past their sides, targeting the figures ahead of them. Those who hadn't been prepared were immediately blown backward, victims of misfortune. And just as those figures who had rushed forward first were blasted back, a a surge of people immediately poured in like a tide, charging toward the vortex. After all, none of them knew exactly how many people the vortex could transport, so everyone desperately tried to push ahead of others, thereby setting off the horn of war. The originally harmonious crowd suddenly broke into factions, forming small groups that clashed violently with one another. Some people had barely started to take advantage of the moment to dash forward when they were struck by ruthless attacks and sent flying back, making the atmosphere suddenly turn quite eerie. Continuously, figures emerged from within the jungle attempting to escape, but whenever someone attempted to sneak away, they immediately became the target of collective assaults. After several such incidents, the battered and humiliated individuals became furious and turned violently on those nearby, causing an intensely turbulent aura to rise up even before leaving the vortex. By now, the real conflict had truly erupted. However, the area outside the vortex was drastically different from the chaos within. At this moment, several figures were sitting cross-legged nearby, none other than Luo Yin and his group, who had been forcefully pushed out of the vortex by Xuanhuan. Upon closer observation, one could see that each of them wore expressions of deep anxiety, their eyes fixed on the vortex with a grim intensity that thickened the very air, making even breathing feel difficult. Brother Luo Yin, it's been so long. Could something have happened to them? At this moment, Chunlin finally couldn't hold back any longer, asking with a voice edged in panic. Yeah, all of those people inside are quite powerful. Ouyang must have sensed the danger when he urged us to leave. Yin Tian also said, his expression serious. I'll go check it out. You all wait here. After a moment of silence, Luo Yin, deep in thought, finally nodded and said, I'm coming too. Hearing this, Chunlin also stood up. You stay here. Even if my abilities are not great, I can at least protect myself. Taking you along would only be a distraction and could lead to dangerous oversight. Right, Chunlin, you should stay here. Even if we went along, we'd just be a burden, Yin Tian added. Okay, brother Luo Yin, please be careful. Luo Yin waved slightly, just about to move, when suddenly the vortex emitted a wave of fluctuations. With this disturbance, the vortex began spinning faster, and in the next instant, a figure stepped out from within, none other than Wantong. Ouyang brother. Seeing the sudden appearance of the young girl, Luo Yin couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise. However, upon spotting Ouyang Yuya in her arms, his expression changed instantly with alarm, and he quickly stepped forward to receive her. Seeing Ouyang Yuya's weakened state, anger flickered in Luo Yan's eyes. It's okay. He's just heavily drained of strength. The injuries aren't severe, Wantong spoke, noticing the group's worry. Then, with a somewhat complicated expression, she glanced at the unconscious Ouyang Yuya. Thank you. Luo Yin bowed respectfully, his wariness visibly lessening. Though he didn't understand why Wantong, who was once their opponent, would extend help to Ouyang Yuya, her kindness was deeply appreciated. Seeing this, Wantong smiled slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly stiffened, frowning slightly as she looked behind her. She sensed a dense fluctuation emanating from the vortex and immediately said, this place isn't suitable for talking. Since the formation has been activated, it's better to find a quiet place first and decide what to do after he regains consciousness. Alright, we'll follow your suggestion. Let's find a safe place to settle first. GG. Just then, the monkey suddenly cried out. Luo Yin was startled, then noticed the monkey pointing toward a direction within the jungle before dashing off first. Come on, we can trust this little fellow. Chunlin explained and followed, with Da Huang quickly trailing behind. After exchanging glances, Wantong and Luo Yin followed swiftly, disappearing within an instant. And as they departed, the jungle behind them fell into instant silence. In no time at all, it returned to its usual stillness. However, this quiet didn't last long before it was shattered again. This time, an intense fluctuation erupted from above the vortex, and moments later, several figures stepped out one by one. Leading them was none other than Jin Wu. Boss, we're too late. Jin Lin felt the soul force fluctuations lingering in the air and said helplessly, chase them. No matter what, our Alchemy Institute absolutely cannot lose to the Gold Institute this time. It's about who gets control of the Golden Yuan formation. Jin Wu frowned as he spoke, his tone filled with strong helplessness. Originally, everything had been going in a positive direction. With their strength alone, the Gold Institute wouldn't have stood a chance in competing for the fragment map, but unexpectedly, Ouyang Yuya had appeared from nowhere, and he was even from the Gold Institute. Because of this, their entire plan had been completely disrupted. The Golden Yuan formation. Hearing this, Jin Lin's voice carried disbelief. You mean the formation that protects the Gold Institute? Tisk, correct, but it's not actually the Gold Institute's. It's merely under their temporary control. There's a time limit to their usage, and when that time expires, both sides can fight again for the management rights of the formation. That's why this whole disciple selection contest was arranged. It's ultimately for the Golden Yuan formation. To put it bluntly, our Alchemy Institute has already won 2 consecutive contests while the Gold Institute only managed 1. If we can win again this time, the Golden Yuan formation will entirely belong to us, so we definitely cannot let this chance slip away through our hands. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples of the Alchemy Institute all nodded solemnly, clearly understanding just how crucial this mission was. Alright, let's go. The 15-day deadline is almost here. With that, Jin Wu moved and dashed forward again. Just moments after he and his group had left, the location rippled slightly again, revealing Feng Yun and a few others catching up behind. Feng Yun stared darkly at the direction Jin Wu's group had gone. He waved his hand and followed closely. Once more, the jungle fell silent. Chapter 273, The Heaven Ceiling Formation Diagram. When Ouyang Yuya opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was a somewhat dim space. The first sensation that greeted him was the strong, pungent dampness in the air, its thick aroma rushing straight into his nostrils, further clouding his already groggy mind that had just woken up. He lifted his head and gazed at the shadowy walls as memories surged back into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Ouyang, you're finally awake. His quiet moment didn't last long. Suddenly, an ecstatic voice rang out, and almost immediately, he felt multiple pairs of fervent eyes fixed firmly upon him. Turning his head, he took in their faces, Chunlin, Yuntian, and the others. The joy and concern clearly visible on their faces warmed his heart slightly, and he nodded gently, offering a faint, gentle smile in return. Finally woke up, huh? You really worried them these past couple of days. If you hadn't woken up soon, they might have just carried you straight to the end of the jungle. At that moment, a comparatively cool and detached voice sounded, instantly stiffening Ouyang Yuya's neck. He turned his head in surprise toward the speaker, Wantong. Her sudden appearance caused a brief short circuit in his brain. Ouyang, if it weren't for Wantong saving you back then, I'm afraid you wouldn't have made it out alive. Seeing Ouyang's startled expression, Luoyan beside him hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Ouyang paused briefly before nodding faintly. Indeed, now that he recalled, something like that had happened. Now everything returned clearly to his memory. His expression slightly flushed with embarrassment. Undoubtedly, Wantong had recognized him from the breaking pill technique he used. Thanks, he muttered inwardly, turning his body and bowing slightly toward Wantong with cupped hands. Regardless of her reasons, she had indeed saved his life. He was fully convinced that, if Wantong hadn't intervened that day, Feng Yun, judging by her nature, would have killed him without hesitation. That was an undeniable fact. Feng Yun. He clenched his fist, his eyes briefly flashing with a fierce expression. In all this time since the Black Orin, no one had ever forced him into such a helpless and humiliating situation. Chirp chirp. Just then, a voice filled with excitement sounded. Ouyang immediately felt something land heavily on his shoulder. Turning, he saw the grinning monkey, its beastly eyes brimming with happiness. He chuckled, reaching out to pat its head affectionately. I was simply avoiding trouble, that's all. You're someone from the Gene Academy. If you were killed by your own people, there would have been no way to explain it to those behind you. Wantong said calmly, finally shifting her gaze toward the outside of the cave. You've been unconscious for 2 days. The 15-day deadline is drawing near, and if you arrive too late, you won't even get a chance to enter the academy. 2 days, huh? Hearing this, Ouyang's hand, which had been stroking the monkey, stilled slightly. It wasn't surprising. He had been exhausted to the brink of collapse during that time. His injuries had been the worst they had ever been, and nearly all of his hidden techniques had been exposed, including every last Wang stone, wild stone, which had now completely vanished. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wince inwardly. Those had been 500 of them, his entire wealth. In the blink of an eye, all of it was gone. Of course he'd feel some pain. Even though he had seemed carefree while using them, he had instantly plummeted from modest comfort back to basic survival. Few people could endure such a drastic decline. Fortunately, over these 2 days, his strength had recovered, which was at least a silver lining in his misfortune. Reflecting on this, he gripped his fist tightly. At that moment, he distinctly felt a powerful surge of energy racing through both arms. He could tell that all his energy had been fully restored, and perhaps even stronger than before. Your physical strength is quite impressive. Your external wounds are completely healed. I just wonder about your internal injuries, Wantong remarked, a trace of astonishment in her voice. She couldn't understand how a human's body could become so strong, surviving such a brutal onslaught and recovering so quickly, as though he were some kind of monster. Seeing his expression, Ouyang Yuya could guess her thoughts, but didn't bother offering further explanation. His physical strength, after being tempered by the dragon's pure blood, had already surpassed that of ordinary cultivators by a large margin, far beyond what was considered normal. Although that attack had indeed been extremely powerful, leaving injuries on his body was difficult, so there was nothing surprising about his condition. As for internal injuries, at the time he had only suffered from energy depletion. He hadn't sustained any severe damage. Brother Ouyang, these past 2 days really had that girl Chunlin worried to no end. She secretly cried more than a few times. At this moment, Yuntian beside them spoke. Hearing this, Chunlin's face instantly turned bright red, and when she saw Ouyang Yuya's gaze shift toward her, she nearly wished for a crack in the ground to hide in. Immediately, she hurriedly said, don't think too much of it. You got hurt because you were saving me, so it's only natural I would worry. Hearing Chunlin's words, Ouyang Yuya smiled, and shook his head slightly without offering any rebuttal. She was clearly someone whose actions rarely matched her words, and he understood her personality too well to call her out on it. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Mulingshan beside them and said, thank you, Muling. Didn't we say before that you take me to the end, and I'll help you unlock the formation? No need to thank me. Here, now that you've woken up, I'll give this back to you. Mulingshan said with a grin, waving her right hand and handing over something that looked like a scroll. Catching the scroll smoothly, Ouyang felt a familiar ripple as soon as his fingers touched it, and his expression immediately tightened. Is this the Heaven Ceiling Formation Diagram? It should be the one. I peeked at it briefly while you were out, but honestly, it's really complicated. I couldn't make any sense of it. Mulingshan said, shaking her head helplessly, before continuing under Ouyang's surprised gaze. If I'm not mistaken, this should be just a fragment of the Heaven Ceiling Formation Diagram. As for what its function is, I think it's probably just an ordinary message. It doesn't seem like it's truly an actual formation diagram. She waved her hand slightly, looking somewhat frustrated. I see. Ouyang gave a slight nod, then tossed the formation diagram into his xiuxian bag. As for formation techniques, he wasn't very familiar with them, so he had no intention of studying it immediately. Besides, if it was merely meant to function as a message, he wasn't entirely convinced. He clearly remembered what teacher Irin had said back then, that this formation diagram contained great benefits. Thus, he was very curious about those specific advantages. Now that he had it, it was time to head for the jungle's endpoint. In truth, at this point, they had already succeeded halfway. He turned to Luoyin and asked, Luoyin, what's the current situation? A lot of disciples have been fighting fiercely near the vortex after we left. Some people have already emerged from it and are heading toward the final destination. As for Feng Yun and her group, they're still searching for us. It seems they haven't given up entirely, Luoyin replied, frowning slightly. Heh, then let's join in the commotion too, Ouyang Yuye said with a smile. He then stood up and turned to Wantong. Wantong, do you want to come with us? Fine. I suppose it'd be troublesome if I went back alone right now. I might as well go with you. Hearing Wantong's response, Ouyang Yuye smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, then lightly flicked his foot and shot toward the cave entrance. Behind him, several figures followed in succession. Just as they had barely left, two figures suddenly emerged from hiding. The one at the front was wrapped in a black robe, his face unnaturally pale. Most eye-catching were his pair of blood-red pupils, which appeared even more eerie under the sunlight. If Ouyang Yuye had seen him again, he would surely recognize him immediately. It was Mo Chung and Maluo from the Chaos Demon Mountain. Watching the disappearing figures, Maluo's lips curled into a cold smirk. They finally came out. Shall we make our move? Feng Yun and her group must have never expected that even after several days, they still haven't reached the end, Mo Chung said with a laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I have to admit, their endurance is quite admirable. They managed to stay hidden for this long. Hehe, I heard they've already blocked off the two main routes toward the final destination. It looks like Ouyang Yuye and his bunch will be in big trouble, Maluo said, his voice laced with obvious glee. That's not a bad approach either. Well then, it's time for us to move, Mo Chung said, stretching lazily as a series of crisp cracking sounds accompanied his motion. At the same time, a wisp of black mist surged around his body. Strangely, its direction pointed eerily toward where Ouyang Yuye had gone. Haha, I'm afraid even Ouyang Yuye never realized you've already left a trace mark on him. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to find them. But I didn't expect Wantong to actually join them. This complicates things slightly for our plans ahead. Wantong is somewhat troublesome now. Let's go. Before they're found by Feng Yun and her group, we'll be the ones reaping the benefits. As for Wantong, although her strength is decent, she's ultimately just a woman. I'll handle her later. The rest will be up to you. Except for Luoyin being somewhat problematic, Ouyang Yuye is also severely injured. The others aren't worth fearing. Fangxin Hala, no major issues. Seeing Maluo nod, Mo Chung also nodded slightly. Then, he dashed forward first. Maluo quickly followed behind. Soon, both figures vanished into the jungle. Chapter 274 Interception. In the vast jungle, several figures suddenly dashed through swiftly, shattering the silence of the jungle in an instant. As those figures landed, it became clear that they were Ouyang Yuye and the others who had emerged from the cave. However, the person leading the group suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? When Ouyang Yuye stopped, the others behind him also showed expressions of confusion. Looking at the solemn expression on Ouyang Yuye's face, Wantong asked cautiously. We're being followed, Ouyang Yuye said, his face showing a hint of helplessness. He hadn't expected that even after staying in the cave for 2 days, they still couldn't completely shake off those tales. Hidden beneath his helplessness was a trace of coldness. Oh, hearing this, the faces of the others, including Luoyin, changed greatly, immediately becoming vigilant and staring at the surroundings warily, their soul energy faintly visible as it surged forth. Even Wantong was startled at first, then turned around and stared at the jungle behind them. When he noticed nothing unusual, he looked at Ouyang Yuye with a puzzled expression. However, after what had happened before, his former underestimation of Ouyang Yuye had long vanished. After a moment of silence, he asked, Is it Feng Yun in them? Ouyang Yuye shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He sharply turned toward the left, and in the next instant, raised his left palm. A flaming handprint shot out, rushing toward the jungle. As it soared past, the Jing wind and scorching heat emanating from the handprint instantly set the trunks ablaze, resembling a streak of crimson light that charged forward with unmatched momentum, heating the surrounding air. Ouyang Yuye's eyes were fixed on the direction where the huge palm had passed. But just then, he saw the surging palm suddenly come to a stop. Without delay, a dense black mist soundlessly extended out, immediately enveloping the crimson palm. Then the black mist tightly clenched down on the palm and, finally, crushed it into nothingness. At the exact moment the palm was shattered, two figures were forcefully driven out. They flashed through the air and landed beside Ouyang Yuye and his companions. Mo Chung. When he saw the leading figure, Wantong exclaimed in surprise. A flash of shock passed through his beautiful eyes, mingled with an evident wariness. Obviously, he held strong caution toward Mo Chung. Among the younger generation, the one who gave him the most pressure wasn't Jin Wu or Feng Yun. Instead, it was the usually silent Mo Chung. Wantong had heard about him before. He was the only disciple from an ordinary faction who could rival the 4 major sects disciples. What made him most cautious about Mo Chung was how he had chosen to retreat directly when facing Ouyang Yuye's fire prison, not engaging. It was precisely due to this action that Wantong had placed Imo Chung on his dangerous list. An arrogant enemy was not truly fearsome. The real threat was those who could bide their time and deliver deadly strikes when it mattered most. The fact that Imo Chung had waited for them here was proof enough of his intelligence and cunning. He definitely belonged to the most dangerous category of people. You really are quite remarkable. Imo Chung chuckled as he gazed at Xuanhuan, but his pupils subtly constricted. He couldn't figure out how Xuanhuan had discovered their presence. What surprised him even more was that, on Xuanhuan, he didn't spot a single serious injury. In fact, he seemed somewhat stronger than before. Are you curious about how I detected your presence? Xuanhuan smirked as he asked, observing Imo Cheng's reaction. A little, to be honest. Frankly, I'm very intrigued by you. On you, I sense a whiff of battle. That's something those fools of my men can't achieve, Imo Chung said, his mouth curling into a peculiar arc. Upon hearing that, Xuanhuan revealed a helpless smile, then suddenly clenched his palm. Immediately, a cluster of black flames surged from his palm. Within those flames, one could clearly discern a bit of black mist rapidly writhing, seemingly trying to escape. Finally, under Imo Cheng's gloomy expression, with a jolt of spiritual power, he watched the black flames instantly devour and refine the black mist before rapidly retreating back into Xuanhuan's body. Do you really think a mere wisp of black mist could defeat me? Seeing this, Imo Cheng suddenly laughed out loud, his blood-red eyes displaying a rare trace of admiration. No wonder so many people have fallen at your hands. You really are quite extraordinary. I'm just wondering, since you can undo it, why have you led my brother and I here? Xuanhuan smiled slightly, but deep inside, his wariness toward Imo Chung had increased. If it hadn't been for the Jade Toad King informing him upon his awakening, he wouldn't have known how insidious Imo Chung truly was, taking advantage of his battle with Feng Yun to secretly plant a mark inside his body. Although Imo Chung had acted quite carefully, he had still underestimated him. Xuanhuan was no ordinary opponent. The secrets he concealed were far beyond what Imo Chung could detect. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan fixed his gaze sharply on Imo Chung. The reason you followed me is simply to eliminate us before Feng Yun and Jin Wu can find me, Xuanhuan said, watching Imo Cheng's surprised expression. Unfortunately, I share the same idea. Arrogant fool. You're nothing but a pitiful wretch barely escaping Feng Yun's grasp, needing a woman to rescue you. Do you actually believe you're that formidable? Right after Xuanhuan's words, a cold snort rang out. The next moment, Imo Luo's figure shot forward toward Xuanhuan. At the same time, his sulfur cannon vibrated, transforming into a cone-shaped vortex that crashed toward Xuanhuan's position. Imo Luo, did you really think we're just helpless before you? Just then, a deep shout echoed from behind Xuanhuan. Luo Yan's face turned cold as soul energy surged, instantly condensing into a slender silver sword in his hand. As he was about to step forward, suddenly a hand blocked him. Turning his head, he saw Xuanhuan shaking his head slightly. In the next instant, Xuanhuan's body suddenly halted, then rushed toward Imo Luo. A massive surge of soul energy erupted from him, but instead of the usual crimson hue, it now appeared wrapped in coils of black energy like writhing serpents. A low growl sounded, and the surrounding black soul energy wildly gathered before him, ultimately solidifying into a massive black palm. This palm was pitch black in color, faintly exuding both scorching heat and icy cold, two completely opposite and turbulent forces. Just as the massive palm finished forming, Xuanhuan's hand suddenly swept forward. Instantly, the black palm lunged, wildly colliding with the vortex that Imo Luo had unleashed. As the vortex's tip touched the surface of the giant palm, the vortex seemed to be devoured by a tremendous, invisible force. A vast suction power spread from the vortex's tip, and the dense black mist on it surged wildly, then poured directly into the black palm, as if being absorbed by the palm's devouring power. Imo Luo retreat. Witnessing this, even Imo Cheng's expression instantly changed, and he immediately shouted. The black palm was strangely ominous, and even he sensed a trace of danger from it. Hearing this, Imo Luo dared not linger. He was far too familiar with that aura. Immediately, he withdrew like he had seen a ghost, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. He truly couldn't believe how monstrous Xuanhuan was. Originally assuming that the latter, being injured, wouldn't have such a formidable ability, he hadn't expected Xuanhuan to remain this strong even when hurt. Seeing Imo Luo's intention, Xuanhuan's expression also suddenly changed. Instantly, his fingers moved rapidly, cutting off the connection with the black palm. Suppressing the regret in his heart, he waved his sleeve, and from within his sleeve, a red streak darted out toward Imo Luo. Under the red light, a golden net materialized and swiftly descended over Imo Luo. Dark alchemy body. Seeing the golden net fall, Missouri Luo's expression changed. A low growl rumbled from his throat. Then, thick smoke surged from his sulfur cannon, quickly spreading across his entire body. Amid the swirling black mist, Luo Yan's figure was now encased in a pitch-black armor, fully covering him, radiating an eerie and icy fluctuation. Only his exposed eyes were visible. Boom! Just as the black mist enveloped him, the golden net finally struck, enclosing him within. Break free! Seeing the golden net, Imo Luo roared, and instantly, the black mist surging from his body condensed into a pitch-black spear, slashing downward with fierce momentum and immediately crashing into the golden net. The immense force sent violent tremors through the net, and a sharp ringing sound echoed. Then, Fine cracks gradually spread across its surface. However, the golden net's durability also greatly surprised him. Upon realizing his strike had failed to shatter it, his expression changed immediately. Yet before he could act, he saw that the black palm had swiftly descended as well, directly shaking the golden net apart before mercilessly slamming into Mo Luo's body. Under the black palm's impact, the dark mist surrounding Mo Luo's body was instantly scattered. Then, surprisingly, it began rushing toward the black palm at an astonishing speed, getting completely devoured from the area over his chest. Finally, under Mo Luo's horrified gaze, the palm struck ruthlessly against his chest. A deep thud sounded, turning Mo Luo's expression pale with shock, followed by him lowering his gaze to see the black flames surging into his body from the wound, leaving his face deathly gray. Phooey! A mouthful of blood spat out, and immediately his body flew backward like a broken kite, landing heavily at Mo Cheng's feet, causing the latter's face to turn exceptionally grim at once. Chapter 275 One-on-One. In the vast jungle, a deathly silence followed the Luo's sudden and devastating defeat. Even figures like Luo Yin wore expressions of disbelief, turning their gazes towards Ouyang Yuya, who stood quietly with his hands clasped. Especially Wu Tong, whose expression toward the latter held an unusual flicker. She was no stranger to Luo. Aside from the top disciples of the four major factions, he was unquestionably a notable figure among the second-tier disciples, one who could be considered second only to them. With his Winsure fourth-tier strength and his eerie dark alchemy, even she would have had difficulty dealing with him. Yet today, Ouyang Yuya had taken him down so swiftly that none of them could fully grasp what had happened before the battle was already over, which meant Ouyang Yuya's strength had unquestionably surpassed us by a large margin. Thinking about it, even she felt perplexed, yet she couldn't understand how this guy, only at Conjure 5th tier, had managed to do it. Back in the mountains, when her own strength was sealed, she hadn't held high hopes for Ouyang Yuya. But now, this was the first time she truly reconsidered him in a new light. Yet soon she recalled that back then, Ouyang Yuya was merely refining his body. He hadn't even reached her yet, and even then he had severely wounded the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King. Moreover, in just a few months, he'd advanced 5 levels. Looking at it this way, this person was truly not ordinary. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she again turned her gaze back toward Ouyang Yuya, and as the figure before her gradually merged with an image that had refused to fade from her memory, a slight curve appeared on her lips. Compared to the admiration flashing in Wu Tong's eyes, Mo Cheng's expression was considerably more grim, though surprise could also be seen deep in his pupils. Ouyang Yuya had moved too fast, so fast that he didn't even have time to intervene before Mo was already thrown backward. Mo himself had no idea how his dark alchemy body had been broken. Mo Cheng immediately helped Mo up, settling him cross-legged to meditate, then raised his head and stared darkly at Ouyang Yuya. In particular, seeing the black flames continuously crawling across Mo's body made the coldness emerging in his blood-red eyes even more intense. Finally, a faintling shab crept onto his lips, making his expression both bizarre and terrifying. Heh, you really weren't holding back. Of course, if I hadn't fought to kill, I'd be lying there now. Ouyang Yuya shrugged indifferently at Mo Cheng's words. Heh, I must admit, your strength is impressive. Even I sense danger from you. Losing to you simply means he wasn't skilled enough. But I am quite interested in you. How about it? Want to have a one-on-one battle? Mo Cheng, a Winsure 6th tier expert making such a suggestion. You're not embarrassed? Before Mo Cheng had even finished speaking, Luo Yin behind him suddenly mocked with a trace of ridicule. Oh, hearing this, Mo Cheng's eyebrows lifted slightly, and suddenly, he swung out his arm, unleashing a dense wave of black mist that burst forth like a storm toward Luo Yin. The speed was terrifyingly fast, nearly instantaneous. Surprised, Luo Yin immediately began retreating, her experience helping her react swiftly. Just as she was about to strike back, a sudden eruption of fire erupted from the ground below, twisting like a fiery dragon to ensnare the black mist. Simultaneously, a searing heat wave spread violently through the air, evaporating the dark fog into oblivion. Mo Cheng, you at least consider yourself an expert. Making a challenge against a Gunjura, don't you think that's excessive? Wu Tong, after incinerating the mist, slightly furrowed her eyebrows and spoke to Mo Cheng. Heh. Hearing this, Mo Cheng merely shook his head, then turned his gaze fixedly toward Ouyang Yuya, whose blood-red eyes gleamed with a fiery battle intent. I accept. At that moment, Ouyang Yuya suddenly exhaled heavily, clenching his right fist. Instantly, surging waves of powerful energy erupted from within his body, swirling through his frame, giving off a slight sense of searing heat. Brother Ouyang. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya had accepted the challenge, Luo Yin immediately tried to dissuade him. However, before he could finish speaking, Ouyang Yuya gently waved his hand, stopping him short. Impressive. After a moment of shock, Mo Cheng finally spoke, though the fiery intensity in his pupils instantly revealed his true feelings. In the next instant, his figure flickered strangely, then suddenly vanished from the spot. As soon as he disappeared, Ouyang Yuya's pupils also flickered, and immediately he swiftly stepped backward. Just as he moved, a streak of black mist slashed through the air where he had stood, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. However, thanks to Ouyang Yuya's dodging, the attack missed and struck the ground instead, instantly unleashing a violent shockwave that spread outward. As the shockwave passed, the weeds on the ground immediately turned yellow and withered. After that single strike, Mo Cheng's silhouette reappeared, Seeing that Ouyang Yuya had managed to dodge, his expression briefly turned surprised. However, before his expression could fade, he saw Ouyang Yuya suddenly dart forward with lightning speed, accompanied by a fiery red palm strike that suddenly smashed downward. Surging waves rippled through the surrounding air. The fiery red palm shot forth with a howling wind. As it approached Mo Chung, suddenly a pitch-black shield appeared from nowhere, blocking the incoming strike. The giant palm struck the black shield, instantly appearing as if it had fallen into a quagmire, immediately scattering and vanishing, as though devoured and refined by the black shield. Seeing his attack had no effect, Ouyang Yuya's eyes instantly narrowed. However, at that very moment, he terrifyingly discovered that the black mist on the surface of the shield began violently swirling, then gradually solidified into a long black spear aimed straight toward Ouyang Yuya and lunged downward. Undeniably, Mo Ching's mastery of dark alchemy far surpassed that of Wolo. The spear moved with incredible speed, so swift even Ouyang Yuya couldn't react immediately. The black spear, surrounded by thick swirling mists and radiating a sharp edge, rapidly expanded in Ouyang Yuya's pupils. Yet just as it was about to pierce Ouyang Yuya's throat, a milky white light suddenly burst forth in front of his neck, instantly enveloping his body in a protective barrier. Upon impact, a muffled sound erupted, and the protective barrier surrounding Ouyang Yuya suddenly quivered. Then, visible ripples of energy burst outward in a circular shockwave from the point of contact, and under that immense force, Ouyang Yuya himself was thrown backward. Interesting. Seeing Ouyang Yuya had actually managed to stop his attack with just a light shield, Mo Chung slightly lifted the corner of his lips. Decent reflexes, but this dark spear of mine isn't comparable to anything Molo could ever wield. You won't block it so easily. As soon as those words left his lips, the black mist that had previously spread into the surroundings suddenly converged again. Under Ouyang Yuya's shocked gaze, it immediately took the shape of another identical spear. Upon seeing it, a flicker of fear rushed through Ouyang Yuya's heart, a sense of danger surging within. Immediately, he hastily retreated. As soon as he stepped back, he saw Mo Ching's lips curl into a mocking smirk. In the next moment, the spear suddenly trembled, then shot forward swiftly and struck the shield again. This time, after its previous attack, the white shield slightly quivered before being pierced through by the dark spear, which continued forward with irresistible force, striking directly against Ouyang Yuya's right shoulder. As the black spear struck, Ouyang Yuya's right shoulder was instantly impaled, causing him to involuntarily let out a stifled groan. Immediately afterward, thick black mist surged into his body through the wound. In that split-second battle, Luo Yin and the others instantly changed expression, completely unprepared for Ouyang Yuya being injured in a single clash. Was Mo Chung truly this powerful? They gazed at Ouyang Yuya with anxiety, their fists already glowing faintly with soul force energy, ready to intervene at any moment. As expected, your body really is just as strong as they say. Looking at the hole he had left on Ouyang Yuya, Mo Ching's eyes briefly turned serious. Nobody understood the skill he had just unleashed better than himself. It was a move capable of seriously wounding ordinary Gunsru. You're not bad either. But with that alone, you can't defeat me. At that moment, everyone suddenly saw Ouyang Yuya, who had been kneeling halfway, slowly rise to his feet. He coldly stared at Mo Chung. The next instant, his left palm forcefully struck his wounded shoulder. Immediately, a cracking sound of bone contact rang out, and his expression turned ominously dark. Then, with a swift movement of his fingers, he formed a subtle hand seal. In the same moment, his right hand swiftly swept across his forehead. Instantly, a mark resembling a tree seed flickered into view, and at the same time, a savage and primeval aura began raging violently within his body. Chapter 276, The Great Huanling Decree vs. the Dark Alchemical Body. As the thick aura spread, one could instantly see streams of brownish energy surging out from Ouyang Yuya's body, spiraling and rapidly swirling around him. As they pulsed, one could feel Ouyang Yuya's aura also increasing wildly and spreading outward. At the same time, Ouyang Yuya's spirit stirred. Accompanied by the tremor of the Wog seed, the Great Wog spirit decree within his body was now frantically activated. Instantly, he felt the surrounding energy swirl faster, pouring into his body, and then transforming into streams of brownish Wong Qi rushing out, like a howling wind that crashed into the surrounding air with a rumbling sound. That's the aura of Wong Stone. Wan Tong stared at the spiraling Wong Qi swirling around Ouyang Yuya, murmuring softly. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Based on her perception, she could confirm it was indeed Wong Qi, but what startled her was how Ouyang Yuya could possibly refine such a vast amount of it. Moreover, upon that Wong Qi she sensed a smooth, rounded quality, as though it had naturally existed within his body, even thicker and purer than the aura from actual Wong stones. Quite impressive energy. Feeling the oppressive sensation from the air, the demon Chong, after a brief moment of shock, revealed an unusual trace of seriousness on his face. Although he was familiar with the aura of Wong Stone, even the Wong Stone itself likely couldn't compare to the thickness and purity radiating from Ouyang Yuya at this moment, which was even generating some pressure on him. And for such a sensation to emerge from someone at the Soul Cultivator stage was truly unheard of. Even during his past encounters, the likes of Feng Yun and others had failed to reach such a level. However, just as his words faded, he saw Ouyang Yuya's figure suddenly move, darting directly toward him. In that instant, a brown afterimage appeared where he had stood, while his actual body had transformed into a brownish streak of light. As his right arm rippled, it instantly morphed into a dragon-like arm. Surrounded by the swirling brownish energy, it launched a thunderous punch forward. Boom! The force released by the dragon fist barely shot forward before it instantly caused the surrounding air to erupt with explosive noise. Then, with a piercing momentum as if tearing through space itself, it carved through the area, scattering the surrounding soul energy as it transformed into a crimson fist-shaped shadow that pierced directly toward Demon Chung. Just as the fist shadow shot forward, Demon Chung let out a low roar. The sulfur cannon on his back trembled violently, and instantly thick waves of dark mist surged forth, condensing into a pitch-black barrier. The swirling darkness caused the crimson fist shadow to sink upon impact, becoming stuck as though trapped in a marsh. At that moment, Demon Chang's blood-red eyes suddenly sharpened, and immediately the dark barrier erupted with a fierce aura. As the black mist writhed, it formed into a colossal, swirling vortex, instantly tearing apart the crimson fist shadow. Humph! Seeing the dark mist, a cold sneer rose from the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. Suddenly, from the shattered fist shadow, a cluster of pitch-black flames burst forth. Under Demon Chang's startled gaze, the black flames quickly surged across the black barrier. Where they passed, the surrounding mist seemed to be devoured entirely. Meanwhile, the flames grew larger like a rolling snowball. When the dark mist was completely dispelled, the flames transformed into a black streak of light that shot directly toward Demon Chung. Seeing the flames, Demon Chung was immediately seized by alarm. He hastily retreated without daring to face them head-on, clearly holding great apprehension for the black fire. After all, the fates of Demon Luo and Demon Foam had already been clear warnings. As he frantically withdrew, thick waves of darkness gushed violently from his sulfur cannon, finally condensing before him into a pitch-black spear that sliced fiercely forward, colliding directly with the approaching flames. But to his horror, the black fire proved exceptionally tenacious. As the spear shot forward, the flames immediately wrapped around it like a relentless parasite, devouring the black mist. The black spear vanished in an instant. Damn it! Seeing the fire's incredible persistence, Demon Chang's expression finally changed slightly at this moment. Then, his fingers suddenly wove through a series of mysterious hand seals. Under these seals, the surrounding black mist surged even more rapidly. Simultaneously, a fierce jet of the same black wind shot forth from his sulfur cannon, roaring directly toward the flame in a violent counterattack. The black wind moved at an incredible speed. Before Xuanhuan could react, it had already torn through the flame with a piercing, sharp quality, violently scattering the black fire into pieces. Immediately afterward, the attack surged toward Xuanhuan, whose expression had barely shifted in shock. Ruijin Qi, sharp metal aura. Seeing the relentless attack rushing toward him, Xuanhuan's expression darkened. He hastily stepped back, then abruptly raised his left palm. A flicker of flame flashed before he forcefully slammed it downward, aiming straight at the incoming black wind. A sharp clang rang out, followed by a powerful shockwave emanating from the point of impact. It surged into the ground like a ripple, then spread outward in rolling waves, much like a crashing tide. The violent fluctuation lifted the Earth's surface, throwing dirt into the air and tearing apart the surrounding vegetation. Even Xuanhuan was sent reeling by the sheer force, his face growing pale and filled with tension. Excellent. With a thunderous laugh, Demon Chung fixed his blood-red eyes sharply on Xuanhuan. In the next moment, his hands rapidly formed seals. Immediately afterward, dense waves of mist surged around him, clinging to his body. As the darkness wrapped around him, his aura surged dramatically. Dark alchemical body. The familiar sensation emanating from Demon Chung caused Xuanhuan's pupils to contract. Truthfully, he had faced this kind of power many times before. The sensation was extremely unforgettable. Thus, as soon as Demon Chung unleashed it, he recognized it instantly. His expression darkened further. For the first time, he felt a genuine sense of danger from this dark alchemical body, something even more threatening than Demon Luo. Xuanhuan, being able to force me to use the dark alchemical body, you are indeed among the few. You should consider yourself honored. A chilling voice echoed, causing Xuanhuan to focus his gaze sharply. His expression darkened. At this moment, Demon Chung had fully completed his dark alchemical body. The sight alone sent a chill through Xuanhuan's heart. Unlike the ethereal, unstable appearance of Demon Luo's form, Demon Chang's dark alchemical body was far denser and more solid. Instead of dark mist drifting loosely around him, it enveloped his body like a second, pitch-black, form-fitting armor. With every movement, it clanged like cold, hardened metal, exuding an icy and ominous aura. His only visible features were his blood-red eyes, making him look like a warrior risen straight from the depths of hell. Actually a fully perfected dark alchemical body. At this moment, Luo Yin, watching from afar with cold eyes, spoke in surprise, his tone revealing both wariness and caution. Perfecting the dark alchemical body was an arduous feat, even for experienced dark alchemists. Humph. Demon Chung has always been the leader among dark alchemists. His strength is one thing, but more importantly, his natural talent is just too overwhelming, nothing short of monstrous. Even his mastery of the dark alchemical body has reached an unmatched level. Even we would hesitate to provoke him recklessly. Wan Tong added, her eyes tightening as she observed Demon Chung. Do we make our move? Yin Tian suddenly asked, glancing toward Demon Chung. Not yet. I believe Ouyang will be well prepared. He's not someone reckless or unaware of his limits. Hearing this, the others nodded, eyes locked intently on the two powerful figures standing face to face. Truly powerful. Yang murmured, his lips curling slightly as he gazed at Demon Cheng's solid armor. A genuine admiration surfaced in his voice. Secretly, he thought how incredible it would be to learn such a martial technique without it damaging the body. Even as the thought passed through his mind, his arms suddenly extended outward, then quickly retracted. His hands formed a series of rapid seals, blurring into a series of dazzling afterimages. As the seals formed, the surrounding Wang Qi trembled violently before surging toward him from all directions. With a roaring howl, the energy twisted the space around him slightly, sending tremors rippling through the battlefield. As this convergence occurred, the surrounding soul force was forcefully expelled, forming a vacuum-like space around his body. The originally coiling Wang Qi, resembling curling dragons, now wildly gathered together, finally taking shape into a massive brown palm before him. As soon as the palm formed, it radiated an unmatched ancient aura. Even the clearly visible fingerprints upon its surface could be seen, winding like creeping vines, and adding an untamed, primal aura to the palm. At the same time, a thick pressure, like that of a mountain collapsing, surged outward from the palm. Clearly, this was his most powerful martial technique at the moment, Great Wang Palm. As the Great Wang Palm fully formed, Yang abruptly lifted his head, his cold gaze fixed sharply on Demon Cheng. Humph. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. Chapter 277 Escape. A gigantic brown palm, massive and fierce, stood before Yang. It resembled an ancient hand piercing through time, hovering in midair with a disdainful aura. Waves of primeval and weathered energy emanated from it, causing ripples in the surrounding space, clashing with the dense jungle atmosphere. Gigi. Upon seeing the giant palm, even the monkey riding atop Da Huang's back wore a solemn expression. It slightly leaned forward its beastly body, fixating its gaze on the black-armored Magcheng, ready for combat at any moment. You truly have some hidden tricks up your sleeve, Yang. You've been holding back a lot. Seeing the aged palm appear midair, Magcheng's pupils slightly narrowed. Unlike Yang previous techniques, besides the flame prison he had used earlier, this palm was the second time Magcheng had sensed danger from Yang's attacks. Earth-ranked. Thinking about the palm, Magcheng's heart darkened. He had expected Yang to use the 5th-tier flame prison again. In his opinion, the reason Yang was so confident probably stemmed from the existence of that 5th-tier ability. He had planned to seize the moment when Yang would be weakened after using it. However, he hadn't expected Yang to possess countless hidden techniques. Facing this palm formed from the essence of the Huangshi, even Magcheng himself found Yang unexpectedly difficult to deal with. At this point, the pressure Yang gave him even surpassed that of Fengyun. In his eyes, so-called geniuses were powerful only because of abundant cultivation resources and strong martial techniques, placing them far above their peers. But Yang gave him an eerie feeling. The richness of his combat experience and his ruthless efficiency had all been forged in actual battles. That was exactly the kind of person most dangerous. Just a minor trick. Nothing worthy of your admiration. Yang smiled, shaking his head. The next moment, his palm abruptly swung down. Following his gesture, the giant palm crashed downward like a collapsing peak, aiming directly at Magcheng. At the same time Yang unleashed this attack, his face turned pale and his aura immediately receded, with all the wild energy previously surging outside his body now rushing inward. His presence significantly weakened after launching the palm, clearly indicating that even with his current strength, he could not escape the aftereffects. Despite this, excitement flashed across his eyes. Though he had used the Great Wild Palm before, unlike the previous simple condensation of Huangxin, this was the first time he had fully unleashed it using the complete Great Wilderness Spirit technique. The enhancement in its power was countless times greater than before, so he was naturally very curious about its strength. Only someone with an exceptionally strong physique could dare unleash it completely. Otherwise, the savage force of the Wang Qi could easily tear his body apart. This was closely related to the dragon's blood essence within him as well. The Great Wild Palm was extremely fierce in its momentum. Wherever it passed, the air darkened, and an immense pressure carved a deep trench into the ground. Seeing the Great Wild Palm, Magcheng's expression instantly became serious. He didn't dare underestimate it. Immediately, he shook the sulfur cannon in his hand, creating a pitch-black curtain of light. However, even after forming the curtain, he did not relax. His right palm suddenly slammed his chest, forcing a stream of refined blood to seep out from his armor, which then shot forth like blood arrows into the black curtain of light. Explosive arrows. At his low shout, the curtain began to violently vibrate. Dark mists writhed across its surface before transforming into countless black spears, shooting forth like an arrow storm, attacking the Great Wild Palm. Pung pung pung. As the explosive arrows shot forth, a series of dull explosions rang out, like popping beans, without ceasing. Indeed, the Great Wild Palm was powerful. Before the arrows could even reach the brown palm, they were entirely shattered by the wild energy radiating around it, without even leaving a mark. Despite this, the explosive arrows came in endless swarms like locusts. As the saying went, even a mighty tiger cannot overpower a pack of wolves. Under such concentrated bombardment, the Great Wild Palm weakened slightly, but still struck down powerfully upon the black barrier without losing momentum. The two ferocious attacks collided, instantly causing the advancing Great Wild Palm to come to a sudden halt, as if time and space had frozen. The next moment, the black light barrier exploded violently, releasing a storm of Ongbao Jingfeng, violent energy, that swept outward in all directions, Nanyash, crushing the surrounding ground into powder and carving out a massive circular crater. Under the immense force, two figures were forcefully pushed backward. As Ouyang Yuya staggered back, he felt a surge of energy turmoil in his chest. Immediately, his eyes locked onto Magcheng, on the other side. At that instant, a pitch-black figure shot straight toward him, tearing through space with a series of explosive booms. It was undoubtedly Magcheng. With his dark alchemical body, his defense, speed, and even attacks were even more formidable than before, leaving Ouyang Yuya barely enough time to react before a bone-piercing chill ran along his neck. Looking up, he saw a jet-black spear, its pupils rapidly dilating, shooting toward him. As Ouyang dodged, he could clearly see the tip of the spear, where the surrounding air had formed spiral patterns due to its extreme speed. Sensing the approaching attack, a wave of unease surged through him. He swiftly dashed backward to evade. Just as he moved, the light spear slashed past, leaving a shallow wound across his neck. At that moment, a blazing column of fire erupted from behind him, transforming into a crimson fire dragon that engulfed the black spear. As the fire dragon dissipated, several figures leapt forward and stood beside him, Wantong and the others, glaring coldly at Magcheng. "How are you?" Wantong asked, looking at Ouyang Yuya, whose face was somewhat pale. "I'm fine. Just used up a lot of energy." He lightly waved his hand, then shifted his gaze to Magcheng nearby. At the moment, Magcheng wasn't in a good state either. Cracks had appeared on his dark armor, and his previously calm and steady aura was now somewhat chaotic. Not bad. You're the first one who has forced me into such a mess." Magcheng stared fiercely at Ouyang Yuya, the previous gentle smile on his face now completely gone, replaced by a dark and grim expression. Hearing that, Ouyang Yuya's expression also hardened. For the first time, he sensed a trace of killing intent from Magcheng's body. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his inner weakness, ignoring the minimal soul energy he had left. Without hesitation, he launched himself toward Magcheng first. "You're asking for death." Seeing Ouyang's movement, Magcheng roared, instantly shaking the sulfur cannon in his hand. However, before he could act, Ouyang's lips curled into an eerie smile, making Magcheng inexplicably uneasy inside, puzzled over what trick Ouyang was planning. But soon, the answer came. Ouyang's fingers moved rapidly, activating the sulfur cannon, and instantly, a towering column of fire surged forth, rushing directly toward Maluo, who stood nearby in deep meditation. "Stop!" Realizing Ouyang's intention, Magcheng's face instantly changed. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Maluo. Since Maluo was severely injured and utterly defenseless, Magcheng had no doubt that if this attack struck, Maluo would be completely ruined, perhaps even fall into a chaotic state of spiritual imbalance. After delivering the blow, Ouyang wasted no time. His figure moved swiftly, retreating rapidly and shouting at Wantong and the others, who stood in shock. Instantly, they flew away in full speed. Behind him, Wantong and the others quickly regained their senses and followed Ouyang Yuya without hesitation. With one hand, Magcheng crushed the fire column Ouyang had unleashed. Looking at the rapidly vanishing figures, he angrily threw a punch into the ground, sending dirt flying. His face was now filled with cold fury. "Ouyang Yuya, believe me, you won't escape easily." After speaking, he inhaled deeply and turned to Maluo. From the sulfur cannon, waves of black mist surged out, wrapping around Maluo's body. Then, pulling him along, Magcheng also shot away. As Magcheng disappeared, the jungle fell into deathly silence once more. If not for the traces left on the ground, no one would have believed that an earth-shattering battle had just taken place here. Shortly after Magcheng's departure, space unexpectedly rippled without cause. As it twisted and distorted, two figures suddenly stepped out from the void. Yet these two figures, one was an old man dressed in coarse hemp clothing, his upturned smile at the corner of his mouth making him appear kind and approachable just like an ordinary old man, while the other was a cold-faced middle-aged man, whose current expression carried a trace of astonishment. "Juanin, this time you've truly picked a fine candidate." After a pause, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Naturally. But in this batch, these young ones are all quite impressive." As the instructor Juanin spoke, he appeared rather sentimental. "Chin, old ghost, let me remind you, this kid is reserved for me first. You mustn't snatch him for your martial arts pavilion. TCH, we'll see who has the ability then. Haha, if you want, I can trade you for that function." As the middle-aged man spoke, he moved slightly, then vanished once again. Watching the retreating figure, Instructor Juanin grumbled discontentedly, then turned his gaze toward the direction Ouyang Yuya had left, gazing far into the distance, his eyes seeming capable of piercing through space itself. Indeed a top-notch gem as expected from me." With those words, he too vanished into space, disappearing entirely. Chapter 278. This path leads nowhere. At the edge of the jungle, it was not as imagined, dense and lush, but rather an open stone platform that seemed strangely out of place among the thick forest. It resembled a training ground, abruptly cutting through the endless jungle and standing there as if deliberately placed. The green glow spread across its surface, creating a stark and jarring contrast with the surrounding verdant canopy. Upon this stone platform, figures sat cross-legged in rows, numbering no fewer than 100. The sheer number, though no one emitted any soul energy, caused the air itself to quiver with fluctuating pressure. The gathered presence alone was enough to disturb the stillness of the atmosphere. Yet, the aura of each figure was somewhat turbulent, their robes stained with blood. Their breathing was uneven, as though they had just emerged from a brutal battle. However, They paid no heed to their battered conditions. On their faces was a shared expression of ecstatic joy. These were the disciples who had participated in the gathering, and those seated here had successfully passed the so-called jungle competition, rising above 1,000 contenders. They had earned the right to study at the academy, and thus, their excitement was understandable. Years of arduous training had finally borne fruit. Beyond this sea of hundreds, at the very front of the platform, sat another group of 11 individuals. At this moment, these 11 had split into two opposing factions, subtly eyeing each other with hostility. These were the representatives of the four major powers, including xuanhuan and others on behalf of the Refining Academy and Gene Academy. But now, all their gazes were fixed upon the direction of the jungle, their expressions shadowed with tension. They were all waiting for one person, xiuxian. Seeming to share their thoughts, the 100 figures behind them also revealed expressions of hopeful anticipation. Though the gathering had only lasted for a dozen days, and the jungle was vast enough to make encounters between participants rare, information still managed to spread. But if there was one story that had captured the most attention, it was undoubtedly that of the dark horse xiuxian, escaping unscathed from the intercepting top geniuses of the four major powers, seizing the sealing heaven formation diagram, imprisoning the entire group from the Refining Academy alone, and finally engaging xuanhuan in battle to the point of mutual exhaustion. Such feats, achieved by someone merely at the soul reader stage, were naturally enough to capture the attention of everyone present. Even those disciples who had been initially unaware quickly came to understand after hearing the stories from others. A deep sense of genuine admiration grew in their hearts. This guy was indeed formidable. Now, the four major factions had stationed themselves at the exit, ready to intercept him. No one needed to explain for everyone to understand that the moment xiuxian showed himself, he would be met with a ruthless onslaught from these 11 experts. Thus, many were eagerly looking forward to witnessing how this person, who had stirred the entire gathering, would deal with the fury of these two factions. At that thought, anticipation spread across their faces. After all, they were all young, and nothing interested them more than an exciting spectacle or a fierce clash. Behind the platform of 100 disciples, there stood another platform, equally towering. On it were 10 neatly arranged chairs, each occupied by a seated figure. These 10 were quite elderly, and all were currently meditating with their eyes closed. A closer look revealed that with every breath they took, ripples spread outward from their bodies, subtly distorting the space around them. A heavy, oppressive pressure radiated from their forms, and even their faintest fluctuations were enough to deter anyone from daring to underestimate them. The 10 figures were clearly divided into two groups. On the left side sat 4 individuals, among whom were the mentor xiuxian and the middle-aged man who had previously appeared in the jungle. On the right sat 6 individuals, all clad in the black-gold uniformed attire of a single academy. If xiuxian had been present, he would have immediately recognized the uniforms as the same ones that Yun Tian had mentioned earlier, the attire of the Refining Academy, with one of the figures being the very same person who had activated the formation back then. Now, one of the middle-aged men from the Refining Academy gazed at the figures seated before him, a satisfied nod forming on his face. This batch of disciples indeed shows commendable talent. They've all reached the Soul Scholar level, which is significantly better than previous years. Humph, selecting 100 from 1,000. If they didn't reach such a level, then they truly would be quite pathetic. But this year's kids are actually quite decent, especially a few from the 4 major factions. Even before entering the academy, they've already reached around the Soul Warrior 5th Order. They're already on par with most of the regular senior students from the academy. It seems this year's competition will be even more intense. One of the middle-aged men beside him chuckled. Humph, better that way. Though I heard this time, there was an odd one. Rumored to be merely a soul reader, hasn't arrived yet, right? An elder from the Refining Academy suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Oh, you mean that guy called xiuxian? Humph, I've heard a bit about him. I heard that guy actually got his hands on the sealing heaven formation diagram. The intentions of those people now probably center around that formation diagram. Humph, indeed quite interesting. Upon hearing the words sealing heaven formation diagram, the eyes of several previously meditating elders snapped open, their gazes instantly sharp, followed by expressions of astonishment. After all, that artifact was quite sensitive. Humph, Elder Enin, I heard that kid is from your Gold Academy? He even has the Golden Heritage token, right? At this moment, the man who had activated the formation earlier suddenly spoke. As he spoke, the expressions of several surrounding figures shifted subtly, before turning to look at Enin in disbelief. The Golden Heritage token, its mere mention was shocking enough. Humph, correct. Commander Lu, are you intentionally hinting at something? Elder Enin responded, furrowing his brows slightly. Humph, naturally. Our Refining Academy is interested in promising talents. As for this kid, I must admit I'm quite curious about him. Commander Lu replied with a smile. Snort, Commander Lu, you're mistaken. The Gold Academy also highly values talented disciples. The middle-aged man beside interjected at once, not backing down at all. Old Chan, the boy's choice will decide his destination eventually, so competing endlessly among ourselves is meaningless. However, should that kid truly end up in our Refining Academy along with the sealing heaven formation diagram, then naturally our Refining Academy would win again. Hearing Commander Lu's words, the other mentors from the Gold Academy, including Elder Enin, changed expressions instantly, their faces darkening immediately. No one understood better than them the importance of the sealing heaven formation diagram. Once xiuxian entered the Refining Academy, the formation diagram would naturally become their possession. With that, the Refining Academy would once again emerge victorious, and the ownership of the golden array would likely change hands. Elder Enin, didn't that kid promise you originally? Old Chen furrowed his brows and asked, his tone quite heavy. After hearing Commander Lu's words, even he felt it was somewhat uncertain. No, that kid's quite shrewd. Getting him to consider is already quite fortunate. Moreover, he's somewhat mysterious, completely unreadable, even to me. Elder Enin replied helplessly. It seems this time, the Gold Academy's interests really depend on just a teenager. Old Chen muttered with a bitter smile. I hope that brat still has a bit of conscience, Mentor Enin said, gazing intently toward the depths of the jungle, as if trying to see through Ouyang Yuye's form, muttering softly. Just at this moment, a sudden faint spatial fluctuation arrived, causing Elder Enin's expression to change instantly. His pupils shrank as he locked his gaze onto the jungle, his expression shifting rapidly. At the same time, the others clearly sensed it as well. Immediately, one by one, their surprised gazes turned outward, fixating on the jungle's path. He's here, Old Chen said, also directing his gaze downward. At this moment, the fluctuation grew even stronger. Then, several figures, like tiny black dots, rapidly expanded as they shot straight toward the jungle's end, streaking through the air and sending thunderous bursts of energy rippling through the trees. Instantly, the previously silent stone platform stirred with a surge of commotion. Then, 100 pairs of burning eyes locked simultaneously on the direction of the fluctuation. There was no need to guess who had arrived. Indeed, he came after all. TCH actually dared to show his face. With Feng Yun and others blocking him, he must be asking for trouble. Not necessarily. In my opinion, with 2 academy mentors present, at most he'll be injured, but death? Impossible. After all, that kid is quite the promising talent. Maybe it won't even come to blows. This is the final destination after all, unless Feng Yun and others plan to break the rules. You don't understand anything. The Gold Academy and Refining Academy haven't settled their rivalry yet. Now, both sides are hoping to obtain the ceiling heaven formation diagram from that boy. Listening to the noise coming from all around, Feng Yun, leading the Gold Academy, and Jin Wu, leading the Refining Academy, rose almost simultaneously. Then, both cast cold gazes at the rapidly enlarging figures dashing forward, thick and violent auras slowly spreading, causing their disciples behind to exclaim in shock. Yet under this pressure, the figures suddenly halted at the edge of the jungle, and one by one, faces emerged. At the forefront was none other than Ouyang Yuye. Seeing Ouyang Yuye and the others drawing closer, Feng Yun was the first to step forward. Fixing a cold stare on Wantong, her expression immediately darkened further, curving her lips into a sinister smirk toward Ouyang Yuye. This path, no passage. Chapter 279, The Fierce Clash of Feng Yun. This path shall not be passed. The simple 4 words, once spoken, caused the previously agitated platform to fall deathly silent. Then, one by one, intensely burning gazes turned toward Ouyang Yuye and Feng Yun, making the already heavy atmosphere feel even more peculiar. Jin Wu raised his hand, halting the people who had just started to move forward beside him. He then watched Feng Yun with a look of anticipation on his face. No rush. Let Feng Yun be the one to stick his neck out. I think he'd be more than happy to show off with Wanchong backing him up. But if Feng Yun wins, won't the Seal Heaven Array diagram be taken by them? Would it be too late for us to act then? Jin Lian frowned slightly as he replied. He won't win. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly cut in. As the voice fell, 2 figures solidified beside them, drawing surprised looks from Jin Wu and the others. Mo Cheng. Upon seeing the newcomers, Jin Wu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. When he noticed Mo Cheng's weakened aura and the wound on his chest, his pupils narrowed with a mixture of seriousness and surprise. Unless he also has the ability to break my dark alchemy body, Mo Cheng said without hesitation, immediately shifting his gaze toward Ouyang Yuye. Hearing this, the others immediately understood Mo Cheng's implication. They sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. They all knew just how powerful Mo Cheng was. Even Jin Wu wasn't entirely confident in defeating him, especially when he could summon the dark alchemy body. Now, from his words and his mysterious disappearance earlier, it was obvious that he had gone after Ouyang Yuye and had already come into contact with him. But judging from the looks of things now, it seemed he hadn't gained the upper hand. At this realization, all of their gazes turned back toward the 2 facing each other, eyes flickering with curiosity. If before they had held a slight disdain for Ouyang Yuye, now not a single person among them dared to look down on this boy who was only a soul cultivator. After all, no one understood better than they how difficult it was to fight against someone stronger. Feng Yun, now that we've reached the end of the jungle, do you truly not fear breaking the rules by acting now? Wantong said coldly, staring at Feng Yun. TCH, rules. So long as the final time hasn't arrived yet, acting is also within the rules. Feng Yun replied, then looked at Ouyang Yuye with an amused expression. What? Last time you fled with the help of a woman. Now are you going to hide behind another woman again? Let me tell you straight. Today, either you hand over the Seal Heaven Array diagram and scram, or this path truly is blocked to you. Hearing the mockery in Feng Yun's tone, Ouyang Yuye's pupils narrowed slightly. He then lifted his head and looked toward the 10 thrones at the front. 10 figures sat there, each staring intently in his direction. Instantly, he understood their intentions. They probably wanted to use Feng Yun to test the truth of the rumors, to see just how much exaggeration lay in them. Should he fail, that so-called interest would quickly fade, and without a doubt, he would be targeted for revenge by so many people. His situation could become quite dangerous. What a pain, Ouyang Yuye muttered, rubbing his forehead with slight annoyance. Originally, he had wanted to keep a low profile, enter the academy, obtain what he wanted, and be done. However, things rarely went as one hoped. Some things couldn't be avoided no matter how much one might wish to. If that was the case, then why not be bold? Besides, he didn't really have any other choice now. He tugged slightly at the corner of his mouth, then lifted his head and stared directly at Feng-yun. Blocked. Then I'll just break through. Silence. The moment Ouyang voice rang out, the platform fell into a stillness as quiet as death, all eyes watching him. Wah. But the calm didn't last long. Soon, a wave of shock and uproar surged outward as a violently sharp aura spiraled from Feng-yun's body, spreading wildly in all directions. Those of weaker cultivation immediately turned pale with fear. Even Ouyang's pupils narrowed. Feng-yun's strength truly was formidable. This was the first time he had seen the latter reveal his peak power, and he felt a warning stir within his heart as he braced against the crushing pressure. Seems you really do think highly of me. Ouyang's heart stirred slightly. Instantly, the myriad manifestations vessel within his body began to rotate as well, forming a white glow that enveloped him and blocked out the oppressive force. Whether a person is strong or not isn't something you prove with words. Let me show you what real power looks like. A cold shout rang out, and in the next instant, Feng-yun's figure vanished completely, before turning into a blurred shadow dashing toward Ouyang. As he shot forward, numerous ice spikes emerged in front of his body, swirling continuously around him before launching toward Ouyang. The icy chill they carried caused the surrounding space to radiate a chilling, bone-piercing cold. Observing the icy coldness, Ouyang's pupils narrowed slightly. He abruptly stomped his foot, forcefully propelling himself backward using the force of his energy. Just as he retreated, a massive column of flame erupted from the spot where he had stood a moment ago, instantly devouring the incoming ice spikes and incinerating them into ashes. Though Feng-yun's attacks were thwarted, his expression remained completely unchanged. Clearly, he hadn't been surprised by Ouyang's ability to defend himself. In the next instant, his moving body suddenly shifted sideways, directly arriving at Ouyang's flank. Without hesitation, he threw a straightforward punch toward Ouyang's face. Although alchemists primarily relied on their alchemy techniques, they were still essentially soul cultivators, and their physical strength wasn't in any way inferior to ordinary soul cultivators. One of the biggest advantages of being a soul cultivator was the ability to attack instantly, without needing to gather energy. At such a close distance, he had decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat, believing that Ouyang, with his pitiful soul cultivator-level physical strength, would be utterly overpowered. He firmly believed that this punch could cripple him. As the fist grew rapidly larger in Ouyang's vision, his expression also turned cold. Then, his palm suddenly shot forward. As soul energy writhed, it transformed into a ferocious dragon arm. Without showing any hesitation, he countered with an equally forceful punch. The two fists collided instantly, and the surging air currents around them momentarily froze. Both figures staggered simultaneously before quickly recoiling like cannonballs, each retreating several steps before finally stabilizing. At this moment, a chorus of shocked exclamations echoed throughout the battlefield. Immediately, numerous disbelieving gazes locked onto Ouyang, astonished that he had actually managed to match Feng-yun's physical strength. Quite impressive brute strength. Feng-yun released the residual force in his arm and remarked solemnly. He knew very well that the punch he had thrown had been imbued with soul energy, yet Ouyang had blocked it purely with his physical strength. If that were the case, perhaps Ouyang's physical body was actually superior to his own. You're not the first to tell me that. Ouyang smirked slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. With a shake of his right arm, the dragon arm dissolved, dispersing all the residual energy, and he felt a numb sensation running through his arm. But I'll be the last, Feng-yun said suddenly, then abruptly launched his sulfur cannonball from his palm. It transformed into a sharp arrow that shot straight toward Ouyang at an astonishing speed. The energy rippling from it caused the space itself to emit a deep, thunder-like rumble. Sulfur cannonball shapeshifting. At that moment, loud exclamations erupted from the crowd. Those with extensive knowledge wore expressions of great shock, and even the mentors sitting on the platform had expressions of extreme astonishment on their faces. Ouyang, ignoring the commotion from the surroundings, tightened his pupils. Instantly, his fingers moved rapidly, and a ripple erupted from within his body. A shadow figure shot out from his body as well. He had heard of sulfur cannonball shapeshifting before. When a sulfur cannonball was harmonized with its user to an extremely high degree, it could gain a hint of independent intelligence, reaching the level of autonomous combat capability. The form that the sulfur cannonball transformed into was an indication of its power. Judging by the current arrow form, it was at least mid-tier in strength. The biggest effect of sulfur cannonball shapeshifting was that once hit, the target would be sealed by the energy, making it impossible to use alchemy again. Essentially, this move was specifically designed to counter alchemists. However, the probability of such a transformation was extremely low, almost 1 in 10,000, which was why it was causing such a sensation. Realizing this, Ouyang immediately attempted to dodge. Unfortunately, after dispersing his shadow clone, the shape-shifted sulfur cannonball clung onto him like a relentless parasite, persistently chasing after him. Even Ouyang started to feel irritation from constantly evading it. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the sudden voice of the Jade Toad King echoed unexpectedly from the depths of his mind. Next, what? Slightly taken aback, Ouyang couldn't help but ask in disbelief again. I told you to take it. Then, inject your black flame into it. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya was slightly taken aback, but in an instant, he understood what the Jade Toad King meant. Clenching his teeth, he abruptly halted his evasive movement. Then his body trembled, and in a flash, countless dragon scales erupted across his skin. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he allowed the arrow to pierce through his arm unchecked, accompanied by a spray of blood. The arrow was exceptionally sharp. Even though it had been slowed by the dragon scales, it still pierced through and immediately returned flying toward Feng Yun, who wore a malicious grin. Catching the sulfur cannonball, which had returned to its original form, Feng Yun's lips curled into a sneer as he watched Ouyang Yuya's pale and weakened expression. How does it feel? Brute strength won't save you now. Your alchemy has been sealed. If you don't want to die, hand over the heaven-sealing formation diagram. Is that so? Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya gazed at Feng Yun, and a similarly eerie curve lifted at the corner of his lips. Observing the change in Ouyang Yuya's expression, Feng Yun's heart jolted with unease. Before he could react, he saw the originally blue sulfur cannonball suddenly turn pitch black. Then, a sinister black energy surged from the cannonball, instantly racing up Feng Yun's arm. Chapter 280 Conditions 1. The black flame surged forward with astonishing speed. Before Feng Yun could react, it swept across like lightning and instantly entered his arm. As soon as the flame surged into his body, Feng Yun's expression drastically changed. Because the moment the flame entered, he felt his own soul power rushing toward a giant devouring vortex as if drawn in, and not only that, beneath the devouring effect, he could feel a cold, sinister airflow coursing inside him. As it spread through his body, every path it traversed caused his soul power to slowly dissipate, like snow melting away. Damn it! Feeling the change within his body, Feng Yun immediately unleashed a violent surge of soul power, forcibly suppressing the spread of the black flame, then suddenly raised his head to glare at Ouyang Yuya. His expression was filled with malice and venom. He never expected to be severely double-crossed at the end. This was truly a case of killing the enemy at a heavy cost. At the same time, the crowd erupted into astonished murmurs, clearly not anticipating such a dramatic twist. Originally in control of the battle, Feng Yun had unexpectedly ended up wounded as well. Those present were all seasoned experts who instantly discerned the truth of what had happened. From the looks of it, Ouyang Yuya had deliberately taken the blow earlier to injure Feng Yun in return. This strategy was truly ruthless. Good. On the high platform, Elder Qian observed Ouyang Yuya's actions, nodded approvingly, and said with admiration in his tone, "Of course." Master Yi smiled proudly. Otherwise, why would this old man invest so much in him? If this kid is properly cultivated, he wouldn't be inferior to that crazy girl from the Alchemy Institute. Perhaps someday, our Gold Institute might even surpass the Alchemy Institute. It's been many years since we've seen a promising disciple emerge. Fate depends on human effort. If we really can't compete, then there's little we can do anyway. After all, this isn't the first time we've been at a disadvantage. Seeing Master Ian's expression, the elder remarked calmly. Looks like that's the only choice. Upon hearing this, the instructor nodded slightly and replied with helplessness. Meanwhile, Feng Yun's expression flickered with anger, and he soon raised his head to glare coldly at Ouyang Yuya. You did indeed perform admirably, but don't forget, this kind of harmful trick brings you no benefit at all. Feng Yun continued as his fingers moved swiftly, releasing wave after wave of soul power into the sulfur cannon once again, pointing it threateningly at Ouyang Yuya. Your alchemy arts have already been sealed. Even though I'm injured now, without full strength, what can you do to me? Do you even have any strength left? Humph. Just then, Ouyang Yuya suddenly chuckled, looking disdainfully at Feng Yun, whose face kept flickering with dark waves of energy, as though he were staring at an idiot. A final warning. It's still not too late to neutralize that thing now. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Haha. Do you take me Feng Yun for a 3-year-old child? Even if I have to suppress this power, I'll eliminate you first. Feng Yun snapped, his lips curling into a sneer. Upon hearing Ouyang Yuya's words, the tension that had previously gripped him eased slightly. In his mind, Ouyang Yuya was simply searching for an excuse to retreat. If you insist on dying, I'll gladly grant your wish. As Ouyang Yuya spoke, his figure suddenly and unnaturally darted forward. Then, a steel abruptly appeared in his hands, and he smashed it downward at Feng Yun. Dare to attack me? Seeing Ouyang Yuya strike first, Feng Yun's expression turned cold. With a shake of his sulfur cannon, a thick, massive pillar of ice suddenly erupted from the ground and smashed toward Ouyang Yuya's chest. Seeing the ice strike, Ouyang Yuya's fingers moved, forming a clone which stepped forward to intercept the attack. As the clone was torn apart, his body showed no hesitation, continuing to rush toward Feng Yun while swinging the steel down violently. Faced with an increasingly ferocious Ouyang Yuya, Feng Yun felt momentarily caught off guard. As he watched the steel tear through space and crash down toward him, Feng Yun gritted his teeth, and in desperation, raised the sulfur cannon to meet the strike head-on. A sharp metallic clang rang out, accompanied by a violent gust of wind converging directly at the point of impact. Soon after, ripples of force spread outward like waves. As a result, Feng Yun's body sank abruptly under the overwhelming pressure, and the soul power he had been exerting to suppress the black flame slackened slightly, allowing the dark coloration on his face to deepen once again. Sensing the change within his body, Feng Yun's expression flickered, and just during this brief lapse in focus, Ouyang Yuya's eyes suddenly flashed with cold intent. Without hesitation, he thrust out his right palm, which transformed into a dragon-like arm, striking fiercely into Feng Yun's chest. Under the immense force, Feng Yun's face instantly paled, and a mouthful of refined blood burst forth. His body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, only managing to steady himself after retreating several meters. Glaring bitterly at Ouyang Yuya, the hatred in his gaze burned intensely. Just then, Ouyang Yuya's eyes grew icy cold. Soon after, countless streaks of crimson flame burst from his body, swirling around him. Before Feng Yun could react, his face twisted in horror as a massive crimson palm led in the air and pointed threateningly at him. Overflowing with murderous intent, it was clearly a final declaration of intent to kill. The repeated provocations during the battle had finally pushed Ouyang Yuya to take decisive action. You might not know this, but aside from alchemy, I am also a soul master. Observing the disbelief on Feng Yun's face, Ouyang Yuya said with a smile. Then, with a sudden wave of his hand, the enormous crimson palm descended with crushing force. The surging fluctuations caused Feng Yun's expression to change drastically, and as he gazed upon the approaching palm, his face twisted in deep fear. Only now did he realize he had underestimated Ouyang Yuya, big time, and that he had been outmaneuvered by someone skilled at concealing his strength. However, at this moment, he had no time to dwell further on these thoughts. From that massive flaming palm, he sensed an extremely powerful threat. He didn't doubt for a moment that if the palm struck home, he would likely be killed outright or stripped alive. Stop! Seeing that Ouyang Yuya was truly set on killing, even Feng Chuan and others present were taken aback. But faraway water can't put out a nearby fire. Before they could react, the massive palm was already descending rapidly. As the red light in Feng Yun's eyes dilated rapidly, he could even smell the scorched stench of his own burnt hairs. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost, blocking his front. It was indeed Master Yi. Seeing the palm rushing toward him, Master Yi revealed a helpless smile before grabbing Feng Yun behind him and hurling him away. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a powerful gust of wind lashed out, striking the center of the crimson palm and forcing it to veer off course. Then, with a clenched grasp from his withered hand, space itself tore apart, swallowing the massive palm entirely. A thunderous roar erupted, sending waves of scorching heat rippling through the air before finally fading away. Seeing Master Yi's sudden appearance, Ouyang Yuya's expression slightly tensed, though he was not overly shocked. After all, Feng Yun was indeed a promising talent, and a loss like this was surely unacceptable to a Gold Institute instructor. Hee, you certainly are decisive in your ruthlessness. However, young one, this kid is the direct disciple of an instructor, so he cannot be killed. Master Yi guessed Ouyang Yuya's intentions instantly as he spoke with a smile. However, his tone and expression carried an inexplicable sense of admiration. Ouyang Yuya's performance had truly exceeded his expectations and had broadened his perspective. After all, how many new students ever came here confidently and unshaken, let alone one like Ouyang Yuya, who was bold enough to directly attempt killing someone? I'll follow Master Yi's words entirely. Ouyang Yuya replied with a glance at Feng Yun, whose condition remained unknown. He then exhaled in relief. He knew that with Master Yi stepping in, the matter had now completely concluded. Excellent. That's the spirit of a true Gold Institute disciple. Huh. Hearing Ouyang Yuya's response, Master Yi's face overflowed with barely contained joy. Upon hearing that, even Ouyang Yuya was slightly taken aback, not quite sure what was going on. Master Yi, aren't you forgetting that this young fellow here isn't actually part of your Gold Institute yet? A sudden mocking voice interrupted, causing Master Yi's expression to darken slightly. Chapter 281 Conditions 2. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man slowly materialized before Master Yi. Dressed in golden robes, he exuded an air of authority that sharply contrasted with Master Yi's calm and peaceful demeanor. The sharp, imposing aura radiating from him caused Ouyang Yuya's brows to involuntarily furrow. Compared to this domineering presence, he found himself preferring Master Yi's gentler manner. Just as the man appeared, murmurs erupted from the platform, cascading like waves into Ouyang Yuya's ears. Immediately after, envious gazes locked onto him. No one had expected two high-ranking figures from two academies to be vying for the same young man. Such attention had never even been afforded to disciples from the top 4 powers, like Jin Wu. Sarcastic and mocking eyes swept over the equally grim-faced members of those 4 great factions. Most of the onlookers came from minor groups, and nothing pleased them more than watching these elite, pride of heaven, suffer a setback. Observing the commotion from the surroundings, Master Yi chuckled, then winked at Ouyang Yuya. Kid, we old fellows have certainly raised your profile quite a bit. Hearing that, Ouyang Yuya could only offer a bitter smile. After all, he had learned more than once that high visibility wasn't always a good thing. Upon seeing Ouyang Yuya's expression of helplessness, Master Yi snickered, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man, speaking in a clearly hostile tone. Chief Lu, this kid was discovered by me first. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. I should have the priority right. That doesn't hold water. Before he officially chooses your Golden Academy, he's not yours. Besides, for such an outstanding talent, I think the Refining Academy would be better suited to train him. Chief Lu replied, his tone laced with unshakable confidence and arrogance, causing Master Yi's expression to darken instantly. Chief Lu clearly held the Golden Academy in utter disregard. Rubbish. Don't tell me the Golden Academy lacks outstanding talents. Don't forget how mighty our first generation of Golden Disciples was. Compared to us, your Refining Academy is nothing but a fart. As Master Yi angrily retorted, he even let out a crude swear, causing Ouyang Yuye's temple to twitch slightly. Seeing the old man fuming and fuming, Ouyang Yuye saw a side of him he hadn't expected, entertaining. As for the two academies, he'd already made his decision long ago, and the Golden Academy had further won his favor by presenting him with that Golden Heritage token. If he had to choose, he would have inclined towards the Golden Academy. But now with Chief Lu's sudden interference, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Listening to Master Yin, Ouyang realized the Golden Academy must have once been powerful, though the reasons for its decline remained unclear to him. You just said it yourself, first generation only. You know full well the current situation of our refining academy. So, I'll claim this young talent for you, Chief Lu said, smiling slightly before suddenly reaching out toward Ouyang Yuye's wrist. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye's eyes twitched instinctively, and he was about to act in response when he suddenly saw Master Yin's expression turn cold as well. In the next moment, that wrinkled hand shot out too, immediately radiating a thick, formidable aura that forcefully blocked and repelled Chief Lu's grasp. Under the pressure of this aura, Chief Lu was instantly shoved backward, his face darkening with fury as he glared at Master Yin. Chief Lu, perhaps your status is impressive within the refining academy, but to me, it's really not all that special. This kind of behavior truly tarnishes your position. Shua. Just as Chief Lu staggered back, several figures flashed forward in unison, taking positions behind him and glaring at Master Yin. Almost immediately, 3 more figures emerged, stationing themselves at Master Yin's side. Old Dry Ghost sneered coldly, projecting an immense pressure as he stared disdainfully at Chief Lu. What? Are you saying the Golden Academy dares to cause trouble just for competing over a disciple? We in the Golden Academy don't take pleasure in squabbling over disciples, even excellent ones. Everything depends on the disciple's choice. But that doesn't mean you have the right to behave so brazenly. If you want to play the big shot, at least bring your 8 cave masters here personally. None of you lesser figures qualify. At this moment, a middle-aged man from the Golden Academy retorted sharply, showing no sign of backing down. Today has indeed been an enlightening experience. The 4 hall masters of the Golden Academy are truly living up to their reputations. Hearing this, the loud tongueling suddenly burst into laughter, before fixing his gaze on Ouyang Yuye. In that case, let this young man choose then. I believe, as long as he isn't a fool, he should opt for our refining academy. The resources we offer are second to none, and no one could possibly refuse us. Hearing these words, Master Yin's brows furrowed slightly. Chief Lu's statement was practically an implied threat. Sighing helplessly, he turned his gaze to Ouyang Yuye. It's all up to you, kid. Ouyang Yuye's brow furrowed as well upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that, in the end, the burden would fall onto his shoulders. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly turned his eyes toward Yunfeng and others. Since he had originally promised Master Yin to bring them into the academy, he naturally had to settle them properly. Apart from Yunfeng himself, Chen had once saved his life, and therefore, by his nature, he wouldn't possibly abandon them. Then there was Mu Lingshan. Previously he had even bragged that she could one day study the Golden Array technique. Thus, now he had to make sure to settle them all in comfortably. I would like them to enter the academy together with me. A moment later, Ouyang Yuye suddenly pointed toward Yuntian and the others. Hearing that, Chief Lu glanced at Yunfeng and his group. When he saw their cultivations, he couldn't help but frown. Among them, only Luo Yin was decently strong. As for Chen and Yuntian, they were significantly lacking. Just then, Master Yin suddenly spoke up, prompting Old Dry Ghost to glance at him in some surprise. However, upon seeing the determination on Yin's face, he realized that this eccentric old man had also developed an interest in taking students, and he didn't argue against it. After all, the Golden Academy was large enough to accommodate a few more people, and he simply nodded. That's right. If you join the Golden Academy, bringing along these friends of yours will be no problem at all. Boom. As soon as Old Dry Ghost's words echoed, the crowd immediately erupted into murmurs, looking enviously at Yuntian and the others. Now that's what you call capital. True, riding the coattails of another's good fortune. Even Yuntian and the rest revealed a trace of astonishment, having not expected that Ouyang Yuye had not forgotten them. Immediately, a warm feeling rose in their hearts. Even Chief Lu's expression had darkened slightly. Old Dry Ghost, don't forget, the rules of our academy forbid this. Rules are made by people. Besides, we believe this young man's talent and potential grant him the eligibility for us to make an exception. Upon hearing this, Chief Lu's expression twisted briefly before he finally nodded. Fine. As long as you're willing to come, I will personally break the rules and allow them to become inner disciples. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye smiled, pausing in thought before looking at Yuntian and the others. What do you think? We'll follow whatever Brother Ouyang decides. As long as we get into an academy, any one of them will do. Yuntian said with a smile, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Back then, he had looked upon this person as insignificant, but now he had risen to such heights. Fate really does love playing tricks, indeed. Exactly. From now on, wherever Brother Ouyang goes, I'll follow. Wherever you go, we go. At this moment, Luo Yin also chimed in. All right. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye nodded, then fixed his gaze on Master Yin before finally saying, I am willing to become a disciple of the Golden Academy. I knew you wouldn't disappoint an old man like me. Well done. Upon hearing this, Master Yin's aged face flushed with excitement. He slapped Ouyang Yuye on the shoulder, satisfaction clearly visible in his expression. Boy, you better be sure. Just then, a cold snort suddenly interrupted them. They turned to see Chief Lu speaking, the undisguised threat in his voice prompting even Ouyang Yuya to furrow his brows. Chief Lu, this young man is now officially my disciple. Such words are most inappropriate, Master Yin said, then suddenly swung his sleeve, unleashing several beams of light which darted forward, picking out some disciples among the platform. Following that, Chief Lu coldly snorted as well. With a swing of his sleeve, beams of light enveloped the remaining disciples, though his expression remained very grim. Let's go. Having selected his disciples, he abruptly turned his sleeve, forming a massive vortex at the side of the stone platform. Casting a final glance at Ouyang Yuya, he stepped forward into the vortex with his people. Really a narrow-minded fellow. Seeing the refining academy figures stepping inside, Master Yin snorted coldly, then gripped his palm, conjuring another gigantic vortex as well. Alright, let's return as well. Saying this, his figure was the first to vanish into the vortex, followed by the others stepping in one after another. Ouyang brother, what's wrong? Luo Yin asked in confusion, seeing Ouyang Yuya still standing in place. Nothing. Ouyang Yuya replied, his gaze fixed on the figures of the refining academy vanishing into the distance. From the cold glint in Chief Lu's eyes, he could easily tell the sinister intent. Helplessly shaking his head, he realized that an unexpected calamity was unavoidable. With a bitter smile tugging at his lips, he too stepped forward and entered, following the Golden Academy disciples through. Chapter 282, Flying Soul Beast. As he stepped into that swirling vortex, Ouyang Yuya first saw a blur before him. Then came a momentary dizziness of the mind, and suddenly he felt as if he were placed in a black hole. The dark, glowing threads swirling around exuded dense waves of pressure, so immense that even his breath grew heavy and slow. At once, his spirit stirred, and the soul energy within his body surged outward, sweeping across his whole frame and forming a shielding layer around him, easing the oppressive force from the surroundings. With slight curiosity, he gazed into the dark void around. Listening to the roaring wind by his ears, he sensed he must be in the middle of a rapid movement. It's spatial teleportation. Just as a puzzled thought passed through his mind, the Jade Toad King's voice suddenly rang out. Spatial teleportation? Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brows. Then a realization dawned on him. This must be the temporary corridor constructed by Master Yin, similar to teleportation, something he had experienced before, back when he was at the Alchemist Academy. The mad old man took him through a short teleportation to evade the pursuit of the elders. Since that journey was extremely short, almost the blink of an eye, it hadn't given him much sensation. But this time was completely different. Even after such a long time, he hadn't reached his destination yet, meaning that the distance between the Gene Institute and Golden Cauldron Mountain must be quite vast. This realization sent a wave of shock through his heart. To open such a passage and transport so many people simultaneously required an astonishing mastery of space. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Master Yin's strength must be incredibly formidable, far beyond someone like King Min. Mere child's play teleportation. This Supreme once performed it effortlessly, and I could have moved 10,000 people without issue. Someone who only possesses the peak strength of a Sky Soul cultivator performing such a trick. You've said that more than once already. Ouyang Yuya cut in, unimpressed and mocking. TCH, spat the Jade Toad King, his tone showing he didn't care for the dismissal before falling silent. Ouyang Yuya shook his head helplessly. At that moment, suddenly, he felt the transmission passage violently shake. The surrounding fluctuations began to tremble erratically. Noticing this, Ouyang's pupils narrowed sharply. We're here. In an instant, an intensely dazzling light enveloped his sight, forcing him to squint. The next moment, he felt his body suddenly become weightless. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the passage entirely, standing amidst thickets of grass. Within the grass, vibrant flowers of many colors bloomed, butterflies and bees perching on the petals. Crystal clear bird calls echoed across the open expanse. Before the grasslands, a turquoise lake lay still and beautiful, its surface swirling with threads of dark green mist. This scenery appeared so idyllic, like a picture painted, that even his heart, scarred from recent battles, suddenly calmed and settled. Looking up, he saw the surrounding disciples all gazing in excited wonder at the scene. A few of the handful of female students had even dropped their previous cold, calculating masks. Chen Lin and Mu Lingshan laughed and played, calling out in delight, while the monkey boy rode onto Huang's back, egging him on to run faster as he shouted joyfully. Is this the Gene Institute? Ouyang Yuya glanced around, a trace of admiration flickering across his face. Seeing the students' delighted gazes, masters like Yin exchanged small smiles, allowing the group to enjoy themselves without interference. This joyful noise lasted for several hours until the students regrouped and the commotion quieted. What you're seeing now is the outer courtyard of the Gene Institute, the place where the honorary disciples stay. As for you, follow me to the inner courtyard. At these words, many disciples showed disappointment. After all, training in such a beautiful environment would be greatly welcomed. Alright, move out. Seeing this, Master Yin waved his sleeve and led the way forward. Behind him, Ouyang Yuya and others followed in turn. They walked alongside the lake into a narrow passageway. As they moved forward, they came upon a towering gate. The lintel above bore two large calligraphic characters, Outer Gate, inscribed with such power and elegance that they appeared dignified and grand. Standing beneath the massive entrance, there were already dozens of figures waiting. Clearly, those who had come to receive the arriving disciples. Haha, Master Yin. Looks like you four old fellows have had quite a good harvest this time. When Master Iin and the others stepped forward, a middle-aged man in the lead chuckled, especially when he saw the auras of disciples like Xuanhuan. There was a trace of admiration on his face. The aptitude of these kids this year is pretty decent. Master Iin smiled upon hearing that. Director Zhang, so it's your turn to welcome the newcomers this time? No choice. Those guys are just too lazy. Alright, we should be heading out now. It's time to arrange their divisions. Wow, this batch actually has two pretty girls. At that moment, from among the disciples behind Director Zhang, a sudden whistle rang out. One of them was eyeing Wantong and others with a mischievous gleam. Beauties like that are rarely seen. The beauty rankings might need an update. I'll make sure to get a few before those freaks snatch them all away. A few? Maybe you should take a look at yourself in a puddle. Who are you talking to? Shut up, all of you. At that moment, Director Zhang suddenly turned around and barked, "Speak nonsense again, and I'll confiscate your brooms for 3 days and send you crawling back to the outer courtyard." Upon hearing his words, Xuanhuan saw the two disciples who had just been arguing instantly turn pale, quickly quieting down, as if they had encountered something frightening. Seeing the crowd instantly fall silent, Director Zhang gave a cold snort, then turned with an apologetic look toward Master Iin. These little brats have been getting more unruly. It's high time they were taught a lesson. Haha, that's Master Feng's problem. Their soul-taming disciples have nothing to do with us. Master Iin chuckled, and then turned his gaze to an old man beside him. Hee, without our soul-taming disciples, how would you even get these guys into the inner courtyard, said Master Feng, then waved his sleeve. His fingers moved in quick succession, forming a hidden seal. Instantly, a 5-pointed star-like formation gathered on the ground, then transformed into a streak of golden light shooting into the sky. Just as the golden light flickered above, a thunderous roar was heard descending from the heavens, and a black speck appeared in the sky, approaching at lightning speed. As it came into focus, the speck revealed itself as a colossal creature resembling a giant pung bird, its entire body glowing with golden brilliance. The pressure it radiated as it soared was awe-inspiring. At that moment, the soul-taming disciples began to form seals, and immediately piercing sounds tore through the air, breaking through space as they streaked toward where Xuanhuan and others stood. The expressions of the disciples watching revealed both astonishment and envy. There's no need to feel too curious. If you want to have mounts like them after entering the Gene Institute, simply enroll in the soul-taming division and learn. Master Feng explained as he observed the shock in the disciples' eyes. Old wind, getting eager to snatch up recruits already. Young Master Qian, your soul technique division always gets the most disciples. Can't I just run a little advertisement? Alright, let's move out. Hardly had Master Iin spoken when the soul beasts descended one by one, each landing beside their respective masters. There were several dozen of them in total. Right, the rest of you will be guided to the inner courtyard by your senior brothers. Each soul beast can carry 5 people. Upon hearing this, several disciples of the soul-taming division stepped forward, rushing to greet Wantong, Chenlin, and others. Little miss, ride with me. Mine's the most stable. My golden pung is the fastest and the smoothest. Come aboard mine. As voices from all around continued shouting invitations, Chenlin and Wantong exchanged helpless glances before turning their eyes toward Xuanhuan. Alright. He shrugged helplessly, waved at the monkey, who deftly leapt onto his shoulder. With 3 girls and Dahuang behind him, he stepped onto the back of a golden pung similar to the others, drawing glares capable of killing from the surrounding crowd. As Xuanhuan stepped aboard, the young man riding the pung gave a sudden gleam in his eyes, and immediately the beast trembled violently. As Xuanhuan mounted, the sudden swaying nearly sent him tumbling down. Seeing Xuanhuan's clumsy predicament, the surrounding soul-taming disciples erupted into loud laughter, reveling in his embarrassment. The Peng's rider looked particularly pleased with himself. With Xuanhuan likely too scared to ride now, he could have his chance to show off with the beautiful girls himself. Screech. Just as he was done, a sudden roar of fury rang out, and then everyone saw the monkey on Xuanhuan's shoulder dart forward, letting out a furious screech toward the giant pung. That single shriek caused the trembling pung to instantly collapse to the ground, shivering violently, as if it had encountered something terrifying, unable to rise. At that moment, seeing the scene unfold, the crowd was immediately stirred into an uproar. Everyone looked in disbelief at the monkey perched on Xuanhuan's shoulder. No one had expected that this little creature was actually a high-level soul beast. In that instant, expressions across the crowd were tinged with intense greed. No one could possibly be more envious than the disciples of the soul beast taming division. Faced with the surrounding stares, Xuanhuan simply ignored them all. He then led his companions onto the soul beast ridden by a quiet and reserved-looking young man. Seeing this, the other disciples of the soul beast taming division reluctantly went back to escorting the remaining newcomers. By now, even a fool could tell that Xuanhuan was definitely not someone to mess with. Master Feng watched as Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, and for a moment, admiration and a glint of sharp insight flashed across his face. Then he flicked his sleeve, and his mounted soul beast immediately ascended into the sky first. Move out. Chapter 283, The 4 Halls and 1 Paradise. As the Wind Elder finished speaking, immediately a series of flying soul beasts soared up behind them one after another. Their huge wings stirred the air, creating chaotic currents and a series of space-shaking booms. What amazed Xuanhuan the most was that, as the flying soul beasts ascended, a milky white light also rose from their backs. Like an inverted light dog, It instantly covered Ouyang Yuya and the others, shielding them completely from the fierce wind around. Wah! This soul beast is so cool. Both majestic and can be ridden. Yuya-ji, can we go to the beast taming hall too? Mu Lingshan stroked the smooth feathers on the rock's back, her little horns swaying as her delicate face flushed red with excitement. Aren't you going to learn formations and restrictions? Ouyang Yuya looked at Mu Lingshan with a sudden smile. Oh right, he. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingshan immediately smiled but looked somewhat disappointed in her eyes, obviously quite interested in the beast taming hall. If you really want to learn, it's not impossible. Just apply to your mentor when the time comes. Our Gold Academy has many disciples who study different schools simultaneously. As long as there's no conflict, it's fine. At this time, the young man who was controlling the soul beast in the front suddenly spoke, and when Mu Lingshan heard this, her previously pouting mouth immediately relaxed, her expression changing so quickly that even Ouyang Yuya was somewhat amazed. Oh, is that really possible? Forgive me for asking, senior brother, but may I know your surname? And what are the different branches in our academy? Since we've just arrived, there's a lot we need to ask you about, Ouyang Yuya said with growing interest. Hehe, my name is Lanzun. You flatter me. It's normal that you don't know, since you're new here. When I first arrived, I was also taught a lot by senior brothers. In short, our Gold Academy is generally divided into 4 halls and 1 paradise. The 4 halls, Martial Hall, Beast Taming Hall, Formation Hall, and Soul Skills Hall, are located east, west, south, and north, surrounding the central 1 paradise. As the young man spoke, he noticed the evident interest in Ouyang Yuya's group's eyes and smiled, continuing. As for the functions of the 4 halls, I suppose you can guess from their names. The Martial Hall mainly teaches students how to cultivate soul energy, which is closest to what a traditional soul master does. It focuses on enhancing physical strength and one's own power, since alchemists also rely greatly on soul energy and physical support. The Beast Taming Hall is where training of soul beasts is taught. Disciples from this hall usually bring soul beasts into battle, greatly enhancing coordination between beast and master. The Formation Hall focuses on formation and array techniques, while the Soul Skills Hall teaches the battle techniques of sulfur cannons and how to use sulfur cannon soul skills. Wah, sounds pretty good, but I feel like I want to learn all of them, Chen Lin said with amazement, clearly intrigued by what the young man had just explained. Even Ouyang Yuya's heart was filled with surging emotions, and his curiosity toward the Gold Academy grew even stronger. No wonder it was one of the 2 prestigious academies under the Golden Tripod. The fact that students were allowed to choose their own areas of study showed a democratic approach that Ouyang particularly appreciated. Exactly, since many disciples also want to learn different types of disciplines simultaneously, the Gold Academy allows us to choose among the different halls. Because of this, the competition is fierce, but it doesn't lead to internal conflicts. This is something the other academy cannot match. As Lanzun spoke, pride clearly showed in his eyes, making him look even more dignified. Ouyang Yuya nodded in agreement. It seemed the Gold Academy was indeed highly respected. This realization made him more content as well, considering he would likely spend quite a bit of time in the academy. A cohesive and united institution would provide him a sense of warmth. By the way, what is this 1 paradise? At this time, Wanchong, who had been silent, suddenly asked. When Wanchong spoke, Lanzun, who had maintained a gentle demeanor all along, momentarily showed astonishment in his eyes, momentarily stunned by Wanchong's beauty. He quickly regained his composure and hurriedly explained. To put it plainly, the 1 paradise is the burial ground for the Gold Academy's historical mentors and disciples who have made great contributions, or the academy headmasters. What? As soon as Lanzun finished speaking, Chun Lin's expression instantly paled, her voice trembling with disbelief. A burial ground? He surprised? I was shocked beyond belief the first time I heard about it too. Lanzun smiled at the various expressions on their faces. However, I think you'll all definitely come to like that place in the future. A cemetery? Who would like a place like that? That's just crazy. Mu Lingshan pouted slightly, muttering as she tugged at the rock's feathers. Seeing the little girl's cute expression, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile, then gently tugged at her small horn braid before shifting his gaze toward Lanzun. Senior brother Lanzun, is this cave heaven you mentioned related to the sweeping graves that the steward Zhang mentioned earlier? Ouyang Yuya asked. He clearly remembered how when steward Zhang said someone would be deprived of their chance to sweep graves, those few young men immediately shut up, looking terrified. That probably meant the so-called grave sweeping was quite important to the disciples. And now, it seemed the only thing connected to this was the cemetery itself. As soon as Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, he noticed a trace of astonishment flash across Lanzun's face, which was quickly followed by a nod. Indeed, junior brother, you're truly perceptive. Yes, this so-called grave sweeping refers exactly to the Cave Heaven Cemetery. It's also the daily cultivation practice that every disciple in the Gold Academy cannot do without. Every disciple spends 1 hour a day entering the Cave Heaven to cultivate, and this is what we call grave sweeping. Oh, what do you mean by that? Junior brother must have already heard of the Gold Academy's Golden Yuan formation, right? Yeah, naturally. At this, Ouyang Yuya nodded, while also noticing from the corner of his eye that Mu Lingshan had perked up her ears at this moment. That Golden Yuan formation lies within the Cave Heaven itself. Its function isn't merely protective. In truth, its most important role is the production of immortal gold qi. Immortal gold. As soon as Lanzun finished speaking, the expressions of Wanchong and others immediately changed to astonishment, disbelief evident across their faces. Immortal gold. Even Ouyang Yuya's pupils subtly flickered. He had indeed heard of immortal gold qi before, an energy similar to, yet far rarer and more valuable than, sharp gold qi. Unlike sharp gold qi, immortal gold qi was the supreme spiritual resource for tempering one's body and strengthening sharp gold qi. Furthermore, its energy could be refined to enhance strength. Thus, immortal gold qi was immensely valuable, truly a sacred object to alchemists. This was precisely why Wanchong had reacted with shock upon hearing that the golden yuan formation could produce immortal gold qi. That's right, immortal gold. So-called grave sweeping is essentially the absorption and refinement of the immortal gold qi produced by the golden yuan formation. Because of the presence of immortal gold qi, the disciples of our Gold Academy can strengthen their cultivation at an accelerated rate. This explains why the Alchemy Institute is so envious of the golden yuan formation and even proposed to seize control of it. If the golden yuan formation were to be lost, the strength of our Gold Academy would certainly plummet significantly. Thus, this year's newcomers contest holds extraordinary significance. Rumor has it that we've already lost the contest twice. If we fail again this time, the golden yuan formation will have to be surrendered to the rival academy. As Lan Xun spoke, his tone was tinged with both indignation and a trace of helplessness. However, he quickly added, however, I heard this year's contest had a real powerhouse, someone who seized the formation map and even defeated the top disciples of both other academies in unison. TSK, incredibly formidable. Fortunately, this powerhouse chose our Gold Academy instead. They say his name is Xuanhuan. Ha ha ha. I really wish to meet that senior brother one day. Such a person must surely be one of the chosen elite disciples of our academy. As soon as Lan Xun finished speaking, Wanchong and the others turned their eyes collectively to look at Xuanhuan. Meanwhile, Lan Xun remained completely unaware that the very powerhouse he had just described was the same person who'd been chatting with him all along. Cough, cough. Xuanhuan let out an awkward cough. Even with his thick skin, he felt the heat from their intense gazes and hurriedly tried to change the topic. Right, senior brother Lan Xun, may I ask if you know anything about the wild stones? Xuanhuan solemnly nodded. The wild stone was, after all, one of the reasons he had come to the academy, so he naturally cared greatly about this subject. Wild stone is the only currency within the entire Gold Academy. For instance, it's used for exchanging medicinal pills or renting martial techniques, and can even be used for cultivation. As for obtaining it, the academy generally distributes a certain amount monthly, known as the monthly allowance. Once that runs out, you need to earn more yourself, by copying scrolls or cleaning the academy. However, these methods yield relatively little. If you really want to earn a large quantity of wild stones, you can participate in the arena battles at the Soul Skills Hall. Many powerful individuals go there to fight for wild stones. Still, there's a prerequisite. You must possess sufficient strength beforehand. Otherwise, not only might you end up seriously injured, but you might also lose the wild stones you already had. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan nodded, and his heart indeed stirred slightly with interest in the life at the Gold Academy, due to Lan Xun's detailed explanation. He turned to look at Wanchong and the others, noticing a faint fiery expression on their faces as well. Looking toward the distant structures now faintly visible, he couldn't help but clench his fists subconsciously. It seems this Gold Academy is actually quite interesting. Chapter 284, Choosing a Hall. At the easternmost part of the Jinding city, there stood a grand architectural complex. Among the black and gray buildings, numerous golden-colored structures stood out like royal palaces amidst ordinary houses, giving a sense of immense and magnificent aura. The faint oppressive pressure exuding from them made people feel awe. It was none other than the location of Jin Academy, one of the two great academies of the Jinding Kingdom. Right now, high up in the previously clear sky, hundreds of shadows suddenly emerged. Upon closer inspection, they were bird-like beasts each about 10 feet in size, flying in neat formations that completely blocked the sky. They rushed eastward like a dense black cloud, creating violent gusts of wind that caused the air itself to crackle with thunderous booms. Xuanhuan sat atop one of the giant pung birds, gazing far ahead at the golden buildings that gradually came into view. A flash of astonishment passed through his eyes. Even from this high above, he couldn't take in the entire academy at a glance, clearly indicating the vastness of Jin Academy, definitely surpassing Oran Academy. Its scale alone was incomparable to the latter. Almost there, he muttered. Even though they had aerial mounts to carry them, the journey still took a whole day. Fortunately, Lan Xun had been explaining details about the academy along the way, making the trip less boring. Now he could clearly feel the pung birds slowing down, while the golden structures expanded within his vision. Are we here already? Mu Lingshan, who was still drowsy from sleeping on the ping's back, murmured. Yeah, time to wake up, he chuckled, pulling on her sleep-ruffled twin braids. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from the pung. Its flapping wings stopped abruptly, and like an arrow, it dove straight down toward Jin Academy, finally landing on a relatively spacious platform. One after another, other winged beasts followed, creating a magnificent spectacle. Stepping off the ping's back, Xuanhuan immediately spotted the already arrived Master Yinin and others. Behind them stood numerous youths and maidens dressed in colorful garments, curiously eyeing Xuanhuan and his companions, evidently the senior students of the academy. As Xuanhuan and others disembarked, Master Yinin raised his hand slightly behind him. At once, the previously chatty crowd fell silent. Facing the orderly lineup of new students, he spoke. Firstly, congratulations to you all. From among 1,000 candidates, you've stood out and made it here. You are now officially members of Jin Academy. A wave of audible relief rose behind him. Xuanhuan could hear it. Master Inin's words eased all their anxiety. Joy was clearly visible on their faces. After years of arduous cultivation, they'd finally arrived here. From now on, if they cultivated diligently in Jin Academy, upon graduation, they would assuredly have a bright future. Even if they didn't become great cultivators, becoming a military commander in the kingdom alone would secure them a life of upper-class luxury. Seeing the expressions of excitement on their faces, Master Inin smiled slightly before continuing. Of course, entering here doesn't mean you can relax. As for those without aspirations, well, I believe each of you who has reached this point must not wish to live a mediocre life. Everyone must have dreams of becoming an elite cultivator. So tell me loud and clear, do you want to be oppressed, or do you want to be a true expert? To be a true expert. Instantly after Master Inin's voice ended, voices shouted in no perfect unison, but the thick fighting spirit surged so strongly that even Ouyang felt his blood boiling, filled with excitement. Excellent. Master Inin's gaze showed clear approval as he looked at the disciples with flushed faces. Then let's begin the traditional ritual for newcomers, choosing a hall. Along the journey, you might already have learned something about Jin Academy's internal divisions. Let me briefly go over them again. As for detailed knowledge, you will slowly become familiar with after officially becoming a part of this academy. Master Inin paused, then continued. Jin Academy is divided into 4 sects. Martial Arts Sect presided over by me, Beast Taming Sect led by Elder Feng, Soul Skill Sect headed by Elder Qian, and Restriction Sect under the leadership of Elder Long. Listening to Master Inin's explanation, Ouyang carefully matched the names of each sect with the respective elders. Truthfully, among these 4 elders, he had already become quite familiar with 3, the only one unfamiliar to him being Elder Long from the Restriction Sect. This person wore a refined white robe. Unlike Master Inin and the other 2 elders, who appeared middle-aged or even older, this man looked particularly frail. His flowing white sleeves almost made him appear bone-thin, seemingly without flesh. However, Ouyang did not dare underestimate this frail old man, for on him he could sense an extraordinarily sharp aura that seemed to transcend natural laws, likely resulting from the mastery of restrictions. In the midst of his thoughts, Master Inin had finished explaining all the sects within the academy. Glancing at the delighted and expectant expressions on the faces of the new disciples, he spoke again. All right, now confirm which sect you intend to join, and then divide yourselves into 4 groups. After Master Inin spoke, he waved his hand slightly behind him. Immediately, 4 young men dressed in different attire stepped forward and stood separately apart. Tell your names to the appropriate senior brother for recording. It concerns your future monthly allowances and uniforms, so make sure none of you miss this step. All right, let's begin. As soon as Master Inin finished speaking, a blur shot forward from beside Ouyang, and under everyone's watchful eyes, went directly to stand beside Elder Long. Looking closer, it turned out to be Mu Lingshan. Instantly, the crowd fell into stunned silence, all eyes watching to see what exactly the girl intended to do. Even Master Inin and the several elders exchanged glances with expressions of interest. Among all the sects, the Restriction Sect was by far the smallest. After all, no one was willing to waste significant time studying restrictive techniques. Those who did usually lacked deep cultivation achievements. For someone to volunteer and step forward now was naturally very eye-catching. However, Mu Lingshan's next word sent shockwaves through the crowd. You're the teacher in charge of the Restriction Sect? Indeed. Seeing the girl who had suddenly appeared before him, Elder Lung showed slight surprise, completely overlooking the slight sarcasm in her tone. Then you create a formation for me to see. Let me judge if it meets my standards, and whether it matches my father's skill level. The moment Mu Lingshan finished speaking, a roaring commotion erupted from the crowd. Murmurs surged as they looked on in shock. After all, Elder Lung's mastery of restrictions was renowned even in Jinding City. Now this young girl had the audacity to question his skills. No wonder everyone was stunned. Oh, you're quite an interesting little girl. Tell me then, what demonstration would convince you that old man like me is qualified to teach you? And how are you so confident the old man would accept you? Looking at Mu Lingshan's delicate and youthful face, Elder Lung smiled faintly, almost playfully questioning her. However, soon his playful tone vanished entirely, replaced instead by a dense shock. Everyone watched as Mu Lingshan rolled her eyes and then poured everything from her waist pouch onto the ground. Immediately, she started forming formations. In a few short breaths, she switched formations no fewer than 4 times. At this sight, not only were the senior students who originally assumed this was just childish behavior shocked into wide-eyed stares, Elder Lung's earlier teasing expression also disappeared, replaced entirely by astonishment and deep excitement. There, how was it? I didn't lie to you. Now it's your turn. At this moment, Mu Lingshan lifted her head, saying proudly, Hee excellent. It seems the restriction sect has not yet reached its end. Little girl, old man cannot demonstrate right now, but let me tell you, I'm the one who created the Heaven Seal formation. Now do you believe I qualify to accept you as my disciple? Oh, you were the one who arranged the Heaven Seal formation. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingshan's face showed instant surprise. Then she nodded rapidly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking rice. Of course, but you have to supply me materials and personally teach me. Otherwise, I won't go. I'd rather learn martial arts from Yuya Gij than with the bearded old man. Hearing this, Ouyang rolled his eyes helplessly, inwardly thinking that this girl might as well set her conditions, but dragging him into the matter? Still, he was genuinely pleased she had found something suited to her. He could clearly sense that Elder Lung had truly developed a liking for Mu Lingshan. All right, then it's settled. Seeing Elder Lung's agreement, Mu Lingshan happily nodded, flashing a playful grin at Ouyang Yuya. With Mu Lingshan taking the lead, figures soon began stepping forward one by one, choosing their respective sects, leaving behind only a small group still hesitating. Brother Ouyang, which sect should we pick? Lu Ouyang asked anxiously, looking at the dwindling number of people remaining beside him. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya lifted his head and glanced around. Soon, he felt an intense gaze fixed upon him. When he noticed Master Yi smiling at him, he merely shrugged helplessly. Anywhere but the martial arts sect. I think life in this academy would be tough otherwise. Chapter 285, Wutong. If we, the Wutong, claim to be the most powerful faction in the Jin Academy, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Of course, I don't mean in terms of numbers, but rather because we're the only sect specifically tailored for disciples who cultivate both spiritual arts and alchemy. I think you all clearly understand the benefits of dual cultivation. Choosing Wutong was indeed a wise decision for you, explained Master Yi on the way to Wutong. Ouyang Yuya and dozens of others followed behind him, glancing around while listening. Yet for a full quarter of an hour, he hadn't even reached the main topic, causing many of the disciples eager to learn about Wutong's training methods to shift their attention elsewhere. From beginning to end, only Luo Yin listened intently, though what he most wanted to hear was still the key part about the training system. Unfortunately, Master Yi gave no sign of touching on that, and even Ouyang Yuya was becoming drowsy and bored after so long. Master, may I ask what our next task is? When can we officially start the training? At this moment, Feng Yun frowned and asked. Hearing this, several disciples who had begun to drift off attention returned to focus, their eyes now fixed on Master Yi, as this was a question they were all curious about. You'll be given instructions once we arrive at Wutong, including the uniforms and monthly allocations to be issued. But as for the training itself, I don't think you'll begin it until you've fully familiarized yourselves with Wutong. Yi replied, then turned his gaze to Feng Yun and others, somewhat surprised at how strong this group of new disciples was. In fact, half of the disciples from the four major factions had chosen Wutong, bringing him great joy, especially thinking about how infuriated Elder Qian must be. As for you few, I imagine certain masters have already approached you, and perhaps you've already been assigned privately. In that case, just go directly to your designated master later. The rest will be randomly assigned. Master Yi concluded, and then turned his attention to Ouyang Yuya and Wantong, his lips curving into a meaningful smile. And you too, how about you come with me? Oh, Ouyang Yuya's expression shifted slightly. He had already expected to be accepted by Master Yi, and he bore no objection towards it. After all, the master wasn't only strong, but also genuinely kind to him. In Ouyang's view, although this teacher-student relationship had come about somewhat mysteriously, it was indeed a fortunate match. However, Yi taking Wantong too was entirely unexpected. But when he saw the mischievous gleam in Yi's eyes, he immediately understood, shaking his head helplessly and thinking in his heart, what a shameless old man. Yes, disciple obeys your command. Wantong suddenly replied, causing Ouyang to shake his head even more helplessly. What? You're not willing, boy. Seeing the expression on Ouyang's face, Master Yi immediately snapped with annoyance. The number of people who'd like to follow this old master could stretch from Wutong all the way to Yidong Heaven. And you actually dare to act all high and mighty. Ouyang endured the torrent of nagging from Master Yi, sighing helplessly again and shrugging. All right, since you put it that way, what else can I do? Now you're speaking my language. Besides, this old man won't treat you poorly, of course. Seeing Ouyang nodding, Yi's face lit up with visible joy. This made Feng Yun's face darken instantly, particularly after noticing Ouyang was paired with Wantong. His glare turned deadly. If Ouyang hadn't appeared out of nowhere, the privilege he was now enjoying should have been his without question. His fists clenched tightly, making creaking noises. Boss, that kid's drawing too much attention. Shall we do something? At this moment, Feng Shen whispered into Feng Yun's ear. No need to dirty our hands. Someone else will deal with him naturally. If he had chosen other sects, I'd have had no way to touch him. But now that he's in Wutong, haha, Feng Yun said with a cold glint flashing in his eye. Upon hearing this, Feng Shen's eyes brightened suddenly, as if a realization struck him. You mean, senior brother? Yeah. Before arriving I already sent him a transmission. With the senior brother's ability and standing, even if the hall head finds out, there wouldn't be much said. After all, in Wutong, the senior brother's reputation and authority far surpass that of this fledgling. Feng Yun sneered. Huh, you really are brilliant, boss. Feng Shen laughed in agreement. But when exactly should we take action? If we spread the word beforehand, it might have a better effect. Heh, let him keep prancing around for a while. Sooner or later, he'll get what's coming to him. Daring to oppose me, Feng Yun, without even knowing his place. All right, let's go. Don't let that Iran suspect anything. This guy is notoriously protective of his disciples, and if he finds out about this plan, everything will be ruined, Feng Yun said as he strode forward. Hearing this, Feng Shen immediately followed behind him. Wutong was located on the western side of Jin Academy. Though the location appeared rather remote, the number of people within was quite substantial, evident from the constant stream of figures passing to and fro. Observing this, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. From those figures, he could sense the power. Each individual was no weaker than a spirit scholar at the 7th stage, far surpassing Feng Yun's group. Their aura even seemed superior to that of the previous Ming Zhao. Truly, they were worthy of being part of one of the 2 top academies in the Golden Cauldron Kingdom, each of them prodigious talents. By comparison, his own cultivation of merely the 5th tier of spirit practitioner seemed too insignificant. He didn't doubt that there might not be anyone weaker than him in the entire academy. Hell, what's the matter? You're envious, aren't you? Seeing the admiration flashing in Ouyang Yuye's eyes, Master Irin chuckled. Don't be surprised. These people's power is still relatively weak. If even with Gene Academy's cultivation system, they couldn't reach this level, then they wouldn't deserve to be here. As long as you work hard, given your talent, reaching their stage will be quite easy. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye merely smirked, neither confirming nor denying, though he couldn't help but feel anticipation. If he could reach the rank of Spirit Master before returning to the Alan Kingdom, revenge would be much easier. He believed that with his own ability combined with that of a Spirit Master, defeating Nin Fengtian, who had once seemed an unsurpassable obstacle to him, wouldn't be difficult. Haha, Irin, we've been waiting for you a long time. So, how are this year's new recruits? Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. Turning his head, Ouyang Yuye saw 10 figures standing at the gate of Wutong. The person at the front was an old man in gray robes, and behind him stood 10 young figures, each dressed in golden garments. There was no need to ask. Clearly, they were disciples of Wutong. Not bad. They're all yours now, replied Master Irin with a smile, standing beside the elder in gray. The gray-robed elder chuckled and turned his gaze toward Ouyang Yuye and the others. All right, today's task is very simple. Soon, senior brothers will lead you to your dormitory and settle your accommodations. You won't have any duties today or tomorrow, so use this time to familiarize yourselves with Wutong and the academy grounds. The academy will not restrict your movements. Gather at the auditorium bright and early the day after tomorrow. All right, off you go. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. At once, 10 young men dressed in golden robes stepped forward. Fellow junior disciples, follow us. With that, they led the way through the grand entrance of Wutong, immediately followed by a line of figures. As Ouyang Yuye passed Master Irin, he heard him whisper, "Come see me tomorrow at the rear hall." Understood. Ouyang merely nodded, without asking further questions, and continued following the crowd into the hall. Once the crowd had dispersed, he noticed the gray-cloaked elder smiling at him. So, that's the famous Ouyang Yuye who, during the competition, fought top disciples of the academy all by himself. It's him. Although he's not quite as extraordinary as the rumors suggest, there is something strange about this kid. He seems to have certain unknown secrets and hidden strengths. At the very least, I can't see through him, said Master Irin, shaking his head with a slight bitter smile, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of interest. Oh, there's someone even you can't see through? That's indeed rare. But I almost forgot to mention, Headmaster heard about this young man and wants you to bring him over when you have time. Seems there's a reward for him. But I have to say, this boy really did us a great service. Without him, we very likely would have had to hand over the golden formation to someone else, which would have been a serious loss for our academy. The headmaster is back. Upon hearing this, Master Irin's expression changed slightly. Yes, he returned some time ago, even before you all went to Golden Cauldron Mountain. But apparently, there's some trouble in the beast's territory, and the higher-ups are assembling top experts to suppress it. Tsich, quite a headache, the gray-robed elder remarked, clearly distressed. Let them worry about these matters. Anyway, the unrest in the beast territory isn't something new. As long as it's not those ruthless fellows getting involved, everything should be fine. Even if they can't suppress it, there are still people watching from the pyramid. We don't have to worry about it. All right, I'll go find the headmaster. Since there's a reward involved, I must do my best to secure more benefits for my poor disciple, said Master Irin, laughing aloud. In the next moment, his figure became illusory and finally vanished into the space. Truly lived up to his reputation of always favoring his own disciples. Looking at Master Irin's hurried departure, the gray-cloaked elder chuckled. Then, his figure flickered once, and he too disappeared into the void. Chapter 286 Protection Fee. Following 10 Marshalltong disciples dressed in golden robes, after a winding path that felt like a labyrinth, Ouyang Yuye's group finally stopped in front of a courtyard. It was an independent courtyard, located slightly off to the side of the Marshalltong. The front of the courtyard was blocked by a tall gate painted gold, and atop the gate hung a grand plaque with the words, "Public Quarters," written on it, exuding a sense of nobility. At this moment, one after another, men and women similarly dressed in gold continuously stepped out from within. Upon seeing Ouyang Yuye and his companions, they all revealed expressions of interest. However, when their gazes landed on Wantong and Chenlin, that curiosity quickly transformed into admiration. Zhang Jr., haha, it's you again in charge this year. So these are the new students. At this moment, a burly man suddenly strode toward them from a distance, followed closely by several others, likely his underlings. Oh, Wang senior brother. Seeing the approaching figure, the golden-robed disciple who led Ouyang Yuye and the others quickly responded, his expression revealing a trace of apprehension and flattery. The other 9 also immediately stepped aside to let him pass, clearly showing the high status of the burly man. Everything okay? Monthly stipends distributed already. The burly man seemed quite satisfied with this treatment, and smilingly patted the younger man on the shoulder. Not yet. The golden-robed youth replied with a bitter chuckle, his expression darkening like someone who just swallowed a dead fly. Well then, you know what to do, right? Brother's been short on cash these days. Just give me half of these brats' monthly stipends. This. Upon hearing this, the golden-robed youth's face darkened, and he gave a bitter smile. What? Not willing. Seeing the other's expression, the burly man's face also darkened. No, senior brother Wang misunderstood. It's just, it can't be done. These newcomers receive only 50 gong stones each per month, which is already pitifully low. These people are experts from various factions, well aware of Vong Stone's value. If we take half away, they might raise a loud protest. If the Ong leader finds out, I won't be able to explain myself properly. So please, senior brother, don't make things hard for me. The young man explained with a helpless expression. Previously, because he had arbitrarily withheld funds to give to the burly guy, somehow the information had leaked, leading to the cancellation of his opportunity to cultivate inside the cave heaven for a whole month. This time, he certainly dared not repeat his mistake. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, the big man's face immediately turned stormy. With lightning speed, he lunged forward. His large palm lifted and slammed harshly into the golden-robed youth's chest. With a dull thud, the young man was sent flying. Horrified, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and crumpled onto the ground. The others present also looked alarmed, hastily stepping back in obvious fear. SSSHH. A sound of inhaled breath escaped from someone among the crowd. Nobody expected this man to be so violent. They had clearly heard their conversation moments before. Clearly the new student's monthly stipend was the topic, and the youth's refusal had resulted in this brutal beating. The crowd stirred, indignation building. Not only did the big man show no regard for reason, but he resorted to such brute force. Soul Master Level 9. Xuanhuan looked coldly at the burly man, eyes narrowing. He had clearly sensed the man's power when he struck and felt a shock at his strength. He clicked his tongue slightly, surprised. It was no wonder that the other, at only Soul Master Level 7, was no match. More importantly, the burly man had attacked not using alchemy, but pure martial cultivation techniques. From this, one could tell his skill was impressive, and his dual cultivation progress was quite formidable. Beyond punishing the golden-robed disciple, the brute's actions probably also served as a warning to the new students, and it certainly worked. Xuanhuan could clearly feel the previously arrogant newcomers growing more cautious now. After all, strength ruled here. The campus culture was dominated by might alone. With a helpless shake of his head, he thought grimly how such things seemed unavoidable no matter where you went. Humph, stupid bastard. I'm only dealing with you because I respect you. Don't dare act like you don't know how to take a compliment. The large man grumbled furiously. The golden-robed student, in the meantime, stood up slowly from the ground, keeping his head respectfully lowered to the side, looking angry but too afraid to speak out. Seeing this, the burly man paid no attention to the wounded youth, and instead turned his gaze toward Xuanhuan and the others. He flicked a glance toward the two lackeys standing behind him, and one of them immediately stepped forward. This man had a thin, wiry frame and a monkey-like face, giving him the look of a real simian. He eyed Xuanhuan and the newcomers with arrogance, and said, "You newcomers probably don't know the Golden Institute's rules yet. Whenever a freshman enters the Institute, they should align themselves with a certain faction so as to avoid being bullied. My senior brother Wang here is actually the second-in-command of the Tiger Hall faction within the Institute. Following brother Wang guarantees a smooth passage through this newbie phase. All you have to do is mention senior brother Wang's name, Wang Yan, and anyone who messes with you will instantly back off. Of course, we can't be ungrateful for such protection, right? Naturally, you'll have to offer a bit of gratitude to brother Wang. Don't you agree, friends?" Clearly, this man was quite experienced in this routine, his speech fluent and chilling. His entire demeanor was that of an unrepentant scoundrel. After he finished speaking, even some of the new students began to show wavering thoughts. Why can't we choose other factions to join? At that moment, voices erupted from within the crowd. Oh, upon hearing that, the monkey-faced man's expression immediately darkened. Are you kidding? Senior brother Wang himself is here to recruit you, and you're picking and choosing? You think we're here just for fun? Let me be clear, mates. Today, you've met us, so naturally, you need to pay some protection fees. No need to wait until the monthly allowance arrives. Considering all of you come from different factions, I'm sure you wouldn't mind handing over 100 or so stones, right? So cough up 50 gong stones each, and we won't hassle you. Those who don't pay, I wouldn't mind letting you taste some hardship, he said, cracking his knuckles while suddenly unleashing a powerful pressure. As his aura settled into the crowd, visible signs of fear flashed across their faces. The man's strength was at the 7th soul warrior level, and he stood there, glaring coldly at Xuanhuan and the rest, clearly issuing a threat. At this moment, the other henchman behind the burly man stepped forward. Holding a bag, he came toward the new students. With the mindset of paying for peace, despite their deep resentment, the new students had no other choice. After all, they had only just entered the Golden Institute and truly knew nothing of its rules. They certainly didn't want to arrive and immediately be beaten to a pulp. Thus, they reluctantly took out their Vong stones, placing them into the sack the man held open. Though bitterly resentful, they saw no other way. Anything was better than enduring a painful beating. Wang Yan watched the new students as they took out the Wong stones, his lips curling into a wider smile. There were nearly 100 new students, and if each paid 50 gong stones, he would collect hundreds. When the time came, that money would be more than enough for him to rent a set of Earth-grade martial techniques from the Soul Skill Hall, and even allow him to purchase a large quantity of medicinal pills to attempt a breakthrough to the Soul Master stage. Once he succeeded in breaking through and equipped a higher-level martial technique, his strength would significantly increase. Moreover, the influence of the faction he belonged to would surely rise as well. Perhaps he might even reach the same level as those few dominant factions. At this thought, the corners of his mouth rose into a heated smile, and he couldn't help but urge impatiently, "Hurry up, I've got things to do later." Upon hearing his words, the man hastened his collection efforts. Just then, however, loud noises suddenly erupted from the crowd. As people gathered closely, it became clear that the neatly lined up newcomers had encircled the collector. Amid the clamor, angry shouts rang out. Seeing this, Wang Yan frowned, a flash of confusion crossing his face, before he flicked his head toward the monkey-faced enforcer who was maintaining the atmosphere. Go check what's going on. At once. Upon hearing this, the monkey-faced man didn't dare delay. Immediately, he strode toward the crowd. As he passed through the tightly packed sea of people, he saw the stone collector now half kneeling on the ground. Sweat drenched his face as he grimaced painfully, his left hand gripping his arm while his right, now holding the bag, dangled limply, clearly broken from some forceful twist. His face darkened, and he began pushing aside those in the surrounding crowd. When the new students saw him approaching, they made a path for the monkey-faced man to pass through. Supporting the injured man back up, his expression turned an even deeper shade of livid before fixing his eyes on a white-robed youth who stood nearby with a mocking smirk on his face. Kid, was it you who did this? Indeed, Feng Yan nodded. A soul warrior level 5 wretch dares to collect protection money? I merely gave him a lesson. It's been a while since we had such a bold freshman. Daring to mess with our men. Looks like you're tired of living. I'll see what kind of lesson you can teach. The monkey-faced man was clearly furious as well. Instantly, a sharp wave of aura swept forth. Seeing this, the previously Goang newcomers were immediately terrified, hastily retreating backward, causing the once crowded area to suddenly clear out, leaving a wide open space. Only now did they realize, Feng Yun was probably in big trouble. Though Feng Yun possessed decent strength, against a soul warrior level 7 opponent, he would surely gain no advantage. Their expressions subtly changed. Interesting. Witnessing this, even Ouyang Yuye's expression revealed a trace of interest. He too wished to see just how strong the senior students at this academy really were. Chapter 287, Interception. Let me see just what kind of extraordinary abilities the senior from the academy possesses that makes him so arrogant. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the monkey-faced man, Feng Yun also let out a cold chuckle. He had been the center of attention since birth, carefully nurtured and indulgently raised. Now someone was actually demanding protection money from him, something utterly intolerable for a favored son of heaven like him. With a stomp of his foot, a blue-colored soul cannon immediately materialized in his hand, releasing a strong ripple of soul energy. Oh, Soul Scholar Stage 6? Looks like a tough one. That explains his audacity. The monkey-faced man showed a hint of surprise on his face as he sensed the pressure from Feng Yun. However, his expression soon shifted to one of mockery as he shook his head. But we've met many who consider themselves geniuses like you. Each one as arrogant as the next. But you know what happened to them in the end? What happened? Feng Yun's pupils flickered slightly as he asked. Right then, the monkey-faced man suddenly grinned. In the next instant, he shot forward like a blur, appearing behind Feng Yun from his original position in front of him, his speed truly astonishing. Feng Yun, however, was no novice to such situations. As soon as the monkey-faced man moved, he rapidly retreated. As his feet left the spot, a yellowish glow erupted from the ground where he'd stood. Immediately after, several sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground where Feng Yun had just been, narrowly avoiding being impaled. At the same time, his soul cannon vibrated violently, releasing several circular arcs of ice blades radiating outward in a whirlwind fashion, much like autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Clang, clang. Just then, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The monkey-faced man had actually been forced back by the ice blades, the previous expression of disdain replaced by seriousness. Indeed impressive. Looks like the rumors about this year's disciples being strong aren't exaggerated. The monkey-faced man laughed, and suddenly, a soul cannon appeared around his wrist too. In the next moment, a brownish glow radiated from the weapon, causing the once silent ground to violently tremble before suddenly erupting upward, along with countless sharp spines aiming to impale Feng Yun from below. Seeing this, Feng Yun's face turned cold. His fingers danced rapidly in complicated seals, conjuring forth a blue light barrier that quickly formed in front of him, completely enveloping his body like a statue of ice. Hardly had the light barrier taken shape when the spines crashed into it. On contact, Feng Yun's blue protective shield developed a few cracks, and to his shock, it rapidly shattered. Yet, the spines also instantly disintegrated upon impact. Whoa! Upon witnessing this, the surrounding crowd burst into cheers, all of them taking Feng Yun's side. The sounds overflowed with excitement and disbelief, not expecting Feng Yun to actually match that monkey-faced man blow for blow. After all, the latter was purely a Soul Scholar Stage 7, significantly more powerful than Feng Yun. For the new students, this was an immense morale boost, and cheers rang out repeatedly. The monkey-faced man, however, grew unusually grim, clearly not expecting that Feng Yun could rival him in battle. What's going on here? Just then, a deep and rough voice echoed out as a tall and powerful figure stepped into view. At the sight of this individual, the tight wall of onlookers instantly scattered apart, parting the way for Wang Yan to enter. Upon seeing Wang Yan, the monkey-faced man's expression brightened instantly, and quickly he approached, whispering something into Wang Yan's ear. All that could be seen was Wang Yan's expression darkening as he listened, particularly when his gaze fell upon the follower who lay on the ground writhing in pain and drenched in sweat. Eventually, Wang Yan's eyes settled coldly on Feng Yun. Kid, was it you who injured my men? Exactly right, it was me. Feng Yun's chest puffed out proudly as the crowd's attention shifted entirely onto him, as though he were now the representative of all the new disciples. Just as arrogant as I thought. Wang Yan sneered at Feng Yun, and the next moment, he suddenly raised his previously lowered hands. Like a blur, he struck straight towards Feng Yun with an explosive palm motion. The rushing pressure caused the surrounding air to howl ominously, and faint crackling sounds echoed through the space. It wasn't until this moment that Feng Yun finally understood the true might of Wang Yan. The pressure from Wang Yan's attack was so fierce and overwhelming that even Feng Yun felt himself tense up considerably. Instantly, the soul cannon vibrated fiercely in his hands, once again forming a blue protective barrier around his entire body. However, before the shield could fully solidify, he saw a mocking smirk suddenly appear on Wang Yan's lips. In the next instant, that palm came crashing down upon the light barrier with immense force, shattering it into pieces. Feng Yun's eyes widened in horror as the palm then shot toward his chest. Wait! At this moment, Feng Yun finally felt a sense of fear. There was no doubt in his mind that even a light strike from that palm would result in broken bones. What's wrong? Scared already? Hearing Feng Yun's plea, Wang Yan halted his strike, looking at him with a face full of ridicule. At his words, Feng Yun gritted his teeth hard, then, with obvious reluctance, let out a cold snort before tossing out a badge. Seeing this, Wang Yan furrowed his brows slightly in confusion but still reached out to grab the badge. However, as soon as he saw the insignia, his expression suddenly changed. He turned his gaze to Feng Yun, staring intently as he asked, "Who is Feng Nantian to you?" "He is my senior clansman," Feng Yun replied. A wave of excitement surged within him. From the obvious flicker of fear in Wang Yan's eyes, he could tell that his elder brother must have risen to great heights within the Golden Academy, even commanding deep fear from someone like Wang Yan. Since you're a friend of Brother Feng, then this old brother here acted rashly earlier. At that moment, Wang Yan suddenly retracted his previously ferocious demeanor, now wearing a face of eagerness and respect. He slapped Feng Yun lightly on the shoulder and spoke, drawing shocked expressions from everyone around. Just moments ago, these two had been locked in fierce combat, yet now they were acting like long-lost friends. All because of that name, Feng Nantian. Observant eyes could clearly see that Wang Yan must have been wary of Feng Yun's powerful backing. Haha, Brother Wang, you flatter me. After all, they say enemies can become friends through battle. I will need your guidance in the future. Feng Yun played along skillfully, then cast a contemptuous glance toward Ouyang Yuya, subtly laced with provocation. Haha, brother, you said it all. Today, it's like the floods sweeping through the Dragon King's temple. Brother Feng, just wait a moment. Let this old brother finish collecting the protection fee, then we can chat more. Please go ahead. Feng Yun made a polite gesture and, together with Feng Chun and others, stepped aside. He coldly watched the new students who now looked at him with reverence, feeling like he had risen to an entirely different level. Just a parasite relying on others. What's there to be proud of? Luo Yan sneered, watching Feng Yun and his companions with obvious displeasure. Better to avoid unnecessary troubles. If they want 50 gong stones, then let them have it. We're new here. It's better not to attract too much attention. Ouyang Yuya smiled and glanced at Wang Yan and others who had already come to them. After the previous disturbance, Wang Yan had come personally, and seeing him, the other new students did not resist and tossed their gong stones into the bag. Soon, the bag was nearly full. In no time, they reached Ouyang Yuya's group, and Ouyang Yuya, Luo Yan, and others threw their gong stones into the sack. Suddenly, Wang Yan stopped in front of Wantong. His eyes abruptly flared with an unusually intense fire. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Yuya's expression tightened as he inwardly murmured, "Trouble is coming." Even Feng Yun's face darkened slightly, and he furrowed his brows. As a smart man, just from Wang Yan's lewd expression, he could guess what was going on in his mind. This pretty lady looks unfamiliar. What's your name? How about becoming acquainted with Big Brother here? At that moment, Wang Yan suddenly reached toward Wantong's face with a sly grin curling his lips. However, right then, Wantong's face turned ice cold. Immediately, she used her soul cannon to block Wang Yan's reaching hand. "Please show some respect," she declared. Feisty, aren't you? Big Brother wants to see just how tough you can be." As Wang Yan spoke, he was about to move forward again when suddenly he felt his outstretched hand tightly seized by another with equal force. Then, a voice full of rage rang into his ear. "It's no wonder this academy is so corrupt if it allows such trash as you to exist." Chapter 288 Zhangshua. As Ouyang Yuya's words fell, the venue, which had been slightly noisy, suddenly became deathly silent. A sharp wave of astonished gazes swept toward the direction the voice had come from. When people saw Ouyang Yuya blocking in front of Wantong, and the grim-faced Wang Yan, those with sharper insight immediately deduced the sequence of events. Mocking glances were instantly cast toward Ouyang Yuya. They were quite eager to see whether this Thama, the rising star of the association, could once again create a miracle against a strong opponent like Wang Yan. Such a cliched, heroic scene stirred great interest among the crowd. Seeing this, the graceful figure who had just taken a step forward paused, then a cold smirk tugged at his lips. Originally, he had intended to resolve Wantong's predicament a bit, but he hadn't expected Ouyang Yuya to play the hero. Therefore, he decided to let Ouyang take the spotlight instead. Based on his understanding of Wang Yan, whose strength was even beyond his own estimation, he believed Ouyang would suffer a crushing defeat here. Exactly the spectacle he wanted to witness. Another fool who doesn't fear death. Wang Yan's arm suddenly trembled as he looked at the defiant Ouyang Yuya. Then a powerful force surged forward, forcing Ouyang Yuya to step back. At this moment, Luo Yan and Shen Lin also stepped forward, flanking Ouyang Yuya on either side, while Big Yellow crouched low, emitting a deep growl. Pushed back by the force, Ouyang Yuya narrowed his eyes at Wang Yan. From that clash, he could feel a powerful burst of strength, an immense physical force unlike anything he had ever encountered. Kid, saving a damsel in distress isn't something you can do just like that. Seeing the solemn look in Ouyang's eyes, Wang Yan sneered. One of this year's freshmen actually has a soul ability? Who knows if the old masters were just seeing things clearly? The monkey-faced man scoffed. Of course, his facial expression would become even more dramatic if he knew that Ouyang Yuya was none other than the person who had created such a sensation at the association and was coveted by 2 academies. You're talking nonsense. Open your eyes wider, and be careful to regret later. Suddenly, Chun Lin spoke out sharply, instantly capturing Wang Yan's attention. When he looked upon her face, his eyes suddenly gleamed. TSK, the girls of this year are actually quite fresh-looking. I wonder what crap luck that brat has had, scoring such good fortune with women. Wang Yan spoke, and in the next instant, he moved suddenly. His massive palm slashed toward Ouyang Yuya's chest. Humph. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya's mind stirred immediately. At once, a golden glow shimmered over his body. Scales of the dragon instantly spread across him. His right arm transformed into a grotesque dragon limb extending outward, colliding violently with Wang Yan's mighty palm. 2 violently clashing palms struck almost instantly. Then, a searing gust of wind burst from the point of contact, spreading outward, followed by a violent force that shoved both fighters backward. The sharp ripple from the impact carved visible streaks across the stone-paved ground. Your strength is pretty decent. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya had pushed him back, Wang Yan couldn't hide a flash of surprise and mild disbelief in his expression. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth soon solidified into a hardened sneer. Like an arrow released from a bow, his figure darted forward. As he charged, his fist, wrapped in intense power, crashed heavily downward. Shatter the sky fist. Feeling the storming fist approaching, Ouyang Yuya wore a grave expression. Clearly, Wang Yan had now turned truly furious, evident from the sheer intensity of his current offensive. Ouyang Yuya inhaled deeply. Instantly, his right arm trembled as he furiously accelerated the yin-yang tai chi within him. A burst of firelight surged from his arm. But just at this moment, a sudden cheerful laugh broke through the air. Immediately after, a brilliant sapphire barrier suddenly appeared in front of Ouyang Yuya, causing Wang Yan's punch to land entirely upon the shield with a useless impact. With the resounding clang of metal on metal, Wang Yan's attack failed to even budge the barrier the slightest. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya's brows suddenly furrowed. His eyes darkened coldly as he looked ahead. There, standing in front of him and blocking him protectively, was a figure dressed in blue clothes. This figure faced Wang Yan in an intense standoff. Xiuxian. Seeing the new arrival, Wang Yan's face darkened instantly, his tone venomously spat. You ruined my plans again. Wang Yan, you're not quite right to say that. Hearing this, the blue-clad man suddenly smiled. When the new students enrolled, you collecting protection fees really showed no respect to our student union at all. At the mention of the student union, Wang Yan's face immediately changed, but he quickly sneered and said, collecting protection fees from new students is an unwritten rule. It's not just my Tiger Hall, even the Golden Hall does the same. Where was your student union then? That can't be helped. I was just following orders. Return the rock and you can leave. Dream on. Don't think I don't know what you student union is planning. To recruit all the new students to expand your ranks. Wang Yan gritted his teeth. True, your student union is powerful, but my Tiger Hall isn't some pushover either. Tiger Hall? Well, maybe only Wang Bin was decent, but rumor has it even Wang Bin was poached by Golden Hall. Who knows what kind of figure the current Tiger Hall still has standing. The blue-clad man mocked, watching Wang Yan's face darken even further. Hearing this, Wang Yan's face instantly turned ugly, but soon he seemed to remember something. Letting out a resentful snort, he cast a fierce glare toward the blue-clad man before leaving hastily, along with the monkey-faced man and another follower. Watching Wang Yan leave, Feng Yun's expression also became extremely grim. He hadn't expected that the previously arrogant Wang Yan would show such a demeanor toward this elegant man. Of course, he wasn't some common brute either. With just one glance, he recognized that Zhang Shuo was no ordinary person, and even he felt a sense of pressure emanating from the other man. Is Feng Nantian your senior clansman? Just then, Zhang Shuo suddenly turned back, fixing a sharp gaze on Feng Yun. At those words, Feng Yun did not dare delay, quickly nodding in agreement. Then you may leave. Today, I'll save him the face. But if you act this arrogantly again, even Feng Nantian won't be able to save you next time. Zhang Shuo said, pausing briefly as he looked toward Ouyang Yuya, speaking with apparent meaning. There are people you simply cannot provoke. At this, Feng Yun's expression turned even darker, growing exceptionally grim. Even he, dull as he was, now realized the root of the issue. It didn't require much thinking. Zhang Shuo had clearly come to back Ouyang Yuya. This only fueled his growing hatred. Ouyang Yuya indeed appeared quite mysterious. Not only did he constantly escape danger, but his personal qualities seemed unexpectedly admirable. Though bitterly resentful, Feng Yun could do nothing about it. Apparently, even his strongest supporter wasn't much of a threat in the other man's eyes, and by comparison, he himself wasn't even worth mentioning. Paying no heed to Feng Yun's displeased expression, Zhang Shuo fixed his gaze on Ouyang Yuya, especially noticing the latter's composed expression, and couldn't help but nod approvingly. Although he didn't know why his superiors were interested in this particular soul user, even going so far as to extend an invitation, that was beyond his concern. You are Ouyang Yuya, right? Precisely. May I ask who you are? Ouyang Yuya asked, slightly puzzled by Zhang Shuo's demeanor. I'm Zhang Shuo from the student union. Long heard of your name. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's confusion, Zhang Shua smiled slightly before handing him a badge. This is our student union's invitation. If you're interested, feel free to visit. You'll surely be treated with courtesy. Excuse me. Without further delay after speaking, Zhang Shua turned and strode toward the distance. Watching Zhang Shua leave, Ouyang Yuye's brows slowly furrowed as he looked at the badge resting in his palm, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Chapter 289 Arrangement. With Zhang Shua's departure, a wave of tense murmurs swept through the crowd. Soon, countless pairs of slightly heated gazes swept through the air before finally locking onto Ouyang Yuye. From Zhang Shua's previous words to Ouyang Yuye, it was clearly possible to detect a hint of flattery. Zhang Shua, who had shown utter disregard toward even Wang Yin and Feng Yun's elder brother, had such an overbearing demeanor, indicating that his background was extremely formidable. And yet, a person like him had treated Ouyang Yuye so courteously. This could not help but provoke thoughts and speculation among the crowd. After much thought, suspicions ultimately centered on Ouyang Yuye himself, many of them guessing that this Ouyang Yuye must have some impressive background to receive such attention. Even the few golden-robed men who had been guiding the group earlier exchanged surprised glances and now looked at Ouyang Yuye with somewhat changed expressions, having completely lost their previous air of arrogance. Brother Ouyang, this time you're really in luck. At this moment, Luo Yin also looked at him with envious eyes as he spoke, his tone full of admiration. Oh, what do you mean? Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye asked with some confusion. The Student Union is one of the top 3 factions in Golden Academy. It's full of Galshko and powerful figures. Its leader, Man Huang, is especially strong, possessing the cultivation of a 3rd-rank soul master. He could even make it into the top 5 on the Golden Academy's Rising Stars list. Because of that, the Student Union's status has risen dramatically. To be noticed by them itself is a symbol of prestige. To a certain extent, even during those graveyard cultivation sessions, you'd enjoy considerable privileges and advantages. At this moment, Wantong appropriately spoke, then turned her pretty gaze on Ouyang Yuye, who still looked puzzled. Her beautiful face bore a hint of curiosity as well. Even she couldn't figure out what was so special about this young man. First noticed by the leader of the Wutong, then invited by such a giant organization as the Student Union. Such a feat could only be accomplished by someone who had drawn a truly massive stroke of luck. Still, this young man indeed had many admirable qualities that others like Feng Yun didn't have. Thinking of how Ouyang Yuye had stood up for her earlier, she felt a rush of warmth in her cheeks, and she suddenly said, "Earlier, thank you." Still caught in Wantong's words, Ouyang Yuye was momentarily startled, but he quickly figured out what she was referring to and shook his head with a smile. "That was nothing. Didn't you save me once before? If you feel uneasy about it, consider us even. Dream on." Just then, Wantong suddenly cast him a sidelong glance and muttered, her slight scowl momentarily showing a rare coquettish charm that even Ouyang Yuye found himself briefly mesmerized by. However, he soon saw her walk away toward the line, and with a helpless shake of his head, he followed her movement. This scene did not escape Feng Yun's gaze, and instantly, she gritted her teeth furiously, her fists clenching hard enough to crack. Investigate this guy's background thoroughly. Also, find out who that Zhang Shua is and his relationship with Ouyang Yuye. Hearing this, Feng Chun behind her also nodded seriously. At that moment, the leading golden-robed men ahead had already suppressed the commotion, turning their gazes toward the group of new students. That was just a small issue earlier. Now everyone please line up. We'll head to the accommodations for the Wutong section. Upon hearing this, the previously disordered crowd gradually reassembled. After a head count, the group of newcomers set off once more. "Let's go," Feng Yun said, stepping forward first and joining the procession. Behind her, Feng Chun cast a brief, resentful glance at Ouyang Yuye before trailing behind Feng Yun. What an annoying piece of crap. Luo Yin naturally noticed Feng Chen's malevolent glare and muttered in indignation. I think they will come after us again. Let them try. Such a person won't learn unless taught a painful lesson. Maybe we should deal with his backer first, so he can give up all hopes." Ouyang Yuye said with a smile, completely unperturbed. "You mean Feng Nantian?" "Most likely. I think I will get to know that famous Feng Nantian whose reputation I've only heard before. Be careful with this man." At this moment, Wantong suddenly added, and upon seeing the puzzled look in Ouyang Yuye's eyes, she continued. "Feng Nantian is also a well-known martial artist. Even if his strength is slightly behind Man Huang's, he is still a notable figure on the Rising Stars list. But what he is most famous for is his favoritism and his merciless retribution. I think the conflict you've had with Feng Yun will not be something he'd just let slide." Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye merely shook his head with a wry smile, not feeling particularly worried. In fact, he had already mentally prepared himself for such occurrences. When soldiers come, meet them with generals. When water comes, block it with earth. There's nothing to worry about. Just wait and see what happens. Saying this, he also strode toward the line. Jin Academy had been the place he longed for, and as for whether he could find what he sought here, that would all depend on fate. Only after entering Wutong did Ouyang Yuye truly grasp the sheer scale of this sect. Following those few golden-robed men past an open plaza and training field, he finally arrived at an apartment situated deep within Wutong. The apartment comprised 2 pavilions completely distinct in color. Between the two stood a massive barrier clearly dividing them. The pavilions were constructed from wood that bore the fragrance and hue of aged sandalwood, exuding a certain ancient charm. The yellow side is for the girls, and the blue side is for the boys. Alright, once you're inside, look for an empty room freely. You may live wherever you like. As for your monthly allowance and uniforms, simply register at the management office downstairs to receive them. Other than that, feel free to roam around. These next 2 days you may go anywhere except the instructor's quarters behind Gene Academy and the Soul Beast Forest surrounding it. Standing before the pavilion's entrance, one of the guiding golden-robed men turned toward the new students, all of whom showed clear surprise on their faces. After his words fell, he immediately turned and strode back the way they had come, likely to return and report. As soon as the golden-robed man had left, the crowd immediately broke into an uproar, eyes ablaze as they fixed their gazes on the pavilion, excitement clearly evident in their expressions. For disciples coming from various factions, an environment like this was completely new to them. And indeed, this pavilion was no ordinary place. At first glance, one could already sense powerful pressure emanating from within the building. Instantly, figures shot inside one after another. Let's go check it out too. Seeing Chun Lin and Wan Tong already moving away, Ouyang Yuye's lips curled slightly upward. In the next moment, he rushed with Luo Yin toward the pavilion. It must be said that the pavilion was quite vast. As soon as they entered, a large and spacious hall greeted them. To the left of the hall stood a room that was presumably the registration office. Deeper inside the hall were 2 passageways, one leading upstairs, and the other to the dormitories on the first floor. After some investigation, they found that the pavilion had a total of 3 levels. The first floor housed double occupancy rooms, the second triple, and the third quadruple. As Ouyang Yuye and Luo Yin were both used to their own space, they had no desire to share a room with others, so they naturally sought out a double room. Unfortunately for him, however, double rooms seemed particularly popular, and just because they had arrived slightly late, not a single one remained vacant. Looks like our luck isn't too good. Ouyang Yuye sighed helplessly as he looked back at Luo Yin, who simply smiled and shrugged in agreement. The two were just about to settle for a triple room when suddenly a clamor came from ahead, drawing their attention. Looking toward the source, they found the area nearly packed with a dense crowd. They exchanged glances, both seeing interest flicker in the other's eyes. Let's go have a look. All right, Luo Yin nodded and followed Ouyang Yuye toward the crowd. As they drew nearer, the noise became louder and clearer, even accompanied by fluctuating pulses of soul energy. Peering through the wall of bodies, Ouyang Yuye saw a frail young man sprawled on the ground. His face was already covered in bruises, and on his chest was a wound clearly caused by soul energy. Yet his expression remained unusually resolute, glaring coldly at the 3 figures standing opposite him. As Ouyang Yuye's gaze settled on those figures, a wave of surprise immediately passed over his face, for the 3 of them were none other than Feng Yun's trio from the Immortal and Divine Pavilion. Chapter 290 Luoshan. Don't push too far, Feng Yun. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with fury as he glared at Feng Yun and his 2 companions, his complexion turning livid with rage. I said it already. Get out of this room, and I won't make things difficult for you. Feng Yun said coldly, a mocking sneer crossing his face as he looked at the youth. This dorm was claimed by me first. Why should I leave? There should be some order. Early comers take precedence. Is there no reason left in this world? The young man replied, his face flushed red, clearly enraged. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the crowd watching erupted into a loud uproar, clearly agreeing with the youth's words. Immediately, people began to condemn Feng Yun for being arrogant and domineering. However, although they supported the young man, no one had the courage to stand up and act. Most merely watched from a distance. After all, no one wanted to provoke Feng Yun, who was currently in his prime. Feng Yun is really going too far, Luo Yin said indignantly, and then, watching the young man, her expression flickered with some indecipherable emotion. Do you know him? Although Luo Yin tried to hide it, her expression didn't escape Ouyang Yuye's notice. He asked in response. Hearing this, Luo Yin let out a bitter chuckle and nodded. He was my alliance partner during the Tournament of the Realm. He's Luoshan, the captain of a small faction. This time, he entered the Golden Institute alone. Truth be told, his talent is quite impressive. Even my mentor once invited him to the shores of Xuanhuan Lake. Now, he should have reached the 3rd level of Soul Warrior. Oh, upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flickered with surprise. No one understood better than he did how fierce the competition in the Tournament of the Realm had been. That Luoshan had managed to enter the Golden Institute by himself alone meant this man indeed had something special. Moreover, the 3rd level of Soul Warrior placed him among the top disciples of the 4 major factions. Do you want help? Seeing the complicated look in Luo Yan's eyes, Ouyang Yuye suddenly asked. Let's watch for now. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye nodded, returning his gaze to the young man once again. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly felt the myriad manifestation zune inside his body tremble slightly. Instantly, his heart jolted. At that very moment, the voice of the Jade Toad King echoed Trishra in his mind. Kid, this guy is strange. Huh. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye's eyebrows lifted slightly. Strange how? Just now I felt the myriad manifestation zune tremble. Could it be he's carrying some sort of treasure? Not on him. I can't exactly explain it, but this aura feels weird. It's somewhat similar to that of the myriad manifestation zone. The Jade Toad King replied. Just as its words ended, Ouyang Yuye felt a sudden tremor in his heart. His gaze snapped back sharply, landing on Luoshan. His eyes filled with alarm, and his vision seemed to waver slightly. Reason? Feng Yun let out a scoff at the word. When he heard the condemnations from the surrounding crowd, his expression darkened further. Then, he cast a glance at Feng Chun and Feng Yin behind him. Teach him what real reason is. Yes. Feng Chun and Feng Yin replied with cold laughter. Immediately, they advanced menacingly upon Luoshan while the soul force emanating from their bodies wrapped toward him, attempting to enclose him within their oppressive aura. Seeing this, the densely packed crowd instinctively backed away. Everyone now looked at Luoshan with pity. After being beaten severely by Feng Chun and Feng Yan, it was likely Luoshan would barely survive. Kid, a disciple from a mere minor faction like you shouldn't display too much sharpness. It's better to cultivate quietly. As for reason, whoever is stronger, holds the reason. Feng Chun sneered as he raised his right fist, a brown glow forming rapidly around it, then swung the punch toward Luoshan. The rushing sound of the strike sent a chill through the observers' hearts. Wait! Just then, a stern voice rang out. Immediately after, a shadow shot forward, slicing toward Feng Chen's fist. Caught off guard, Feng Chun was alarmed and immediately withdrew his punch, retreating swiftly. As soon as he left the spot, the black shadow slammed Henkin into the ground where he had stood. Looking closely, it was a large stone tablet. Feng Chen's face instantly turned ashen. If he hadn't retreated in time, today would have likely marked his downfall. Feng Chen looked up abruptly, his eyes following the path the stone tablet had taken. He saw that the dense crowd had suddenly parted, creating a passage. From this opening, two figures stepped forward, clearly Ouyang Yuya and Luo Yan. Upon seeing Luo Yan, even Luoshan's eyes flickered with a bright and astonished light. Ouyang Yuya, Feng Chun hissed through gritted teeth, staring at the approaching figure. His voice was unusually cold. It's you again. I just couldn't bear to watch. Ouyang Yuya replied with a faint smile, then turned his gaze toward Luoshan. Are you alright? I'm fine, thank you. Luoshan smiled at Ouyang Yuya before bowing solemnly. Ouyang Yuya, you really want to oppose me? At this moment, Feng Yun, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his tone revealing a trace of ill intent. I'm just against such conduct. I never intended to oppose you, nor can I. Ouyang Yuya replied calmly. Hearing this, Feng Yun's expression finally darkened. He nodded sharply. I hope you won't regret this. Believe me, there will come a day when you'll beg me on your knees. Feng Yun said coldly, then waved his hand, leading Feng Chun and Feng Yan away with obvious reluctance. I'm waiting, Ouyang Yuya remarked with a slight curl of his lips. At his words, Feng Yun's step slowed slightly for a moment, but the next instant, he merely snorted coldly and ignored him. Seeing this dramatic scene, the crowd, who had not yet fully grasped what was happening, suddenly looked at Ouyang Yuya in shock after a brief moment of confusion. None had expected that someone as domineering as Feng Yun would end up leaving in humiliation. Instantly, admiration filled their gazes. After all, both came from ordinary factions. But Ouyang Yuya was truly the one who had leaped through the Dragon Gate. His future prospects were boundless. Faced with the hot gazes of the surrounding crowd, Ouyang Yuya paid no heed and led Luoshan and Luo Yan into the dormitory. It was true that Ouyang Yuya had never seen such a communal dormitory before. Upon entering, the fresh layout immediately impressed him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Golden Institute truly was rich and generous. The bright house first revealed a large hall approximately tens of meters wide in each direction. There were 3 independent small rooms in 3 directions of the hall. The floor paved with bluestone appeared much cleaner and tidier. Wow, the Golden Institute is indeed wealthy. The decoration here surpasses even the city lord's mansion by the xiuxian lake. Luo Yan marveled while examining the house. Ouyang Yuya merely smiled slightly before walking toward one of the rooms. Just after pushing the wooden door open, he saw a simple bed, a stone chair, and even a cauldron-like furnace resembling a traditional 8 Immortals table, most likely used for crystal refinement. Although everything was extremely basic, for cultivators like them, it was already a very decent treatment. As he clicked his tongue slightly in appreciation, his sharp senses suddenly detected an exceptionally familiar aura surging up from the ground. When he clearly recognized this aura, his expression changed slightly. The familiar energy left Ouyang Yuya shaken beyond description. He could never have imagined the presence of Wang Qi within this very room. After further exploration, his attention settled on the ground. After a while of sensing, he confirmed, the Wang Qi was indeed coming from the bluestone flooring. Thinking this, he immediately stepped out of the room, finding Luo Yan inside the hall wearing an equally bewildered expression. Clearly she had also sensed the same anomaly. In contrast, Luoshan appeared calm and showed no reaction. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya paused, recalling the earlier events. He couldn't help but suspect that Feng Yun's attempt to seize this room was related to the Wang Qi. As Ouyang Yuya fixed his gaze on Luoshan, Luo Yan suddenly appeared enlightened and followed suit. Actually, each room has Wang Qi because beneath these houses lies the Wang stone vein of the Golden Institute, Luoshan explained upon meeting their gazes. Incredible. Even Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling utterly disbelieving. Seeing the shock on their faces, Luoshan smiled slightly and continued. However, due to the uneven distribution of the vein, the intensity of the Wang Qi varies across rooms. This was a room I carefully chose after comparing many others. It had relatively strong Wang Qi, but almost got taken away by Feng Yun's group. As Luoshan spoke, traces of resentment appeared on his face again, but he quickly suppressed it. Based on my earlier guesses, this should be one of the better rooms on this floor, and Feng Yun recognized this, which is why he attacked me. After all, ordinary newcomers can't pose any real threat to me. If you two don't mind, why don't we 3 share the room? As it happens, Luo Yan and I were acquaintances from before, Luoshan added with a casual smile. This works well enough. As Luoshan spoke, Ouyang Yuya felt a flicker of realization in his heart. That explained why a few rooms remained on every floor. They must have been left behind after the seniors had made their choices. As for Luoshan's suggestion, he didn't intend to oppose it either. He too was quite interested in this fellow. In that case, from now on we shall look out for one another. Seeing that Ouyang Yuya had no objection, Luo Yin chimed in with a smile. Naturally, we'll need both of you to keep an eye on things from now on. Haha, of course. Luo Yin laughed, and then turned to Ouyang Yuya. Brother Ouyang, any plans for what comes next? Probably rest for the day today. Tomorrow, I'll go look for the Hall Master. As for after that, I intend to visit the so-called First Heaven. Haha, our thoughts run parallel. Why not wait for you tomorrow, and all go together? It'll be better with some company, and Luoshan needs time to recover from his injuries. Hearing Luo Yan's words, Ouyang Yuya understood instantly. He was worried about retaliation from Feng Yun and his group. He didn't argue, simply smiling and nodding in agreement. If that's the case, then let's all take today to recuperate. So saying, he walked ahead into the room first. Seeing this, Luo Yin and Luoshan exchanged smiles before following in to cultivate. After several consecutive days of the Grand Assembly trials, they all needed time to recover and adjust. Chapter 291 The Whereabouts of the Da Huang Lingju. The next morning, before the sky had even begun to brighten and only a faint glimmer of dawn appeared at the horizon, Ouyang Yuya, who had kept his eyes tightly shut the entire night, suddenly opened them. Instantly, a flash of blue and red light flickered across his pupils, exuding a strange and eerie aura. He exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of stale air. A feeling of immense comfort coursed through his entire being, and excitement gleamed in his expression. After a whole night of cultivation, he had completely erased the fatigue and injuries sustained during the previous day's battle. Indeed, the effect of the wild energy inside the room was quite remarkable. Although not as concentrated as the wild energy found within wild stones, its quantity was plentiful, something highly beneficial for Ouyang Yuya. Merely a single night of absorption had allowed him to further refine the wild seed within him, and he could clearly sense a slight enhancement in his physical strength. Shaking his body slightly, he retracted the dragon scale-like armor on his skin, then grabbed his already hardened muscles and nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the wild energy could strengthen the physical form, just as the legends claimed. He couldn't help but wonder if the golden essence within the xuanhuan formation might have even better effects. He was looking forward to it. As his strength improved, he increasingly realized the importance of physical fortitude. If not for his powerful body, the previous confrontation with Feng Yun and others would have left him with severe injuries. Kappa. He clenched his fists tightly, sensing the powerful energy surging through them, and his smile widened. Without hesitation, he jumped off the bed and threw a powerful set of punches, creating whooshing sounds in the air. Only when a light sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead did he stop and grab his clothes from the bed to dress. Pushing open the door of his room, he stepped into the hall, which was unusually quiet. In contrast, the doors to Luo Yan's and Luo Shan's rooms were tightly shut. Ouyang gave a slight smile, assuming the two were still fast asleep, and thus didn't bother to disturb them. He remembered that before heading to the martial arts hall, Instructor Iin had told him to visit the instructor's quarters, likely to receive some instructions. To avoid delaying the trip to the Heaven and Earth Cavern, he had planned to leave early. At that moment, however, the sound of a door creaking open caught his attention. Before he could react, he saw Luo Yin and Luo Shan emerge from their room. Seeing the flushed looks on both of their faces, it was not hard to tell they must have returned from somewhere outside. He was surprised to realize they had left earlier than he had. Clearly, Luo Yin and Luo Shan hadn't expected Ouyang Yuya to be already awake either. Both froze briefly, then Luo Yin laughed and said, Brother Ouyang, you're up early. You two are quite early yourselves. What were you doing out so early? Ouyang asked curiously with a nod. Upon hearing this, Luo Yan's face slightly flushed, and for some reason, he remained silent with a hint of shyness. Seeing this, Luo Shan beside him replied with an expression of slight helplessness. He heard that many pretty female disciples gather in the square for training at dawn, so he insisted on going to see, Luo Shan said, his tone carrying a hint of unwillingness, clearly unimpressed by such activities. Ouyang raised an eyebrow, suddenly interested. He asked, did you see anything? Of course. Let me tell you, Brother Ouyang. There were indeed many beauties. Come with us tomorrow, you won't regret it. I even saw a girl, TSK. Her face was absolutely stunning, Luo Yin exclaimed, a dreamy look on his face. Ouyang Yuya, however, couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out. He hadn't imagined that Luo Yin would be into such things. It seemed his earlier understanding of the man had been somewhat limited. However, just as he shifted his gaze toward Luo Shan, his expression changed slightly. Judging from the previous day, Luo Shan's injuries should have been quite severe. Even with Ouyang's own sturdy physical frame, it would take several days to recover. But now, Luo Shan seemed perfectly healed. The bruising on his face had vanished without a trace, and his aura had fully returned. Ouyang couldn't help but ask in surprise, did your injury recover, Luo Shan? I happened to bring some medicinal pills when I came out. They worked quite well, Luo Shan replied with a somewhat unnatural expression. Noticing this, Ouyang didn't press further, simply nodding slightly. You guys do whatever you like. I'm going to find the Hall Master. Watching Ouyang Yuya leave, Luo Yin let out a helpless sigh before murmuring, well then, we might as well cultivate for a while we wait. Stepping out of the room, Ouyang shook off his lingering doubts about Luo Shan and roughly determined his direction before heading toward the residence of the instructors. Due to the sheer size of Gene Institute and his limited knowledge of its layout, It took him a full half-hour to reach his destination. Compared to the dormitories of the disciples, the residences of the instructors exuded a much more natural and rustic charm. They were not styled like the previous pavilions, but resembled village courtyards instead. What troubled him was that there were a full 100 such courtyards, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Instructor Ian hadn't even told him the exact location. Surely he couldn't just go knocking on every single door. GG. Just then, the monkey on his shoulder suddenly let out a sharp cry. In the next instant, it pointed toward a direction to the right. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye's eyes flashed with excitement, and without hesitation, he darted in the direction the monkey indicated. After a series of twists and turns, he finally stopped in a relatively secluded area. Compared to the other houses, the terrain here was unusually open and flat. When he saw the dilapidated thatched cottage before him, Ouyang couldn't help but feel surprised. He hadn't expected that the hall master of the martial arts hall would reside in such a desolate, godforsaken place. Truly, all great experts are eccentric. He sighed helplessly and proceeded toward the thatched hut. As he had just reached the entrance, suddenly his expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he swiftly stepped back. At the same time, a white light shield rose around his body, and even the dragon scale armor was summoned and tightly adhered to his skin. Boom! Just as he completed these defensive measures, a deafening roar echoed through the empty space. The next moment, Ouyang saw the thatched hut instantly shattered and exploded by a surge of energy, scattering straw and wooden stakes in all directions. Staring at the flying debris hurtling toward him, even he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Just as he was about to raise his hands to defend himself, he suddenly felt a powerful force seize his arm and pull him backward. A wooden stake whizzed past his body. Though he wasn't struck, the rushing wind from its passage caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Instantly spinning around, he saw a familiar wrinkled face with a sheepish smile, none other than Instructor Ian. Seeing the slightly embarrassed look on the old man's face, it wasn't hard to guess that the explosion must have been his doing. Ouyang couldn't help but retort in annoyance. Humph, so being your disciple means constantly preparing for self-sacrifice. You young brat, don't mock me. How was I supposed to know you could actually find this place? Hearing Ouyang's sarcastic remark, Instructor Ian's face flushed slightly, then replied with a helpless tone. Coincidentally, you came just as I was experimenting with refining a 6th-tier crystal, and I blew up the furnace. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen this, Ian continued, letting out a sigh filled with disappointment. 6th tier. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Yuye's pupils shrank in shock. He looked at the instructor with disbelief. Refining 6th-tier crystals required already reaching an advanced level of 5th-tier alchemy skills. Even the head of the G clan he once inherited was only a 6th-tier alchemist, an extremely rare master of the craft across the continent. It couldn't be denied that Instructor Ian was already a high-level alchemist. Surprised, huh? Truth is, this old man has been stuck at this bottleneck for a long time, unable to break through. But at least every failure reveals some flaws, so reaching the 6th tier shouldn't be far off. Anyway, enough about that. You arrived on time, brat. Come on, let's go inside to talk. It's not suitable to talk here. So saying, the instructor grabbed Ouyang's arm and took one step forward. Immediately, ripples shimmered through space, and the two figures vanished into it. When they reappeared, they were already standing inside a room. Traveling such a distance had only taken a moment. This spatial power that could shrink space with each step left Ouyang extremely envious. Kid, with your talent, achieving this level is only a matter of time. You just need to keep cultivating diligently, Instructor Ian said while sitting down on a chair. Then he gently tapped the stone table, snapping Ouyang out of his thoughts. May I ask what matter the instructor summoned me for? Regaining his composure, Ouyang Yuye respectfully asked, clasping his hands in greeting to the old instructor. There's not much to say, really. I'm just letting you brat know that you're extremely lucky this time. The Yunzhang has already learned that you obtained the Seal Heaven Formation map, came to xuanhuan, and managed to secure the guardianship of the Golden Chi Formation once again. In a few days, there should be a reward. Prepare yourself accordingly. You'll be granted the opportunity to enter the Martial Arts Pavilion. Our xuanhuan doesn't boast particularly impressive spirit treasures, but our collection of martial techniques is famously abundant. I've secured your qualification to access the secret chambers. What you can obtain will depend entirely on your ability. Hehe. Oh, truly. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye's eyes suddenly brightened as a trace of excitement surged within him. He had once heard his instructor speak in xiuxian town of how fragments of the divine elemental technique were found in the martial arts pavilion of xuanhuan. This opportunity, therefore, perfectly suited his interests. Aside from that, there isn't much else. Alright, return for now. These few days you should wander around xuanhuan freely. Believe me, xuanhuan isn't as simple as it seems. Instructor Ian chuckled, his expression carrying a subtle, meaningful glint. Chapter 292, The First Grotto Paradise. When Yi returned from his mentor's residence, the sun was already high in the sky. Just as he pushed open the door to his dwelling, he found Luo Yin and Luo Shan waiting for him. The two were sitting on stone chairs in the hall chatting animatedly, eyebrows flying as they discussed something joyful. Oh young brother, you're finally back. The new disciples have already rushed ahead to the first grotto paradise. I heard it's already full. If we go late, we might not get a spot. Upon seeing it enter, Luo Yin stood up and said, sorry about that. I was held up for a bit. He smiled apologetically, his eyes shifting and noticing that Luo Yin and Luo Shan had already put on golden robes. Such attire he had previously seen on the boys from the Golden Court who had guided him earlier. It was the uniform for the martial arts hall. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Seeing Yit's expression, Luo Yin tossed him a cloth sack. We had already collected the uniform and monthly provisions from the level office downstairs. This is your Huang stone, though your robes seem to be different from ours, so we couldn't collect them for you. Yit chuckled and weighed the cloth sack in his hand. There were roughly about 50 pieces inside. Though it wasn't nearly enough, considering all his previous wealth had been left behind, this felt like something better than nothing. Oh, my master already gave me mine. With that, he took out a robe of the same color. It had been thrown to him earlier by instructor Yin. Upon a rough comparison, the only difference from Luo Yan's robe was that there was a red, Lu, character embroidered over the chest. Without thinking, this must have been the mark of a direct disciple of the martial arts hall. TSK, no wonder you're a direct disciple. Such preferential treatment is indeed impressive, much better than ours. Looking at Yit's robe, Luo Yin exclaimed in admiration. It's just an extra character on the robe. Yit shrugged helplessly. Such attire probably only had the power to intimidate the new recruits. The veteran disciples wouldn't fear a direct disciple because of their status. Strength always had more persuasive power than external appearances. Oh, why are you both dressed like this? Seeing Luo Yin and Luo Shan fully attired, Yit asked. Everyone has to wear uniform clothing when going to the first grotto paradise. It's a sign of respect to the ancestral spirits inside. This is a long-standing tradition of the Golden Court. Also, there are other regulations. For instance, one must not fight or use martial techniques within the grotto. Otherwise, one's qualification for entering to cultivate will be revoked. Today, it's said that xiuxian, the #1 beauty on the Golden Court's beauty list, will attempt to reach the 15th level of the Golden Yuan Tower. Most people are going just to catch a glimpse of her. It's not only the new disciples, even the veteran disciples, and the experts from the newcomer list, strength list, and beauty list will be present. TSK, the scene must be incredibly exciting to imagine. As Luo Yin spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, barely containing his anticipation. If that's the case, then let's go see for ourselves. Upon seeing this expression on Yit's face, Luo Yin chuckled. Without waiting for an answer, he darted out ahead. Behind him, Luo Shan and Gair followed suit. The first grotto paradise. Located in the center of the Golden Court, it was completely surrounded by the 4 halls. Interestingly, its most obvious feature was that contrary to its name suggesting a cave, it was actually a towering pavilion-like structure called the Golden Yuan Tower, visible from any corner of the Golden Court, serving as its iconic landmark. Naturally, the reason behind the first grotto paradise's tremendous reputation was the presence of the Golden Yuan Grand Formation at the tower's summit, one of the top 3 formations in terms of array techniques. This formation was particularly flexible and unpredictable, categorized into supportive, offensive, and illusion types. However, the Golden Yuan Grand Formation was rare in that it combined both attack and defense with auxiliary functions. The Golden Yuan Qi it released was also the finest spiritual substance for refining one's physique, which was precisely why the Refinement Academy desired and fought over it so intensely. After all, a Golden Yuan Grand Formation could elevate an entire generation of disciples to a completely different level of strength. The pavilion of the grotto consisted of 30 levels. At its very top rested the tombstones of successive deans of the Golden Academy and revered mentors who had made extraordinary contributions. Without exception, all these deceased individuals had been among the strongest in their time. Their graves also served as the key nodes of the Golden Yuan Grand Formation. It was said that anyone who managed to ascend to the 30th level and personally pay homage at the graves of these great figures would obtain a heaven-tier spiritual treasure, or even a quasi-heaven-tier martial technique. Tempted by such rewards, nearly every disciple aspired to climb to the peak and offer their respects to those former Qi, hence the origin of the phrase, visiting graves. Yet, throughout history, those who had reached the summit had all eventually become renowned figures. Even in distant 5th-tier kingdoms, they were widely known. Among them was none other than the current head of the Golden Academy, Dean Gulan, a soul master at the pinnacle of the azure heavens. Climbing to the summit symbolized both strength and opportunity. As one ascended higher, the Golden Yuan Qi became increasingly pure, while the demands on physical resilience also increased. Most disciples could barely reach the 10th floor. Those who made it past the 15th level were already considered to possess exceptional talent, for few could withstand such immense pressure and physical toll. Reaching the 15th level thus marked a significant milestone. Out of the thousands of disciples in the Golden Academy, only about 20 had truly accomplished it. These individuals were undeniably the peak figures on the Zhengzhi ranking. Whenever someone stepped onto the 15th level, it became a celebrated event throughout the entire academy. Even if they failed in the attempt, their feat was still worthy of envy. Now, the first grotto was once again abuzz, because someone was attempting to break through to the 15th level. The outer perimeter of the first grotto paradise was a massive circular plaza, which was now packed with people. Excitement radiated from every face, and countless pairs of eyes were fixed on several elegant silhouettes seated cross-legged in front of the pavilion's entrance. These figures formed a group of no fewer than 10 young women. At the forefront sat a girl draped in golden robes. Her flowing black hair was neatly tied behind her back, giving her an ethereal beauty, like a lotus blooming from clear water, captivating all who beheld her. She was the guest of honor today, and the top beauty on the Golden Academy's ranking, xiuxian. No wonder she's the top beauty. Just look at that back view. It's obvious she's earned her reputation, said a man in the crowd with a sleazy expression, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable lust. If I could just spend one night with such a beauty, I'd die happy. You? Wake up. Do you really think she'd ever look at someone like you? No skill, no looks, no status? Can't you see? Those sitting beside xiuxian are all experts from the Golden Academy. Even the student council president, Man Huang, is disregarded by her, let alone someone like you. Who the hell are you talking to? Who's a triple no disciple? Oh yeah? What are you going to do, hit me? You think I'm scared? Amidst the curses and clamor spreading through the crowd, Ouyang Yuya and Luo Yin stood with an expression of exasperation. Weaving through the dense masses, Ouyang Yuya finally reached a relatively spacious area, letting out a deep breath as his eyes also fell upon xiuxian. Through Luo Yan's introduction along the way, he had gained some understanding of the Academy's idolized beauty. Xiuxian's strength and background were both exceptional. She was also the head of the Soft as Silk Guild, the fifth-ranked faction in the Golden Academy, her power already reaching the early Soul Master stage. In short, every one of her movements captured the attention of countless eyes. In such a scene, the spotlight could hardly shift elsewhere. Ouyang Yuya, you're here too. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out just then. Turning his head, he saw Chun Lin and Wan Tong approaching. Upon spotting De Huang, the monkey in his arms immediately leapt down excitedly, causing Ouyang Yuya to give a helpless smile. Yeah, we're here to witness the first grotto as well. Ouyang Yuya replied, glancing at Wan Tong with a light chuckle. Yeah, same with us. Let's watch together. Just wish Ling Shan were here. It would have been more fun, said Chun Lin, sounding a bit regretful. Yeah, that little girl is probably being forced to practice formations right now. Thinking of Mu Lingshan's expression, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smile. Although their time together had been brief, her cute demeanor made him regard her like a younger sister. At this moment, he decided he should really spare some time to go visit her. Otherwise, who knows what complaints she might have about him. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted into an uproar over something unusual, drawing their attention. Lifting their heads, they saw the originally dim pavilion suddenly appear as if some seal had been triggered. A golden ray of light instantly surged from its base upward toward the summit. At the same time, a thick, penetrating aura spread outward abruptly, and with each rise of the golden light, the oppressive force intensified further. This sight caused Ouyang Yuya's eyes to flicker slightly. The Golden Yuan Grand Formation. It has been activated. Chapter 293 Xiuxian. Gazing at the golden light spreading upward and sensing the increasing pressure of soul power emanating from the Golden Yuan Tower, Ouyang Yuya's eyes flickered with seriousness and astonishment. For the first time atop the Golden Yuan Tower, he felt as small as an ant, making him realize how insignificant and trivial he appeared before this towering structure. He wasn't the only one. At the same moment, the golden light captured everyone's attention, their eyes showing varying degrees of disturbance, while the new students wore expressions thick with shock, even subtly reflecting an intense heat. Just as the golden light reached the summit, a buzzing sound reverberated through the space, accompanied by a palpable oppressive force that poured down like waves, spreading outward and forcing the weaker cultivators to retreat. What powerful pressure! Luo Yin observed the retreating figures letting out muffled grunts, his expression slightly grave. This is the prelude to the activation of the Golden Yuan Formation. Such oppressive might is truly worthy of its top 3 ranking among formations. Wan Tong's beautiful eyes stared toward the Golden Yuan Tower before she took a deep breath. Hua! At that moment, murmurs erupted within the crowd. Looking over, they saw Xiuxian, who had originally been sitting cross-legged, suddenly rise to her feet, and as she did, the group of female disciples behind her also stood up simultaneously, their eyes fixed upon the Golden Yuan Tower. Senior Sister Xianxian, we did it this time. Congratulations on your success, a girl happily said to Xiuxian. Senior Sister Xianxian, don't stress. It's okay if you don't pass. We'll just try again next time. Hee, you little brat. Do you think our Xianxian would return without success? Besides, Xianxian's influence is impressive. Look at how many people came to watch. Even the Southern Ming and Wild Regions representatives are here. Luo Tian from Golden Academy, who pursues our Xianxian most fervently, is probably watching in secret too. At this point, an older female disciple chuckled. Alright, Mei Jia, stop talking. No matter what, we must definitely pass through the 15th level, otherwise, we'd become the laughingstock. At this, Xiuxian finally spoke. Hearing her words, the girls who were previously teasing each other immediately grew serious and solemnly focused on the Golden Yuan Tower. Sister Xianxian, be careful this time. Upon your success, I will host a banquet for all you lovely juniors from Softened Steel. We shall celebrate together. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Xiuxian turned her head and saw a handsome man dressed in a golden robe standing before her, a smile on his face that radiated warmth. However, Xiuxian did not display any particular reaction, only slightly nodding her head. In that case, thank you, brother from the Wild Regions. Wild Regions, you move fast. However, I believe Xianxian will prefer me, Xuanhuan. Isn't that right, Xianxian? Suddenly, a smiling voice arrived, causing the Wild Region's representative's expression to slightly change before he turned to look at the newcomer. Dressed in black robes, the latter carried an untamed, enigmatic grin that sharply contrasted with the Wild Region's man's demeanor. Southern Ming, your talent for seizing every opportunity has indeed improved. Wild Regions sneered, amusement in his voice though his smile was far from friendly. However, Southern Ming remained unfazed, shifting his gaze directly onto xiuxian. Why? Xiuxian has grown even more stunning, he remarked with a laugh, unabashedly licking his lips, an act that visibly altered the expressions of the surrounding female disciples. Hee. I appreciate the kind intentions of the two senior brothers, but I'm afraid I cannot entertain you now. Hee. Naturally. Senior sister Xiuxian has important affairs to attend to. We'll await your triumphant news. Huh. Without responding, Xiuxian simply gave a light nod before stepping through the entrance of the Golden Yuan Tower. With her entry, the noisy crowd abruptly fell silent. In the next moment, thousands of gazes were locked on the Golden Yuan Tower. Even Southern Ming and Wild Region's expressions grew solemn. Although their words had been pleasant, standing at opposing stances, neither wanted to see Xiuxian succeed. Success would mean her metal chi had undergone successful transformation and coalesced into tangible form, undoubtedly boosting her power dramatically. With such an ascent, the status of her faction would inevitably rise, propelling her into a higher-level guild, directly threatening the standings of their own factions. Certainly not a welcome scenario. Brother Ouyang, what do you think? Will this young lady succeed? At this, Luo Yan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye chuckled slightly. How would I know? I don't even know her, he replied. In my opinion, she definitely will. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye also revealed a hint of confusion. This Xiuxian has already attempted the 15th level for the third time. Rumor has it that her metal chi has already coalesced into tangible form. It's likely she's coming this time with great confidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't rashly attempt it. Oh, coalesced into form. Ouyang Yuye suddenly gasped, quickly displaying astonishment. Metal chi was first formed in one's body into a pill-like size, but after refinement, it could undergo transformation and take a physical form. Once reaching that stage, the intensity of the metal chi greatly increased, even to a certain degree capable of self-recovery, eliminating the need to reform it repeatedly as before. However, the transformation of metal chi was extremely difficult. Only some rare spiritual substances could achieve it. Without such items, attempting autonomous transformation would be extremely difficult. Perhaps 1 in 10,000 could accomplish it. Obviously, the Golden Yuan Chi possessed such a function. Thinking about this, a flicker of excitement appeared on Ouyang Yuye's face. It seemed he truly had underestimated Golden Institute a little. After learning more, he discovered that Golden Institute housed countless mysterious substances. Without even mentioning the possibly existing fragments of the Grand Wasteland spiritual decree, if he could cultivate here to the level of a soul master, he might not be unable to seek revenge upon returning to the Allen Kingdom. He wouldn't end up in the same humiliating situation as before. At that moment, a sudden buzzing sound broke the long silence of the Golden Yuan Tower. Then, everyone saw the previously dim golden light reignite from the bottom, quickly illuminating the lower levels. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure sharply surged upward. It has begun. Seeing this, someone in the crowd immediately cried out in excitement. Even Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but display curiosity. He was eager to see whether this highly anticipated beauty could pass. As the murmurs settled, the golden light once again ascended steadily. Though the rise seemed stable, it remained smooth without any sense of stagnation, quickly reaching the 10th level. Level 10. Upon witnessing this, the crowd cried out again, this time with excitement. At this point, Ouyang Yuye could already feel the pressure steadily intensifying, faintly reaching the level of a soul warrior. Of course, he believed that inside the Golden Yuan Tower, the pressure would likely be even stronger. When the 10th floor was reached, the pressure inside significantly increased. As a result, the rising speed of the golden light visibly slowed down, losing its earlier smoothness and ease. Another wave of pressure surged up, and the golden light forcefully ascended to the 13th floor. At this point, the light's speed became exceptionally slow, even pausing briefly. Just what kind of mechanism is this? Watching the light spread at an extremely slow pace, Ouyang Yuye's eyes revealed some confusion and curiosity. 14th floor. Suddenly, someone shouted, causing the crowd to erupt again. The previously dead-silent atmosphere instantly thickened, as if it could condense into water. Whoa! Just then, a dense fluctuation suddenly emerged from the Golden Yuan Tower. The next moment, the tower violently trembled, and the pressure abruptly exploded. Immediately afterward, an intense golden light violently erupted from the 15th floor. As the golden light barely began to fade, Ouyang Yuye's pupils suddenly constricted. The sharp metal chi, which had remained silent for a long time, unexpectedly sent a powerful signal. Chapter 294 Success. As Ouyang Yuye was greatly startled, he saw the golden light on the 15th floor intensifying. Soon after, the golden light within the tower violently burst out, forming golden mist that swept upward. Finally, much to everyone's astonishment, it gathered crazily and twisted into the 3 shimmering golden characters, Xiuxian, hovering in midair. As those 3 characters just appeared, they seemed to be drawn as if by an invisible force and absorbed into the tower wall. Like mysterious arcane runes, they inscribed themselves on the surface of the Jin Yuan Tower. In an instant, the tower wall lit up, revealing countless golden names densely carved into it. Xiuxian's name appeared precisely at the very end, directly beneath thousands of other names above. Those of Jin Academy disciples who had successfully passed the 15th floor before her. She actually succeeded. As soon as the name was inscribed, a wave of uproar once again surged through the crowd, especially from the senior students standing at the front, who inhaled sharply. However, the golden glow did not last long, and quickly retreated back into the tower wall, returning to its previous dim and ordinary appearance. As the golden light vanished from the tower wall, the glow on the 15th floor extinguished as well. Then, as the light gradually receded from the 15th level, a delicate figure suddenly shot out from the entrance and was immediately caught by the group of female disciples waiting outside. At this moment, xiuxian looked quite pale, but the joy on her face was beyond words. Passing the 15th floor was definitely something to be proud of. Even with my abilities, the 15th floor was still somewhat challenging. But finally, I made it, said xiuxian joyfully. However, seeing her triumph, the expressions of Xuanhuan and Nanming darkened slightly. Still, both were quite experienced and soon replaced their discontent with a mask of happiness. Xuanhuan stepped forward with a smile. I always knew my junior sister Xianxian was extraordinary. Indeed, a woman can outshine even the most capable men. Exactly. I have to say, dear sister, would you do me the honor of visiting my xuanhuan? As I previously said, if you succeeded, I would be the host. At this moment, Nanming also stepped forward and said, forgive us, seniors. Today, Xianxian feels quite exhausted. We're afraid we'll have to disappoint you both. Perhaps another day, when we have time, we'd be honored to visit. What do you think? At this moment, a female disciple known as Sister May suddenly spoke up, her tone carrying a hint of apology. After all, the status of either of these two men was so high that she could never afford to offend them. Yes, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed today. Seeing this, xiuxian also added. Hearing her response, Nanming was about to speak, but suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Then, he abruptly looked up toward the xuanhuan tower. At the same time, several of the stronger experts in the Jin Academy also looked up, their faces showing signs of reverence. Jin Academy has another one advancing. It must be Xianxian. At this moment, a calm voice rang out. Immediately, on the 20th floor of the xuanhuan tower, a streak of golden light abruptly illuminated the surroundings. As the golden light flared, a powerful wind surged outward, spreading an unmatched sharp momentum in all directions. At the same time, the golden light descended from the 20th floor and within a blink reached the base of the tower. A figure draped in a golden robe appeared at the entrance. Seeing this figure, even Nanming's expression turned solemn. Instantly, all the senior students standing nearby bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother. Hearing the collective salutation from the senior students, the freshmen remained silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. Only someone extremely respected could command such reverence from someone like Nanming, who ranked second on the strongest list. The identity of this person was now clear. Xiuxian, the #1 expert among juniors, the top of both the strongest and young talents lists, and eldest senior brother of the Jin Academy. Immediately, everyone stretched their necks to get a glimpse of this legendary figure. So this is the real deal. Ouyang Yuye's gaze sharpened slightly as he watched Xiuxian. Though he couldn't sense Luo's exact strength, from the way he appeared and the fact he trained on the 20th floor, he likely far surpassed the 3rd-level soul master like Xuanhuan. What a hidden land of formidable experts Jin Academy truly is. Ouyang couldn't help but admire. Xiuxian didn't seem much older than them, yet had already reached such a peak. One couldn't help but admit, such talent and potential were simply godlike. Xianxian greets senior brother Xiuxian. Even upon seeing Xiuxian, Xianxian's usual coldness diminished noticeably, and she bowed slightly with a gentle voice. Xianxian, no need for such formality. I just happened to be here. You did quite well. It seems our Jin Academy has gained another top expert. The golden-robed man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his face radiating elegance and heroism. A trace of arrogant superiority could be seen between his brows, but when his eyes turned toward Xianxian, they carried a glimmer of something more. I was just fortunate. Compared to senior brother Xiuxian, it's just amateurish display. You really are too modest. Hearing her words, Xiuxian shook his head helplessly, then shifted his gaze toward Nanming and Xuanhuan. You two actually have the leisure to come here and watch the tower trials instead of focusing on cultivation? I remember both of you are still on the 18th floor. If you don't work harder, you might be overtaken by those who come later. Haha, speak for yourself. Don't point fingers when you're guilty too. Nanming replied with a teasing smile. You've got it wrong. I didn't know anyone was attempting the tower today. Since all the freshmen are here, I came to pick out a few promising ones. Xiuxian said with a smile as he looked toward the crowd of newcomers. Boom. As Xiuxian's words faded, a wave of stunned murmurs instantly rippled through the crowd. Excitement spread across their faces. Life for newcomers in the Jin Academy was notoriously tough, filled with unfair treatment and constant suppression by the seniors, something widely known to all. Naturally, few could escape this tradition but had to endure it. However, there were exceptions. Joining a reputable guild could definitely brighten one's future. Among the top 5 guilds in Jin Academy, everyone longed to enter them. First was Xuanhuan Tianxia, led by Xiuxian himself. This guild was filled with powerful members, including 10 who had cleared the 15th floor of the Xuanhuan Tower and 50 among the top 100 on the strongest list, an undisputed ace guild, though entry was notoriously difficult. Now Xiuxian had personally come to recruit, something extremely rare. With the protection of Xuanhuan Tianxia, any newcomer would benefit greatly and survive the early harsh years much more smoothly. Next was Nanming's xuanhuan. Third was Manhuang's Student Union. Fourth was the Dark Temple led by the 4th-ranked Xiu Luo Shumidi on the strongest list, and fifth was Xianxian's Raoji Rou. However, Raoji Rou mostly consisted of female disciples, with very few male initiates. That didn't mean men were completely excluded, but the requirements were extremely strict. It was said even the 6th-ranked expert on the strongest list was a member of Raoji Rou, precisely the reason why it ranked 5th. As Luo Yin spoke, her eyes gleamed. Being chosen by any of the 5 would undoubtedly improve one's life in the academy. Everyone present was well aware of this, so burning gazes filled the space, fixed intensely upon the 5 guild leaders ahead, each secretly hoping they would be the lucky one. Feeling all the staring eyes, Luo Tian smiled slightly. Seems like my Zhonghing Tianxia has always been slightly superior each time. Let's see whose guild picks the better ones today. This time Luo Tian might actually lose. Suddenly Nanming laughed. In previous years, disciples from the 4 major factions within the Xianxian quarter and Qinglin town always joined your Zhonghing Tianxia. Take Feng Nantian, for example, you even snatched him away before. This time, however, Manhuang acted far faster than either of us. I heard he had already extended an invitation to the top newcomer. Upon hearing these words, Manhuang's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Nanming to find out so soon, but he smiled nonetheless. It was merely an invitation. I'll be curious to see who could make Manhuang personally extend an invitation. Is he from Xianxian quarter too? Not exactly. This one comes from a regular faction. Don't underestimate him though. He alone broke through a coordinated attack by 4 major faction disciples. And it was precisely him who protected our Xuanhuan Grand Formation. I believe all of you understand how important that formation is to our academy. This individual is not only strong, but a hero to our Jin Academy. I suspect even the academy headmaster would take notice. Manhuang said, a faint and eerie smirk forming at the corner of his lips. Nanming and the others changed expressions accordingly. Their guilds couldn't match the extensive reach of the student union, so they weren't as informed. If the person was truly as extraordinary as Manhuang claimed, he was bound to become a sought-after figure everyone would scramble to recruit. Indeed, quite interesting. Luo Tian said, his lips slightly curling upward. Could you introduce this person to us? I believe everyone here is quite intrigued. Naturally, though I'm not sure if this brother is even present. Manhuang chuckled, then turned around. His eyes swept through the crowd of newcomers before he raised his hands and called out in a clear voice. This one is Manhuang. May I ask if Brother Ouyang is among us? Chapter 295, Provocation. As the voice of Manhuang faded, Ouyang Yuya was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the president of the student union to issue an invitation in this manner. The next moment, he sensed at least 100 gazes converging on him all at once. In truth, Ouyang Yuya's identity was no longer much of a secret among the freshmen. Therefore, as soon as Manhuang spoke, everyone instinctively turned their eyes toward him, leaving him with no choice but to give up his original intention of concealing himself. The reactions of the freshmen also drew the attention of all the senior students standing at the front. Instantly, numerous eyes were focused on him. With the gazes of thousands gathered at a single point, the atmosphere and pressure suddenly became extremely peculiar. Seeing this, Luo Yin also laughed, then nudged him with his elbow. Ouyang brother, what do you think? Thinking about it. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya helplessly shook his head with a bitter smile. He gave a slight flick of his arm, and the monkey in his arms darted up onto his shoulder. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Ouyang Yuya slowly stepped forward. As he moved, the surrounding crowd automatically made way for him, allowing him to arrive unhindered before Manhuang and the others. He then clasped his hands together and smiled. Ouyang Yuya greets all senior brothers and sisters. Hey, turns out he's actually a soul cultivator? Must be a mistake. Look, he even carries a monkey. How ridiculous. At this moment, one of Mo Qianqian's female disciples couldn't help but snicker with disdain. Ajiao, don't speak recklessly. Never judge people merely by appearance. Mo Qianqian slightly frowned her dark eyebrows and scolded. Upon hearing this, the woman called Ajiao immediately stopped speaking, gently sticking out her tongue. This caused Mo Qianqian herself to break into a faint smile. She fixed her gaze back on Ouyang Yuya. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions, seeming somewhat reluctant to believe what merit this young man could possess to achieve such feats. However, she did not show any sign of unusual suspicion, because the young man's courage in stepping forward alone proved his bravery was no ordinary thing. Years of experience had taught her that it was undoubtedly the most foolish act to measure one's cultivation power solely by outward appearance. After all, soul cultivators were the most basic of the lower cultivators, nothing rare, really. If this person had managed to stand out among the masses, then obviously his hidden abilities weren't as superficial as they appeared. Clearly, Mo Qianqian's thoughts were shared by Manhuang as well. Yet, when he detected Ouyang Yuya's cultivation level, there was still a hint of disdain in his heart. In their view, no matter how powerful a soul cultivator might be, there was no way they could reach an extraordinary level. Such a person certainly didn't deserve the attention of soul cultivators like themselves. So you're Ouyang Yuya? Nanming stared at the monkey on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder and laughed. Yes. Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly. Brave indeed. But I wonder about your actual strength. Are you really as strong as Manhuang said? Luo Tian nodded as he spoke, causing Ouyang Yuya's heart to tighten slightly. He didn't appreciate the way others addressed him like this, thus he wasn't particularly enthusiastic in response. He merely smiled and replied, whether I am or not, I don't really feel the need to explain. Furthermore, I'm not interested in your student union at all. So senior brother Luo Tian, if this is your intention, then please excuse me first. Whoa. Although Ouyang Yuya spoke softly, his words were clearly overheard by some of those present. Immediately, expressions of disbelief and murmurs rippled across the crowd. They hadn't expected Ouyang Yuye to be so firm and principled. Not only had he declined the Heavenly Cross and Vertical Union, one of the highest status student organizations sought after by all disciples, but now, he had even openly challenged Luotian before so many people. This sort of courage was certainly rare among those in the Gold Academy. As expected, the moment his words ended, Luotian's face immediately turned extremely grim. He coldly snorted, then suddenly extended his hand and grabbed toward Ouyang Yuye's shoulder. As his palm swept through the air, a dull roaring sound echoed from the space itself. Just as Luotian's palm was about to seize Ouyang Yuye's shoulder, a sudden golden light burst forth from the latter's shoulder. In the next instant, Ouyang Yuye's steps abruptly halted, and his right arm was instantaneously replaced by the dragon rock arm. Then, with a swift twist of his body, a hideous dragon hand shot out and clashed head-on with Luotian's palm. An instant later, a muffled boom rang out. Ouyang Yuye was forcefully sent backward, while Luotian himself merely swayed slightly before steadying his stance. The difference in their strengths was made clear in an instant. Even so, murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd. After all, Luotian was a soul master, and for him to only retreat a few steps against a mere soul cultivator was truly shocking. So you actually have some tricks up your sleeve. After Ouyang Yuye stabilized himself again, Luotian's expression, which had darkened momentarily, instantly turned icy. Seeing this, the others nearby furrowed their brows. From what they knew of Luotian, the latter was clearly becoming furious. Senior brother, there's no need to get angry. Such a figure doesn't even warrant your involvement. Just then, a mocking chuckle rang out, and soon 4 figures emerged from the crowd. Leading the group was the one who had spoken. His pure white robes gave him a refined, scholarly air. A faint smile lingered on his lips, though it appeared somewhat sinister. 3 figures followed closely behind him. When Ouyang Yuye's gaze fell upon one of them, his pupils instinctively contracted. That person was none other than Feng Yun. Thus, the identity of the elegant man before him became obvious. He must be Feng Nantian, the person spoken of in rumors. At the very moment Ouyang Yuye's gaze met Feng Yun's, Feng Yun also glared back at him. As their eyes met, Feng Yun curled his lips into a cold sneer. You're as good as dead, he then declared, slicing a hand across his own neck. Ouyang Yuye merely smiled faintly in response, shifting his gaze back to Feng Nantian, whose presence emitted a pressure he could not afford to ignore. Feng Nantian. Seeing the newcomer, Manhuang also showed a hint of surprise. But when they saw Feng Yun behind Feng Nantian, realization dawned immediately on their faces. Brother Luotian, there's no need to get angry. Why don't you let me handle this fellow instead? Feng Nantian said with a smile toward Ouyang Yuye. Oh, there's a strict rule forbidding fights near the gold accumulation tower. I'm curious, Feng Nantian, what clever idea do you have in mind? At that moment, xiuxian interjected from the side. Feng Nantian gave a faint shake of his head and fixed his eyes upon Ouyang Yuye. So you're Ouyang Yuye? Truly impressive. As rumored, you're quite arrogant. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye showed no sign of fear. This is about Feng Yun, right? How amusing indeed. Beat the younger one, and the elder brother comes out now? At Ouyang Yuye's words, an immediate uproar of laughter erupted within the crowd. Many found Ouyang Yuye's metaphor particularly fitting, causing Feng Nantian's face to harden instantly. This remark was a direct slap to his face. Regarding your fight with Feng Yun, if he was outmatched, I have nothing to say. But I, as your senior brother, can't tolerate your arrogance any longer. If you have something to say, just come out and say it directly. No need to hide behind such lofty reasons. Don't you think that's quite hypocritical? A smart-mouthed guy indeed. Fine, here's the deal. If you can safely descend from the 10th floor of the gold accumulation tower today, I will no longer bother you, and Feng Yun shall apologize to you publicly before all his brothers. Naturally, I'm sure Manhuang and others would also highly appreciate a talent like you. As soon as Feng Nantian finished speaking, the previously silent crowd exploded into a storm of noise and uproar. Though reaching the 10th floor might sound simple, in reality, it was nearly as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Even back then, when Luotian first entered the Golden Academy, he probably hadn't dared dream of such a feat. In other words, this task was practically impossible to accomplish. Worse yet, if Ouyang Yuye, in a fit of desperation, attempted to climb forcefully, he might suffer physical harm. Thus, it would hardly be worth the risk. Alternatively, Ouyang Yuye could refuse. But if he did so, his prestige at the gathering would be utterly ruined. Regardless of his choice, Ouyang Yuye appeared to be in an extremely disadvantageous position. Thoughts of this nature flashed through the minds of those gathered, and one after another, they fixed their gazes upon Feng Nantian and Ouyang Yuye, with bewilderment, anger, mockery, and sarcasm. Yet, completely unfazed, Feng Nantian continued to gaze at Ouyang Yuye with a smiling face. Come on, are you willing to take it? He sneered. Looking at the aggressive Feng Nantian, Manhuang and the others chose to watch cautiously without stepping in. Naturally, to some extent, they also wanted to use others' hands to test Ouyang Yuye's true abilities. Feng Nantian, this is going too far. Even senior students would struggle to ascend the 10th floor so easily. At that moment, xiuxian suddenly spoke out. Hearing this, even Ouyang Yuye himself was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected her to speak up for him. Of course, he wasn't narcissistic enough to think it was because of his personal charm. Most likely, that was simply her nature. After all, a champion must behave like a champion, right? Maybe he really can make it. Well then, have you made up your mind? Ignoring xiuxian's words, Feng Nantian asked again. You have a good heart. Ouyang Yuya faintly smiled and glanced at Xiuxian. Then he raised his head and directed his gaze toward the gold accumulation tower. Previously, when Xiuxian had advanced, he had sensed something within the tower that seemed to attract him. Now, this opportunity was quite good indeed. After all, if he went alone, he wouldn't need to worry about being disturbed. His eyes then locked onto Feng Nantian before he slowly nodded. I accept. Chapter 296, The Golden Yuan Tower. As soon as Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, instead of the expected uproar, a deathly silence fell. Even Feng Nantian's face briefly showed astonishment, not expecting Ouyang Yuya to actually accept a task that was practically impossible. But soon that astonishment was replaced by disdain and resentment in his heart, and he sneered slightly before nodding coldly. It took a full moment before he finally uttered two chilling words. Just as Ouyang Yuya was about to move forward, several figures suddenly dashed from the crowd and positioned themselves in front of him. Upon closer inspection, they were Lu Yin and the others, their faces clearly showing concern and anger. Obviously, they were displeased with the way Ouyang Yuya was being treated. When they saw Lu Yin and the others, the expressions of Meng Huang and Nanming darkened slightly, but upon seeing Chun Lin and Wan Tong, the displeasure vanished completely, replaced instead with a flicker of admiration. Clearly, even men of their caliber were captivated by the beauty of Chun Lin and Wan Tong, especially the latter. Wan Tong was not in the slightest inferior to Xiuxian, reputed as the top beauty in the Jin Academy. Don't go. Chun Lin disregarded the darkening expressions of Lu Tian and the others and urged anxiously. I just overheard some seniors talking. The pressure in that tower is far beyond our ability as freshmen. Plus, it is required that a mentor accompany us before entering the Golden Yuan Tower. It is said that when we enter for the first time, we will be given some protective items. They will then teach us how to cultivate. It is dangerous for you to go in without caution. It's fine. Ouyang Yuya smiled as he lightly patted Chun Lin's head, and then began walking toward the Golden Yuan Tower. Seeing this, Chun Lin had barely taken a step forward when Lu Yin pulled her back, shaking his head at her. Ouyang is not the reckless type. Trust him. Okay. Chun Lin finally nodded after a long pause, watching Ouyang Yuya's retreating figure while unconsciously clenching her fists. Don't worry, Wan Tong said while gently squeezing Chun Lin's fist. If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't risk his life like this. And if things go wrong, he'll definitely come back out. We'll just wait here for him. Feeling the burning gazes from behind, Ouyang Yuya took a deep breath and stared at the spiraling entrance before him. He faintly sensed a fluctuation and oppressive energy from it. His body involuntarily trembled, as scales resembling dragon scales covered his body. Then he stepped straight into the vortex. He really went in. What a fool, not afraid of death. One of Xiuxian's female companions said in disbelief. Even the seniors found the energy and pressure in the Golden Yuan Tower extremely difficult to handle. How much more so for this man who was merely a soul seeker? Naturally, no one was kind enough to warn him. Perhaps due to human nature, most people preferred to witness failure and then, with a spectator's clarity, analyze why it happened. Maybe he does have confidence, Xiuxian murmured while watching Ouyang Yuya enter the tower. She couldn't explain it, but she had an indescribable feeling that the seemingly ordinary man had some hidden secret, one that even allowed him to easily reach the 10th floor of this tower. As he entered the vortex, Ouyang Yuya found himself in a surprisingly spacious room. Although not vast, the room was large enough to accommodate 100 people. Looking around, he saw nothing but emptiness, save for 4 torches placed in each corner of the room. Their weak light cast flickering shadows, creating stark contrasts in the dimly lit space. What puzzled him, however, was the total absence of any kind of passage leading to the next level. The room was completely sealed off on all sides. At that moment, the monkey on his shoulder suddenly gave a screech and leapt down from his shoulder. Before Ouyang Yuya could react, the monkey rushed straight toward one of the torches, swiping at it with its paw and extinguishing the flame. As soon as the flame went out, Ouyang Yuya heard a loud rumbling sound. More mysteriously, he noticed a fluctuation of soul energy suddenly emanating from the torch itself. His pupils constricted slightly, caught off guard by this sudden development. GG. Seeing that his method actually worked, the monkey let out a sharp cry and lunged toward another torch, repeating what he had done before. With every extinguished flame, Ouyang Yuya could distinctly sense the soul energy's fluctuations intensifying. When the final torch was put out, a sudden surge of thick energy erupted from the 4 torches, enveloping the surrounding soul energy. Then, it converged rapidly toward the center, compressing and condensing until it finally formed a dense, nearly tangible pillar of soul energy, which then shot straight toward Ouyang Yuya's head. Boom. As soon as the soul energy pillar touched the ceiling, Ouyang Yuya heard a thunderous roar, followed by the ground vibrating slightly. It finally gathered above his head into a swirling vortex of soul energy, continuously radiating waves outward in rotation. Turning his head, he gently patted the monkey that had leaped back onto his shoulder. Fixing his gaze on the vortex, Ouyang Yuya didn't act recklessly. Instantly, he formed a seal with both hands and summoned the Ming Fun Sun, Meiying Fun Shan, directing the clone to rush straight into the vortex overhead first. After all, this was his first time here. He couldn't afford to act carelessly inside the Golden Yuan Tower. If what Chun Lin had said about its dangers was true, it would be disastrous. Thus, for now, he had no choice but to let this clone go and first to probe things. Swish. The clone instantly vanished into the vortex. Yet the moment it entered, Ouyang Yuya felt the connection between him and the clone violently severed. Even after tempering his body to the point of forming dragon scales, his physical strength could likely withstand serious injuries even from Luo Tian himself. Because of that, the usefulness of the Meiying Fenshun had gradually diminished. However, even so, it could still endure a blow from a soul master without dissolving, unless martial techniques were involved. Now, with the clone's link severed, clearly the pressure on the second level equated to that of a soul master. TSK. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuya sighed helplessly. No wonder even someone like xiuxian, ranked solidly within the top 5, would struggle to advance through all 15 levels. If just the second level posed such a threat, then the higher levels would indeed be extremely formidable. Shaking his head slightly in resignation, Ouyang Yuya stirred his consciousness, activating the xuanxiang fangzun. It transformed into a milky white protective barrier that enveloped both him and the monkey. Then clenching his teeth, he sharply pushed off the ground, shooting straight into the vortex above. He had to at least give it a try. No sooner had he charged toward the vortex than he hadn't even entered when he felt an immense pressure descending from above, nearly forcing his halfway ascending body back down again. Fortunately, he had already been prepared. As the pressure struck, Ouyang Yuya let out a low growl, unleashing the full potential of the xuanxiang fangzun, intensifying the white protective barrier around his body. He forcefully resisted the descending pressure, then shot forward rapidly, landing firmly on the platform of the second level. However, before he could even steady his body, sharp winds immediately howled past his ears. Without even realizing it, a series of golden flashes streaked before his eyes. The next moment, his body was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. The impact shattered the white protective barrier around him, and for an instant, his face turned pale with shock. Regarding the xuanxiang fangzun, he had been utterly confident. In fact, it could be considered his strongest hidden trump card. The protective barrier it generated had resisted even the dark alchemy of the powerful Immortal before. Yet now, it had been shattered by something unknown. How could this not alarm him? Nonetheless, his astonishment didn't last long. Immediately, he leapt to his feet and began rapidly retreating backward. While withdrawing, he quickly surveyed the second level. He found that the second level was completely different from the first. The first floor had been a vast empty room, but this second level more closely resembled a plaza. Across the open space, thousands of cushion-like objects were scattered irregularly in neat rows. Just the sight of them caused an intense surge of excitement coursing through him. At this moment, the air above the plaza was filled with thin, varying strands of golden yellow aura. Within this mist, occasional streaks of golden substance, like bolts of lightning, flashed out. With just a glance, Ouyang Yuya recognized the substance immediately. It was the so-called xiuanhuan qi, the very thing that must have shattered the protective barrier formed by the xuanxiang fangzun earlier. Only this xiuanhuan qi, rumored to rival the sharpness of metal itself, possessed such piercing and cutting power. Realizing this, Ouyang Yuya's eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment. He immediately extended his hand and, with a shift in focus, released a subtle suction force. A wisp of the golden mist floating in the air was drawn toward him. As he attempted to absorb the swirling mist in his palm, to his surprise, the golden aura seemed almost sentient. Before he could draw it in, it slipped away entirely through his fingers, leaving him feeling rather frustrated. No use. This xiuanhuan qi is extremely difficult to tame. Unless you have something to suppress it, you won't be able to control it. Luckily, the xiuanhuan qi here isn't too potent. If you tried to absorb a denser concentration, your hand would be rendered useless, chimed in the voice of xuanhuan just then, causing a cold sweat to break out on Ouyang Yuya. This must be precisely why the Golden Yuan Pavilion was designed this way. They separated the xiuanhuan qi by concentrations, allowing one to progress step by step. Humph. Whoever constructed such an elaborate system must have been no ordinary cultivator in life. Gigi, this master is quite interested in him. Hearing Xuanhuan's explanation, Ouyang Yuya helplessly shook his head. Then, his gaze shifted toward the cushion-like objects scattered across the ground. Though not large, each one was easily big enough to sit upon. Clearly, they were meant to assist in absorbing the xiuanhuan qi. Chapter 297 Advancement. Thinking about it, Ouyang Yuya was no longer in a hurry to leave. Since he had already come this far, he might as well study the place a bit to repay the good intentions of Feng Nantian and the others. The second level held these meditation cushions, and there were quite a number of them. It was likely prepared specifically for newcomers like them. Judging from what Feng Nantian and others had said before, those high-level experts were practically useless on the second level due to the overly thin energy. Even if they absorbed all of it, there would be no real progress. As for the golden essence here, if he had encountered it earlier, it would surely bring him great benefits. Of course, probably they never expected he could actually reach the second level. Only now did he fully understand the meaning behind how the newcomers required guidance from mentors. Without a mentor's imprint, a new arrival rushing inside would probably be completely pierced through by the sharp golden essence. He himself had a profound understanding of its intensity. Without the myriad image vase, he would already be a sitting duck. Other newcomers, of course, didn't have such a secret trump card as he did. Truly insidious. Ouyang Yuya's lips curled into a cold sneer as he thought about it. Most likely, they had calculated that one could not kill people near the Golden Essence Pagoda, so they sent him here to fend for himself. Even if he died, it wouldn't concern them at all. It must be said, where there are people, there is always intrigue. The so-called harmony within the Golden Institute was, perhaps, only relative. Sighing with a slight helplessness, Ouyang Yuya decided to give the legendary golden essence a try, to see whether its effect was truly as miraculous as the rumors claimed. If this energy could indeed temper the physical body and enhance the cultivation of his xuanqi, then his progress and power would be worry-free. After such great hardship and having stood out from the competition, if there were no vengeance to take or gains to be had, he wouldn't have been willing at all. He chose a cushion at the front row and sat cross-legged on it. As soon as he sat down and began to meditate, a sudden surge of immense suction arose from the cushion, lao, binding his body in place. At the same time, golden light flickered upon its surface, and immediately, a terrifying pressure swept out. As he stared in astonishment, the swirling golden mist above his head seemed drawn by something and rushed toward him with great speed. As soon as the mist descended, Ouyang Yuya felt it gathering swiftly across his body, resonating with the cushion beneath him, forming then a golden halo wildly pulsating around him. And the moment the mist touched his skin, strangely enough, the dragon scales on his body automatically surfaced. Without delay, those scales began devouring the golden mist hungrily. Seeing the scales respond on their own, Ouyang Yuya's face immediately tensed, though he quickly grasped the truth behind it. Those dragon scales must have sensed the body-forging properties of the golden essence, and thus activated instinctively. Sure enough, as the golden mist combined furiously with the scales, Ouyang Yuya noticed their glow becoming even more radiant. Whereas before they bore a dusky gold sheen, now they gleamed brighter than ever, almost lifelike. Their patterns had taken on a more flowing and vivid form. With the process, Ouyang Yuya could also sense his physical body surface hardening and strengthening. Having tasted the benefits, Ouyang Yuya no longer deliberately restrained himself. Fully unleashing his power, the yin-yang taiji within him began spinning rapidly, generating immense waves of suction that devoured the swirling golden essence without restraint. Just then, the golden essence originally entering his body for refinement suddenly seemed to become a target of scramble. Before the dragon scales could act, a white light shot forth from the golden essence and enveloped it, rushing straight inward without warning. The dragon scales let out an angry roar in protest, and as they were about to chase in pursuit, Ouyang Yuya's consciousness quickly suppressed them. He wiped a cold sweat from his brow, and his expression changed. Had the dragon scales been allowed to chase inside, the internal balance might have been completely disrupted. He stopped them because the force Qingloi, this golden essence, was none other than the quiet and previously inconspicuous sharp metallic energy residing within his own body. It must be said, the golden essence truly lived up to its reputation. It indeed played a significant role in enhancing the sharp metallic energy. As soon as the golden essence was absorbed by the sharp metallic energy within him, Ouyang Yuya immediately noticed that the once pea-sized core of sharp metallic energy had visibly expanded. At this sight, his face revealed a flicker of ecstatic joy. Immediately, his expression turned solemn as his fingers danced rapidly in the air, furiously activating the xiangfang zone. Instantly, the golden essence in the surrounding air began churning violently before surging toward him like a torrential downpour. Anyone observing this scene would surely be astonished. Ouyang Yuya was now entirely wrapped in a thick layer of golden mist, every ounce of the room's golden essence converging upon his body, while leaving a noticeable vacuum in the surrounding area, creating an oddly surreal sight. And as he devoured it with an intensity like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, the golden essence in the second level also reacted strongly, rising up in response. In contrast, Ouyang Yuya's aura was growing at an alarmingly rapid rate. Meanwhile, outside the golden essence pagoda, Menghuang, Luotian, and others were solemnly watching the pagoda's shifting changes. What puzzled them was that Ouyang Yuya had already been inside for several hours, yet still remained stuck on the second floor without advancing, which gave them a feeling of being mocked. Damn it, that kid hasn't died in there, has he? Nanming cursed, his expression visibly sour. No, he's cultivating. He must be refining the golden essence. After a brief pause, Luotian replied gravely, somewhat impressed despite himself. Only a freak like Ouyang Yuya could possibly focus on cultivation under such circumstances. Maybe I should drag him out already. TSK, he reached the second floor in half a day, yet he still dared to boast so much. One of Nanming's subordinates scoffed disdainfully. Hey, you guys only said reach the 10th floor, didn't specify any time limit. Now you want to go back on your words? Really shameless. At this moment, Chun-Lin interjected, her sarcasm unmistakable. What did you say, little girl? Hearing this, the man's face darkened and he snapped angrily, taking a step forward as if to discipline her. Oh yeah? Who's afraid of who? Seeing this, Chun-Lin stepped forward defiantly, and De Huang stood protectively in front of her, growling lowly, further souring the man's expression. Enough, Nanming waved a hand dismissively, then fixed his gaze on Chun-Lin. Miss, are you new here? So what if I am? What now? Interested in joining Feng Jinluan asterisk with this lady? Nanming said, casting a fiery gaze toward Wantong. Everyone knew that Luotian had a soft spot for Mo Xianxian. If he could get this girl for himself, it wouldn't be bad either. No sooner had Nanming finished speaking than murmurs rippled through the crowd, unexpected at his sudden overture. Of course, all the people present were shrewd observers. No one took Chun-Lin seriously, a mere soul cultivator, only drawing attention for her pretty face. We Feng have always been the place for the Academy's female disciples. What? Is Feng Jinluan now expanding into the female workforce too? At that moment, Mo Xianxian suddenly spoke, effortlessly diffusing Chun-Lin's awkwardness. She then stepped forward, pulling Wantong and Chun-Lin by the hand. What do you say? 2 junior sisters, why not come with us? More than half the female disciples in the academy belong to our guild. With that, xiuxian cheerfully winked at Chun-Lin and Wantong, ignoring the increasingly grim expression on Naming's face. Her charm quickly warmed the 2 juniors' hearts, instantly softening their previously sharp demeanor. They both nodded in agreement. In that case, many thanks, senior sister. You're too polite. And as for your friend, I'll make sure to handle it well too, Xiuxian said, her gaze now turning toward Luo Yan. I appreciate your concern, but I think I'll stick with Brother Ouyang. He'll be out soon. Oh, hearing this, Wantong was slightly taken aback, but at that very moment, a sudden powerful fluctuation erupted from the second floor of the Golden Essence Pagoda, a floor that had previously shown no sign of activity whatsoever. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically, with Luotian's growing especially dark. At the same time, as the golden glow intensified, waves of soul force rippled outward from within. Sensing that fluctuation, everyone present wore incredibly astonished expressions, because this aura unmistakably signaled an advancement. Chapter 298 Konglingzi. This is an advanced fluctuation. He actually advanced. How did that freak manage this? Even while tempering his physical body, he still had the energy to advance. Yeah, like I said, we underestimated Ouyang Yuya from the very beginning. How could someone who can become the champion of the sect be a simple person? The vast plaza had now become somewhat chaotic due to the sudden occurrence in the Golden Yuan Pagoda. Murmurs spread around, all filled with shock and astonishment at Ouyang Yuya's actions. Listening to the voices of discussion echoing near his ears, by contrast, several experts led by Luo Tian wore quite grim expressions. After all, the Golden Yuan Qi was extremely domineering. Even though it could help temper one's body, one had to be extremely careful in its refinement. If too much was absorbed, it could cause immense harm to the body, even potentially damaging the meridians. After all, human physical strength had its limits, which was precisely why the Golden Yuan Pagoda training required constant focus and discipline, a dual refinement of spirit and flesh. Any distraction could lead to severe consequences. Cases like this were something they had never seen before. Not even Luo Tian himself had the capability to break through while immersed in the space of the Golden Yuan Qi. It was as though sleeping inside an enemy's territory, utterly unsafe. And Ouyang Yuya's actions now could only indicate one thing. The pressure from the second level of the pagoda had absolutely no effect on him. Or more precisely, even with the Golden Yuan Qi fully rushing into his meridians, it had not caused him the slightest discomfort. Such is the audacity granted by extraordinary skill. Xiuxian's beautiful eyes gazed intently at the Golden Yuan Pagoda, from which fluctuating energy now emanated. A flicker of surprise passed across her eyes as well. She was becoming ever more curious about Ouyang Yuya. Iin, this fellow is quite impressive. Very interesting indeed. Just then, a light laughter suddenly echoed through the space. In the next instant, a ripple shimmered before everyone's astonished eyes. Then, 3 figures stepped out from the ripple and landed directly in front of the Golden Yuan Pagoda. At the sight of the 3 figures, even Luo Tian and the others' expressions turned solemn at once, before they promptly scattered and bowed respectfully toward the trio. Greetings to the Dean, Master Iin, and Master Qian Kuan. Following them, over 1,000 disciples also bowed simultaneously in salute, and the continuous sound of respect made the atmosphere rather grand. Enough, said the leading figure, dressed in a robe of deep violet and gold, his long black hair cascading behind him. Standing there, he exuded waves of power, as if capable of tearing through space itself. He was none other than the leader of the Jin Yuan Academy, Konglingzi. Wen Nantian, don't you know that new students aren't allowed unauthorized access to the Golden Yuan Pagoda? Just then, Master Iin suddenly turned toward Wen Nantian, a trace of anger visible on his face. Evidently, he had already learned about Wen Nantian's attempt to force Ouyang Yuya. Discovering that the disciple he valued most had been pushed to such a desperate situation, Master Iin's aged face darkened ominously. Disciple acknowledges my guilt. I await the master's punishment. Upon seeing Master Iin's anger, Wen Nantian's face turned grave as well. Immediately, he dropped to one knee, saying respectfully, Now, there's no use dwelling on this. Let it be considered training for the young one. I'm also quite curious to see how far he will go. At this moment, Konglingzi spoke. Upon hearing this, Master Iin's expression softened slightly, letting out a cold snort. His gaze then fell upon the Golden Yuan Pagoda. With his power, naturally he could perceive Ouyang Yuya's condition, and the fact that the young man had time to elevate his strength meant that nothing serious was happening. He thus allowed himself to relax slightly. Seeing the 3 pillars of the Jin Yuan Academy arrive in person, Luo Tian's expression turned icy. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt as though today's events had inadvertently provided this young man a stage, with the dean himself coming here as a clear indication of his interest in Ouyang Yuya. No matter if he managed to reach the 10th level or not today, the benefits he'd reap were destined to be tremendous. Meanwhile, inside the Golden Yuan Pagoda, a remarkably surreal scene was unfolding. Looking down at the vast plaza, the golden mist that had once filled the area was now conspicuously absent, as though forcefully peeled away. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that the dense golden mist had actually concentrated in the plaza's center, forming a tight cocoon around a solitary figure. Within that swirling golden haze, Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged. From afar, it seemed as if he had been coated in pure gold, a sharp, intense presence. With the golden mist continuously churning and writhing, one could feel Ouyang Yuya's aura skyrocketing at an alarming rate. When the rising aura finally reached a state of saturation, the churning golden mist abruptly came to a halt. The next instant was marked by a faint cracking sound, followed by a surge of abnormally dense soul force bursting forth from Ouyang Yuye's body like crashing waves, spreading outwards in all directions and scattering the surrounding golden mist like mere mist before the wind. The golden mist had barely been dispelled when Ouyang Yuye's tightly shut eyes flew open. Immediately, he sensed the soul force that had expanded outward rushing back into his body, refilling the slight instability that had appeared due to his recent breakthrough, solidifying his strength. Soul Practitioner 6th rank. Letting out a long breath, Ouyang Yuye slowly stood up. As he glanced at the now visibly thinning golden yuan qi surrounding him, a faint, slightly helpless curve appeared on the corner of his lips. He hadn't expected that even after undergoing simultaneous refinement from the ruijin qi and dragon scales, the golden yuan qi itself would prove so feeble. After being nearly devoured by the forceful absorption, the golden yuan qi within this space had been nearly depleted. It would probably take quite some time for it to fully recover. Thinking this, his soul perception shifted inward, focusing on the ruijin qi within his body. To his surprise, he noticed that the previously tiny droplet of ruijin qi had expanded to the size of an infant's clenched fist, its power undoubtedly multiplied manyfold. This meant he no longer had to hold back from using it out of fear of depletion. Ouyang Yuye suddenly let out a low shout, and in an instant, a flash of golden light raced across his body, forming layers upon layers of golden dragon scales that covered his skin. Compared to before, these new scales carried a softer quality, vastly different from the rigid, harsh texture they previously possessed. When he flexed his arm, the scales moved fluidly with it, revealing a distinct sense of motion. Tisk, truly a great treasure. Ouyang Yuye smacked his lips excitedly, finally fully believing in the power of the golden yuan qi. With this, his physical body had received a tremendous boost. Are you satisfied already? Judging from this trend, you could probably ascend a few more levels. I think the higher floors will benefit you far more. Of course, if you have the ability, try reaching the 15th level. There, you might find what you truly seek. Just then, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. You mean the xuanhuan? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye's brows slightly furrowed. That's hard to say. Even this old master isn't entirely sure. It may even contain absolutely nothing at all. At Xuanhuan's words, Ouyang Yuye rolled his eyes slightly, clearly a bit helpless. Talking to this guy often ended up feeling like a waste of breath. But it's worth a try. Lifting his gaze toward the vortex above, Ouyang Yuye's lips curled slightly, his eyes burning with excitement. Letting out a sharp whistle, a shadow swiftly darted over and, with several agile leaps, landed atop Ouyang Yuye's shoulder. Let's go. I want to see just how difficult the Golden Yuan Pagoda really is. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly toward the swirling vortex. The third level of the Golden Yuan Pagoda looked exactly the same as the second, and the density of the Golden Yuan Qi showed no significant increase. Without hesitation, Ouyang Yuye charged straight toward the fourth floor. After lingering slightly on the second floor, he pushed forward with full determination, advancing through level after level, only stopping upon reaching the eighth. Here, the Golden Yuan Qi had become significantly denser. It even felt slightly moist compared to the dry air below. This was the kind of energy flow that could be considered the purest and most concentrated. The density here should be suitable for disciples at the peak of the soul practitioner stage. It should be perfect for you, Xuanhuan remarked. Ouyang Yuye nodded in agreement, then raised his head toward the entrance above. Without delay, his fingers flicked through complex seals, and both the dragon scales and the xuanhuan were simultaneously activated. He had now found the most suitable floor for his cultivation, and from here on, he would make his push toward the 10th level. A true gentleman does not allow himself to be humiliated. He wanted Wen Nantian to see what he who humiliates others shall be humiliated in return truly meant. With that, his figure blurred into motion, quickly vanishing into the entrance above. Outside the Golden Yuan Pagoda, a stunned silence had fallen over the gathered crowd after witnessing Ouyang Yuye's uninterrupted ascent to the 8th floor. Even Master Yin couldn't help but twitch his lips in surprise. This young man truly never ceased to astonish. I wonder if he'll attempt the 9th or 10th level next. I think he will. Personally, I believe he has a pretty good chance. If he does succeed, Wen Nantian will suffer a massive embarrassment. The murmurs spreading around further darkened Wen Nanshan's expression. In a fit of anger, he sharply turned toward Feng Yun, who was also clearly stunned. You said he was only at the soul practitioner level. How could a soul practitioner reach the 8th floor? Upon hearing this, Feng Yun did not dare to argue back, but his face turned an unusual shade of pale. Perhaps it's related to his recent advancement. Useless. Ignoring Feng Yun's explanation, Wen Nantian cursed, his gaze fixed on the Golden Yuan Pagoda. At this point, all he could do was pray that Ouyang Yuye would not attempt to ascend further. Still, he held on to some confidence. The 8th floor marked a critical threshold. Advancing beyond it was something only those who had reached the bottleneck of becoming a soul master could achieve. Thus, all he could do now was hope that Ouyang Yuye would fail. Otherwise, this would truly be a case of shooting himself in the foot. However, just at that moment, another wave of astonishment surged through the crowd, prompting Wen Nantian to look up. To his shock, the golden light radiating from the 8th floor was gradually dimming, and in the next instant, the light from the 9th floor blazed forth brilliantly. Chapter 299 The Function of Wilderness Qi. This is damn uncomfortable. This was the first thought racing through Ouyang Yuye's mind. Just moments ago, having soared from the 8th level, he already began regretting his recklessness and impulsiveness. Unlike the 8th level, if the gold origin chi there was still in gaseous form, then the gold origin chi on the 9th level was far more viscous, almost entirely different in nature. This 9th level gold origin chi poured ceaselessly into every part of his body, making even walking extremely difficult. Saying it was like every step was a battle wouldn't be an exaggeration. As the gold origin chi pressed down upon him, Ouyang Yuye felt as though a colossal mountain had been strapped to his back, suffocatingly heavy. Fortunately, he had summoned both the dragon scale and the myriad manifestation xuanhuan right before, otherwise under such oppressive pressure, he would already have been completely immobilized. Surely, it lives up to its reputation. Ouyang Yuye muttered bitterly with a shake of his head. Resignedly, he gave up attempting movement, simply sitting down cross-legged on the spot. His soul force wildly surged outward, and under its influence, the oppressive weight lessened slightly. However, he clearly underestimated the ability of this gold origin chi. His soul force held firm only momentarily before being engulfed by waves of surrounding gold origin chi. In a very short time, his soul force was entirely dissolved, squeezed directly against the protective light barrier created by the myriad manifestation xuanhuan. What alarmed him further was that, upon attempting to refine some of the gold origin chi, he was startled to find the density within it far beyond his tolerance. Merely absorbing a trace was enough for the chi to behave like a howling, primal beast, wildly surging inside him. Horrified, Ouyang Yuye immediately activated both the dragon scale and the sharp metal chi, finally gaining a measure of control after combining their strengths. At that point, he reluctantly abandoned any idea of refinement. If a single trace caused such chaos, refining a substantial amount would be nothing short of suicidal. Kid, do you want to die? The gold origin chi here has already reached a semi-material state. Get out of here quickly. At that moment, the Jade Toad King clearly noticed Ouyang Yuye's plight and urged him to retreat. But, before Ouyang Yuye could even speak, a sudden tremor rippled through the surrounding gold origin chi. At that very moment, a dark golden lightning bolt tore through the air, flashing toward him faster than thunder, and before he could react, it brutally slammed into his body. The sheer force sent him flying as though struck by a giant hammer. Instantly, the white light membrane around his body shattered, and the dragon scales covering his exterior were forcibly retracted. With his defenses gone, the gold origin chi swarmed directly into his body. Under the intense impact, Ouyang Yuye sensed a sudden appearance of dense golden mist within, none other than the gold origin chi itself. As this chi writhed and churned inside him, a searing, unbearable pain surged through his body, nearly knocking him unconscious. Boom! Suddenly, Ouyang Yuye saw the immersed yin-yang twin fish violently tremble, and then begin spinning. In the next moment, the clearly separated red and blue hues merged into a mysterious black. Instantly, streams of black flame burst forth from the yin-yang fish. As soon as these black flames emerged, they intercepted the gold origin chi, unleashing their ultimate devouring ability. Surprisingly, the previously ferocious gold origin chi melted away beneath the black flame's flickering touch. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye's heart stirred. He quickly urged the black flames onward. Unquestionably, although deeply enigmatic, these black flames possessed an incredibly powerful devouring ability. As the flames consumed the gold origin chi, the chi began to retreat rapidly until it was entirely expelled from his body. Observing the last remnants of the gold origin chi disappear, Ouyang Yuye let out a breath of relief, but his expression quickly turned grim. He never expected that one moment's carelessness could result in such a trap. Most puzzling to Ouyang Yuye was that this overwhelming pressure seemed to have absolutely no effect on the monkey. Right now, the creature sat casually atop Ouyang Yuye's shoulder, scratching playfully at the golden mist in the air, giggling from time to time. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye finally felt some relief. If the monkey required his concern as well, then reaching the 10th floor truly would be hopeless. His expression darkened slightly, and his gaze settled on the 10th floor. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swept his hand across his forehead. Immediately, a mark resembling a seed appeared there, and at the same time, a remarkably thick wilderness chi erupted forth. Brownish streams of energy burst from his body almost instantly, spreading rapidly in all directions. Under the force of this wilderness chi, the surrounding gold origin chi was blasted apart chaotically. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly formed a hand seal, and the wilderness chi instantly formed a massive wheel-like shape around his body, spinning rapidly around him. As it moved, the gold origin chi gave way in retreat, creating a vacuum zone around Ouyang Yuye's body in an instant. It actually works. Seeing the wilderness chi truly effective, a glimmer of joy appeared on Ouyang Yuye's face. Now he finally understood why the monkey was unafraid of the gold origin chi. In a sense, almost all the energy within the monkey's body was wilderness chi. It seemed even the overbearing gold origin chi could not withstand the purest force in heaven and earth. Realizing this, Ouyang Yuye seized this brief opportunity and shot upward again. Swish! The moment he moved, the wilderness chi instantly enveloped his body, forming like a sharp brown arrow darting toward the entrance of the 10th floor. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the 10th floor. Outside the gold origin pagoda, there were now thousands of figures standing in a line, all eyes fixated intently on every shift and motion within the tower. Even Void Master and Mentor Enin showed no signs of impatience. He actually reached such a height on his first try. That's impressive. Voidmaster nodded slightly while observing the golden light emanating from the 9th floor. Heh. I remember that little tyrant from the Alchemy Institute when he came to our Gold Origin Pagoda. He reached the 14th floor and only fell at the 15th. Back then, he reached such a level on his first attempt, completely unexpected. What a rare talent. If he had joined our Gold Institute instead, he might even surpass Luo Tian's achievements by now, Minter Enin remarked, admiration flickering across his face along with a subtle trace of envy. That guy indeed was extraordinary. During the last summit contest, Luo Tian was defeated by him. After all, he's the most outstanding one from the Alchemy Institute in recent years, naturally a bit different, Voidmaster said with a faint sigh. But this Ouyang Yuya is no simple opponent either. Don't forget he's merely a soul cultivator. Compared to those prodigies born with heavenly blessings, this fellow still has plenty of room to grow, chuckled Minter Qian. Exactly. If I recall correctly, Luo Tian was also stopped at the 10th floor. I'm rather curious whether he can make it through. If he does, our Gold Institute will have yet another promising youngling, Voidmaster laughed, prompting Luo Tian's face beside him to darken drastically. Back then, his feat of reaching the 10th floor had only been surpassed by that freak from the Alchemy Institute. Now, some obscure newcomer had climbed atop his achievements. How could he not feel infuriated? If Ouyang Yuya really succeeded, his own position was likely to be challenged. At that thought, he clenched his fists tightly, eyes locked fiercely on the Gold Origin Pagoda. Originally, he had planned to embarrass this rising young star, to bring him down a notch, but what they had thought was an act of humiliation now seemed like a trap of their own making. As fate turned, it was quite ironic. Just at that moment, the golden light radiating from the 9th floor suddenly surged violently, then gradually started spreading upward toward the 10th floor. This spectacle instantly caused everyone to hold their breath. Whoa! Suddenly, the golden glow from the 9th floor flared intensely, growing even brighter. Accompanied by wave after wave of thick fluctuations, the entire pagoda emitted a faint rumble. However, the glow did not last long, rushing Fengdi Ganju into the 10th floor in a torrent. Before long, as the golden light fully engulfed the 10th level, the crowd became stunned by the sight and fell into complete silence. Clack! At that sight, Luo Tian's fists tightened with a loud, audible creak. He actually made it to the 10th floor. Chapter 300, Accusation. Ouyang Yuya's speed was truly extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the 10th level. Thanks to the shielding of the Huang Qi, he wasn't obstructed by the metallic aura during his ascent and broke through effortlessly. As soon as he reached the 10th floor, Ouyang Yuya could feel the metallic aura here was even more intense. As far as the eye could see, everything was bathed in gold, as though he had entered a vast ocean of metallic essence. Under the overwhelming presence of this boundless metallic force, Ouyang Yuya could not even see the end, leaving him with a sense of helplessness from deep within. Clearly, this level of intensity was already extremely terrifying. Even the ring of Huang Qi circling Ouyang's body was gradually shrinking, barely able to protect his body under the pressure of the metallic aura. At least it hadn't been completely dispelled, which brought him a small measure of comfort. Otherwise, if this life-saving aura were to be broken through, his only option would be to flee. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yuya suddenly felt the urge to test the power of this metallic essence. He immediately extended his finger and removed the protective layer of Huang Qi surrounding it. The moment the aura dissipated, the golden essence surged toward the exposed digit like a predator spotting its prey. The instant it touched him, a searing, fiery pain shot through his finger, feeling as though it had been burned. He quickly retracted his hand, and upon inspection, found a wound about an inch long on the very finger that had been strengthened by the dragon rock arm. He inhaled sharply at the sight. Indeed not simple, Ouyang Yuya muttered, staring in astonishment at the almost tangible currents of energy. Compared to the feeble aura of the 2nd floor, this golden essence was truly overwhelming. It was now clear to him that the higher one climbed, the denser the metallic aura became. Then, by the 25th level, would it have turned solid? At this thought, even Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but feel admiration for the elder cultivator who had supposedly reached the 25th level. Though he only felt admiration, no more, he believed that if he had the strength of a soul master and the physical might he had possessed back then, which was even greater than now, he too might have reached that level. How is it? I told you so, a mocking voice cackled. The metallic essence isn't something you can easily touch. With your current power, you can barely train on the 8th floor. Ouyang Yuya gave a non-committal nod. He hadn't expected to be able to train here anyway. After all, one couldn't expect to become fat in a single bite. He understood this logic well. Luckily, the metallic essence was not without a weakness. It was just that his own Huang Qi was still too weak. Otherwise, he would definitely have rushed straight to the 15th floor to see what lay within. Looks like he needed to work harder when he returned. Well then, the task is done. Now comes the real focus. Ouyang Yuya said, stretching lazily, his expression turning dark. He had already seen the despicable ways of Feng Nantian and Feng Yun. Now he wanted to see just how Feng Nantian would keep his word. Watching a top expert ranked on the young expert bong and a soul cultivator publicly apologize, this promised to be an amusing spectacle. At this thought, he let out a cold chuckle, then shot toward the entrance of the Golden Essence Pagoda. Meanwhile, outside the tower, great commotion had broken out due to Ouyang Yuya's feats. Nobody had expected that this unremarkable-looking young man could truly possess such power. Such an accomplishment was enough to rival Luo Tian, the top disciple of the Golden Sect. After witnessing this scene, the eyes of many in the crowd naturally turned toward Feng Nantian. At this moment, his face was dark purple with anger, hatred openly flashing in his eyes. Brother, Feng Yun, seeing his expression, asked anxiously. Shut up, you troublemaking wench. Feng Nantian roared at her, then shot a murderous glare at the Golden Essence Pagoda, racking his brain for a solution. Could he really bring himself to apologize to that brat? If so, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Humph. Just then, a great commotion once again rose from the gathered crowd. They saw that Ouyang Yuye did not attempt to ascend to the 11th floor, but instead chose to descend, prompting sighs of disappointment from those hoping to witness more miracles. Many had expected him to press forward with momentum, but Mei Shangda, he would give up on his own. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's actions, Luo Tian also felt relieved. If things went this way, his status wouldn't be greatly affected. If Ouyang Yuye had truly charged toward the 11th floor, it would have been fine if he failed to break through. But if he succeeded, Luo Tian's position as the #1 disciple of the Golden Sect might actually be shaken. Humph. He understands when to advance and when to retreat. Impressive. He's quite promising. Kong Lingzi said with a slight nod as he watched the gradually descending golden light. Naturally, they could tell that Ouyang Yuye wasn't lacking in ability. He likely simply didn't wish to attract too much attention, though of course, other factors couldn't be ruled out. This fellow's temperament is the most terrifying I've ever seen. It's hard to imagine what he has actually gone through. Yiyin, the mentor, said with a smile. No matter what, you've certainly found a good disciple this time. Xuanhuan, another mentor, said slightly bitterly. Such an outstanding talent should have been his originally, but unfortunately, Yiyin had claimed him first. By now, even a fool could tell that Ouyang Yuye had limitless potential. If properly cultivated, surpassing even Luo Tian was not impossible. Just at this moment, the golden light fully descended to the bottom of the tower, and immediately, a figure stepped out from the entrance. It was none other than Ouyang Yuye. Compared to before, there was nothing abnormal about him now, except his complexion looked slightly pale, which showed that the Golden Essence Pagoda hadn't truly left him in a pitiful state. As soon as Ouyang Yuye appeared, many scorching gazes immediately fell upon him. However, no one now dared look down on him as they had before. His display today had clearly rendered them speechless. As he stepped out from the Golden Essence Pagoda, the glaring sunlight made him instinctively squint. When he opened his eyes again, he found countless gazes filled with various emotions directed at him, causing him to pause in mild surprise before offering a faint bitter smile. He naturally understood how tremendous an impact his actions had caused, though there was little he could do about it. However, when his gaze finally settled on the front row, he gave a slight start. He saw Yiyin, the mentor, smiling warmly at him with a nod. However, his attention quickly shifted to the middle-aged man standing before Yiyin, and at once his pupils slightly constricted. From this man's body, he had sensed an exceptionally terrifying aura. Just one glance made him realize that this man's strength exceeded even Yiyin's. Kid, to avoid being discovered, I'll withdraw first. Be careful. Oh, and let me warn you. This person is extremely powerful. At this moment, xuanhuan suddenly spoke, then immediately severed his connection with Ouyang Yuye before the latter could even respond. Ouyang Yuye was left slightly uneasy. Someone that even xuanhuan feared must certainly be extraordinary. He instantly grew serious and quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully toward the three elders. Disciple Ouyang Yuye pays respects to Dina, Mentor Yiyin, and Mentor Qiankuan. Oh, how did you recognize my identity? Hearing this, Kong Lingzi briefly revealed a trace of confusion, surprise evident in his expression. His identity had always been mysterious. Standing alone, few would recognize him as the dean. Even top disciples like Luo Tian had only seen him a handful of times. Thus, the fact that Ouyang Yuye had instantly recognized him was naturally surprising. In the Golden Sect, who besides the dean could command such respect that my master would willingly stand behind you? Your identity is therefore clear enough. Ouyang Yuye replied calmly in response to Kong Lingzi's question. Haha, indeed, quite an interesting little fellow. Upon hearing this, Kong Lingzi suddenly burst into laughter, then shifted his gaze toward Yiyin. Now that we've enjoyed the spectacle, what comes next is beyond our old men's concern. If we get involved, things might turn out badly. Let them resolve it themselves. What do you think? Dindaran speaks wisely. Qiankuan responded with a smile. They all clearly understood the matter involving Ouyang Yuye and Feng Nantian. Likely, there would be inevitable friction soon. Even if they tried to intervene now, future problems were inevitable. However, conflicts among disciples were perfectly normal, and they hadn't planned to interfere directly. In fact, mentor involvement often did more harm than good. If so, then let's go. Hearing this, Kong Lingzi nodded slightly. With those words, he took a single step forward, a faint ripple appearing briefly in the air. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Seeing this, Mentor Qiankuan chuckled, and also stepped forward, disappearing immediately after. Kid, the rest is up to you. Of course, fighting isn't allowed here, but defensive actions are perfectly fine. Haha, don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Mentor Yiyin patted Ouyang Yuye's shoulder, then left just like that, leaving behind an Ouyang Yuye who still looked slightly stunned. With the departure of the three mentors, Ouyang Yuye straightened his posture, and soon a faintly sinister curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, even carrying a hint of mockery. His gaze swept across the figures of Xuanhuan and the others. The next moment, his sharp eyes settled directly on Feng Nantian, whose face had turned pitch black. Feng senior brother, Ouyang Yuye said slowly. Don't you think it's time to settle some debts? Chapter 301. Those who insult others will always be insulted in return. Although Ouyang Yuye's lips carried a smile, the icy coldness in his tone was clearly sensed by everyone present, instantly plunging the entire atmosphere into a suffocating silence. Then, one pair of complex eyes after another fell upon Feng Nantian. However, most of the people gazing at Feng Nantian bore expressions of schadenfreude. They were equally curious whether the previously arrogant Feng Nantian would still dare to fulfill his previous oath. After all, fulfilling it would undoubtedly humiliate himself publicly, while refusing to do so would still stain his name with dishonesty. In either case, Feng Nantian had truly brought a stone upon his own foot, landing himself in the same awkward predicament as Ouyang Yuye had faced earlier. Ouyang Yuye, what exactly do you want us to fulfill? At this moment, Feng Yun suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Upon hearing his words, those nearby all revealed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Feng Yun's actions seemed rather despicable. However, seeing how Feng Yun had taken the initiative, Feng Nantian remained silent. He simply stared intensely at Ouyang Yuye. He intended to use Feng Yun as a test to gauge Ouyang Yuye's character. If Ouyang Yuye showed some sense and withdrew, this matter could end peacefully. If not, he wouldn't mind personally teaching him a lesson. Of course, in his view, any person with half a brain would choose to angrily walk away. After all, Ouyang was merely a freshman. Simply put, opposing upperclassmen before one's wings are fully formed was extremely unwise. What? Speechless already? Then that means you're done. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's continued silence, Feng Yun's mocking sneer deepened. His thoughts were exactly the same as Feng Nantian's, and now with Feng Nantian supporting him, he no longer feared Ouyang Yuye. Yet, he forgot that his cultivation level exceeded Ouyang's by no small margin. He was a disciple from one of the four great factions, the Immortal Deity Workshop, and his strength had been considered the strongest among the freshmen. However, along with Ouyang Yuye's rapid rise and increasing prominence, Feng Yun had completely forgotten his own strength, even placing himself in Ouyang's shadow. That, undoubtedly, was digging his own grave. A disciple from one of the four great factions, and now you've fallen to this level. Feng Yun, you truly are pitiful. Shaking his head helplessly, Ouyang Yuye's tone carried disdain. Humph, do you even deserve to lecture me? Hearing this, Feng Yun's expression immediately darkened. Suddenly, he lunged straight toward Ouyang Yuye. His soul-forging tool, the Lupao, instantly materialized in his hand, and as it flickered through the air, frost began forming on the ground. Then, an exceptionally cold ice pillar erupted from beneath the ground, shooting directly toward Ouyang Yuye's chest. The frigid energy radiating from it caused the surrounding onlookers to retreat hastily, surprise flashing on their faces. On one hand, they hadn't expected Feng Yun's power to be so formidable, and on the other, they were astonished he had dared to break the rules and attack outright. Seeing this, even Feng Nantian tried to stop him but was already too late. Just as Feng Yun had moved, Ouyang Yuye's mouth curled upward into a contemptuous smirk. In the next instant, his figure shot forward abruptly. His astonishing speed made everyone's eyes widen. As he darted forth, a lupao materialized in his hand and transformed into a scarlet column of light flashing straight forward. It collided head-on with the incoming ice pillar, utterly incinerating it. The impact of the two powerful attacks unleashed a fierce shockwave outward. Immediately, deep grooves were carved into the ground, and under the rushing winds, both Ouyang Yuye and Feng Yun were pushed backward by the aftershock. After the initial clash, Ouyang Yuye barely paused before rapidly charging forward again. His right arm trembled and transformed into a grotesque dragon claw that shot toward Feng Yun's chest. After tempering from the golden energy and enhanced cultivation, Ouyang Yuye felt his long yin arm becoming increasingly refined and deadly, vastly superior to before. Feeling the sharp attack, Feng Yun's expression stiffened. He did not attempt to dodge, but instead flicked his lupao, which once again transformed into dozens of ice crystals, shooting straight at Ouyang Yuye's fist, attempting to halt its advance. Watching Feng Yun's nearly life-risking combat style, Ouyang Yuye made no attempt to dodge either. A mocking smirk lifted at the corner of his lips, and instead, he charged forward once again without hesitation. Seeing Ouyang Yuye's movement, a glimmer of excitement flashed across Feng Yun's face, inwardly exclaiming that Ouyang Yuye truly overestimated himself. Although Ouyang possessed brute strength, Feng Yun firmly believed that Ouyang would certainly be frozen under the explosion of his ice crystals. However, Feng Yun's excitement did not last long. Just as the attack descended, he noticed a trace of cold mockery also emerging across Ouyang Yuye's face. In the next instant, he saw a figure step forth from Ouyang Yuye's body, blocking all the ice crystals. Seeing this, the fading excitement on Feng Yun's face instantly froze. He realized that Ouyang Yuye had eerily vanished at that moment. Instantly, his heart tightened with unease, and sensing impending danger, he quickly retreated. Just then, however, he felt a ghost-like figure suddenly appear behind him, accompanied by a chilling voice that seemed to descend from the heavens. Engaging me in battle? You are no longer qualified to do so now. Upon hearing this, Feng Yun immediately turned his head, and what came into view was a black flame hovering midair. He saw the sinister mixture of scorching heat and bone-chilling coldness reflected within his own widening pupils. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain pierce through his chest, as if an unusually eerie energy had violently shattered his internal organs. His body was then forcefully hurled backward, finally crashing heavily at Feng Nantian's feet. A muffled sound echoed as the fight concluded in the blink of an eye. As for Feng Yun, He now curled up like a boiled shrimp, his body shivering while black streams flickered and surged across him, accompanied by pained moans. Hiss! Witnessing the scene, gasps immediately rose from the onlookers. They all looked at Ouyang Yuye's slender figure with stunned disbelief. By now, no one dared question anything. For someone who was merely a soul disciple to completely overpower a soul adept and nearly crush him in a dominating fashion was enough to make these so-called gifted prodigies feel inferior. Even the likes of Nanming the Savage and others exchanged knowing glances, each silently contemplating recruitment. Possessing such a person as an ally would undoubtedly be a profitable investment. Sharp and decisive moves, without hesitation or delay. His timing is precise, his mind clear, and his actions ruthless. He is definitely no ordinary individual. Staring fixedly at Ouyang Yuye, Xiuxian's expression carried a hint of admiration, her beautiful eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Such a person must have been tempered through countless battles, said the female disciple known as Elder Mei, her expression equally serious. Being somewhat older, she could perceive things more clearly. Elder Mei, if you faced him in battle, how confident would you be in overpowering him? 50%. Elder Mei pondered for a moment before replying, even she herself feeling slightly uneasy after saying it. Hearing this, Xiuxian couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. If even an expert ranked within the top 20 held such caution, then Ouyang Yuye's talent was already proven extraordinary. More importantly, he had only reached the soul disciple level. If he were to become a soul master, it would be even more troublesome. At this thought, Xiuxian's expression subtly changed. Are you considering recruiting him into the faction? Elder Mei suddenly asked. But it depends on how he handles what comes next. If he can conduct affairs as decisively as he fights, then he is truly an asset. Our faction only has Lu Yin, the 6th-ranked disciple, who is strong, but he is overly cautious and always seeks stability, which sometimes hinders the growth of the guild. As Xiuxian spoke, her gaze turned back to Ouyang Yuye. At that moment, his face bore no trace of fear, as he locked eyes with Feng Nantian, whose face was also contorted with fury. Ouyang Yuye then smiled. What do you think? Do you share the same thoughts as Feng Yun? Humph. Feng Nantian snorted coldly but said nothing. His eyes locked onto Ouyang Yuye with intense, threatening glare, as if trying to force him to back down. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuye suddenly smiled again, then darted forward in a flash. The long yin arm erupted into view as he reached straight toward Feng Yun. Brat, you dare. Seeing that Ouyang Yuye had no intention of backing down, Feng Nantian's expression darkened instantly. He likewise shot out his hand to seize Ouyang Yuye's wrist. Yet, just as he was about to grasp it, he saw that the seemingly fragile arm suddenly unleashed a tremendous force. The arm transformed into a fierce dragon limb, repelling Feng Nantian's hand. At the same time, a streak of pitch-black flame erupted from the arm. Witnessing this, Feng Nantian revealed a glimpse of horror, hastily retreating immediately. Even he felt a chill from that flame. And in the very moment of his retreat, Ouyang Yuye effortlessly grabbed the crippled Feng Yun and hauled him up. Seeing the furious expression on Feng Nantian's face, Ouyang Yuye merely offered a calm smile before stepping back again. His entire sequence of movements was fluid and seamless. You must understand the principle. Those who humiliate others will inevitably be humiliated in return. Ouyang Yuye said coolly. If you don't settle things clearly today, I won't mind crippling your junior brother. Hearing Ouyang Yuye's words, the onlookers couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. They stared at Ouyang Yuye and gulped hard, each one regarding him as though he were a monster. An immediate thought flashed through their minds. This guy is just too ruthless. Chapter 302, The End. Listening to Ouyang Yuye's openly cold and sinister tone, Feng Nantian clenched his fists, his forehead pulsing with fury. Yet despite his rage, he dared not act recklessly. Although he was absolutely confident in defeating Ouyang Yuye, killing him wasn't even out of the question. Doing so would give Ouyang enough time to kill Feng Yun, who was powerless to resist. Although Feng Nantian harbored little personal affection for Feng Yun, they were still of the same clan. With Feng Yun's talent, he would certainly become a powerful figure in the family one day. Losing him like this would be a pointless loss. Release Feng Yun, Feng Nantian said, finally exhaling deeply after a moment's thought, deliberately softening his tone to avoid provoking this madman. Rarely did he speak this way to someone weaker than himself, and in his eyes, this was already showing Ouyang Yuye great courtesy. Humph. Ouyang Yuye responded with a cold chuckle. This is how you call an apology, senior brother Feng? To me, it's no different from your earlier arrogance. What are the 4 powers? What is the strongest rankings? Do you really believe yourself superior to others? As he spoke, Ouyang's pupils narrowed, his actions equally uncompromising. Before Feng Nantian could fully understand the meaning behind his words, he suddenly grabbed Feng Yun's right arm and yanked it hard. A crisp cracking sound echoed, then a blood-curdling scream escaped Feng Yun's lips like a butchered pig, his right arm dangling loosely. Clearly, it had been dislocated. A shocked expression spread across the onlookers, clearly startled by Ouyang Yuye's sudden decisiveness. Senior brother Feng Nantian, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. You were the one who said these words in the first place, weren't you? Now, going back on your word must be even more despicable than if you had simply followed through. As he spoke, Ouyang Yuye gazed coldly at Feng Yun, who was panting heavily in his grasp. Hatred burned deeper in his heart. He had long despised Feng Yun. During the competition, Feng Yun had repeatedly tried to sabotage him and even attacked when he was already injured. Had it not been for Wantong's intervention at the last moment, he would surely have died. Given this opportunity, Ouyang had no problem loosening his bones a bit. You're playing with fire. Feng Nanshan's face darkened as he glanced at Feng Yun, speaking icily with a grinding of his teeth, looking as though he wanted to devour Ouyang alive. If that's how it is, then there's nothing left to discuss. Hearing that, Ouyang Yuya shook his head and prepared to strike again. Stop. Seeing this, Feng Nantian shouted urgently. Feng Yun was already severely injured, his self-recovery ability very weak. If he was pushed further, he might truly be ruined. Senior brother, have you finally seen reason? Upon hearing Feng Nanshan's words, Ouyang raised his eyebrows slightly and looked directly at him. I was in the wrong earlier. Feng Nantian struggled momentarily before reluctantly bowing his fists. Please, Ouyang junior brother, show some mercy. I beg you to release Feng Yun. What do you say? At that moment, Feng Nanshan's tone, though courteous, carried a hint of resentment. This stirred a wave of murmurs among the crowd around them, making Feng Nanshan's body tremble slightly. If not for the rule forbidding fights inside the Golden Yuan Pagoda, he would have lunged and strangled him. But Ouyang Yu didn't care in the least. He nodded slightly and waved at Luo Yin and Luo Shan, who quickly understood. They dashed toward the outer perimeter first. After them, Ouyang Yuya transformed into a streak of light, carrying Feng Yun as he charged into the crowd. Leave the person behind. Seeing this, Feng Nanshan's expression hardened, and he immediately gave chase. At that moment, Ouyang suddenly turned around, and with a swift jerk, he flung Feng Yun into the air. Ouyang's throw was quite skillful. He deliberately avoided tossing him in Feng Nanshan's direction and instead sent him flying toward the Golden Yuan Pagoda. Seeing this, Feng Nantian had no choice but to stop mid-pursuit and flash his body forward to catch Feng Yun. However, by then, Ouyang had already distanced himself too far for pursuit. With the numerous restrictions in the academy, once Ouyang returned to his dorm, Feng would no longer be able to take action. Watching Ouyang disappear into the distance, Feng Nanshan's fists clenched tightly. Ouyang Yuya, remember this. He angrily cursed under his breath, and, looking at the trembling Feng Yun, Feng Nanshan's expression immediately turned icy. He roughly grabbed Feng Yun, who was barely conscious, and flew toward the dormitory. Behind him, several disciples who had accompanied him from the beginning quickly followed. The whole scene was truly quite pitiful to watch. He's really cautious. What a terrifying mindset, Mei Jie said, watching Ouyang Yuya disappear into the distance. He provoked Feng Yun to anger, forcing him to make the first move. Even if blame falls upon him later, he can simply claim self-defense. He then gravely injured Feng Yun, used a provocation tactic against Feng Nantian to keep him from acting, and finally used Feng Yun as bait to escape. All of these steps seem as though carefully calculated in advance. Truly an unusual person. Mo Xiuxian said with a charming curve on the corner of her lips before suddenly turning her gaze toward Chunlin. Chunlin junior sister, that Ouyang Yuya is your friend, right? That's right. Chunlin nodded. Senior sister has a favor to ask of junior sister. Mo Xiuxian suddenly said upon hearing that. Senior sister, just say what it is. Chunlin almost instantly nodded without hesitation, her cute expression making several female disciples around them unable to suppress their smiles. It's not a big deal really. It's just that our guild is going to hold a party to celebrate Xianxian successfully advancing through the tower. You should invite your two friends to come along. At this moment, Mei Jie suddenly spoke. Having spent a long time with Mo Xianxian, she naturally understood her intentions. Huh? Really? But is that convenient? Hearing this, Chunlin was slightly stunned but quickly responded. He's kind of a rigid person. He might not enjoy such occasions, but I'll try my best. Yes, that would be good. Just say it's an invitation from our guild leader. Whether he attends or not is up to him. Okay, Chunlin nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Mo Xianxian smiled slightly before suddenly turning her gaze toward the others, including Man Wang. Everyone, starting today, Ouyang Yuya is an honored guest of Ruaji Ro. I do not wish for anyone to go looking for trouble with him for the next few days. Otherwise, it won't just be me you'll have to deal with. You'll have to face Ruaji Ro and myself, Mo Xianxian. Although Mo Xianxian looked like a delicate, frail woman, her voice rang clear and powerful. She hadn't deliberately lowered her voice, so all those present could clearly hear her words. A wave of shock immediately spread through the crowd. For the beauty guild leader to personally step in like this, Ouyang Yuya's reputation would surely be solidly established within the Golden Academy from this day forward. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Manhuang and Fengren slightly twitched. They each inwardly sighed, recognizing the woman's skillful tactics. Anyone could see that Mo Xianxian likely harbored intentions to recruit Ouyang Yuya, and such an open declaration of protection would naturally earn her a great deal of favor in Ouyang Yuya's eyes. Haha, naturally. We would do well to flatter such a figure. Today, I certainly saw quite an impressive show, witnessing both the top beauty passing the tower and another genius being revealed. Nanming said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he glanced at Luotian. He then waved his hand, and immediately several people followed him toward the outer perimeter. Humph. Hearing this, Luotian let out a cold snort, angrily flicked his sleeve, and left in a huff, his expression growing pitch black. Haha. Okay, enough fun watching the commotion. Those who don't have anything else to do should just disperse. Watching Luotian leave, Nanming said with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the previously gathered crowd gradually scattered in groups. Some, wishing to continue their training, entered the Golden Yuan Pagoda. In a short moment, the once bustling plaza became empty, leaving only Mo Xianxian and her group. Observing the dispersing crowd, Mo Xianxian turned her gaze toward Chunlin and Wantong. Focusing on Chunlin, She slightly flicked her arm, producing 2 pink-colored badges. Embossed on them were a green leaf intertwined with vines, clearly the insignia of Ruaji Ro. Junior sisters, from today onward, you two are official members of Ruaji Ro. However, since we will also be recruiting more students in the next few days, your formal initiation ceremony will take place together with the celebration in 3 days. Just bring Ouyang Yuya and that girl Luo Yin with you to the Soul Technique Hall. Someone will be there to greet you. Okay. After receiving the badges, Chen Lin and Wantong both nodded in unison before likewise heading toward the dormitories. Senior sister Xianxian, it probably won't have much effect. These people won't cry until they see the coffin. Even if they won't act openly, secretly things won't be any better, one female disciple said, watching the scattering crowd. Nothing can be done about it. At least openly, the experts from Manhuang won't make a move now. As for the rest, it's up to him. Mo Qianqian said, sounding somewhat helpless. I hope his potential matches what he has shown. If so, then in the guild rankings a few months from now, our Ruaji Ro might finally rise to 4th place. 5th place is always looked down upon, after all. Alright, let's return. Saying this, Mo Qianqian took the lead and flew toward her sex hall. Watching Mo Qianqian's figure, the other female disciples exchanged bitter smiles. When it came to guild competitions, their Ruaji Ro had practically failed every time. They simply had almost no one capable of making an impact besides Mo Qianqian and Lu Yan. Clearly, Mo Qianqian was now seeking out stronger allies. Realizing this, they glanced at each other once more before helplessly scattering and leaving one by one. Chapter 303 Invitation. On the way back, Ouyang Yuya and the other two pushed their speed to the limit. The journey that had originally taken half an hour on the way out was now completed in less than a quarter of an hour. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Ouyang Yuya rushed straight into his room, without even greeting Luo Yin and the others, quickly falling silent inside, leaving Luo Yin and Luo Shan, who arrived shortly after, looking at each other in confusion. Brother Ouyang must have sustained injuries too. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so anxious. Luo Yin said bitterly, staring at Ouyang's tightly closed door. He could sense Ouyang's urgency upon returning, and with such a hunch, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. It must be so, but Brother Ouyang really is formidable, forcing Feng Nantian and Feng Yun to that point. Truly worthy of being our district's champion. I doubt anyone else could have accomplished such a feat, Luo Shan said, his pupils revealing a flicker of admiration and awe. He might be in seclusion for an indefinite period, not to mention that stabilizing his newly broken through cultivation base will take time. From now on, let's stand guard for him. We'll deal with everything else after he wakes up. I think with the rules in place, Lu Tian and his men wouldn't dare barging in. That's all we can do. Hearing this, Luo Shan nodded, then entered the room to cultivate. As for Ouyang Yuya, the moment he stepped into his room, he felt a surge of chaotic energy in his body. On the way back, the previously harmless metal essence Qi had suddenly acted up, leaving him no choice but to rush to the dormitory. Suppressing the turbulent Qi inside him, he ordered Monkey to stand guard before entering a cultivation state. His consciousness dived into his body, where he discovered the metal essence Qi behaving completely differently from before. If it had been tame earlier, now it was like a wild horse, galloping wildly inside his body, churning everything in its path. It should be the result of the gold Qi, said the voice of the Jade Toad King, just as he was confused about what was happening, startling him instantly. Gold Qi. Ouyang responded with a sudden change in expression. Exactly. It must have rejected some excess energy you absorbed earlier. Look at the mist forming around the metal essence Qi, likely because it wasn't properly refined before, now causing a backlash. TSK, you really do have bad luck. Following the Jade Toad King's direction, Ouyang indeed noticed streaks of golden mist swirling around the edges of the metal essence Qi, evidence of incomplete refinement. Now's not the time for sarcasm. Alright, tell me what to do next, Ouyang asked as he noticed the problem. Simple, refine it. But it will take some time, so use that black flame. Hearing this, Ouyang nodded. Immediately focusing inward, he activated the Yin-Yang Taiji, watching as the red and blue energies fused once again, transforming into a jet black flame that rapidly closed in on the erratic metal essence Qi. Seeing the black flame, the metal essence Qi, as if sensing its nemesis, instantly darted away frantically. Come back. Seeing the escaping metal essence Qi, Ouyang's pupils constricted as he furiously fueled the black flame even more. Without doubt, the black flame possessed great power. In no time, the rebellious metal essence Qi was suppressed and soon surrounded by the black flame, its every attempt to struggle proving futile. Refine. Seeing the metal essence Qi still resisting, Ouyang grew irritated and began furiously commanding the black flame to refine it. Qi. As soon as the flame touched it, the swirling golden mist outside was instantly incinerated into nothingness. Under the suppression, even the metal essence Qi became docile, allowing itself to be roasted by the flame without resistance. Seeing the now subdued metal essence Qi, Ouyang finally exhaled in relief. He took out the monthly allocation and started absorbing its Qi essence. He had just broken through but hadn't even had time to stabilize his new cultivation level before getting into a fight, making his power base rather unstable. It would be perfect to use this time to refine his cultivation further and solidify his new realm. No matter what, his growth had been quite rapid, and leaving his power unstable could significantly hinder his future cultivation progress. Looking at the 50 desolate stones in his pocket, Ouyang Yuya could only sigh helplessly. Although this number was not small, to him it was just a drop in the bucket. But there was nothing he could do now, and he would have to find more desolate stones once he recovered. Although there was also desolate qi inside the room, the concentration was rather thin. For normal evening meditation, that would suffice, but for breakthrough cultivation, it was insufficient. After all, he was different from ordinary disciples. His cultivation naturally relied on desolate stones. Sighing once more, Xiuxian tightly shut his eyes and began absorbing the desolate qi. As the qi poured in, his aura gradually became more refined, and even the sharp golden qi within his body stabilized accordingly. Engrossed in his cultivation, he remained completely unaware of the storm brewing outside. The biggest commotion was caused by xiuxian publicly defending Xiuxian under the name of the Ryazur Guild. Unbelievably, rumors had quickly spread like wildfire, mutating into no fewer than 100 versions. The most widely believed, and the most popular, version claimed that the beautiful guild leader had fallen instantly in love and sacrificed herself to protect her beloved. As soon as this rumor surfaced, Xiuxian's fame skyrocketed, not only among new disciples, but even among the older students. The rumor had been wildly exaggerated, and disciples who had not witnessed the event firsthand were clamoring to come see this so-called protagonist. Yet Xiuxian, immersed in cultivation, remained completely oblivious. 2 full days passed before Xiuxian finally opened his eyes again. The first thing he noticed was the noticeable increase in his strength. His soul consciousness scanned the sharp golden qi, discovering that the golden mist surrounding it had completely vanished. In its place, the previously bright sharp golden qi had now become much more refined, transformed into an extremely profound dark gold. A single glance revealed the sharp, piercing energy it contained. He stretched his slightly stiff muscles and listened to the dull, crisp cracking of his joints. A faint satisfied smile curved his lips. Now his power had finally settled completely at Soul Cultivator 6th rank. Thinking back, it had only been a few months since he arrived in the Jinding Kingdom. In such a short time, advancing from physical refinement to Soul Cultivator, his progress had indeed been remarkably swift. At the very least, he was no longer the weak boy who had been driven out of his home. At this thought, he almost wished he could rush back to the Iloan Kingdom and wipe out his enemies immediately. But he had to stay calm. Shaking off the surge of passion in his mind, he grabbed the still sleeping monkey and lifted it onto his shoulder, then pushed the door open and stepped outside. As soon as he exited, he saw a seated figure in the main hall. It was Chun-Lin. He was immediately taken aback. In contrast, upon seeing the big yellow monkey, she suddenly came to life. With one swift leap, she straddled the monkey and laughed gleefully. Patting the monkey's back, Xiuxian sat down beside Chun-Lin on a chair. "What brings you here today?" he asked. Someone's become quite the celebrity. At least I got here before others to make myself known." Chun-Lin replied with a slightly sarcastic tone. "Come on, enough with the jabs. Just say what you want to say," Xiuxian said, his face showing even more helplessness as he chuckled bitterly. Stop being so conceited. I'm not here for fun. I came to tell you something. Are you free tomorrow? Get yourself cleaned up and accompany me to a gathering." "A gathering? What kind of gathering? Why so many questions? Just say yes or no." "Not interested." Shrugging his shoulders, Xiuxian replied, then patted the monkey's head, looking distracted. This made Chun-Lin even more annoyed. Seeing Xiuxian refuse, Chun-Lin immediately looked flustered, her eyes turning red and moist. Her gaze at him turned wounded and helpless, as if deeply wronged. Seeing this, Xiuxian could only shake his head with a bitter smile. All right, I'll go, okay?" Seeing Chun-Lin use this tactic again, Xiuxian gave in. Perhaps it was because she had once saved his life, or perhaps because he genuinely doted on the girl. Either way, when it came to her, he always seemed to end up as the losing party. "That's more like it." Seeing Xiuxian agree, Chun-Lin immediately beamed. Her transition from tears to laughter was so fast, it was nothing short of miraculous, a testament to how often she had used this strategy with flawless skill. "All right, now you can tell me where we're going, right? What kind of gathering is it?" Xiuxian asked bitterly, watching Chun-Lin's sudden shift from tears to laughter. Upon hearing this, Chun-Lin's lips curled into a sly smile. Then, pretending to be an equally innocent victim, she brightly replied, "Xiuxian asked me to invite you. As for the specific details, I don't know them myself. Anyway, you'll find out when we get there." Chapter 304. Raoji Ro, flexible as silk. Xiuxian. Upon hearing these 3 words, Xiuxian first fell into a brief astonishment before quickly realizing the truth. He understood instantly that he had been thoroughly tricked by Chun-Lin. Turning his head, he saw Chun-Lin wearing a delighted expression on her face. Helplessly sighing, he could easily deduce her motives without even thinking hard. Undoubtedly, Xiuxian's invitation was related to the incident of challenging the Xuanhuan Tower back then. Chances are, she also wanted to invite him to join the Raoji Ro Guild. Truth be told, he wasn't disinterested in guilds. On the contrary, he had once heard from Luo Yin that a guild could not only act as protection, but also provide resources for cultivation, such as spirit pills, medicinal stones, and various martial techniques stored in the guild warehouse. Moreover, taking a certain position in a guild often came with monthly stipends. Judging from all these benefits, it sounded practically risk-free. And indeed, nobody would be willing to join a guild that harms its members' interests. Perhaps the only downside was a slight loss of personal freedom. Still, many sought to join guilds, especially newcomers, for being supported by a powerful organization was undoubtedly a good thing. Even seniors known for causing trouble would hesitate to provoke newcomers protected by strong guilds. Among numerous powerful figures, his impression of Xiuxian had been rather favorable. Previously, she had spoken up for him, a small, trivial favor that nonetheless left a deeper impression than mere flattery. Hence, her simple gesture had already revealed much about her character, making him feel inclined to accept her invitation. However, the thought of more than half the guild members being female disciples made him sweat slightly. After all, being surrounded by so many beauties was not something a person striving for a monk-like, tranquil lifestyle would welcome. Seeing Ouyang fall into silence, Chen reached out and waved her hand in front of him, saying, "Hey, you're not so happy you've gone unconscious, are you? Haha, I tell you, men are all the same. The moment you see a pretty face, you start flirting. What? Do you think Xiuxian offers great benefits too? Can I not go?" Ouyang turned his head and negotiated, seeing Chen mischievous smile. No way. Before he could try his usual stubborn tactics, Chen got up, taking the big yellow dog with her, seemingly still enjoying the moment. Upon reaching the door, she turned her head again, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. "If you don't go, deal with the consequences yourself." With that, she closed the door and walked away. Watching the tightly closed door, Ouyang helplessly shook his head again and, glancing toward Luo Yan's room, smiled. "Come out now. Since everyone's gone, why are you hiding still?" No sooner had he spoken than two figures emerged from the room, Luo Yan and Luo Shan. Now, both of them were slightly embarrassed expressions. They hadn't expected their hiding place to be found despite believing themselves concealed. However, soon enough, the embarrassment was replaced by pure envy. "Brother Ouyang, I, Luo Yan, truly admire you." "Admire what?" Hearing this abrupt comment, Ouyang responded with some bewilderment. "Hee, when you're cultivating, naturally you don't know anything happening outside, but you've become quite famous now. When you left that day, xiuxian publicly declared you as Xiuxian's VIP. Anyone who messes with you is messing with the whole Xiuxian. That sort of charisma cannot be ignored, I tell you." "Oh, there was such an incident." Hearing this, Ouyang was slightly startled, and his brows lightly lifted. He hadn't expected xiuxian to publicly protect him. Although there was a clear intent to flatter him, such courage and wisdom still earned his great admiration. To put it bluntly, openly supporting him meant going head-to-head with figures like Luo Tian. He had some knowledge of guild conflicts. Such a decision would certainly bring oppression and exclusion from the top 4 dominant guilds. Yet, to make such a choice just to appease him, an unknown rookie, proved xiuxian's exceptional boldness, an all-or-nothing kind of move. Without a doubt, Ouyang perception was extraordinarily sharp. If xiuxian knew that, with only one sentence, he had inferred so much, she would surely be greatly surprised. Of course, besides this news, there are many other guild invitation letters for you to check out. As he spoke, Luo Yan took out a stack of red envelopes from his Jinken pouch and tossed them toward him. After receiving the envelope, Ouyang briefly glanced through it, then nodded and tossed the envelope aside before raising his head to speak. "Luo Yan, tomorrow you'll accompany me to Xiuxian. I'm quite curious about xiuxian." "All right." Luo Yan slightly nodded upon hearing this. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he added, "By the way, I heard that Feng Nantian became quite angry after returning. It seems he now harbors ill intentions toward you. Of course, thanks to xiuxian's intervention, it's likely the experts from Manhuang won't take action, so you just need to remain vigilant for now." "Feng Nantian, huh?" Ouyang slightly nodded upon hearing the name. He wasn't the least bit surprised at Feng's reaction. If Feng had just stayed quiet, that would have been shocking. However, xiuxian had truly rendered him considerable assistance by holding back the Manhuang experts, already resolving his biggest threat. If Luo Tian and others targeted him directly, things would become extremely troublesome. At that point, he'd have to reveal some hidden cards, which was precisely the opposite of what a cautious person like himself would prefer. If it were someone insignificant like Feng Yun, however, he wouldn't mind dealing with them. He nodded slightly. "I understand." He then stood up, turning his gaze toward Luo Yan and Luo Shan. "Oh, I'm planning to visit the arena. Do you two want to come along?" "Arena?" Hearing this, both Luo Yan and Luo Shan looked momentarily stunned, not understanding why Ouyang wanted to go there. After all, these were extraordinary times, and in their opinions, it would be safer to stay in the dormitory. Nevertheless, since Ouyang had spoken, they naturally agreed and nodded immediately. "All right, let's go. It'll be my first time seeing this so-called arena. By the way, brother Ouyang, why did you suddenly bring it up? Are you interested in the newcomer list?" Just curious." Ouyang responded with a slightly embarrassed expression, attempting to deflect the question. Naturally, he couldn't tell them that he intended to make a profit there. Still, the newcomer list genuinely did pique his interest. "Then let's have a look. If you're interested, we can even fight a bit to warm up. It's a great opportunity to both earn some money and train our combat skills." Haha. Saying this, Luo Yan's expression revealed a hint of longing before he turned his gaze toward Luo Shan. Seeing this, Luo Shan nodded as well, rolled his eyes slightly, and eventually got up reluctantly. "Fine, I've got nothing better to do anyway. I'll go with you, since clearly you didn't come find me for anything good." The arena, to put it simply, was a place where students trained their martial arts skills. Initially, it hadn't been expected to develop to such a scale. One could say it was only after the introduction of betting matches that the arena grew increasingly popular. Many individuals frequently engaged in sparring matches for rewards. Naturally, losers had to hand over the predetermined stakes, which contributed to the arena's growing popularity until, by now, it had taken on a distinctly commercial tone, eventually giving rise to the emergence of the newcomer list. On their way to the arena, Luo Shan explained these details. "What is the specific purpose of the newcomer list? And what are the arena's rules?" Ouyang Yuya suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Speaking of which, the arena's rules were also established due to the emergence of the newcomer list. Anyone who manages to get onto the list will receive rewards from the academy. I've even heard that the person who comes in last still gets their monthly allowance increased. Reportedly, it's about 200 xuanhuan or so, over the standard monthly allowance. The rewards are extremely generous. TSK. Upon hearing this, even Ouyang Yuya's expression shifted slightly in shock. 200 xuanhuan really was quite lucrative. There's nothing surprising about it. It's precisely because of these generous rewards that the competition has become so intense. Often someone barely has time to enjoy their position on the list before being beaten down by someone else's relentless challenge. That's why only the top 10 rankings on the newcomer list remain stable. As for the ones behind, the list changes almost daily. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya nodded thoughtfully. It became clear that such fierce competition was enhanced by the list and the rewards to boost rivalry among students. It had to be said that the academy's strategy was truly brilliant. As for the rules, as they involve many aspects, they've been gradually refined over time. Fights are categorized into bronze, silver, gold tiers, and finally the newcomer tier, strictly divided by ranking. If you want to challenge someone, you simply need to place the corresponding wager. Naturally, progression must be tiered. People like us would likely have to start with the lowest level bronze matches. Once our achievements reach a certain threshold, we can move up. This is meant to prevent anyone from causing unnecessary trouble. Ouyang Yuya nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Xuanhuan suddenly stopping in his tracks. Looking up, he realized that they had somehow arrived at a large courtyard without him noticing. Before them stood a circular cave entrance, with a wooden board unevenly singer flamboyantly painted characters at its top. Xiuxian. Arena. Chapter 305 Bronze Match. So this is the arena? Looking at the dilapidated entrance and the badly broken signboard, Luoyin couldn't help but feel doubtful, for this place was vastly different from what he had imagined a competition arena to be. In his opinion, the arena should have been a luxurious plaza, not such a shabby place that seemed like a makeshift shelter. Yeah, this is the place. Can't believe it, huh? Don't underestimate this area though. These caves are excellent both in durability and sound insulation. Hearing the cheers and exclamations coming from within, Xuanhuan nodded and then led the way toward the cave entrance. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuya and the others felt slightly puzzled but, knowing little about the Gold Institute, could only follow along. Upon entering the cave, to their slight relief, it wasn't as dark inside as they had imagined. Instead, the interior was surprisingly bright. As they entered, they saw that the path divided into 5 directions, with 4 of the passageways marked with directional signs: bronze match, silver match, gold match, and the highest level, novice match. One glance told Ouyang Yuya that these led to the viewing areas of different levels, where spectators could watch the contestants battle. Beside these 4 paths was an entrance leading to the registration desk. Since they hadn't yet decided whether to participate or not, Ouyang Yuya's group went directly to the bronze match viewing area. Pushing open the partition door, what first came into view was a densely packed crowd. Behind this mass of people, the dull thuds from the collision of spiritual energy and the loud shouts could barely be heard. Let's go check it out from that side, Luoshan said as he led Ouyang Yuya and Luoyin toward the left direction. Since this area was away from the center, there were relatively fewer people, which allowed them to see the layout of the arena. They noticed the arena was quite elevated, similar to a Roman Colosseum, forming a giant ring around the battlefield. The spectator stands where Ouyang Yuya and others stood were much higher than the arena, arranged in a step-like pattern. This ensured that those seated at the back wouldn't have their view blocked by the terrain. Instead, looking down from above, Ouyang Yuya and his companions watched the fierce match with rising excitement. At this moment, there were 2 fighters in the ring, a stout man and a thin man, locked in intense combat, with spiritual energies clashing spectacularly. Though appearing frail, the thin man showed no sign of being outmatched against the muscular opponent, and the two seemed evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Yeah! Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, the muscular man let out a fierce roar. Instantly, walls of earth rose sharply from the ground, emerging from 4 directions, enclosing the thin figure. As the thin man started to move, he realized too late that the earth walls, rotating and closing inward, were rapidly tightening around him. The force was immense, making the thin man's face instantly turn pale, before he was sent flying backward. Seizing this fleeting moment, the bulky man suddenly leapt high into the air and threw a punch downward. Even before the fist reached its mark, waves of yellow-brown spiritual energy surged out, condensing into an enormous fist-shaped projection of spiritual force in front of his hand. Pong! In the next moment, a dull, heavy noise rang out, accompanied by the crackling of broken bones. The powerful punch struck the thin man directly on the shoulder blade, sending him flying and landing heavily outside the arena. Hua! At this sight, the crowd roared with excitement. Even Ouyang Yuya nodded in agreement. Watching this alone, he could tell that this student of the Gold Institute was genuinely skilled. The muscular fighter's sense of timing had been surprisingly precise. Shortly afterward, a man came down from backstage to check the thin fighter, and once confirming he was no longer capable of continuing the fight, he gave a nod. Fighter number 101, Zhu Bo from the Wutong, wins. Wutong. Hearing that the winner was from Wutong, Ouyang Yuya narrowed his eyes. No wonder he had sensed a martial arts presence in the last strike. This fighter was both an alchemist and spirit master. The thin man's right arm was now hanging limply and his expression was utterly dejected, clearly gravely injured. After the result was announced, he was carried away. As long as no one dies in the arena, there won't be any problems, Luo explained at this point, and then turned his head to look at Ouyang Yuya. How about it? Brother Ouyang, care to give it a try? If you happen to fight against this guy who's won 5 straight matches, you'll be getting 50 guanxi. Oh, hearing this, Ouyang Yuya's eyebrows lifted slightly, quite surprised at the generous reward. Should he obtain it, his cultivation would once again gain sufficient resources. Moreover, he was quite curious to test the competition level within this arena. Thinking for a moment, he nodded. Truthfully, he was genuinely interested in these matches, and this place indeed served as an excellent spot for training and gaining combat experience. Then follow me. Following Luo to the back area for registration, and after Luo Yin helped pay the entry fee of 10 guanxi, Ouyang Yuya was led by a guide into a cave. After some twists and turns through the passages, he pushed open a wooden door. Stepping through the doorway, the first thing Ouyang Yuya noticed was that at least 10,000 pairs of eyes were staring directly at him. Without personally stepping into the battlefield, one could never understand the true atmosphere here, utterly different from the relaxed vibe of the viewing stands above. In this suffocating, killing atmosphere, even Ouyang Yuya himself felt a rush of blood to his head. Lifting his gaze toward the position where Luo Yin and Luo Shan stood, he saw Luo Yin giving him a gesture of encouragement, to which Ouyang Yuya slightly nodded in return. Hey there, newbie. Just at this moment, a deep voice rang out, and Ouyang Yuya saw across from him a man standing like a bear, none other than the stout fighter from earlier. He hadn't expected that he would actually be paired against this man. The coincidence made Ouyang Yuya chuckle slightly. Seeing Ouyang laugh, the man's face darkened immediately. A new student meeting me is just your bad luck. Come on, fight me. Saying so, the man immediately released a technique. A yellowish light flickered from his hand, forming into multiple earthen spears which shot toward Ouyang Yuya. Watching the man attack without holding back, Ouyang Yuya inwardly nodded. This fighter's unwillingness to underestimate his opponent indicated extensive combat experience. There was a military saying, never underestimate your enemy. Clearly this man was highly proficient in both martial tactics and hand-to-hand combat. In response, Ouyang Yuya slightly shifted his foot and tilted his body downward to dodge the incoming spears. The very next moment, he used the momentum from his dodge to launch forward at the man. Good move. Seeing Ouyang's reaction, the man's pupils abruptly narrowed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Usually, he used this preemptive strike to seize control of the battle, and most opponents would retreat immediately under the assault. That would allow him to charge in, gaining the upper hand. But to respond to his advance by using the retreat as part of an offensive maneuver, showing such precise timing in battle as Ouyang Yuya had, was exceedingly rare. The man remained vigilant. Seeing Ouyang charging toward him, the man roared, and a yellowish earth shield flew forth, blocking right in front of Ouyang Yuya. At the same time, nearly a few more shields surrounded his body. Again, seeing this, Ouyang Yuya sneered. Such techniques might work against others, but against someone who had fought his way through countless battles like himself, it was full of flaws. Still, Ouyang made no move to evade. He immediately focused his mind, and from within his body a white light emerged, his cultivated power forming into a protective barrier from the myriad image square zone within him. Simultaneously, the earthen shields crashed heavily into Ouyang's body. With a dull explosion, Ouyang Yuya was seen retreating in disarray. Witnessing this, the bulky man's face lit up. Just as expected, he jumped forward again, swinging a punch straight down toward Ouyang Yuya's chest, his lips curving into an excited grin. At that moment, to everyone's shock, a strange smile emerged on Ouyang Yuya's lips. Then, unexpectedly, golden rays of light spread out from his body. Just as the muscular man's fist struck him full force, instead of the expected dull impact, a sharp metallic clang rang out instead, immediately causing the man's expression to darken. Feeling the incredible solidity from Ouyang's body, the massive man tried to retreat, but before he could move, Ouyang Yuya's right arm suddenly began to writhe and twist, a dragon-like appendage surging forth with explosive speed. Before the man could fully react, the powerful limb lashed out and brutally struck him. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the man stared in shock at the fierce dragon-like arm protruding from his chest, his face instantly overtaken by an expression of disbelief. He never could have imagined that his most powerful attack, the one he believed to be most destructive, had been dismantled in an instant. Yet before he could even process his thoughts, a sharp pain shot through his chest. In the next moment, his body was launched backward like a cannonball, flying amidst the startled gazes of the crowd, crashing heavily to the ground, and immediately losing consciousness. Hiss! Looking at the unconscious burly man, the crowd in the stands drew in a sharp breath after a brief silence. A wave of incredulous gazes fell upon Ouyang Yuya. 3 moves. From start to finish, Ouyang Yuya had only used 3 moves to defeat this 5-time champion. The entire process had been completed in a flash, causing people to reassess this seemingly frail young man. To defeat a well-known 5th-year student who was a 5-time champion so effortlessly, his strength was no small matter. It's Ouyang Yuya. I know him. He is Ouyang Yuya. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out from the stands, and immediately the spectators erupted like a lit fuse. Chattering and shouting burst out across the crowd. Although they spent most of their time in the arena, they were still quite aware of the latest gossip and stories from the outside world. Among these, none were as famous as Ouyang Yuya. After all, aside from the matter with Feng Nantian, his ambiguous relationship alone with xiuxian had been enough to make him well known. Who exactly was xiuxian? She was the undisputed top beauty of the Gene Institute. Now this number one beauty had publicly shown favor to Xuanhuan. It was something that naturally inspired envy in others. Even Luo Tian had never been granted such a favor from Mo Xianxian, let alone her personally stepping forward to protect someone. Now that the legendary figure had appeared, he naturally caused quite a stir. Seeing the uproar, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. He thought he had been keeping a low profile enough, but apparently, there were still some people with sharp eyes. His gaze swept across and finally landed on the unconscious man. His strike had been measured, just enough to knock him out, with no serious injury incurred. Although the arena usually didn't mind contestants going all out, for those without personal grudges, he didn't feel right about seriously injuring someone. It was enough to demonstrate superiority and stop there. He cupped his hands together and signaled respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure leaped onto the stage from below and checked the unconscious man. After confirming there were no major injuries, he nodded toward Xuanhuan. Round 6, Battle 102. Xuanhuan of the Martial Hall is victorious. As the announcement ended, the announcer gave Xuanhuan a meaningful look before asking, Brother Ouyang, do you wish to continue on or stop here? Oh, what's the difference? Of course there is. Brother Ouyang currently holds a bronze battle token, meaning you are restricted to fights with stakes of 10 Huang stones. If you advance to the silver class, the stakes would rise to 50. Then each fight would offer greater reward. Considering your skill, competing in the bronze tier is really quite beneath you. According to the arena's rules, if you win 10 consecutive matches in this tier, you can move up one class. By defeating this man today, it's considered your 6th consecutive win. So if you continue, all you need to do is win 4 more matches. If you aren't interested, you can simply collect your current reward and leave. After listening to the explanation, Xuanhuan nodded in understanding, then pondered briefly before giving a confirming nod. Seeing this, the announcer smiled faintly and raised his voice again. Battle 102. Xuanhuan remains on the stage. Who? At the announcement, the audience burst into excited roars and cheers again, all leaning forward in anticipation to ensure they missed nothing. The following challengers were also of decent skill, though in Xuanhuan's eyes, they were still too green, even weaker than the previous burly opponent. They were swiftly and easily defeated with only a few blows. With such unstoppable momentum, soon enough Xuanhuan defeated them all one by one, his streak of victories climbing from 6 to 9 consecutive wins. One last one, huh? Letting out a light breath, Xuanhuan's expression relaxed slightly. The earlier opponents had been too easily defeated, lowering his vigilance a bit. Of course, that wouldn't lead him to underestimate the entire arena itself. After all, this was merely the bronze tier. If everyone were at this level, there wouldn't be such fierce competition on the newcomer ranking list. In his eyes, the true level of competition likely existed at the gold tier. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. In the next instant, he saw a figure approaching from the other end of the battlefield. As the figure advanced, Xuanhuan could distinctly feel a surge of intense anticipation radiating from the spectators in the stands. At that moment, Xuanhuan fixed his gaze upon the newcomer, and the moment his eyes landed on him, his pupils slightly constricted. Hunsher peak. The man's strength was beyond what he had expected. Most of his previous opponents had been around the 6th tier of Hunsher, their abilities comparable to Feng Yun's, and none of them had proven particularly difficult to handle. Now, however, this one stood at the peak of Hunsher, merely a step away from Hunsher. This was what startled him. After all, a peak Hunsher was not like those he had previously encountered. This man was indeed the most formidable opponent yet. You are Xuanhuan? The man suddenly asked as Xuanhuan was deep in thought. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan slightly raised his brows, then nodded. Correct. Yeah, I've heard of you. You're the champion of this year's Martial Hall competition, so I came out to test you. Beat me, and I'll let you advance to the silver tier battle token. The man spoke, yet his expression showed no hint of caution or reverence for Xuanhuan's identity, clearly possessing immense confidence in his own abilities. Of course, such confidence was not unwarranted. After all, Xuanhuan was merely a huanja, a full major rank below him. To this man, defeating Xuanhuan seemed as effortless as lifting a finger. Then I shall accept your challenge. Upon hearing the man's words, Xuanhuan's eyes sharpened. The next moment, his body shot forward like an arrow, bursting forth while swinging the stone tablet in his hand, enveloping the opponent's vital areas in a deadly strike. Facing this unknown opponent, even Xuanhuan dared not be careless. He launched his fiercest offensive move immediately. Seeing this, the man let out a mocking sneer. He didn't even step back, but instead flicked his right arm. It transformed into a cannon-like shape, and with surging soul energy, 3 fireballs arranged in a triangular pattern shot straight toward Xuanhuan. Feeling the gust of wind coming straight at him, Xuanhuan abruptly twisted his waist. The advancing figure halted midair, narrowly dodging the fireballs. He then darted in another direction, rotating the stone tablet as he sliced it toward the man's neck. Excellent. Seeing Xuanhuan's refined evasion, the man's face revealed a hint of admiration. Then, quickly retreating, he conjured up a fire shield that appeared to obstruct Xuanhuan's advance. However, just as the fire shield materialized, a blazing fire pillar suddenly pierced through its center, spiraling forward like a swirling dragon aimed directly at the man's chest. Flame lance. Seeing the surging column of fire, the man's face revealed clear shock. He swiftly wove seals with his fingers, and at once, the fiery cannon in his hands emitted an intense glow. It seemed to momentarily escape his control, rising swiftly into the sky. Immediately, wild tongues of flame danced furiously around the cannon, resembling fire snakes writhing in a frenzy. Meteoric blaze. Accompanied by the low shout of the man, the cannon flared with even more intense red light. In an instant, countless fireballs burst from its muzzle, rocketing at incomprehensible speed high into the air. They spiraled continuously, emitting searing waves of heat that turned the arena oppressively hot. When the fireballs spiraled sufficiently, they launched downward in a devastating bombardment, heading straight toward the astonished xuanhuan. The power of the fireballs was not to be underestimated. There were dozens of them, rushing forward in a mighty, savage manner toward xuanhuan. In an instant, they engulfed him completely amidst the crowd's horror. As the fireballs continued to descend, some struck directly at xuanhuan's position while others hit the ground, leaving behind dark scorched marks one after another. Soon after, thick smoke began rising from the scorched earth, engulfing xuanhuan's location completely, preventing anyone from seeing his condition through the haze. This relentless bombardment raged on for a full quarter hour before finally ceasing as the fiery glow of the cannon dimmed. The man clenched it tightly in his hand. Clearly, such a powerful attack had taken a significant toll on him, his face slightly pale. Yet, he fixed his gaze upon where xuanhuan stood and smirked, extremely confident in his move. He firmly believed that even if xuanhuan survived, he would surely be left in tatters. His confidence stemmed from the fact that this very technique had allowed him to defeat numerous rivals who once stood in his way. However, his smile didn't last long. Suddenly, within the lingering smoke suspended in the air, he noticed a shadow stirring. Seeing this, his expression darkened sharply, and the smirk on his lips vanished instantly. A cold, sharp voice slipped from his mouth. Incredible. He actually withstood that. Chapter 307 Return in Triumph. Likewise, xuanhuan's movement had also drawn the attention of everyone. Seeing that xuanhuan had not been knocked unconscious despite that previous fierce assault was something that left them all rather astonished. Xuanhuan might not be as famous as the rising stars on the arena's newcomer list, but he still had a certain reputation for his group attack ability, known as Meteor Shower Fire Rain. Aside from a handful of formidable individuals, anyone struck by this skill was almost guaranteed to be injured. Initially, everyone had thought that xuanhuan would have about a 90% chance of losing if he faced Xuanhuan. However, to their great surprise, things were turning out differently than they had imagined. Unlike what they expected, xuanhuan hadn't fallen down, but was still standing upright, an impressive feat in itself. He's actually fine? Seeing this, Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, and then in an instant he darted forward again, shaking his sulfur cannon, unleashing another stream of fireballs. He believed that even if xuanhuan could stand, he was probably at the end of his strength. So he immediately decided to attack first and finish him off completely. Upon witnessing this, the crowd on the spectators' platform immediately cried out in alarm. How could they not understand Xuanhuan's intent? They just hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. At this rate, it was feared that xuanhuan might actually be crippled. Thinking of this, everyone involuntarily sweated a little, and as onlookers, their emotions were equally complicated. They both wanted to see xuanhuan badly injured, and also hoped to see him turn the tide around. However, there was no time to dwell on it now, as the fireballs were rapidly rushing toward xuanhuan, who was shrouded in black mist. Wherever the fireballs passed, even the floating mist seemed to slow down and scatter to the sides. Yet, just as the fireballs were about to strike, suddenly from the smoke, a streak of golden light shot forth without warning, moving at an extremely fierce speed. As it passed, it sliced through each fireball one by one before surging straight toward Xuanhuan. The cutting essence of metal. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's expression instantly turned frightened, but it was already too late. Because he had underestimated xuanhuan and had been quite close to him, by the time he realized, it was already past the point of reaction. He barely managed to twist his body sideways, dodging the critical area of his chest. Even so, the golden essence still struck his scapula. Under that fierce wind, there was not even a moment to react before he was pierced right through, leaving behind a red, gaping hole. Together with that, his body couldn't help but be forcefully pushed back, his face instantly paling, blood immediately flowing from the wound, soaking his chest into a deep red. And when the spectators witnessed this dramatic scene, a new wave of shock rose from the crowd. Then, all their gazes turned toward the direction where xuanhuan stood. As the surrounding smoke dispersed, xuanhuan's figure gradually revealed itself. Yet, judging by his current state, he wasn't in very good condition either. Under the bombardment of the meteor fire rain, his clothes were scorched and torn in multiple places. His complexion pale and drained. His aura also appeared quite weak. So he really has some skills. Looks like the champion of the competition does have some real value. Seeing xuanhuan with only superficial injuries, Xuanhuan's face became somewhat dark. Hearing this, xuanhuan furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps only he himself truly knew how dangerous the situation had been just now. If, in that desperate moment, he hadn't hastily summoned the 10,000 image flask and the dragon scale for defense, today might have truly ended in disaster. That kind of destructive power was even beyond what his own flaming spray could achieve, seeming as if it had reached the level of a 4th stage crystallization skill. Thinking thus, xuanhuan's face instantly turned cold. Then, his eyes burned intensely as he stared fixedly at Xuanhuan. The very next moment, he took the initiative, shaking his sulfur cannon, unleashing a jet of fire which spiraled toward Xuanhuan. Boom! A huge column of fire erupted with overwhelming momentum, charging straight toward Xuanhuan's chest. As it surged forward, The scorching wind it generated finally caused Zhong Kuei's expression to change drastically. He immediately forced himself to endure the pain and darted backward. At the same time, his sulfur cannon swung, and in an instant, multiple shields arose in front of him, blocking the fire column. Yet, while Zhong Kuei was dealing with the fiery assault, Ouyang Yi himself dashed toward Zhong Kuei's rear. With the rotation of the yin-yang tai chi, his fire element's soul force erupted. Immediately, a blazing red palm imprint appeared on his left hand, and with fierce force, he slapped it downward at Zhong Kuei. Fire shield. Watching the gigantic palm rapidly expanding before him, and sensing the faint fluctuations emanating from it, Zhong Kuei summoned another fire shield. Then, biting his tongue fiercely, he spat out a mouthful of refined blood, which sprayed directly onto the fire shield. With the infusion of his blood, the shield became even more solid, nearly turning into a tangible object. His intention was clear. He didn't expect the shield to fully block the fire god's left hand, but even a momentary delay would suffice for him to escape. Seeing Zhong Kuei's attempt, Ouyang Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. Then, with a sudden flick of his sleeve, he shot out a jade pendant, which immediately hovered above Zhong Kuei. A streak of golden light flickered before condensing into a massive golden net that came crashing down toward him. The net moved extremely fast, and before Zhong Kuei could react, he was already trapped inside. No matter how hard he struck against it, nothing could break free from the net's grip. And in that brief delay, the fire god's left hand struck the fire shield violently. Accompanied by a sound like clashing metal, the fire shield lasted only a moment before dispersing once again. In contrast, the fire god's left hand remained undiminished in force and power. Then, under Zhong Kuei's terrified gaze, it crashed onto the golden net, its powerful force instantly sending him flying backward and slamming hard onto the ground. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the fallen Zhong Kuei, Ouyang Yi swiftly advanced, summoned his stone tablet, and slammed it hard into the ground. The icy coldness grazed Zhong Kuei's neck, instantly freezing his attempt to rise. He had no doubt that if he moved again, Ouyang Yi would strike without hesitation. Surrender, or you'll suffer more pain, Ouyang Yi said, watching the subdued Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei cast a complicated look at Ouyang Yi before nodding in defeat after a brief hesitation. Through their fight, he had come to fully recognize how dangerous Ouyang Yi was. Even if they fought again, the result would likely be the same. The young man's ruthlessness, decisiveness, and mastery over battle rhythm were far beyond what Zhong Kuei could match. And so he simply nodded. I lose. Seeing Zhong Kuei's defeat, the crowd remained silent for a moment before erupting into a chorus of shouts and applause. The battle between Ouyang Yi and Zhong Kuei was indeed the most exciting spectacle of all. Seeing Zhong Kuei surrender, Ouyang Yi nodded slightly, then withdrew his stone tablet and turned toward the stunned announcer below. Now you can declare the result, right? Yes. After a moment of hesitation, the announcer nodded, his tone now laced with obvious reverence. After witnessing the fight, it was evident that Ouyang Yi's strength had earned him genuine respect. Indeed, power was the most convincing way to command respect. Contestant 102, Ouyang Yi from the Martial Hall wins. With 10 consecutive victories, he advances to the silver rank match. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into another wave of cheers, and Ouyang Yi followed the staff backstage. Just as he arrived at the registration area, Luo Yin and Luo Shan rushed forward, their expressions brimming with excitement. Ouyang brother, you were amazing. Wow, that flaming giant palm was absolutely cool. When can you teach me that move? Seeing the delight on Luo Yan's face, Ouyang Yi smiled and nodded in reply. Then, he collected the reward from his victory, lifting the cloth pouch in his hand. Its weight suggested it contained 100 wilderness stones. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Let's go. Without explanation, he darted toward the exit. Behind him, Luo Yin and Luo Shan exchanged a confused glance before chasing after him. Although they didn't know what was happening, they trusted Ouyang Yi's instincts enough to believe something had gone wrong. After they left, a shadow suddenly stepped forward. Had Ouyang Yi still been there, he would certainly recognize this figure. It was Feng Nantian. However, Feng Nantian's expression at this moment was terrifyingly dark. Clenching his fists, he let out a crackling sound, and his eyes burned with barely concealed hatred. Umph! Sharp perception, Feng Nantian sneered, watching Ouyang Yi and his companions flee. Then, he turned his gaze toward the two people following him. Are we ready? Yes, people have already been stationed along their path. Hearing this, Feng Nantian nodded slightly before curling his lips into a sinister arc. Ouyang Yi, let's see how you escape this time. Chapter 308 Retaliation. Brother Ouyang, what's wrong? On the way back, Luo Yin asked Ouyang Yi, who looked solemn. Since leaving the arena, Ouyang Yi had remained silent, rushing forward with them at high speed. Only when they were approaching the dormitory did Luo Yin finally voice his confusion. We're being followed. Hearing this, Ouyang Yi replied, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Oh, Luo Yin's body stiffened upon hearing this, his pupils slightly contracting as he glanced backward, yet noticing nothing unusual. Don't bother looking. Their strengths are all above ours, so it won't be easy to detect them. And if my guess is correct, they are here for revenge. Ouyang Yi said, his expression flashing with coldness before pausing briefly and chuckling slightly. These people are indeed quite fast. You mean? Feng Nantian. Hearing this, Luo Yin responded. Humph. Besides them, who else would have such an idle idea? Ouyang Yi said, suddenly halting his steps, his gaze sweeping around sharply as he shouted. Come out. Several of you are targeting me. Do you really need to act so stealthily? Hee, sure enough, a tough nut to crack. Just as Feng Nantian said. As Ouyang Ye finished speaking, a soft laugh sounded, followed by the whistling of several figures moving rapidly through the air. Soon, 10 figures darted out from all sides, forming a complete encirclement around Ouyang Ye and his companions. The stirred-up aura made Ouyang Ye's face darken. Only now did he realize that all of them were uniformly at the 9th level of Soul Scholar Cultivation, while the leader, a man in a blue robe, radiated a particularly thick and profound aura, reaching the Chuji level of Soul Master, his power on par with that of Mo Xianxian. Mukwa, seeing the approaching figure, Luo Shan beside them couldn't help but gasp in shock, his tone carrying disbelief. You know him? Observing Luo Shan's expression, Luo Yin asked. This time we might be in trouble. Mukwa is among the top 50 on the strong experts list, a Chuji Soul Master cultivator. Never did I expect that someone like him would show up here today. It seems this time we really are in serious trouble. Oh, hearing Luo Shan's words, a cold smirk appeared on Ouyang Ye's lips. He hadn't expected that an expert from the strong experts list would actually come in person. 1 Soul Master and 9 Soul Scholars at the peak level. Such a force was nothing short of extravagant. It would already be more than enough to capture a high-level Soul Master, and yet they were directing such power toward him. Even Ouyang Ye himself felt this was definitely overkill. Given this force, he immediately guessed it must be Feng Nantian's doing, shaking his head helplessly. This is a bit too exaggerated for just dealing with me. Ha ha ha, I've received a request, so I have no choice either. Junior brother, my advice is don't resist. Brother advises you to come back with us quietly. You know you can't get the better of me. Otherwise, you'll only suffer unnecessary pain. Mukwa said, then waved his hand. Immediately, 6 people stepped out from behind him, each holding a soul rope over a xiuanhuan. These ropes were specifically designed to capture soul masters, a type of restriction class spiritual treasure. Depending on their grade, they could withstand different levels of soul power. The ropes in their hands were probably capable of resisting even soul scholar level force. Obviously, these 3 ropes were prepared for Ouyang Ye and his companions. Seeing this, the 3 exchanged glances briefly before slightly vibrating their arms. Immediately, a subtle golden light flickered from their bodies. With the dragon scale attachment, Ouyang Ye activated the yin-yang fish within his body. These 6 people had clearly done this many times before, and their methods were quite experienced. They formed a circular formation and slowly approached Ouyang Ye and his companions. Just as one of them drew near, Ouyang Ye's eyes suddenly shot open, and in the next moment, his body twisted sharply to the side. The dragon rock arm bizarrely appeared, striking the young man's abdomen before he could react. The excruciating pain made him feel as if his internal organs had shifted places. His eyes wide open, his whole body curled up like a shrimping, instantly losing his combat ability. After eliminating one opponent, Ouyang Ye immediately dashed forward again. Because of the sudden attack, no one had expected him to dare to retaliate under such a huge disparity in strength. Before long, all 6 had been struck by surprise, collapsing on the ground in agony, wailing in unbearable pain. Kid, you're asking for death. Seeing this, Mukwa's expression was momentarily stunned, then his face twisted into a sneer, mostly filled with horror. Perhaps as an observer, he had clearly seen every move of Ouyang Ye. Besides the surprise attack, what shocked him most was Ouyang Ye's sudden burst of power. Even he himself felt a chill. He believed that even if he had stepped forward personally, he would likely have been thrown into confusion. Immediately, his expression changed, and his body flickered. He rushed forward with the remaining 3 toward Ouyang Ye. The ferocious momentum made Ouyang Ye's face darken instantly. Just as he was about to act, he saw Luo Yin and Luo Shan dart forward first, blocking those 3 soul scholars. Ouyang brother, we'll help you hold them off, but we can only stall them for a moment. Hearing their words, Ouyang Ye slightly nodded with gratitude. Give me 15 minutes. Humph, you really overestimate yourself. Arrogant brat, the gap between us isn't something that can be closed with mere martial techniques and spiritual treasures. Let's see what makes this rising star so special. Hearing Ouyang Ye's words, Mukwa's expression turned ice cold, then he coldly laughed. Surprisingly, he didn't use his alchemy. Instead, his right palm formed a blade, instantly transforming into a streak of light aimed straight at Ouyang Ye's neck. Seeing this, Ouyang Ye's lips curled slightly, and unexpectedly without dodging, he lunged forward. Crimson soul energy surged, forming a huge crimson palm directly on his left hand, aiming straight at Mukwa's chest. Clearly, this reckless, all-or-nothing maneuver startled Mukwa. He naturally sensed the strength behind Ouyang Ye's palm strike, instantly unwilling to take the hit directly. His body hastily leapt backward. However, in retreating, he had already allowed Ouyang Ye to seize the initiative. With his fingers flickering rapidly, a shadowy clone emerged from his body and immediately rushed toward Mukwa, entwining him. At the same time, Ouyang Ye lunged forward as well. As his hand swung, he slashed toward Mukwa's chest. Sensing the fierce wind, even Mukwa couldn't help but turn pale. Unfortunately, the clone clung to him like gum, rendering him unable to move freely. He suddenly flipped his palm, forming a crimson fist-shaped light projection that he smashed into the clone. Bang! Under the attack of the fist projection, the clone was instantly pierced. Then Mukwa withdrew hastily, just barely dodging in time. He narrowly avoided a strike, though Ouyang Ye's incoming attack still grazed his arm, instantly causing him a searing pain. After this strike, seeing that he still hadn't managed to injure Mukwa, Ouyang Yuya revealed a hint of disappointment. He immediately stepped back, retreating to the side and facing off with Mu Kuo from a distance. Excellent control and reflexes. Mu Kuo said coldly, slightly nodding at Ouyang Yuya. Thank you for the compliment. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya nodded, naturally understanding the implication behind those words. Yeah, but you were showing off far too much. You don't know when to hold back, so you'll surely taste some bitterness. Saying this, Mu Kuo suddenly made an extremely bizarre hand gesture. Instantly, streaks of red light shot out from his body like a swirling fire dragon, forming a crimson glowing circle in front of him, directly targeting Ouyang Yuya. At the same time, a violent aura began to spread outward. Fixing his gaze on that crimson ring, Ouyang Yuya felt a strange familiarity. From his memory, Mu Kuo's martial skill appeared to be exactly the same as the one the Tiger Lion Demon Crystal King had once used against him in their first encounter. Just as he was lost in thoughts, Mu Kuo suddenly let out a low roar. Immediately, the fire ring shot violently toward Ouyang Yuya, carrying an overwhelming momentum that made Ouyang Yuya's heart sink. Just as he hesitated and tried to act, suddenly a cold, sinister energy approached from behind. Instantly, a meter-long ice blade shot violently from the ground before him, fiercely colliding head-on with the fire ring. The fiery ring instantly froze solid. Then, before Ouyang Yuya's eyes, that violently raging fire circle was completely frozen, then shattered into crystalline fragments that exploded apart. Seeing this, Mu Kuo's expression suddenly turned grim. He sharply turned his gaze to Ouyang Yuya's back. Chapter 309. Xiuxian's Goodwill. Haha, 10 against 3. Mu Kuo, you, a top expert on the stronghold ranking, bullying a freshman, aren't you afraid of losing your dignity? Just then, a soft laugh like the tinkling of a bell rang out, followed by the sudden appearance of a graceful figure before Mu Kuo's astonished gaze. Swaying gently as she walked, she arrived at Ouyang Yuya's side. Ouyang turned his head, and when he saw who had come, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, his expression turning helpless. It was none other than Xiuxian. Seeing it was Xiuxian, the three who had been fighting Lu Yin and Lu Shan, along with the remaining 6 injured by Ouyang Yuya, all returned behind Mu Kuo. They secretly remained on guard. Although Xiuxian had come alone, her strength was beyond their ability to handle. Except for the 3 who had acted later, the rest still looked rather pale. Clearly they had been severely wounded by Ouyang Yuya. As Xiuxian cast a glance at the heavily wounded, her beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, and she felt even more unable to fathom Ouyang Yuya. Just the 3 of them had held their ground against such a powerful force, and even successfully launched a surprise attack. Indeed, Ouyang Yuya was no ordinary person. An ordinary person would probably not even dare to resist. I've long heard that Xiuxian, the leader of the Supple Steel Guild, and Ouyang Yuya have quite a good relationship. Originally, I, your junior, didn't believe it, but now I see it's truly not exaggerated. At this moment, Mu Kuo sneered sarcastically. Upon hearing his words, Xiuxian's expression instantly darkened. Mu Kuo clearly intended to smear both her and Ouyang Yuya with a single accusation. She naturally knew how many students in the academy had feelings for her. Mu Kuo's remark was undoubtedly placing Ouyang in a precarious position. Her expression immediately grew heavy. Mu Kuo, I've already said it before. Ouyang Yuya is an honored guest of the Supple Steel Guild. I've already declared that anyone who dares lay a hand on him disrespects us. Are you challenging me? Upon hearing her words, Mu Kuo simply smiled but did not respond. Yet the flicker of fear in his expression hadn't escaped Ouyang Yuya's notice. Now, take your men and leave. I will let bygones be bygones. If there's a next time, the Supple Steel Guild will definitely not let you off. You should understand what it means when the dignity of a guild is challenged. You decide. Of course, if you don't want to leave today, I wouldn't mind capturing all of you and letting Luo Tian come to collect you. Hearing Xiuxian's firm and resolute words, Mu Kuo's expression changed, and his face paled momentarily. After a brief moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and nodded harshly. Fine, I'm leaving. But Ouyang Yuya, even after I leave, there will be others coming after you. I'm merely a foot soldier. Take care. Having finished speaking, Mu Kuo turned his gaze back to Xiuxian. As for President Xiuxian, I know the 2 of you are close, but I'm sure someone will come to speak with you eventually. Though the Supple Steel Guild is formidable, your actions today have indeed challenged the dignity of the heaven-spanning union. Leave. Hearing this, Xiuxian's expression immediately turned icy. With a sudden tremble of her spear, a pillar of ice shot forth, launching toward Mu Kuo. Seeing that Xiuxian had actually launched an attack so quickly, Mu Kuo's expression changed as well. He immediately began retreating rapidly, summoning a crimson shield in front of him as he moved backward. However, his strength was clearly inferior to Xiuxian's, and the conjured fire shield was instantly shattered. The ice pillar slammed heavily into his chest. Under such a powerful blow, Mu Kuo was immediately sent staggering backward. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Senior brother. Seeing Mu Kuo injured, the people around him grew solemn and rushed forward to support his faltering body, casting sharp, resentful glares toward Xiuxian and the others. Leave. Feeling the tension in the air, Mu Kuo slightly waved his hand, giving Xiuxian a venomous glare before departing with his men. Ouyang Yuya helplessly shook his head at the sight of their humiliating retreat and couldn't help but hold a much better impression of Xiuxian. However, obviously, for him, Xiuxian had borne a lot of burdens. She probably wouldn't be spared scolding from Luo Tian and others. Reflecting on this, a trace of guilt surfaced in his heart, and he clasped his hands together toward xiuxian. Thank you, senior sister Imo, for stepping in and helping. It's nothing, just a small favor. Upon hearing this, xiuxian casually waved her hand, then shifted her gaze to the monkey perched on Ouyang Yuye's shoulder. Instantly, her gentle, feminine side surfaced. She quickly scooped the monkey into her arms, her face lighting up with delight and affection. The monkey, equally clever, rubbed its head repeatedly against xiuxian's chest, greatly amusing her. Though in Ouyang Yuye's eyes, the monkey's movements appeared rather indecent. Wow, this monkey is so cute. Will you sell it to me? Xiuxian said while hugging the monkey closer to her chest, her expression gleaming with excitement. Well, what? Not willing. Seeing Ouyang Yuye hesitate, Xiuxian's pretty face immediately darkened slightly, showing a trace of anger. No, it's just that. Ouyang Yuye had just started to explain when Xiuxian suddenly burst into laughter, then handed the monkey back to him. Alright, after all, you two have bonded. I was just teasing you. Let's get serious now. Upon finishing, Xiuxian's expression abruptly turned solemn. The sudden change left Ouyang Yuye marveling at her expressive flexibility, though he still proceeded to ask, what exactly does senior sister need? Actually, it's nothing special. I'm just a bit curious about you, and since I had nothing else to do, I was planning to go to the arena. As it turns out, I bumped into you. Now tell me, how are you going to thank me? Looking at Xiuxian acting so coyly, Ouyang Yuye felt quite overwhelmed. He simply lowered his head without speaking. Actually, he had often used this tactic on Qinlin. Predictably, seeing Ouyang Yuye remain as impassive as a block of wood, Xiuxian's face took on a bored expression. Alright, did Qinlin tell you about the gathering tomorrow? Yeah, she did. So are you going or not? Speaking, Xiuxian herself felt a bit embarrassed. When had she ever needed to ask a man like this? She helplessly shook her head. What do you think? Do I have a choice? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye helplessly shook his head and replied. So you have no choice but to go. Ouyang Yuye said with a sigh. Then it's settled. Don't make that sour face. We from the Supple Steel Guild have so many beautiful girls. It's an honor for you to come, isn't it? Seeing the bitter expression on Ouyang Yuye's face as if he had just tasted gall, Xiuxian grew slightly annoyed and remarked. Then, she handed him a jade slip. Here, this is the ticket. Don't forget to bring it. You can bring your 2 friends too. There's nothing else. See you tomorrow. Saying this, Xiuxian stretched her waist slightly, then lightly leapt forward like a butterfly flitting between blossoms, vanishing from sight. Watching the departing figure, Ouyang Yuye caught the jade slip in his hand, and a helpless, bitter smile crept onto his face. It seems the life at the academy will never be peaceful. Looks like we're benefiting from brother Ouyang too. I heard the Supple Steel Guild has nearly half the female disciples of the academy, and any one of them is worth seeing. Definitely worth looking forward to. Though I must say, this Xiuxian seems to genuinely like brother Ouyang to have invited him personally. Remarkable indeed. That's for sure. That Miss Qinlin and Lady Wantong are also so kind to brother Ouyang. I'd say he's in the middle of blossoming romances. Hearing the two of them chatting back and forth, Ouyang Yuye's bitter smile grew more pronounced. He suddenly patted both of their shoulders and took the lead flying toward the dormitory, with Luoshan chattering nonstop behind him. Chapter 310, The Black Box Stirs. By dawn, a thin layer of dust hung in the air and over the jungle. Gently stirred by the breeze, the slightly moist mist curled in from all directions, drifting into the dormitories of the academy, stirring silently, filling the air with the fragrance of flowers. The early morning always carried a refreshingly pleasing sensation. As the sun rose in the east, Ouyang Yuye, who had kept his eyes shut all night, slowly opened them. Along with a puff of stale air leaving his lungs, the dormant energy caused by cultivation, like a sleeping giant, gradually awakened. Then, the wild energy swirling around his body transformed into ripples of soul force, scattering the swirling boulders overhead. As the shattered stones fell, they immediately dissolved into dense streams of wild energy that Ouyang Yuye absorbed. After his cultivation, Ouyang Yuye jumped off the bed and proceeded to throw a set of punches that cut through the air with a crisp whoosh, only stopping once a warm current surged through his body. Bang! Bang! Just then, a sharp knock echoed through the room, followed by Lian's deep voice from outside the door. Brother Ouyang, we promised we'd attend Rao Jiro's celebration banquet today. The time's about right now. Shuetong and Qinlin are already waiting outside. Oh, alright, I'm coming. He replied with a casual acknowledgement. Ouyang Yuye paused briefly in thought before stepping out of the room. Looking up, he immediately saw Luoyan and Luoshan, already dressed and ready. Let's go. Shuetong and Qinlin have been waiting for a while already. If we delay any further, that fiery girl Qinlin might erupt again. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuye smiled and nodded. He could easily imagine how furious Qinlin would be. Oh, brother Ouyang, should we prepare something as well? Suddenly, Luoshan spoke, causing Ouyang Yuye's footsteps to falter slightly. What? What do you mean? Ouyang stopped mid-step and asked, even Luoyan directing his gaze at Luoshan. Today is Rao Jiro's celebration banquet. Although it will be held together with the new disciples' initiation ceremony, everyone knows that the main purpose is to celebrate Xiuxian's successful advancement. Naturally, the young men who harbor affection for her won't miss the chance to do something extravagant. Shouldn't we also prepare something? I overheard some disciples talking yesterday. They said that Man Huang specially prepared a low-grade Earth-ranked spirit treasure. Whoa, Earth-ranked. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but feel surprised. He clicked his tongue in thought, marveling at how generous Man Huang was. Earth-ranked spirit treasures were incredibly rare. Even those ranked lower than heaven-ranked were seldom seen, and most earth-ranked treasures, if they existed at all, were often kept for personal use. The fact that someone would gift one meant that Man Huang indeed possessed considerable boldness and wealth. Setting aside the item's value, such a gesture itself exuded undeniable authority. Right? Xiuxian isn't short of admirers, and everyone wants to impress the beauty at such a special moment. They're all racking their brains trying to stand out. Compared to them, we really don't have anything to offer, and going empty-handed might give others something to talk about. After all, Xiuxian has always been kind to us, and the current climate is rather delicate. Ouyang nodded in agreement, then waved his hand dismissively. Let's go first. We'll see how things look then. As he spoke, his mind was already spinning. Luoshan's point wasn't without merit. It seemed that this act of gift-giving was unavoidable, especially concerning reputation. Besides, Xiuxian had always been good to him. Even if he didn't have anything spectacular, a small token of appreciation was necessary. Now the only issue was what to give. Although he possessed many items, none were truly suitable. If he were to consider spiritual treasures, the only thing that came to mind was the Lanbai blade gifted by Boxiong back at the Orlan Academy. Yet besides its low rank, such a weapon probably wouldn't suit a master alchemist like Xiuxian. As for his other treasures, though of decent rank, they weren't something he could openly display. Pondering further, he found himself unable to come up with anything truly presentable. Sighing helplessly, he shook his head. For now, there was nothing to do but go with the flow and think of something along the way. Seeing Ouyang wave his hand dismissively, Luoyin and Luoshan had no more words to say. After all, the main focus was Ouyang himself. They were just supporting figures. A reminder was sufficient, and how things would be handled was beyond their concern. They immediately followed Ouyang outside. Just as they stepped out of the dormitory building, they saw Xuetong and Chenlin waiting nearby. At this moment, both were dressed in golden dresses that accentuated their already refined and beautiful looks, making passing disciples look at them with admiration. The heated gazes they received made their brows slightly furrow. However, when they saw Ouyang and the others, their expressions relaxed slightly, and they immediately walked forward. Hey, you three men really are slow. We've been waiting here for such a long time. Chenlin spoke with a slight expression of dissatisfaction. Sorry we got delayed. Hearing this, Ouyang smiled awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic. Alright, let's hurry. It won't be good if we're any later. Seeing Ouyang change the subject, Chenlin snorted coldly but decided not to pursue the matter further. She and Xuetong sat atop Da Huang's back and then patted Da Huang's head. Just follow us. Let's go. Roar. Upon hearing her words, Da Huang also let out a low growl, its tiger-like body trembling as it darted forward, carrying Chenlin with it, leaving behind a bitterly smiling Ouyang and the other two. Although they had no choice but to comply, they didn't dare to express their displeasure. Immediately following Da Huang's trail, they chased toward Raoji. Undeniably, the physical power and speed of a soul beast were indeed formidable. When Ouyang and the others finally arrived, Chenlin and Xuetong were already waiting at the entrance of the Union, joyfully conversing with Elder Mei. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Ouyang finally had the opportunity to observe the large fifth-ranking Golden Courtyard Union. Unlike their dormitory pavilions, this was an independent structure, though not very tall, arranged like an elegantly structured courtyard. The architectural layout of the buildings exuded a luxurious and ornate appearance, and at this moment, streams of figures continuously entered the Union, creating a lively atmosphere. Brother Ouyang has arrived. Why haven't you gone in yet? Xianxian has mentioned you several times. Just as he was looking around, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. It was Elder Mei. Upon hearing her, Ouyang nodded. Thank you, Senior Mei. After saying this, he stepped forward and handed his invitation to the woman at the entrance before proceeding inside with Luoyin and Luoshan. Entering the grand hall revealed a completely different layout from the outer courtyard. This huge hall currently had over 10 rows of seats lining both sides, leaving an open space in the center. Standing within this open area were several groups exchanging greetings. At the innermost part, Xiuxian was surrounded by a crowd, unable to escape their attention. As it was his first time participating in such an event, Ouyang felt slightly uncomfortable, but he remained composed and gracefully entered amid the many varied gazes cast upon him. So this is Ouyang. Exactly. I was there that day. TSK. 没想到千千连他都会叫来，难不成真的像那传言一般？是，别瞎说，被听到了就不好了。这里可是绕着肉。无妨，难道他目前为了一个新生，能和我们翻脸不成？听着周围传来的议论之声，但也是感觉颇为的无奈。这里真是人怕青就怕壮，此话一点不假。不过他毕竟新生，这些人不同，也没有露出的神色。当下便是这种人。的神色中走了进来。嘿，这位就是欧阳吧？没错，那天我就在场。没想到千连他都会叫来，难不成真的像那传言一般？是，别瞎说，被听到了就不好了。这里可是绕着肉。无妨，难道他目前为了一个新生，能和我们翻脸不成？听着周围传来的议论之声，但也是感觉颇为的无奈。 这了真是人怕清明就怕撞，此话一点不假。不过他毕竟心性这些人不同，也没有露出的神色，当下便是这种人的神色中走了进来。就在这时，敏锐的感觉下，突然感觉到一个角落中突然有着数道目光传来，那目光透露出来的轻易之感，让他感觉颇为的不舒服。当下便是回头，顺着那目光传来的方向落下，便是看到竟是有着3男的身体，大有深意的将他给并着。当下眉头也是皱了皱，刚一回头，不去理会之时，突然一阵波动自那乾坤带中传来，使得偶尔的痛苦微不可察的骤然紧缩。那波动竟然是来自一只不知道来历的飞侠。Chapter 3:11 Lavish. The movement of the black box successfully captured Ouyang Yuye's attention, also stirring his interest. Ever since the championship gathering, Ouyang had spent far less time studying the object, and until now, he had not figured out the mystery of the black jade hairpin and the black box. He merely generally understood that these items must be closely connected to the dark alchemy. Otherwise, the Mo Cheng wouldn't have repeatedly confronted him. After entering the Jin Academy, Mo Cheng and his group had completely disappeared, and he hadn't heard anything regarding the dark alchemy from the academy. At first, he had assumed it was a taboo topic. However, it seemed otherwise now. Whoever could cause spontaneous fluctuations in the black box must, without a doubt, be among the 5 people ahead, obviously dark alchemists. Only they could elicit such autonomous vibrations from the black box. Therefore, it was clear that Mo Cheng and others came from the same place, the training ground of the dark alchemists. It was just that their existence had always been shrouded in secrecy, so they remained hidden. Yet this alone sufficed to confirm their existence. Ouyang's eyes gleamed with fiery excitement, finally being able to verify the existence of the dark alchemists, which also represented a breakthrough for unraveling the secrets of the black box. At that moment, Ouyang Yuye's departing gaze returned, now fixed upon the lead man dressed in black. Seeing Ouyang Yuye so openly staring at him, the man's initial surprise was followed by a curved smirk. Though Ouyang found the man's grin unpleasant, almost more unsettling than a cry, he simply nodded in response, shifting his focus away and advancing once more toward Mo Xiuxian. Until he figured out their intent, he was unwilling to provoke them. While he knew sooner or later his path would inevitably cross with this hidden faction, and likely in hostility, now was not the time. Given his current strength, taking any rash action would still be premature. This person, who is he? I can feel a familiar fluctuation from him. One of the women behind the black-clad man questioned as Ouyang walked away. A very interesting person. Probably the champion of the championship gathering that Mo Cheng mentioned, the leading man responded. Someone that earned Mo Cheng's compliments. I feel a little itchy to take him on. Another man, his face pale and sickly, said, a glint of brutality flashing in his pupils. Enough, vulture. We'll have our chance later. We accepted Rao Ji-Ro's invitation, and we just need to leave the item behind later. If we cause any trouble here, not only will Luo Tian probably not spare us, but we'd also have a hard time explaining it to the boss later, the man added. Yes, the others replied in unison, expressions turning serious. Feeling their gazes finally leave him, Ouyang Yuye secretly exhaled in relief. Being stared at by such eerie figures made anyone feel uneasy. At this moment, Ouyang reached the circle where Mo Xiuxian was situated, greeting her, and then positioning himself aside alongside Luo Yin and others, carefully observing the surroundings. Through introductions by Luo Shan, Ouyang quickly learned who all the guests were. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Most of the invitees happened to be renowned figures within the Jin Academy, with no fewer than 20 occupying the Zhangzhibang expert ranking, making him marvel at Mo Xiuxian's influence. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, muttering to himself that, in these times, beauty perhaps eclipsed everything else. Especially if a woman was both powerful and wealthy. Even nameless grunts might dream of barging into her world, though such intrusion, in most cases, probably only happened in their private daydreams anyway. Seems like we've arrived a bit late, suddenly boomed a cheerful laugh, drawing all attention towards the entrance. Everyone's eyes shifted to the doorway as 3 figures entered. The previously noisy hall fell deathly silent, as wave upon wave of intense gazes focused on the newcomers. These 3 were the celebrities of Jin Academy, and also ranked among the top experts, Luo Tian, Nan Ming, and Man Huang. Clearly accustomed to the spotlight, the trio strode casually into the hall. The gathered crowd naturally parted ways, clearing a path for them. Even the people previously encircling Mo Xiuxian had the good sense to step aside and avoid crossing these 3 killing gods. You'll have to forgive us for arriving late, Xiuxian, Luo Tian laughed, though his gaze towards Ouyang Yuye carried a subtle coldness. Come now, senior brother Luo Tian is just teasing. How could Xiuxian ever hold any blame? I should feel honored that the 3 presidents personally came to my celebration banquet. Mo Xiuxian replied with a smile. TSK, such words truly make us feel ashamed, Man Huang said with a bitter smile while flipping his palm, revealing a mirror roughly the size of a palm. As soon as the mirror appeared, intense waves of soul energy swept through the hall, causing surprise among the crowd present. This mirror of emptiness was something I obtained while traveling years ago. It should be a grade rank treasure, Earth grade to be exact. As for its ability, by infusing it with soul power, it can transform into a full-body shield to defend against attacks, and has a certain chance to reflect the opponent's assault back at them. Consider it a gift for you. Upon hearing this, a wave of shock and disbelief rippled through the hall. The crowd turned to look at xiuxian with eyes filled with envy. Such a precious present had certainly exceeded their expectations, and even xiuxian appeared slightly astonished by Man Huang's generous gesture. She only hesitated briefly before quickly regaining her composure and nodding slightly with a smile on her lips. In that case, I'm very grateful to senior brother Man Huang. Haha, no need for thanks. It would make us strangers, Man Huang chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Nan Ming and Luo Tian, a glint of provocation flashing in his eyes. I guess my gift pales in comparison to yours. Huh. Nan Ming smiled, shaking his head slightly. We don't have to get too caught up in comparing worth. I agree that as long as it's something suitable, it's good enough. It won't be as precious as Man Huang's, but it will be practical. As he spoke, a glowing light flickered in his palm, and soon solidified into a scroll of ancient text. This is a family heirloom cultivation technique. Though it doesn't match my element, from what I remember, your element is ice, so it should suit you perfectly. Here, consider it a gift. Oh, xiuxian took the scroll in her hands, and as her spiritual sense delved into it, astonishment and excitement filled her face, her cheeks turning flushed with excitement. Seeing this, Man Huang's expression turned colder. Xiuxian's reaction suggested his gift had been surpassed. Actually the Royal Southern Family's Earth-grade advanced technique, the Frost Ninja Jue, Ning Bing Ju. TSK, quite the generous present indeed. As the crowd murmured in confusion, Luo Tian's voice rang out, immediately drawing gasps from those present. First an Earth-grade spirit treasure, then an Earth-grade cultivation technique. Things were only getting better by the moment. And with this, everyone grew even more curious about what Luo Tian would present. From the way he spoke, he seemed surprised, but not to the point of being outdone. Could it be that he had something even better? At that thought, the crowd's curiosity intensified. Only something of heaven-grade quality could possibly surpass those two gifts. Under the weight of all the gazes, Luo Tian gave a faint smile, then slapped his spatial pouch and retrieved an object radiating brilliant golden light. To the crowd's shock, the golden glow seemed alive, squirming in his hand. This greatly piqued everyone's interest. Even more surprising, as the golden object emerged, a strangely familiar sensation coursed through the hall. Both a spirit treasure and a technique have already been offered. If I don't offer something special, Master Huan might scold me later. Fortunately, I came prepared. I managed to subdue this recently. Here, it's for you. This is... As xiuxian took the golden item into her hand, streams of a familiar energy surged into her perception, very similar to the golden chi essence. However, unlike the golden chi essence's domineering pressure, this one carried a more refined and gentle warmth. Merely holding it conveyed its extraordinary nature. It's golden essence chi. Seeing xiuxian's puzzled expression, Luo Tian chuckled. As soon as these words left his mouth, a stunned silence immediately fell over the entire gathering. Golden essence of metal. At that moment, xuanhuan's voice rang out appropriately, with a hint of surprise in his tone, causing Ouyangye's expression to subtly change as well. You know this thing? Ouyangye asked, instinctively feeling that this so-called golden essence of metal must have quite a background. I suppose few people don't know about the divine item formed by the gear tie-in of the golden chi of metal. Xuanhuan paused briefly before saying, actually, this thing is extraordinary indeed. It contains extremely concentrated golden chi of metal, yet instead of being sharp and fierce like normal golden chi of metal, it is surprisingly mild and gentle. To put it simply, the golden essence possesses golden chi as dense as what you'd find in no less than 20 levels of the golden chi pagoda, yet its corrosiveness is only equivalent to about the second or third level. If you obtain this, you can enjoy the infusion of golden chi equivalent to 20 levels even while staying on the second floor. What do you think? Isn't it great? You know, such an item would be priceless even in a 4th grade dynasty. TSK, such a thing is really rare. Someone actually offers it to others so generously, truly impressive. Shoo. Upon hearing this, Ouyangye couldn't help but inhale sharply. Such a thing wasn't just good. It could be described as miraculous. Immediately, Ouyangye felt astonishment. This item must surely be of great use to Luo Tian as well. That someone would so generously give it away earned his admiration for their generosity. Sure enough, as soon as Luo Tian revealed the name of the item, the crowd fell silent briefly before erupting into murmurs and exclamations. Their expressions turned incredulous, clearly shaken by the revelation of the golden essence of metal. Senior brother Luo Tian indeed is generous. Such a thing is incredibly precious, Nanming remarked, a slight embarrassment showing on his face. His eyes flickered with a trace of greed. Likewise, Xuanhuan looked displeased. He hadn't expected that even after presenting an Earth-tier spirit treasure, he'd still be overshadowed. It annoyed him slightly. Such a precious treasure, I cannot accept it. Senior brother Luo Tian, please take it back. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian's expression turned serious. She certainly understood the saying, one does not receive benefits without earning them. Accepting something so valuable inevitably felt like putting herself in a position of obligation. She quickly declined. If Xiuxian refuses, you'd be hurting my feelings greatly. Please take it. You just broke through the 15th level of the Golden Chi Pagoda, and you surely need something like this to refine your Golden Chi. This treasure will serve you far better than staying with me. Luo Tian replied, adding, moreover, The purpose of exchanging gifts among friends is simply for good fortune and celebration. It's unnecessary to dwell on the value. As the saying goes, fine steel must be used on the blade. A precious treasure must belong to its rightful owner. Don't you all agree? That's exactly right. Senior brother is absolutely correct. Indeed, our senior brother has a broad heart. We are truly impressed. Haha, senior brother is generous in giving. Naturally, we have no objections. Voices of agreement rose from the crowd, further boosting Luotian's sense of pride. In that case, I shall accept your kindness without further refusal. Hearing this, xiuxian finally nodded, though reluctantly at first. However, the joy evident on her face showed that she was truly delighted with the golden essence of metal. Since senior brother Luotian offered such a valuable gift for the sake of celebration, I'll join in and add some festivity too. Just then, a voice laughed out, and a young man in white stepped forward, holding out a jade box. This one is called Shirley. He's also ranked among the top 20 on the Angjira Bong, strongest list. Yushan appropriately explained upon seeing this, to which Ouyang Yuya nodded slightly. He fixed his gaze on the jade box, sensing a familiar fluctuation emanating from it, though he could not place its source. What I offer isn't particularly valuable, and certainly not as impressive as what senior brother Luotian offered, but it is practical. A millennium mold by xiuxian. It is also quite good for crafting spirit crystals. I hope junior sister Mo won't despise it, Shirley said with a smile, his expression humble and gentle. Upon hearing his words, some in the crowd nodded approvingly. 1,000-year-old by xiuxian was already quite valuable, clearly showing Shirley's sincerity. Had he presented it before Luotian and others had made their offerings, it would likely have drawn exclamations of surprise from the crowd. However, compared to what Luotian had offered, it now seemed less impressive. Still, xiuxian nodded in appreciation, accepted it with gratitude, and handed it over to a female disciple behind her. Encouraged by Shirley's action, more figures stepped forward one by one, offering their own gifts. Indeed, xiuxian had invited only those who were wealthy beyond measure. Among the gifts offered were not only rare medicinal pills and cultivation techniques, but also spiritual treasures that even Ouyang Yuya had never seen or heard of before. By comparison, the few individuals from the dark alchemy sect were undeniably much more generous. One of them presented a black box as large as a table, though Ouyang Yuya couldn't tell what it was. Judging from the expressions on Luotian and the others, he could roughly guess that it was certainly no ordinary item. Surprised and yet feeling a bit helpless, he thought how these powerful cultivators had always had excellent cultivation conditions since birth, unlike himself who had struggled all the way to acquire a relatively solid foundation. As the saying goes, comparing people with one another is where the disparity lies. Naturally, Ouyang Yuya never felt the slightest envy toward them. In his opinion, while those aids were helpful in the early stages, after that, it was one's effort and innate talent that truly mattered. And in these two aspects, he considered himself to be second to none, not even to Luotian. What surprised him most, however, was xiuxian. Without even guessing, he knew that just from this single banquet, the Softened Steel Guild's collection had likely doubled. Even more surprising to him was that Xuantong had also presented a jade pendant. Though he offered no explanation, merely sensing the faint aura emanating from it was enough for Ouyang Yuya to know it wasn't an ordinary treasure. Yet when he recalled Xuantong's background, he could only give a bitter smile. Perhaps to Xuantong, such a treasure was no more significant than a drop of water in the ocean. This gifting continued for a full hour before it finally began to slow down, and all the guests had by now arrived. I wonder what our new champion will be giving. I'm actually quite curious. Just then, a sharp voice rang out abruptly, causing Ouyang Yuya's brows to furrow slightly. He turned to see that it was xuanhuan, wearing a smile across his face, his expression carrying a hint of provocation. As these words were spoken, many pairs of eyes immediately fell upon Ouyang Yuya. Looking around, he realized that everyone present had heard of his story, and naturally, they also knew of his conflict with the three top figures of the Golden Chi sect. At this, many wore expressions rich in meaning. I've already invited Ouyang Yuya to join our Softened Steel Guild. Of course, if he does join, I think this gift is also quite decent. Don't you agree? At that moment, noticing Ouyang Yuya's discomfort, xiuxian stepped forward to speak. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuya furrowed his brow slightly, and then showed a somewhat helpless expression. Is that so? Then it seems that brother Ouyang hasn't prepared anything at all. That's quite disappointing, I must say. Hearing Huang Yuan's sarcastic words, Ouyang Yuya turned and saw that xiuxian's expression also looked unpleased, at which point he merely smiled faintly. I am willing to accept the Softened Steel Guild's invitation. Naturally, this is not the only gift either. I did prepare something today. Oh, seeing that Ouyang Yuya actually had prepared a gift, Huang Yuan's expression changed slightly before he spoke again. Why don't brother Ouyang take it out so that all of us can have a look? Yeah, let us have a glimpse too. Hearing the chorus of responses from the surrounding crowd, Ouyang Yuya felt a surge of distaste from the bottom of his heart, yet he still nodded. He then gently tapped his Chengkun bag, and two streaks of crimson red light immediately shot out into his palm. He held them out before presenting them to xiuxian. I don't have anything particularly good, though I do have some treasures in my collection. These two grade 5 spirit crystals are for senior sister. Though they might not help improve your cultivation like senior brother Luotian's gift, I believe grade 5 spirit crystals can still be used to save a life in times of danger. Please accept them. Chapter 313, The Competition. As Ouyang Yuya finished speaking, the crowd immediately fell into a deathly silence. Then, one by one, disbelieving gazes were fixed upon Ouyang Yuya's palm, where two dazzling crystals shone with a crimson light, appearing quite magnificent, particularly due to the faint luster flickering upon their surfaces. Soon after, sounds of swallowing could be heard throughout the crowd. Those who previously looked forward to watching a show immediately wiped the mocking expressions from their faces and replaced them with intense disbelief and shock. Even the cold sneer on the face of Xuanhuan had completely frozen over. It could be said that the rising tension caused by Xuanhuan's humiliation of Xuanhuan instantly dropped due to the latter's revealing of his cards. In a certain sense, although what Xuanhuan possessed wasn't as valuable as what Luotian and others held, it had its advantage in its offensive capability. A fifth-tier crystal, something they had never encountered before. Everyone knew that crafting a fifth-tier crystal required not only rare materials, but also an alchemist with at least a fifth-tier ranking, something undoubtedly near impossible for most of them. Though they had never seen such a crystal in person, they had heard tales of their extraordinary power. For people like them, a fifth-tier crystal could completely reverse the outcome of a battle, its destructive power undeniably formidable. This was precisely why everyone in the crowd wore shocked expressions when Xuanhuan revealed his. This guy actually has a fifth-tier crystal on him. Xuanhuan stared at Xuanhuan, feeling a chill creep up his spine. No wonder Xuanhuan didn't fear them. With such a secret card in play, if Xuanhuan offered up too, he certainly had more for himself. And there was no doubt that, if enraged, Xuanhuan might actually use it. And at that point even Xuanhuan himself wasn't sure he could handle it. His face twitched involuntarily. This guy better not be messed with, one of the dark alchemists said, voicing thoughts shared by Xuanhuan and others. None among them was arrogant enough to believe they could stand against the might of a fifth-tier crystal. Didn't expect you to be hiding so deep. No wonder you dared challenge Luotian and the rest. Seeing the reaction, xiuxian's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan gave no reply. Truth be told, his confidence in confronting Luotian wasn't based on the fifth-tier crystal. He believed that if he unleashed the Dahuang spirit art and the black flame, their power wouldn't fall short of the fifth-tier crystal. However, he took out the crystals partly as a gift and partly as a warning to Luotian and others. Although he didn't fear them, continuous hassles weren't pleasant either. He certainly didn't want to waste his time at the academy dealing with endless conflicts. In his view, even if the fifth-tier crystal wasn't enough to deter them completely, it would certainly serve as a useful intimidation tool. As it turned out, this strategy did bear some effect. At the very least, Xuanhuan now dared not act recklessly toward him. Xuanhuan, you truly do hide your strength well. A fifth-tier crystal, much more practical indeed, haha. Luotian spoke with a slight smile, though the coldness in his eyes remained unmistakable. Yet Xuanhuan made no effort to call him out, simply nodding slightly. Seeing your brother flatters me. All right, now that everyone is here, we shall begin. Everyone, please take your seats. At that moment, xiuxian stood up and addressed the crowd. Upon hearing her, everyone nodded and sat down accordingly. Xuanhuan chose a relatively secluded spot to sit, and seeing this, Xuantong and others quickly gathered near him. All of them stared at him wide-eyed, the looks making Xuanhuan feel a bit awkward. Why are you staring at me? Never seen one before. Someone's hiding pretty deep. How come I, your life-saving benefactor, never got one of these treasures from you? Hearing the faint sense of virtue in Chunlin's voice, Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh helplessly, then shifted his gaze to Xuantong, who was also staring at him. That red glowing shield you used to imprison Jin Wu and the others. Was that the power of this fifth-tier crystal? Before Xuanhuan could even open his mouth, Xuantong suddenly spoke up, and Xuanhuan simply nodded in response. He wasn't particularly surprised that one had figured it out. Indeed, it's extremely powerful. No wonder you weren't afraid of them. Seems like my bet back then was spot on. Listening to Xuantong's veiled words, Xuanhuan felt increasingly perplexed. However, just as he was about to ask, Xuantong shifted his gaze toward xiuxian, who was sitting in the central position. Xuanhuan immediately swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue and followed Xuantong's line of sight toward xiuxian. Yet his eyes involuntarily flicked toward a man seated to xiuxian's left. This man wore a snow-white robe, and a gentle smile graced the corner of his lips. His upright posture exuded a sense of noble righteousness. Although Xuanhuan didn't personally know this person, from deduction, he guessed this must be the male disciple of the Ruzur Guild and also the 6th-ranked fighter on the Strongba. Relying on his perception, Xuanhuan could sense that the man's strength was indeed formidable, and clearly someone well-renowned to be ranked this high. Just as Xuanhuan was observing him, the other's gaze also settled upon him. Then, with a slight smile, he nodded at Xuanhuan. In response, Xuanhuan also smiled and gave a slight nod. First of all, I'm very grateful to everyone for taking the time to attend our Ruzur Guild's celebration banquet and the induction ceremony. Without further ado, this time we've selected a total of 58 new disciples for the Ruzur Guild, among them just one male disciple. As Mei Jie spoke, her gaze also landed on Xuanhuan. Then with a smile she nodded and continued. According to the Ruzur Guild's tradition, to prevent disorder and lack of discipline, a leader will be elected among the new disciples to manage and coordinate all guild activities. So, as part of today's selection ceremony, we'll follow our usual method. Those who wish to compete may step forward, and through a test of skill, the most outstanding will be chosen. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's expression instantly cooled, though he quickly understood the reasoning. Since new disciples were unfamiliar with the guild's specific rules, it would require someone to coordinate everything, helping to avoid internal disarray. Indeed, it was a sound approach. Hey, brother Xuanhuan, why don't you give it a try? I bet it's pretty nice leading so many beauties. At that moment, Luo Yin sidled over, saying with meaningful words. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuya merely shrugged helplessly, not interested. Of course, becoming the leader isn't without benefits. For instance, one could receive a monthly stipend of 1,000 huang stones. Right as Mei Jie finished speaking, Ouyang Yuya's mind buzzed with a sudden jolt. As a result, he failed to hear any of the other mentioned benefits. Immediately, he turned his head sharply toward Mei Jie. 1,000 huang stones. That was an extremely tempting condition, and a monthly stipend at that. It was undeniably what he currently needed the most. Naturally, he wasn't the only one excited. Just as those words were spoken, one could clearly sense the eagerness on the faces of many female disciples nearby. I want to join. At that moment, Chunlin suddenly spoke up, and right after declaring her intention, she moved her figure and dashed forward. With Chunlin taking the lead, one after another figure leaped forward, and within a short time, 5 people had already stepped up. I'll give it a shot too. At this moment, Wantong also suddenly spoke, which greatly surprised Ouyang Yuya. For a brief moment, he hesitated, before his expression grew serious and determined. Even he could not entirely resist the lure of that 1,000 huang stones reward. Then, with a slight movement of his body, he stepped forward under the amused and astonished glances of the crowd. Chapter 314, The Contest 1. Oh, seeing Ouyang Yuya step forward, not only the other guests attending the banquet, but even the expressions of Man Huang and Luo Tian slightly stiffened, before suddenly seeming to realize something and turning their gazes toward Imo Qianqian. Unlike the surprise of Man Huang and the others, Imo Qianqian's eyes carried a look as if this were only to be expected. She smiled at Ouyang Yuya. Truth be told, she had come here today purely for him. She could naturally tell that Ouyang Yuya had joined the Rizuru guild merely to reciprocate her favor, but his heart wasn't truly with her, meaning he couldn't be fully controlled by her. And there was certainly a method to recruiting someone, such as placing them in a high position they couldn't easily escape from. Naturally, such a position couldn't be seen as charity, but rather must be something they actively strive for. To get someone to actively compete, one must dangle tempting bait in front of them. Imo Qianqian had full confidence that a monthly wage of 1,000 huang shi, would be enough to entice him. As for Ouyang Yuya, she had indeed done some research. From his participation in the arena battles and other inquiries, she had come to understand that what truly interested Ouyang Yuya most was exactly this, huang shi. Of course, she didn't believe 1,000 huang shi was a loss either, considering those 2 5th-grade crystals were already beyond any measure in terms of value. Indeed, Imo Qianqian's guess proved correct. At present, Ouyang Yuya was in dire need of huang shi for cultivation, so naturally, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Thinking of this, Imo Qianqian nodded toward Mei Jie, who immediately understood. Looking at the 10 people currently present, including Ouyang Yuya, Mei Jie smiled and said, according to tradition, our selection contest will be held in the center of the arena, serving as entertainment for today's banquet. We will have challengers and defenders. Those defending can remain until the end and thus win. If the challenger can defeat the defender, he takes the defender's place instead. This continues in sequence until no one can defeat the final defender. That last one standing will be declared the winner. Got it. The women nodded, and even the spectators in the stands wore expressions of excitement. Beauty was always pleasant to behold, especially when beauties battled among themselves, which stirred everyone's blood. Although Ouyang Yuya's presence might affect the quality somewhat, it definitely did not decrease their enthusiasm for the match. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Mei Jie nodded as well. All right then, please come forward and draw lots to decide the order of appearance. The one who draws number 1 will be the first defender. Upon hearing this, everyone came forward in turn. After the 9 women had drawn their numbers, Ouyang Yuya finally lazily picked the last lot remaining. He looked at the number on it, number 9, and nodded, choosing to step back slightly, enjoying the advantage of a later, relatively easier position. Just at that moment, Chunlin stepped out from the crowd, walking directly to the center of the arena along with Da Huang. Her presence appeared quite intimidating. Although Chunlin herself was not particularly strong, only at the 8th soul cultivator level, when combined with Da Huang, things became considerably difficult to handle. Sure enough, right from the start, 2 women quickly fell to her under her hands. Chunlin was equally clever. Thanks to Da Huang's matured and formidable physical body, attacks at the level of a soul warrior simply couldn't injure Da Huang seriously, making the girl's attacks appear restrained and ineffective. Taking advantage while they were entangled with Da Huang, Chunlin struck swiftly and suddenly, felling her opponents one by one. Such a scene repeated itself again and again. Whoever stepped on stage was easily dealt with by Chunlin, until it soon came to Ouyang Yuya's turn. Watching Ouyang Yuya step onto the arena, Chunlin's expression became slightly serious. Da Huang, go. Immediately, she slapped Da Huang on the back, sending him charging forward. Watching Da Huang's aggressive momentum, the corner of Ouyang Yuya's mouth curled slightly upward. Then, he shrugged slightly, and Hosey similarly darted out. With one leap, Hosey landed directly on Da Huang's back. No matter how Da Huang thrashed about, he couldn't shake Hosey off. Seizing the moment, Hosey wrapped one paw around Da Huang's neck while the other clenched into a fist, repeatedly hammering Da Huang's head, clearly enjoying himself immensely. Meanwhile, Da Huang, enduring such a relentless downpour of punches, gradually lost his will to fight back, dashing around the arena helplessly. The sight prompted chuckles from the audience on the stands. Indeed, everything had its counter. The mighty tiger lion soul beast that had seemed unstoppable moments ago had been bested by a mere monkey, an outcome amusing enough to make anyone smile. You're cheating. Seeing the laughter from the arena, Chunlin's face darkened with embarrassment. her expression growing colder as she glared at Dahuang's current humiliating state, furiously shouting, "How is it that I'm the one cheating? If you're allowed to bring a soul beast, why shouldn't I be allowed to bring one as well? Alright then, are you going to get off the stage yourself, or do I have to help you down?" Seeing Chun Lin's expression, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but smirk. Humph. Upon hearing his words, Chun Lin shot Ouyang Yuya an angry glare, let out a cold snort, and pretended to think deeply while lowering her head. Noticing this, Ouyang Yuya didn't rush her. After all, in his mind, Chun Lin wouldn't pull any tricks. Just then, Chun Lin, who had her head bowed, suddenly lifted her face, and without warning, the soul cannon in her hand flickered, instantly transforming into a series of blazing fireballs streaking toward Ouyang Yuya. Their speed was truly impressive, fast enough that even Ouyang Yuya didn't manage to react in time. Seeing this, the corner of Chun Lin's mouth curved into a satisfied smirk, showing no sense of guilt for launching a surprise attack. The fireballs flew at an astonishing pace, striking Ouyang Yuya within moments. However, Chun Lin's smug expression began to freeze, soon replaced by disbelief. She watched in shock as Ouyang Yuya's body was instantly torn apart by the violent onslaught of flames, vanishing into thin air like mist. When will your little tricks become a bit more refined? Just as Chun Lin stood stunned, a faint voice suddenly echoed out of nowhere. Turning around, she saw Ouyang Yuya's figure materialize behind her. The next moment, Ouyang Yuya grabbed Chun Lin, lifting her up and tossing her outside the arena. At the same time, the monkey leaped off Dahuang's back and landed gracefully on Ouyang Yuya's shoulder. Meanwhile, Dahuang looked quite disheveled, crouching near Chun Lin. Man and beast together appeared rather pitiful, particularly Chun Lin, who now glared at him with deep resentment, making Ouyang Yuya feel quite uneasy. Alright then, you lost. Go down. Ouyang Yuya said helplessly, offering a slight shrug before stepping forward. Humph. Hearing his words, Chun Lin let out a discontented grunt and then stomped off toward the backstage area. As she left, the audience stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into applause. Their expressions turned to surprise as they looked at Ouyang Yuya, none of them having noticed how he had disappeared just now. Next challenger. Witnessing the scene, Meijia shook her head helplessly and spoke. As soon as her words fell, Ouyang Yuya turned around and found himself staring at a face as cold as an iceberg, none other than Wantong. "Ouyang Yuya, I want a fair fight with you," she declared. Hearing her words, Ouyang Yuya paused momentarily, then smiled faintly, recalling the intimate moment when they had first met. Obviously, Wantong had guessed his thoughts and felt instantly irritated. A strange soul cannon flickered into existence in her hands, and from it emerged a blade of ice hurtling straight toward Ouyang Yuya's neck. At the same time, she dashed forward, transforming into an ice-tipped spear that slashed directly at his vital points. Her precision was impressive, blocking the first ice blade would have left him unable to avoid the second attack. With no choice, Ouyang Yuya immediately took a rapid step backward. Good. The crowd let out cries of admiration, clearly not expecting Wantong to display such skill. As the saying goes, a true master needs only one move to reveal his talent. Wantong's performance had earned admiration, even drawing a quiet nod from xiuxian. A soul cultivator at the 6th grade combined with such combat techniques and innate talent could indeed become a great asset with proper cultivation. As Ouyang Yuya retreated, he sighed helplessly, his body suddenly covered in a white radiant barrier that deflected the incoming ice blade. The next instant, the tablet in his hand flared up, deflecting the spear aimed directly at his face. Suddenly, a violent ripple erupted from the front. He looked up and saw that Wantong's soul cannon was now trembling violently. In an instant, before Ouyang Yuya's shocked eyes, a massive pillar of ice slowly emerged from it. Chapter 315, The Duel 2, Polar Glacier. Just as the blue ice pillar appeared, Wantong also let out a low shout. In the next moment, a blue sky-like curtain solidified in front of him, rotating outward like a thick swirling ice pillar, radiating a faintly terrifying ripple. As the frigid air currents swirled from the vortex, the ground beneath began to freeze over with a layer of ice crystals. A 4th stage skill. At the sight of this, the audience erupted instantly into cries of astonishment. Then, one by one, eyes filled with disbelief locked onto Wantong, who was unexpectedly proving himself a formidable opponent. It seemed that his strength rivaled even the senior students of the academy. At the same time the attack was taking shape, Ouyang Yuya also sensed the danger. Alarmed, he did not dare to hesitate. He twisted his body sideways and glided close to the ground. Hardly had he moved when the ice pillar vortex descended in a sweeping wave, enveloping him completely. Under the onslaught, Ouyang could feel a bone-chilling coldness rising from deep within his body. Even more startling, the vortex covered an extremely wide area, almost spreading across the entire battlefield, leaving Ouyang no room to dodge. Finally giving up on evading, his expression hardened. His fingers flew into a complex sequence, forming a mysterious hand seal. Immediately, a wave of scorching heat surged within him, forming streams of red flame that condensed in his left palm, forming a massive flaming hand, which he slammed straight into the swirling ice column. The clash of the two powerful attacks sent violent shockwaves rippling from the impact point. The surging energy made Ouyang feel a heavy pressure in his chest, and he was forcefully thrown backward by the sheer force of the collision. Meanwhile, the fiery hand was completely shattered by the swirling ice, yet the vortex lost none of its strength and continued to bear down on Ouyang. Seeing this, a chill of fear ran through Ouyang's heart. He narrowed his eyes sharply, his yin-yang fish symbols within him spinning rapidly. Simultaneously raising his hand, a black hand mark appeared above his palm, glowing with black flames. These flames radiated a peculiar mixture of intense heat and piercing cold. Wah! As soon as the black flames gathered, they surged forward at lightning speed toward the ice pillar vortex. True to their reputation as one of Ouyang's secret trump cards, the supposedly fearsome fourth-stage skill proved utterly incapable of resisting even a single clash with the black fire. As the black flames surged forward, the ice vortex rapidly retreated, dissolving wherever the flames licked across it, soon vanishing into nothingness amid the stunned onlookers. The moment the ice vortex vanished, Ouyang's body transformed into a streak of swift light rushing forward at breakneck speed toward Wantong. From their earlier encounter, Ouyang knew there was no need to hold back. Wantong was not the kind of person to appreciate half-hearted gestures. Her personality demanded an honest and forceful challenge, something Ouyang understood fully from their time together in the mountains. She was the kind of person who respected strength and despised weakness. This was Ouyang's first impression of her. Perhaps demonstrating power in front of her might win her respect. Conversely, continual compromise might backfire. Admittedly, Ouyang possessed a keen eye for character. If Wantong had known someone had already seen through her nature, she would surely be astonished. Certainly, Ouyang's sudden and aggressive move caught her off guard. Usually, few opponents dared to act so ruthlessly toward her. From the momentum of Ouyang's advance, she could sense that he was absolutely serious. Instantly, she lightly tapped her toes and moved like a butterfly weaving between flowers, tracing a set of mysterious steps that scrambled Ouyang's focus on her key weak points. Technique of body arts. Witnessing this, Ouyang's pupils widened in shock. Never would he have imagined that Wantong possessed the rare technique of body movement. While a type of martial arts, it was extremely uncommon and even rivaled the earth-level techniques in rarity and power. However, he clearly had vast experience. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. His figure flickered as he changed tactics once again, and the stone tablet in his hands mysteriously reappeared. Swinging it downward toward Wantong, he unleashed a series of howling gusts that converged outward, cutting off her escape path yet again. At that moment, Wantong also let out a sharp cry. Then, with a flicker of movement, countless ice blades shot forth toward Ouyang Yuye's vital points from all directions. Flame eruption. The instant the ice blades shot forward, Ouyang Yuye's fingers danced rapidly, and from his palm burst a surge of flames. It twisted like a fire dragon, spiraling directly toward the incoming ice blades. Under the searing heat, the ice blades began to melt one by one. Then, as the ice blades melted, Ouyang Yuye dashed forward again. His right arm writhed as it transformed into a hideous dragon claw, extending straight toward Wantong. Ice blades. Seeing the ferocity of Ouyang Yuye's assault, Wantong's expression sharpened as well. In the next instant, she flipped her palm, releasing several ice blades in an attempt to force Ouyang Yuye back. However, the moment the attack neared, a golden glow emerged from outside Ouyang Yuye's body. Surprisingly, he made no attempt to dodge at all. The ice blades struck his body, producing a sound resembling the clash of metal and stone, yet not even the slightest injury was inflicted. Seeing this, Wantong's eyes widened in horror. In the next heartbeat, Ouyang Yuye's hand shot forward and struck Wantong squarely on the back. Due to the immense force, she was sent flying backward. Although his strike appeared heavy, he hadn't truly used full strength. The blow was precisely calculated, enough to drive her back, but not enough to inflict serious injury. Seeing Ouyang Yuye emerge victorious once more, the stands erupted in roaring voices. Many had never expected Ouyang Yuye to possess such abilities. If they hadn't personally witnessed the battle from beginning to end, they would have refused to believe he had actually won. However, the astonishment did not last long before being replaced by a sense of fear deep in their hearts. But very soon after, thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. You're too kind. Ouyang Yuye smiled faintly as he watched Wantong slowly rise. He then raised his hand in a polite salute. Seeing this, Wantong gave a slight nod, then cast a meaningful glance at him before turning away. Ouyang Yuye helplessly smiled. From Wantong's expression, he could tell that she had likely sensed his deliberate restraint during the fight. He chuckled and turned toward the remaining female disciples who had yet to fight, saying, I wonder, who will be next? We have already witnessed senior brother Ouyang's strength, and we few humble girls know our own limits. We'll withdraw, one of the women replied with a smile. Then I'm grateful for your understanding. Ouyang Yuye responded with a smile of his own. Then, he turned his gaze toward Meijia. She immediately caught on and nodded. In that case, this match is won by Ouyang Yuye, making him the team leader of the 10 teams of Raoji Rou. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the stands and the female disciples of Raoji Rou erupted into applause. Even the likes of Man Huang and others unwillingly joined in. Hearing the result, Ouyang Yuye also nodded, though a strange feeling stirred in his heart. Out of dozens of female disciples, he would be the only male team leader. Such a situation was quite unusual indeed. Since everyone seems to have no objections, Ouyang Yuye shall be the team leader of the 10 teams of Raoji Rou, the second male leader in Raoji Rou's history. This is your reward. Second, Ouyang Yuye murmured, slightly taken aback. But soon he understood. The first must have been that male cultivator ranked 6th on the strength rankings. What an unusual privilege indeed. Thoughtfully, he extended his hand and grabbed the pouch. It should contain the Huang stone, and beside it within the pouch was also a golden token bearing an emblem resembling twisted vines. There was no need to guess, it was definitely the identity token. After storing the token into his xuanhuan pouch, he picked up the sack containing the Huang stone. weighing it in his palm and verifying its weight. Only then did a faint smile appear on his lips. No matter what, he had finally obtained it. Chapter 316, Forced into Battle. With the competition concluded, Ouyang Yuye's identity was officially confirmed. The new captain of Ruzuru, and the only male among the freshmen, instantly becoming the focus of attention. However, Ouyang Yuye had no desire to be the center of everyone's gaze, as wherever and whenever he appeared, countless eyes turned toward him, admiration from the girls, and jealousy from the boys. Ouyang Yuye. One day, as he was heading toward the Golden Yuan Tower for training, someone suddenly called his name. Ouyang Yuye stopped in his tracks, turning around to see a girl standing before him, a stranger. Ouyang furrowed his eyebrows slightly. You called me? A faint smile curved on the girl's lips, and Ouyang's expression subtly changed. He inwardly sighed. Something unpleasant was about to happen, no doubt. The girl extended her hand. Yang Tingxiu. Yang Tingxiu. Ouyang's eyes widened, his expression changing once again. Vice President of Ruzuru Yang Tingxiu? Hee. Ouyang's smile wasn't as natural as hers. I wonder what business Senior Yang has with this humble junior. Yang Tingxiu continued smiling. Some strange things have recently occurred in the Gene Institute. You haven't heard about it. Frowning slightly, Ouyang asked. What happened? What's going on? Her brows slightly knitted, Yang replied. It's a serious matter, and even I don't know all the details. But because of it, the Academy has ordered all guild students to unite, merging the 5 major student guilds into one, and electing a leading student to command the students from all 5 guilds. Merge. Ouyang was shocked. How come I didn't hear anything about this? Senior Sis xiuxian. You naturally wouldn't know, because you're only the captain of the freshmen. Then why are you telling me now? Ouyang raised his eyebrows again. Because each guild must select one representative to compete. The winner shall command all 5 guilds, and even the original guild leaders must obey the new grand leader. What in the world is going on? Gene Institute had always been peaceful, and the 5 major guilds were merely loosely affiliated student groups, formed voluntarily. Forcing them to submit to someone else's command would be extremely difficult. Puzzled and confused, Ouyang couldn't make sense of it. Were it not for Yang Tingxiu's solemn expression, he would have thought she was merely playing a joke on him. There's much you don't need to know, but you must know one thing. During the selection, xiuxian nominated you. Yang's voice remained calm and unhurried, yet Ouyang stiffened all over upon hearing this. So you came looking for me? You disagree. Yang smiled again. Of course, how could I not be buffu with someone xiuxian nominated? I only heard that Junior Ouyang stands out among the freshmen. I never thought he held such high status in xiuxian's heart. So, this senior sister would just like to have a little sparring match with you. Understanding at once, Ouyang said with a smile. Senior sister is joking. Such an important task should really be handled by someone as capable as you. This junior is afraid I wouldn't live up to the responsibility. Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. But xiuxian speaks very highly of you. Even the dean agreed to it. This, Ouyang forced a smile onto his face. Senior sister, there's no need to worry. I'll go explain this to Senior Sis xiuxian. Explain what to me? Another light laughter sounded from behind Ouyang Yuye. Senior Mo? Ouyang turned around hastily, like clutching at a lifeline. Senior Yang was just. She's telling the truth. There's no need to explain anything to me. Mo xiuxian smiled, but Ouyang could see an unmistakable hint of cunning behind her expression. See, I told you the kid, Yang began. What exactly is going on? Senior Mo, can you please clarify? Ouyang was starting to lose his patience, though he dared not show it in front of the 2 girls. What is there to explain? Xiuxian said so herself. Not a word I said was false. I just wanted to see for myself whether Junior Ouyang really has the skills to match his reputation, Yang said, her playful expression replaced by seriousness. Ouyang turned his gaze to Mo xiuxian. So it must be me? Mo xiuxian looked straight at him. I believe in you. Ouyang gave a faint smile. You flatter me, senior. I'm barely at the 5th stage of Soul Cultivator. I suspect all of you seniors have already reached the rank of Soul Warrior. Mo xiuxian still looked at him. I know you are hiding your strength well. With your true power, perhaps even if we went all out, we wouldn't be your match. Ouyang immediately retorted. Why would senior think so? Mo xiuxian chuckled. Because of instinct. A woman's intuition. Ouyang Yuye hesitated for a moment. Indeed, he had many hidden strengths, but he had no intention of revealing all his power. It would bring him no benefit at all. After all, this was a world that revered strength above all else. He still had an old debt to settle in the Ellen dynasty, and he only wished to cultivate in peace without getting involved in other affairs. Ouyang Jr., have you made your decision? Yang Tingxiu smiled. Ouyang Yuye replied. Senior sister really wants to spar with me? Yang Tingxiu nodded. Ouyang pouted slightly and said, then Junior shall oblige. Yang Tingxiu pointed toward the arena ahead and said, in that case, lead the way, Junior brother. Without another word, Ouyang Yuye dashed straight toward the arena. At that moment, there were already many people engaged in battles within, but when they saw Mo xiuxian and Yang Tingxiu arriving in person, everyone stopped at once and voluntarily cleared the area, immediately breaking into murmurs and discussions. Yang Tingxiu and Ouyang Yuye stood ready, and she slightly lifted her delicate eyebrows. Junior brother, are you ready? Ouyang Yuye nodded. The onlookers, however, broke into an uproar. He actually challenged Senior Yang Tingxiu? Who is this kid? How arrogant can one be? Senior Yang is already at the 9th stage of Soul Cultivator. This kid doesn't look that impressive. How can he be so reckless? Some sharp-eyed observers said. Isn't he the captain of the freshmen, Ouyang Yuye? How did he end up fighting against Senior Yang? Hearing the crowd's whispers, Ouyang Yuya felt an increasing headache. Yet Yang Tingxiu only smiled and said, "Junior brother, be careful." As she spoke, she lightly waved her small hand. A blue light flew from her palm straight toward Ouyang Yuya like a shooting star, arriving before his face in an instant. The blue ice crystal, about the size of a fist, suddenly exploded as it reached Ouyang Yuya, shattering into countless shards that wove a glowing net, enclosing him completely. A 5th stage skill. Senior sister truly honors me. Ouyang Yuya. His expression changed slightly, but Ouyang gritted his teeth, his body flashing. A golden light flared, instantly forming into a shield several zhang wide, blocking all the blue glow. With a loud bang, the blue projectile struck the golden shield. The explosion roared and the shield shattered, golden light scattering in all directions, sending Ouyang Yuya flying backward. Mo Qianqian's eyes narrowed, but the next moment, she relaxed slightly as she saw Ouyang Yuya not crash down in a pitiful heap. Instead, he stabilized himself midair and landed gracefully. Senior Yang's cultivation is indeed profound, Ouyang Yuya said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yang Tingxiu glanced at Mo Qianqian, as if genuinely doubtful. Didn't expect you to be this weak. Ouyang Yuya smiled. How could Junior Ouyang withstand Senior's 5th stage skill so easily? As Yang Tingxiu was about to speak again, she noticed a subtle look from Mo Qianqian. Understanding immediately, she smiled. Yet that smile somehow looked unnatural. If that's the case, then Senior Sister won't hold back anymore, she said. With a twist of her wrist, the projectile turned direction once more, launching toward him again. Chapter 317, revealing sharpness once again. Seeing Yang Tingxiu firing another sulfur cannon, Ouyang Yuya couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had originally intended to admit defeat, not wanting to provoke any trouble, but now it seemed things weren't going as he had expected. 10 fingers shot out, forming a blue greatsword out of thin air. The sword vibrated with soul energy, fully imbued with Ouyang Yuya's power. Boom! As expected, the greatsword clashed once again with the sulfur cannon. A thunderous noise arose, and blue mist filled the air. Yet in that instant, a golden shadow shot forth again. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out, and Ouyang Yuya's figure instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Yang Tingxiu. Strike! He roared fiercely, and the massive golden palm imprint smashed straight toward her back. Ice seal of the frozen heavens. What sort of cultivation did Yang Tingxiu possess? Of course, she wasn't unaware of Ouyang Yuya's sneak attack. With just a sharp cry, the air above her head instantly froze, forming a thick, bone-chilling layer of ice. Crack! The golden palm strike smashed onto the ice layer in an instant. Cracks as thick as a man's arm immediately spread outward. Ouyang Junior brother, not bad at all. Yang Tingxiu exclaimed in admiration. Her petite figure darted out through the cracks in the ice, the sulfur cannon already charging forward, followed closely by another cold light. Ice crystal mirage. The massive ice shattered, countless shards scattering in all directions. Yang Tingxiu's figure darted out from among them, yet Ouyang Yuya was already prepared. His eyes flickered slightly, the yin-yang fish spun, and crimson flames appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a fire dragon that surged toward her. Mo Senior Sister. However, Ouyang Yuya let out a startled cry, for the figure that emerged from beneath the ice was actually Mo Qianqian. Just now, it had clearly been Yang Tingxiu. How had it suddenly changed? Be careful, Ouyang. A familiar voice rang in his ears, but it did not come from the Mo Qianqian before him. Looking around at the sparkling ice crystals floating in the air, Ouyang Yuya suddenly seemed to understand everything. Turn them to ash. Without hesitation, the fire dragon lunged forward, its blazing mouth devouring toward Yang Tingxiu. You can't even be fooled by that. That Mo Qianqian giggled, immediately stepping backward. The fire dragon changed form again, instantly expanding hundreds of feet in size, swallowing and melting all the surrounding ice crystals. Yang Tingxiu's figure then appeared in plain sight. Ouyang Junior brother, it seems you truly possess profound skill. There was less teasing and more genuine admiration in Yang Tingxiu's voice now. How can a junior brother like me compare to a senior sister? Ouyang Yuya replied humbly. These years, you're the first to break through my ice crystal mirage so quickly. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Yang Tingxiu laughed lightly. Sulfur cannon, rend the earth with stone. Suddenly, giant boulders appeared, rolling wildly across the ground. Massive energy erupted all at once, startling everyone. A 6th rank skill. Ouyang Yuya nearly collapsed in despair. So she truly had held back all this time. The massive stones rolled and shook the ground, their surfaces unyielding as they came barreling toward him. Although Ouyang Yuya remained outwardly calm, cold sweat had already soaked his palms. Gritting his teeth, he slightly lifted his body. A faint golden glow flashed from his palm, briefly shining dazzlingly, the sharp metallic aura within his body. After refinement, the metallic aura inside him had long since changed from what it once was. Golden arrow illusions shot forth, speeding toward the stones. Instantly, they reached the boulders. Pum! The golden arrow pierced into the rock effortlessly, breaking through from the other side. Then with a thunderous boom, the boulder exploded into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Yang Tingxiu's eyes flickered slightly, as if sensing something. So, junior brother not only cultivates soul energy, but has even refined alchemy to this degree. Senior sister truly misjudged you. Ouyang Yuya smiled bitterly. Senior sister, why joke with me? I only learned a few moves by chance. How dare I show off in front of senior sister? Yet suddenly, Mo Qianqian shouted from the side. Ting, you've seen it yourself. No need to hold back anymore. Ouyang Yuye rolled his eyes. What does "you've seen it yourself" mean? And no need to hold back anymore? Seriously. Hearing this, Yang Tingxiu laughed. Junior brother, you heard it yourself too. Senior sister won't show you any mercy anymore. Left with no choice, Ouyang Yuye could only bitterly smile and prepare for battle. Yang Tingxiu, smiling, suddenly vanished. The next moment, she appeared before Ouyang Yuye. Dual realm of ice and fire. 2 sulfur cannons shot forth like ghosts. With a ci, sound, and a hua, noise, blue and red lights immediately appeared. One was icy blue, the other fiery red, dazzling to behold. One cold as frost, the other scorching as flame. Ouyang Yuye's pupils contracted sharply. The yin-yang fish spun rapidly, and black flames suddenly erupted, rushing toward the ice and fire attack. The black flames were another secret card in Ouyang Yuye's arsenal. Not only scorching hot, but also chillingly cold. The sensation they brought could only be described as eerie. The black flames transformed into a black dragon, instantly surging into the dual realm of ice and fire. The blue glow faded, and countless ice spikes emerged. The red light vanished, and a blood-red giant wheel appeared, rolling fiercely toward the black dragon. The black dragon roared, completely fearless. Yet what Yang Tingxiu didn't see was a faint glimmer of golden light flickering inside the black dragon's maw. Heavens! At this moment, the surrounding spectators also erupted into an uproar, for this match had already surpassed the limits of what they could accept. 6th rank skills, or perhaps even higher. Yang Tingxiu's displayed power indeed startled Ouyang Yuye, yet it did not instill fear in him. Likewise, the power Ouyang Yuye revealed also left Yang Tingxiu astonished. The black flames instantly dissolved the myriad ice spikes, effortlessly. The mighty body of the black dragon swept through, directly shattering the crimson giant wheel. This. Yang Tingxiu hastily retreated, stepping back dozens of zhang before finally stabilizing her stance. Ouyang Yuye stood calmly before her. Yang senior sister. You really are. Yang Tingxiu looked at the suddenly outstretched hand of Ouyang Yuye, words caught in her throat. Ting. Mo Xiuxian walked over, pulling Yang Tingxiu aside. Ting, am I right or not? Yang Tingxiu nodded, now gazing at Ouyang Yuye with admiration in her eyes. Ouyang Yuye. Mo Xiuxian suddenly stopped smiling, her expression turning serious. Ouyang Yuye shrugged. Is there anything else, Mo senior sister? Mo Xiuxian glanced at the crowd of disciples watching them. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go. Mo senior sister, what's happened? After reaching a secluded place, Ouyang Yuye couldn't help but ask. Mo Xiuxian's expression suddenly became strange, filled with concern. Recalling their earlier words, and noticing the disappearance of all the mentors and the dean these past few days, Ouyang Yuye's heart stirred with an indescribable unease. Could it be that something serious had truly occurred? Exactly what's happened, we don't fully understand either. However, what Ting just said was indeed true. The Academy's 5 major guilds are about to merge into one, and you are to be chosen as its new leader. Why me? Ouyang Yuye was utterly shocked. Because of your strength. Mo Xiuxian seemed to have expected his surprise. Your cultivation and power have always been concealed. The abilities you displayed at that selection meeting, not just to us, but even the Wasteland sect was astonished. And most importantly, when you trained in the Golden Yuan Pagoda, you fearlessly endured that oppressive aura. In that alone, none of us can compare to you. But, Ouyang Yuye was about to speak again, when suddenly the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The expressions of all 3 changed instantly. Ouyang Yuye's was the most solemn, for he had already sensed an extremely strange fluctuation continuously radiating from a single direction, and that source lay deep within the Golden Yuan Pagoda in the Academy's inner sector. Chapter 318, The Incident of the Golden Yuan Tower. What's going on here? Mo Xiuxian and Yang Tingxiu also changed expressions suddenly. Before they could react, a strong gust of wind swept from above. One figure after another flew through the air toward the Golden Yuan Tower. It's the mentors. Yang Tingxiu quickly recognized them. Let's go check it out too. Ouyang Yuye suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately rushed toward the Golden Yuan Tower. Other onlookers also sensed something was wrong and followed in a rush toward the tower. All students, quickly leave the Golden Yuan Tower. No one is allowed near it within 100 zhang. A mentor's voice rang from the sky, spreading outward repeatedly. What's happening? Many students who had been cultivating were forcibly driven away, feeling annoyed. However, seeing the serious situation before them, none dared to speak out. Seeing more and more disciples gathering, the mentor hovering in the air grew visibly irritated. Didn't I say not to come any closer? Master Yuan, what has happened? Mo Xiuxian stepped forward and asked. Oh, it's Xiuxian. Clearly, Mo Xiuxian was familiar with this mentor. We don't know either. The Yunzhang has just instructed us recently to guard the Golden Yuan Tower. If any changes occur, we must immediately evacuate all students from this area. Xiuxian, you all should leave quickly. Mo Xiuxian nodded, then turned to Ouyang Yuye. Junior Ouyang, we should step back. The mentor said something must have happened here. Change. What change? Ouyang mumbled. Suddenly, his expression changed. He could clearly sense his innate metallic aura growing restless and agitated. What's going on now? It was rare for his innate metallic energy to react this way. It seemed the anomaly in the Golden Yuan Tower was no small matter. It's the Dark Demon. The voice of the Jade Toad King suddenly echoed in his mind. The Dark Demon? Ouyang was slightly stunned. The name was unfamiliar to him. The Jade Toad King explained. The strongest empire in this continent is the Golden Cauldron Empire, followed by the Allen Empire. Within the Golden Cauldron Empire, The 5 major powers are the top-tier forces in the land. Yet most people only know their names, without understanding the true stories behind them. True stories behind them. Ouyang was again surprised. Sighing slightly, the Jade-Toad King continued. That is the dark demon. The 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, are the essence of the world. Their mutual generation and restriction form everything in this world. But there are 2 additional forces that exist beyond the 5 elements. Ouyang asked, spirit power, alchemy, or magic? The Jade-Toad King shook his head. It's understandable that you don't know. Your cultivation is still shallow and you lack understanding of these matters. They are the forces of darkness and light. Darkness and light. Ouyang was astonished. Exactly. Darkness and light surpass the power of the 5 elements. Spirit power and alchemy are both based on the 5 elements. Only the forces of darkness and light can be transformed into true magic, the ultimate magic capable of controlling everything in the heavens and earth, unmatched and unparalleled. And if I'm not mistaken, you in your past life were the child of light. The Jade-Toad King's tone was calm, but his words caused a storm in Ouyang Yuye's heart. Light child. However, the Jade-Toad King said nothing further, merely giving a soft laugh before falling silent. Then xiuxian's voice cut through his thoughts. Junior Ouyang, what are you thinking about? I know. I wasn't thinking anything. Ouyang hurriedly shook his head, trying to sort out the information given to him by the Jade-Toad King. It sounded like complete nonsense. Senior Imo, I want to go take a look at the Golden Yuan Tower, Ouyang suddenly said. What? Both xiuxian and Yang Tingxiu cried out together. Didn't you just hear them say they don't even know what's happening? That place is extremely dangerous. Given your current strength, going there would be very risky. Ouyang didn't explain further. A firm look appeared on his face, because the Jade-Toad King had told him he must enter the Golden Yuan Tower to discover something crucial that he desperately needed. So, is it something the innate metallic aura needs? Ouyang muttered. Well, I can't convince you, but it's not up to me to decide. Go talk to the mentors. They're in charge here now, xiuxian said. Ouyang nodded and immediately dashed toward the Golden Yuan Tower. Xiuxian. Soon after, the leaders of the other 4 great guilds also arrived and asked what had happened. Xiuxian could only shake her head and instructed them to keep away from the Golden Yuan Tower as much as possible. Isn't that Ouyang Yuye? Weren't we told to stay far from the Golden Yuan Tower? Why is he still heading there? Those who arrived, including Chen Lin, exclaimed in surprise. He insisted on going. We couldn't persuade him, xiuxian sighed. He really doesn't care about his life. Someone muttered with cold disdain. Xiuxian and others heard the sarcasm, but were too preoccupied to bother responding, their eyes fixed on Ouyang Yuye's back, hoping the mentors would stop him. This student, the Golden Yuan Tower, is experiencing some anomaly. Please leave immediately. The mentor's words hadn't finished when he caught a good look at the student's face, and his expression changed slightly. Ouyang Yuye. Ouyang Yuye nodded, puzzled. This mentor. You want to go inside? The mentor asked. Ouyang hesitated but nodded. The mentor said, all right, you may enter, but be careful. I can go inside. Ouyang was slightly stunned. As if reading his mind, the mentor added, this is the headmaster's order. No one else is allowed in, but if you wish to enter, you may. The headmaster. Ouyang's heart stirred. So the situation is truly not simple. What are you hesitating for? I'm here. Don't be afraid. The Jade-Toad King's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ouyang nodded and thanked the mentor before rushing straight toward the Golden Yuan Tower without further delay. The mentor let him in. Murmurs erupted among the disciples, everyone's heart filled with shock and suspicion, especially the leaders of the 5 great guilds, whose expressions showed indescribable astonishment. Heavenly Master. Amid the murmurs, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, dressed in a long dark violet robe, his flowing black hair unrestrained. Ling Kongzi stepped on ripples in the air and stood mid-sky. At that moment, the gathered disciples finally quieted down, all eyes focused on Ling Kongzi. Soon after, several hall masters appeared one after another, and the mentors arrived one by one as well. All the students sensed something important, and no one dared make even a sound, for even during the academy meetings, such a complete gathering had never occurred. Heavenly Master. Mentor Iin seemed about to say something, but saw Ling Kongzi wave a hand and say, I know what you want to ask. Earlier, I already sensed his identity. Otherwise, those dark demons wouldn't have awakened so quickly. Iin was about to speak again when xiuanhuan said, Master, if we just let him go in like this, aren't we putting him in danger? Ling Kongzi replied calmly, rest assured, he will be fine. Not to mention the many secrets yet undiscovered inside him. His experiences in this life, though connected to his previous life, have cultivated his heart to an extraordinary level of strength. You don't need to worry. After hearing that, xiuanhuan said nothing more. Ling Kongzi continued, Iin, now go tell all the mentors to gather every student here. I will explain everything to them. After all, they are still children, inexperienced, and unaware of many things. Iin trembled slightly and lowered his head in assent. xiuanhuan, you take someone to monitor the changes in the Golden Yuan Tower closely. Report to me immediately if anything seems off. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers repeatedly, sending for golden beams of light shooting from his fingertips. Those old fellows should arrive soon too. Chapter 319, Refining the Golden Qi. Ouyang Yuye stepped into the Golden Qi Tower, only to find that, aside from the Golden Qi becoming more abundant and the oppressive pressure increasing, there didn't seem to be any significant change. I don't see any difference here. Ouyang Yuye mentally said to Yuchan King. It's still too early. Once they truly break through the seal of gold, the entire golden courtyard might be destroyed completely. Seriously? That bad? Ouyang Yuya was startled by his words. If he didn't trust him, anyone else would probably think it was madness. The Golden Courtyard was a top-tier force in the Golden Cauldron dynasty, having been passed down for at least 1,000 years, with deep-rooted power. On this continent, perhaps no other faction dared to oppose it directly. Hehe, you just watch and see. Xiuxian King chuckled. Though my cultivation isn't that profound, as one of the core components of the Jade Hall, I do know quite a lot. Fine. Ouyang Yuya genuinely believed him, and cautiously began climbing the Golden Shi Tower. The fluctuation is coming from the top of the tower. Ouyang Yuya remarked. Figured it out, huh? Xiuxian King nodded slightly, and said, be careful, and go up. I suspect that the Dark Demon King is sealed at the tower's peak. Ouyang Yuya wasted no time. 1 level, 2 levels, 3, 5, 10. He climbed until he reached the 15th level. Here, the pressure far exceeded that at the base. The heavy oppressive force and sharp golden chi stung his skin like countless blades. These golden chi are so potent, Ouyang Yuya said, and immediately sat down, beginning to absorb the golden chi in order to refine them into the sharp golden chi within his body. Such refined energy would undoubtedly become one of his secret techniques. A surging power spread outward. The yin-yang fish swirled in his eyes while a strange black and white disc appeared above his head. The beaming golden chi gathered into a swirling golden vortex, continuously rushing into Ouyang Yuya's body. As Ouyang Yuya was deeply immersed in his cultivation, a faint shadow silently appeared from within his body. Gazing at the strange scene, the figure hesitated, revealing an expression of confusion. Though this seems improper, I mustn't interrupt him, the figure muttered and turned back into a wisp, retreating into Ouyang Yuya's body. Ouyang, stop immediately. Xuanhuan's voice sounded urgent. Ouyang had been cultivating and nearly lost control from the sudden interruption. What's wrong? Ouyang knew Xuanhuan wouldn't disturb him without reason, especially at such a critical moment. Failure could cost his life. Don't absorb the golden chi here anymore. It is no longer meant for cultivation. Xuanhuan said. Not for cultivation? Ouyang Yuya chuckled. The golden chi here has become unusually dense. I'm just absorbing a bit. Besides, this golden chi was originally meant for cultivation in the academy. Xuanhuan was about to speak when the golden chi tower suddenly trembled violently. Wahaha! Finally, I am finally going to be free. The shrill, piercing laughter echoed. Ouyang Yuya shuddered involuntarily and immediately stood up, heading toward the tower's summit. 16th floor, 17th floor, 18th floor. It was said the Golden Chi Tower had a total of 20 floors. Ordinary disciples could only reach up to the 18th floor. The levels above were the restricted areas of the Golden Courtyard, strictly off-limits. However, now thick, dark demonic energy spread downward from the tower's peak. The 18th floor was now shrouded in pitch-black chi, barely visible at all, and the dark energy continued to slowly descend toward the lower floors. Is this the Dark Demon King? Ouyang Yuya asked, trembling. He already sensed the overwhelming pressure radiating from that demonic energy. It rivaled any mentor of the Golden Courtyard, even surpassing both Yin Tangzhu and Xuanhuan Tangzhu in strength. Both of those two elders were at the 9th Heaven Soul Master stage, top-tier experts on this continent. Probably only the Yin Zhang, the academy head, could match them. And it was said that Headmaster Kongling had reached the 9th level of Celestial Soul Master, standing just one step away from the Divine Soul Sage. What should I do? Facing this unknown dark demon, Ouyang Yuya couldn't deny his fear. Even if he used all his hidden techniques, such a disparity in power couldn't be compensated for. What are you afraid of? You are the child of light, the next heir of the light magical clan. Would you fear a mere Dark Demon King? Not only that, if even a Demon Emperor came, it's not certain who would come out on top, Xuanhuan said. But I am Ouyang Yuya, not some child of light. Ouyang Yuya replied. I'm afraid we can't even leave now. Xuanhuan suddenly sighed. I think they deliberately wanted you to die here. Nonsense. The academy head would never. That old man already knew your true identity. That's why he ordered you to come in. Xiuxian King snapped impatiently. What benefit would the Golden Academy gain from my death? Ouyang Yuya actually tried to reason with him. It's not like there's any benefit, but your power. Oh come on, I've said it a million times. I'm not the child of light. I'm just Ouyang Yuya, and my soul cultivation is only at the 5th Heaven Soul Master stage. Ouyang Yuya was also growing frustrated. Your power. Could it be that? Xuanhuan suddenly fell silent, as if lost in thought. Ouyang Yuya, growing impatient, demanded. What about my power? What are you thinking now? Why did you bring me here anyway? Don't tell me you're just planning to let me die. Ha! Xuanhuan suddenly burst into laughter. So I was thinking the same thing as that old man. What thinking? Ouyang Yuya was again confused. It seems the Golden Chi Tower can no longer suppress the Dark Demon King. Ouyang, you must now refine all the Golden Chi inside this tower. I believe this is also why Kongling sent you here. Have me refine all this Golden Chi? Ouyang Yuya was surprised. There was so much of it, enough for him to completely develop his sharp Golden Chi. But you just said earlier that this Golden Chi was used to seal the Dark Demon King. If I refine it all, won't it be equivalent to setting a tiger free? I know that. Kongling knows it too. The Dark Demon King will eventually break through the seal. It's only a matter of time. If you wait until he truly emerges, this Golden Chi Tower would be destroyed completely, let alone any Golden Chi, Xiuxian King explained. Then what good will it do if I refine all this Golden Chi? This much Golden Chi won't be easy to refine in a short time. and I might not even be able to bear its pressure. Ouyang Yuya said with a serious expression. Xuanhuan smiled. Don't worry about that. Just refine as much as you can. I think Kongling wants to use this golden qi to awaken your sleeping memories. Sleeping memories? Ouyang Yuya's expression changed. How can they be awakened? Yuchan King continued. As for that, I don't know the specifics. But I'm sure the academy head won't harm you, and I'll also stay nearby to guard you. Ouyang Yuya no longer hesitated. Having Yuchan Wang as his guard made him feel secure. Golden light radiated from his body as he displayed his sharp golden qi. Ouyang Yuya pushed his soul force to its limit, absorbing and refining the golden qi in the tower into sharp golden energy. Watching Ouyang Yuya enter a state of deep refinement, Yuchan King glanced toward the tower's peak, which was now as dark as night. There, a restless, uneasy agitation continued without pause. He murmured softly. Perhaps another great war among the three clans is about to begin. Chapter 320. The Dark Magic Clan. While Ouyang Yuya was cultivating inside the Gold Pagoda, the square outside the tower was already packed with people. All the students of the Gold Academy had received notice from their mentors and gathered in front of the plaza. At this moment, all the students were assembled there, listening to the solemn speech of Kong Lingzi. All the mentors present had serious expressions, while the students wore expressions of surprise and shock, because the words of Kong Lingzi had delivered a shocking message. This continent was divided into three races, the Dark Magic Clan, the Light Magic Clan, and the Five Elements Clan. The magic clans practiced magic, while the Five Elements Clan cultivated soul force and alchemy. Hundreds and thousands of years ago, the Dark Magic Clan gradually grew stronger, which inflated their ambition to conquer the entire continent. Their first targets were the Light Magic Clan and the Five Elements Clan. Since the Light Magic Clan and the Five Elements Clan were relatively weaker, they united to resist the Dark Magic Clan. Unfortunately, they ultimately could not withstand their enemies. The entire Light Magic Clan was nearly wiped out, with only their leader at the time having cultivated to the Ingjer of Spirit Magus, an equivalent level of a saint of soul force and soul cultivation. In that final battle, he had also been gravely injured. When he saw his people perished, grief-stricken, he unleashed all his magical powers, harnessed the power of the five elemental essences, and finally killed the Dark Emperor of the Dark Magic Clan and sealed away the five demon lords. He himself used light magic to reincarnate. In that great battle, the Dark Emperor was slain and the demon lords were sealed, leaving the Dark Magic Clan powerless to resist and eventually completely wiped out by the Five Elements Clan. However, after that war, the Five Elements Clan also suffered grave losses, and their clan leaders fell one after another. Peace finally returned to the continent. Time passed. 1,000 years later, no one knows whether the reincarnation of the Light Clan leader was successful. Throughout the past millennium, many had sought the reincarnation of the Light Clan leader, but no trace had ever been found. Until today, until now, thousands of years later, the seals are weakening, and the demon lords seek to break free, causing panic among the Five Elements Clan. Another war on the scale of 1,000 years ago must never happen. That was their sacred mission. 1,000 years later, the Five Elements Clans had long since scattered and become ordinary citizens among millions on the continent. Only five forces remained standing at the top of the continent, holding the forgotten truths. These five forces became five academies: the Gold Academy, the Wood Academy, the Water Academy, the Fire Academy, and the Earth Academy. Among the five academies, only the Gold Academy remained the most prestigious power across the land, while the other four had already gone into hiding, upholding their eternal and unchanging mission. Upon hearing Kong Lingzi's words, the students began whispering and discussing again, clearly unable to believe what they had heard. These stories seemed too distant to them, and it was no wonder that they found it hard to believe at first. At this moment, however, Kong Lingzi's expression suddenly changed, and his figure flashed into the air in an instant. Immediately afterward, a piercing, shrill laughter echoed from the Golden Pagoda, causing a tremor in people's hearts. Xiuxian, finally, this king is free. Xiuxian. Many mentors were stunned inwardly. That name was the first headmaster of our Gold Academy, and also its founder. Reckless. The honorable name of our first headmaster is not for you to speak casually. Kong Lingzi let out a deep roar, like thunder, and merely this roar shook the minds of many students, making them dizzy and nearly collapse. Who are you? The high-pitched voice rang out again as ripples spread in midair, and a black-robed figure appeared out of thin air. Oh, I understand now, said the black-robed man with a laugh. This king has been sealed for over 1,000 years, but our Dark Magic Clan possess eternal life. I suppose that old fellow Xiuxian must have died long ago. Ha ha ha. Reckless. Seeing how little regard the black-robed man had for others, Mentor Iin was also furious. His body flashed, and a golden whirlwind formed before him. Golden Wind Blade. The golden whirlwind instantly expanded, revealing sharp golden blades slicing straight toward the black-robed figure. Utterly pathetic. The black-robed man sneered. He lifted his finger slightly, and everyone saw a dark shadow flash from his fingertip, instantly spreading across the sky. Darkness extreme, annihilation. And as if a momentary illusion, the students couldn't even see clearly what had happened, before the golden whirlwind was directly devoured and disappeared into darkness. Immediately afterward, Mentor Iin was sent retreating through the air for several dozen meters, looking defeated and disheveled. A sudden uproar arose from the crowd below. If Iin, who had cultivated to the realm of Sky Soul Master, was defeated in a single move, just how high had this black-robed figure's cultivation reached? What rank of Dark Magus was he? Heavenly Silence Magus, or even Spirit Magus? Dark Bawang, you don't need to show off here. I know this isn't your true form. Kong Lingzi's calm voice came, yet carried a trace of bone deep song, as if seeing through everything. Immediately after, a huge halo appeared in the sky. Kong Lingzi waved his right hand, and the golden halo spun rapidly, rushing toward the black-robed figure. The golden halo. The black-robed man's voice turned hoarse. He turned to retreat, but the moment his body moved, the golden ring suddenly multiplied into countless rings, densely connected like a chain that trapped him. The crisp ding-ding sounds were pleasant to the ears, but in the black-robed man's eyes, they were terrifying. You win this time, he snarled, biting his teeth and retreating further. Darkness extreme. Silence. The black light reappeared, instantly shattering the halo. Everyone's eyes sharpened. Is he going to escape again? Light rebirth. Kong Lingzi's calm voice came again. White light instantly filled the sky and earth, instantly enveloping the black-robed figure. A mournful scream rang out. You're asking for death. The furious voice sent countless students' hearts shivering. The black-robed figure was torn apart by the white light, and the lingering energy waves were still irresistible. With a hand seal, an invisible soul force spread out and dissipated the energy wave. President Yi Yin's face turned pale, realizing that the Bun's strength was this formidable, his heart even more worried. Since you all insist on dying, don't blame this king for being merciless. However, moments after the black-robed figure disappeared, the piercing voice rang again. Towering black, demonic energy surged from the golden pagoda, spreading in all directions. All students retreat immediately, the farther the better. Kong Lingzi roared heavily, his figure directly rushing toward the golden pagoda. President Yi Yin and Xianhuan followed closely behind, while the other mentors quickly guided the students to withdraw. He hasn't come out yet. Xiuxian suddenly cried out. That's right. Brother Ouyang hasn't come out yet. Yang Tingxiu was also startled. Chunlin and Wantong arrived at the scene too, and upon hearing that Ouyang was still inside the golden pagoda, they turned pale. What should we do? Chunlin gritted her teeth and tried to rush forward, but was immediately stopped by Xiuxian. Are you crazy? Chunlin, however, was extremely stubborn. I have to save him. With your strength, you probably can't even enter the golden pagoda. Xiuxian urged anxiously. I have to save him. Chunlin refused to back down. You go quickly, I'll go. Xiuxian said, instructing Yang Tingxiu. Ting, take them away first, I'll go. Xianxian. Yang Tingxiu's face also changed dramatically. Even mentor Yi Yin. She didn't finish the sentence. Don't worry. I'm just going to see if I can find him. I won't fight with that for long. Besides, aren't there still the president and the two hall masters? Without waiting for further words, Xiuxian rushed toward the golden pagoda. Yang Tingxiu wanted to say something else, but seeing her decision was firm, she had no choice but to lead a few others away. Golden seal the heavens. Kong Lingzi was still several zhang away from the golden pagoda when he roared loudly. Golden light spread, pressing entirely against the black, demonic energy. Glowing golden light converged into a peculiar bagua shape before him, radiating golden light directly covering the top of the golden pagoda where the demonic energy was spewing. This king has been sealed for 1,000 years. I didn't expect you people to still use these tactics. From the spire of the golden pagoda, piercing laughter came again. The black demonic energy transformed into a black arrow, whooshing straight at the golden seal. A deafening bang sounded, the golden light vanished, blackness filled the air, the black arrow dispersed, and the seal was blocked. Jia. The piercing laughter rang out again. The next moment, golden light burst from the top of the golden pagoda in the sky, startling fearful gazes from everyone. The spire of the golden pagoda exploded, black demonic energy spread, and finally transformed into a black-robed figure identical to the previous one, appearing before Kong Lingzi and the three others, the Ongdong laughter causing chills. Chapter 321, The Seal Breaks. Dark Muang. Ethereal Z's expression finally turned completely grim. Hee, foolish old man. You should call me Mo-Jia. The black-robed figure sneered coldly. Never did I expect this seal would ultimately be broken by you. Ethereal Z seemed to sigh. This outcome was fated long ago. Before long, my dark magic clan will slaughter every fool from your 5 elements clan, and only my dark magic clan shall dominate this continent. You're dreaming. Qianhuan roared furiously. A golden light in his hands surged like a living dragon and shot toward Mo-Jia with a swift sound. Petty tricks. Mo-Jia coldly snorted. He slightly lifted his right hand, and the dazzling black ring on his index finger emitted a black glow. The dark light flashed, instantly devouring the golden light without leaving the slightest trace. Qianhuan's expression froze, then changed drastically again. The dark glow flashed once more, and the evil chi surged, spreading wildly like a giant net rushing down upon him. Ultimate metal, sunder the sky. Unwilling to back down, Qianhuan unleashed the golden light again. Thousands of golden blades formed before him and slashed at the surrounding dark net. However, the moment the golden light touched the dark net, it was instantly consumed, utterly defenseless. Qianhuan's face paled, and the dark net suddenly accelerated, reaching him in an instant, ready to swallow him whole. Mo-Jia, someone of your stature attacking a Sky Soul Master. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Ethereal Z's calm voice remained devoid of any emotion as he, too, launched an attack. Light disperse. A burst of white light exploded forth, as if daylight had appeared in the darkness, bringing a refreshing clarity. Then the overwhelming darkness was pushed back by the white light. What fine light magic! It seems although the leader of the light clan perished, you 5 elements fools have still learned light magic. Mo grinned sinisterly. And that is all thanks to you. Ethereal Z replied lightly. With both hands waving, an ancient hand seal expanded, emitting terrifying soul force fluctuations. Do you think you're the match of this king? Mo sneered. We'll see. With those words, Ethereal Z's figure moved. However, instead of directly engaging Mo in combat, he strangely shimmered, and a golden star illusion suddenly appeared directly in front of Mo, then expanded toward the horizon. What is this? Mo was momentarily stunned. Then, a hoarse and furious voice abruptly erupted. 5 elements destroying Emperor formation. His voice carried 3 parts shock and 3 parts anger, while a faint smile tugged at Ethereal Z's lips. Mo, this time we'll surely annihilate you. A sudden cold chorus startled everyone present. Before the voice had even faded, 4 figures abruptly appeared around Mo. All 4 were white-haired elders, wearing robes of cyan, red, white, and black. You are. Mo paused slightly, then gritted his teeth. The 5 elements heirs. You finally arrive. Joy briefly returned to Ethereal Z's face. It's a shame our 1,000-year vigil failed to prevent their escape, sighed the elder in cyan. This perhaps is exactly our duty, the elder in black added, with another sigh. I see why you dare to act so brazenly. You had precautions prepared after all. Mo sneered coldly. And if we did? Ethereal Z sneered in return. Our ancestors sealed you and destroyed your demon emperor 1,000 years ago. Today we can do it again. You? Mo laughed loudly. If it were the leader of the Light Clan, perhaps I would feel a bit fearful. But you, he roared with laughter. Today shall mark the resurrection of the Dark Magic Clan. Don't rejoice too soon. Ethereal Z snapped coldly. Activate the formation. Destroy him. Even before his words fully faded, 5 streaks of brilliant lights, each of different color, shot out from the 5 elders' bodies, each containing astonishing soul force, forming 5 star-shaped seals that surrounded Mo. You think you can stop me? Laughing, Mo called forth his ultimate power. Endless dark chi surged like waves spreading throughout the skies. The blackness engulfed the heavens, sending a dreadful premonition deep into the hearts of every student in the academy. Cease your arrogance. Ethereal Z roared first, leading the assault with his golden star seal. Brilliant golden light flared. At the same time, the star seals of cyan, red, white, and black activated in unison, resonating with his attack. The 5 masters scattered and formed a complete encirclement around Mo. 5 elements power, essence of heaven and earth. 5 elements mutual restraint, cycle of rebirth. The simultaneous shouts of Ethereal Z and the others thundered across the sky like rumbling thunder. The 5 star-shaped seals struck as one, their colorful beams intertwining, forming a massive translucent colorful orb that completely ensnared Mo within. Break! Roaring, Mo unleashed his magic. He spread his palm and revealed 2 small black orbs the size of dove's eggs, from which an immense power radiated outward, slamming into the multicolored orb that was sealing him. Boom! A massive surge of energy collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. Blinding beams of multicolored light intermingled with black darkness, enveloping everything and sending chills through the hearts of all present. As the dazzling lights faded, everyone anxiously turned their eyes toward the spot where the 2 sides had stood. Then they heard a light cough, followed by the piercing voice of Mo. Everyone's face instantly changed. They saw that only a slight trace of blood stained Mo's lips. In contrast, Ethereal Z and the other 4 elders were supporting each other, and some of them were barely standing upright. Heavens! Many students who had not yet left the scene witnessed this and were filled with shock and fear. Could it be possible that even the combined strength of 5 people like the Yinjiang would only end in a stalemate against Mo? Could the Dark Magic Clan really be this powerful? Dark magic indeed possesses great power. Ethereal Z wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression as calm as ever. Hee, your soul cultivation is indeed not weak. Mo licked the blood from his lips, his eyes nearly blood red. However, with just your strength, you're still far from possessing the power to defeat and seal this king. Today, this king shall end our little game here. When our Dark King breaks free from his seal completely, that shall be the day your 5 elements clan is wiped out. Saying this, Mo's robe sleeves suddenly expanded, completely engulfing his figure. Immediately after, a surge of black dark chi erupted, and his figure vanished instantly. He escaped. The red-robed elder's face tightened as he turned to Ethereal Z. Ethereal Z sighed. We can't stop him. That may not be true. If we summon the 5 elements essence and combine it with the light magic from the Light Clan, at the very least we could completely destroy him. The black-robed elder suddenly spoke. Ethereal Z shook his head. No, we must not use the 5 elements essence unless absolutely necessary. That is our final trump card. We cannot use it unless all else fails. Then are we truly helpless to act? The white-robed elder sighed. No. Ethereal Z shook his head again, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Don't worry. Do you know why these Dark Kings managed to break their seals and awaken so quickly? The 4 elders paused, shaking their heads. Because I have found the reincarnation of the Light Prince. Ethereal Z declared. What? The Light Prince? The leader of the Light Clan 1,000 years ago? Wasn't he destroyed? The 4 elders gasped in unison. Ethereal Z shook his head. No, perhaps he was merely sleeping. Fortunately, I have discovered his true form. and she is now a student in my academy. Still, even if we know of his current reincarnation, without awakening the power of his past life, he remains of little use. The red-robed elder said. Ethereal Z nodded. That is true. However, our priority now should no longer be chasing after Emogia, but rather helping the Light Prince and teaching him the 5 elements power. Only with this powerful force might he regain his past memories and reclaim his identity as the Light Prince. Emogia is certainly searching for the other 4 great Dark Kings now. The black-robed elder said gravely. Ethereal Z replied. The breaking of the Dark Magic Clan seals is now unavoidable. Even if we do our utmost to resist, we may still fail. Instead, we should focus on helping the Light Prince. This is our last hope. The 4 elders nodded. The white-robed elder asked. Then, Ethereal, where exactly is this reincarnation of the Light Prince now? The Light and Dark clans have always had a strange connection. If he has already been reborn, surely Emogia and his kind must sense his presence. Isn't his situation extremely dangerous? Ethereal Z smiled faintly. Don't worry. The most dangerous place is sometimes the safest. He is there now. As the 4 elders looked on in surprise, Ethereal Z raised his finger and pointed toward the ruined Golden Origin Tower, from which Emogia had escaped. Chapter 322, The Fusion of the 5 Elements. You actually hit him there. The old man in green robes couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. Aren't you afraid that the demon Calamity would have already discovered him before even leaving the tower in? Kong Lingzi smiled. Although it's dangerous there, it's also safe. The demon Calamity is fully focused on breaking through the tower, and the golden elemental energy there has also reached an extreme peak. I had him stay there not only for hiding, but also for his cultivation. Cultivation? Hearing this, the old man in black robes showed a flicker of emotion before closing his eyes tightly. A ripple of soul energy spread from within him toward the golden tower. A moment later, the old man in black changed expression slightly and exclaimed in shock, Golden essence? You placed the golden essence inside the golden tower. What? The other 3 also changed their expressions instantly. To them, the essence of the elements was the most precious thing in existence, more valuable than life itself by countless times. However, they soon realized Kong Lingzi's intention and sighed, saying, Kong Lingzi, your courage is truly too great. Kong Lingzi sighed. How could I not know how dangerous it is? If the demon Calamity detects it, the consequences would be unimaginable, but I had no choice. It was a desperate gamble, and yet, suddenly, a long howl echoed, and a golden beam of light shot straight from the ruined top of the golden tower toward the heavens. The golden light roared, piercing the clouds, and everyone's faces slightly changed. They faintly heard Kong Lingzi let out a delighted laugh. Looks like I won this gamble. The 4 elders either smiled or sighed in relief. Whatever the case, for now, there was still a glimmer of hope. Figures flickered through the air as a figure landed gracefully. Ouyang Yuya greets the headmaster and all seniors. Ouyang Yuya bowed respectfully. A good child, rise. Kong Lingzi helped him up. You've regained your memories? Asked the elder in red robes Rinbuju. I've come to understand some things. Ouyang Yuya replied awkwardly. Headmaster, seniors, what should we do now? He had been cultivating within the golden tower earlier, and even from within, he clearly sensed the emergence of the demon Calamity. However, he was at a critical moment in his cultivation then. Moreover, even if he emerged, he wouldn't have been of much help, so now Ouyang Yuya also felt at a loss. The demon Calamity is definitely heading to find the remaining 4 demon kings now. Xuanhuan, if I'm not mistaken, its next destination would be your Green Academy to aid the demon cultivator in breaking through his seal. Gold overcomes wood. He surely knows this fact as well. Kong Lingzi remarked. The elder in green robes nodded. Let him go. Anyway, our current power is insufficient to oppose them. We might as well conserve our strength and wait for the Gongmingjuzhang before engaging them in a decisive battle. That's right. They only have 5 demon kings. The rest of the dark magic clan's mages have long been completely eliminated by us. No matter how powerful those 5 may be, they probably can't defeat all of us together. The elder in red robes couldn't help but say. Hearing this, Kong Lingzi did not say much, only replying, Child, now that you've known your true identity, I assume you're willing to bear this responsibility. From now on, we 5 shall help you recover your strength as quickly as possible and save this continent. Ouyang Yuya nodded. Headmaster, shall we start now? Kong Lingzi shook his head. No, right now, you've already absorbed the strength of the golden essence, resulting in a sudden surge in soul power. However, this is not entirely beneficial. If you recklessly absorb the other 4 elemental essences now, you might not be able to withstand it. At the moment, I've received an intelligence report that I believe will greatly interest you. Oh, Ouyang Yuya was slightly taken aback. When you arrived at the Golden Cauldron Dynasty, you had conflicts with the Nangwang family before, right? Nangwang. At the sound of this name, Ouyang Yuya suddenly clenched his teeth, filled with hatred. It was this so-called Nangwang family that severely injured him, forcing him to leave his homeland. He had vowed that upon returning, he would wipe them out completely. Headmaster Ouyang Yuya was puzzled why Kong Lingzi suddenly brought them up. It's because the Nangwang family is actually a stronghold left behind 1,000 years ago by the Dark Magic Clan. Within their family is the sealed bloodline of the Dark Demon Emperor from 1,000 years ago. If the 5 demon kings obtain this, they will certainly spare no effort in awakening their emperor. Once that happens, even if we regain our full power, we would only face inevitable defeat. Though Kong Lingzi's tone remained calm, the words caused everyone's expressions to change instantly. Nangwang Tian, that old dog truly isn't a decent person. Headmaster, I'm heading back immediately to completely exterminate the Nangwang family. Ouyang Yuya hissed in hatred. We don't need to be overly hasty, Gongming Zhujiang. Take these things with you, spoke the elder Xiuxian, extending his hand. A green light suddenly appeared, slowly condensing in his palm into a pearl the size of a dove's egg, with fluctuating energy rippling outward. This is... Ouyang Yuya's heart stirred slightly. This is the wood essence, Xiuxian said, as a green light suddenly appeared, slowly condensing in his palm into a pearl the size of a dove's egg, with fluctuating energy rippling outward. You've already absorbed the golden essence. Next, you shall absorb the wood essence, followed by the earth, water, and fire essences. Although you can't absorb all of them at once, carrying them on your person will greatly benefit your cultivation. Ouyang Yuya understood the immense value of these elements and the heavy responsibility he bore. Glancing at Kong Lingzi, he saw the latter smiling and nodding, so he accepted it without hesitation. These are the earth essence, water essence, and fire essence, the other three elders said as they each presented their respective elemental essence. Xin Xiao Wubo Xinglai. Kong Lingzi's voice caught slightly. Xinglai, the elder with a slight smile, remarked, of course our thoughts are the same as Qingyuan's. The earlier the Gongming Zhujiang regains his full strength, the better it is for everyone. Senior, Ouyang Yuya hesitated. Perhaps you should just call me Ouyang Yuya. I'm still not accustomed to being called Gongming Zhujiang. The elders exchanged glances and smiled. Kong Lingzi spoke, fine. Regardless, you should rest at the academy for a day or two first. I'll assign some mentors to accompany you when you go to the Nangwang family estate. If they willingly hand over the sealed bloodline of the Dark Demon Emperor, that would be ideal. If not, then we will have no qualms about taking decisive action. A smile still lingered on Kong Lingzi's face, but beneath it was an icy coldness. At the Golden Academy, in a quiet cultivation chamber, Ouyang Yuya sat cross-legged upon a meditation mat, the 5 elemental essences arranged in sequence around him. He had already absorbed and refined the golden essence, and just completed the absorption and refinement of the wood essence. He had just begun the process with the earth essence. The power contained within the 5 elemental essences was truly astonishing. Kong Lingzi had hidden the golden essence within the golden tower, and Ouyang Yuya had absorbed the full energy of the golden essence, refining his metallic spirit to an unparalleled level. His power had risen dramatically, from a soul cultivator to a mid-heaven soul master, something that would be hard for anyone to believe. After absorbing and refining the wood essence, thanks to the elemental cycle, the process went smoothly. His power surged again, leaping from a mid-heaven soul master all the way to the 9th level of mid-heaven, just a single step short of reaching high-heaven soul master. Yet that single step made him cautious. A misstep could lead to spiritual deviation, potentially throwing his mind into chaos. If I manage to absorb and refine the earth essence as well, my strength will likely break through to the high-heaven soul master stage. What about if I then absorb the remaining water and fire essences? Would I ascend even further, to the celestial soul master, or even the saint soul master level? Ouyang Yuya murmured to himself. Chapter 323. The Struggle for the Devil Emperor's Bloodline. In the Allen Dynasty, the Nangong clan. Clan head, have you been troubled lately? Why haven't you met anyone for several days? You look so worried, said Nangong Yan, the family steward of the Nangong family. Nangong Tian shook his head. Nangong Yan, you're also an elder of the Nangong clan, my most trusted confidant. You must have sensed the strange fluctuations in the secret ancestral hall recently, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yan was slightly startled, and his face changed slightly. His voice even trembled. Clan head, do you mean the thing sealed by our ancestors? Nangong Tian nodded. These days, I have a feeling that something important is about to happen. If we can control that power, I'm afraid. Fear the entire Allen dynasty will become our territory, said Nangong Yan, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. Fear the entire Allen dynasty. Yan, you're still short-sighted. If we truly mastered that power, the entire continent would fall under our control, said Nangong Tian, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. Nangong old dog, you're really having your daydream. Before Nangong Tian finished his sentence, a mocking laugh rang out from above them. Both men were greatly startled and turned pale. Looking upward, they shouted angrily, "Who's there?" As they looked up, a ripple of soul force spread across the air. 3 figures had suddenly appeared in the sky, standing on waves of soul energy, clearly no weaklings. Ouyang Yuya, it's you. Nangong Tian recognized the intruder, his face shifting again. Ouyang Yuya, the one who had killed his son. If it weren't for Guqing Tian's intervention back then, the kid would have long been dead. I failed to kill you back then. Seems it was indeed my mistake, sneered Nangong Tian. Yet his expression shifted again as he sensed that Ouyang Yuya's strength had now reached the 5th Heaven Soul Master stage, possibly even higher. Though Nangong Tian himself had cultivated to the 2nd Heaven Soul Master stage, he was definitely no match. Even more alarming were the 2 middle-aged men behind Ouyang Yuya, whose strength seemed no less than his own. This team alone was enough to annihilate a small nation. And who exactly are you two? Nangong Tian turned to ask the 2 men behind Ouyang Yuya. Ouyang Yuya sneered. Nangong old dog, has it been so long that you don't even recognize me anymore? Don't test my patience, sprat. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you reached the Heaven Soul Master level. Back then, how badly I beat you half to death. Today, I can do it again, roared Nangong Tian furiously. You're asking for death. Triggered by the words, Ouyang Yuya became furious and was about to attack, but he was stopped as someone pulled him back. Iin stepped forward and said coldly, Yuya, let me handle this. Seeing Iin step forward, Ouyang Yuya didn't stop him, just nodded. Nan Gong Tian suppressed his fury, ready to confront Iin, but the latter's words shocked him once again. You are Nan Gong clan's leader, Nan Gong Tian. Hand over the Devil Emperor's bloodline. Iin's simple sentence instantly darkened Nan Gong Tian's expression. Who exactly are you? Nan Gong Tian now understood these visitors weren't here for idle talk. Xianhuan replied, You don't need to know who we are. Nan Gong clan head. Just hand over the Devil Emperor's bloodline, and we will leave. The Devil Emperor's bloodline? What's that? You must have the wrong man, Nan Gong Tian answered cautiously. Ouyang Yuya sneered. Master Xianhuan, look, this old dog's memory truly is bad. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Little beast, don't talk nonsense. I will personally kill you to avenge my son. Seeing him provoke further, Nan Gong Tian could not help but shout furiously. Clan head. Seeing the tense situation, Nan Gong Yen whispered. Clan head, although this brat is not a problem, those two beside him seem powerful. Perhaps we should. You understand nothing. Nan Gong Yen had not yet finished speaking when Nan Gong Tian cut him off immediately. The secret of the Devil Emperor's bloodline was known only to the current clan head through each generation, a guarded family secret of the Nan Gong family. Scolded like that, Nan Gong Yen immediately understood the weight of the matter and did not dare to say anything more. Iin said, Nan Gong clan head, I am trying to persuade you kindly. That bloodline is not a blessing. Recently, the Demon King's trial has already broken through the seal. If you continue to hold on to it, it will bring catastrophe upon your entire Nan Gong family. Please consider carefully, clan head. Matters of my Nan Gong clan don't require outsiders to interfere. Master, you are indeed strong, and we of Nan Gong clan cannot afford to offend you. However, that item is an ancestral heirloom, and it is something our family has safeguarded across generations. I'm afraid I cannot comply, Nan Gong Tian answered firmly. Master, no need to waste more words with him. I say we slaughter every last one in the Nan Gong clan and see how long he can hold out. Ouyang Yuya coldly replied. Just as Iin was about to speak, he heard Nan Gong Tian clench his teeth and say, If you are truly determined to oppose the Nan Gong clan, then Nan Gong Tian has no choice but to order my clansmen to defend our ancestral treasures with their lives. After hearing these words, Iin furrowed his brows slightly. He hadn't expected Nan Gong Tian to be this stubborn. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. Old dog, take my life. Ouyang Yuya had already made the first move. A powerful ripple of soul force surged outward, golden light shimmering, as a long spear's illusory shadow formed midair. Its tip radiated golden light, forming a thin line, piercing toward Nan Gong Tian's heart like a lightning bolt. Nan Gong Tian snorted coldly. Seeing Ouyang Yuya attacking, he was not afraid in the least. After all, they had always been sworn enemies. But the two men behind Ouyang Yuya needed to be taken seriously. If the fight really escalated, dealing with Ouyang Yuya alone would still be manageable, but facing all three together would be impossible for the Nan Gong clan to handle. Little beast, today is your day of death. Nan Gong Tian's figure blurred as he attacked. A burst of red soul force erupted, 5 spiraling fire whirlwinds surging straight toward Ouyang Yuya. Flames scorched the sky, the heat unbearable. Even Iin and Xianhuan took several steps back. It seemed Nan Gong Tian hated Ouyang Yuya with such intensity that he unleashed killing moves right from the beginning. Your current cultivation might not even match mine. Ouyang Yuya sneered. Xian He Xie heavenly river pouring down. His soul force surged again, blue light erupting, as a Milky Way suddenly appeared above his head. The blue light scattered, torrents of river water gushing forth, entangling with the flames and extinguishing them. Xian Xianhuan had just started to move when he was stopped by Iin. Don't worry, he is no match for Yuya. Let us go search for the Devil Emperor's bloodline first. It might be too late if we delay. With these words, the two figures vanished from midair. Glancing sideways and seeing the two disappear, Nan Gong Tian had just begun to relax when his face turned angrily crimson once again. He had already sensed 2 ripples of soul force rushing toward the secret altar of the Nan Gong clan. Damn it! Nan Gong Tian roared furiously. There was absolutely no way he could allow them to take the Devil Emperor's bloodline. Now that the Demon King had already emerged into the world, the moment the Devil Emperor's bloodline showed any slight fluctuation, he would perform the Dark Blood Oath refinement, turning the power of the Devil Emperor into his own. And then, thinking of this, Nan Gong Tian grew even more anxious. Nan Gong Yen, you hold this kid off. I am going to the secret ancestral hall immediately. Under no circumstances can we allow them to steal the Devil Emperor's bloodline. Saying this, his figure flashed, abandoning the battle with Ouyang Yuya as he dashed furiously toward the secret ancestral hall of the Nan Gong clan. Old dog, where are you running to? Ouyang Yuya shouted urgently, preparing to chase, but he saw Nan Gong Yen blocking his path. After entering the Nan Gong residence, Nan Gong Tian immediately ordered Ling Xian to urgently gather all the clansmen, mobilizing a great number of elite warriors. He merely announced that enemies had broken into the clan's ancestral secret hall, attempting to steal the ancestral treasures. Instantly, anger boiled within the hearts of all Nan Gong family members. The Nan Gong clan's secret ancestral hall. It was an ancient ritual altar, appearing aged and dilapidated, yet spotless. At the center of the altar stood a black box, whose material could not be identified, yet emitted a mysterious aura. Around the box were 5 different colored seals of various shapes, seemingly suppressing something. Soul force ripples spread, and Iin and xiuxian appeared. They glanced at the black box, and at that moment, the box suddenly began trembling violently, as though unwilling to see certain people. This must be it. Iin immediately noticed the black box, exclaiming involuntarily. Xiuxian nodded, slightly relieved. Luckily, it hasn't fully awakened yet. Let's seal it quickly. Saying this, he was just about to move, when suddenly a sharp whistling sound cut through the air behind them, a flash of light streaking past. Xiuxian countered with a fingertip flick backward. The two forces collided with a heavy, echoing bang, causing both parties to retreat several steps. Are the two of you determined to make enemies of the Nangong clan? Nangong Tian's face darkened, filled with rage. Chapter 324 The Outbreak of War. Head of the Nangong family. Xiuxian's expression was no better. Especially after clearly seeing the group of Nangong experts arriving one after another, his face lost all traces of patience. If you still don't know how to behave, don't blame this seat for being ruthless, Xiuxian said coldly. Your ambition is finally exposed. Nangong Tian sneered. What belongs to our Nangong family? How can you just come and take it? Everyone here sees, and hears it clearly. These two have broken into our Nangong secret altar, attempting to steal our ancestral treasure. I now order you all to capture them. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution. Bravo, Nangong Tian. Iin was also furious. If you want to kill us, you'd better see if you have that ability first. Whether we have the ability or not, let us show you now. Nangong Tian sneered and waved his hand. Tiangong formation. At his command, hundreds of Nangong disciples appeared, instantly forming a peculiar formation. Soul energy spread across the sky, forming an invisible net that came sweeping down upon the two. Xiuxian, look, our Golden Institute hasn't shown up in the Elan Empire for a while, and now we're actually being bullied right onto our heads. Iin sneered. Golden light radiated from his hand as golden wind blades spiraled outward, tearing apart the invisible web. Xiuxian, however, did not respond. His figure flickered, rushing straight toward the secret altar. When he reached its edge, he silently muttered something. Immediately, the seals along the altar's rim began to glow with multicolored lights shooting straight into the heavens. At the same time, Xiuxian stretched out his hand and reached for the black casket. How could he possibly break the ancestral seal of our Nangong family? Nangong Tian's face changed drastically. This seal could only be opened by each successive head of the Nangong clan. How could an outsider know how to unlock it? Iin sneered. What seals of your Nangong family? These are clearly the seals of our 5 elemental masters. Your Nangong family simply claimed them by accident. Stop him. Nangong Tian's shriek rang out like a butchered pig, as he threw himself at Xiuxian without restraint. At the same time, several Nangong experts rushed toward the altar, each launching a deadly strike. Step aside. Xiuxian roared angrily, forced to evade the attacks from multiple assailants. His figure flickered, and he unwillingly let go of the black casket, retreating a dozen feet away. At that moment, a surge of dark demonic energy suddenly emerged around the altar. A black hand materialized from thin air, its finger adorned with a dark ring that emitted eerie black radiance. The hand reached straight into the secret altar, grasping the black casket in an instant. Then, another black hand appeared. With a light wave, roiling demonic energy erupted forth, sending the attacking Nangong experts flying away. A sharp mocking laughter filled the air, echoing across the altar ground. Ha! I never thought this place would turn out to be quite lively. Emoji. Xiuxian's face changed. Surprise and anger flickered across his face. He hadn't expected that despite their efforts, Emoji still beat them at the last moment. It's me, the prince. Emoji revealed himself, glancing mockingly at Xiuxian and the others. A chill ran through Nangong Tian's heart. So this is the Dark King? Emoji's power was supreme. The waves of magic radiating from him were far beyond Xiuxian and Iin, forcing Nangong Tian and the others into terror. This kind of power could obliterate the entire Nangong clan with a mere wave of his hand. For 1,000 years, the Nangong family has safeguarded my demon emperor's bloodline, which is indeed a great merit. Emoji sneered darkly, though his expression was obscured beneath his black robe. Nangong Tian shuddered slightly, unable to interpret the meaning behind Emoji's words. His heart stirred. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "It is the Nangong family's honor to serve the Dark King." Upon hearing this, Emoji first showed surprise, then broke into laughter. You're quite perceptive. Not like them, who disgust me to the core. Haha. Nangong Tian simply grinned foolishly upon hearing that, not daring to utter a word in response. Old dog is old dog, still as shameless as ever. Suddenly a voice rang out. The figure of Xuanhuan appeared. Boy, your time is up. Nangong Tian coldly snarled. Frowning, Xuanhuan looked at the black-robed man beside Nangong Tian, his expression changing. Emoji. My, this young friend actually recognizes me. You must also be from the Golden Institute, the black-robed man said, glancing toward Xiuxian and Iin. Dark demons are to be destroyed by all. As Xuanhuan spoke, Emoji already tightly clutched the black casket, prompting his expression to change again. How did the demon emperor's bloodline end up in your hands? Haha, that is thanks entirely to the efforts of the Nangong patriarch and your 2 mentors. Emoji chuckled eerily. Nangong old dog. Roaring furiously, Xuanhuan's body flickered. His soul energy transformed into a crescent great blade that slashed straight down at Nangong Tian. Fueled by rage, the strike reached the pinnacle of the heaven-swallowing soul master realm, greatly alarming Nangong Tian. Dark King, save me. Nangong Tian knew he could never withstand this attack and couldn't help but plead to Mo Jia for help. Little kid, you're really too. Mo Jia laughed as he struck out, dark demonic energy surging forth and transforming into a giant palm to block Ouyang Yuye's great blade. As the attack was intercepted, Ouyang Yuye was not surprised at all. The next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Golden light scattered in all directions, green clouds drifted, crimson fire lit the sky, waterfalls swept everything before them, and earthen mountains collapsed. His 5 elemental techniques were fully unleashed. Even Mo Jia's expression changed dramatically. What? A muffled groan rang out as Mo Jia spat a mouthful of blood and staggered backward, his face filled with shock and rage. How can you master all 5 elemental techniques? Ouyang Yuye did not reply, but another aged voice suddenly spoke. What's the matter? We taught him. Got any objections, Mo Jia? Spatial soul energy rippled outward, and Kuan Lingzi and others pierced through the air, revealing themselves before everyone. You? Mo Jia gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then suddenly sneered. Did you think only you were prepared? Before his words finished, he cackled again. They've all arrived, so why haven't you shown yourselves yet? Kuan Lingzi slightly furrowed his brow. Indeed, a few mocking voices followed soon after. Tisk, TSK. Never thought the Dark King Mo Jia would end up in such a pitiful state. Before the mocking echoes faded, another surge of demonic energy arose from nowhere, and 4 equally dark figures appeared before the crowd. Dressed identically in black robes, Kuan Lingzi and the others' expressions drastically changed. Mo Xiu, Mo Shi, Mo Tian, Mo Jing. Kuan Lingzi's voice seemed both like a sigh and a sense of hopelessness. Tisk, TSK. Never thought, huh? Disciples of the 5 elemental masters. Never thought our Dark Kings would return so soon, right? Humph. Even if they've come, this time it won't just be another sealing. Elder Xing, coldly retorted. We 5 Dark Kings have broken our seals precisely for this day. Your continent will soon be under our control. Now that you're boasting like this, your end will be terrible. Mo Xiu scoffed. 1,000 years ago, we sealed you, and 1,000 years later, we still can. Kuan Lingzi calmly declared. Do you rely on just a few of you immortal old men? Mo Xiu laughed loudly. 1,000 years ago, our sovereign was defeated by the Light Clan's leader and his Son of Light, not by your 5 elemental clans. Now, the Son of Light has been dead for thousands of years. What makes you think you can defeat us? By me, Ouyang Yuye shouted urgently, flashing his figure to stand in front of Kuan Lingzi and the others. By you? Where did this brat come from? Mo Jing sneered coldly, casting a sinister glance at Ouyang Yuye. You again, brat? Mo Jia's expression suddenly changed, seemingly having a realization. He struck out suddenly, demonic energy forming into a skeletal claw that shot toward Ouyang Yuye. Dark supreme art, darkness devouring. Endless waves of demonic energy rolled forth like monstrous jaws opening wide, roaring downward at Ouyang Yuye. Mo Jia had attacked with full strength at once. This kid won't survive this time. Nangong Tian laughed in schadenfreude. Arrogant. Ouyang Yuye also sneered, 5-colored soul energy bursting from his body, forming into a dazzling multicolored halo that shielded him all around. No matter how violent the demonic energy churned, it could not approach his body. What? Seeing such a sight, the 5 Dark Kings all shouted in shock at the same time. Chapter 325 The Final Battle Between Light and Darkness, Grand Finale. However, only for a moment of shock, the 5 great devils seemed to understand something, and Mo Jia couldn't help but sneer. So that's it. I was wondering why these old fellows dared to act so confidently. So he is the reincarnation of the Son of Light. What reincarnation? Nangong Tian, hearing this, was taken aback. So what if he is? He's merely a reincarnation, possessing none of the Son of Light's power. Once our great Emperor awakens, wiping you off will be as easy as nothing. Then let's see. Ouyang Yuye sneered coldly. Light shone from his hand again, and a 5-colored brilliance hung across the sky like a rainbow ribbon, emitting a soul-shaking spiritual power. A mere parlor trick. Mo Xiu sneered. Dark energy surged from his hand. Darkness hell spike. The swirling dark energy coagulated into a black, spinning wheel disc. As soon as it appeared, countless black spikes arose continuously, crisscrossing fiercely, extremely sharp, and rushed toward Ouyang Yuye. 5 elements, diversify. Ouyang Yuye's voice rang out. Spiritual energy fluctuated and expanded. Stream after stream of spiritual energy, solid as tangible matter, erupted from his body. His strength seemed suppressed all along, but now surged suddenly, soaring straight to the level of a soul sage. A soul sage. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and even the 5 great devils changed expression. With a boom, the 5-colored radiance descended from the sky. The 5 colors transformed into 5 streams of light that wrapped toward the countless black spikes. Every time they touched a black spike, it was silently erased. A soul sage. Humph. Even if you were a soul master, what of it? You dare to challenge the dark magic clan. Mo Xiu coldly shouted. What are you all waiting for? Mo Jia and the other 4 were taken aback at his words, then quickly flew forward. The 5 figures moved in unison, forming a formation. Ultimate darkness, immortal body. With darkness, I summon my god. 5 streaks of demonic energy shot into the sky, forming a peculiar magical formation. The black box was also opened by Mo Jia and thrown into the center of the array. As soon as the box opened, a beam of black light flashed out. As though stimulated, the surrounding demonic energy became even more violently turbulent. Without ceasing, within the swirling dark energy, a vaguely human figure began to take shape. Attack! Don't allow the demon emperor to emerge. Kong Lingzi shouted urgently, and the 5 figures immediately darted forward. Metal origin slash. Gentle wind blade. Mountain shaking and peak shattering. Burning heaven transformation. Wrathful tempest. The 5 elements techniques were unleashed simultaneously. 5 surging waves of spiritual power swept toward the dark array formation. However, the mighty surge of spiritual power couldn't shake the formation even slightly, and everyone's expression changed greatly. Ouyang Yuye's heart quivered slightly, and he hurriedly struck out too, the power of the 5 elements within his body raging forth. However, the loud rumbling sound was useless against the formation. It won't work, Ouyang Yuye called out in urgency. Surprise and panic also appeared on his face. When he looked at Kong Lingzi and the others, he found the latter closing their eyes painfully. Headmaster. My child, you did your best. Kong Lingzi sighed, showing no intention to blame him at all. Do my best. Ouyang Yuye gave a bitter smile. Having done his best, yet being unable to stop them even slightly. What was the meaning of their painstaking efforts to help him all this time? At some point, Kong Lingzi had already closed his eyes. Has the headmaster given up too? A tremor stirred deep within Ouyang Yuye's heart. Kong Ling, have we been pushed to our last stand? Xinglai Wu Bo and the others exchanged a glance, silently smiling bitterly. Sighing, Kong Lingzi nodded. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, intense brilliance flashing in them. His figure shot up into the air as he shouted, Metal origin, offer to heaven. As he moved, the other 4, seemingly having anticipated this, followed quickly. Wood origin, offer to heaven. Earth origin, offer to heaven. Water origin, offer to heaven. Fire origin, offer to heaven. 5 brilliant, heavy rays of light radiated from each of the 5 people, piercing straight into the bone. Together, they deeply called out, origins of the 5 elements, with us, we offer to heaven. Immediately after, a thick and pure energy emitted from the 5 of them, not merely emitting, but peeling away, the separation of force and soul, spiritual power and physical body. Headmaster, seniors. Ouyang Yuye cried out painfully. He knew this was the scene nobody wished to witness, but now there was no other way. Offering the 5 elements origin to heaven would summon the most fundamental powers of the 5 elements, forces strong enough to destroy the heavens and obliterate the earth. My child, in the future, the Golden Academy will be left to you. Don't worry, we haven't truly left. We've always stayed beside you. Kong Lingzi's voice came, and the 5 figures gradually began to vanish. Headmaster, Ouyang Yuye cried, feeling as though countless knives stabbed his heart. The 5 beams of light rose up and fiercely charged toward the dark magical formation. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, making the sky and ground tremble several times. Ouyang Yuye forced himself to suppress his grief and looked ahead. Finally, the dark magical formation was obliterated by the essence of the 5 elements. If even this couldn't stop them, then Ouyang Yuye would truly have no choice but to despair. Ha! A sharp, piercing laugh rang out, instantly tightening Ouyang Yuye's heart again, which had just begun to relax. However, before the Pong laughter faded, one furious roar after another arose. Our Emperor! Our Emperor! What's going on? What's going on? Upon hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Ouyang Yuye lifted his eyes and felt stirred inside. The demonic energy dissipated, and he saw that the 5 great devils had all seemingly frozen in place. Their expressions varied but mostly filled with shock and fury. The figure of the demon emperor that had begun forming in their center had completely vanished, and even the demon emperor's bloodline had vanished into thin air. I'll kill you all. Mo Shi roared furiously first, sending forth an immense surge of demonic energy straight toward Ouyang Yuye. Frowning, Ouyang Yuye realized at once that the ritual to summon the demon emperor had failed. At this thought, his heart suddenly ached with sadness. Kong Lingzi and the others had finally not sacrificed themselves in vain. The demon emperor's bloodline is gone. I'd like to see what you can do now. Dodging Mo Shi's attack effortlessly, Ouyang Yuye said coldly. You brat, don't think you can grow arrogant just because our emperor is gone. The 5 great devils alone are enough to rule this entire continent. Mo Jing sneered. Haven't those old pests finally died too? Dare not insult headmaster. Ouyang Yuye roared furiously, throwing his fists forward. Golden light and flames surged forward rapidly, sparks flying everywhere, the golden radiance blinding. Mo Jing waved her hand, and dark energy transformed into a black shield that intercepted the attack. With a dong sound, the flames and golden light broke through the shield and directly struck Mo Jing, injuring her severely. You little brat, you're asking for death. Enraged, Mo Tian stepped forward, ready to strike, but was stopped by Mo Jing. Be careful. He carries the power of the 5 elements within him. We cannot afford to underestimate him. Darkness transformation, shadow clone. Mo Jie's heart stirred, crying out loudly. The 4 others understood his meaning instantly. They flew forward together, their 5 figures merging into one, transforming into a black-cloaked giant, several zhang tall. Waves of energy rippled around it, and with just one wave of its hand, several experts were sent flying with a single strike. Once we eliminate you, this continent will belong to our dark race. At that time, our dark race will multiply and flourish, and this world will fall once again under our rule. All 5 voices echoed simultaneously, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. You're dreaming. Ouyang Yuye roared, dashing forward as five-colored radiance erupted like a ribbon, shooting straight toward the black-cloaked giant's head. The giant raised its hand, black light flashing as it caught the five-colored ribbon in midair. Blazing explosion. Xuanhuan shouted furiously. The five-colored ribbon suddenly turned blood red before exploding violently. You brat. Although this explosion caused little damage to the black-cloaked figure, it still struck a blow. Immediately, it retaliated with a backhanded strike, releasing a torrent of demonic energy that darkened the skies. Hell cage confinement. A sharp cry rang out, and a cage formed entirely of dark mist appeared directly beside Xuanhuan. With a clang, it tightly trapped him inside. Demonic energy spread everywhere, enclosing the cage and Xuanhuan within it. However, the cage began to shrink tightly around him. Xuanhuan felt his entire body being constricted, and the demonic energy pressed down on him, nearly suffocating him. The power of the five elements flickered within his body, yet he could not summon even a trace of strength to resist. Is this really how it ends? For the first time, Xuanhuan felt how tired he was, how much he longed to close his eyes and sleep. But could he? In his ears, it seemed once again the voices of Kong Lingzi and the others resounded. With effort, Xuanhuan opened his eyes again, but saw only an endless sea of dark demonic energy. Ha! This kid is finally reaching his limit. Once he's dead, no one will be able to stand against us. At that time, this entire continent will be ours. The piercing laughter rang out, reigniting the fire of fury within Xuanhuan's heart. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared before his eyes. It was truly a battlefield of horrors, corpses strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowing, and still, the sky and land were shrouded in black mist. Only at the horizon seemed to shine a faint ray of light. A lone figure fought desperately against the demons in a final struggle. Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed, but could only see the person's back. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming might, that figure ultimately sacrificed himself, choosing to die together with the enemy. Others then used his power to seal away the demons. Just as that figure fell, he finally turned around. Xuanhuan was stunned, for that figure was none other than himself. Falling, Xuanhuan smiled faintly at standing Xuanhuan. A beam of white light flew forward and vanished directly into Xuanhuan's forehead. Xuanhuan suddenly awoke, feeling as though something new had surged into his entire being. No, I cannot die. I cannot let Headmaster and the others' sacrifice be in vain. And besides, there are still so many people waiting for me to save them. I cannot die. A furious roar echoed through the heavens and earth. With a sudden burst of strength, Xuanhuan struggled, and, surprisingly, shot straight out from within the demonic energy. What? The five great devils, who had believed they had him trapped, were greatly shocked. They immediately prepared to attack again, waves of demonic energy surging forward with xuanhuan force, heading directly toward the escaping Xuanhuan. The might of demonic power and magic, no one dared to withstand it head-on, not even at the Saint Soul cultivation level. Ultimate darkness, darkness devouring. A demonic roar sounded as the demonic energy rolled forward, crashing down toward Xuanhuan. A sharp gleam shot from Xuanhuan's eyes, and five-colored radiance erupted powerfully from his body, converging together above his head. Wanting to defeat us is nothing more than a dream. As the sneering voices of the five great devils rang out, Xuanhuan remained indifferent. Yet the five-colored radiance did not launch an attack. Xuanhuan, expressionless, clearly and distinctly uttered a few words. Light at its extreme, fusion rebirth. The five-colored radiance separated, then merged again, the five dazzling hues vanishing as it transformed into a single pure white beam. Yes, pure light, piercingly brilliant against the darkened sky, filled with demonic energy. This is light magic. This can't be possible. Mo cried out in disbelief. The other four devils also panicked, no longer holding back as they attacked in unison, each strike more vicious than the last. Yet Xuanhuan only sneered coldly, raising his hands again. Light is mine alone, supreme beneath heaven. A pure white, blinding sphere erupted from above his head, spinning continuously as it radiated intense brightness outward like the sun. Upon contact, the demonic energy instantly vanished. Darkness turned to light, annihilation. The sphere exploded, waves of white light surging across heaven and earth, enveloping the remaining demonic energy and the five great devils within. Pain screams rang out one after another. Xuanhuan's lips curled, even colder. Time passed. How long? He didn't know. But finally, the world fell silent again. The darkness dissipated, and light returned as it once had. Xuanhuan! Several sweet, panicked voices came calling. From a distance, Xuanhuan could already see the figures of xiuxian, Wantong, and Shunlin running toward him. Xuanhuan slowly landed, barely supporting his own weight. He looked up toward the bright sky, and, at last, his lips curled into a faint smile. The end.